My name is Uchiha Tō. I'm a transmigrator. Unlike other transmigrators, I didn't have any system or cheat ability, and my talent was only above average at best. I originally wanted to rely on my transmigrator foresight and climb to the peak of life, but because my strength was lacking, I kept hitting walls everywhere. I failed to change the darkening of Uchiha Obito, who had grown up with me since childhood, and I also failed to stop the Ninetales incident from happening. As I watched Uchiha Itachi gradually grow up, in order to escape the Uchiha match and eliminate that was coming, I very honestly chose to run. However, not long after I defected, I just so happened to run into the now insane Uchiha Obito. To save my own life, I exposed his identity, then used my status as his former friend to join the Akatsuki. In a way, I managed to avoid the disaster of the clan massacre night. But just when I was preparing to quietly bide my time in the shadows and use my knowledge of the future to find myself a way out, I discovered that the development of things seemed a little different from what I had imagined. Obito. I want to create a world where Ko can truly smile from the bottom of his heart. Asuma. Ko is such a good person, so how could he possibly defect? No matter how you think about it, it's all your fault, old man. Ko. He is a man who could become my father. Naruto, accompanied by his parents in soul form. Those Konoha troublemakers are asking for a beating. If you don't hit them, they won't behave. Ko, wait. What the hell is going on here? The story begins. On a river channel at the outskirts of Kirigakure, a small boat was slowly moving along the winding waterway toward the depths of a mountain range far removed from the noise of the world. The boat gently swayed with the ripples. Its bow cut through the thin mist, producing faint splashing sounds. The one poling the boat wore a black robe patterned with red clouds. On his face was an orange spiral mask, revealing only his right eye, whose gaze was calm and deep. Behind him stood a black-haired boy in ANBU uniform, motionless, with bloodstains on his body that had darkened in color. Uchiha Itachi. This boy, who had just personally severed his bloodline and destroyed the clan that had raised him, showed no joy or sorrow on his face. Those Mangekyo Sharingan eyes, enough to make countless people tremble in fear, were now only indifferently watching the withered yellow reeds passing by on both riverbanks. As if the blood and flames he had forever left behind in Konoha had never happened at all. The masked man at the front of the boat spoke. His voice came through the mask, steady, with hidden meaning beneath it. Inside the organization, everyone calls me Toby. I'm not some formal member. At most, I'm just an apprentice in the Akatsuki with no great ability to speak of. He paused, then slightly turned his head and swept the boy behind him with his one exposed eye. So mind your attitude toward me. Itachi withdrew his gaze from the reeds and let it settle on the back of the man calling himself Toby. His tone was as calm as still water. Why hide your real identity? The motion of poling the boat never stopped. The masked man seemed to have expected this question long ago, and answered calmly. Because letting people know that Uchiha Madara is still alive would be troublesome. The person I'm taking you to meet next is the leader of the Akatsuki. Toby continued. He is one of the very few who know my true identity. One of the very few? Itachi sharply caught the information hidden in those words. His voice remained calm, but now carried a faint trace of probing. You mean there are others in the organization who know your real identity? Under the mask, Obito's brow twitched slightly. This guy really is sharp. He didn't care about Itachi's probing. In fact, almost deliberately, he casually tossed out the answer. Yeah. You know that person too. If we count it that way, he should be a fellow villager. No, now I should say one of the very few remaining clan members. Clan member? An alarm instantly rang in Itachi's heart. A surviving Uchiha? In the Akatsuki, this organization so far removed from Konoha, other than this man in front of him pretending to be Madara, there was actually another surviving Uchiha. There was actually one head he missed. Yo, were you talking about me, old Madara? A mature yet lively voice rang out from Itachi's rear flank without the slightest warning. So close it felt as if the speaker was standing right behind his shoulder. Itachi's pupils abruptly contracted. When his back tensed in an instant, chakra almost instinctively began to flow, and his right hand subconsciously moved toward the hilt of the blade behind him. Ever since his close friend Shursui died, ever since he awakened those Mangekyo Sharingan eyes capable of looking down upon the masses, no one had ever been able to approach him so silently. No matter how brilliant the concealment technique, it could not escape the insight of these eyes. But right now, this person had simply appeared out of thin air. This person was very strong. He swiftly turned sideways, pulling open an angle that could both defend and counterattack. His three-tomo Sharingan had already appeared on its own. Those scarlet eyes, carrying sharp vigilance, locked tightly onto the direction the voice had come from. At some point, a figure was already sitting on a slanted wooden pole extending from the stern, leisurely swinging his legs. He was a tall young man. His black hair was casually tied into a short ponytail behind his head, with a few loose strands falling over his forehead, making his handsome face look a bit unruly and roguish. He wore the same black robe with red clouds as Madara, but on him, That robe looked more like the casual everyday wear of some wandering swordsman, loose and relaxed, yet carrying a different kind of style. A reed of unknown origin was hanging from his mouth, bobbing up and down along with the motion of his swinging legs. Crossed over his back were two long blades. The wrappings on their hilts had been polished smooth and glossy, clearly showing they were used often. If not for the setting, judging by appearance alone, anyone would probably think he was some noble young master traveling the world. But Itachi knew more clearly than anyone just how dangerous this man truly was. Relax, Itachi. Madara's voice came from the front, carrying a trace of calm familiarity, as if this was nothing unusual. He didn't even turn around. He simply kept looking ahead and spoke calmly to the handsome rogue-like man. Your ability to conceal your presence has really become more and more exquisite, Ko. I suppose that's only to be expected from the former number 1 Uchiha genius.
So.
The young man called Ko grinned, lightly jumping down from the wooden pole and landing steadily on the deck without causing even a single splash on the lake's surface. With the reed still between his teeth, his words came out a little muffled, but the natural laziness and closeness in his tone felt completely out of place with this atmosphere thick with killing intent. After all, Kirigakure only had this much worth learning. I had nothing to do over there, so I just casually practiced a bit. Oh, and by the way, he raised one finger and waved it seriously, interrupting Obito just as he was about to continue speaking. Let me correct you, old Madara. I'm not the former number 1 Uchiha genius. He took a deep breath, puffed out his chest, and in an exaggerated tone almost like stage drama, solemnly declared, I'm the former number 1 genius. The moment the words fell, he immediately switched to a bleak and lonely expression, tilted his head up at the sky, and let out a deep sigh, like some old widower abandoned by the times. Ever since Shursui and Uchiha Shoku, those two true geniuses, burst onto the scene, no one has paid any attention to me, the previous version's king, anymore. They say ninjas only get better with age, so why doesn't that saying work for me? He slowly turned his head, sweeping Itachi with eyes filled with the coldness of the world, then sweeping Obito, before finally lifting his face to the sky with a grief-stricken sigh. Forget it. No matter how you think about it, this is all the fault of the ninja world. Behind the mask, Obito's mouth twitched hard. He was already used to this guy's daily insanity. But that last line, no matter how he thought about it, really was this ninja world's fault. For once, it actually hit right where he felt it. He stopped paying attention to that drama king wallowing in his own fake tragedy and turned to look at Itachi. At this moment, Itachi was maintaining an extremely guarded stance. His 3-tomo Sharingan was already active, his right hand resting on the sword hilt, every muscle in his body tense and ready to explode at any moment. In those eyes, besides vigilance, there was also something more. Something complicated, hard to describe. Obito's voice returned to its previous calm, carrying a hint of reassurance. Calm down, Itachi. Ko is also a member of the Akatsuki. By seniority, he should be your senior. He paused, and a faint trace of mockery entered his tone. Besides, as far as I know, when he was still in the village, your relationship back then should have been pretty good, right? Since you're both members of the Akatsuki now, then get along peacefully, just like you did in Konoha. The word peacefully in that sentence was bitten out with especially deep meaning. Before his voice had even fully fallen, Uchiha Tō had already darted in front of Itachi in a single step, so fast that Itachi almost drew his blade on reflex. However, what greeted him was not an attack, but an overly radiant smile and a rapid-fire stream of greetings. Oh, I send this Uchiha Rong? Long time no see, you've gotten this big already. Ko's eyes curved into crescents as his gaze swept up and down over Itachi. His expression made it look like he was admiring some promising junior from his own family, so gratified he could hardly contain it. Then his eyes landed on the long blade behind Itachi, still dripping with blood, and they instantly lit up. Oh my, why is there so much blood on your blade? Did you go slaughter a pig? He slapped his thigh exaggeratedly, his voice full of delight. Oh wow, you're too polite. It's not even New Year yet and you're already bringing gifts. You really are the same sensible good kid as always. No wonder when I was still in the Uchiha clan, all those aunties and grannies around me praised you every time they saw you. As for your popularity in our clan, there's absolutely nothing to complain about. Brother Fugaku and sister Makoto will definitely be so proud of you. As he spoke, he enthusiastically reached out to take the bloodstained sword, still muttering nonstop. Speaking of which, where's the pork? Why don't I see it? There's plenty of blood on the blade, but where's the meat? Where's the meat? Obito silently turned his head away, refusing to keep watching the scene. Even through the mask, one could feel just how speechless he was. As for Itachi, his expression was extremely complicated. He quietly stared at the man in front of him, whose words and actions were bizarre, as if he had never grown up. Uchiha Tō. Before Shursui and he had yet to make names for themselves. This was the number 1 genius upon whom the entire Uchiha clan had placed its hopes. During the Third Great Ninja War, He had stood alongside Hitaki Kakashi of the same generation as Konoha's black and white twin blades. He was also Koenai, the one Shursui, and he had once sincerely admired. And yet, it was this former hero of Konoha, this pride of the Uchiha clan, this key figure who had served as a bridge of communication between the village and the clan. 2 years after the Ninetales attack, under the increasingly tense situation where the village had begun gradually growing wary of the Uchiha, he had chosen to defect in complete silence. His defection had been like a poisoned dagger, stabbing viciously into an already fragile relationship of trust. Because of it, the village became even more suspicious of the Uchiha. Because of it, the Uchiha became even more enraged by the village's suspicion. Uchiha Tō, the man once entrusted with so much hope, had instead become one of the major forces pushing the Uchiha clan toward its final road of coup d'état and destruction. At that thought, a trace of disgust flashed through Itachi's eyes. But years of shinobi discipline made him suppress that emotion almost instantly, returning once more to surface calm. He did not answer a single one of Ko's questions. He did not respond to a single one of his words. He simply turned away coldly, using silence to build a wall. Ko's performance came to an abrupt stop. He spread his hands dramatically and let out a regretful sigh. How boring. I thought after all these years apart, you might become a little more humorous. For example, if I asked you when you were going to marry that little girlfriend of yours, Izumi, you should answer, "It's still too early for that now." Then I'd ask again, "Wouldn't brother Fugaku and sister Makoto urge you on?" And you should seriously answer me, "If they dare urge me, then I dare slaughter the clan." Ha 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 ha. He laughed so hard he could not straighten up, clutching the edge of the boat as he wheezed, then pointed at Obito and Itachi. "Huh? Why aren't you two laughing? Was it not funny? That joke was so good." Ha ha ha. The laughter gradually faded into the cold air, leaving only the ripples on the water. Itachi's brow furrowed slightly. Those 3 Tomo Sharingan that had just calmed down changed again. The black Tomo connected into a complex pattern, transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. That gaze was cold as frost, locking directly onto the man still grinning so shamelessly in front of him. Ko. His voice was not loud, but it carried a clear warning. Every word seemed to be condensed with chill. "For old time's sake, I'll let you off once. If you offend me again, no. If you offend even a fellow Akatsuki member again, I will kill you." Gwa! Uchiha Tō let out an absurdly exaggerated scream and leaped backward like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His hands flailed wildly, his face filled with terror, and he shouted in a bizarre tone, "A murderess here. Why no? Kuro Sanaita, don't kill me." Then, in the very next instant, his figure vanished without warning, as if he had never existed at all. Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly. That was the body flicker technique. So fast. Fast enough that even his Mangekyo Sharingan, capable of seeing through everything, could only catch an extremely blurry afterimage. That speed had already surpassed the body flicker technique Shursui had been most proud of while he was alive. Uchiha Tō really was a powerful enemy that had to be guarded against at all times. Humph. Obito's voice came from ahead, carrying a bit of unsurprised disdain. That guy's still the same sloppy, unserious mess as ever. Like some little brat. Seriously unbearable to watch. He paused, and his tone turned more serious. The one exposed eye he showed Itachi carried a warning that could not be questioned. "I'll mention this for now, don't even think about making a move on him. Yes, very strong. I know." Itachi's reply was still brief. Of course he knew. His purpose in joining the Akatsuki was to gather intelligence for Konoha, to monitor and restrain as much as possible the man who called himself Uchiha Madara. For that goal, he absolutely could not act on personal feelings and ruin the entire plan. That was the most basic quality of a shinobi. Only, his gaze turned toward the direction where Ko had disappeared. Under that crazed performance just now, what exactly was that man hiding? Uchiha Tō, why exactly did you join the Akatsuki? Carrying that unanswerable question, Itachi silently followed behind Obito and continued deeper into the Akatsuki base. The ripples were still there. The thin mist was still there. And the man who had just left felt like nothing more than an absurd interlude in this journey. However, on a distant mountaintop, a figure stood there silently. Uchiha Tō. He stood on a jutting rock, looking down at the small boat drifting farther and farther away through the waterway below. At this moment, all the swagger and recklessness from before had vanished from his face. Those eyes that usually carried a roguish glint were now deep as an abyss, reflecting that black dot in the distance as it gradually shrank. He let out a long breath, as if a 1,000-pound weight had finally been lifted off his shoulders. His tense shoulders loosened slightly, and the cynical curve that always hung at the corner of his mouth was now gone as well. Staring in the direction where the boat had disappeared, he murmured in a low voice, so soft it seemed like the wind could scatter it at any moment. Looks like the night of the massacre really was avoided. His gaze turned distant, as if piercing through time and space, seeing the Uchiha clan compound in Konoha collapsing amid roaring flames, seeing one life after another vanish, and also seeing all the things he had once fought with everything he had, only to still be powerless to change. A gust of mountain wind swept past, lifting the loose strands of hair on his forehead. Subconsciously, he pulled his black robe with red clouds tighter around himself. Whether it was because the wind atop the mountain was too cold, or because of the patch of ice in his heart that could never melt, even he did not know. He stayed silent for a long time. In the end, he only lowered his voice and muttered again. It's just that from here on out he gave a faint bitter smile, one filled with exhaustion and helplessness. I'm probably in for a real headache. As his words fell, his figure also vanished into the mist on the mountaintop, as if he had never appeared there at all. Only the sound of the wind remained. The night was dark as ink, and bright moonlight spilled across this barren mountain ridge. The distant waterway shimmered under the moonlight, and the small boat carrying Itachi and Obito had long since disappeared into the depths of the mountains. The mountain wind was fierce, making the black robe with red clouds flap loudly. Uchiha Tō stood on that jutting rock, head tilted up as he looked at the full moon. The expression on his face was as bleak as the desolate mountain itself. Part of it was sorrow born from seeing the Uchiha clan massacre as an unavoidable calamity after all, the grief of one in the same doomed lot. Part of it was also the bleakness he felt over his own uncertain future. He sighed, and it was a deep sigh, as if he wanted to spit out every bit of gloom clogging up his chest. To be honest, as a transmigrator, he felt like he was doing a pretty embarrassing job of it. Uchiha Tō was a transmigrator. In his previous life, he had just been an ordinary high school student. Because during the college entrance exam, he managed to solve the final big question, got too excited, and straight up died on the spot from sudden death in the examination hall, collapsing on the day before freedom arrived. Then when he opened his eyes again, he discovered he had transmigrated, and into the world of Naruto, where human lives were worth even less than Pakiness. At the time, he had been lying in a swaddle, staring at the ceiling, with only one thought in his head. It's over.
I'm totally screwed.
No, I mean fine, transmigrating into Naruto is one thing, but couldn't you at least give me a system? I'm not asking to soar to the heavens in one step. Even a check-in system would do. Let me sign in every day and get some rewards or something. But what happened? Nothing at all. There wasn't even a beginner gift pack. Even worse. His surname was Uchiha. The moment he learned that, Ko felt like the sky had collapsed. Transmigrating into Naruto and being born an Uchiha, if you said that out loud, who wouldn't he be jealous? Huge chakra reserves, a built-in Sharingan that stayed top tier all the way into Boruto, a truly value-preserving classic. This was straight-up Celestial Dragon tier starting config. The ultimate lucky player opening. But if he'd been given a choice, he would rather have been an ordinary Konoha civilian in this life. The reason was simple. Naturally, it was because of that kill line that could be called one of the darkest in the ninja world, that little game so beloved by that white-haired lowly of natural-born evil. A wholesome family game from Uchiha Itachi's point of view, Uchiha elimination. If it were under normal circumstances, he might even laugh at that dark joke for a second and roleplay as some naturally evil little senju brat. But right now, kids, this is not funny. Seriously. Uchiha Itachi and that masked man hiding in the shadows, those two murderers together. That picture was way too beautiful for him to dare look at. You're telling me I have to fight Uchiha Itachi and the father of Tobi? Are you for real? When he found out that he was the same age as Kakashi and Obito, and that there were still several years before that clown-ass brat Uchiha Itachi was born, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. With the advantage of foresight as a transmigrator, plus the bloodline advantage of the Uchiha clan, he had believed surviving all the way to the end of the story would be easy. No, not just surviving to the end. How could the ambition of a transmigrator be that small? Cultivate immortality techniques, open the Mangekyo, awaken the Rinnegan, become the sage of 6 paths, create a world with Rin, wrong series. Anyway, punching old man Madara with one fist, kicking aliens with one foot. An invincible and awesome life was already waving at him. There was still plenty of time. He could totally cook. Woohoo! Never before had there been such a beautiful opening. This run was stable. Just follow Brother Ko's rhythm. Back then, he lay in a crib, waving his chubby little fists, full of confidence about the future. But as he grew older, reality was like a bucket of ice water poured straight over him, chilling him to the bone. His talent, among the Uchiha clan where geniuses gathered, could only be counted as slightly above average. He wasn't dead last, but he was definitely not the kind of existence people would look up to. After recognizing that reality, he had been down for a moment, but he quickly pulled himself together. After all, he was a transmigrator. Even if he didn't have a system or some cheat ability, he still had intel in his head. Hashirama S-cells, the Chimera technique, the dragon veins, and at the very least, the 8 gates. There were more than enough opportunities to defy fate and change his life. Besides, wasn't this whole show basically legend? Ninja Village War Edition? In this life, he was an Uchiha. As long as he awakened the Mangekyo, everything would get better. When he was little, Ko rubbed the head of Uchiha Kenji, the kid next door, and firmly believed that in his heart. However, cruel reality quickly taught him a lesson. Only after entering the ninja academy did he truly understand what being a ninja actually meant. When a bunch of 6- and 7-year-old kids sat in the classroom, listening with serious faces as the teacher explained which parts of the human body were vital points and how to kill with one strike, Ko and the friend beside him were both completely dumbfounded. Kenji, sitting nearby, simply hadn't understood it and scratched his head with a blank look. Ko, on the other hand, had understood. And it was exactly because he understood that he was stunned. Even though he had long been mentally prepared for how cruel the ninja world was, actually experiencing it for himself still hit him so hard that someone like him, who had grown up under the red flag in his previous life, found it hard to accept. On that day, Uchiha Ko came to understand the darkness of this ninja world. This ninja world was truly rotten to the core. From then on, all the luck and fantasies in his heart disappeared. In this brutal ninja world, surviving came first. So he brought out the traditional virtue of the flower-growing homeland and started grinding like crazy. When others were playing, he was practicing shuriken. When others were sleeping, he was refining chakra. When others were falling in love, he was studying ninjutsu. Konoha at 4 in the morning had already become his daily routine. After several years, he successfully became the leading face of the Uchiha clan's younger generation in that era, second only to Kakashi among the new generation. Back then, his naive self believed that everything was developing in a good direction, and as long as he kept growing, he would be invincible in the later stages. Then the war came. The third great ninja war was like a meat grinder, dragging everyone in and crushing them into pieces. More than half of his classmates from the same year died, and every member of his squad died as well. Only he survived, relying on his middling strength and that tiny, almost useless bit of foresight he had as a transmigrator, barely clinging to life. But so what if he survived? He couldn't change anything. That so-called intel was far too grand, so grand that he simply couldn't reach it. So grand that, with the strength he had back then, he wasn't even qualified to fight for those opportunities to grow stronger. Without enough power, even with Uchiha blood in his veins, he didn't dare approach Hiriko and Orochimaru while they were still in the village. He didn't have the capital to gamble on whether they wouldn't make a move on him. Even though he knew how the future would unfold, he still couldn't do anything at all. He could only struggle in the torrent of history, watching the people he cherished get swept away one by one, while he could do nothing. Ko looked up at the full moon, the corner of his mouth curving into a self-mocking smile. I'm probably the most pathetic transmigrator out there. Ko looked at the full moon and said with a bitter smile. That smile was filled with self-mockery, and even more with helplessness. He fell silent for a moment. After a long while, a breeze brushed past, and his gaze suddenly changed. Under the moonlight, a trace of scarlet flashed through those black eyes. 3 black tomo slowly emerged in his eyes, revolving across the red iris. In that instant alone, he drew the blade on his back and slashed behind him. The blade tore through the air with a sharp hiss. Moonlight shone on the steel, reflecting a cold white gleam. Whether it was reaction speed or execution, Ko's movements had already reached Kage level. The blade passed through the figure behind him, but there was no sensation of cutting solid flesh, as if it had sliced through a phantom with no real body. Following the moonlit blade in his hand, his gaze shifted to the familiar figure behind him wearing a spiral mask. The sword had passed through the man's body, but he paid it no mind at all. He simply looked at Ko and slowly spoke in a hoarse voice. What are you doing here, Ko? Looking at that familiar figure before him, the vigilance in Ko's heart not only failed to fade, but deepened even more. Uchiha Obito, the #1 simp in the ninja world, the instigator of the 4th Great Ninja War, Mabang Studio's strictest father, the culprit behind countless tragedies in the ninja world, and at the same time, the hot-blooded idiot who had grown up with him since childhood, living right next door. He was the tragic former friend Ko had once deliberately tried to stay away from, then later tried to change only to fail to change anything at all. And he was also Ko's direct boss now. On the mountaintop, Ko looked at the masked man before him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. His twisted fate with this guy had to be traced all the way back to the womb. Back then, both families just happened to go to Konoha Hospital for childbirth at the same time. Their due dates were close, they were from the same clan, and after chatting for a bit, they found each other very agreeable. After thinking it over, the adults simply decided to move their houses close together. That way, the children could have playmates too. So when Ko was about 1 year old, his parents in this life decided to move next door to Obito's house. However, not long after they had just moved in, Obito's parents died in the line of duty during a mission. While feeling regret and sorrow, Ko's parents also decided that in the days to come, they would do their best to look after the neighboring Obito household, where only an elderly grandmother and the swaddled baby Obito remained. As for Ko's reaction at the time, when he found out that the baby next door he had been teasing and playing with was actually that Uchiha Obito, the man who inherited Madara's name, awakened the Mangekyo for his beloved, unleashed the Nine Tails, fought the fourth Hokage, controlled the Mizukage, deceived Nagato, unified the Akatsuki, gathered the tailed beasts, started the fourth great ninja war, became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, ascended to the Rinnegan path, fought Sasuke and Naruto, and spent his whole life in battle for Rin, he was completely dumbfounded. Wait, who? His first reaction back then was to stay as far away from him as possible. Leaving aside all the ridiculous things this guy named Uchiha Obito would pull off later, just the possibility of being noticed by that half-buried, ambitious schemer Uchiha Madara through staying close to him was enough to make anyone break out in cold sweat. He hadn't awakened any system, and before he had fully grown, even a half-dead Madara could have toyed with him to death. For the sake of his privacy and personal safety, little baby Ko firmly decided to demand that they move again. And then, there was no then. His parents in this life had the classic Uchiha mindset and didn't listen to his opinion, even though he was trying his hardest to make it known as a baby. I don't care what you think. I care what I think. After that, although he had been somewhat unwilling, his childhood and teenage years really were spent together with Obito. At first, he had thought about keeping his distance from Obito, but he had to admit that before going dark, Obito really was a very good person. When he was 6 years old, his parents died during a mission. And during that dark stretch of time, the one who stayed by his side the whole time was Obito back then. Young Obito's passion and kindness had, in the end, slowly worn away Ko's initial guard over the long years. After all, he was living in a real world. Through more than 10 years of being together, the two of them had still become like family. He had once made up his mind to try and change Obito's fate, but for all kinds of reasons he failed. In the end, he still became that same person Ko knew, the one whose Kamui could hide everything except his tears. He hadn't managed to change anything. Thinking back on all those things from the past, a trace of desolation flashed through Ko's eyes, but on the surface he instantly switched back to that exaggerated act. Back then, he had been afraid that that old bastard Danzo might set his sights on him, so he had modeled this disguise after the two hidden dragons and crouching phoenixes by his side, Guy and Obito, two people Root would absolutely never value. As time passed, it had also become a mask. It was both something he used to cover up his real thoughts and a way to vent pressure. Ko let out a loud breath and shouted at Obito irritably, "You bastard! Will it kill you to walk properly? There are only two of us here, so what the hell are you hiding your presence for? Damn Chiyuni show-off! You're annoying as hell." He put on an angry look and viciously swung the sword in his hand a few times at Obito. The blade flashed, and the sword passed through that phantom-like figure. Naturally, nothing happened. TCH. This intangibility is seriously shady as hell. Ko sheathed his sword, both envious and annoyed, then asked grumpily, "So what did you come to me for? If it's nothing important, I'm heading back to Kirigakure. There's still a pile of stuff over there waiting for me to deal with. It's nothing major." Obito looked at Ko in front of him and said calmly, "I just saw that when you met Itachi earlier, your mood didn't seem very good." His tone turned meaningful. "That kind of obvious provocation really doesn't seem like you. Should I be in a good mood right now?" Ko looked at Obito, and a shadow flashed through his eyes. Even though he had never cared much about any sense of identity with the Uchiha clan, and fully understood that those Uchiha extremists really were a bunch of lunatics who couldn't see reality clearly. Most of the ordinary people in the Uchiha district had been innocent. He had still grown up in the Uchiha district after all. The neighbors around him had watched him grow up. After more than 10 years of living there, how could he possibly have no feelings for that place at all? After failing to stop Obito from walking into darkness, he had realized that the Nine Tails attack was about to happen. But even if he knew that future, how was he supposed to change it? Talk things out with him? Give him a break? Who knew whether that guy, already completely obsessed, still even acknowledged him as the big brother he once knew? Though based on what he knew about him, that guy probably wouldn't directly kill him. Ko didn't dare gamble his life on that possibility. As for telling others the relevant information ahead of time. What? You're saying there's a masked man claiming to be Uchiha Madara, and he knows the delivery date of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and plans to attack Konoha? Let us not even talk about whether what you're saying is true or not. First, tell us how exactly an Uchiha like you knows that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is about to give birth? No need to explain. Come out, Yamanaka team member. Use the soul-searching technique on him. Ko, what can I say? Back then, while he had already become stronger than Kakashi, who had sunk into depression, the gap wasn't that large. At best, he had only been at elite Jonin level. How the hell was he supposed to stick his head into that mess? Even with the person he trusted most at the time, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, he could only hint at things indirectly as much as possible. After all, Minato Namikaze was indeed a good man, but Ko, who had lived in this ninja world for many years, knew very clearly that when it came to the village and his wife Kushina, that man would never be careless in the slightest. He would definitely try his best to confirm whether the intelligence was true, even if that meant searching Ko's memories. In the end, reality still continued down its original path. The Nine-Tails attack erupted, and the fourth Hokage and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki both died in battle. The only difference was that, after that, their corpses had mysteriously disappeared. He looked at Obito in front of him and pulled his thoughts back to reality, then said with fake annoyance, "I've been working myself to death in Kirigakure cleaning up the mess you left behind, and now you dragged me over here for Itachi's joining ceremony. Is it really that hard to understand why I'm in a bad mood?" Obito fell silent for a moment. Moonlight fell on his orange spiral mask, lighting up the patterns on it in shifting brightness and shadow. His voice lowered, and in that hoarse throat was the same obsessive rhetoric Ko had heard far too many times. "As for the Uchiha matter, you don't need to care too much about it." He paused. "And the one exposed right, I looked through the hole in the mask toward the full moon in the sky. In that dream world, they all live happily. Just like Rin." Ko rolled his eyes inwardly. He was long used to the things this guy said. He had heard this whole world of dreams pitch at least 80 times, if not 100. "So what exactly are you looking for me for?" Obito looked deeply at Ko before him, the only friend still by his side, the one who had grown up with him since childhood, knew all his secrets, and still hadn't tea left. He slowly opened his mouth and said in a calm tone, "I want you to become Itachi's partner." "Ko, what the hell?" His voice exploded across the mountaintop, startling several crows perched in distant trees into flight. On the summit, Ko stared at the masked man in front of him and felt like his blood pressure had not gone down once all night. He took a deep breath and confirmed again. "Partner? Uchiha Itachi?" Obito nodded, looking as if it were only natural. Ko's face instantly darkened. "Uchiha run to? If you want me dead, just say it. Is me staying alive getting in the way of your insanity or what? At work, use the title. Outside of work, you should call me Uchiha Madara." "Madara my ass." Ko's voice exploded across the mountaintop. 3 Tomo against Mangekyo? Are you kidding me? Only you could come up with something like this." Obito looked at him in this completely blown-up state, but no emotion could be seen in the one exposed eye. His voice remained firm. "I know your strength. Itachi can't do anything to you." The corner of Ko's mouth twitched violently. Was he afraid of Uchiha Itachi? What he was afraid of was Shirsui's eye in Itachi's hand. The strongest genjutsu, Koto Amitsukami. What if that lunatic suddenly snapped one day and hit him with a hypnosis app? Who the hell would he even complain to then? Obito seemed not to notice Ko's complicated inner thoughts and continued. "That guy Itachi is very likely a Konoha spy planted inside the Akatsuki. To keep him from affecting our Eye of the Moon plan, I need someone by his side who has enough strength and can be completely trusted to monitor him." He paused, and that I stared straight at Ko. "And you are the best candidate." Feeling the sincere trust in Obito's words, Ko's handsome face couldn't help but twist. This damn bastard was making it sound like he was willingly helping him do all this in the first place. After the Nine-Tails attack that year, Ko had actually still held onto a trace of hope for the future of the Uchiha clan. After all, the fundamental reason the Uchiha clan would later end up exterminated wasn't because they tried to launch a coup. It was because of their severe lack of top-tier combat power. If Shisui hadn't died, and Itachi hadn't awakened the Mangekyo yet, then as long as clan head Fugaku and Shisui of the Body Flicker, those 2 top-tier powerhouses with Mangekyo Sharingan, had stood united, Konoha, which had gone through the Nine-Tails incident and was in an unprecedented state of weakness, would never have taken such radical measures against the powerful Uchiha clan. Even if, in their eyes, the Uchiha clan had been under enormous suspicion during the Nine-Tails incident. But sadly, Shisui was a full-blown fire will fanatic who'd been brainwashed by the will of fire, an extremely loyal Konoha hardliner. Even the Hokage's direct Umbu weren't as loyal as him. That made things absolutely screwed up. Your own main carry just refused to group up. How the hell were you supposed to play that? Even more screwed up after he fed himself to the other side. He then sacrificed himself and summoned an even more ridiculous final boss for the Uchiha. Traitor, spy, anti-Uchiha element, lunatic, surrender faction, mastermind, underworld thug, Uchiha Itachi, courtesy name Senju, the strictest father of the Uchiha, holder of the highest Uchiha kill record in history, unmatched through all ages. If Shisui was, at worst, equivalent to the clan's nuclear weapon going offline, then Itachi was their own nuclear launch button getting smashed by the enemy until it detonated right inside their own house. And the reason Itachi ended up walking such an extreme path, Shisui's suicide undoubtedly had to take the biggest share of the blame. So in the end, the Uchiha truly perished because of Shisui. In Ko's eyes, as long as he could straighten out Shisui and Itachi, everything else would be easy to talk about. Sure, there was already the failed education case of Uchiha Obito, but Ko still had plenty of confidence in his own teaching ability. If a kid had low IQ, how could that be the teacher's fault? Now that he switched to 2 smart ones, there definitely wouldn't be any problem this time. He would win. But the result was obvious. His teaching failed again and again. Those two brats were stubborn to the core despite their young age. They simply wouldn't listen to a word he said. But this was definitely not a problem with his teaching methods. It had to be the evil will of fire acting up again. The will of fire was just too evil. In the end, after realizing that even after doing everything he possibly could, events were still gradually heading back toward their original trajectory, the emotions he had kept suppressed for so long finally exploded during one argument with Shui. In that argument, after cursing Shui so hard he was drenched head to toe in it, he resolutely chose to defect. At that time, he had truly been beaten numb by reality. He had lost all his drive and spirit, and like a stray dog on the roadside, he wandered in a daze, planning to find some random small village and just lie flat there for the rest of his life. Screw this. I'm done serving. Whatever happens, happens. I've got limited ability. The Uchiha clan can't be saved. Keeping myself alive, that was already the limit of what I could do. However, just as he was searching for a place to retire, he happened to run into Obito, who had already put on the mask of a murderer. At that moment, he went completely numb. He just wanted to slack off and retire, not reincarnate early. The guy in front of him was no longer that dumb. Sweet Uchiha Obito whose head he could casually pat whenever he wanted. This was a deranged madman who killed without blinking, who knew if he might suddenly start yelling some crap like, "You're nothing but a false counterfeit. Only the world of infinite Tsukuyomi is real," and then stab him to death on the spot. Facing the silent Obito before him, he plunged into an intense mental storm. In the end, he made the riskiest decision he had made since transmigrating into this world. He exposed Obito's identity on the spot. Box weapon, activate. In the end, after an emotional reunion between brothers, he successfully survived. Only after that, the Uchiha Tō who had wanted to lie flat disappeared. The Uchiha Tō brought his talents to the Akatsuki. Although it was forced, he was indeed safe in a certain sense, and from his adopted son, he obtained an unexpected chance to grow stronger. Madara's legacy. Ko pulled himself out of his memories and looked at Obito in front of him. Obito looked at the resistance in his eyes, fell silent for a moment, then slowly spoke in a hoarse voice. "Since you're unwilling, then forget it. I'll reconsider Itachi's partner." Surprise flashed through Ko's eyes. Had this guy vented enough while slaughtering the Uchiha military police force? Or had he finished unloading in the Kamui space and entered sage mode? Why was he so easy to talk to today? If it were normal, Ko might have chatted with him a little longer. But right now he truly wasn't in the mood. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Whether it was Uchiha Itachi or the masked man in front of him, he didn't want to see either of them. A trace of gloom flashed through Ko's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed, replaced once more by that careless, flippant look. "Then I'll head back to Kirigakure first. Contact me if something comes up." Ko turned around, preparing to leave. Wait, Ko did not turn back. His steps paused for a moment, and his voice was calm enough to reveal no emotion at all. "What else is it?" The silence behind him lasted for a few seconds before Obito's voice sounded out. There was something in it that Ko couldn't quite describe. "About the swordsmanship of Uchiha Izuna that you talked to me about before. I already found it in Madara's legacy. I left it with Yagura. Remember to go pick it up." Ko's body paused slightly. After a moment of silence, he turned his head and looked at Obito behind him. Moonlight fell across his face, illuminating that wild, unruly smile at the corner of his mouth. The one he had put on as a disguise. "Thanks." The moment the word left his mouth, his figure vanished from the mountaintop in an instant. On the mountain peak only Obito remained. The moonlight stretched his shadow long across the ground, blending it together with the dark forest behind him. Obito just stood there quietly, silent for a very long time. A moment later, an aloe-like creature slowly rose up from underground. White Zetsu and Black Zetsu attached to its body. Black Zetsu looked at Obito in front of him, and that hoarse voice rang out under the moonlight, carrying a somewhat ill-intentioned probe. "That guy doesn't seem to agree with your ideas as much as you said, Madara. You'd better be more wary of him." "Shut up." Obito did not turn around. In that one exposed eye, the full moon at the edge of the sky was reflected clearly. "Everything is within my plan. Know your place, Black Zetsu. You only need to do what you're supposed to do." As soon as the words fell, his figure disappeared in a spiral distortion of space. Black Zetsu stared in the direction where Obito had vanished, and those eyes were full of gloom. In the end, he's still an unreliable fellow. It paused, and there was a bit more hatred in that voice. "Uchiha Obito, one day, you will regret this." Kamui space. Countless square platforms floated in the void like silent tombstones. Obito stood at the center of the space. His mask had already been removed, revealing that face which was half scarred, half youthful. That intact eye was currently fixed on the front. There, countless sealed corpses had been placed. The Uchiha clansmen slaughtered tonight, and the people he had personally killed over the years, one after another, they all lay quietly within this silent space. At the very center were the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, and the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. Their expressions were peaceful, as if they were asleep. And beside them was a young girl, Rin. Obito's gaze fell on the girl's face and lingered there for a very long time. His lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. His gaze shifted away and landed in another direction. There was nothing there, only emptiness. But in his mind, familiar side profiles began to surface one after another. His childhood self, laughing freely with Ko beside him, smiling just as brightly. Rin stood quietly off to the side, a gentle smile still on her lips. You're still just as good as ever at hiding your emotions, Ko. His voice was very light, so light it almost sounded like he was talking to himself. It's just that back then, I couldn't see clearly just how much of that smile was real. He remembered those years in Konoha. Ko was always smiling, always carefree, looking like the kind of person who wouldn't panic even if the sky fell. He had thought that was just who Ko was. He had thought that guy who never acted serious was simply like that. Only later did he learn that it had all been a mask. Just like him now, Ko had also been wearing a mask. Now, my eyes can already see the darkness of this world clearly. And they can also see the real you. Obito's gaze passed through the void and fell on that face that did not exist. That guy who clearly didn't want to smile, yet was always smiling. His voice dropped lower, and in that deep tone was an obsession that bordered on madness. You don't need to keep pretending in this false world anymore. In the dream world I create, Rin, Kakashi, and you, Ko. All of you will live happily. I'm going to create a world where you can truly smile from the bottom of your heart. When Uchiha Obito put on the mask and walked through the ninja world under the identity of Uchiha Madara, what appeared within that Mangekyo Sharingan was that afternoon when he had strolled through the streets of Konoha with Ko and Rin. The sunlight was perfect, the streets were noisy, the old lady selling dango was shouting out to customers, and a few genin ran past chasing a cat. He walked in the middle, with Rin on his left and Ko on his right. Rin was saying something, a smile at the corner of her lips. As for Ko, as always, he had a blade of grass in his mouth, both hands in his pockets, his eyes half open and half closed, looking like he still hadn't fully woken up. Back then, he had thought days like that would go on forever. At first, he and Ko had not been that close. To be precise, when he was very young, the Uchiha Ko in his eyes had been a pretty annoying guy. Because he could feel it, that guy had always been deliberately keeping his distance from him. They clearly lived next door, and their families were clearly so close, but in the way that guy looked at him, there was always an indescribable sense of distance. It wasn't disgust, and it wasn't dislike. It was more like he was deliberately avoiding something. As a child, while feeling wronged, he also could not help but feel confused. When he was little, he had been the universally recognized good kid of the neighborhood. What reason did Ko, that guy who sat at the same desk as that stinky Kakashi, have to dislike him? Even now, he still had not figured out the reason. Back then, if uncle and auntie had not always taken care of him and his grandmother when he was little, and if Rin had not insisted that he get along with that guy properly, he really would not have bothered with him at all. In his eyes at the time, that guy could only be considered a somewhat familiar stranger, an annoying someone else's child. Looking back now, even though it was pretty hellish, the thing that became the turning point in improving his relationship with that guy was actually the time when uncle and auntie died. During that period, that guy who always acted like an adult became very quiet and was always frowning. Even though he had only just entered the academy, he trained like crazy every single day. He practiced shuriken jutsu until his fingers bled, practiced taijutsu until his whole body was covered in bruises, and practiced ninjutsu until he used up all his chakra and passed out on the training ground. He was practically just like Kakashi back then. Although he had absolutely no idea what he was supposed to do at the time, encouraged by his grandmother, and remembering how uncle and auntie had always taken care of him, he still braced himself and went over to him. And then he got beaten up. Inside the Kamui dimension, Obito stood at the center of the space. The mask had already been removed, revealing that face that was half scarred and half youthful. That intact eye of his was now looking ahead. There, countless corpses had been carefully preserved. In the very center was Rin. The girl lay there quietly, her face peaceful, as if she were merely asleep. Obito looked at the girl who seemed to be sleeping before him. His hand unconsciously touched the Mangekyo in his right eye, and he muttered hoarsely, using congratulations on awakening your Sharingan to get close to me back then. What an idiot. Thinking about it now, what's the difference between saying that to an Uchiha who awakened his eyes and congratulating him on his whole family being dead? If anyone dared to say some crap like congratulations on awakening your Mangekyo in front of me, I'd absolutely make them understand what it means for tears to be hidden in Kamui. And everywhere the eye lands is. Obito forcefully pulled his thoughts back and looked toward the girl in front of him again. Rin, that girl who was always gentle and understanding, had become angry after learning about it. A rare sight. She grabbed his hand and took him to demand an explanation from Ko. She stood in front of Ko and angrily questioned him about why he had hit someone. That face that always carried a smile was filled with undisguised anger. At that time, none of them could have imagined that would become the turning point that made them friends. He looked at Rin before him, and his hand subconsciously wanted to stroke the girl's face. But when it drew close, it stopped in midair. A moment later, he slowly lowered his hand. He who had caused the Ninetales attack, taken part in the Uchiha clan massacre, and stained his hands with countless lives, no longer had the right to touch her. She was so clean, so beautiful. She should forever remain in that sunny afternoon, rather than be tainted by someone like him, someone whose hands were covered in blood. His gaze moved away from Rin and fell toward another direction in the void. There was nothing there, but in his mind, a pair of eyes appeared with absolute clarity. Those eyes that had seen through every one of his disguises in a single instant. After he had walked the ninja world for many years under the identity of Uchiha Madara, in a situation where even teacher Minato had not recognized him, when Ko happened to meet him after only a brief silence, he had called out his name with perfect accuracy. Obito still remembered the shock he had felt inside at that moment. In this false world, after he had personally killed countless bonds and severed every connection, there was actually still someone willing to stand by his side and accept the ideals he held now. At that very moment, that man once named Uchiha Obito, the man denied by his current self, seemed to have once again found a faint anchor point in this false world. A trace of gloom flashed through Obito's eyes as he remembered the fleeting look in Ko's eyes when he left. In that hoarse voice, Obito murmured softly, "Ko. He really still can't completely let go of this false world. Can he?" At this moment, he is probably very dissatisfied in his heart with my role in cooperating with Uchiha Itachi in the clan massacre. But I will not regret it. The gloom in Obito's eyes vanished instantly. What remained was only resolve. After walking in darkness for too long, it was the only thing he still had left to hold on to. "Ko, my foolish close friend. Hate me as much as you want." Obito's voice echoed through the empty Kamui dimension, carrying a gentleness and determination that hardly seemed like his. "One day you will understand me." He paused. In that Mangekyo Sharingan, Rin's peaceful face was reflected. "Before the infinite Tsukumi descends, I will revive everyone. I will bring everyone into that world I create. A world where everyone can be happy. In that world, you too will find true peace. You won't need to keep wearing that fake smile in this false world." His voice grew softer and softer, as if he were trying to convince himself. "I will create a world where you can truly smile from the bottom of your heart." His fingers slowly tightened, and the pattern in that Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin. "Even if that world won't have me in it." As he spoke, a vortex-like spatial distortion appeared inside the Mangekyo Sharingan. His body began to turn transparent, slowly disappearing. "But until everything is settled, stay by my side for now, and wait for that day to come." His voice drifted through the space one last time, light as a sigh. "Even if you will hate me for it." Land of water, outskirts of Kirigakure. Ko walked through the outskirts of Kirigakure. Fog was everywhere, hiding both his figure and the ugly look on his face. This wasn't an act. At least not entirely. He stopped, raised his head, and looked at the sky hidden behind the mist. There was nothing to see. Only a deathly gray-white silence. It was practically just like his own future. "I'm clearly a transmigrator, yet I haven't changed a damn thing. Even surviving until the finale is just wishful thinking. I'm such a fucking loser." Ko muttered a curse at himself in a low voice. The sound was muffled by the fog and dispersed before it could travel far. He took a deep breath, then slowly let it out. Ko looked ahead at the vague outline of buildings, and the emotion on his face instantly faded, replaced by a calm expression. His figure stepped out of the mist, already wearing a different face. Whether it was his build or his appearance, there was no trace left of Ko's original roguishly handsome look. At this moment, his frame no longer carried that original lean toughness. Instead, he looked somewhat slender, like the kind of office worker who sat at a desk all day. There was no longer any of that deliberately put-on unruliness or handsome charm on his face. He now looked completely ordinary with a faint smile. That smile was gentle and harmless, like any ordinary person who might greet you on the street. What he wore was no longer the black robe with red clouds of the Akatsuki, but a dark blue long robe symbolizing his status as one of Kirigakure's top officials. This was only the most basic transformation jutsu, but in Ko's hands, it looked extraordinarily refined. He adjusted every detail of his body into its most natural state. He even made subtle adjustments to the rhythm of his breathing. Even a powerhouse with Kage-level strength wouldn't be able to see through it in the slightest. Ko stepped out of the mist and looked at the village ahead. It could already be called prosperous now, utterly transformed from the way it had looked when he first arrived all those years ago. He let out a soft sigh. Right now, he was no longer Uchiha Tō of the Akatsuki. He was Kirigakure's Mizukage assistant, Shina Sora. He started walking toward that hazy cluster of buildings. The fog closed back in behind him, completely erasing the path he had come from. Kirigakure, the village once known as the Bloody Mist, now had a bit of life to it. The streets had clearly been renovated. The once uneven stone roads had been repaved flat, and there were more shops on both sides now. Vegetable vendors, daily goods stores, and there was even a newly opened dessert shop. A pink sign hung outside, hazy in the mist, like a flower blooming out of a swamp. Every now and then, adults could be seen out with their children. The children's laughter drifted through the fog, completely different from the suffocating atmosphere of the past. The adults still rarely smiled, but that wasn't because of fear. It was simply habit. The people of Kirigakure were never good at smiling. But in their expressions, there was already a vitality that had never been there before. It was the certainty that tomorrow would still come. That should have been something ordinary and natural, but in this village it was nothing short of a miracle. And the man who had brought about this miracle was now walking through the streets of Kirigakure. Uchiha Tō, no, one of Kirigakure's most powerful figures, the one who pushed through Kirigakure's reforms, the first Mizuki assistant in Kirigakure's history, Shina Sora. Sora had returned to his loyal Kirigakure. That's Lord Sora? A fish vendor who was in the middle of closing up was the first to notice him, nearly dropping the wooden bucket in his hand. Lord Sora, who always stays behind closed doors actually. Are you taking a day off today? The woman selling vegetables nearby hurriedly put down the scale in her hands. Lord Sora, if you don't mind, please come rest at my shop. The tea house owner had already rushed to the doorway, still clutching the rag he had been using to wipe tables, with a bright smile on his face that didn't seem like something a Kirigakure person would wear. Ko looked at the Kirigakure villagers staring at him with burning eyes, looking just one step away from raising both hands and breaking into song, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He raised a hand to signal everyone to calm down, like some old leader out inspecting the area. After seeing Lord Sora's gesture, the villagers displayed an astonishing level of discipline completely opposite to Konoha's unruly masses. Not a single person said anything extra. Not a single person came forward to force familiarity, and even the onlookers consciously stepped back more than 3 meters. Ko couldn't help comparing them in his heart to those Konoha troublemakers who had nothing better to do than gang up and bully people. His mood instantly relaxed quite a bit. Look at Kirigakure's villagers. They really know how to give emotional value. Compared to them, those Konoha troublemakers are seriously painful to look at. As someone who had personally witnessed, back in the day, the full process of Konoha's people cold-shouldering Kakashi's father, Konoha's hero Tsukumo Hitaki, Ko found it very hard to have any good impression of Konoha's villagers. His gaze swept over those villagers who had already gone back to their business. Looking at this village, which had changed so much compared to when he had first arrived, he couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Has it already been 4 years? 7 years had already passed since the Ninetales incident, and he had already left Konoha for 5 years. Not counting that 1 year of training he spent following that guy Obito around, licking up the experience pack old Madara had left on him. He had already stayed in Kirigakure for 4 years. 4 years was enough for a dying village to grow flesh and blood again. At the start, Ko had actually volunteered to come to Kirigakure and take over management here because he wanted to get away from that prison dirt who spent all day just huffing around, and also buy himself some time to quietly develop. He had even thought up the reason in advance. Something like, Kirigakure is an important chess piece in the Eye of the Moon plan. Let me go keep watch over that side for you, while you focus on collecting the other tailed beasts. But before he could even say out the pile of reasons he had prepared to persuade Obito, Obito immediately agreed. Ko? That's not right. You were supposed to question why I was making this proposal and say there was no need for it. Then I'd bring up a whole series of development strategies about how growing Kirigakure would help push the infinite Tsukuyumi plan forward. Then you'd exclaim, with your help, it's like I've gained my own Wulong. And only after some hesitation would you reluctantly agree to my plan, right? Why the hell did you agree so fast? Gal Ninja World S&T supposed to work like this? You pulling this kind of thing is making me panic here. Give me back that 6 relatives denying Uchiha Obito already. Damn it. Thinking back to those mentally exhausting days right after he first took office in Kirigakure, when he had kept his nerves stretched tight every day while checking whether Obito was secretly voyeur, watching him from nearby, Ko couldn't help shaking his head inwardly. After realizing that guy really wasn't secretly watching him, doubt rose in his heart, but along with it, an unrealistic hope also surfaced. What if Kenji could still be saved? What if Uchiha Obito was still a good Uchiha? Senju Lao Air, trying not to laugh. The Uchiha clansman who got cleared out like in a matching game. Bakayaro. Sigh. Ko couldn't help but let out a sigh, silently putting away that fantasy that should never have appeared in the first place. At first, he had thought that guy might still be salvageable. But now, it seemed he had gotten too emotionally invested. A leopard can't change its spots. Rotten oranges were rotten oranges after all. He had to prepare countermeasures as early as possible. Fortunately, over the years, he had also made quite a few moves in secret and left himself a way out. A faint chill flashed through his eyes. It was very slight, gone in an instant, as fast as mist being parted by the wind for a brief moment before closing again. Kakashi's left eye, that Mangekyo. It looked like he had to start making plans for it soon. He calculated seriously in his heart. Just as Ko was about to head toward his hideout in Kirigakure, he seemed to sense something. His gaze crossed over the crowd and focused on two familiar figures ahead. On the street, a fair-skinned girl with long black hair was currently staring at a snow-white rabbit inside a shop cage with her large black eyes. The rabbit was curled up in the corner of the cage, its ruby-like eyes warily scanning its surroundings, its long ears trembling slightly. That child looked to be under 10 years old. His features were so delicate it was almost absurd. If he weren't wearing boy's clothes, anyone would have thought he was a girl. The rabbit's reflection was mirrored in the boy's large eyes, and his gaze was so soft it seemed like water could drip from it. The tall figure beside him said impatiently, "If you like it, then take it. We still have training to do after this. Stop wasting time here, Haku." Hearing that, Haku carefully looked toward the tall figure beside him and said softly, "Zabuza-sensei. See, can I really? Tsh, what a troublesome brat." Zabuza, wearing a Kirigakure flak jacket, looked at the kid in front of him who was staring at him with a face full of longing. A trace of frustration flashed through his eyes as he grumbled inwardly. He was the demon of the mist, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, one of Kirigakure's top elites, and yet now he had fallen so low as to be babysitting here? His gaze fell on Haku's delicate face, on those moist eyes filled with pleading. That gaze was too clean, so clean that it made someone like him, whose hands were stained with blood, feel uncomfortable. Seriously, why do I have to be this brat's teacher? What exactly was that lord thinking? Just as he was feeling irritated and about to respond, a teasing voice suddenly came from beside him. "Don't always keep such a zombie face. You clearly like this kid quite a bit, don't you, Zabuza?" "Ha! What kind of joke is that?" "I don't." Zabuza refuted it on instinct. A moment later, his body instantly stiffened. "Wait, this voice." He turned his head at once. What entered his sight was that warm smiling figure. Looking at the familiar person before him, the displeasure on Zabuza's face instantly turned into shock, and he couldn't help blurting out, Lord Sora." Ko looked at Zabuza and Haku in front of him and smiled as he waved at them. "Ah, it's Lord Sora." Seeing Ko walking toward him and Zabuza, Haku's large black eyes lit up instantly. He quickly set the rabbit cage in his arms down carefully by his feet, then gave a respectful bow. Looking at Haku, Ko smiled and replied, "Long time no see, Haku. You look pretty energetic. How have you been lately?" That smile was gentle and his tone was light. There was none of the condescension powerful people often carried. He sounded more like a big brother next door chatting with a little kid. Haku raised his head and looked at the kind young man in front of him. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upward. His cheeks flushed slightly, whether from excitement or nervousness, but the light in his eyes was real, bright, and clear. "Thank you for your concern, Lord Sora. I'm doing very well now." His voice was crisp, carrying the youthful energy unique to a boy his age, but compared to others his age, it also held a bit more restraint and politeness. "Lord Zabuza treats me very well, whether in daily life or in training. He takes very good care of me." As he spoke, he naturally moved a little closer to Zabuza and reached out his small hand, very naturally wanting to hold Zabuza's hand. Zabuza turned his head to the side and clicked his tongue. His body shifted slightly, dodging the small hand Haku was trying to hold out to him. He turned his face the other way and put on an impatient expression. Haku didn't mind at all. The smile on his lips didn't fade in the slightest. He merely lifted his head and looked at Zabuza beside him with those clear eyes, full of attachment. Watching the awkwardly sulking Zabuza in front of him, Ko couldn't help laughing. He had known Zabuza for so many years, and this was the first time he had ever seen the blood-soaked demon of the mist show such an embarrassed expression. "Lord Sora." Looking at the laughing Ko in front of him, Zabuza was briefly at a loss for words. The corner of his mouth twitched, and on that sharp, angular face, a rare trace of unnatural redness appeared. If anyone else had dared laugh at him like this, he would have drawn the executioner's blade on his back and taught them what it meant for his blade to never fail. But the one standing before him was Shina Sora, the first Mizukage assistant in Kirigakure's history, the man who had changed Kirigakure by his own power alone, and also the benefactor who had sought him out when he was planning to assassinate the Mizukage, and who had used both strength and action to persuade him, letting him see a new future for Kirigakure. It was only because of his efforts that Zabuza now had this peaceful, stable life he had once never even dared to imagine, no longer struggling to survive in the bloody mist. Facing the benefactor who had changed his entire life, Zabuza could only choose to stay silent to hide what he was feeling inside. Looking at the slightly embarrassed Zabuza, Ko also stopped laughing and said with genuine curiosity, "Looks like Haku really likes you. You've become a pretty good teacher too, Zabuza." He paused, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help rising again. "But honestly, the fact that you'd accompany this kid shopping is definitely not something I expected." Faced with Ko's teasing words, Zabuza couldn't help retorting, "It's only because of a promise with this brat." He glanced at Haku beside him. His tone carried a bit of disdain, but if one listened carefully, hidden beneath that disdain was a trace of guilt that was hard to notice. "I originally said that if he completed the training task I assigned him, I'd grant him one request, but who would thought his request would just be to go shopping?" He shook his head as if he had seen something utterly incomprehensible. "TCH. In the end, he's just a brat." Hearing Zabuza's words, Haku lowered his head somewhat dejectedly. Seeing Haku's lowered head beside him, Zabuza opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the words turned around in his throat several times, and no matter what, they just wouldn't come out. His lips moved a few times, but in the end, all he managed to squeeze out was a dry sentence. "That's enough for today. Go home and find your mother first. Tomorrow we'll continue training according to plan." Haku's body paused slightly. He nodded and said softly, "Yes, Zabuza-sensei." He turned around, just about to leave. "Wait." Zabuza's voice suddenly rang out from behind, carrying a trace of urgency even he himself hadn't noticed. Haku turned around in confusion, those big eyes filled with puzzlement. "You forgot this." Zabuza's gaze was a little stiff. Very unwillingly, he bent down and pulled out the snow-white rabbit from the cage by his feet. He grabbed the rabbit by the scruff of its neck. The motion wasn't gentle. If anything, it was a little rough, but that hand was perfectly steady, and the rabbit wasn't harmed in the slightest. He held the rabbit out in front of Haku. Haku's eyes lit up in an instant. That light rose from the depths of his eyes, like fireworks exploding, lighting up his entire face. "Thank you, Zabuza-sensei." He took the rabbit and carefully cradled it in his arms, the movement so light it was as if he were holding some fragile treasure. He gave Ko and Zabuza a deep bow, then turned around and walked off, looking back from time to time and waving at them. Ko smiled and waved back at Haku. Only after that small figure disappeared into the mist did he slowly withdraw his gaze. Haku and Zabuza were among the very few things he believed he had truly changed. He remembered when he had first arrived in Kirigakure. At that time, he had still been acting under the identity of a Kirigakure Umbu and had no intention of stepping into the spotlight. His original plan had actually been very simple: use carrying out missions in Kirigakure as an excuse to stay far away from that guy Obito, move around more conveniently, and at the same time absorb Kirigakure's accumulated foundation in ninjutsu and secret arts over the years to strengthen himself. As for changing Kirigakure or anything like that, it really hadn't been part of his plans at the beginning. After all, he wasn't actually sincerely following Obito in some infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Joining Akatsuki and becoming his lackey had purely been forced by circumstances. When it came time to work, tossing out a couple of fire-style, great fireball jutsu counted as repaying Obito for his support. Actually work seriously? No way. However, that idea changed instantly after he learned that Obito was planning to wipe out all of Kirigakure's major Kekkai Genkai clans. Seriously? How the hell did you even come up with such a brain-dead idea? Every one of those bloodline clans had a history stretching close to 1,000 years. Never mind the Kekkai Genkai and secret arts they had passed down for generations. Even their bodies alone were a massive fortune. That was just plain wasteful. Okay? Orochimaru next door would be crying from envy. To protect his assets, no, wait, as a messenger of love and justice, he absolutely had to stop this horrifying anti-human atrocity. In the end, after a round of persuasion from him, Obito gave up on the idea of weakening Kirigakure that way and instead adopted his strategic policy of staying deeply hidden, gathering talent broadly, and moving slowly. The two hit it off immediately. After Ko staged a life-risking remonstration in front of all of Kirigakure, and after he and Obito, who was controlling the fourth Mizukage, put on a red-face white-face act together, they successfully brought Kirigakure's hidden opposition under their control. Kirigakure thus entered an era of two suns in the sky. And as the representative figure of those deeply dissatisfied with the cruelty carried out during the fourth Mizukage's rule, well, the fourth Mizukage under Obito's control, Zabuza, along with survivors of the Yuki clan who had been persecuted under those policies before that, with Haku as an example, as well as the Kagaya clan with Shikatsu Miyaku and the Hozuki clan, had all now become forces under Ko's command. On the surface, they stood in open opposition to the faction represented by the fourth Mizukage, the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. Ko pulled himself out of his memories. Looking at Haku's back gradually vanishing into the mist, he couldn't help but sigh a little. Time really passed fast. He turned his head and looked at Zabuza. In those gentle eyes, there was now a hint of seriousness. Haku has already left. It's just the two of us now so we can speak openly. You have something you want to say to me, don't you? Zabuza looked at Haku's departing figure. Only after confirming that small back had completely merged into the mist did he slowly shake his head. His expression turned serious. On that face that always carried a trace of viciousness, all that remained now was the calm and caution a ninja ought to have. That kid really does have extraordinary talent. At such a young age, he already has strength no less than a chunin, but he paused, and there was a little regret in his voice. He is not suited to being a ninja. Ko did not respond immediately. He simply looked quietly at Zabuza. There was no surprise in his eyes, no doubt, only silent permission for him to continue. Lord Sora, you should understand too. Zabuza's voice dropped lower, as if he were speaking of a fact he didn't want to admit, yet had no choice but to admit. His heart is too soft. He can't bring himself to be ruthless toward enemies. He has no guard against strangers, and he still holds on to those fantasies about this world that he shouldn't have. A person like that wouldn't survive even one day on the battlefield. His fingers unconsciously tightened around the sword hilt behind him. The ninjutsu I teach him, he learns very quickly. I teach him taijutsu and he trains hard too. But anything related to killing he is not suited to learn it. He is different from that little Kagaya brat by your side. Ko nodded in agreement. I know. His voice was calm, as if he were stating something he had already confirmed long ago. That child really isn't suited to being a ninja. Zabuza's brows furrowed slightly, as if waiting for him to say but. Ko did not say but. He merely looked at Zabuza and said meaningfully, that is exactly where a teacher like you comes in handy. Isn't it? Zabuza froze, then fell silent for a moment. His gaze landed deep in the mist, on the direction where Haku had disappeared. At some point, the hand gripping his sword hilt had already loosened. I'm not suited to getting along with someone like him. His voice was stiff, as if he were making excuses, or trying to convince himself. Ko looked at him and chuckled. Seeing that he couldn't persuade the superior in front of him, Zabuza gave up struggling. He took a deep breath, as if remembering something important, and lowered his voice even further. Lord Sora, when I came over just now, I ran into Mei Terumi. Koa's eyes narrowed slightly. She seemed to be heading toward your residence. She said she had something she wanted to discuss with you. Mei Terumi listening to Zabuza's words. The smile on Koa's face gradually faded, replaced by a thoughtful expression. Wasn't that woman busy trying to dodge the blind dates her family had arranged for her? What was she coming to him for? In an estate near the center of Kirigakure, the house was decorated very simply. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like nothing more than an ordinary residence. Wooden sliding doors, plain-colored tatami mats, a neatly trimmed pine bonsai in the corner, and a hanging scroll in the alcove with the words calm the mind written on it. There were no glittering decorations, no ornaments displaying status, and even the furniture gave off an as long as it works sort of casualness. And yet, this utterly ordinary room was the home of one of the most powerful figures in Kirigakure, the current Mizuki's assistant. Those old guys in the clan are seriously annoying me to death. What's with pushing marriage this early? What are they even trying to do? I'm only 22 this year. 22. In the living room, Ko, dressed in casual clothes, looked helplessly at the young woman on the sofa opposite him, who was still chattering away on her own, pouring out all the frustrations in her heart. She had a tall, upright figure. Her simple casual outfit in Kirigakure tones made her skin look even fairer and more delicate. Her reddish-brown long hair hung loosely over her shoulders, with a few slightly curled strands slanting across her right eye, revealing half of a cool and exquisite face. Her brows were slightly furrowed, those long, narrow brows carrying a natural chill. Dissatisfaction rippled in her emerald green eyes. Her nose bridge was high and elegant, and her soft pink lips were pressed together, full of impatience and irritation. Even though she looked like she was complaining, there was not the slightest trace of girlish coyness. Instead, she gave off a sharp, cold beauty that felt almost aggressive. Ko sat very casually, one hand propping up his cheek, the other resting on his knee, listening in obvious boredom. But if anyone looked closely into his eyes, they would find deep seriousness hidden there. Terumi Mei, born from a prominent family in the Land of Water, she was now the most trusted aide of Elder Genji, the retired senior elder of Kirigakure, and one of the village's high-level strategists. This young woman had personally experienced the Third Great Ninja War and earned outstanding military merit. Among Kirigakure's younger generation, she enjoyed extremely high prestige. If not for his own sudden rise, then without a doubt, the leader of the reform faction would have been her. Although he had successfully earned her trust through superb acting, this was still Terumi Mei, the ruthless figure who, in the original story, had noticed something was wrong with the fourth Mizuki. As the person beside Obito who understood him best right now, Ko knew very clearly just what level Obito's genjutsu had reached after Madara's personal guidance. When facing someone like this, caution was necessary. At the end of the day, what matters most right now? Do they really not understand? Terumi Mei's voice rose several degrees. A clear flush spread across that fair face, and she was obviously furious. Kirigakure finally managed to get back on the right track. As ninja of Kirigakure, fine, if they don't support us in pushing reform. But they actually told me to hurry up and get married? Is this the time to be talking about love and marriage? The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, her hands unconsciously gesturing in the air. How are we supposed to fix Kirigakure if we're stuck with that bunch of vermin? On the surface, Ko listened seriously, and with practiced ease, refilled her cup with tea. Thanks. Terumi Mei thanked him sincerely, then very properly picked up the teacup and drained it in one gulp. Hot, hot, hot. She suddenly slammed the cup down and fanned her mouth with one hand, tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. That cold, stunning face was now full of embarrassment. Looking at Terumi Mei across from him, constantly fanning her little pink tongue that had been scalded red, tears glimmering in her eyes, the corner of Ko's mouth twitched. Seriously? You're a lava release user and you're scared of hot tea? If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he probably would never have believed it. That fifth Mizukage Terumi Mei from his memory, who was always mature and steady and always in a hurry to get married, had actually been this clumsy when she was young. Though to be fair, her work attitude and sense of responsibility were not much different from the Terumi Mei in his memory. Hopefully, a few years from now, she would not regret how strongly she resisted finding a marriage partner now. That was, if she could still live to see that time. While murmuring to himself inwardly, Ko put on a gentle expression and softly tried to comfort her. Well, you can't put it like that. The elders in your family are doing it for your own good too. Humph. For my own good? Yeah, right. Enduring the pain on her tongue, Terumi Mei shot back unhappily. Her emerald eyes were full of disdain. They just want me to pass down the Kekkei Genkai of boil release and lava release as soon as possible. In the end, they just think we're destined to lose to Yagura's side, so they want to get out of the reform faction early and protect themselves. Her voice lowered, and a faint gloom appeared on that cold, beautiful face. If they hadn't stopped me from continuing the investigation back then, Ao wouldn't have. Thinking of her comrade who had mysteriously disappeared 4 years ago, Terumi Mei's expression gradually darkened. Her hand clenched involuntarily, her knuckles turning white. Ko guiltily shifted his gaze away. He coughed once, then put on a serious expression and changed the subject. All right, let's stop the small talk here. You came to see me personally, so it shouldn't just be to vent your frustrations, right? He picked up his own teacup and took a sip. The tea was cool, slightly bitter on the tongue, just enough to suppress that faint unease in his heart that he could not quite put into words. Hearing Ko's question, Terumi Mei's expression also turned serious. She switched into work mode instantly. The slight trace of resentful girlishness around her vanished at once, replaced by the cold sharpness that belonged to a Kirigakure ninja. Straightening her back, she took a scroll from her robe and placed it on the table in one clean, crisp motion. This is the detailed information you asked me to investigate before, regarding the previous Three Tails Jinchuriki plan. Her brows drew together slightly, and her tone carried a trace of heaviness. This information is absolute top secret. Even with Lord Genji's tacit approval, it still took me a great deal of effort just to find these scattered fragments. Many of the files have already been destroyed. This is all I could piece together. She paused, as if organizing her words, or perhaps digesting the unsettling content herself. After the end of the Third Great Ninja War, Kirigakure Umbu, unwilling to accept defeat, acted on their own and attempted to seal the Three Tails into a Konoha ninja's body, then trigger chaos inside Konoha. As Ko listened to Terumi Mei, the smile that had been hanging on his lips slowly disappeared. Heavy seriousness surfaced on that gentle face, impossible to conceal. His fingers stopped at the edge of the teacup, motionless. Terumi Mei seemed not to notice the change in Ko's expression and continued her analysis calmly. How could anyone come up with such a stupid plan? Sending the Three Tails, one of the village's strategic core assets, into Konoha? This plan is full of holes from start to finish. Even the most extreme war faction wouldn't make such an irrational decision. Her gaze sharpened. Deep within those emerald eyes was a certainty that was almost instinctive. I suspect that behind this plan there must be enough. Stop there. Ko cut her off in a stiff tone. His voice was not loud, but it was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing Terumi Mei's momentum to continue analyzing. The living room fell silent for a moment. Only the wind outside lightly stirred the paper sliding door, making a faint rustling sound. Ku, you. Terumi Mei looked at the unusually stern Ko in front of her and was at a loss for words. She had never heard Ku speak in that kind of tone. He was always gentle, always calm, like a bottomless pool of water. Now that sudden ripple in that pool made her feel a strange unease. Ko's expression switched in an instant. The heaviness on his face was replaced by an easy smile. The change was so fast that even Terumi Mei failed to catch the transition. I'll handle this matter myself. You don't need to worry about it. His tone was gentle, like he was soothing a startled child. Knowing too much about some things isn't a good thing. Terumi Mei hesitated for a moment. Her gaze stayed on Ko's face for several seconds, as if trying to confirm something. Then she nodded. Though somewhat unwilling, she ultimately chose to trust him. She believed that if Ko said this, then he must have his reasons. As his companion, she had no reason not to trust the man before her, the man who had changed Kirigakure. At that thought, she felt a wave of reassurance and looked at the seemingly ordinary yet extraordinarily capable young man before her with trusting eyes. Then next, let's talk about something else. Ko's brow twitched slightly. There's something else? Looking at Terumi Mei in front of him, a trace of confusion rose in Ko's heart. He silently waited for her to continue, his expression still as gentle and composed as ever. Terumi Mei looked serious. In those emerald-green eyes of hers, a barely suppressed excitement flickered. I found it. A way for us to deal with Yagura as the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. As she spoke, Terumi Mei pulled a map from her clothes and spread it out on the table. It was an old, yellowed map, covered in dense markings and water-pattern symbols. A remnant from the Warring States period. An Uzumaki clan ruin that holds sealing techniques. A Warring States period ruin of the Uzumaki clan? Ko looked at the yellowed map on the table, his brows slightly furrowing, his voice carrying a trace of unconcealed surprise. That's right. Terumi Mei nodded with complete certainty, the long-suppressed excitement flashing in her green eyes. She raised a finger and tapped the red-circled location in the center of the map, her tone full of excitement. I found this by accident in Kirigakure's intelligence room while investigating the Three-Tails Jinchuriki project from back then. She paused, as if organizing her words, or perhaps suppressing the anticipation almost spilling out of her heart. You know, the Uzumaki clan specialized in sealing techniques. If we follow this map and find the Uzumaki clan ruins from the Warring States period, then maybe we can obtain the lost sealing techniques hidden inside. Her voice rose several degrees, and her eyes nearly seemed to shine. And sealing techniques are the natural enemy of the tailed beasts. Ko remained silent, his gaze lingering on the map for a long time. He did not respond immediately. He simply picked up his teacup and slowly took a sip. The tea had already gone cold. Its bitterness spread across his tongue, just enough to cover the surging thoughts in his heart. Terumi Mei seemed not to notice his silence and continued her deduction, her tone becoming more and more certain. The reason we still can't bring down that bastard Yagura, even with the support of most of Kirigakure, is definitely not those stubborn old fools behind him. The biggest reason is his overwhelming strength as the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. Her voice dropped, and a trace of fear flashed through those green eyes. As a Kirigakure elite who had personally experienced the Third Great Ninja War, she knew very well just how terrifying the power of a tailed beast truly was. That was an existence capable of changing the course of a war by itself. Her fingers unconsciously tightened, her knuckles turning pale. If we don't have a way to suppress the tailed beast's power, then once Yagura as the Three-Tails Jinchuriki goes berserk inside the village, Kirigakure's fate will only be more disastrous than Konoha during the Nine-Tails incident. Even a village as strong as Konoha fell into an unprecedented period of weakness after suffering the tragedy of a tailed beast rampage. Let alone Kirigakure, which is already all show and no substance now. She raised her head and looked straight into Ko's eyes, her tone full of fear and resolve. If we don't have a way to suppress the tailed beast, then we can't completely bring him down, and Kirigakure's Reform 1T be able to continue. But as long as we have a stable way to deal with a tailed beast, then we'll have the confidence to defeat Yagura and his side. Listening to Terumi Mei's confident words, Ko looked at the map on the table and fell into deep thought. The sealing techniques in the Uzumaki clan ruins? He muttered to himself inwardly, sudden realization dawning on him. No wonder Terumi Mei and the others were able to defeat Yagura in the original story, even as the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. So that was why? He had always found it strange. How had Kirigakure, which Obito had turned into that kind of hell in the original story, managed to defeat Yagura, the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, so easily, and even before Obito had time to come support him? At the time, the only one in all of Kirigakure who could really stand out was Terumi Mei. Even with Aos Byakugan's support, she still should not have been a match for Yagura, who was being controlled by Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan Jinjutsu. After all, with Obito's skill in Jinjutsu, even remote control would have allowed Yagura, under Mangekyo Jinjutsu, to activate complete tailed beast transformation the moment he sensed danger. Whether that would expose him or not was another matter, but Kirigakure would definitely have suffered heavy damage, and he could have used that time to rush over. Even if he didn't wipe out Terumi Mei and the others, he still could have recovered the Three-Tails. There was no way things should have ended with the Three-Tails dying together with Yagura. In the original story, the death of the Three-Tails was definitely not part of Obito's plan. Thinking about it that way, if there really had been the Uzumaki clan's lost sealing techniques, then everything made sense. Ko shifted his gaze away from the map and let it fall on the excited woman before him. Even though he already believed most of it in his heart, he still put on a doubtful look and seriously asked, "Is the information on this map reliable?" His voice was not loud, but it carried unquestionable seriousness. Terumi May nodded with complete confidence and answered steadily, I've investigated it. This map came from the gains Kirigakure obtained from the Uzumaki clan territory in Yuzushigakure after participating in the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools during the Second Great Ninja War. At this point, her tone clearly lowered, and a trace of complicated emotion flashed through her green eyes. Although most of the Uzumaki clan's inheritance was lost or destroyed in that war, this map was indeed preserved and has been kept in one of Kirigakure's secret chambers for years. Ko gave a slight nod. His fingers lightly brushed the edge of the map, the motion very slow, as if he were touching a piece of history long buried by dust. As he listened to Terumi May's explanation, he instantly caught the flaw in it. His brows drew together slightly, and a sharp glint flashed in those gentle eyes. Then over all these years, Kirigakure never sent anyone to investigate it? Terumi May fell silent for a moment. Her lips moved, as if she wanted to say something, but the words never came out. Those emerald eyes lowered, her lashes trembling slightly, as if avoiding something. Under Ko's serious gaze, one that carried almost no emotion at all, she finally spoke. Her voice sounded a little dejected, carrying an indescribable regret. Of course Kirigakure sent people to investigate. She paused, and her voice dropped even lower. During the third Mizukage's reign, he sent people more than once. He even dispatched more than one elite ANBU squad. But in the end, her voice fell so low it was almost inaudible. Not a single one came back alive. The living room went quiet for a moment. Outside the window, the mist seemed to grow even thicker, seeping in through the cracks with a damp, chilly air. No one knew what they had encountered there. Not one of those sent out had brought back any information. Not even their bodies were ever found. She raised her head. In those emerald green eyes was an indescribable mixture of regret and bitterness. If only Ao were still here at a time like this. As if suddenly realizing who was sitting across from her, her words came to an abrupt stop, and she said no more. Her lips pressed together slightly, and a faint, hard-to-detect awkwardness appeared on that cold and beautiful face. But even without her finishing, Ko understood what she had meant. As expected, a faint curve appeared at the corner of Ko's mouth, so light it was almost like a crack too small to see. The key to breaking into that ruin is Aos Byakugan. You don't need to say any more. I won't agree to let you go looking for that ruin. Ko sat upright in his chair, his back perfectly straight. The gentle face he usually wore was now filled with stern righteousness. Why? Terumi May spoke somewhat excitedly, her body leaning forward slightly. Those emerald green eyes of hers were full of undisguised urgency. For the first time, that cold and beautiful face revealed something close to pleading. It wasn't easy to finally find a chance to break the deadlock. As long as we can find the Uzumaki clan's lost sealing jutsu in that ruin, we can break the current standoff with Yagura. Only by completely bringing down those stubborn fools who still support the bloody mispolicy can Kirigakure's reforms truly be carried out. Only then will Kirigakure have a bright future. Her voice kept rising, growing faster and more urgent, as if she were trying to persuade Ko, and also trying to persuade herself. But that's under the condition that everything goes in the most ideal way. Ko replied calmly. His voice was not loud, yet it was like a wall, firmly blocking Terumi May's surging words. He looked at her, and in those gentle eyes was the calm of someone who had seen through all illusions. Have you ever thought about what will happen to our reform faction if you end up like those Kirigakure ANBU who went to investigate before and never came back? Hearing Ko's words, Terumi May's response stopped right at her lips. The urgency on that cold, beautiful face gradually froze, replaced by an indescribable complexity. She wanted to argue, but the words circled around in her throat several times and simply refused to come out. Seeing Terumi May react exactly as he had expected, Ko smiled faintly inwardly. His face still carried that serious expression as he steadily refuted her. Do you really think the reason we've been able to stand against Yagura and his side is because we have the support of most of Kirigakure? Ko's gaze rested on Terumi May's face. If you said that out loud, I'm afraid even you wouldn't believe it. Terumi May's breathing stalled slightly. Looking at Terumi May, whose imposing momentum was gradually weakening, Ko continued his manipulation. His tone was unhurried, every sentence sounding as if it had been carefully calculated. The reason we've been able to force Kirigakure's reforms forward despite Yagura and the conservative faction under him blocking us is absolutely not just because we have the support of most of our comrades in Kirigakure, including Lord Genji. The most important reason is that on our side, besides Yagura, there are only 2 Kage-level experts in Kirigakure, you and me. Ko lightly tapped a finger on the tabletop. The sound was soft, but it was like setting down an unshakable fact. It's precisely because you and I serve as deterrents that Yagura, as the 4th Mizukage and the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, has not purged the reform faction. That's why we've been able to contend against him over these 4 years, even gain the upper hand, and successfully push through part of the reforms. He paused, his tone turning even more serious. Not to mention whether this map is real, or whether that ruin truly contains the Uzumaki clan's lost sealing jutsu. Even if it does, letting you go in alone is too risky. If anything happens to you, all of our efforts will go to waste. We can't afford that price. That was half true, half false. From Terumi Mei and the others' perspective, his reasoning was indeed correct. But in reality, the current standoff within Kirigakure was a situation Ko had deliberately created together with Obito. What Ko wanted was neither a weak, pathetic Kirigakure poisoned by the bloody mist policy, nor a fully reformed Kirigakure walking the road to revival. What he wanted was a Kirigakure that would gradually improve through reform, steadily provide him with help, and, with its current level of strength, have no ability to threaten his life. Only when Ko could be certain that he had enough strength to completely control all of Kirigakure would he consider thoroughly pushing its reforms forward. In the end, his own life and interests came first. The masked self clad in a false identity had never truly belonged here to begin with. Ko spoke these half-true, half-false words, then looked at Terumi Mei across from him with a serious expression. There was an unquestionable firmness in his gaze, and that firmness was real. He truly did not want her to go throw her life away. It was just that the reason was perhaps not quite what she thought. Terumi Mei fell silent. She lowered her head, those emerald green eyes staring at the tabletop, yet seeing nothing. Her hands hung weakly at her sides, and her whole body looked as if some strength had been drained from it. She knew that everything Ko said was reality. How could she not understand his reasoning? It was just that Kirigakure had only just finally seen a glimmer of hope ahead, and the pressure from her clan and the uncertainty of the road forward had made her anxious. In the end, she made a decision she normally would never have made lightly, and came before this companion she trusted most aside from Lord Genji, hoping to gain his support. But now, it seemed she really had been too impatient. Ko noticed Terumi Mei's wavering. In those gentle eyes, a trace of satisfaction flashed by, too subtle to detect. He continued coaxing her, his tone growing softer, like he was soothing a startled cat. I believe that if it were the usual you would be thought of all this very quickly. You're just too tired and a little too anxious. There was a bit more concern in his voice. Take the next 2 days to rest properly. As for work, I'll have someone temporarily handle it in your place. Ko's gaze landed on the map, and his eyes grew meaningful. His fingers lightly rubbed along the edge of the map. As for investigating the Uzumaki clan ruins, let us stop here. He raised his head and looked at Terumi Mei, his tone still gentle. The waters here run too deep. You can't handle them. As Ko spoke, he observed Terumi Mei's expression. Seeing no particular change, he suppressed the secret joy in his heart and very naturally rolled up the map with great care and put it away. Just let Big Brother Ko handle it for you. He silently added in his heart. Ko put away the map with complete naturalness, while his face still wore that righteous expression. He spoke to Terumi Mei in a solemn tone, as if making some kind of vow. I'll keep this map in my care for now. When the time is right, we can discuss investigating the Uzumaki ruins again. Looking into Ko's sincere eyes, the restless heart in Terumi Mei's chest gradually calmed down. Her breathing steadied, her shoulders no longer tense, and the surging emotions in those emerald green eyes slowly settled. She nodded slowly. The motion was light, yet carried trust from the bottom of her heart. Whenever she felt irritated or depressed, she could always find peace by Ko's side. Even she herself did not understand why. Clearly, as a Kirigakure ninja who had grown up in such a cruel environment since childhood, she should never have trusted anyone. She looked at Ko before her, the corners of her lips lifting slightly into a faint smile. Thank you, Ko. Ko looked at the beautiful woman smiling brightly before him and froze for a moment. But in only an instant, he immediately revealed that gentle and sincere smile again, the kind no one could find any fault with. There's no need to be so polite. We're comrades, aren't we? Comrades. Terumi Mei repeated that word in her heart. At some point, a faint flush had risen onto her fair cheeks. She looked at Ko in front of her and replied with a smile. Ko continued talking with Mei Terumi. From the state of Kirigakure to the little details of their daily lives, the two chatted in a completely relaxed way. Those topics were light and scattered, like dust floating in the afternoon sunlight. Not worth mentioning, yet enough to make the whole room feel warm. Time passed little by little. At some point, the light of the setting sun filtered through the window and spilled into the room. The light was orange-red, warm and gentle, dyeing the entire room in a soft tone. The mist thinned in the sunset, as if it had been melted away by that warmth. Noticing it was getting late, Mei Terumi stood up and straightened her collar. I should head back. There are still some documents I need to handle. Ko opened the door and stood at the entrance, smiling into the mist as he waved her off. His figure stood in the doorway, stretched by the setting sun into a long shadow. That shadow fell into the mist, hazy and blurred, like a faded painting. After only a few steps, Mei Terumi suddenly stopped. She turned around and looked at the figure waving at her. The sunset fell across her face, coating her outline in a layer of warm gold. Her lips moved slightly. In those emerald green eyes, a cautious glimmer had appeared at some point, as if she were afraid of being rejected. She paused, and a trace of nervousness entered her voice, one even she herself had not noticed. We should count as friends, right? Right now, she looked nothing like her usual cold beauty or serious self. At this moment, she did not look like a powerful ninja at all. She looked more like an ordinary girl her age. The sunset shone through the mist, illuminating her beautiful hair and fair skin. Her cheeks carried a flush, making it impossible to tell whether it came from the evening glow or not. Looking at the beautiful girl before him, Ko was absent-minded for a moment. What surfaced in his mind was a memory from many years ago. Under Konoha's sunset, a short-haired girl stood in front of him and Obito, smiling brightly into the fading light. The wind lifted her hair and let it stream in the air like a flag. Ko? Mei Terumi's voice pulled him back to reality. His mind snapped back at once, and a trace of dimness flashed through his eyes. That dimness was faint and vanished in an instant. He looked at Mei Terumi in front of him and said with a smile, "What are you saying? We've known each other for 4 years already." There was laughter in his voice, just like usual. Yeah. Mei Terumi turned to look at the sunset, slightly lost in thought. Without realizing it, 4 years had already passed since their meeting when she was 18. Back then, she never would have imagined that she would come to trust this suspicious guy from the Kirigakure Umbu so much. She looked at Ko. His smile was still the same as when they first met 4 years ago, unchanged in the slightest. After hesitating for a moment, she softly called out, "Ko. HM?" She looked deeply at him and said with layered meaning, "When we win the next Mizukage of Kirigakure. I hope it's you." Ko fell silent for a moment. Who can say what the future holds? His voice was light, so light it almost sounded like he was speaking to himself.
Yeah. Mei Terumi smiled.
There was no disappointment in that smile, only a clear and bright understanding. But at the very least we're already able to talk about the future now, aren't we? She paused, and there was a little more emotion in her voice. That was something we never would have even dared imagine before. All of this is thanks to you. Her gaze fell on Ko's face. In that gaze were gratitude and admiration. If there's really someone who can change Kirigakure, change this cruel ninja world, I believe that person must be you. After saying that, she waved her hand with her usual crispness and walked away with light steps. Her figure grew farther and farther in the afterglow of the setting sun, little by little swallowed by the mist, until it finally disappeared at the end of the street. Ko stood there blankly, as if digesting what she had just said. His eyes stayed on that empty street. Only after her figure had completely vanished from sight did he slowly come back to himself. Heh, what's wrong with me? I actually got hard-controlled by just a few words. He mocked himself inwardly, and his smile was full of bitterness. He turned around and closed the door with heavy steps. The door shut softly behind him, sealing out the sunset and the mist. The room now seemed a little dim like his current mood. Ko leaned against the door, his body sinking slightly, like a string that had been taut for too long finally loosening. His gaze landed on the ceiling, then on the lamp that had not been lit. His voice was hoarse, carrying a weariness too tangled to describe. A guy who can't even save himself. What right does he have to talk about saving others? Being able to stay alive is already not bad. Whether those words were meant for the departed Mei Terumi or for himself, even Ko did not understand. He just stood there, leaning against the door, like a tree bent by the wind but not yet fallen. Ko shook his head somewhat irritably. It's just a performance, just a role I've been playing. What am I sighing over here for? His voice grew a little louder, as if he were trying to convince himself. Don't tell me I'm really getting old?
Impossible.
Absolutely impossible. If you don't count mental age, I'm only 22. I'm still young. He kept complaining in his head, as if trying to use it to suppress the emotions that had just surfaced. While comforting himself, he pulled that map out from his clothes. The last strand of sunset slipped through the window and landed on the yellowed paper, illuminating the dense markings and faded ink. Those twisting lines looked like some ancient script long lost to time, as if they were telling him something. A deep red gleam flashed through his eyes. 3 black tomo slowly rotated across his irises, deep and cold. He carefully examined the map before him. Every mark, every line, every detail was captured fully by those eyes. The Uzumaki clan ruins. He murmured softly, and there was a trace of anticipation in his voice. I hope you won't disappoint me, but before that, he carefully rolled up the map and put it away. I should go collect it first. Madara's legacy in prison. The moment his words fell, his figure vanished from where he stood. There was no afterimage, no sound of wind, no fluctuation of chakra. He simply disappeared into thin air, as if he had never existed there at all. Only the window, which had originally been shut but was now open, silently showed what had just happened. Mist poured in from outside, carrying a faint chill and dampness. The sun had fully sunk below the horizon, and the sky had turned a deep purplish gray. In the distance, A few lights lit up, spreading rings of warm glow through the mist. The window remained open, and no one went to close it. Mizukage building, conference room. The corridor was silent, with only occasional footsteps coming faintly from afar. This building was the core of Kirigakure's power, but at this moment, felt more like a tomb, quiet, cold, giving off the stench of decay. The door to the conference room was tightly shut. Behind it, the lighting was dim. Only a few wall lamps above the long table were lit, and their yellow light barely illuminated the faces seated around it. Some of those faces were aged. Some were covered in wrinkles and some had cloudy eyes. But without exception, they all wore the same expression: anxiety. Recently, those youngsters from the Reform faction have been getting more and more arrogant. They're completely ignoring us. A gray-haired old man suddenly slammed the table. The sound echoed through the spacious conference room, making the wall lamps tremble slightly. His face was full of indignation. Since Lord 3rd Mizukage's time, the bloody mist policy has gone through decades of development and produced countless elites for Kirigakure. That is the foundation of Kiri's strength. How dare that group of juniors speak so wildly and deny the decisions of their predecessors? They're simply stupid beyond belief. Another middle-aged man immediately chimed in. Exactly. Could they possibly be wiser than the previous Mizukage? Their so-called reform is nothing but blind nonsense. Especially that brat Shina Sora. The old man who had spoken first abruptly raised his voice. His wrinkled face flushed red with rage. Has he forgotten who was the one that promoted him? If I had known it would come to this, I never should have handed Hiramakerii to him and let him become one of the new generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. That ungrateful bastard probably stopped seeing us elders as worth anything a long time ago, and that fellow even bewitched those stupid villagers. The person beside him immediately picked up the thread, his tone filled with anger. He openly led the villagers in opposing Lord Mizukage's wise leadership. Those people are no ordinary rebels anymore. We must strike them hard. Give the order, Lord Mizukage. As long as you personally take action, you'll definitely be able to wipe out that mob with ease. Kirigakure will become the village of the bloody mist once again. That's right. Give the order, Lord Mizukage. Everyone joined in at once. Their voices overlapped, twisting into a wave of sound that kept echoing through the conference room. At the center of the room, a young boy sat in a chair. He was not tall and his face was still childish. He looked no older than 12 or 13. But no one dared to underestimate the boy in front of them because of that youthful appearance. Yagura Karatachi, Kirigakure's 4th Mizukage, the current Three Tails Jinchuriki, and also the only support left to Kiri's steadily declining conservative faction. What an ugly sight. At Yagura's side stood a tall man with a shark-like appearance, looking at the pretentious big shots in front of him with mocking amusement in his small eyes. His skin was dark blue, and his face had gill-like markings. His whole body gave off the feeling of some monster that had crawled out of the deep sea. Kisame Hashigaki, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, wielder of the great sword Samahata, and at the same time the current Mizukage guard captain and head of the Umbu. He stood quietly at Yagura's side, but in those small eyes of his, unconcealed contempt flickered. Because Lord Sora's reforms in Kirigakure had harmed their interests, they were now so anxious to coax Lord Mizukage into making the first move. The Reform faction was currently powerful. Once a full-scale war truly broke out, it would only plunge Kirigakure into chaos unlike anything before. They probably understood that very well. Or was that exactly what they wanted? They wanted Lord Mizukage and the Reform faction to wound each other, while they sat back at the end and reaped the benefits. Disgusting. These hypocritical people really were nauseating. Kisame forcefully suppressed the disgust in his heart, his small eyes sweeping coldly across the old men who were still chattering endlessly. Yagura stared emptily at the people before him. There was no focus in those eyes, no emotion, not even the slightest trace of the light a living person should have. He simply sat there like a divine statue placed upon an altar, listening to the devout prayers of his believers. Those sincere admonitions, those righteous shouts, those performances of concern for the nation and the people, all of them played out before him one by one. After a long while he finally spoke. His voice was flat, without the slightest rise or fall. If all you have to say is this useless nonsense, then this meeting ends here. The moment those words fell, the heated atmosphere instantly cooled. The entire conference room fell into silence. Those old men still had their mouths open, their expressions still frozen in the indignation of the previous second, but no sound came out anymore. It was as if someone had pressed pause on them. One by one, they stiffened in place with only their eyeballs shifting uneasily. One old man unwillingly spoke up. But, Lord Mizukage, his words stopped abruptly. In a single instant, his entire head and half his body were torn apart. Blood burst from the mangled break, splattering across the entire conference table and onto everyone around him. No one present said a single word. They only stared in terror at Kisame, who had appeared behind the corpse at some unknown moment, and at the enormous samahata in his hand, its bandages now soaked in blood. The bandages on the blade trembled slightly, as if savoring the taste of blood. The barbs on the sword's body were spread open, and blood was still dripping down from them. In the deathly silent conference room, that sound was horrifyingly clear. Kisame's face had no expression at all. He stood there, using those small eyes to coldly sweep over every single person present. Yagura still sat in his chair, his gaze empty, his face expressionless. His voice rang out again, still in that mechanical tone devoid of fluctuation. What I do is not for you to instruct. Remember this. I am Kirigakure-S Mizukichi. He raised his chin slightly, those hollow eyes sweeping over the trembling old men. If you understand, then get out. As soon as those words fell, those great figures who had been speaking so righteously just moments ago instantly fled the conference room in panic, as if escaping for their lives. The room fell quiet. Blood was still dripping down from that now empty chair, landing on the smooth floor with faint sounds. The heavy smell of blood spread through the air. In the entire conference room, only Yagura, still seated in his place, and Kisame, his body stained with blood, remained. Kisame stood there, his gaze falling in the direction those fleeing old men had disappeared. His small eyes were filled with unconcealed disgust. TSK, TSK. A wild, careless voice slowly sounded from the corner of the conference room. A perfectly good meeting room got turned into this mess. Can only say that really does live up to Kirigakure-S style, huh? The voice paused, and its tone gained a bit more mockery. If only that one in Konoha could learn from this too. If that happened, I wouldn't have needed to defect. Kisame's pupils contracted slightly. He abruptly turned his head and looked toward the source of the voice. In the shadows at the corner of the conference room, an extra person had appeared at some point. He was a tall, straight-backed young man. His black hair was tied into a short braid, with a few loose strands falling over his forehead, making his handsome face look a little unruly and roguish. He wore the Akatsuki uniform, but at the moment it hung loosely on him, like he had just thrown it on carelessly. He sat with one leg crossed over the other, his feet casually resting on the conference table in front of him. A half-smile curved across that handsome face. He ignored the fourth Mizukichi Yagura, who sat in the center like a machine without saying a word, and looked teasingly at Kisame across from him. Uchiha Tō. At this moment, he had already released the transformation jutsu and revealed his original appearance. That face was completely different from the Shina Sora who had stirred up the winds and clouds in Kirigakure. The gentle disguise was gone. The humble facade was gone. What remained was only the calmness and sharp edge of a true powerhouse, completely undisguised. Kisame looked at Ko in front of him, and a trace of surprise flashed through those small eyes of his. What incredible concealment ability! A hint of admiration flashed through his eyes, and the corners of his mouth stiffly pulled into a friendly smile. On his shark-like face, that smile looked a little strange, but the respect in his eyes was incomparably genuine. Ah, Lord Sora. No, I should be calling you Lord Ko now. He slowly put away Samahata in his hand and gave a slight bow toward Ko, his posture humble and solemn. My apologies. I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Ko shook his head and waved his hand with a smile. No need to mind it. He extended one hand, and the lazy look in those black eyes faded a little. We can save the small talk for later. Let us talk business first. The thing Madara wanted to hand over to me is with you right now, I assent it? The smell of blood in the meeting room still had not faded. Hearing Ko's words, Kisame nodded. He did not ask any extra questions. He simply reached behind himself and slowly drew out Samahata. His fingers pressed against the bandages, and chakra stirred slightly. The white strips of cloth loosened like living creatures. Samahata woke up. The ferocious mouth on the blade slowly opened, revealing rows of teeth like reversed barbs. Under Ko's deadpan expression, Kisame very naturally stuck his hand into Samahata's huge mouth. His hand groped around in Samahata's throat a few times, then pulled out a somewhat old scroll from inside. The scroll was not big. The paper had already yellowed, and the corners were worn. It looked like it had quite a few years on it. There were no words written on it. There was only a clan crest worn somewhat blurry by time, the Uchiha fan symbol. Is this thing Doraemon's four-dimensional pocket or something? Ko silently mocked in his heart. He reached out and took the old scroll from Kisame's hand with a bit of disgust. To be able to hand the swordsmanship insights of the legendary Uchiha Izuna over to you. Kisame watched Ko take the scroll, and the corners of his shark-like mouth spread into a friendly smile. That lord truly trusts you a great deal. Trust? Ko repeated the word in his heart with disdain. His fingers rubbed along the edge of the scroll, and an almost imperceptible chill flashed through those black eyes. If that lunatic really trusted me, he wouldn't have kept rushing over here back when I had just arrived in Kirigakure. If he wasn't worried about me, if he didn't suspect me, then what? Was it just because he simply missed me, his former friend? Trust him? Uchiha Obito, the guy who killed his teacher and wiped out his own clan? Quit joking around with Brother Ko. No one understood Uchiha Obito better than he did. To him now, Uchiha Obito was nothing more than a stranger wearing a mask, calling himself Uchiha Madara, with countless lives' blood on his hands. That faint fantasy he had once held, that Obito still had some conscience left, had completely vanished after Ko learned that he had still taken part in the Uchiha clan massacre in the end. In his heart, that former friend, the kind Uchiha Obito, was already dead. What remained alive now was only a sinner with blood all over his hands. A sinner Ko would personally end one day, sooner or later. For the sake of the dead Uchiha clansman, for the sake of that former Uchiha Obito, and even more for himself, he forcibly suppressed the thoughts in his heart. His face still wore that casual look, as if he were only listening to something that had nothing to do with him. His fingers casually undid the string on the scroll. As he opened it, he responded perfunctorily, "If we're talking about trust, you're not bad yourself. As far as I know, that guy trusts you quite a lot. After all, if he didn't trust you, how could he have sent you to watch me?" He silently added that part in his heart, with a trace of self-mockery in his tone. "Me?" A trace of surprise flashed through Kisame's eyes, and a rare, complicated expression appeared on that stiff face of his. He fell silent for a moment. Those small eyes looked toward Ko, then shifted away, as if weighing something. "A guy like me isn't someone worthy of being trusted." Ko did not look up. While seriously reading through the contents of the scroll, he answered naturally, "Is that so? I think you really are someone worthy of trust." This was something Ko genuinely meant. Whether as a shinobi or as a companion, Kisame was one of the very few people Ko truly acknowledged from the bottom of his heart. This had nothing to do with strength. It came from an overwhelming difference in will and resolve. He had seen far too many people, but very few were like Kisame, someone who clearly knew what kind of person he was, clearly knew what he wanted to do, and never sought any excuse for it. Kisame did not hide behind a mask. He did not use pretty words like "for the village," "for peace," or "for the greater good" to decorate his actions. He simply did what he believed was right, and then gave everything he had for it. It was precisely because Ko knew clearly that he was the type of person who placed his own life and safety in absolute first place that he truly admired someone like Kisame from the bottom of his heart. If it were him, anyway, he absolutely would not throw away his life just to complete a mission or for some ideal of a beautiful world in his heart. Hearing Ko's reply, the natural smile on Kisame's face instantly froze. His eyes widened slightly, and those small eyes were filled with unconcealable shock. He opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to say something, but after thinking for a while, he finally closed it again and said nothing. His expression returned to calm. It was just that there was now something extra in those eyes, something hard to describe. After roughly going through the scroll in his hand once, Ko confirmed that it really was Uchiha Izuna's swordsmanship. He carefully rolled it back up, tucked it into his clothes, then raised his head and looked at Kisame. "All right, I've received the item." His voice returned to its usual casual tone. "I'm leaving first." He stood up, lowered the foot he had been resting on the table, and straightened his collar. Those black eyes swept across the meeting room, across the splattered bloodstains, and across the Mizukage who was still sitting in the chair with hollow eyes. His gaze paused on Yagura for a moment, and a trace of almost imperceptible sympathy flashed through those eyes. If not for that guy Obito, Kirigakure probably would have completed its reforms under his leadership long ago. Huh? Though, with someone like me who's also using him and Kirigakure, I don't really have the right to sympathize. He sighed inwardly, then his figure flashed, and he vanished from the spot in an instant. He disappeared just like that, out of thin air, as if he had never existed at all. This level of body flicker technique. Truly incredible. Kisame looked at the spot where Ko had left, his small eyes full of amazement. It's practically like the space-time ninjutsu used by that legendary yellow flash of the leaf. He stood there, looking at that corner that was already completely empty, for a long time, recalling Ko's words from just now. Kisame's small eyes were full of confusion. "I think you really are someone worthy of trust." That sentence echoed in his mind, again and again. A moment later, Kisame lowered his head and muttered in a low, emotional voice, I understand you a little now, Madara-sama. Ko-sama really is the kind of terrifying person people can't help but start liking." Outside the window, the mist surged silently. That white fog wrapped the entire village in a hazy silence. Kisame stood there, quietly guarding the Mizukage sitting in the chair, someone who was no longer human. On the outskirts of Kirigakure, outside a hidden lava cave, night had already fallen. In the forest, the trees revealed twisted branches through the mist, like hands stretching up from underground, trying to grab something. The puddles in the swamp reflected faint moonlight, flickering with an eerie silver glow in the fog. Ko carried a basket in his hand. It was woven from bamboo strips, and inside were ingredients he had bought from the market. A few rice balls, a bag of snacks, and some fresh vegetables and meat. He passed through the mist, avoiding the cover of the forest and swamp, skillfully circling around dangerous terrain that ordinary people could never cross. He arrived at the cave entrance. The entrance was not large. It was hidden beneath vines and moss. If someone were not deliberately searching for it, they would never notice there was a cave here. Ko stood at the entrance and formed hand seals with both hands, undoing the genjutsu he had carefully arranged there. After the genjutsu was removed, what appeared was a layer of sealing jutsu covered in runes. He skillfully formed several more seals and undid the sealing jutsu as well. The cave entrance revealed its true appearance. Ko stepped into the cave. Inside it was a whole different world. At the entrance was a long, narrow passage, and several glowing pearls were embedded into the rock walls on both sides, giving off a faint, cold light. After walking through the passage, the view suddenly opened up. It was a massive underground space, remodeled to resemble a residence. There was a living room, a bedroom, a study, and even a small kitchen. Wooden tables and chairs were placed in the living room. An oil lamp sat on the table, its wick still flickering softly. There was a bookshelf in the corner, filled with all kinds of books and scrolls. This was a base that belonged to him alone. Even Obito knew nothing about this place. Master! As Ko stepped into the residence, a red figure threw herself into his arms along with a crisp, childlike voice. It was a petite red-haired girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old. Her hair was a vivid red, her skin fair, her features delicate. Her big eyes were curved into crescents at the moment, full of joy. Ko fondly stroked the girl's red hair. In those eyes of his, which always carried a hint of disguise, there was now a relaxation he had never shown outside. "I'm back, Karen." His voice was soft, carrying a smile. Karen lifted her head and looked at Ko with complete attachment. The corners of her mouth curved into a big smile, bright as a clear day rarely seen in Kirigakure. "Welcome home, master." Ko looked at the girl in front of him and smiled as he nodded. His gaze swept across the cave that had been remodeled into something warm and comfortable. This place was both his secret base and the only place in the ninja world he could now call home. Smiling, Ko handed the basket in his hand to Karen. The basket was woven from bamboo strips, and droplets condensed from the marketess mist still clung to the handle. Karen took the basket, and her dark eyes curved into crescents. Her mouth said that master had just restocked the house not long ago, and there was no need to buy all this again. But her 2 little hands held the basket tightly, as if afraid someone might snatch it away. No matter what, she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. Her little face was full of happiness. Looking at Karen in front of him, the smile on Ko's lips deepened a little more. He reached out and rubbed the top of her head. "When I wasn't home, did you train properly?" Karen looked at Ko somewhat helplessly and couldn't help complaining. "Master's shadow clone has been at home supervising my training the whole time, so why ask something that obvious?" Ko coughed awkwardly, but his face quickly switched to an extremely serious expression. He straightened his back, cleared his throat, and loudly declared in the tone of announcing major news, "Then to celebrate your training results, we're having a feast tonight." "Yay!" Karen's eyes instantly lit up. Hugging the basket, she jumped up, that mass of red hair drawing a cheerful arc through the air. "I'll go wash the vegetables." Before her words had even fully fallen, she had already bounced off toward the kitchen like a little red rabbit. Watching Karen's skipping figure, Ko couldn't help revealing a relaxed smile. During these 4 years, he had not simply stayed in Kirigakure the whole time, quietly developing himself. About 3 years ago, Obito had either completely started trusting him or had something more important to deal with, and stopped coming over so frequently. That chilling feeling of being watched gradually disappeared as well. Taking advantage of that hard-won period of freedom, he had one of his shadow clones remain behind in Kirigakure in his place, while his real body left the village and headed to Mount Sumeru to try his luck. He wanted to see if he could find Hiriko, who had defected from Konoha during the Third Great Ninja War. After all, the Chimera technique really was an extremely powerful secret jutsu, and at the time when he desperately wanted to grow stronger to protect himself, it was highly tempting. However, when he arrived at Mount Sumeru and searched every single peak, he still found no trace of Hiriko. After concluding that Hiriko probably had not yet come to Mount Sumeru to establish his base, and thinking about how Obito could return to Kirigakure at any time, Ko could only choose to give up for the moment. But since he had already come all this way, walking away with no gains at all really left him unwilling to accept it. After thinking it over carefully, he remembered that Mount Sumeru lay in the border region between the land of earth and the land of grass. Combining that with the current point in the timeline, he thought of Karen and her mother, who might already be in Kusagakure at this time. So he set off for Kusagakure. When he arrived there, it happened to be right after Karen's mother had just died. Those Kusagakure ninja, people who cruelly squeezed every bit of value out of the mother and daughter, were just about to turn their poisonous hands toward the little girl who was clutching her mother's corpse and wailing in grief. He killed every Kusagakure ninja there, partly because of their disgusting actions, and partly to vent the emotions he had suppressed for so long. In the end, he saved Karen, who was clutching her mother's corpse and crying her heart out. Considering Karen's Uzumaki bloodline and her own special ability, Ko did not openly raise her together with Kimimaro, Haku, Hozuki Suigetsu, and the others. Instead, he took her in as his disciple and let her live in his base until now. Looking at Karen's departing figure, Ko could not help sighing. Time really flies. That little girl who had once curled up in a pool of blood and cried her heart out had now grown into a young girl who would smile and throw herself into his arms, who would help him wash vegetables and cook. Without realizing it, he had already come to see Karen as a little sister. Only in front of this child, blank as a sheet of white paper, could he put down all his guard and show his truest self. Master, help me get the stool. I can't reach the cutting board. Karen's voice came from the direction of the kitchen, carrying a bit of urgency. Ko's thoughts were pulled back to reality. As he walked toward the kitchen, he said, all right, you go play. Leave the cooking to me. No way. Karen poked her head out from the kitchen doorway. Her big eyes were wide, and her tone was full of refusal. I want to do it with Master too. Yar. Ko let out a helpless sigh, but that sigh was filled with indulgence. Inside the small kitchen, one big and one small figure squeezed together. Now and then, a few bickering voices mixed with the steam rising from the pot, spreading through the rock-wrapped cave dwelling. Master, does this potato need peeling? What do you think? Then I'll peel it. That's ginger. Ah? Not long after, with the master and disciple working together, dinner was quickly finished. The dishes filled the small wooden table. Braised fish, stir-fried vegetables, potato braised ribs, miso soup, and also the fried tofu sushi and three-color dango Karen had been craving. Wow! Karen stared at the dishes on the table, both eyes shining like stars. Her little face was full of amazement, and her mouth opened into a tiny O. Master is amazing. Ko somewhat proudly raised his chin, the corners of his mouth curving into a deliberately modest smile. It's nothing, just basic micro. All right, eat up. If the food gets cold, it won't taste good anymore. Karen nodded hard, then very naturally started eating in big bites. She picked up a piece of fish with her chopsticks and stuffed it into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed out like a little hamsteress. Her eyes narrowed into crescents, her face full of satisfaction. Looking at her like this, Ko couldn't help thinking of when he was young, going to Kakashi's house with Obito and Rin to mooch meals. Konoha, Kakashi's living room. He and Obito sat at the table, plates piled high with the food Kakashi had made. Obito was wolfing it down, his mouth stuffed full. Ko himself wasn't much better, his chopsticks moving just as fast. Kakashi sat across from them, black lines all over his face as he watched them. On that face that was always so indifferent, a trace of helplessness rarely appeared. Rin stood quietly to the side, covering her mouth as she secretly laughed at them. Those days would never come back again. Master, you should eat too. Karen's voice pulled him out of his memories. Ko smiled, but that smile carried a bitterness that was hard to notice. Okay. He picked up his chopsticks and ate with her. But he barely moved his chopsticks, only occasionally picking up a few vegetables and chewing them slowly. Most of the time, he was just watching Karen eat, watching her satisfied expression, watching her eyes shining under the light. After the meal, the two sat in the living room and chatted. As they talked, Ko saw that it was getting late, so he stood up and patted Karen on the head. All right, time to sleep. Go back to your room. Karen stood up a little unwillingly, hugging a cushion as she walked toward her room. When she reached the doorway, she stopped again, turned around, and looked at Ko with those big eyes. Master, tell me more of the story you didn't finish before. About your time in Konoha. Her voice carried a bit of coaxing and a bit of expectation. Ko walked over to her and lightly tapped her forehead with 2 fingers. It's too late today. I'll tell you next time if there is a chance. For now, be good and go to sleep. Karen nodded with some regret. A trace of disappointment flashed through those big eyes, but it was quickly replaced by understanding. Okay. She opened the bedroom door, climbed into bed, and pulled up the blanket, leaving only her eyes exposed. Good night, Master. Good night, Ko answered softly. After watching Karen close her eyes, he turned and left her room. The door gently shut behind him with a soft click. In the darkness, Karen opened her eyes. She stared at the ceiling. In those dark eyes, the innocence and excitement from before were gone, replaced by a quiet worry that didn't match her age. She turned over, pulled the blanket up to her chin, and softly murmured, Master doesn't seem to be in a very good mood today. He hardly ate anything. She paused, and a trace of thought flashed through her eyes. What happened? Quietly worrying for her master in her heart, Karen slowly closed her eyes. After closing the door, the smile on Ko's face gradually faded. His expression became extremely calm to the point of being almost cold. It was the kind of restraint that drew inward, pressing all emotion deep into the heart. Silent, he walked toward the end of the hallway. There was a hidden door there, disguised as an ordinary rock wall. He reached out and pressed his hand against the wall. Chakra stirred slightly. The formula on the wall was activated, and the runes carved into the stone lit up with a faint blue glow. A moment later, the hidden door slid open without a sound. Ko walked in. This was an underground secret chamber. Wooden shelves were embedded into all four walls, and those shelves were filled with scrolls and all kinds of ninja tools. Any one of them would be considered extremely rare in the ninja world. But he ignored all of them. He slowly crossed the chamber and went to the innermost corner. There was a small gravestone there. It was only an ordinary stone, simply polished a little and set upright in the corner against the wall. In front of it sat a small incense burner, and inside it was ash from incense that had not fully burned out. A few words were carved into it. The handwriting was not neat. It looked as if the hand that carved it had been trembling, or as if the person's emotions had been unstable while carving it. Uchiha Tō. Deep within the cave inside the secret chamber, Ko stood before Tō's grave without moving. The light poured down from overhead, falling across his lowered profile and making the lines of his face look somewhat cold. His gaze rested in front of the gravestone. There, besides the small incense burner, was also a yellowed letter. The edges of the paper were a little worn, and a thin layer of dust had settled over it. Ko looked at that letter for a long time. Around 3 years ago, his strength had already reached Kage level. He had spent a huge amount of time on training ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, and those forbidden techniques dug out from Madara's legacy. But the thing he had put the most effort into was actually concealment. After all, in this world, the one who lives the longest is not necessarily the strongest, but he is definitely the best at hiding and surviving. Prison Madara? And 2 years ago, he had finally become capable of doing the thing he had always wanted to do. Infiltrate Konoha, not for any important plan. He just wanted to go take a look. To visit his parents' graves, Obito's grandmother's grave, Rin's grave, and the graves of those squad members who died in the Third Great Ninja War. To see them, Ko knew this had no meaning at all. The dead would not come back to life just because someone came to see them. They would not feel comforted just because someone still remembered them. They were only piles of cold stone, and names carved onto stone, slowly being worn away by wind and rain. But he still wanted to do it. If I couldn't do what I wanted when I had no strength, and still couldn't do what I wanted after gaining strength, then wouldn't all my training have been for nothing? He infiltrated Konoha, avoiding every sensory barrier, slipping past the ANBU patrol routes, moving through the night like a silent ghost. He went to the memorial stone. He went to Konoha Cemetery. He went to those places he had once been familiar with, but now no longer dared to approach. Then, he went to the Uchiha clan district and found his parents' gravestones. But it wasn't what he had imagined. The gravestones had been cleaned spotless, without a speck of dust. Fresh flowers had been placed on the stone platform in front of them. There was still dew on the petals, as if they had only just been set there. Ko stood there, looking at that bouquet for a long time. He understood that, in the Uchiha clan district, there was only one person who would do something like this. Uchiha Tō, that traitorous disciple. He stood in front of the grave for a long time. The night wind brushed past, lifting the loose strands of hair on his forehead, and also stirring up the emotions buried deep in his heart for far too long. He remembered what Tō had been like as a child, that little brat who was always following behind him, seriously calling him Big Brother Ko. That idiot whose talent was absurdly high, yet who was always wavering between Konoha and the Uchiha, pushing himself to the brink of collapse. In the end, he still used the summoning jutsu to call out the crow he hadn't used in many years. He had the crow deliver several messages for him. Do not expose your Mangekyo ability to anyone. Be careful of Danzo. His right eye is a Sharingan and he can use Izanagi. If you want the Uchiha clan to be well, then stop thinking about throwing your life away. He had already said these words to Tō countless times back when he was still in Konoha. Every single time, Tō would listen seriously, nod seriously, and then continue doing things his own way. That classic stubborn Uchiha temper. Once he set his mind on something, not even 10 bulls could pull him back. He knew very well that, based on his understanding of Tō definitely would not listen to him. No matter how many times he had repeated these words in his ear, but he still held onto a sliver of hope. He treated it as repayment for all these years Tō had spent cleaning his parents' graves in his place. He passed that bit of hope along, then turned around and vanished into Konoha's night. And then, one day a year later, an indescribable unease suddenly surged up in his heart. It was as if he understood something, and he summoned the crow. The black crow landed on his shoulder, a letter clenched in its beak. To Big Brother Ko. By the time you see this letter, I am probably already dead. I'm sorry, Big Brother Ko. I listened to your words. I never exposed Koto Amatsukami in front of anyone, and I never used it in front of anyone either. But the Uchiha clan's coup had truly become unavoidable. I had originally wanted to use Koto Amatsukami on clan head Fugaku to stop the coup. However, What I didn't expect was that just as I was preparing to make my move, Elder Danzo led Root in an attempt to eliminate me, using my death to inflame the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha, and thereby force Konoha and the Uchiha into a full-scale war. From beginning to end, he never had any intention of peacefully resolving the Uchiha clan's coup, even though he did not know that I possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Thanks to the Izanagi information you gave me, Big Brother Ko, I saw through his scheme and severely wounded him. But this battle made me understand one thing. Big Brother Ko, you were right. Among Konoha's higher-ups, aside from Lord Third, no one wants to peacefully resolve the conflict with the Uchiha. Lord Third has also grown old. He has too many concerns, and his ability is no longer enough. He simply cannot control the situation. If I had listened to you back then and firmly stood on the Uchiha side, perhaps everything would have been different. But now it is already too late. The conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha has truly reached the point where it cannot be reconciled. The Uchiha are no longer satisfied with fair treatment from Konoha. What they want is absolute control of Konoha by the Uchiha, the so-called making the Uchiha great again. Once the Uchiha and Konoha officially go to war, the final result will only be mutual destruction, and it may even become the fuse for the fourth great ninja war. The Uchiha clan will become sinners of the entire ninja world. I am Uchiha Shursui of the Uchiha clan, but I am also a ninja of Konoha. I cannot bring myself to stand on either side. In order to buy time, I chose to end my own life. As long as the Uchiha lose me, this important combat strength, they will definitely slow down their coup. Danzo has been severely wounded. As long as Lord Third and Itachi are there, they will definitely be able to find a peaceful solution. I know this is running away, but I truly no longer know what to do. I'm sorry, Big Brother Ko. Truly sorry. At the end, I beg you, Big Brother Ko, please save the Uchiha clan. Come back to Konoha. I know I do not have the right to earn your forgiveness, but please allow me to entrust my final strength to you. The only ones I can trust are Itachi. And you, your foolish disciple, Uchiha Shursui. Ko looked expressionlessly at the small incense burner in front of the gravestone, and at that already yellowed letter. At some point, a small bottle had appeared in his hand. The bottle was transparent, and inside it was a Sharingan. That was what Shursui had entrusted to him at the very end together with the letter, his right Mangekyo Sharingan. Idiot. Ko looked at Shursui's eye and said coldly. From beginning to end, he had always hated a guy like Shursui. Wavering between Konoha and the Uchiha was one thing, but despite clearly having talent so absurd it defied reason, he had refused from start to finish to accept reality, stubbornly clinging to the Konoha of his own ideals. And when things had reached the point of no return, he dumped everything onto someone else, ran off to die without discussing it with anyone, and never once considered whether others were even willing to accept what he left behind. He looked easy to talk to, but in reality his self-will was far too strong. At his core, he was still a complete and thorough Uchiha, one of the same lunatics who could sit at the same table as that psycho Itachi. When he learned that Shursui had died, his first reaction had not been sadness. He had been so angry that he laughed. A perfect hand played into absolute garbage. There was simply no phrase more fitting for Shursui's life. He had not awakened the Mangekyo because of Shursui's death. Because his feelings for Shursui had long since been ground away by disappointment, little by little. Ko looked at Shursui's gravestone and said in a low voice, "The Uchiha were exterminated." His voice was very calm. So calm it was as if he were stating a fact that had nothing to do with him. From beginning to end, you accomplished nothing. Instead, you only made things worse. He paused, and there was a trace of self-mockery in his tone. I had no ability to change any of this. You did. You even knew what needed to be done, but you insisted on doing things your own way, and in the end, everything turned into this mess. You died, and that's one thing, but you also left the Uchiha and me with a disaster like Itachi. What a blessing you are. He muttered irritably, while what surfaced in his mind were the 10-odd years he had lived in the Uchiha clan district, and the warm looks the ordinary Uchiha civilians had given him. They did not understand the conflict between the village and the Uchiha. They were not even ninja. They were just ordinary people living here, people with the Uchiha surname. All they wanted was to live their lives well, to see their children grow up safely, and to be able to sit under the eaves in the sun when they were old. Everyone is like this, dragging people who just want to live a peaceful life into their own messed up business, ruining their lives, and then spouting all that self-righteous crap. Is that really so fun? His voice rose higher and higher. In those black eyes, something churned violently. I just want to live properly. I just want everyone to stay alive together. Is that really so hard? He was shouting himself hoarse. All the emotions he had been suppressing, all the pain, anger, helplessness, and unwillingness that had built up along the way after learning that the Uchiha clan had still been wiped out, completely burst out inside the secret room where he was all alone. Only here could he stop suppressing his emotions and vent the pain in his heart as much as he wanted. Was this pain because of the destruction of the Uchiha clan? Or because he hadn't saved anything at all? Or was he just venting all the emotions he had kept buried for all these years? By now, he couldn't even tell anymore. He just stood there, roaring again and again. Without realizing it, the 3 Tomo Sharingan had already appeared in his eyes. The 3 black Tomo slowly spun across his irises, faster and faster, faster and faster, as if enduring some kind of enormous pressure. His expression turned savage. His features twisted. Veins bulged on his forehead. His whole body was like a bow drawn to its absolute limit. Gradually, the 3 Tomo connected together. Black lines appeared between them like bridges, linking the 3 Tomo into an entirely new pattern. The expression on Koe's face froze the instant that strange and bewitching Mangekyo fully formed in his eyes. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Awakened? He stood there without moving. The pattern in those eyes rotated faintly, giving off a cold, ghostly glow. The light wasn't dazzling, but it made people not dare meet it directly. Feeling the vast ocular power in his eyes and the explosive surge of chakra inside his body, Ko could sense every single cell in him cheering, celebrating the supreme power of the Uchiha. That was an instinctive ecstasy born from the deepest part of his bloodline. His heart was clearly drowning in pain, yet in the gaps between that pain, it was instantly mixed with the joy rising from pure instinct. Pain and pleasure, sorrow and wild ecstasy, despair and hope. They were like 2 snakes tangled together, tearing, rolling, and merging inside him. Ha ha ha. He laughed. Ug sobi. Then he cried. Tears poured from those strange Mangekyo Sharingan eyes, sliding down his cheeks and dripping onto the ground with faint little sounds. Ha 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 ha. Ko lay flat on the floor, the expression on his face somewhere between crying and laughing. That handsome face was twisted beyond recognition now. The light shone on his face, and on those slowly rotating Mangekyo eyes. At this moment, he finally understood it for real. Why Tobirama Senju had said the Uchiha were a clan-born evil. The ecstasy brought by that overwhelming power surging out of extreme negative emotion really could make a person sink into it without realizing. It wasn't a matter of willpower. It was the instinct of the bloodline, an irresistible temptation carved into the genes. White-haired lowly, I wronged you. You were right. Inside the secret room, the light was dim and yellow. Ko lay sprawled on the chair, his eyes unfocused, looking like he had just rewarded himself and had all his strength drained away. After a long while, he slowly sat up. Focus gradually returned to those hollow eyes. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. They were still trembling slightly, forcefully suppressing the lingering sadness in his heart. He reached into the ninja tool pouch strapped to his thigh and pulled out a kunai. Its polished blade reflected a cold gleam under the dim light. He raised the kunai before his eyes. Those eyes were reflected on the sharp metal surface. The scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan was slowly spinning. The 3 black Tomo turned faster and faster, and at a certain moment, they suddenly connected together. Black lines linked the 3 Tomo into a brand new, eerie pattern. Mangekyo Sharingan. Ko stared at the eyes reflected in the kunai and muttered in a low voice, "It really happened?" His voice was very light, very careful, as if confirming he wasn't dreaming. The enormous chakra constantly surging through his body, and the vast ocular power in his eyes that he had never felt before, were both undeniably answering his question. The Mangekyo Sharingan. His own Mangekyo Sharingan had awakened. Huff. Huff. Ko's breathing turned rapid. His pupils widened slightly, and those eerie eyes were filled with excitement he could barely suppress. He could feel it. He had become stronger. Not just a little stronger, but completely transformed. The feeling was hard to describe. It was like someone who had always walked on flat ground being suddenly lifted into the sky. His field of vision suddenly widened. The world suddenly became small. The things he once had to look up to were now beneath his feet. As his strength swelled so violently, a thought naturally rose in his mind. I can do anything. The instant that thought appeared, Ko was startled. That wasn't a rational judgment. It wasn't an evaluation based on strength. It was a blind, almost frenzied confidence. Came so naturally, so reasonably, like it had always been growing in his heart and was only now breaking through the soil. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself across the face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed through the secret room. A burning pain spread across his face. That pain was like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, extinguishing more than half of that restless, swelling fire in his heart. A bright red handprint was left on his face, but clarity and calm had already returned to his eyes. The power of the Mangekyo is really terrifying. Ko muttered to himself with lingering fear, his voice carrying a bit of relief like he had just escaped disaster. At that moment, he seemed to understand why every Uchiha who awakened the Mangekyo acted cocky as hell, like some total idiot, never listening to anyone and always doing whatever they wanted. The boost this power brought was just too terrifying. Faced with this level of power, even someone like him, who had always believed in laying low and developing in secret, walking the pure survival route, found it hard not to get carried away. Calm down, calm down. He took a deep breath and warned himself over and over in his heart. There are countless outstanding figures in this ninja world. Just because I awakened the Mangekyo doesn't mean I'm safe. I've only barely gained the strength to sit at the table for now. There's nothing to be proud of. Don't get arrogant. Don't get impatient. Don't get arrogant. Don't get impatient. Ko slowly let out a long breath. His shoulders relaxed, and his heartbeat gradually returned to normal. The eerie glow in those Mangekyo Sharingan eyes also settled down considerably. Right now, the most important thing was to figure out the abilities of these Mangekyo Sharingan. Anything is fine. Just please don't let it be Amaterasu. Ko silently prayed in his heart, his tone carrying a trace of sincerity, like he was praying to gods and Buddhas alike. That thing is purely there to poison the gacha pool. Though honestly, a space-type ability would be best. Space-time ninjutsu was basically the ultimate all-purpose power in the ninja world. Even in the high-end fights of Boruto, it still wouldn't go out of style. That Kamui Obito Luxact from the next-door Emperor tier gacha had made him jealous for years. I want a broken ability like that too. I don't want to rely on mechanics anymore. Devs, I want to play wheelchair mode. With a mix of nervousness and anticipation, Ko slowly closed his eyes. He sank his consciousness into the depths of those Mangekyo Sharingan, feeling for the unique abilities that belonged to him alone, carved into their pupil power. That information surged up from the depths of the Mangekyo, poured into his mind, and gradually unfolded within his consciousness. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes. His expression turned a little strange. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help clicking his tongue. TSK, is it the same as Itachi's? Two completely independent abilities? After all, now that he had transmigrated into the Uchiha clan over the years, Ko had combined the clan's records with his own understanding of the Mangekyo Sharingan and made a fairly careful classification of its abilities. In Ko's eyes, Mangekyo abilities could be divided into two types. One type was like Obito's Kamui. The right eye was a defensive eye that transferred the user's body and anything he touched into the Kamui dimension, while the left eye was an offensive eye that twisted the space of whatever lay within sight, destroying it or sending it into the Kamui dimension from long range. The two abilities were essentially connected, just developed in different directions. In the same category was Shursue's Kodo Amatsukami. Although the left and right eyes had different effects, both served the same core purpose, altering will. There was also Sasuke's Kagutsuchi and Amaterasu. One created black flames, the other controlled black flames. Their essence was connected as well. The other type, however, was extremely special. Its representative was Uchiha Itachi. Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, the eye of the strongest physical attack and the eye of the strongest offensive genjutsu. The two abilities were independent of each other. On the surface, they seemed completely unrelated, yet there also seemed to be some hidden common thread between them. And the two abilities Ko had awakened were similar to Itachi's, independent from each other, yet connected in some sense. It was just that, unlike Itachi's extreme offense, his own Mangekyo seemed to be a one-attack, one-support setup. Ko unconsciously raised a hand and placed his fingertips over his eye socket, feeling the vast pupil power within that Mangekyo. Magatsukami and Inari no Kami. These two names corresponded to the abilities of his left and right eyes. Fortunately, Magatsukami in his left eye really was the space-time ninjutsu he had been longing for. What disappointed him, however, was that it was not the kind of ability he had hoped for, something like the Flying Thunder God technique or Obito's Kamui or Sasuke's Ameno Tajikura, with mobility and practicality maxed out. His Magatsukami was more like Kakashi's left eye, a space-time dojutsu focused on raw offense. Its effect was quite simple but also quite terrifying. Spatial collapse. It locked onto anything within his field of vision and instantly collapsed the space where it existed. Its advantages were that the startup was extremely short, it required no charging, and its destructive power was incredibly high, basically ignoring any defense. It was one of the highest-tier offensive dojutsu. Its weakness was that it consumed an enormous amount of pupil power, and the cost increased proportionally as the collapsed area of space expanded. The larger the area he wanted to collapse, the more pupil power it consumed. But overall, it was still an extremely powerful offensive dojutsu. A true hero kills with his eyes. A trace of excitement flashed through Ko's eyes. For him, this eye perfectly made up for his weakness of potentially lacking enough firepower when facing top-tier experts. Before, if he ran into someone he couldn't beat, all he could do was run. Now, at the very least, he could fire off one shot first. As for the issue of pupil power consumption, he actually was not too worried. After all, with the intel in his head, something as minor as pupil power consumption was hardly an unsolvable problem. Hashirama's cells, other recovery methods, if he really wanted to look, there would always be a way. What's more, the ability of his right eye, Inari no Kami, could just so happen to make up for the gap caused by his left eye's pupil power consumption in the short term. Thinking of his right eye's ability, Ko's expression turned serious. For him, as a support eye, the right eye was even more important than Magatsukami in the left. The essence of Ko's right eye ability, Inari no Kami, was absorption. It could absorb ninjutsu, chakra, and even pupil power without distinction, then convert them into power he could use himself. At first glance, this ability looked similar to the Predapath, but there were also important differences. First of all, unlike the Predapath, which required direct physical contact with the target, Ko's Inari no Kami had far fewer limitations on use. It only required that the target be within his right eye's line of sight. As long as he could see it, he could absorb it, and it wasn't limited to ninjutsu and chakra. Could even absorb pupil power. That meant if his opponent used genjutsu, he could directly absorb the opponent's pupil power and make the genjutsu collapse on its own. And what went far beyond the Predapath, what made Ko value this dojutsu so much, was another of its abilities. Ko forcefully suppressed his excitement and bit his finger with trembling lips. Blood seeped from his fingertip, and he quickly formed several hand seals. Summoning jutsu, a burst of smoke exploded outward, and from within it, a black crow landed steadily on his arm. His feathers were glossy black. His sharp beak opened slightly, letting out a low caw. Ko looked at the crow right in front of him. More precisely, he looked at the eye in its socket. It was a Byakugan. A Byakugan that had belonged to a member of the Hyuga main family, somehow ended up in AO of Kirigakure's hands, and was eventually recovered by him. A flicker of excitement flashed through his eyes. The most important ability of Inari no Kami was that the power it absorbed would not simply be converted into chakra. It could also be converted into pupil power, or even used directly to strengthen his body. That meant he could absorb an opponent's ninjutsu in battle and turn it into his own power, not merely canceling it but plundering it. And according to Ko's analysis, if the absorbed pupil power were used to nourish the Mangekyo Sharingan itself, then it was very possible it might even acquire some of the characteristics of other dojutsu's pupil power. For example, the Byakugan, one of the three great dojutsu of the ninja world, standing alongside the Sharingan. If he absorbed the pupil power contained within this eye and transformed it into his own pupil power to nourish the Mangekyo, what kind of result would appear? Ko stared at the Byakugan in the crow's eye socket, the joy and excitement on his face impossible to put into words. His hand was trembling slightly, because that possibility was simply too tempting, so tempting that he almost didn't dare believe it. He took a deep breath and pressed the overflowing excitement back down into his heart. Now was not the time to celebrate yet. This was still only theory. It still needed verification. It still needed a huge amount of experimentation, but at the very least, he had already seen that path toward becoming stronger, safer, and surviving to the very end in this shitty ninja world. Inside the secret chamber, Ko's gaze rested on the Byakugan in the crow's eye socket. The Mangekyo in his right eye was growing faintly hot, that heat spreading up from the depths of the eyeball. But at this moment, his mind was extremely calm. That was the instinct Ko had forged over many years of crawling along the edge of life and death. The greater the temptation, the more he had to force himself to slow down. Impulsiveness was the devil, and what the devil loved collecting most was the IQ tax of emotional creatures like the Uchiha. Calling out Madara and Obito by name, the ruins of the Uzumaki clan would very likely require the power of the Byakugan. If he absorbed all of this Byakugan's pupil power right now, it would be far too wasteful. He quickly calculated in his heart. Let us draw out a little ocular power first and test it. After making up his mind, Ko activated his eye power and murmured in a low voice, Inari. The moment the word fell, deep within his right eye, that eerie Mangekyo pattern began to slowly rotate. In Ko's vision, the Byakugan was filled with milky white ocular power. It churned inside the eye like pale halos rolling about, like a cloud trapped inside a glass bottle. Under Inari's pull, a thread of milky white ocular power was slowly drawn out. That ocular power was extremely thin as a strand of spider silk. It peeled away from the core of the Byakugan, traced an almost invisible arc through the air, and was guided into Ko's right eye. Feeling the ocular power coming from the Byakugan, Ko's heart stirred slightly. It was unlike the ocular power of the Sharingan, which was powerful and aggressive. Instead, it was much gentler, much warmer. Under Ko's will, that thread of milky white ocular power was gradually transformed by Inari. The milky white faded, replaced by a trace of crimson. But within that crimson, one could still vaguely sense a faint milky white glow. Ko slowly closed his eyes and injected this thread of ocular power into his own Mangekyo Sharingan. That power flowed along with his will, slowly spreading through the ocean of ocular power within the Mangekyo. Its amount was very small, so small that it could almost be ignored. But with the extremely sharp perception Ko had honed through years of training, he still caught the incredibly subtle change within it. It really can be used to replenish ocular power, he muttered in a low voice. Beneath those closed eyes, his eyeballs moved slightly, as if tracking something invisible. With a trace of the Byakugan's gentle nature in it, maybe it can also be used to restore the damage caused by overusing the Mangekyo Sharingan. His voice grew softer and softer. There was an excitement in his tone that he could barely suppress, but reason firmly pinned it down in his throat. I just don't know whether chakra that isn't ocular power has a similar effect. He paused, and a name surfaced in his mind. For example, Hashirama cells. If I can absorb the powerful life force contained in Hashirama cells, then even if I can't evolve into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, I still won't have to worry about going blind from overusing the Mangekyo. Ko suppressed the emotions in his heart and continued the test. He slowly opened his eyes, and under the dim light, the Mangekyo Sharingan flickered with eerie brilliance. The crimson Mangekyo swept across every corner of the secret room. Its powerful insight allowed him to clearly see everything within his line of sight. Ko's gaze sharpened slightly. I felt it. Although it's only an insignificant amount, my field of vision really has expanded. My guess was right. Ko could not help but laugh. If not for the fear of disturbing Karen's sleep, he definitely would have let out a loud, Uchiha-style burst of laughter to vent his emotions at this moment. He raised a hand and gently stroked the crow's head. The crow tilted its head, looked at him with that Byakugan, and let out a low caw. However, just as he turned his gaze back to the Byakugan in the crow's eye, a glow coming from his left hand instantly turned the joy-filled look in his eyes cold. That glow was pale violet. It was coming from the ring on his middle finger, flickering in the dim secret room like some kind of silent summons. He raised his left hand, looked at the ring engraved with the character Shen on his middle finger, and muttered softly, "This is a meeting notice sent by Pain?" His brows furrowed slightly, and the eerie light in his Mangekyo Sharingan quickly withdrew, returning to its usual clarity. Didn't he just preside over that guy Itachi's initiation ceremony not long ago? Why are we having another meeting so soon? He paused, and a trace of confusion entered his tone. Did something happen? But that guy Obito didn't notify me either. His fingers lightly rubbed against the ring, the cold metallic touch passing from his fingertips. Ko suppressed the doubt in his heart, and that carefree, unruly smile returned to his face. That smile looked perfectly natural, just right to cover all the calculation and vigilance hidden in his eyes. He sat down cross-legged and rapidly formed hand seals in front of himself with both hands. Astral projection jutsu. As the words fell, his consciousness was pulled away in an instant. When Ko slowly opened his eyes again, what entered his vision was a gigantic figure. The demonic statue of the outer path. That enormous, hideous stone statue stood in the void, its head lowered, as if it were sleeping, or as if it were waiting for something. It stretched out 10 fingers, each one thick like a stone pillar, and on those fingers people were standing. 7 phantoms. No, including himself, there were 8. Pain stood on the highest finger, those iconic Rinnegan glowing with a cold, dim light in the darkness. Konan stood slightly lower at his side. Her gaze swept across everyone present, as if counting heads, or perhaps examining something. Sasori, the genius puppeteer who had turned himself into a human puppet, was currently hiding his entire body beneath Hiriko. The puppet's eyes were filled with obvious impatience. Kakuzu, that old monster who had lived for decades, had both hands tucked into his sleeves. His back was slightly hunched, making him look like he was dozing off, but now and then, a sharp gleam flashed through his cloudy eyes. Orochimaru, one of the Sannin who had defected from Konoha, wore a half-smiling curve at the corner of his mouth. Those snake-like eyes of his flickered with dangerous light in the darkness. His gaze drifted over everyone present. It paused on Ko for half a beat, then passed over him, before his attention settled completely on Itachi, as if he had found something interesting. Uchiha Itachi, the youth who had just slaughtered his entire clan, stood quietly on one of the fingers, his expression calm to the point of numbness. His hands were tucked into his sleeves, his eyes lowered, as if he were thinking deeply, or perhaps thinking about nothing at all. The one calling himself Tobi, Uchiha Obito. He wore the Akatsuki cloak with the black base and red clouds, along with that orange spiral mask. At this moment he had his head tilted, curiously looking around with that one eye, like a newcomer attending a gathering for the first time. And then there was himself, Uchiha Tō, Akatsuki codename Shen, currently standing on one of the demonic statue of the outer path's fingers, arms crossed, wearing that signature carefree and unruly smile on his face. Present, all 7 main core members of the Akatsuki, along with one trainee, had assembled. Ko's gaze swept over those phantoms before finally landing on Obito, who was glancing his way intentionally or not. From that one exposed eye, he read the message Obito wanted to convey. He did not know about this meeting either. A trace of doubt rose in Ko's heart. What exactly is Nagato trying to do? The demonic statue of the outer path stood in the void, his 10 thick fingers like stone pillars, and standing upon those fingers were the main players of this gathering. I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon, Itachi. Orochimaru's voice echoed through the void, carrying that sticky, unsettling feel. His phantom stood on one of the fingers, those snake eyes gleaming with a cold, ghostly light in the darkness. His gaze fell on Itachi, filled with undisguised greed, as if he were looking at a peerless treasure. or a dish that had yet to be served to the table. Itachi stood there expressionlessly, his eyes lowered, as if he hadn't heard anything, or simply couldn't be bothered to respond. Orochimaru didn't care about his silence at all. If anything, the curve of his lips widened a little more. His voice grew even gentler, carrying a warmth that made people's skin crawl. As fellow villagers and also comrades in the Akatsuki, if there's anything you don't understand, you can come discuss it with me anytime. He paused, his snake-like eyes narrowing slightly. Let us get along well. Before Itachi could answer, another voice cut in. Discuss? Get along well? The voice was hoarse, filled with undisguised mockery. Sasori's phantom stood on another finger, as if laughing at some kind of joke. Since when did you become so enthusiastic? That doesn't sound like something you'd say, Orochimaru. He tilted his head, those hollow puppet eyes turning toward Itachi. Though he had no expression, anyone could hear the gloating in his tone. You there, the new Uchiha brat. You'd better stay far away from this disgusting bastard. This stinking snake wouldn't pay so much attention to you for no reason. His voice dropped lower, as if he were sharing some secret, but it was still loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly. Before you, he was pestering that other Uchiha brat too. But it looked like that brat beat him up pretty badly. He ran off in a miserable state like a loach. Sasori's gaze shifted away from Itachi and landed on Orochimaru, the delight in his tone completely undisguised. Orochimaru listened to Sasori's ridicule with a calm expression. He gave a soft chuckle. The sound wasn't loud, but it made the air turn colder by several degrees. Ignoring Sasori completely, he looked at Itachi and spoke in the same gentle tone. If you think it over, you can contact me anytime. Seeing himself ignored, Sasori's eyes turned cold. That chill seemed to pierce straight through Hiriko's puppet shell, becoming something like tangible killing intent as it stabbed directly at Orochimaru. Itachi listened to the exchange between the two in silence, quietly noting the information hidden in their words. It seemed Orochimaru and Sasori of the Red Sand had quite a deep grudge between them, especially Sasori. He seemed to hate Orochimaru intensely. Itachi's gaze swept between the two. Even without activating his Sharingan, his powers of observation were still sharp. From what Sasori had just said, Orochimaru had fought Ko before, and Orochimaru had actually lost. A trace of shock flashed through Itachi's eyes. It was very faint and he suppressed it almost instantly, but waves had already risen in his heart. As a shinobi of Konoha, he knew very well just how terrifying Orochimaru's strength was. He had gone through the Second Great Ninja War and the Third Great Ninja War, participated in countless battles large and small, built up outstanding military achievements, and was one of the most famous top-tier experts in the ninja world. And now, he was in his middle years, still at the peak of a shinobi's strength. Yet a powerhouse like that had lost to Ko. It wasn't because Itachi looked down on Big Brother Ko, whom he had known since childhood. On the contrary, it was precisely because Itachi understood Ko too well that he was shocked. A hard-working genius. In Itachi's eyes, that was what Ko was. He didn't possess top-tier talent like Itachi and Shursui did. Even among the Uchiha of his generation, his aptitude could only be called average. Even if you counted the novel ideas that always popped into his head and the insight far beyond his age, he could only be considered slightly above average. But through sheer hard work, he had gradually become the most outstanding Uchiha among his peers, winning over everyone in the clan who had once looked down on him. And with a bright and passionate personality that didn't resemble an Uchiha at all, he had earned the recognition of nearly everyone in Konoha. In a certain sense, he had even slightly improved Konoha's negative impression of the Uchiha clan. That kind of Big Brother Ko had once earned the sincere respect and admiration of both Shursui and Itachi. Back then, in their hearts, Ko was both their role model and the image of what they believed the future of the Uchiha should be. But that did not mean Itachi agreed with everything about him. Talent. That was Uchiha Ko's one and only weakness. It was true that through hard work and his unconventional style, he had carved out his own path to strength, reaching the level of an elite jonin at a young age. But that was also his bottleneck. The level of an elite jonin and the level of a Kage were two completely different realms. To possess Kage-level strength, the most important thing was talent. In Itachi's expectations with Ko's talent, it should have taken at least another 10+ years for him to reach that realm. And yet, only 5 years had passed since his defection. Not only had he already reached Kage level, he had even defeated a veteran Kage-level powerhouse like Orochimaru. Itachi couldn't help turning his gaze toward Ko, confusion rising in his heart. Ko. These past few years, what exactly have you? Ha ha ha. I won. A smug voice interrupted his thoughts. Ko stood on another finger, waving his arm around. On that phantom face blurred like a mosaic, his smugness was overflowing. He raised one finger and pointed at the phantom across from him, who had already turned his back, his tone brimming with the exhilaration of victory. Afei, you trash. Kneel to Brother Ko. Afei's phantom had turned away by now, dejectedly drawing circles on the ground in the void. A moment later, Afai suddenly sprang to his feet. In his comical voice, he shouted loudly in total refusal to accept defeat. Afai refuses to accept this. Senior Ko, you definitely used your Sharingan to watch my moves. One more round. Best 2 out of 3. Quit barking like a dog. If you can't handle losing, then don't play. Ko shot back without the slightest politeness, his tone full of disdain. If you're bad, practice more. 1, 2, 3, rock, paper, scissors. Afai paid no attention to the mockery at all. Full of enthusiasm, he turned around and raised his hand again. That ridiculous voice echoed through the void, perfectly matching his act of playing dumb and acting crazy. TCH, same as always. You really never listen to what people say. Ko clicked his tongue in annoyance. Real helplessness and disgust mixed into his tone. As if he had sensed something, he turned his head and met Itachi's eyes, which were studying him. What are you looking at? Though Ko's face was blurred by the phantom projection, the irritation in his eyes was completely real. He spoke unhappily. Never seen a handsome guy before? Itachi opened his mouth and said stiffly, we're phantoms right now. We can't see each other's faces. Shoo! Shoo! Ko completely ignored Itachi's response and waved at him as if driving away an annoying fly. This is a grown-up game. Brats, stay out of it. Go home and find your dad and mom. He paused, and a clear trace of mockery entered his tone. Oh right, I forgot. Your dad and mom are already dead. Itachi. His expression didn't change in the slightest, but the silence between moments seemed just a little longer than usual. That's enough. A deep voice came from above, carrying invisible pressure. Pain stood on the highest finger, those purple Rinnegan eyes looking down on everyone present. There was no emotion in that gaze, yet it made everyone fall silent. The noisy atmosphere instantly went still. Kakuzu's indifferent, half-lidded expression of watching the show narrowed slightly. A sharp glint flashed through those murky eyes. Sasori stopped talking and merely stared coldly at Orochimaru. Orochimaru still wore that half-smiling curve, but his gaze had already withdrawn and fallen onto Pain. Toby stopped fooling around too. He shrank his neck a little, like a naughty student caught by a teacher, and obediently stood there. Even Ko put away his lazy attitude, crossing his arms over his chest as he calmly looked toward Pain. Konan stood silently at Pain's side, slightly behind him. Her gaze swept across everyone present before finally landing on Pain. Her eyes were filled with helplessness. Pain's purple Rinnegan swept over every single person, pausing for a moment in particular on Ko and the trembling Madara beside him, who was clearly putting on an act. After a long while, he spoke in a deep voice. This time, I called everyone together for a meeting because I want to talk to you about Akatsuki's next recruitment plan. Silence filled the void. No one spoke, but every one of them was quietly calculating something in their hearts. And Pain simply stood there, looking down on everyone with those purple Rinnegan. Like a true god. Recruitment. In the void, on the 10 fingers of the demonic statue of the outer path, several phantom figures almost had the same thought at the same time. He gathered all these freaks and monsters together for a meeting just to talk about this? Other than Pain and Konan, the rest of Akatsuki were in rare agreement for once. Wasn't this already common knowledge? Did he really need to make such a big fuss over it? Is this guy addicted to acting like an official? Ko complained quietly in his heart. His expression was still the same unconcerned look, arms crossed, his lazy gaze resting on Pain ahead of him. But deep in his eyes was calm scrutiny. He didn't believe Pain would waste time over something this small. There had to be something bigger coming after this. Beside him, Obito was comically waving his hand around, but the single eye exposed through the mask hole was fixed on Pain, silently thinking about what exactly he was trying to say. Pain looked down at the crowd, his purple Rinnegan without the slightest ripple. He had no intention of dragging things out and continued plainly. At present, Akatsuki has 7 core members, including myself. He deliberately ignored Toby, who was waving his hands around as if protesting being intentionally overlooked, and continued in an even tone. We are still 3 people short of the number the organization is expected to reach. Recruiting at least 3 more powerful fighters is one of Akatsuki's main tasks at the moment. His gaze swept over everyone present. Though it carried no emotion, it made the air feel several degrees heavier. And once all 10 are assembled, aside from Konan and myself, the remaining 8 will be split into 4 groups. 2 people per team carrying out missions together. As soon as those words fell, the void turned silent again. So that's what this was about? Ko glanced around at the others and suddenly understood in his heart. That explains it. If it's about teaming up, then yeah. He really did need to tell these lunatics in advance. After all, every single one of these people was used to acting alone. If they were suddenly forced to carry out missions with someone else without any warning beforehand, people would probably die. Well, not that giving them advance notice would necessarily help. Ko silently added in his heart. Clear displeasure filled Sasori and Kakuzu's eyes. For people like them who were used to working alone, A so-called companion by their side was nothing more than an annoying burden. But when they looked at Pain's purple Rinnegan, the words of resistance were instantly swallowed back down. As long as it doesn't affect the bounty I get from missions, I don't care. Kakuzu was the first to respond to Pain in a low voice. But if I don't like them, I'll kill them. He said it very calmly, but there was not the slightest hint of a joke in those murky eyes. Sasori nodded in agreement. The puppet head bobbed up and down, making a faint mechanical sound. If they get in the way, getting rid of them is fine too, right? As he spoke, those hollow puppet eyes stared straight in Orochimaru's direction. The killing intent in that gaze was completely undisguised. And at this moment, Orochimaru completely ignored Sasori's stare. All of his attention was focused on Itachi. His snake-like eyes were full of delight. Even through the phantom image, one could see his long tongue and the saliva constantly dripping down. Feeling Orochimaru's intense gaze, Itachi was puzzled. He did not know why Orochimaru was being so enthusiastic toward him. Before this, he had never had any interaction with this legendary Sannin. But his expression remained calm. His eyes were lowered, revealing no emotion at all. Looking at Orochimaru's perverted expression, Ko felt grateful for the first time that his own talent was only average. When he had first joined Akatsuki, he had also been pestered and harassed by this shameless snake. Of course, Ko knew very well that Orochimaru had approached him because he was coveting his body and eyes. At that time, Ko already had strength enough to fight a Kage. With a mix of wanting to test his own power and not wanting to get too entangled with him, he fought Orochimaru when the man came pestering him. In that battle, relying on his knowledge of Orochimaru's intel and the genjutsu he had painstakingly studied, he had actually gained the upper hand. Unlike Ko, who became more and more comfortable as the fight went on and got hotter and hotter, Orochimaru's interest gradually cooled from the excitement and enthusiasm he had at the very start of the battle. The light in those snake eyes slowly went out bit by bit, as if some expectation had fallen through. In the end, he left behind a disappointed line. "So you're only an ordinary man?" And then slipped away, leaving only Ko, who had just gotten fired up from the fight, standing there in utter confusion. Thinking about it now, with Orochimaru's absurdly high standards, he had probably seen through their exchange that Ko's actual talent was mediocre, and that he had only reached his current strength through hard work and other means. He was probably evaluating during that fight whether this body was worth using as a vessel, then came to a negative conclusion. At that thought, Ko could not help twitching the corner of his mouth, an inexplicable irritation rising in his heart. What do you mean, only an ordinary man? What's wrong with an ordinary man? Did an ordinary man eat your rice or something? But when he looked at Itachi, who was now being pestered by Orochimaru, his mood instantly improved a lot. "Itachi-kun." Orochimaru's voice rang out again, that sticky tone enough to send chills down one's back. "How about considering teaming up with me?" His snake eyes were full of anticipation, his long tongue licking his lips. "With your ability, if you join hands with me, we'll definitely be able to accomplish many interesting things. I'm very interested in your eyes and body, no, in your talent. I'll think about it." Itachi looked at him expressionlessly. His voice was very flat, without any emotion at all. He gave a perfunctory response, unconsciously glancing in Ko's direction. Watching the atmosphere grow noisier and noisier, an almost imperceptible trace of impatience flashed through Pain's purple Rinnegan. His voice sounded once more, still steady, but carrying unquestionable authority. "This is only an advance notice. As for the specific arrangements afterward, we'll discuss them once everyone has gathered." He paused, his eyes sweeping across everyone present. "This meeting ends here." The moment his words fell, the projections of Sasori and Kakuzu vanished instantly. Orochimaru looked at Itachi, who had already started forming hand seals and was leaving without hesitation. A trace of regret flashed through his eyes. He turned his head and gave Ko's direction a meaningful glance. A strange, unreadable light flickered in those snake-like pupils. His fingers quickly formed seals in front of him, and his projection gradually faded away. Hee, that laughter echoed through the void, lingering for a long time. Ko was still thinking about testing his Mangekyo when he was just about to form seals and leave. "Ko." Pain's voice came from above. It wasn't too loud, but it made Ko's fingers stop in midair. "You stay for now. HM?" Ko's brows furrowed slightly, and a trace of confusion flashed through his eyes. He raised his head and looked at Pain. Those purple Rinnegan eyes were quietly fixed on him. Beside them, Obito slowly relaxed the hand that had been forming seals. He said nothing. He only looked at Pain coldly. Even though he was only a projection, that invisible pressure still spread through the entire space. Pain acted as if he didn't notice it at all. Those purple Rinnegan met Obito's gaze head-on without the slightest avoidance. That look was calm, without the slightest ripple, yet it was like a wall, firmly blocking the pressure coming from Obito. "I already said it. Anyone other than Uchiha Tō may leave." He paused, his gaze still not leaving Obito. "That includes you as well, Madara." Silence fell over the void. A face stood there, the one exposed eye staring coldly at Pain. His body didn't move, but the invisible pressure only grew heavier. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere and looking at the two confronting each other head-on, Ko was, for once, a little dumbfounded. Could this be some kind of love battlefield? The thought flashed through his mind for a moment, and he immediately strangled it to death. No, wait, what kind of love battlefield was this with two grown men glaring at each other with killing intent? His gaze instinctively shifted to Conan, the woman standing beside Pain who had not said a single word from beginning to end. She watched everything calmly, with absolutely no intention of stepping in. Conan, why are you just standing there watching? Ko screamed silently in his heart. Hurry up and pull your Pain back. Conan, say something. Say something, Conan. Conan, OMO. Obito looked at Pain coldly. After a long while, he slowly spoke in a low voice. The immature little brat from back then has grown up too. His voice was flat, without any emotion to it, but every word sounded like he was confirming something. Pain did not respond to Obito's faintly mocking words. He merely continued looking at him. In those purple Rinnegan, there was not the slightest ripple, like two bottomless wells. Obito shrugged, his tone turning flippant, as if he were humoring a child. Yeah, understood, leader. He put extra emphasis on the word leader, as if reminding him of something, or mocking him for something. Obito gave one last glance at Ko, who was silently watching the show beside him. Then he raised his hand, formed a seal, and dispelled the jutsu of the magic lantern body. His projection dispersed soundlessly into the void like smoke scattered by the wind. On that finger only empty darkness remained. In an instant, Ko understood what Obito had meant with that look. He rolled his eyes inwardly, but the lazy expression on his face didn't change in the slightest. After Obito's projection had completely disappeared, Ko turned his gaze toward the projections of Pain and Conan. His arms crossed over his chest, his posture loose, as he said casually, "So, leader, you specifically had me stay behind. What exactly do you want to talk to me about?" To his surprise, in the face of his question, Pain merely shook his head slowly. "I have nothing I want to say to you." There was still no ripple at all in those purple Rinnegan. "It's just that the organization recently accepted a mission, and it's being assigned to you." That's it? A trace of surprise flashed through Ko's eyes. Was this little thing really worth making it all so mysterious? Couldn't he have just said it earlier when everyone was still here? Did he really have to wait until everyone else had left? This makes it feel like everyone else got off work, and I'm the only one being kept for overtime. How annoying. He grumbled inwardly, but the expression on his face did not change at all. Sure enough, no matter what world it is, scumbag bosses are all the same. The details of this mission are unclear. The specific information can only be learned after meeting with the client. Pain continued, "The client's only requirement for the person taking this mission is extremely strong insight and analytical ability. Preferably, someone with a dojutsu-type Kekkai Genkai." A dojutsu-type Kekkai Genkai? Ko felt a little puzzled inside. "SNT, that basically calling me out by name?" After all, Itachi had only just joined the Akatsuki. On the surface, the only one in the organization with a dojutsu-type bloodline limit was himself. Even though he had taken very few missions within the Akatsuki, after all these years, he had still built up at least a bit of a reputation in the circle. This mission was obviously aimed right at him. Ko thought about how he still had training to do recently, and also had to investigate the ruins of the Uzumaki clan. He was already planning to refuse and have Pain find someone more suitable. However, Pain's next words made him swallow back the words that had just reached his lips. This mission comes with very little intel from the client. According to Akatsuki's rules, a mission like this normally wouldn't be within the acceptable range. But 8 million Ryo, that is the price that client offered. How much? Ko couldn't help but cry out in shock. 8 million Ryo. You had to know. The minimum standard for an S-rank mission was 1 million Ryo. And this mission started at 8 million, equivalent to the price of 8 S-rank missions. Roughly equal to 1/4 of a Suma's bounty in the original story. Even after the organization S-cut, even if he could only get 70% of the income, for his current self that was still no small amount of money. "I understand that you have concerns. After all, this mission really does look suspicious." Pain's voice remained steady. "If you feel it's inappropriate, this mission can be given to Itachi to try. He just joined the organization, and he also happens to need." "No." Ko's voice shot up instantly, his tone resolute like a warrior facing the battlefield. "I have absolutely no problem at all. Leave this mission to me. I guarantee I'll complete it." He spoke so fast it was like he was afraid Pain might regret it. The laziness on his face was swept away completely, replaced by an almost devout seriousness. Pain was momentarily stunned by Ko's 180-degree change in attitude. He forcibly swallowed the words that had already reached his mouth and subconsciously exchanged a glance with Conan beside him. "Long live the Akatsuki! Loyalty!" Ko shouted in his heart as he looked at Pain before him with warm familiarity. He was clearly just a projection, but right now, the more Ko looked at him, the more pleasing he seemed. Come to think of it, he and Obito had a godfather-godson relationship. Rounded up, that meant he was in the same generation as Minato Namikaze. And Nagato was Minato's senior disciple. Rounded up, weren't they all one big family? They were brothers. As he tallied up this debt of gratitude in his heart, the more he calculated, the more lovable Pain seemed. When it came to getting rich, he still remembered to include him. That was what brothers were for. Reliable. He finally understood why Pain had kept him behind to talk about this mission alone. You can't flaunt wealth. If Kakuzu, that money grubber, found out about a mission worth this much, he'd probably come straight for him, dig out his eyeballs, stick them on himself, then happily run off to do the mission. As expected, my brother Nagato really thinks things through. When the day comes for me to attend your funeral feast, I'll definitely stuff a little extra spirit money into the white envelope. Ko silently gave thanks in his heart, and the smile on his face grew even brighter. Pain looked at Ko, whose attitude had suddenly changed, and a faint, hard-to-detect subtlety flashed through those purple Rinnegan eyes. After a moment, he answered stiffly, as long as you can accept it. There was a trace of helplessness in that voice, one even he himself hadn't noticed. He immediately returned to normal and continued, the rendezvous point chosen by the client is Mist Sail Harbor at the border of the Land of Water. The meeting time is 11 at noon, 3 days from now. The Land of Water? Mist Sail Harbor. Listening to Pain's words, Ko felt a bit of familiarity, like he had heard that name somewhere before. His brows furrowed slightly as he quickly searched through his memories. Mist Sail Harbor. That place. Ko muttered under his breath. Just as he was thinking through the related information in his mind, Pain's voice rang out again. As for the payment, the client has already paid a deposit. The full amount will be delivered after the mission is completed. As for your share, come to the base to collect it after the mission is over. Ko nodded, planning to think it over properly after he got back. He raised his head and looked at Pain. If there's nothing else, then I'll be heading out first. Wait, Pain's voice sounded again, not loud, but it still made Ko feel a bit helpless. As expected. He sighed inwardly. He knew it. Things wouldn't be that simple. After all, just telling him this much didn't require avoiding Obito. On the surface, he still wore that grinning, carefree look as he asked lightly, what else is it, leader? Pain looked at him with those Rinnegan eyes and fell silent for a moment. Then, after a pause, Pain spoke. His voice was low and heavy, like he was saying something he had thought about for a long time before finally deciding to say aloud. Ko, do you want to join us and become a member of the Akatsuki? The moment those words fell, the void turned silent. Ko's smile froze on his face. Looking into Pain's purple Rinnegan, alarm bells blared in Ko's heart, but on the surface he still acted calm and immediately laughed it off. Leader, you can crack jokes too now. Huh, I'm already an old employee of the Akatsuki, an experienced veteran with 2.5 years of practice time. What do you mean join the Akatsuki? Wasn't I already part of the Akatsuki a long time ago? His eyes were full of pure stupidity, as if he really hadn't understood what Pain meant at all. Trying to poach him? Of course Ko heard the deeper meaning in Pain's words. While keeping up the act on the surface, he quickly analyzed things in his heart. No, Nagato isn't stupid enough for that. Is this sowing discord? Trying to make Obito suspicious of me? Pretty slick move. Though honestly it really would work. He knew very well that with Nagato's scheming, he would never naively think a few words could pry him over to their side. What he wanted was simply to use suggestive, divisive language to test him, to test just how deep the connection between him and Obito really went. After all, given their current cooperative relationship, there was no way they would tear their faces over something this minor. The cost of spreading rumors was so low. If it failed, no loss. If it worked, huge profit. Brother Nagato, your heart is seriously dark. Ko mocked Nagato in his heart, but the smile on his face only grew brighter. With an innocent look, he scratched his head and probed. Leader, if there's nothing else, I'll get going then. All right? Pain gave him a meaningful look. After a moment, he slowly nodded. Ko let out a long breath in relief, then waved to Pain and Conan respectively in farewell. Then he raised a hand and formed seals. His phantom completely dispersed. In that silent space, only the two phantoms of Pain and Conan remained. They exchanged a tacit glance and together released the light body technique. Land of Rain, Amigakure. This city, covered in towering structures and pipes, was shrouded in rainfall all year round. The pitter-patter of rain came in from all directions, like background noise that would never stop. The sky was gray, and the clouds hung so low they seemed ready to press down onto the rooftops. From time to time, lightning flashed across the heavens, illuminating the ferocious stone statues hidden behind the curtain of rain. Standing atop a tall building, Pain slowly opened his eyes. Outside the window was the sight he knew all too well. The lead gray sky, the endless rain curtain, and on the wet streets below, the occasional pedestrian hurrying past under an umbrella. Rain dripped from the eaves, striking the windowsill and splashing into tiny droplets with crisp sounds. The Rinnegan in his eyes gave off a faint purple glow in the dim light. Conan stood quietly behind him. She had opened her eyes almost at the same time as Pain, and there was no emotion visible on that cool, indifferent face of hers. Her gaze rested on Pain's back as she stayed silent for a moment. Looks like it failed, Nagato. Her voice was soft, and there wasn't much regret in her tone. Clearly, she had long expected this result. Pain did not turn around. His gaze remained fixed on the curtain of rain outside, the gray sky reflected in those Rinnegan eyes. No. His voice was low and heavy, as though he was thinking through something. Can't really be considered a failure. He slowly turned to look at Conan. On the face of the Deva path, which usually showed almost no expression at all, there was now a little more meaning than usual. Uchiha Tō's relationship with Madara runs deeper than we imagined. Just confirming that is enough. As he said that, though, his brows drew together slightly. The movement was slight, but Conan saw it. She knew this man too well. She knew he was worried. Pain no Nagato. Though he was the public leader of the Akatsuki, the true mastermind behind the current Akatsuki was actually that teacher who had taught him how to use the Rinnegan Madara. A mysterious man who called himself Uchiha Madara, wore a spiral mask and never showed his true face. Unlike him, who possessed nearly all the intelligence on their side, Nagato knew very little about this so-called teacher. He didn't know where he came from, didn't know his true identity, and didn't know what his ultimate goal really was. He only knew that this man was strong, so strong that even he, a god who possessed the Rinnegan, had no choice but to be wary. One Uchiha Madara was already troublesome enough. Then, 5 years ago, another formidable Uchiha Tō appeared at his side. Even Nagato, who had absolute confidence in his own strength, couldn't help but feel wary and increasingly anxious when facing the current Madara and his side. Still, it really is surprising. There was a trace of confusion in Conan's voice. She walked forward 2 steps and stopped at Pain's side. Her cool eyes looked out with him at the endless curtain of rain beyond the window. That Madara. He actually trusts Uchiha Tō that much. Clearly, Uchiha Tō was a completely different kind of person from him. That doesn't matter. Pain said coldly, Uchiha Tō is Madara's man. He's someone we must stay on guard against. We only need to know that much. Conan fell silent for a moment. She looked at Pain's profile and slowly nodded. Pain looked at the somewhat quiet Conan before him and sighed faintly in his heart. Of course he knew what she was thinking right now. He understood her, just as she understood him. Uchiha Tō. Although that man belonged to Uchiha Madara, and although he was usually rather flamboyant and exaggerated, he truly was a good person. That conclusion came both from the few observations made over the past 5 years, and from his own intuition. After all, the aura around him was something both Conan and he were all too familiar with. Jiraiya-sensei, Yahiko, Uchiha Tō carried the same essence as the people they had loved. It was an essence called goodness, something that could not be worn away by this cruel ninja world no matter how much suffering one went through. When facing someone like that, even he, as he was now, could not help but feel somewhat moved, let alone Conan. She must have also seen a bit of Jiraiya-sensei and Yahiko's shadow in Uchiha Tō, right? A rare trace of sadness appeared in Pain's eyes. That sadness was very faint, and vanished in an instant. In only a moment, it was replaced by a few traces of resolve. For that truly peaceful world without war, no matter what kind of thing it was, he would do it. Even if that meant hurting good people. Even if that meant becoming the kind of person he had once hated most. The kind of damned person who, for the sake of their own goals, would not hesitate to hurt others and disrupt their lives. 3 days from now, I'll have the animal path go to Fogsail Port. Pain's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Conan's thoughts. A surprised look appeared on Conan's face. Her brows furrowed slightly, and a trace of worry flashed through those cool eyes. She quickly calmed down, and her tone carried a hint of advice. Isn't it too early to make a move on Uchiha Tō now, Nagato? If you do this, you might anger Madara. It's still not time to openly break with him yet. Pain shook his head. I only intend to observe his intelligence from behind the scenes. In the current situation, I naturally won't make a move on him. He paused, and a sharp light flashed through those Rinnegan eyes. I just want to use this chance to see exactly how strong he is now. After all, it's already been 3 years since the last time I saw him fight. His voice lowered, and he said meaningfully, besides, we happen to have an old acquaintance searching for intelligence around Kirigakure. We can use his hand to test just how deep Uchiha Tō's strength really goes. An old acquaintance. Conan seemed to think of something, and her heart jolted. An acquaintance of both her and Nagato, and someone strong enough to force Uchiha Tō to go all out. There was only one person she could think of. Pain nodded in tacit understanding. Although Uchiha Tō definitely won't be his opponent, with his level of body flicker technique, escaping will by no means be difficult. And with the animal path following him, nothing should happen. Listening to Pain's words, Conan nodded lightly. From beginning to end, They had both deliberately avoided saying that old acquaintance's name. And with silent understanding, they both tried their best not to continue speaking of that cherished person who was incomparably important to them, yet whom they would inevitably become enemies with one day. Outside the window, the rain still fell, pitter-patter, as if it would never stop. Inside the secret chamber, Ko slowly opened his eyes. His gaze fell on the crow perched on his arm, or more accurately, on the Byakugan in the crow's eye socket, glowing with a milky white light. He was silent for a moment, then raised a hand and formed a seal. Release. Smoke burst out, and the crow's figure dissipated into the air. Those white eyes disappeared, and the secret chamber returned to its usual dimness. Ko stood up and stretched his somewhat stiff body. His gaze passed through the walls of the chamber, as if he could see the village shrouded in mist far away. Looks like I won't be getting any proper rest tonight, he muttered in a low voice, with a trace of helplessness and fatigue in it. He walked out of the secret chamber, his footsteps light as a night-wandering cat. Ko arrived at Karen's bedroom door. The door was not fully closed, leaving a narrow crack. Standing before the gap, he used the faint light in the hallway to see the small figure on the bed. Karen was curled up beneath the blanket, her red hair scattered over the pillow, her breathing steady and long. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, as if she were having some kind of sweet dream. Ko watched for a moment, and only after confirming that she was truly asleep did he turn and leave with peace of mind. Outside the lava cave, the night was deep. The mist was even thicker than during the day, wrapping the entire forest in a hazy chaos. The moon was hidden behind clouds. Only now and then did a few strands of silvery white light slip through the gaps and fall onto the damp ground like scattered silver. Ko stood at the cave entrance, turned around, and rapidly formed hand seals. The runes of a sealing technique lit up with a dim blue glow on the rock wall, sealing the entrance once more. He then set a genjutsu over the outer layer of the seal, ensuring that anyone who approached would be misled into thinking this was nothing more than an ordinary rock wall. After finishing all that, he raised his head and looked toward the deep night. Almost here, huh? This place is about 50 kilometers from Kirigakure. Looks like I'll have to speed up a bit. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and a blue arc flashed through those black eyes. Well, guess I'll get a little serious. He gathered chakra into both feet. Faint lightning could be seen flickering around his calves, giving off tiny crackling sounds. The lightning was not dazzling, but it carried a heart-pounding power, like a beast lying in wait. Lightning release. Swift thunder. The instant the words fell, Ko's figure vanished from where he stood. There was no afterimage, no wind sound. Only an extremely faint hiss, like electric current cutting through the air. That sound vanished in the night in an instant. So fast it was as if nothing had happened at all. Only the shallow trace on the ground, scorched by lightning, proved that someone had just been standing there. Lightning release. Swift thunder. This was one of the few jutsu Ko had developed entirely on his own, without relying at all on the brains of true geniuses like Kakashi, Minato or Shursui. He rushed toward Kirigakure at top speed, a trace of remembrance flashing through his eyes. Back during the Third Great Ninja War, he had once watched from afar with his Sharingan active as the Third Raikage slaughtered his way wildly through tens of thousands of Iwagakure ninja. That man, wrapped head to toe in lightning, was like an invincible war god, charging through the crowd. Wherever he passed, flesh and blood flew. Yet what filled his mind at the time was not any sort of heroic passion or burning admiration. It was deep fear. What those two Tomo Sharingan saw the most was not the towering body of the Third Raikage, but the faces of one shattered Iwagakure ninja after another, and the guts and blood spraying everywhere around them. Some of those faces were young, some were old, some were ferocious, some were twisted. They shattered in the lightning, deformed under overwhelming force, and at the moment death descended, all kinds of different expressions appeared on their faces. That horrific scene was like a living hell. For the first time, Ko felt rejection toward the Sharingan's detailed power of perception. Those eyes were too good, so good that they could see every single detail with perfect clarity. Back then, he had stared blankly at that scene, so stunned that he hadn't even heard the companion beside him asking how the battle situation was. He just kept looking at those Iwagakure ninja dying horribly in the distance. Every time he thought about how they were living people, each with their own life, their own family, their own dreams, his scalp would go numb. This wasn't out of sympathy. After all, they were all ninja. Not one of them had clean hands. More or less, all of them had the blood of innocence on them. Even among the people the Third Raikage had smashed apart, there had been children under 10 years old. It made no difference. After living in this ninja world for more than 10 years, Ko had already completely adapted to its rules. He knew very clearly in his heart that this was not the time to throw around sympathy. It's just. Even so, he still couldn't help placing himself into the shoes of those insignificant people being slaughtered with ease. Every time one grotesque head after another was either torn apart by lightning or crushed by that dark hand, his mind would instinctively replace those faces with his own, and then he would feel a burst of fear, That fear didn't come from reason. It came from instinct, from the instinct of an ordinary mortal struggling to survive at the bottom of the food chain. Ko had always been very clear about how he saw himself. Even though he comforted himself every day with things like, I'm a transmigrator, so I should be this world's protagonist. A cheat ability or something is bound to come sooner or later. Even if it doesn't, with the advantage of knowing the plot, I can still rise up easily anyway. Deep down in his subconscious, he still viewed himself from the perspective of an ordinary person. Sensitive, insecure, good at disguising himself, overthinking everything, and when faced with difficulties, becoming afraid and not daring to act. Those traits belonging to his previous life's orphan self had never changed. Ko knew that at his core, he had no so-called strong mindset at all. He was just an ordinary person who wanted to stay alive, whose biggest dream was to live comfortably. That was why, when he saw the miserable state of that battlefield, he felt such overwhelming fear. Will I die too? Like those Iwagakure ninja, forced by some mission from above to face an enemy I can't possibly defeat, only to get casually kicked to death? Back then, the version of himself who had been secretly pleased because he had already gained a bit of fame on the battlefield was completely dragged back to reality in that instant. At that time, there had only been one thought in his head. Run. Run as far away as possible. He didn't want to hear those damned orders anymore. He didn't want to go onto the battlefield for the sake of the interest groups behind the ninja system just because of some bullshit about the will of fire. He didn't want to fight powerful people who could take his life. Even less did he want to keep killing children around his own age, children who, just like him, were forced to kill each other for the same rotten reasons. Some of whom weren't even 10 years old yet. Escape. That was the fiercest thought in Ko's heart back then. Pathetic. Really pathetic. But after seeing that cruel battlefield with his own eyes, he had indeed given rise to that pathetic thought, and through the violent emotions it brought, he awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. With those eyes, he saw clearly how the chakra in the third rankage lightning release chakra mode operated back then. The flow of chakra, the contraction of muscles, the conversion of energy, everything became clearly visible in his eyes. Though with the brain he had back then, there was still no way for him to fully understand it. After that, with his mind in total chaos, he personally witnessed the third rankage dying from exhaustion in battle, then returned to Konoha with the mission of reporting that information. At that time, there was no one by his side. Clinging to a single thought, he shut himself off completely and madly carried out research based on that little spark of inspiration in his mind. At the time, there had only been one thought in his head. Escape. Be faster than everyone else so that no one could catch up. Only then could he survive. Only then could he stay alive. After a period of closed-off research that even Ko himself had no idea how he got through, relying solely on his partial study of the third rankage lightning release chakra mode, he created a ninjutsu of his own. Lightning release, thunderflash, ranked a rank. The principle and effect of this jutsu were very simple. It drew from the body activation brought by the lightning attribute chakra stimulation in lightning release chakra mode, producing extreme speed. Because of differences in chakra circulation, and because hand seals were added for control, the requirements for the caster's physical strength were lowered. However, the demands on reaction speed, chakra control, and understanding and mastery of lightning release ninjutsu were raised, making it extremely difficult to learn. And the effect it brought was obvious. Fast. Extremely fast. It had even earned sincere praise from the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, who had once fought the AB combo of Kimogakure. Back then, he couldn't help but think in his heart, could it be that I'm really a genius? But what happened later proved that it had only been a miracle that descended upon him, nothing more. In just an instant, Ko had already returned to Kirigakure. He climbed in through the open window into his residence, then glanced at the wall clock. From the lava cave to Kirigakure, 50 kilometers. Time used, 7 seconds. 7 seconds. Ha! He calculated silently in his heart. Looks like if I want to surpass fourth rankage speed in his full power max output state, I'm still just a little short. Well, if I stack the 8 gates buff on top, it should be about enough. He muttered softly, just as he was about to head for the bedroom. His footsteps suddenly paused, as if he had sensed something. His gaze swept across the living room. Then he quickly walked to the sofa and sat down. After that, he casually grabbed a book from the coffee table, opened to the title page, and began reading with a deliberately profound expression. That posture, that expression, it made him look exactly like a middle-aged uncle waiting for a guest to arrive. A moment later, a vortex-like spatial distortion appeared in front of him. A man wearing the Akatsuki's black robe with red clouds and an orange spiral mask stepped out of the distorted space. His foot landed on the floor with a dull thud. Yo, you're slower than I expected, prison dirt. Ko deliberately moved his eyes away from the book's title page and flashed Obito a roguishly handsome grin. There was a hint of teasing and smugness in that smile. Seeing his as punchable as ever face, the corner of Obito's mouth twitched beneath the mask. He had originally planned to follow his instincts and throw a few sarcastic remarks back at him, but the moment his eyes caught the book in Ko's hand, he immediately choked. His gaze froze on the cover of that book. Ko instantly sensed that something was off. He frowned slightly, and some of the laziness in his eyes faded. What? Been huffing too much air and blew out your own lungs? Obito didn't fire back. He only gave an awkward cough, then tacitly shifted his gaze away. No, I just didn't expect that you liked this type too. His voice was a little stiff, as if he were trying to hide something. Ko seemed to realize something. He lowered his head and looked at the cover of the book he had casually picked up. It was a magazine. On the cover was a fashionably dressed young girl, smiling brightly, her eyes clear and pure. Beside her were several large words. Fashion Girl Photo Collection Models limited to girls between 12 and 16 years old. Ko's eyes slowly widened. No way. His voice jumped several pitches, and his handsome face was full of utter confusion. I don't remember ever buying this magazine. Who the hell put this in my house? He flipped the magazine over and over, as if trying to confirm whether it was some kind of genjutsu. At the same time, at Mei Terumi's house. Inside the bedroom, the lighting was soft. Mist drifted outside the window, filtering the moonlight into a hazy white blur. Mei Terumi wore a light purple nightgown. It was loose and comfortable, yet it couldn't hide her curvy figure at all. Her face still retained a bit of a girlish softness, forming a strange contrast with her mature body. She lazily stretched, then picked up a pen and finished writing the last letter at her desk. She stood up and walked to the bookshelf, preparing to casually pick up the magazine she had loved most in her childhood, to make up for the girlish years that had once been completely filled by training and missions. Her fingers brushed across the shelf. 1, 2, 3. Strange. Why is one missing? She muttered softly, a trace of doubt flashing through those emerald green eyes. Did I leave it at Sora's place when I went there before? After thinking about it, when she had gone to Sora's residence to discuss something before, she had indeed brought a few magazines with her, planning to flip through them while waiting for him. Later, she had left in a hurry, so she might have left one there. Well, after this trip is over, I'll go ask him for it back. She smiled softly, and that smile carried a bit of relaxation and anticipation. She pulled out a magazine from the shelf, held it in her hands, then snuggled into the soft blankets and started reading it with great interest. Outside the window, the mist still churned, and the night remained deep. At this moment in Ko's house, Ko raised his head and met Obito's meaningful gaze. It's over. Ko's eyes went lifeless as he muttered inwardly. Kids, Uncle Ko here. Seems to have socially died just a tiny little bit. The living room light made the gaudy-covered magazine look especially glaring. Ko snapped the magazine shut with a smack. He straightened his back, his expression so righteous and stern that he looked like a lawyer defending himself in court. So I already told you this magazine isn't mine. Should know. It absolutely was brought over by some subordinate who forgot to take it back after coming to my house. I am seriously not a lullicon. Obito looked at him trying so hard to explain himself, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly beneath the mask. I never said you were. You don't need to explain. I understand. Hearing Obito's reply, the taut string in Ko's heart had just started to loosen, only for Obito's next words to yank it tight again. Of course this magazine wouldn't be yours. After all, your type is tall girls with big asses, right? Obito said in his hoarse voice, a little teasingly. In the eye visible through the mask's opening, a trace of mischief flashed. I still remember it. That magazine I found under your bed back then. You were only a teen brat, but you matured pretty early. Ko's face turned red in an instant. Ha! He immediately shot back. Wasn't it when you were on your knees begging me to help you wingman for you while you chased Rin? Out of everyone here, you're the last one qualified to say anything about me. You creep! The moment those words fell, the living room sank into dead silence. That rare, relaxed atmosphere from just now, the one that almost felt like they had gone back to the old days, was wiped out completely in an instant. Both Obito and Ko fell silent. Crap! I forgot to turn off my Thorn's armor. Realizing he had caused a disaster, Ko couldn't help feeling annoyed at himself. The mood just now had been too relaxed. It had felt like going back many years, back to Konoha, back to when they were just two kids throwing shuriken at each other on the training grounds. That feeling had been too familiar. So familiar that he had unconsciously let down all his guard, and then committed social suicide on a massive scale. Is it because the pressure got lighter after awakening the Mangekyo? Ko muttered inwardly with lingering fear. To think even I got a little carried away without noticing. Uchiha genes really are way too strong. He carefully raised his head and observed Obito, who had not said a single word since then. Obito stood there quietly. His posture was straight, and the black robe patterned with red clouds gave off a dark sheen under the dim yellow light. That orange spiral mask hid all of his expressions, revealing only one right eye. But at this moment, what surfaced in that eye was a distant memory from many years ago. Konoha, the Uchiha clan district, Ko's room. Outside the window was the chirping of summer cicadas. Sunlight squeezed in through the gap in the curtains, drawing a thin golden line across the wooden floor. The air was filled with a lazy atmosphere that belonged to youth. Obito lay on Ko's bed with both hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. His goggles hung crookedly around his neck. His clothes were all wrinkled, and his whole body gave off a lazy, I don't want to move vibe. Hey Ko, what kind of girl do you like? His voice carried a cautious tension, like he was testing something. At the desk, Ko didn't turn around. Looking at the scroll in his hands, he frowned slightly and replied irritably, if you've got time to ask that, you'd better hurry up and finish your homework. School starts again next week, and you haven't even touched it at all, have you? Hey, don't bring up something that depressing. Obito suddenly sat up on the bed, his voice full of protest. What's depressing about it? Ko finally turned his head and glanced at him with those black eyes, his gaze full of disdain. Once school starts, won't you get to see the Rin you've been thinking about day and night every single day? That's a good thing. Obito froze. Hiss. When you put it that way, you're actually right. Then school should start already. Love-brained idiot. You're unbeatable. Ko shook his head, then turned back and continued reading the scroll. Hey Ko. Obito's voice sounded again. This time it was even quieter, more cautious, like he was asking a very important question. Do you think? What kind of boys would Rin like? Ko's movement paused for a moment. Do you want the truth or a lie? The truth, obviously. Someone like Kakashi. Hey! Obito's consciousness slowly pulled itself out of the memory. Those scenes were like smoke scattered by the wind, little by little fading from before his eyes. He closed his eyes. The exposed eyelid trembled slightly, as if he were suppressing the surging emotions in his heart. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes again, and the emotions inside them had already returned to calm. He looked at Ko in front of him, that boy who had once lain beside him on Konoha's training grounds, counting stars together, had now grown into a mature man. Compared to the one in his memory, he had become more mature and even more handsome. But the exhaustion hidden beneath his flamboyant disguise in his brows had never changed from beginning to end. Ko was still the same Ko from before, and he himself was no longer the Uchiha Obito he used to be. I'm leaving first. His voice returned to its usual calm, as if that stretch of silence had never happened. Seeing that Obito hadn't reacted, the taut string in Ko's heart finally loosened. But then, a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. Aren't you gonna ask what Nagato said to me? There's no need for that. Obito replied flatly, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. He's nothing more than a puppet with Madara-esque schemes planted all over him. There's no need to think about it. It's definitely just some childish attempt to drive a wedge between us. His voice was full of mockery. In the end, he's just a naive brat. Hearing Obito's scornful words, Ko's mouth twitched slightly. A brat. He's 5 years older than you. You're really into the role, huh? You really do think of yourself as Uchiha Madara. He muttered inwardly, and a complicated emotion flashed through those black eyes. Still, if he didn't think of himself as Uchiha Madara, then the Uchiha Obito I used to know would never have been able to do those utterly monstrous things. Self-hypnosis? Split personality? Either way, this guy definitely isn't normal anymore. He murmured to himself inwardly, but his expression didn't change in the slightest. Next, I'm going to carry out an Akatsuki mission. Ko's voice returned to its usual casualness. I'll leave a shadow clone in Kirigakure. If you've got nothing to do, you can stay here and help me keep watch over Kirigakure. That way I can avoid this guy, and after the mission is done, I can stop by and investigate those Uzumaki ruins. He silently added in his heart. Obito nodded. No emotion could be seen in his exposed eye. He turned around, ready to leave. Ko waved his hand symbolically. Take care. I want to see you off. Obito had already raised his hand, planning to wave back before activating Kamui. His hand stopped. Ko. HM? Ko looked at him, a trace of confusion flashing through those black eyes. Obito was silent for a moment. Nothing, he said lightly. Then he activated Kamui. A spiraling distortion of space appeared around him, swallowing his figure bit by bit. His body vanished from the room, as if he had never been there at all. So weird, Ko muttered to himself. He let out a long breath, as if trying to expel every bit of stale air from his chest. Ko stood up, walked to the window and pushed it open. The night wind surged in from outside, carrying the mist's unique dampness and chill. It blew against his face and cleared his groggy mind a little. Next, as long as I get Kirigakure's work arranged properly, I can make my move. He muttered softly, and a sharp gleam flashed through those black eyes. Looks like I'll have to make Mei Terumi suffer a little. To keep her from noticing anything, I'll have to pile on some extra work for her these next few days. The corners of his mouth curled upward slightly. That smile carried a bit of pleasure, and a bit of anticipation. Everything was proceeding smoothly, just as he had expected. With that thought in mind, he turned around, preparing to head back to the bedroom for a nice sleep and welcome a tomorrow full of hope. Outside the window, The mist still churned, and the night remained deep. The next day, office of the Kirigakure assistant. Ko sat behind his desk, staring blankly at Mei Terumi, who was holding out a leave request in front of him. A bad feeling grew stronger and stronger in his heart. No way. It can't be that much of a coincidence, right? The atmosphere in the office was a little subtle. Ko sat behind the desk with his fingers interlocked on the tabletop. That gentle face of his was now full of seriousness. So what you're saying is, before you reported the matter of the Uzumaki clan ruins to me yesterday, you had already commissioned a mission to that underground mercenary group called Akatsuki. Is that right? Suppressing the speechlessness in his heart, Ko put on a stern expression, like a superior interrogating a subordinate. Well, to be precise, I commissioned the mission a long time ago. It's just that I only got the reply last night that they accepted it. Mei Terumi spoke in a small, guilty voice. Her voice was several degrees lower than usual, and those emerald green eyes didn't dare look at Ko in front of her. Actually, after talking with you last night, Sora, I was planning to cancel it, but it was already too late. Akatsuki's rules are that once a mission is accepted, it can't be cancelled, so... Oh, so you think you've got a point, huh? No. Mei Terumi obediently lowered her head. The tips of her ears were slightly red, and for once, a trace of embarrassment appeared on that cold and beautiful face. Ko looked speechlessly at Mei Terumi, who was honestly lowering her head and admitting fault, then sighed helplessly. A superior taking private work, and the client turns out to be his own subordinate? What kind of mess is this? He rubbed his temples, then straightened back up. The expression on his face switched from helplessness to seriousness. Setting everything else aside for now, I have two important questions for you. Mei Terumi carefully raised her head, and a trace of tension flashed through those emerald green eyes. She looked at Sora and confirmed that he didn't seem too angry. Only then did she nod lightly, signaling for him to continue. First, Ko raised one finger, and a cold glint flashed through those black eyes. The glint was faint and disappeared in an instant, but it still made Mei Terumi's heartbeat speed up slightly. How did you find out about Akatsuki, and why did you choose to entrust such an important mission to them? He paused, and a hint of caution entered his voice. As far as I know, they're not only extremely mysterious, but also quite dangerous. Making contact with them isn't an easy thing. Hearing Ko's question, the tension in Mei Terumi's emerald green eyes gradually faded, replaced by the calmness and sharpness belonging to a Kirigakure ninja. She instantly switched into work mode. That weak and guilty look from just now vanished without a trace. Straightening her back, she replied seriously, Akatsuki is very well known in the underground black market. Even in the gray zones of the Land of Water, there are rumors about them. Naturally, Kirigakure's intelligence department has information on them. Her voice was steady, her pace neither fast nor slow. As early as many years ago, when I was serving in the intelligence department, I had already been paying attention to information about them. Ko's brow lifted slightly, and the reason I wanted to give this commission to them was because of one of Akatsuki's members. Mei Terumi paused, and a complicated emotion flashed through those emerald green eyes. Uchiha Tō. Ko's brow twitched slightly. She brought me up? He muttered inwardly, but his expression didn't change in the slightest. Go on. A trace of wariness flashed through Mei Terumi's eyes. It ran deep, as if she had recalled something unpleasant. At the end of the Third Great Ninja War, I once led a squad and had a brief encounter with him at the border of the Land of Fire. That Uchiha Tō? Ko pretended to stroke his chin. A look of I've heard of him surprise appeared on his face, and there was a bit of admiration in his tone. Uchiha Tō? I've heard of him. In the middle stage of the war, he and Kakashi Hitaki were known together as Konoha's Black and White Twin Blades. Later, he was singled out and called the Black Lightning. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and his smile carried a bit of smugness and narcissism. That must have been a pretty outstanding ninja. He silently waited in his heart for praise from Mei Terumi. However, that was not the case. Mei Terumi instantly shot it down, her voice full of undisguised disgust. That guy was complete trash. Damn. The smile on Ko's face froze. Mei Terumi's fair face was slightly flushed red with anger, as if she had recalled something that made her grit her teeth. Driven by emotion, her voice immediately sped up. In battle, he was completely unserious. He kept commenting on a woman's figure and looks, with that crooked grin like he thought he was so handsome, showing off and acting all flirty. A guy like that was actually a ninja from Konoha? And even a ninja from the Uchiha clan, the one that S always said to be serious and stern? That's unbelievable. Hey, that was just psychological warfare. Okay. Can you not judge the whole person from one incident? Ko screamed inwardly, but the expression on his face still remained gentle, as if he were listening attentively. Besides, wasn't that so-called conflict just an act for others to see? Back then, Konoha and Kirigakure were practically about to sign a ceasefire agreement. Everyone knew what was going on, and no one really made a move, right? Wasn't it just for the sake of making it look more real that he ran his mouth at her a little? Why was she still so worked up? As he thought about it, he suddenly started feeling a little guilty. Well, thinking about it now, back then he had basically used Mei Terumi herself as the center point and, from a full 360-degree angle with no blind spots, mocked and taunted her figure, her family background, her strength, her companions, and even Kirigakure itself. Even if he personally felt it was still fine, his level of verbal abuse placed in the ninja world really did seem, well, yeah, it was a little too overpowered. At that thought, Ko could not help but start breaking into a cold sweat. Thinking about it now, maybe the reason he had cursed her out so viciously back then was also because, subconsciously, he had wanted to vent some emotions. Recalling the way 13-year-old Mei Terumi had stared at him with a red, heated face, while forcing herself not to attack because of orders from above, Ko could not help but feel another wave of guilt. Good thing she managed to hold back. Mei Terumi, you're the real ninja. Seeing that Mei Terumi was still going on and had absolutely no intention of stopping, Ko quietly gave a small cough. Ahem.
Mei Terumi instantly reacted.
And her non-stop stream of words came to an abrupt halt. Her lips were slightly parted, and her expression shifted from anger to embarrassment. On that cold and beautiful face, a trace of unnatural blush appeared.
Sorry.
Ko waved his hand and said casually, don't worry about it. His expression returned to that same gentle look. But the light in his eyes became several degrees more serious than before. Since you have such a huge issue with that Uchiha Tō, why would you still entrust the mission to the Akatsuki? After all, from what you just said, even if Uchiha Tō has the Sharingan Kekkei Genkai and might be useful in exploring the Uzumaki ruins, he doesn't sound like someone reliable, does he? Mei Terumi fell silent for a moment. A moment later, she slowly shook her head. No. Her voice was light, yet exceptionally firm. Although my impression of that guy really is bad, most of that comes from our opposing positions. She raised her head, and a serious light flickered in those jade-green eyes. After I returned to the village, I investigated information about Uchiha Tō. There was one thing that concerned me greatly. She paused, and a trace of complicated emotion entered her voice. For most of the ninjas who die on the battlefield, their bodies are usually burned or buried in order to prevent intelligence from leaking and to avoid exposing traces. Forget the bodies. In many cases, even the families of the dead can't find a single belonging. And most ninjas don't care about that either. After all, on the battlefield, even the companion standing beside you can become someone to be abandoned when necessary. Mei Terumi's gaze grew distant, as if piercing through time, and seeing those scenes hardly anyone remembered. But Uchiha Tō was different. After the war ended, he once requested to switch battlefields on his own initiative. He spent enormous effort searching for the belongings and even the bodies of the comrades he knew, then delivered them into the hands of their families. Her voice lowered, although in the eyes of most ninjas that was meaningless. But I don't think so. Someone who can do something like that may not necessarily be a good person, but he is definitely someone with certain bottom lines. Her tone became even more certain. Although he is now a rogue ninja, based on the limited number of missions I was able to investigate after his defection. He completed every single mission perfectly, and not a single innocent civilian was affected. Although this is my personal judgment, I believe Uchiha Tō really can be used as support for this important mission. The office fell silent. Listening to Mei Terumi's words, Ko remained silent in his heart for a long time. His gaze fell on Mei Terumi's face, on that slightly reddened face from having spoken so much. He truly had not expected Mei Terumi to have secretly investigated him for so many years, and using only fragmented information, she had actually managed to see through some parts of him. How terrifying. This woman really was something. No wonder, in the original timeline, she still never managed to get married. Who would even dare marry her? He silently muttered to himself, carrying a bit of teasing in his heart. Right at that moment,
Mei Terumi suddenly shivered.
Her body trembled slightly, and a trace of confusion flashed through those jade-green eyes. Is someone talking behind my back? Ko laughed it off. You're overthinking it. Who would talk bad about you? He waved his hand, and then his expression quickly turned serious. In those black eyes, the laziness and joking attitude, all those disguises, were temporarily withdrawn, leaving behind only the steadiness and caution of a leader. What you said does make some sense. He nodded and replied in agreement. I know a little about the Akatsuki as well. Right now, this organization is short on money. They've been taking on high-risk, high-reward commissions and trying to build a reputation in the underground market. Something as vile as harming the client usually wouldn't happen. At least not for now. Probably. He silently added that in his heart. Thinking of Sasori and Kakuzu, who had recently been criticized by Pain, he could not help but light a candle for them in his mind. One of those two had almost killed the employer because he thought the mission pay was too low. The other had killed the employer because he thought the employer was too noisy. Pain's expression at the time. TSK. But on the surface, Ko still maintained that serious and stern expression. He continued speaking to Mei Terumi. Then next comes the second question. His gaze became even sharper. If I'm not mistaken, the money you used to pay for this commission should have come from your own pocket, right? After all, a sum this large has never disappeared from Kirigakure's expenditures. Under Ko's serious gaze, Mei Terumi was silent for a moment. Her lips pressed together slightly. After hesitating for a bit, she gently nodded. The office fell silent once again. Sigh. Ko shook his head helplessly. Kirigakure isn't like Konoha. The difference in mission rewards is practically heaven and earth. Ninja itself was also a money-burning profession. 8 million ryo was no small amount. Even for a ninja at Mei Terumi's level, it was definitely enough to hurt. Regardless of position, Mei Terumi being able to go this far for Kirigakure's future truly made him admire her. Seeing Ku sigh, Mei Terumi leaned forward anxiously. Her emerald green eyes were full of urgency. Ku, let me carry out this mission. I know there may be risks, but you once said it yourself, the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Over all these years, haven't we relied on repeated risks and efforts to finally put Kirigakure on the right track? Her voice grew higher and more urgent, as if she were trying to persuade Ku, but also as if she were encouraging herself. At this moment, that cold and beautiful face was filled with passion and determination, like a warrior about to march onto the battlefield. Actually, those were all just scripted lines. Ku looked at Mei Terumi, who was full of passionate resolve, with some pity and silently added this in his heart. Deep in his black eyes, a trace of complicated emotion flashed. Was it because of my existence that she gained a reliable companion? And because her situation wasn't as difficult as in the original world line, she was able to keep the passion of her youth? I don't know whether that's good or bad for her. His thoughts drifted for a moment. Then he denied it in his heart. No, it must be bad. After all, from beginning to end, I'm not really on the same path as her. But on the surface, Ku still wore that thoughtful expression. His brows were slightly furrowed, his lips pressed together a little, as if he were truly seriously considering Mei Terumi's words. After a long while, he slowly nodded. The motion was very slow and solemn, as if he were making an important decision. Mei Terumi's eyes instantly lit up. Those emerald green eyes were full of excitement and gratitude. Thank you for trusting me, Ku. Her voice was a little choked, and her cold, beautiful face was now filled with unconcealable emotion. On the surface, Ku revealed a gentle smile. His entire person radiated a reliable aura of I am your support. He acted like a leader, steady and serious. I should be the one thanking you. As a fellow member of the reformists, you've always been my role model. He paused, then assumed a noble posture and recited with full emotion. Where morning mist spreads, water flows without end. The mist droplets born from water will one day gather together and fall upon the land of Kirigakure, providing nourishment for the new sprouts that have yet to break through the soil. Everyone in Kirigakure is a droplet of water. But not everyone has the courage to dissolve into Kirigakure's land. His gaze fell on Mei Terumi's face, and he praised her in a heartfelt tone. And you, my friend, you are the true hero. Not bad, right, third old man? My adaptation of that motivational speech was pretty good, wasn't it? He silently gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. He had come up with this set of lines temporarily last night. It combined Kirigakure's characteristics with the culture of the land of water. It was emotional without being pretentious, sincere without being overly cheesy. It was practically perfect. Ku listening to Ku's adapted motivational speech. Tears welled up in Mei Terumi's emerald green eyes. Her lips trembled slightly. At this moment, that cold and beautiful face was filled with unconcealable emotion, and she almost cried. In the days before Ku appeared, there had been far too few people who could truly understand her. It was not that she had no companions or supporters, but most of those people stood on her side because of benefits. The ones who truly understood the thoughts in her heart and truly shared the same ideals as her. Aside from Ao, who had probably already been killed, were only Lord Genji, as an elder, and Ku before her. Thank you, Ku. Truly thank you. Ku smiled and said, no need to be like this. We're companions, aren't we? Mei Terumi nodded forcefully, her emerald green eyes full of determination. Ku continued, his tone becoming a bit more serious. Go back and get some proper rest. But make sure to arrange your work properly. As for Yagura's side, you don't need to worry. I'll find a way to keep them from noticing. The emotion on Mei Terumi's face had already faded, replaced by the calm and meticulousness of a ninja. Don't worry, I prepared for that long ago. Ku nodded, then gave one final reminder. If you run into trouble, remember to leave immediately. Whether for everyone or for Kirigakure, your safety will always come first.
Mei Terumi nodded solemnly.
Her emerald green eyes were full of seriousness. Ku. While I'm gone, I'll leave Kirigakure to you.
Yeah.
Ku replied with a smile. The two of them discussed the follow-up matters and precautions. Everything was arranged in perfect order. The moment of parting arrived. Mei Terumi looked at Ku before her and said softly, then I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Have a safe trip. Come back soon. Ku responded with a smile. That smile was still as gentle as before, like he was seeing off a friend who was about to travel far away. Mei Terumi answered softly, then bowed deeply in Ku's direction before pushing the door open and walking out. Her footsteps gradually faded down the corridor. Now, only Ku remained in the room. The moment the door closed, the gentle smile Ku had been pretending to wear instantly vanished. He collapsed into the chair, his whole body like a wrung-out rag, slumping there limply. His head leaned against the back of the chair, his eyes staring at the ceiling. In those black eyes, there was none of the gentleness from earlier, only deep speechlessness. The two things I had to do ended up overlapping. What an unexpected development, he murmured softly, his voice carrying a trace of helplessness, as well as a trace of expectation he could not quite describe. But an Uzumaki clan ruin from the Warring States period. His thoughts drifted for a moment, and a trace of contemplation flashed through his black eyes. Does this count as tomb raiding? He thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, no, no. How can this be called tomb raiding? It should be called archaeology. This is archaeology. The corners of Ku's mouth curved slightly, and the laziness in his eyes gradually gave way to anticipation. He raised his hand, his fingertips lightly brushing over his eye sockets. The movement was very gentle, like he was touching something precious. Having strength really feels good. His voice was very soft, almost like he was talking to himself. This sense of security, it's the first time I've felt it since coming to this world. His gaze passed through the window, through the mist-covered sky, and landed in a distant direction. That was the direction of Mistsail Harbor. I'm starting to look forward to it. A little. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. That smile contained expectation, ambition, and the satisfaction of finally being able to stretch his limbs. This mission, at the border of the land of water, Mistsail Harbor. This port, located on the border of the land of water, was shrouded in sea fog all year round, but it did not affect its prosperity in the slightest. Large and small fishing boats and merchant ships filled the docks. Masts stood like a forest, and sails appeared and disappeared within the mist. Fishermen shouted as they carried basket after basket of fresh sea fish onto the pier. Merchants set up stalls on the damp stone roads. The air was filled with the salty, fishy sea breeze. It was full of the unique clamor and vitality of a port. As an important transportation hub between the land of water and the mainland, Fog Sail Port held an extremely important economic position. It was one of the few prosperous regions in the land of water, and also a place where all kinds of people mixed together. In a place like this, a woman dressed in a low-key manner normally shouldn't have attracted attention. But when Mei Terumi stood there, people would always feel that something was off. It wasn't because her disguise wasn't good enough, but because the natural aura she was born with simply couldn't be hidden. She wore a dark gray cloak, with the hood pulled very low, covering most of her face. Her reddish-brown long hair was pinned up on top of her head and tucked into the hood, with only a few loose strands showing by her ears. Mei Terumi wasn't wearing any makeup, but her skin was still so fair it almost seemed to glow. She kept her head lowered, both hands tucked into her cloak pockets, her whole body hidden in the shadow of a pillar by the dock, like a wary cat. She looked at the watch on her wrist. The hands on the dial were moving forward second by second. 10:58, 10:59. Mei Terumi's brows drew tighter and tighter together. The face hidden beneath the shadow of her hood had already grown dark enough to drip water. Was that guy really even a ninja? She cursed inwardly, her tone full of undisguised suspicion. Did he have no sense of time at all? This was a very important mission. Was it really the right choice to entrust such an important mission to that guy? That bastard who had criticized her on the battlefield and acted like he was so damn cool. Could he really be trusted? For the first time in her life, Mei Terumi felt deep doubt toward a decision she had made herself. 58 seconds. 59 seconds. She forcibly suppressed the irritation in her heart. Her emerald green eyes locked firmly onto the watch face. 60 seconds. Waiting for someone. Beautiful? A flashy yet magnetic voice suddenly sounded by her ear. It was very close, carrying a casual, delinquent-like tone, as if he were flirting with her and also teasing her. Wah! Mei Terumi was startled by the sudden voice and cried out instinctively. Her body instantly stiffened, and her emerald green eyes shrank to needle points. Out of a ninja's instinct, both her hands had already pulled out from her pockets. Her fingers rapidly formed hand seals, and chakra surged wildly through her body. Calm down, miss. You need to calm down. That magnetic voice rang out again, now carrying a hint of soothing intent. A slender hand reached out in front of her, palm facing down, making a gesture for her to stay calm. This is a crowded area, you know. Judging by how low-key you're dressed, I assume you don't want to cause a disturbance, right? The voice paused, and a trace of amusement entered the tone. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the client for my mission this time, yes? So for the sake of our mission, calm down a little, alright?
Mei Terumi's movements froze.
She looked in disbelief at the man who had suddenly appeared before her. Seriously? No matter how you looked at it, My reaction was your fault for hiding your presence and suddenly popping out to scare people, right? And you're actually lecturing me now. She roared inwardly without a sound, that nameless fire rising from the bottom of her heart and burning her cheeks hot. But relying on years of ninja discipline, she forcefully suppressed that anger, leaving behind only a pair of eyes as cold as ice. This man's concealment ability. Looking at the lightly smiling man in front of her, a trace of gravity flashed through her emerald green eyes. For me, someone from Kirigakure, to not sense him at all. That's downright terrifying. Very strong. This guy was very, very strong. She had briefly clashed with him on the battlefield before, so she knew he was strong. But back then, she had at least been able to react the moment he made his move. And now, he was standing right in front of her, only inches away, yet she hadn't noticed him in the slightest. Mei Terumi felt deeply wary inside, but on the surface she still looked calm. She raised her head and sized up this old acquaintance she hadn't seen in years. And with that one look, her face instantly darkened. This man, Uchiha Tō. He now had a head of black long hair, tied into a small braid behind his head. A few loose strands fell across his forehead, making his handsome face look even more unruly and roguish. His features were refined and sharply defined. He had a high nose bridge, and his lips curved slightly upward in a bold, delinquent grin. No matter how one looked at him, he was a handsome young man, the most eye-catching guy in the crowd. But what truly made Mei Terumi's vision go dark was what he was wearing right now. He had on a white shirt with the collar hanging wide open, exposing his clearly defined collarbones and a small patch of firm chest. Over it, he wore an open dark-colored jacket. The material looked high quality, but on him it hung loose and sloppy, like he had just thrown it on at random. On his lower body, he wore a pair of shorts that reached right to his knees, exposing his sturdy calves. On his feet were a pair of pink slippers, flip-flops, with patterns on them. Mei Terumi's eyelids twitched wildly out of control. This didn't look like someone here to carry out a mission at all. This looked like he was here on vacation. What kind of ninja wore flip-flops while carrying out an S-rank mission? She took a deep breath and swallowed back the mouthful of blood she was practically about to spit out. With an ugly expression, she looked at the Uchiha Tō before her. Suppressing her anger with great effort, she lowered her voice until only the two of them could hear. Don't you think you should explain your flashy outfit? And why you're so late? Her voice was trembling. From anger. I've been waiting here for a full hour. Looking at the overheated Mei Terumi in front of him, Ko's eyes behind his sunglasses were full of laughter. The corners of his mouth curled upward slightly as he barely held himself back from laughing out loud. Then he put on a thoughtful expression, his brows lightly furrowing as his fingers rubbed his chin, as if he were seriously thinking about some major matter of life. Sorry. I lost my way on the road of life. You got lost? Ko nodded with complete confidence. Who the hell are you fooling? Mei Terumi's voice suddenly rose, then she quickly forced it back down. Pointing at the ketchup still left at the corner of Ko's mouth, her cold and beautiful face was filled with undisguised fury. You obviously spent your time stuffing your face and messing around here, then showed up right at the deadline. Hey, beautiful, that's a bit much, isn't it? Ko spread his hands with an innocent look, but the eyes hidden behind his sunglasses were full of laughter. How can you slander my good name out of thin air? The thing at the corner of my mouth is actually blood. Hiccup aloud. Full-bellied burp popped uncontrollably out of his throat. The air froze in that instant. Mei Terumi stared at him expressionlessly. Ko awkwardly rubbed his stomach. He coughed once, then straightened his back and said with a serious face, Ahem, miss, I think you're meddling a little too much. When all is said and done, we're just in the relationship of client and hired shinobi meeting for the first time. Even if I came right at the deadline, I still arrived at the agreed time. You don't have any grounds to accuse me. I'd appreciate it if you kept some boundaries and didn't involve yourself in matters unrelated to the mission. Mei Terumi's eyes widened. She opened her mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. The expression on that cold, stunning face shifted from anger to shock, and from shock to disbelief. Why you? She didn't even know how to describe how she felt right now. How could one person be this shameless? Was this guy even still human? No. Wait, her eyes suddenly narrowed. That guy just said nice to meet you for the first time? Terumi Mei stared expressionlessly at the Uchiha Tō in front of her. There wasn't a trace of warmth in those emerald green eyes. You don't recognize me? Ko put on a confused look, his handsome face full of innocence. Of course I recognize you. Wasn't I saying it the whole time? A beauty. As he spoke, his gaze openly swept over Terumi Mei's tall figure. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he said in a certain tone, tall, big but, definitely my type. And you really are pretty. A genuine beauty. Even though the words were extremely offensive, his tone was utterly sincere, like he was genuinely speaking from the heart. Veins bulged on Terumi Mei's forehead. She could no longer suppress the anger in her voice. Glaring at Ko, she ground her teeth and growled, I'm Terumi Mei. Don't tell me you forgot that name too. Ha! You?
Terumi Mei.
I don't believe it. Terumi Mei was completely dumbfounded. He denied it on the spot, his voice packed with undisguised suspicion that Terumi Mei had a pretty decent face. Sure, but she was a short little potato, totally flat-chested. Ko spoke with complete confidence. With how terrible the food supply is in that dump called Kirigakure, and you're telling me she could grow into this.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Terumi Mei lowered her head. Her body trembled uncontrollably from rage. Her emerald green eyes were mostly hidden beneath her lowered bangs. Her hands clenched so tightly that her nails dug deep into her palms. Ah! Her voice was very soft. You really are exactly the same as back then. Terumi Mei suddenly raised her head, and blazing fury burned in those emerald green eyes. You dare insult Kirigakure, eh? Ko inwardly sensed trouble. Crap, I think I pushed it a little too far. I'm going to kill you. Terumi Mei's voice was low, but the killing intent in it was completely undisguised. Her fingers had already begun forming hand seals. Chakra surged wildly through her body, and that cold, beautiful face was filled with absolute resolve. Looking at Terumi Mei's face, now completely red with rage, Ko suddenly seemed to see the image of the young girl Terumi Mei from back then, in the forest at Konoha's border, blushing furiously as she glared at him. The same anger, the same gritted teeth, the same way that made him kind of want to bully her. Whoa, it really is you. Ko's voice suddenly shot up, his tone full of joyful surprise at a reunion after a long separation.
Terumi Mei Franche.
Her fingers were still in the middle of a hand seal, but the hot blood rushing to her head had already faded, and now she couldn't gather that chakra back up no matter what. She looked at the man in front of her, whose face changed faster than flipping pages, and the corner of her mouth twitched hard. Under Ko's shocked cry, this touching reunion came to an end. Inside the restaurant, voices filled the air. It was noon, and this two-story building by the harbor was packed with diners. The fresh aroma of seafood soup drifted through the air. Waiters carrying trays moved through the narrow aisles. Customers raised their cups and talked loudly, and every now and then a burst of laughter broke out. Outside the window, the mist was pierced by sunlight, casting hazy patches of light across the wooden floor. Ko was devouring the large bowl of seafood ramen in his hands. More than half the noodles in the bowl had already been wiped out, leaving only a pool of thick broth and a few sheets of seaweed. He lifted the bowl, poured the last mouthful of soup into his mouth, then smacked his lips with lingering satisfaction. His black eyes were full of contentment. So good. The flavor as strong. Ko put down the bowl, grabbed a napkin to wipe the corner of his mouth, and said with some nostalgia, though it's not as authentic as Big Bro Tuchi's ramen, it's still not bad. Honestly, it's the best thing I've eaten in the last 5 years. As expected of a place that managed to survive in this kind of insanely competitive environment. Verdict complete. It gets a banger rating. Terumi Mei looked speechlessly at Uchiha Tō across from her, who had just demolished 3 huge bowls of noodles. Her emerald green eyes were full of the blank confusion of what the hell am I even doing? Was this guy a starving ghost reborn or something? How could he eat this much? Hadn't he already eaten his fill before this? Her gaze landed on the 3 empty bowls stacked in front of Ko, and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Ko noticed her gaze and looked up, a teasing glint flashing through his black eyes. He held out the bowl in his hand toward Terumi Mei and warmly recommended it. Want a taste? It's really pretty good. Terumi Mei looked at the bitten-off noodles in the bowl and the broth he had stirred into a complete mess, then expressionlessly shook her head. I haven't even started disliking you, and now you're being picky with me? Fine, don't eat it then. Ko instantly pulled the bowl back, lowering his head. He happily continued eating, making loud slurping noises as he did. Terumi Mei sighed tiredly, feeling like she had gone completely numb. It was as if she had finally adapted to this guy's rhythm and wasn't getting angry anymore. She only looked at him coldly and said expressionlessly, We didn't come here just to eat. We're here to discuss the specifics of the commission, right? Ko swallowed his ramen and nodded while replying. You actually still know that? Hearing such a normal answer, Terumi Mei couldn't help feeling a little shocked. This guy was actually capable of speaking like a human being? Seeing the stunned look on Terumi Mei's face, Ko answered unhappily, Hey, I'm a ninja at the very least. I do have the most basic professional ethics, you know. What exactly do you think I am? Baka. You moth. Forget it, I'm not arguing with you. Ko said irritably, pulling out a napkin to wipe his mouth. Then he leaned forward slightly and spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. I'd advise you to order something like a normal tourist. That is, if you don't want to get tangled up in unnecessary trouble. Hearing that warning, Terumi Mei instantly became alert. A sharp glint flashed through those emerald green eyes. Her voice dropped low. What do you mean by that? She had maintained her guard the entire time, and she was completely certain that there was nothing in this restaurant capable of threatening her. But the one saying this was Uchiha Tō, The guy who had slipped past her perception not long ago and made her embarrass herself badly. If what this guy said was true, then it meant there was a hidden expert nearby with concealment abilities strong enough to evade even her senses. Of course, that was assuming this guy wasn't just messing with her again. Though she deeply doubted Koe's words, with the mission taking priority, Terumi may still cautiously spread out her senses once more to examine the surroundings. Nothing unusual. Alright, stop looking around like that. There's nothing wrong with this restaurant. Koe's lazy voice rang out. You! Realizing she had been played again, Terumi may shot to her feet. That cold, stunning face was filled with anger she could no longer suppress. Her hands pressed against the table as she leaned forward, looking like an old cat about to hiss. Stop. Hear me out first. Ko raised a hand and made a calming gesture. In those black eyes of his, a rare trace of seriousness appeared. Seeing the serious look in Koe's eyes, Terumi May could only force down the emotions in her heart and sit back down so she would not attract attention. She glared at him irritably, waiting for his sophistry, and silently swore that once this mission was over, she would definitely find a chance to kill him and rid the ninja world of this scourge. Seeing that Terumi May had calmed down, Ko smiled faintly to himself and sighed inwardly. This girl really has grown up. She is not hissing every day like she did back when we first got along in Kirigakure. In reality, Ko rarely put on such a serious expression as he lowered his voice and said, "You may have misunderstood what I meant." He paused, his black eyes sweeping over the diners around them. When I said trouble, I wasn't talking about some powerful ninja. I meant the ordinary people around us. A puzzled look appeared on Terumi May's face, her green eyes filled with confusion. But seeing how serious he was, she still suppressed her doubts and waited for him to finish. Ko looked around, his eyes like a male louse patrolling its territory. You must have noticed too. This Wufan port is a mixed bag. Tourists, merchants, even ninja, you can find just about anyone here. And naturally, that includes some people who want to steal and skulk around.
Terumi May frowned.
Of course she knew that. In this small restaurant alone, quite a few people looked like they were ordering food and eating, but in reality, they had been watching everyone around them the whole time. But because they were ordinary people rather than ninja, Terumi May had only kept a bit of vigilance and had not paid too much attention. In a place like this, there would always be people like that. Ko continued, his tone carrying the calm of someone who had seen too much of the world. They observe how people speak and act, then use that to guess their identity and wealth. Maybe they're after money. Maybe they sell information to the local gangs. Maybe they kidnap people. Either way, it's always the same disgusting trash doing disgusting trash things. Terumi May seemed to realize something. Her brows furrowed even tighter, and a trace of wariness flashed through those green eyes. You mean my behavior would make those people target me? What do you think? Ko rolled his eyes helplessly. Your presence concealment is very good, and unless someone is deliberately observing you, your appearance won't draw much attention either. But don't forget where we are right now. This is a restaurant. If you sit here talking without eating, it's hard not to catch those people's attention. His voice dropped even lower. You should know. In a restaurant, people who just talk without eating are usually discussing business. In their eyes, that means fat sheep. Ko continued in a disdainful tone. The truly rich and powerful don't come to little places like this. The ones they target are the people who come to small restaurants like this, have a bit of money, and won't cause too much trouble even if they get robbed. For us, people like that don't even count as trouble. At most, they're just bugs by the roadside. We can deal with them whenever we want. But these people work in groups. Once something happens, it will definitely cause a disturbance. His gaze fell on Terumi May's face as he quietly reminded her, for the sake of keeping our mission covert, it's best if we avoid this kind of trouble whenever possible. Resting one hand against his cheek, Ko observed the now silent Terumi May and added with a teasing tone, this is the most basic stuff taught at the very start in Konoha's Ninja Academy. He paused, and his tone carried a bit more consolation. But it's normal that you wouldn't know. After all, this kind of knowledge is only useful for infiltration-type intelligence-gathering missions where you need to disguise your identity and aren't allowed to cause any disturbance. As far as I know, most of the mission requests Kirigakure gets are basically things like assassination and slaughter, hard work with low pay. So it's normal if they don't teach this in the academy. Even if they did, it wouldn't be very useful. Instead of wasting time on that, it'd be better to practice more ninjutsu or something so you can survive the missions that come after. Terumi May lowered her head in silence. Her gaze fell on the wood grain of the table, and something churned in those green eyes. It was not anger. It was not shame. It was something deeper, bitterness. Her fingers curled slightly, and her nails lightly scraped across the tabletop, making a faint sound. The gap, from Koe's words. What she felt was the enormous gap between Kirigakure and Konoha. She knew very well that when it came to ninja education standards, there was a huge gap between Kirigakure and Konoha. To be precise, Konoha was far ahead of the other great nations of the ninja world when it came to basic education. Across 3 consecutive great ninja wars, The other 4 great ninja villages had all, to varying degrees, fallen into the predicament of a talent gap. Yet Konoha had never suffered from such a problem. Although Konoha had fallen into an unprecedented period of weakness because of the Nine-Tails rampage 7 years ago, that weakness was only in comparison to its former peak. Everyone knew that within less than 10 years, Konoha's new generation would rise again, and Konoha would recover its vitality. And the foundation of all this, aside from Konoha's own deep reserves and the strength of its major ninja clans, was most importantly its educational system that covered all civilian ninja. The ninja Konoha trained were almost by default superior to those of the other great ninja villages in overall quality. This was the cornerstone of Konoha's strength, and also the key to why Konoha had remained enduring and prosperous. Terumi Mei understood this very clearly. She might feel envious of it, but she did not find it hard to accept, because this was something acknowledged by the entire ninja world. What truly pained her was another layer of meaning hidden in Ko's words. Kirigakure was only fit to take the kinds of missions Konoha did not want, missions involving assassination, slaughter, and all sorts of thankless dirty work. Stabbed right into the heart. It really hurt too much. Because they could only get missions related to assassination and slaughter. Kirigakure's Ninja Academy would naturally focus on teaching the knowledge related to those things, and its methods of training would naturally match as well. Because only by doing so could they complete missions better and obtain payment. And because, aside from high-level S-rank and A-rank missions, these kinds of missions were often difficult yet poorly paid, the resources available to lower-level ninja were extremely scarce. To cut costs and make better use of resources in training outstanding talent, Kirigakure could only adopt a gu-raising style of education. More resources were poured into elites, and their focus was placed on high-risk, high-reward mission requests. The famous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were, in a sense, a signboard Kirigakure had put forward to attract more mission requests. Kirigakure really had succeeded on this path. In the ninja world, the moment people thought of gray area missions involving assassination and slaughter, the first thing that came to mind was the figure of a Kirigakure ninja. But what was the price? This overly extreme path had caused the kinds of missions Kirigakure could accept to become extremely singular, and the entire village had almost turned into a factory for carrying out those gray area missions with ever greater perfection. The idea of putting the mission above all else, comrades killing each other, an increasingly stifling atmosphere, ninjas driven mad under extreme conditions, and the higher-ups who profited from it all, clinging to the power already in their hands and obstructing change at every turn. That was the Bloody Mist Village. The twisted path Kirigakure had taken had ultimately led to the tragedy known as the Bloody Mist. To bring change, the old order had to be broken. And once the old order was broken, a new one had to be rebuilt. But if it was no longer the Bloody Mist Village, if Kirigakure could no longer survive by taking those gray area missions, then how was it supposed to live on? After losing the signboard of the Bloody Mist Village, what could the new Kirigakure rely on to compete with the other great ninja villages for mission commissions? It all seemed to form a circle, a dilemma with no easy answer. Terumi Mei knew very well that she did not have the ability to solve this dilemma. At least not now. But there was one person who could. Sora, Shina Sora, the companion she trusted, the one she admired, and also their leader. That man who had come from the Kirigakure ANBU, the man acknowledged by all of them, had already led them through one seemingly unsolvable dilemma after another. If it was him, then he definitely could. As long as they were together, they definitely could. Terumi Mei murmured softly in her heart. In those emerald green eyes of hers, a small flame danced. As long as we work together, one day, the children of Kirigakure will also be able to choose their own path. Her fingers slowly loosened, and the hands she had clenched were now laid flat on the table. Terumi Mei straightened her back, and the light in her eyes became firm once more. It will work. It definitely will. Outside the window, the mist still churned. Inside the restaurant, the noise still rolled on like a tide. Ko looked at the silent woman across from him, and a trace of complicated emotion flashed through his black eyes. He knew what she was thinking. He knew everything. But Ko only picked up his cup, took a sip, and said nothing. On the table, the steam rising from the ramen swirled between them, swallowing those unspoken words bit by bit. The clamor in the restaurant continued. A moment later, Terumi Mei seemed to have steadied her emotions. The ripples in her emerald green eyes gradually calmed. She looked at the Uchiha Ko in front of her with a complicated expression. Though it was a little annoying, she had to admit that Uchiha Ko was right. He really had pointed out what was inappropriate. This guy, who reminded clients to pay attention to details before a mission even started, had indeed done his duty. Maybe I misunderstood him?
Terumi Mei reflected silently.
A thoughtful look flashed through her emerald green eyes. After all, no matter how much of a bastard this guy seemed on the surface, he was still a famous strong ninja from the time of the Third Great Ninja War, a publicly acknowledged elite. His character might be hopeless, but at the very least, his professional ability should be beyond question. At least, from the words he had just used to remind her, he really was serious about the mission. Thinking of this, Terumi May hesitated for a moment. Her lips parted slightly. That thank you rolled around in her throat several times before she finally forced it out. The gulp gulp gulp. Burp. Ko raised the bowl and drained the last of the broth in big mouthfuls. He slammed the bowl heavily onto the table with a dull thud, then let out a satisfied burp. That handsome face of his was full of bliss. Ko raised his head and looked at Terumi May's hesitant expression. A trace of understanding appeared in his black eyes. He stretched out a hand and stopped it in front of her. You don't need to say it. I understand.
Terumi May?
No, what exactly did you understand? A bad feeling rose in her heart. Waiter, order. Ko raised his hand. His voice was loud, cutting through the noise of the restaurant and landing precisely in the ears of the busy waiter not far away. 2 more bowls of seafood ramen. Put it on her tab. Terumi May's eyes widened, and her cold, beautiful face filled with undisguised shock. No? Ko shook his head and interrupted whatever Terumi May was about to say. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, making a crisp sound. I could tell from your expression right away. You must be hungry. He put on a very understanding look and said considerately, I get it, girls are too embarrassed to say it out loud. I'm a very thoughtful person, you know. There's no way I could do something as unprofessional as letting my employer go hungry. Terumi May opened her mouth, but for a moment, she had no idea what to say. After holding it in for a while, she finally said weakly, 2 bowls is too much. I can't eat that much. I was waiting for you to say that. Ko's eyes lit up instantly, his voice full of the delight of a scheme succeeding.
Terumi May.
I let that slip. Ko's smile froze on his face. He reflexively covered his mouth, but it was already too late. Terumi May's face had already darkened. So that was your real goal all along. Terumi May growled furiously in a low voice. I knew it. You really are a total bastard. Ko looked at her face, red from anger, and a trace of guilt flashed through his black eyes. He was silent for a moment, and then, eehee. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly into a sly grin. The hell do you mean, eehee? Most of Terumi May's voice was swallowed by the noise in the restaurant, but the gritted teeth fury in it could not be suppressed no matter what. A moment later, this ramen really does taste pretty good. Terumi May put down her chopsticks and looked at the nearly empty bowl in front of her, then wiped her mouth with lingering satisfaction. The noodles were springy, the broth was rich, the chashu was tender, and the fresh fragrance of the seaweed spread across the tip of her tongue. She had to admit that this ramen shop really did have a reason for being so popular. A trace of subtle satisfaction appeared on that cold, beautiful face. She silently memorized the name of the shop in her heart. After this mission is over, I definitely have to bring Sora here to try it. How is it? Pretty good, right? Ko looked at her with a grin, his black eyes full of smugness. Terumi May's face reddened slightly. She gave a small cough, and her voice carried a bit of stiff awkwardness. Ahem, it is. All right. Ko glanced at the completely empty bottom of Terumi May's bowl. He chuckled. What are you looking at? Terumi May's voice suddenly shot up. Her cheeks reddened slightly. Whether from embarrassment or irritation, it was hard to tell. As if unable to endure Ko's teasing gaze, Terumi May instantly put on a serious expression. The light in those emerald green eyes turned solemn. She lowered her voice so much that only the 2 of them could hear it. Let us stop the small talk here. We should be able to discuss the mission now, right? Ko also put away his teasing expression. The light in his black eyes turned steady. Using that exaggerated attitude to liven up the atmosphere really could make things between them less awkward. But if he still kept acting so frivolous when it came time for serious business, then it would only have the opposite effect. He had worn this mask for so many years. He knew very clearly what he should do and what he should not do. Terumi May looked at Ko and saw the serious look on his face. A trace of surprise flashed through those jade green eyes. The surprise was faint, disappearing in an instant before returning to calm. But in her heart, she gained a bit more acknowledgement for the man before her named Uchiha Tō, though that was mainly because his earlier behavior had already lowered her expectations. In a voice only the 2 of them could hear, Terumi May said seriously, the location of this mission is not within the land of water. I hope you understand that first. Ko replied in a matter-of-fact tone. There's no need to say something that obvious, right? You picked Miss Sailport as the meeting place, so obviously we're taking a ship out of the land of water. His tone was lazy, like he was stating something completely ordinary. Even though Ko already knew the answer, he still put on a curious expression and asked in a languid voice. So, where exactly are we going for this mission? Miss Employer? Terumi May fell silent for a moment. Her finger lightly traced across the tabletop, and a complicated emotion surfaced in those jade green eyes. Our destination is an island located to the southwest of the land of water. An island? Ko pretended to be surprised. His brows drew together slightly, and his gaze turned serious. There are a lot of islands southwest of the land of water. Why not be a little more specific? The smallest one? or the most famous one? Terumi May studied Ko's expression, her jade-green eyes full of scrutiny. She watched his eyes, his brows, every subtle change on that handsome face. Uchiha Tō did not show the anger she had expected. There was only faint curiosity and a perfectly natural follow-up question. Terumi May immediately let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, Uzushiogakure had once been one of Konoha's staunchest allies. Back during the Second Great Ninja War, while Konoha was tied down by the war, Kirigakure openly joined the battlefield and sent troops to attack Konoha. But in secret, it had joined forces with Iwagakure and Kumogakure. With the power of 3 nations, they launched a lightning assault on Uzushiogakure and successfully wiped out this great enemy right at their doorstep. Iwagakure and Kumogakure had both taken part, yes, but the mastermind behind the destruction of Uzushiogakure was undoubtedly Kirigakure. Uchiha Tō was a missing nin, but he had once been a Konoha ninja after all. His reaction to Uzushiogakure still had to be tested. Terumi May knew Tō was a smart man. She knew he had already understood the deeper meaning behind her words. Seeing that his reaction was natural, she stopped probing and said directly, "The destination of this mission is the Land of Whirlpools. To be exact, the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools after its destruction." The ruins of the Land of Whirlpools? Tō pretended to be deeply shocked. His mouth opened slightly as he said in disbelief, "Wasn't that place already thoroughly wrecked by you Kirigakure bastards working together with Iwagakure and Kumogakure? Everything that could be taken was taken by you. Anything that couldn't be taken was either destroyed by the nearly exterminated Uzumaki clan themselves, or destroyed by you. The Land of Whirlpools is just a ruin that's been picked clean who knows how many times by now. Is there even any point in going there?" Hearing Ko's words, Terumi May lowered her head in shame. That cold and beautiful face of hers was now filled with undisguised guilt. Even though Tō hadn't directly named and cursed Kirigakure, just hearing about the tragedy Uzushiogakure had suffered back then made her, as a Kirigakure ninja, feel ashamed from the bottom of her heart. Even if no one in this ninja world was truly clean, and the profession of ninja had never had anything to do with justice or peace to begin with. They were born to live off war. But invasion was still invasion. No matter how righteous the excuse sounded, it could never erase that bloody truth. The truth was this. She, a ninja from the enemy nation that had destroyed that country, was now setting foot once again on land deeply scarred by her homeland, all to secure benefits for her village. Her actions were despicable beyond measure. Terumi May understood that very clearly, but she had to do it. For Kirigakure's future. For the ideals she and her comrades believed in. Even if it meant going against her own conscience, even if she ended up dying in the most miserable way in the future, she would not regret it in the slightest. She had already made her resolve. Ko observed Terumi May's condition, and a trace of complicated emotion flashed deep in his black eyes. He sighed inwardly, but he said nothing to comfort her. He only continued acting confused and calmly analyzed. Could it be that something happened to your Kirigakure Three-Tails Jinchuriki, and you want to find an Uzumaki clansman to become the next Three-Tails Jinchuriki? Leaving aside the condition of your fourth Mizukage, the surviving members of the Uzumaki clan have long since scattered across the ninja world. That place is a no-man's land now. If you're going there hoping to find an Uzumaki clansman, then I'd advise you to give up on that idea. Only an idiot would keep staying in that place. If there really were any left, they probably would already been found by either you or Konoha. There'd be no need for us to look. Terumi May forced herself to raise her head. A trace of regret flashed through her jade-green eyes. Unfortunately, our fourth Mizukage is doing just fine. And the goal of this mission is not to find any surviving Uzumaki clansmen. Then this mission is as for the specific details, let us wait until we reach the Land of Whirlpools. Terumi May cut off Ko's question and gave him a meaningful look with those jade-green eyes. As for the matter of the Land of Whirlpools ruins from the Warring States period, she had no intention of laying everything out for him here. After all, no matter what, theirs was only a temporary employer-mercenary relationship. If she revealed all the information now, she found it hard to believe that Uchiha Tō wouldn't start having thoughts he shouldn't have during this time. Rather than staying on guard from now on and guessing what schemes might be forming in his mind, it was safer to reveal things little by little when the time came while watching his reactions. Even if she would have to tell him the complete intel sooner or later, the initiative had to remain firmly in her hands. Seeing that Terumi May was unwilling to say more, Ko did not press further. He looked at the wariness in her eyes, and a trace of satisfaction flashed deep in his black pupils. Not bad. She had vigilance, as expected of someone who could become Mizukage in the future. But on the surface, he still showed an annoyed expression. His brows furrowed slightly as he said with a mocking tone, "You're this guarded against me? Sounds like there's something big involved. Aren't you afraid I'll get greedy for a moment, stab you in the back, and take the mission target for myself? You wouldn't do that." Terumi May said it with certainty, her jade-green eyes full of confidence. "Oh, and why is that? You're with Akatsuki now." Terumi May's voice was very steady. I don't know much about Akatsuki, but from what I do know, Akatsuki already has an extremely bad reputation because of several past missions where employers ended up dead. They urgently need to improve their reputation in the market. My mission is a top-tier major contract. If Akatsuki is even remotely an organization that wants to rise higher, then they would never allow you to make any mistake on this mission. Her gaze landed on Ko's face. There was scrutiny in her eyes, but also certainty. I'm personally one of Kirigakure's higher-ups. I already reported the full details of this mission to a trustworthy companion long ago. If anything happens to me, he spread the news across the entire ninja world that Akatsuki member Uchiha Tō murdered a Kirigakure high-ranking official. He also seized this chance to unify the voices within Kirigakure and reorganize it. When that happens, you'll be facing both Konoha and a Kirigakure stirred up by public outrage. The combined pursuit of two great ninja villages. For someone like you who loves life so much, that should count as a pretty big trouble, right? Looking at the confident Terumi Mei in front of him, Ko held back his laughter, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. He put on an act, let out a sigh, then raised both hands in surrender. All right, you win. You're right. I really want to do anything to you. After all, you're my big client. The money I made from you is enough for me to live it up for many years. How could I bear to lay a hand on you?
Terumi Mei.
Even though there was nothing wrong with what this guy said, why did it sound so awful to her? That money. That was her savings from many years of scraping things together. More than half of it had been set aside by father and mother while they were still alive, meant for her future marriage. Terumi Mei felt like her heart was bleeding. Silently, she apologized to her parents in her heart. I'm sorry, father, mother. Please forgive me. This is all for Kirigakure's future. Seeing Terumi Mei suddenly looking so dejected, Ko couldn't help but blank out. Why did she get this down all of a sudden? Was she really that bothered by the money? He thought about it, then shook his head and decided to change the subject. All right, let us not talk about that anymore. Ko's voice returned to its usual light, casual tone. By the way, when are we leaving? You should be already booked a ship passing through the land of whirlpools, right? Hearing Ko's words, Terumi Mei seemed to remember something. She instantly snapped out of her dejected state, and a trace of panic flashed through those emerald green eyes. A little flustered, she quickly looked at the watch on her wrist. 11:25. She immediately let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, there's still half an hour. There's still time. She shot Ko an irritated glare, her emerald green eyes full of undisguised resentment. It was all this guy's fault. The original plan had been to briefly tell him the itinerary and leave right away. Who would have thought he'd drag things out this much and almost make her miss something this important? Terumi Mei secretly warned herself in her heart. I can't let this guy affect me anymore, or I'm really going to be finished. She stood up at once, her movement crisp and decisive, carrying unquestionable resolve. There are only 30 minutes left. We have to hurry over immediately. Do we really need to be that rushed? Ko tilted his head, his black eyes full of confusion. At our speed, that little distance would only take a few seconds. With a guy like you around, there are way too many accidents. We have to prepare in advance. That's slander. Blatant slander. Ko protested indignantly. I'm reporting you to the land of water. Go ahead. Terumi Mei shot him a cold glance. The Minister of Justice of the Land of Water is my clan uncle. Wronged by imperial power. What nonsense are you shouting? Be quiet. Sumimasen. The two of them bickered naturally, one line after another, while walking toward the door. The restaurant's entrance was a wooden sliding door, its handle polished smooth and shiny from years of use. Terumi Mei reached out, just about to push it open. The door was pulled open from the outside. A tall figure appeared in the doorway. It was a middle-aged man, burly enough that he looked like he could burst the whole doorframe apart. He had a head of wild white long hair spilling over his shoulders like a lioness mane. On his forehead was a Konoha forehead protector, marked with the spiral symbol, though the kanji for oil on it stood out especially clearly. The man wore a red outer robe and wooden sandals. His whole body gave off a bold, carefree aura. His face was flushed red, his eyes unfocused, his steps unsteady. He swayed from side to side like he might collapse at any second. The air was thick with the heavy stench of alcohol spreading off him and filling the restaurant entrance. Ahahaha. Tsunade, Orochimaru, what did I tell you? Hick. He burst into laughter and let out a drunken belch, his voice echoing through the restaurant and drawing side glances from the other diners. This newly opened ramen shop is great, right? Watergate's kid recommended it. Hick. It's amazing. His words were slurred, as if he were talking to people behind him, but there was no one behind him. Looking at the drunken giant in front of her, Terumi Mei froze on the spot. He is. The man looked extremely familiar to her, like she had seen him somewhere before. She had seen that face countless times in intelligence reports. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, a top-tier powerhouse whose name had shaken the ninja world during the Second Great Ninja War and the Third Great Ninja War. Deep wariness surged in her heart. But almost immediately, that wariness was covered over by an even stronger emotion. Confusion. Why was Jiraiya here? This was the land of water. Kirigakure's territory. And yet a top ninja from Konoha was swaggering around at an enemy nation's port. Dead drunk? Her gaze subconsciously shifted to Ko at her side, wanting some kind of answer from him. Then her body stiffened, because she saw Ko's expression. That handsome face, always smiling and carefree, was now ugly to the extreme. His brows were tightly locked, like he had just run into something he absolutely shouldn't have encountered. Why? Ko muttered inwardly. His black eyes locked onto the drunken white-haired old boozehound in front of him. Why is he here? One of the Sannin, Jiraiya. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind at high speed. Was Jiraiya appearing here just a coincidence? Or had someone arranged this on purpose? Nagato? Or Obito? Or was it really just an accidental meeting? He wasn't sure, but he knew one thing. At a moment like this, getting involved with Jiraiya was absolutely not a good thing. Jiraiya seemed to notice something. His body paused slightly. In that instant, those previously dazed and unfocused eyes snapped into clarity. His gaze fell on Ko. Jiraiya's pupils shrank slightly. The change was subtle, so subtle it was almost impossible to notice. But Ko caught it. He saw the instant shift in Jiraiya's eyes from drunken haze to sobriety. He saw that sudden switch from intoxication to vigilance. You are. Jiraiya's voice was no longer slurred, no longer drunk. There was a deep calm in it, the kind that belonged to a true powerhouse. Then his voice rose several degrees, his tone filled with uncontrollable shock. Ko! His eyes widened slightly, and an indescribable expression surfaced on his alcohol-flushed face. Shock, gravitas, and something complicated, something like nostalgia at seeing an old friend he had not met in many years. 13 years ago, Konoha training ground. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves of the row of old pagoda trees by the training ground. The cicadas rose and fell one after another, like a background track that would never stop. In one corner of the training ground, several wooden posts were stacked there, already somewhat worn and damaged. They were covered in cuts from shuriken and kunai, silently showing just how many times this place had been used for training. A tall, white-haired man stood in the center of the field. Though he was already in his 30s, his face still looked quite young, making it impossible to tell that he was 14 years older than the disciple beside him. His disciple, now one of Konoha's most talked-about figures, Minato Namikaze, was standing at his side at this moment, a hint of anticipation on his gentle face. Standing before them was a black-haired boy wearing a forehead protector, only 9 years old. The boy had a slender build and wore the dark blue uniform of the Uchiha clan, with the fan crest printed on his back. His features were handsome, his brows and eyes clear and bright. Though he was still young, the outline of the good looks he would one day have could already be seen. Unlike the usual stereotype of the Uchiha, always cold-faced and giving off a distant aura, the corners of his mouth held a gentle smile. Jiraiya looked at the black-haired boy in front of him with curious eyes. Uchiha Ko. He had heard this name before. The face of this generation of the Uchiha clan. A young genius with some fame in the village. Among Konoha's Jonin circles, this name was often mentioned together with the son of the famous Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Sakumo. But most of the time, the boy before him only existed as a foil in the Jonin's conversations. Not willing to let the White Fang's son hog all the spotlight, so the Uchiha clan pushed out a genius of their own to compete with him. The Uchiha clan really was as obsessed with appearances as ever. Well, it was childish. Sure, but considering this was the same Uchiha clan that always bragged about being Konoha's strongest clan, it was understandable. But everyone could tell, couldn't they? These two children were completely on different levels when it came to talent. To be forced out and compared to a real genius like that, wasn't that too cruel for that child? Sigh, but what could be done? The child was from the Uchiha clan, after all, being born into that family. Who knew whether it was his fortune or his misfortune? Jiraiya had heard comments like these all over the village. A genius pushed out by the Uchiha clan to compete against the White Fang's son. That was the first impression the child named Uchiha Ko had left in Jiraiya's mind. Graduating from the ninja academy at 8, and now at 9 already having the level to prepare for the Chunin exams, this child was without question an absolute genius. But in front of Kakashi, who had graduated at 5 and become a Chunin at 6, those achievements really didn't amount to much. Comparing the two of them was simply too cruel for an Uchiha child with pride in his nature. At least, that was what Jiraiya had always thought until his prized disciple came to find him. Hey, Minato, are you serious? This kid is the one who helped you complete the theory behind that new jutsu? Jiraiya lowered his voice as he spoke to Minato beside him, his tone carrying a bit of doubt. His brows furrowed slightly as he muttered in disbelief. You're not messing with me, are you? Even I can't figure out how to overcome the difficult point of that jutsu. The jutsu Minato had been researching, the hand-seal-less jutsu inspired by the tailed beast ball, was, logically speaking, something that should never have succeeded. Leaving aside the high-density compression of chakra and how to keep its form stable, just the theoretical logic behind chakra rotation alone was hard to finalize. Just perfecting the relevant theory had already made the master and disciple rack their brains. But now Minato was saying that this brat in front of them had helped complete that theory. Truly left Jiraiya stunned. Minato nodded seriously. His blue eyes were full of certainty. He turned his head and looked at the boy before him with admiration in his eyes, his tone openly full of praise. That's right. Thanks to Kokuin's help, I finally realized that all my previous attempts had been wrong. The reason the experiments kept failing before was because I had always been using a single method of chakra rotation. That method consumes a huge amount of chakra, and the chakra itself collapses far too easily. But if it's changed to a bidirectional intersecting spiral rotation method, then the original problem can be completely solved. He paused, and a flash of excitement passed through his blue eyes. Thanks to this child, I can finally be certain that developing a hand-seal-less jutsu is possible. A double spiral structure. Jiraiya muttered under his breath, his eyes overflowing with barely concealed shock. As one of the top powerhouses in the ninja world, he instantly analyzed the conclusion from Minato's words. This plan was feasible. His gaze landed on the boy before him. His earlier lazy, casual look had now turned serious. If what Minato said was true, then this child really was an incredible genius. But was this level of theoretical foundation and understanding of ninjutsu really something a child this age should have? Even if he really was a genius, this was still way too exaggerated. Hearing Minato's words of praise, the black-haired boy before Jiraiya awkwardly scratched his head. The movement was a little clumsy, carrying the shyness unique to a child, but it also gave off a strange sense of unnaturalness. He smiled. The smile was faint, but it made people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Minato-senpai is making it sound way too exaggerated. This is all Minato-senpai's own achievement. I really didn't help much. I just often saw Minato-senpai while training here, so I worked up the courage to chat with him for a bit, thinking maybe I could get some pointers from him. But while we were talking, somehow I brought up the idiot next door to my house. Then I talked with Minato-senpai about how, when that guy fell asleep before, I used hair gel to shape the two double hair whorls on his head into two horns. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and his smile carried a bit of childish pride. And then Big Brother Minato suddenly seemed like he'd realized something, and excitedly thanked me. Honestly, even I still hadn't reacted to it yet. Hearing Ko's modest words, Minato slowly shook his head. His blue eyes were full of appreciation. His tone was firm, as if he were stating an undeniable fact. Don't belittle yourself, Ko. If I hadn't met you, I'd probably still be stuck in those theoretical problems right now. Being able to solve this difficult point is all thanks to you. You're really exaggerating, Ko replied. A somewhat embarrassed smile appeared on his handsome little face. That smile was perfectly timed, carrying the innocence unique to a child, yet also a maturity that was hard to describe. So that was what happened. Jiraiya looked at the boy before him and nodded in sudden realization. Inwardly, he couldn't help but murmur with some emotion. So the inspiration actually came from something this trivial? Looks like the essence of ninjutsu really can't be approached through theory alone. Small everyday things can often bring a certain kind of inspiration too. This must be what they call the unexpectedness that comes from a child. Looking at the two humble figures in front of him, Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh emotionally. On that face that could still be called youthful, there was now a complicated expression filled with the feeling that the younger generation was truly to be feared. Jiraiya then turned his head to look at Minato and continued meaningfully, "You called me and this kid over here today. Probably wasn't he just to praise his contributions in front of me, right?" Seeing through his intentions, Minato awkwardly scratched his head. Then his expression turned serious, and those blue eyes of his were full of sincerity. "Sensei, I hope this child can join our ninjutsu development research. During my conversations with him, I always feel like I can get a bit of inspiration from what he says. Even if it's just a feeling, I believe this child will definitely be able to help with our next stage of research." He paused, his eyes full of earnestness. "Please seriously consider it." At the side, Ko was also looking at Jiraiya with anticipation, though a trace of tension was hidden in those black eyes. As if he had expected this all along. Jiraiya let out a helpless sigh and continued irritably, "I knew it. Whenever you brat come looking for your master out of nowhere, it's never for anything good." Minato smiled awkwardly. Jiraiya waved a hand, his tone lazy, but the light in his eyes was very serious. "I don't really mind letting this kid join. After all, this is your ninjutsu. It's just that don't forget, this brat is practically the Uchiha clan's rising star right now. If you want to borrow him, you'd better think carefully about how you're going to get past the old man and the Uchiha side." Hearing Jiraiya's reminder, Minato and Ko exchanged a glance. Then they turned their heads in perfect unison and looked at Jiraiya together. Jiraiya? Hey, hey, don't tell me you want me to go talk to them. His voice rose several degrees, and his young face was full of completely undisguised resistance. Please, Jiraiya-sensei. Ko and Minato bowed to Jiraiya at the same time. So you two really had this plan from the start, didn't you? And you, brat, how are you calling me sensei so naturally already? Call me Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked at the two in front of him with total refusal written all over his face. Jiraiya was a man with principles. He was the freest man in the ninja world. No one could make him do something he didn't want to do. Jiraiya would rather starve to death. Jump off from here and still would never, Jiraiya-sensei. Please accept this. With practiced ease, Ko pulled a magazine from his clothes and held it out in front of Jiraiya. Jiraiya's gaze subconsciously fell onto the magazine cover. It showed a tall, sexy woman with a hot figure and a seductive smile. His eyes locked tightly onto the woman on the cover like he had some kind of auto-targeting cheat. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he unconsciously swallowed. Oh, take this as a small gift for our first meeting. It's nothing much. Ko revealed an innocent, harmless smile, but those black eyes were full of slyness. I know a little about the channels for getting books like this. If you like them, then in the days to come, good kid. Jiraiya grabbed Ko's hand excitedly, or more accurately, he grabbed the magazine in Ko's hand. His face was full of emotion, and the light in his eyes was bright like he had just discovered treasure. From the very first moment I saw you, I knew there was something extraordinary about you. As expected of the Uchiha clan's genius boy, his voice was full of sincerity. With you here, Minato's research will definitely go much more smoothly. Just go and do your research with Minato properly. Leave the old man and the Uchiha side to me. Yay! Long live Jiraiya-sensei. Minato and Ko high-fived in celebration. The sound of that high-five was crisp, carrying the unique vigor of youth. Crap, that was instinctive. Jiraiya, having come back to his senses from the state of being controlled by his lower brain, suddenly realized he had fallen for it and muttered in annoyance to himself. He subconsciously wanted to take it back, but he was too embarrassed to go back on what he had just said, so he could only force himself to swallow the words that had reached his mouth. Jiraiya looked at the magazine in his hand, then at the two smiling brightly in front of him, and said irritably, Minato, you little brat. This was your idea, wasn't he it? And you too, you innately evil little Uchiha brat. Don't call me Jiraiya-sensei. Call me Lord Jiraiya. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled patches of light and shadow over the three of them. The sound of cicadas continued as always, like a background track that would never stop. That was the first time Jiraiya and Ko truly met in the real sense. Jiraiya's consciousness pulled itself out of the memory, and his eyes, now clear again, looked once more at the Ko before him. He looked at this young man he hadn't seen for many years. No, he couldn't even be called a young man anymore. Compared to when they first met in his memories, the Ko before him had already grown into a mature adult. That once familiar, bright smile had now been replaced with an unfamiliar heaviness. From his current gaze, all Jiraiya could feel was guardedness. You've grown up, Ko. Looking at Ko, who had changed so much from the one in his memories, Jiraiya couldn't help but murmur softly. Ko looked at Jiraiya meaningfully. Deep in those black eyes, something was faintly stirring. Looking at this figure who should have been incomparably familiar, he slowly said, yeah, long time no see, Lord Jiraiya. Inside the ramen shop, steam and sea wind mixed together. When the wooden door was pushed open, the wind from the harbor rushed in carrying a salty fishy scent. There was a chill in that wind, lowering the temperature of the already stuffy room crowded with diners by several degrees. The soup pot on the stove was still bubbling with steam, but all that noise had already grown distant in Jiraiya's ears. Listening to Ko's distant form of address, Jiraiya was dazed for a moment. His gaze fell on Ko's face. On that face he had once known so well but which had now become unfamiliar. Compared to the boy in his memories who always wore a gentle smile, the man before him had a bit more sharpness between his brows, a bit more exhaustion, and a trace of resentment toward him. A bitter smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of Jiraiya's mouth. Lord Jiraiya, when you were still in Konoha, you clearly always called me Jiraiya-sensei. Behind Ko, Mei-Terumi listened to Jiraiya's bitter words, and those jade-green eyes were full of shock. Sensei? Her gaze moved back and forth between Ko's back and Jiraiya's face, while stormy waves rose in her heart. This guy is actually a disciple of one of the legendary Sannin? She forcibly suppressed the shock in her heart, then quickly calmed herself as her mind started racing. But if that's the case, then why did he defect? With Jiraiya's status and connections in Konoha, as his disciple, his future should have been limitless no matter where he went. Could it be related to the Uchiha clan massacre from not long ago? She recalled the unbelievable intelligence from Konoha that she had seen not long ago. The Uchiha clan had vanished from Konoha in a single night, and the one who carried it out was said to be a 13-year-old boy named Itachi Uchiha. She forcefully suppressed the storm in her heart and observed Ko and Jiraiya ahead with a probing gaze. For now, the matter of the Land of Whirlpools ruins would have to be put aside first. The matter of investigating the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools could be postponed. Right now, Jiraiya was obviously far more important. A big shot like him sneaking into the Land of Water while hiding his tracks was enough to trigger a diplomatic incident. What was he doing in the Land of Water? And what exactly was he planning to do? As one of Kirigakure's upper echelon, what attitude should she take toward him? Should she reveal her identity to him? She looked at Ko's back, and a trace of thought flashed through those emerald green eyes. As for Uchiha Tō, what exactly was he thinking right now? Ko looked at Jiraiya's bitter smile, and something churned in the depths of his black eyes. He forcibly suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, kept his expression calm, looked at Jiraiya in front of him, and slowly said, "But you never accepted me calling you teacher, did you?" The words were light, yet they were like a needle, piercing straight into Jiraiya's heart. "So you really do resent me?" Jiraiya heard the mockery in Ko's words, and his gaze dimmed a little. He fell silent for a moment. The expression on that bold, rugged face turned complicated, carrying guilt, helplessness, and the awkwardness of wanting to explain but not knowing where to begin. His voice was low, carrying a bit of weariness. "The reason I never acknowledged you as my disciple was because of my identity as a member of the Uchiha clan, right?" Ko impatiently finished the answer for Jiraiya. His voice was cold, and the mockery in those black eyes was completely undisguised. Unlike that idiot Obito, he wasn't valued much within the Uchiha clan. Having big brother Minato, who had a high chance of succeeding as the 4th Hokage in the future, serve as his Jonin instructor and teacher could both appease the Uchiha clan, who couldn't squeeze into Konoha's core power circle, and keep the clan from having too many ideas. But I was different. At the time, I was the face of the Uchiha clan. If you, a core figure of the Hokage faction, had taken me as your disciple, it definitely would have caused a huge reaction from the Uchiha. At that time, it was already right before the Third Great Ninja War, with the situation in the ninja world growing more tense by the day. Internal conflict was something that absolutely had to be avoided. Ko continued in an even tone, "I naturally understand why you deliberately chose to keep your distance from me." But the word understand carried an indescribable layer of sarcasm. As Jiraiya listened to Ko's response, the light in his eyes dimmed little by little. His lips parted slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but then closed again. On that bold face that was always smiling, all that remained now was a deep, unspeakable exhaustion. His shoulders sagged a little, and he looked like he had aged 10 years. Ko looked at Jiraiya's dejected appearance and frowned tightly. "You don't need to take responsibility for my defection onto yourself." Ko's voice softened a little, but within that softness was an even heavier weight. "Because in essence, we were just acquaintances who knew each other. That's all. When all is said and done, aside from that period when we researched the Rasengan together, we really didn't spend that much time together, did we?" Though he was trying to comfort him, the anger and mockery in his words simply couldn't be suppressed. "After all, if we really weren't that close, then 7 years ago, why didn't you come back?" Ko stared deeply at Jiraiya's dispirited face and said through gritted teeth, "In the letter I sent you, I wrote in a complete panic about my anxiety over my own talent and the bottlenecks I'd run into in training. If you had come back in time, maybe you could just happen to make it in time for." His voice dropped, so low it sounded like it was being squeezed out from deep in his throat. "That accident known as the Ninetales Rebellion." As those words fell, silence took over the atmosphere. Ko stared deeply at the dejected Jiraiya before him. "I really still can't let it go." He whispered that to himself inwardly, coldly looking at the man he had once placed his hopes in. 7 years ago, after failing to stop Rin's death and Obito's fall into darkness, he had actually already foreseen that the Ninetales Rebellion was about to come. But he had not fallen into despair because of it. On the contrary, he was still full of confidence in the future. After all, the reason Obito had managed to launch the Ninetales Rebellion back then was largely because he took advantage of the fact that most of Konoha's top combat strength was absent at the time. Of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Orochimaru was away on a mission, Tsunade had left the village, and Jiraiya was off wandering. The only real heavy hitters Konoha had left were the 3rd Hokage, who was already nearing the end of his prime, and the young 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. At the time, the only one who could stay by the side of the Ninetales Jinchuriki was her husband, Minato Namikaze. And if he hadn't consumed such a huge amount of chakra in his battle against Obito, then with Minato's level of sealing techniques, there actually would have been no need at all for him to use the Dead Certain Reaper Death Seal to seal the Ninetales. If Konoha had even one more top-tier combatant on its side during the Ninetales Rebellion, then the damage it caused could not possibly have been that severe. It might not even have happened at all. And Jiraiya, who possessed top-tier sealing skill and also had the strength to deter Obito, was without question the best candidate at the time. Ko had placed that hope on Jiraiya. He had sent Jiraiya a letter, using the most urgent tone possible, hoping he would come back and help him resolve the problem that had troubled him for so long. He revised that letter again and again, only sending it out after making sure every single punctuation mark conveyed a sense of extreme urgency. As long as Jiraiya came back, there was a high chance the Ninetales rebellion could be avoided. If Minato stayed alive, the Uchiha's situation would definitely be much better than it was on the original timeline. Back then, he had lain in his chair, staring at the ceiling, running through that beautiful future in his mind over and over again. If things went smoothly, maybe we could even keep that idiot Obito from leaving. Right now, he still hasn't done that trashy crap of betraying his teacher and ancestors. If I explain everything clearly to him, maybe he can still be saved. But if he really can't be saved, then I'll just make him the next generation scapegoat king. When the time comes, I'll dump every piece of crap on his head. With a common enemy, the internal conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha can also be redirected a bit. The corners of his mouth had curled up slightly, forming a smug smile of complete confidence in his plan. Woohoo! Either way, I win. There's no way I can even think of losing this one. As long as Jiraiya comes back, everything will get better. We'll win. Back then, he truly had believed that. Yet what happened next made him feel like he had fallen into an icy abyss. Jiraiya did not come back. He did not even send him a single reply. Those letters he sent were like stones sinking into the sea, not stirring even the slightest ripple. During that time, he went every day to ask the gate guards whether there was any letter for him, and every time the answer he got was no. He started to wonder whether the letters had been intercepted by someone, whether Jiraiya had never received them, whether something had gone wrong somewhere. But later, the information Ko got from other channels overturned all his previous guesses. Jiraiya had received the letters. He simply had not come back. No matter how much he urged him in the letters he sent afterward, no matter how much he begged, even pleaded, he still did not come back. And the Ninetales rebellion still broke out. He stood within the Uchiha clan grounds, staring at the orange-red figure rising into the sky in the distance, staring at that gigantic demonic beast being controlled by the Sharingan as it rampaged through Konoha's streets, staring as those once familiar buildings collapsed one after another beneath that enormous tail. There was nothing he could do. His three-tomo Sharingan could clearly see every body torn apart by the Ninetales, could see every face twisted by despair. But there was nothing he could do. Those futures he thought he could change, those people he thought he could save, that bright future he thought he could reach as long as he worked hard enough, right before his eyes, little by little turned to ashes. Feels like I just stumbled onto some huge gossip. Terumi Mei looked at Ko, who had fallen silent in front of her, and muttered to herself inwardly. The expression on her cold and beautiful face slowly shifted from initial shock into something more complicated. This really is unexpected. So this guy actually has such an emotional side too? He clearly looks like such a carefree, heartless guy. Her gaze stayed on Ko's back for a moment, and a trace of suspicion flashed through those emerald green eyes. Could it be this guy actually just pretending to be serious? Is he trying to use this to intimidate Jiraiya? Feeling that suspicious gaze from behind, the surging emotions Ko had felt upon seeing Jiraiya instantly cooled down. Not good. I got too caught up in the moment and forgot about this girl. His body stiffened slightly, and he muttered to himself in annoyance. This damn Uchiha bloodline that lets emotions take over your brain really is a curse. He glanced at Terumi Mei behind him from the corner of his eye, and the light in his eyes turned wary. He saw her slightly furrowed brows and sensed the scrutiny in those emerald green eyes. She didn't figure out that the goofy, unserious act I've been showing her is fake, did she? No, she should only be suspicious for now. But if she really sees through me, things are going to get troublesome later. Thinking that, Ko instantly switched back to that laughing, easygoing expression. He casually waved at Jiraiya and explained in a relaxed tone. I was just joking around. Lord Jiraiya, you looked so serious that I'm actually getting a little embarrassed. Putting on a deeply emotional look, Ko continued in a vivid, heartfelt tone. The two of us haven't seen each other in 7 years. I really didn't expect we'd meet again in a remote place like this. This is what you call fate, right? If you don't mind, how about we old pals head outside and have a private talk?
Terumi Mei?
Her eyes widened instantly, and she subconsciously reached out and tugged on Ko's sleeve. She lowered her voice so much that only the two of them could hear it. Talk? Just the two of you? What are you trying to do? Ko did not turn around. His gaze remained fixed on Jiraiya, watching every subtle reaction. While observing Jiraiya, he whispered to Terumi Mei in a voice only the two of them could hear. I senti it obvious. I'll keep this old pervert tied down while you go wait for me at the harbor. He spoke very quickly with unquestionable certainty. If I deal with this smoothly, I'll come find you in half an hour. If I'm not there after half an hour, that means I might be delayed. In that case, get on a ship and head to the land of whirlpools first. Don't make any moves yet. Wait for me and we'll act together after I get there. Oh right, The ticket fare and stuff counts as mission expenses, so please reimburse me after the mission is over. Thanks. Looking at the utterly confident Ko, Terumi Mei did not know what to say for a moment, and could only mutter speechlessly to herself. This guy's assumptions are completely built on the premise that he's going to win. The other side is one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. This guy is way too puffed up. Asantihi? Her brows knit tightly together, and the look in her eyes shifted from shock to thought, and from thought to calm calculation. Terumi Mei rapidly assessed the current situation in her mind. Jiraiya's strength, Ko's strength, her own strength, and that invisible diplomatic red line stretching across all of them. She considered whether it was possible to join forces with Uchiha Tō against Jiraiya, but in less than 1 second, that thought was instantly dismissed. First, the two of them knew almost nothing about each other's intelligence or fighting styles, and they had no teamwork whatsoever. If they joined forces, the result would very likely be far less than 1 + 1 = 2. When two strangers fight together, the most likely outcome is that they drag each other down. Second, and most importantly, unlike Uchiha Tō, whose identity was that of a rogue ninja, she had an official status. As someone carrying 2 Kekkai Genkai, she was far too conspicuous. Once she fought, Jiraiya could very easily confirm her identity through her bloodline limits. Terumi Mei, elder advisor of Kirigakure, joining forces with Konoha rogue ninja Uchiha Tō to fight Jiraiya, one of the Konoha Sannin, and the battlefield just happened to be in the land of water? No matter how you looked at it, that was explosive news capable of detonating the entire ninja world. That was absolutely not the development she wanted. Thinking of this, Terumi Mei frowned and quietly tried to persuade Ko in a low voice. This is the land of water. It falls under Kirigakure's jurisdiction. Jiraiya is, in the end, a high-ranking figure of Konoha. That makes him a sensitive person. A major figure like him coming to the land of water without identity registration beforehand is, on the diplomatic level, a serious violation. He can be regarded as a hostile force threatening Kirigakure, or even as an enemy spy. She paused, then said with certainty, Kirigakure and Konoha have not signed any mutual passage agreement. Konoha ninja have no right to cross national borders to capture rogue ninja. I can reveal my identity and negotiate with him. As long as he still cares about the diplomatic relationship between Konoha and Kirigakure, he won't make a move against us. This trouble should be resolved quickly. But if we do that, this mission of ours is basically done for, isn't it? Ko's gaze moved away from Jiraiya and swept over the crowd around them, who were watching carefully. If I'm guessing right, then you're being out here probably isn't known by most of Kirigakure, right? If your identity gets exposed, then this mission can't possibly continue. And after you go back, if you want to carry out this kind of operation again, it'll be a lot more troublesome, won't it? Terumi Mei was left speechless for a moment. Her lips parted slightly, wanting to argue, only for her to realize there was nothing she could really say. Ko was right. This trip of hers was a secret operation. Aside from Genji and Ao, the only two people she absolutely trusted, no one knew she had left Kirigakure. If her identity were exposed here, not only would this mission be ruined, but a whole series of follow-up plans would also be affected. While watching Terumi Mei's reaction, Ko smiled and said, relax. I'm confident I can keep him stable without causing a huge disturbance. After all, I'm very strong. Hearing the confidence in Ko's voice, Terumi Mei froze slightly. It was as if she had recalled the figure of that boy from 4 years ago, the one who had boldly declared in front of everyone that he would change Kirigakure. Back then, no one believed him. Everyone thought he was crazy. But later, he really did it. Ku. Terumi Mei looked at Ku, and the image of that young man she admired from the bottom of her heart couldn't help but surface in her mind. Nu. How could she possibly associate Uchiha Tō with Sora? That was outright insulting to Sora. She frantically shook her head in her heart, and a trace of panic flashed through her eyes. Ku paid no attention to Terumi Mei, who had fallen into inner conflict beside him. His gaze remained fixed on Jiraiya the entire time. Jiraiya gradually recovered from his dispirited mood. At last, he pulled his attention away from Ku and looked at the girl who had been completely overshadowed by Ku's presence from the very beginning. His gaze landed on Terumi Mei's face, that cold, beautiful face that carried a hint of familiarity. This kid looks really familiar. Feels like I've seen her somewhere before. His brows furrowed slightly as he thought for a moment. Then he gave up helplessly. Still can't remember, huh? Damn it. I definitely shouldn't forget a beauty with a figure like this. He beat his chest and stomped his feet in annoyance in his heart, then started muttering to himself. Judging by her age, could it be that she only developed into this in the last few years? A miracle like Tsunade's happened a second time in this world? While sighing inwardly, Jiraiya shifted his gaze back onto Ku. Looking at that familiar smile on Ku's face, a smile that now seemed a little deliberate when seen again, an indescribably complicated feeling rose in his heart. This kid really has changed. After thinking for a moment, a bold smile also appeared on his face. Haha, it really has been a long time. But talk alone? His gaze moved away from Ku and landed on Terumi Mei's face. Using the gentle tone of an elder, he cautiously said, I don't really mind, but this young lady beside you should be with you, right? I wonder what she thinks. Terumi Mei looked at the confident Ku in front of her, and a trace of helplessness flashed through her emerald green eyes. Her gaze drifted between Ku and Jiraiya as she rapidly weighed the pros and cons in her heart. Should she take the risk and reveal her identity here, or trust Ku's judgment and let him handle this unexpected trouble alone? A moment later, Terumi Mei made her decision. I don't mind. Her voice was soft, but exceptionally clear. On the streets of Kirihobian Port, shops lined both sides in neat rows. Their signboards flickered in and out through the mist, like faded ukiyo-e paintings. Occasionally, seagulls flew overhead, letting out sharp cries that echoed through the fog. Ku and Jiraiya kept a subtle distance between them as they walked in the same direction. Ku put on a completely unconcerned look, both hands in his pockets, his pace casual as if he were just out for a stroll. That signature roguish grin still hung at the corner of his mouth, but behind those sunglasses, his eyes were currently observing Jiraiya not far away from the corner of his vision. His thoughts raced. Why exactly did this old pervert come to the land of water? For research material? No. If it was for research material, then why not go to the land of lightning? Aren't those foreign babes and dark-skinned hotties their way better? He mocked inwardly, half joking, but underneath that teasing was deep seriousness. Was he here to investigate Akatsuki's intel? In the original timeline, Jiraiya had indeed been investigating information related to Akatsuki all along. The place he had first suspected as Akatsuki's base wasn't the land of rain, but the similarly closed-off yet far deeper-rooted land of water. If he came here to investigate Akatsuki, that would make sense. A trace of confusion flashed through Ku's eyes, but this chance encounter was way too suspicious. It was almost like someone arranged it on purpose. So then, who exactly knew the gathering point for this mission? Had the ability to know Jiraiya's movements in the land of water, and could be sure they would definitely run into each other? Really hard to guess, huh? Grinding his teeth inwardly, Ku quietly looked around. Behind the sunglasses, his gaze turned deep and sharp. His eyes swept across the vague outlines of buildings hidden in the mist. After awakening the Mangekyo, his strength had risen dramatically. Now, he could feel that something was watching them from the shadows. That guy Nagato is probably observing from somewhere nearby right now. Ku coldly reached a conclusion in his heart. This way, he can collect intel on me in secret while also shifting this old pervert Jiraiya's attention. By using my existence to mislead him into thinking Akatsuki's base is in the direction of the land of water, he reduces the risk of Akatsuki being exposed. What a move. He sighed from the bottom of his heart, and a trace of coldness flashed through his black eyes. But trying to use your Uncle Ku? You're still 20,000 years too early for that. The corners of Ku's mouth lifted slightly as he calculated madly in his heart. I was still worrying about how to get away under this old pervert's nose. But now it's perfect. I can use a summon. If a fight later on is unavoidable, then I'll just drag that guy out. Don't blame me. You're the one who started playing tricks first, leader. While planning his next response in his heart, he looked at Jiraiya, who had been silent the whole time. Almost at the same moment, Jiraiya's gaze also turned toward Ku. Their eyes met. Both of them froze for a second, then very tacitly looked away at the same time. Seeing Jiraiya's hesitant expression, Ku secretly let out a sigh in his heart. Honestly, even now, he still hadn't let go of what happened when Jiraiya stood him up back then. Before that, he had always thought his relationship with this old pervert was pretty good. Even if they hadn't gone through one of the three great bonds of men, drifting together and singing together, he had still participated in the creation process of the first volume of Ika Paradise. He had even personally drawn the illustrations inside. Putting aside the master-disciple relationship that had never been verbally acknowledged, just this connection alone was enough to show that their relationship had really been solid, right? But reality proved that he had still overestimated the relationship between himself and Jiraiya. Ku looked at Jiraiya, and a trace of complicated emotion flashed through his black eyes. If that letter back then hadn't been written by me, but Watergate had helped write to Jiraiya instead, maybe everything would have turned out differently. The corner of his mouth curved slightly, carrying a touch of self-mockery. Whether it was Jiraiya, Watergate, or Obito, the one he had spent the longest time with, from beginning to end, maybe the one who thought he had a good relationship with them, and thought he could influence them, was actually the most arrogant one of all. Ku. Jiraiya's voice suddenly rang out, breaking the long silence between them. HM? Ku looked at Jiraiya in surprise when he suddenly spoke. His brows furrowed slightly, and a trace of confusion flashed through his black eyes. At this moment, Jiraiya seemed to have sorted out his emotions. His shoulders were no longer slumped, and the light in those clouded eyes had become clear again. He looked at Ku. In that gaze there was no guilt, no hesitation, only the unquestionable solemnity that came after careful thought. Are you really not going to reconsider, Ku? His voice was low, heavy like a boulder sinking into a deep pool. Come back to Konoha. Huh? Are you serious? Ku stared at Jiraiya with a face full of astonishment. He had thought Jiraiya would ask something about how he had been doing all these years, trying to pry some information about the Akatsuki out of him. At the very least, he figured Jiraiya would ask about Mei Terumi by his side. But return to Konoha? His mind went blank for a moment, then was immediately flooded with a sense of absurdity. Ko looked at Jiraiya, forcibly suppressing the dissatisfaction in his heart, and said speechlessly, with your intel network, you should already know about what happened to the Uchiha clan not long ago, right? Jiraiya fell silent, his gaze lowered. On that bold and unrestrained face, his expression slowly shifted from silence into heaviness. He had tacitly admitted it. Ko laughed, but it was the kind of laugh brought on by anger. He looked at Jiraiya, and those black eyes were full of mockery. Don't tell me you can't see that something's wrong with it. What role Konoha played in all this? Do you need me to spell it out for you? His voice grew colder and colder. That chill pierced through the mist and stabbed straight into Jiraiya's chest. And at a time like this, you want me, a missing nin, to return to Konoha? Are you saying the Uchiha clan wasn't wiped out thoroughly enough, so you want to drag me back to round it up to a nice whole number? Ko's fingers curled slightly, and the light in his eyes sharpened, like a blade about to leave its sheath. Hearing Ko's sarcastic words, Jiraiya slowly shook his head. His gaze remained on Ko's face. The light in his eyes was still clear and bright, not dimmed in the slightest by Ko's mockery. No, that's not what I mean. His voice was steady, as if he were stating a conclusion he had thought about for a very long time. Then what exactly do you mean? Ko responded in a seemingly impatient tone, while turning the back of his hand toward Jiraiya, preparing to form hand seals at any moment. Jiraiya looked at him deeply, his expression growing serious. I did hear about the Uchiha clan massacre. As hard as it is to believe, I have to admit that someone among Konoha's higher-ups absolutely played a deliberate role in making this happen. His voice grew heavier, and buried under that weight was anger that had been suppressed for far too long, ready to erupt at any moment. I plan to return to Konoha, investigate the truth behind the Uchiha clan massacre with the old man, and then bring the mastermind who caused it to justice. His eyes settled on Ko's face. In that gaze were pleading, expectation, and resolve. Konoha needs to change now. Come back with me, Ko. Trust me this time, I will definitely give you and the Uchiha an explanation. Jiraiya looked at the utterly dumbfounded Ko in front of him and solemnly spoke the decision he had pondered for a long time. As Konoha's fifth Hokage. What? Ko stared blankly at Jiraiya in front of him, his brain short-circuiting for a moment. It was like something had jammed in his head. All his thoughts froze in that instant, leaving only the words fifth Hokage echoing over and over in his mind. What the hell is this guy even talking about? He muttered to himself inwardly. Go back to Konoha? Investigate the truth behind the Uchiha massacre? Deal with the higher-ups who pushed the Uchiha toward destruction? And even succeed as the fifth Hokage? No, wait. Is this really something you, Jiraiya, should be saying? Why does this feel completely wrong? His brows furrowed tightly. That Jiraiya, that always carefree old pervert, that drifter who had no interest at all in power or status, who would rather wander the world gathering material than stay in the village. And a person like that was actually going to take the initiative to become Hokage? Did the sun rise in the west? Ko looked solemnly at the resolute Jiraiya before him. For the first time, he felt that the direction things were taking had completely broken away from his understanding. He understood Jiraiya, so he could be certain that everything he had just said was serious. But the Jiraiya he knew would absolutely never say something this radical. Ko's gaze shifted from blank confusion to shock. He looked at Jiraiya as if he were meeting him for the first time, and also as if he were getting to know again someone he had thought he already knew well. I see. So that's how it is. Ko's voice was very light. It was calm, yet impossible to hide the shock within it. You've changed. Hearing Ko's stunned words, Jiraiya gave a bitter smile. So many years have passed. If I still haven't realized my own mistakes by now, then I'd really be too stupid. He raised his head, and his eyes looked toward the sky shrouded in mist. But his gaze pierced through that white haze, as if seeing somewhere very far away, seeing those people and those events from many years ago. My whole life has been full of failures. Jiraiya let out a soft sigh and spoke heavily. I couldn't win over the woman I loved most in my life. I couldn't stop my friend's defection. I couldn't save my first 3 disciples. I couldn't save the disciple I was most proud of. And I also couldn't. His sorrowful gaze fell on Ko's face, and his tone was full of bitterness he could no longer suppress. I also couldn't notice in time the pressure buried in the heart of the junior I trusted the most. His voice grew lower and lower. On that bold and unrestrained face, all that remained now was a deep, indescribable bitterness. Jiraiya understood this very clearly. All of the regrets in his life above were not actually unavoidable dead ends. He had chances and he had the ability to change them. As long as he had gone all out at the right time, there would have been a chance to change things. but he had never truly gone all out. If back then he had stayed in the village and dealt with his relationship with Tsunade more actively and seriously, then maybe Tsunade would not have fallen into inescapable pain because of the deaths of her loved ones. If he had been in the village back then, perhaps he could have noticed Orochimaru's changes earlier. If he had been by Orochimaru's side, then maybe he could have stopped him in time from walking down that dark road of no return. The same was true for those three children. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. His naivety and letting go had harmed them. He had clearly known in his heart that with their age and strength back then, they were nowhere near enough to face this cruel ninja world. If at the time he had brought them back to Konoha, or if after leaving them he had maintained long-term contact with them, the tragedies that followed could have been completely avoided. The same was true for Ko. His gaze fell on Ko's face, and in that gaze were guilt and heartache. It was his self-righteousness and assumptions that had created the bitter consequences of today. Jiraiya had realized it. At the moment Ko defected, no, perhaps even earlier, he had already realized his own true nature. A pathetic idealist who ran from reality and placed his hopes in the future. He was always searching for the child of prophecy who could change the world. He placed all his hope, all his expectations, and all the things he believed he himself could not accomplish, onto that person who had not yet appeared. He kept telling himself that as long as he found the child of prophecy, everything would get better. The wars of the ninja world would stop. People's suffering would disappear. And at the very least, the sacrifices of those who had died would have meaning. He had never believed that ideal was wrong, and even now he still didn't. It was only that, on this road of pursuing that ideal, he had overlooked far, far too much. Whether it was his own life or the precious people around him, all of them had fallen into misfortune because he failed to do the things he actually could have done. His past self would often sigh and grieve over this, then use it as motivation to keep walking down the road of chasing the hope of changing the ninja world. But in essence, that was nothing more than self-comfort and self-numbing. He clearly knew in his heart that as long as he temporarily set aside that ideal and put more of his attention and energy into the things around him, there were many things he could have changed, but he hadn't done that, because he had already poured far too much energy into this path, and placed far too much hope on it. And because of it, he had also lost far too much in his life. So he could only force himself to keep going, keep deceiving himself, and blame all misfortune on his own incompetence. But what happened to Ko made him realize his own arrogance. He had originally had a chance to change all of this, yet because of the arrogant thoughts in his heart, tragedy had happened in the end. If back then he had been more considerate of Ko's feelings, if he hadn't been thinking about pulling off some kind of surprise and had gone back in time, then whether it was the Nine-Tails attack afterward or Ko's defection, both of those things clearly could have been avoided. For the past 5 years, thoughts like these had filled his mind every moment of every day. He could no longer keep deceiving himself. He had to temporarily put down that ideal he had been using to comfort and numb himself, and face that bloody reality head-on. I won't place all my hopes on that future that may or may not come anymore. Jiraiya looked at Ko. In his gaze were pleading and expectation. Come back with me, Ko. As the 5th Hokage, I will start from Konoha and change those wrong things. The future should exist on the foundation of the present. The only thing that can change the future is the present. Ko looked at Jiraiya, who was staring at him with hopeful eyes, and stayed silent for a long time. His gaze rested on Jiraiya's face, on that face that had clearly grown much more haggard, on his slightly trembling hands. He had to admit, Jiraiya's words had truly shocked him. He really hadn't expected that Jiraiya, who in his impression had always been unbelievably stubborn, would actually put down the path and principles of the child of prophecy that he had insisted on for most of his life, and turn toward the path of practically saving the village instead. He understood Jiraiya so more than anyone else, he knew exactly what this decision meant to him. Looking at Jiraiya's sincere gaze, Ko couldn't help but doubt in his heart. Could it be because of me? No, impossible. How could I have that kind of influence? Ko immediately denied it inwardly. If my influence were really that big, then what about Obito, Shursui, and Itachi, those 3 poop-scooping boys? Each one of them was like a rock in a cesspit, smelly and hard. No matter how much I tried to persuade them, none of them would budge. Thinking of those 3 idiots who had ruined his reputation in the education field, the corner of Ko's mouth twitched slightly. All right, they're Uchiha. Then it's fine. But Jiraiya, 5th Hokage, huh? Ko looked into Jiraiya's hopeful eyes and murmured in his heart with some regret. If he changed a little earlier back then, maybe I really might have gone back with him. But now, it's already too late. His gaze turned deep, and a trace of dimness flashed through those black eyes. The Uchiha clan has already been wiped out. I no longer care to explain right and wrong. As for Konoha, that's all it is. He took a deep breath, looked seriously at Jiraiya in front of him, and slowly said, the fact that you were able to change. Honestly, I'm surprised, and I'm also very glad. His gaze fell on Jiraiya's face. In that look were sincerity and respect. To deny the way you've acted for the first half of your life is definitely not an easy thing. Here, I express my respect to you, Teacher Jiraiya. Hearing that familiar form of address again, Jiraiya's heart shook violently. His lips parted slightly, and he had just been about to say something. However, Ko's voice sounded again. But this time, there was no hesitation in it, no wavering. There was only cold, unquestionable resolve. I refuse to return to Konoha. The moment Ko's words fell, the two of them stopped walking at the same time. The mist on the street still rolled about, and the crowd around them still moved on as usual. No one noticed the two people standing by the roadside, as if their very existence were separated from this world by an invisible membrane. So it really is like this. Jiraiya muttered softly, and the light in his eyes dimmed a little. He let out a helpless sigh, and the corner of his mouth pulled into a bitter curve. Jiraiya scratched his head and put on a natural look, then said with a bitter smile, "Ah, so in the end you still can't trust me anymore, huh? But that's fair. After all, I did so no, I believe what you said." Ko interrupted Jiraiya and replied flatly, "I can be sure that you weren't lying." Jiraiya's eyes widened slightly, and a glimmer of light flashed through those clouded eyes. Then why, before he could finish, Ko impatiently cut him off. "How many years do you think I've already been away from Konoha, Teacher Jiraiya?" Ko looked at Jiraiya in front of him and explained helplessly, 5 years. I've already been away from Konoha for a full 5 years. Ko said to Jiraiya in a half-serious, half-fake tone, "I already have a new life now, and I'm quite satisfied with my current situation. Besides, me, an openly known missing nin, giving up the stable life I have now and taking such a huge risk to return to Konoha right after something as major as the Uchiha clan massacre happened? I can't do something that stupid." Hearing Ko's matter-of-fact words, Jiraiya was left speechless and fell into brief silence. Ko sighed helplessly and advised in a relaxed tone, "If you really want to change something, why not go back to Konoha and take a look first? Take a look at what Konoha is really like now, and try changing the things you've always deliberately avoided." His gaze landed on Jiraiya's face as he continued meaningfully, "I don't know about anything else, but before I defected, Big Brother Minato's child, Naruto wasn't doing too well in Konoha." Naruto. Hearing Ko's words, Jiraiya couldn't help but think of that child who had been named after the protagonist of his first novel. That was the final treasure Minato and Kushina had left behind in this world. Was that child doing well now? Recalling the meaning behind Ko's words just now, as if realizing something, he hurriedly asked in a flustered tone, "Naruto? Naruto. That child isn't doing well in Konoha?" Ko, oh wait, what? You seriously didn't know?" Ko complained inwardly, then looked speechlessly at the utterly bewildered Jiraiya in front of him and explained in an annoyed tone, "Looks like back then, you really were so immersed in Big Brother Minato's death that you never got over it. You really didn't care about the village's affairs at all, huh? You mean you didn't even know that 5 years ago, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki accidentally went berserk in the village?" Jiraiya shook his head somewhat awkwardly, like a child who had made a mistake, and waited for Ko to continue. "Old lamp, you're seriously unbeatable." Ko shot Jiraiya a middle finger full of contempt. The expression on his handsome face then turned serious. "Not long before I defected, that child was only about 2 years old. Maybe because he was too young, the Nine-Tails power inside him went berserk. Since it happened out on the street, even though the Umbu showed up in time and got the situation under control, some of the villagers still saw what happened." His voice grew lower and lower. Originally, it was only witnessed on a small scale. As long as it was handled in time, it still could be been contained. But after the third stabilized the seal in just a few short hours, before they even had time to control public opinion, the rumor that the child was the incarnation of the Nine-Tails had already spread through the entire village. His gaze landed on Jiraiya's face. There was scrutiny in that look, and there was also questioning. After something like that happened, I probably don't need to tell you what that child's situation in Konoha must have been like. That bunch of ignorant trash wouldn't care whether it was reasonable or not, as long as they could vent the emotions in their hearts. What wouldn't those people do? As Ko spoke, a nameless fire kept surging up from his heart. Back then, he had personally witnessed the entire process of 2-year-old Naruto being subjected to cold violence by Konoha's trashy villagers. It wasn't like he had never thought about changing something back then, but his Uchiha identity was simply too sensitive. A genius of the Uchiha clan going to approach the young Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He'd probably get taken away by the Umbu for tea in the interrogation room the moment he went up to speak. So all he could do was suppress his anger and, with the third Hokage's tacit approval, clean Naruto's room while he wasn't home, forcefully swap out the instant ramen in his fridge for vegetables, and handle his 3 meals a day for a short time after his identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was exposed and no nanny was willing to look after him. Then behind the scenes, together with the Umbu watching him from the shadows, he watched Naruto howl and cry while eating vegetables he didn't like. Back then, those tiny, insignificant actions were the only way he could soothe his conscience a little. After all, when Minato was still alive, he had truly treated him well. Besides, He wasn't like Kakashi and Jiraiya, those two guys stuck in their emo phase who couldn't even take care of themselves. Even if, because of his identity and situation at the time, he had no way to openly take care of Naruto, there were still some small things he could do. It was just that those days didn't last very long. A few months later, because of his dispute with Shursui, he decided to leave Konoha. Sigh. After I left, I wonder how Naruto has been living now. Ko let out a quiet sigh in his heart, forcibly suppressing the anger rising within him, then continued speaking to Jiraiya, someone with the ability and also the nerve to go over the third Hokage's head and do something like this. I don't need to say it. You should already know who it was, right? Danzo. Jiraiya ground out that name through clenched teeth. When those two syllables came out of his mouth, they carried bone-deep hatred. His fists tightened, veins bulging on the backs of his hands. The expression on his bold, rugged face shifted from shock to fury. He had never imagined that bastard Danzo would dare act so recklessly. Of course he knew what that old bastard was thinking. He wanted to use the child's identity as the Ninetales Jinchuriki to give the villagers, who had been deeply hurt by the Ninetales rampage, an outlet for their negative emotions, and thereby stabilize the village's order. At the same time, that old thing Danzo had definitely anticipated that the old man would never allow the exposure of the Ninetales Jinchuriki's identity to keep fermenting, and would definitely move to control the village's public opinion. But if that happened, it would definitely stir up dissatisfaction among the villagers toward the old man, thereby weakening his influence within the village. That old bastard Danzo was completely trading Konoha's core interests for his own benefit. Jiraiya's face instantly flushed red with rage. Unlike the other ninja villages in Konoha, the information of each generation's Ninetales Jinchuriki had always been one of the village's core secrets, explicitly sealed off. Before Naruto, whether it was Lord First's wife, the first Ninetales Jinchuriki, Mito Uzumaki, or Kushina, other than a small number of Umbu members and Konoha's upper brass, almost no one knew about the Ninetales Jinchuriki, or even the existence of the Ninetales itself. And now, for his own selfish desires, Danzo had actually made such an important secret public. Ko looked at the clearly furious Jiraiya in front of him and slowly said, "The third Hokage is already old. With Konoha looking strong on the outside but hollow on the inside like it is now, he no longer has the ability to keep that old dog Danzo in check. Wasn't the Uchiha clan's matter a glaring example?" His voice was cold. That chill pierced through the mist and stabbed straight into Jiraiya's heart. "Konoha right now is a complete mess. I have no interest at all in the current Konoha." Hearing Ko's words, Jiraiya gradually calmed down. On his furious face, the expression shifted from rage to deep thought. A moment later, Jiraiya adjusted his emotions and forced a smile at Ko. "Thank you for telling me all this, Ko." Ko waved his hand and replied casually, "Don't worry about it." Jiraiya looked at the obviously displeased Ko before him. His rugged face was now full of solemnity. "Ko, I know that in the past I missed too much, whether as a teacher, as a comrade, or as a ninja of Konoha. I failed to fulfill the responsibilities I should have fulfilled." His voice was heavy. "But this time I won't run away anymore. Naruto's matter, the Uchiha clan massacre.
Konoha's corruption.
I'll deal with them one by one, and shoulder the responsibilities I should have carried in the first place." Ko curled his lip. A trace of complicated emotion flashed through those black eyes. Hopefully, the two of them fell into brief silence. Mist rolled between them, blurring each other's outlines into hazy silhouettes. In the distance came the cry of a seagull, sharp and long, like a soundless sigh. Pedestrians still came and went on the street as before. Still, no one noticed the two people standing by the roadside. After a long while, Jiraiya slowly spoke. "At this point, I understand. At least for now, trying to persuade you to return to Konoha is already impossible." Hearing Jiraiya's words, Ko's heart sank slightly. He could tell that Jiraiya's voice no longer held the emotional agitation from just now. Instead, it was extremely calm. He knew that this casual conversation after their reunion had probably reached its end. Jiraiya stared straight at Ko. The light in those clouded eyes turned sharp. "I can stop pressing you, but there's one question I hope you can answer." Ko slowly nodded. Chakra was already circulating within his body, and he was fully prepared to fight at any moment. Jiraiya looked at Ko, and the light in his eyes grew deeper. His voice was heavy, like an interrogation, and also like a confirmation. "You've joined an organization called the Akatsuki now, right?" Ko remained silent and did not answer Jiraiya's question. Jiraiya didn't care about Ko's silence and simply continued. "You have your own thoughts. I won't interfere with your choice, but I hope you can answer me." Jiraiya stared fixedly at Ko and asked in a solemn voice, "In the future, can you guarantee that you will never become an enemy of Konoha?" Ko looked at Jiraiya coldly, still saying nothing. Silence itself was the clearest answer. The atmosphere between the two gradually turned heavy. Mist churned between them, as if trying to separate them completely. "I see." Jiraiya let out a somewhat disappointed sigh. He looked at Ko and said with a helpless smile, "You brat. You could at least tell a lie to brush me off. Ko smiled, then said meaningfully, I don't think I could fool you on a question like this, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya stared at Ko seriously. The light in his eyes grew stern. If that's the case, then you should also know what I'm going to do next, right? Forcefully bring me back to Konoha? Ko replied with some emotion. A complicated glint flashed through those black eyes. I've really been underestimated. If this had been a few days ago, before he awakened the Mangekyo, he definitely wouldn't have had the confidence to stand against Jiraiya. Even before awakening the Mangekyo, his strength had already reached Kage level, and he had the power to fight Orochimaru head-on. But against a serious Jiraiya, his pre-Mangekyo self still had very little confidence. Unlike Orochimaru, whose soul had been damaged from switching bodies and whose resistance to genjutsu had gradually worsened, Jiraiya was currently at his peak and could be called a true all-rounder. Putting aside the two toads from Mount Myaboku, other than speed, swordsmanship, and genjutsu, Jiraiya was absolutely above him in every other aspect. If he hadn't awakened the Mangekyo, then the moment he ran into Jiraiya, he would have used his speed advantage and run without hesitation. But now things were different. After awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, what he gained wasn't just those two top-tier dojutsu. It was a huge all-around boost in every area. His perception, chakra reserves, physical strength, and even reaction speed had all been significantly enhanced under the Mangekyo's amplification. The current him already had the strength to fight Jiraiya. This definitely wasn't some brain-dead Uchiha mentality of once I awaken the Mangekyo, I'm second only to the heavens. It was based on objective reality. Confirmed. Ko looked at Jiraiya confidently, without the slightest trace of fear in his eyes. A roguish smile still hung at the corner of his mouth. There was provocation in that smile, but also anticipation. Jiraiya looked at the self-confident Ko in front of him, unable to hide the surprise in his eyes. When did this kid get so full of himself? Hadn't he always looked down on those bad habits of the Uchiha clan? Could it be that he really did have the strength to fight me now? No way. It's only been 5 years. A trace of caution rose in his heart, and the light in those murky eyes sharpened. But on the surface, he still looked completely self-assured, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. That's a pretty big mouth you've got, brat. You don't actually think the current you is a match for this sage, do you? Ko didn't explain anything. He only looked at Jiraiya calmly, the corner of his lips curling into a meaningful arc. Let me make this clear first, Jiraiya-sensei. You're the challenger. The moment his words fell, Ko's figure vanished from where he stood. No afterimage. No sound of wind. Only an extremely faint hiss, like electric current slicing through the air. That sound vanished into the mist in an instant. Only the shallow scorched mark on the ground, burned by lightning, proved that someone had been standing there just now. Jiraiya stood there, looking at that gradually fading blue arc of light. A trace of surprise flashed through his murky eyes. His gaze fell onto the scorched mark, onto the tiny arcs of electricity still crackling there. Is that swift thunder? Jiraiya recognized the technique. It was the A-rank lightning release ninjutsu Ko had developed single-handedly during the Third Great Ninja War. And now he was seeing that technique again. But the one using it was no longer that inexperienced boy from back then. His perception spread outward and caught that figure moving away into the distance. That speed was astonishingly fast. So fast that even his senses were having trouble keeping up. Jiraiya's eyes widened slightly. His bold face was filled with unconcealable astonishment. The speed. He has actually grown to this level. A grave look flashed through his eyes. With the speed Ko had just displayed, he absolutely could have attacked him right then. At the distance they had just been standing apart, he definitely would not have been able to react. If not for the civilians around them, the battle probably would have already ended before it even began. That kid is very strong now. He muttered inwardly, and the light in those murky eyes turned serious. He raised a hand and slowly formed a seal. Chakra began to surge through his body. Looks like I really have to get serious. Jiraiya's perception passed through the mist, through the crowds of people coming and going, through the vague outlines of buildings, and landed on that figure rushing farther away. There was battle intent in his eyes. There was anticipation. But more than that, there was resolve. Ko, I will bring you back. No matter what. Jiraiya whispered to himself inwardly, and his figure instantly disappeared from where he stood. The direction he headed in was exactly the direction Ko was moving toward in his perception. A remote mountain far from any human presence, dozens of kilometers away. On that distant mountain, the mist was thin. This place was already dozens of kilometers away from Wufan Port, a barren mountain range near the border of the land of water that few people ever set foot in. The mountain itself was not tall, covered in dense vegetation. From time to time, birds flew up from the forest, letting out clear cries. The air was fresh, carrying the fragrance of grass and trees mixed with the dampness of earth, completely different from the salty fishy smell of the harbor. At the mountaintop was a relatively flat open space, like a platform naturally formed by the mountain itself. Ko stood in the center of that open ground. In his previously empty hands, there were now 2 long swords. The blades were slender, reflecting a cold sheen under the sunlight. The wrapping on the hilts had been worn smooth and glossy, clearly objects he used often. He had already taken off his sunglasses. Those black eyes looked especially bright under the sun. That roguish smile still hung on his lips. The wind blowing through the mountains stirred the loose strands of hair over his forehead, and also lifted the hem of the black robe with red clouds he had changed into. Ko raised his head and looked into the distance. Over there, a powerful presence was rapidly approaching. So, you've come. His voice was very light enough to sound like he was talking to himself. He pulled his fingers out of his pocket and slowly flexed all 5 of them. Chakra surged through his body, flowed through his meridians, and pulsed in every single cell. Deep within those black eyes, something slowly began to surface. It was an ancient, eerie glow from the deepest part of his bloodline. Ko no longer looked at Jiraiya, who was dashing toward him at high speed. Instead, from the corner of his eye, he glanced toward another direction at his side. There, a pair of purple eyes was silently watching them from behind him. Those eyes had no pupils, only rings of concentric ripples, cold and profound. At the center of the open ground, the wind carrying the CS dampness brushed across the mountaintop, stirring the black hair by Ko's cheek and the hem of his black robe patterned with red clouds. Ko stood there quietly, a long sword in hand. The blade gave off a cold gleam under the sunlight. His breathing was steady, and those black eyes of his had now turned into a 3-tomo Sharingan. The 3 black tomo slowly rotated across his irises as he stared at the empty clearing opposite him, that patch of grass swaying under the wind. The next moment, with a gust of wild wind, Jiraiya's figure appeared in the spot Ko had been watching. Unlike his usual carefree and flamboyant self, he practically stumbled his way in. Jiraiya landed unsteadily on the ground. Both hands braced against his knees as he gasped for breath. Sweat slid down that bold, rugged face of his and dripped onto the grass below. Looking at Jiraiya, who was practically bent over and about to collapse, Ko's lips curled slightly into a teasing smile. No way. It was only this little distance, and you're already tired out like a dried-up toad? Did you hit the clubs last night or something? Why do you look this wrecked? His voice was full of gloating, and those Sharingan eyes of his flickered with a strange, eerie light under the sun. Ha! Ha! Shut up! You brat with no respect for your elders. Stop slandering this great sage. Jiraiya complained irritably at the utterly relaxed Ko across from him, all while still panting heavily. He lifted his head, his eyes full of undisguised displeasure. Why were you running so fast? In such a hurry to reincarnate or what? Do you know how much effort this great sage spent catching up? I wasn't even running this hard back when Tsunade caught me peeping on her. Okay, that does sound pretty desperate. Ko looked speechlessly at Jiraiya's exaggerated performance, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. As he spoke, Ko kept observing Jiraiya. His gaze fell on the hands Jiraiya had braced against his knees. The 10 fingers were slightly curled, pressed beneath his thighs, and they were wriggling in an extremely subtle way. Earth release hand seals? A cold glint flashed through Ko's eyes. This old perv wants to play dirty with me. Huh? Even as he mocked Jiraiya inwardly, Ko kept staring at him in reality and slowly raised the longsword in his right hand. The blade cut a cold arc through the sunlight, its tip pointing straight at Jiraiya. Jiraiya was still panting, wearing a weak expression as he said, "Ah, no good. No good. This great sage is exhausted. Let me catch my breath for Uchiha style." Ko's icy voice cut off Jiraiya's act. Halo's dance. The moment his words fell, 3 massive flaming slashes exploded from the longsword. Crimson flames gathered on the blade, compressed, and the instant they left the sword, they were wrapped in wind release, transforming into 3 huge crescent-shaped fire blades. That was no ordinary fire release, but a composite ninjutsu combining fire release and wind release. With wind release amplifying them, the crimson flames turned incomparably fiercer. Carrying terrifying explosive power, they shot toward Jiraiya at incredible speed. Feeling the searing heat rush toward him, Jiraiya's exaggerated expression instantly vanished. Not good. His gaze sharpened, and a trace of surprise flashed through those usually lazy eyes. Instinctively, he wanted to dodge, only to discover that 2 of the 3 flaming slashes suddenly changed direction. One went left, one went right, and together with the one in the middle, they formed a 3-sided pincer attack. The attack changed direction? Did he mix wind release into the fire release? Jiraiya analyzed calmly, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. No, it's more than that. The trajectories of these 3 slashes are incredibly tricky. They practically cut off every retreat. Before he even swung his sword, he used the Sharingan's powerful insight to analyze the optimal paths. Then, relying on his exquisite chakra control, he adjusted the directions of the 3 flaming slashes at the very instant he swung, forcing me to face this attack head-on? Jiraiya marveled inwardly, and mixed in that amazement were traces of admiration and wariness. To release such a refined combination ninjutsu in an instant without hand seals, and to arrange it this precisely at the same time. Has Ko really grown this far already? From this single move alone, Jiraiya could already tell that Ko's use of the Sharingan and his deep study of fire release were worlds apart from how he had been back in Konoha. Given what he knew of Ko, this was definitely not something he could achieve through effort alone, unless he had a teacher who was exceptionally skilled in this field. Jiraiya murmured to himself inwardly, a complicated light flashing through his eyes. Ko, what exactly have you gone through in these 5 years? Feeling the incoming heat wave, Jiraiya instantly focused all his attention on the 3 massive waves of flame ahead, a hint of gravity flashing through his eyes. He recognized this technique, Uchiha-style swordsmanship, Halo's dance, one of the classic ninja sword techniques of the Uchiha style, blending fire release into swordsmanship to launch long-range attacks from multiple angles. But the version Ko was using now was different from the typical Halo's dance. Whether in attack range or power, it far surpassed the original. His eyes quickly swept the surroundings. The escape routes on both the left and right were already sealed off, and behind him was a cliff. As for the front, in front were those 3 flaming slashes rapidly closing in. So I can only take it head-on? Jiraiya made his decision in an instant. His fingers flew, forming several hand seals in a flash. Then he slammed his hand onto the ground and shouted in a low voice, "Earth release. Earth-style wall." 3 massive earthen walls burst from the ground, rising up in front of him to block the 3 violent flaming slashes head-on. However, in only an instant, all 3 huge walls were shattered by the terrifying impact of the flaming slashes. Rocks broke apart, dust billowed, and the crimson flames completely swallowed Jiraiya's figure. Boom! The massive explosion echoed across the mountaintop. Broken stones flew everywhere, and shockwaves rolled outward. The birds in the distance were startled into flight, flapping their wings as they shot into the sky. Ko watched the blaze, and his eerie Sharingan flickered once in the firelight. Then, as if he understood something, he activated the body flicker technique, and his figure vanished from where he stood. The next moment, a pair of large hands shot up from the spot where he had originally been. Those hands reached out from underground, palms open, fingers curled, trying to grab something but caught only empty air. Nothing but air slipped through the fingers, leaving behind a hollow grasp. Jiraiya's figure burst out from beneath that patch of ground. He patted the dirt off his body and looked toward the black-haired young man in the distance, who had already widened the gap between them. That bold, rugged face of his was full of disdain. You little brat really have no sense of fair play. Huh? Using a cheap trick like a sneak attack. Truly disgraceful. The guy pretending to be exhausted while secretly hiding his hands under his thighs to form hand seals doesn't have the right to say that to me. Ko replied irritably while glancing from the corner of his eye toward where Jiraiya had originally been. As the flames dispersed, the place where Jiraiya had stood was now left with only the broken remains of the earthen walls, along with a blackened clay figure that vaguely resembled a human shape. That was an earth clone. In the instant before the flames arrived, Jiraiya had already replaced himself with an earth clone using the hand seals he had prepared in advance, while his real body slipped underground, planning to circle around to the spot where Ko had just been and launch a sneak attack. Ko shifted his gaze to the completely unharmed Jiraiya on the other side and said with a face full of disdain, "You predicted that I'd use long-range ninjutsu to probe you first, so you formed the hand seals for an earth clone in advance. You wanted to move under the cover of earth release, earth-style wall and fire release, then use the headhunter jutsu to ambush me from below?" He paused, and the tomo in his Sharingan began spinning even faster. "You really think these Sharingan of mine are just colored contacts?" Ko raised the long sword in his hand and coldly stared at the Jiraiya before him. Under the sunlight, his 3 tomo Sharingan flickered with a strange, ominous glow. "You understand, right? In front of these eyes of mine, all your little moves are useless." Jiraiya looked at Ko, and his expression gradually turned serious. He straightened his body. The teasing and exaggerated air on that bold face from before had completely vanished, leaving behind only the seriousness and caution of a ninja. The Sharingan really was a terrifying Kekkei Genkai. Jiraiya sincerely praised it in his heart. He was certain that what he had just done was already hidden enough. Even an elite Uchiha Jonin with a 3-tomo Sharingan should have been absolutely unable to detect it, even with full concentration on observation. But Ko had noticed his actions in an instant. Without a doubt, he had already pushed the insight of those eyes to the absolute limit. Jiraiya analyzed it in his heart, his eyes full of gravity. Only someone who had truly fought a ninja with the Sharingan could understand just how powerful those eyes really were. Instantly copying ninjutsu, casting genjutsu without hand seals, and insight so detailed it bordered on the absurd. Any one of those abilities placed on an ordinary ninja would already count as top-tier talent. And yet those 3 abilities every ninja would absolutely dream of, were all gathered into the Kekkei Genkai known as the Sharingan. Once an Uchiha awakened the Sharingan, even if their natural talent was ordinary, they could still transform into an extremely outstanding ninja in a very short time. It was as if the Uchiha with the Sharingan had been born for the profession of ninja itself. This was one of the few conclusions Jiraiya could state with certainty after decades of life. His gaze fell on Ko's three-tomo Sharingan. In his eyes were scrutiny and wariness, but even more than that, understanding. Uchiha Tō was exactly the representative that best fit this conclusion in Jiraiya's understanding. In his memory, nearly all of Ko's combat abilities had been developed on the foundation of his own Sharingan. This did not come from some arrogance unique to the Uchiha clan, nor from blind confidence in and dependence on the power of the Sharingan. It was based on a very helpless reality. His gaze landed on that face that seemed unruly on the surface but was actually incomparably serious, and a trace of complexity flashed through those clouded eyes, because setting the Sharingan aside, Ko was really just an ordinary person with average talent. 10 years ago, Konoha training ground. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves of the row of old scholar trees by the training ground, scattering mottled patches of light and shadow across the ground. Kakashi stared at the awkward-looking Obito in front of him with those dead fish eyes of his. His silver-white hair gave off a faint gleam under the sunlight. The corner of his mouth under the mask tugged slightly downward. His youthful face was full of impatience, and his tone was even less polite. Why can't you understand something this simple? Obito, you really are a hopeless dead last. Obito subconsciously glanced at Rin beside him, who was smiling as she encouraged him. His cheeks turned a little red, and his black eyes were full of unwillingness. He clenched his fists, and his voice rose several levels. Ugh. It's obviously because you explained it way too complicatedly, Kakashi. You jumped from this part to that part all at once. I can't keep up at all, Kakashi lazily replied, his tone full of undisguised disdain. Ha? Something this simple doesn't need that much effort to explain. Does it? Idiot. You! Obito's face reddened even more. He took a deep breath, then shot back mockingly. Humph. But if it were Ko, he definitely would explained every part carefully. And the way he explains things is way easier to understand than yours. Is that really the attitude you should have toward someone merciful enough to teach a dead last like you? Kakashi's gaze returned to Obito's face, and at last a slight ripple appeared in those dead fish eyes. If it weren't for Rin's sake, I wouldn't waste time on you at all. Obito seemed to realize that what he had said was a little inappropriate. His lips moved, wanting to apologize. But before he could speak, he heard what Kakashi said next. Well, when it comes down to it, I was never suited to teaching an idiot like you in the first place. When it comes to teaching idiots like you, that guy Ko, who doesn't have much talent but works hard enough, is indeed much more suitable than me. Kakashi's tone was very flat, as if he were simply stating a fact. Kakashi, you bastard. You're not allowed to talk trash about Ko. Obito's voice suddenly shot up. Flames of anger instantly ignited in his originally clear and earnest eyes. What do you mean Ko doesn't have much talent? Take back what you just said. Ko is a genius of the Uchiha clan. He is 100 times, 10,000 times more of a genius than an annoying guy like you. I was just telling the truth. Why are you so worked up? Kakashi replied flatly, without the slightest ripple in those dead fish eyes. You! Alright, why are you two arguing again? Rin stepped in between the two boys facing off against each other, her gentle eyes moving back and forth between them. Her voice was light and soft, like a breeze trying to blow away the smell of gunpowder between them. She spread out her arms like an invisible barrier, separating the two boys who were on the verge of fighting. Just so we're clear, it's only this idiot Obito who has been making trouble for no reason. I had no intention of arguing with him. Kakashi moved his gaze away from Obito and onto Rin as he calmly explained. Rin, you heard what that guy said just now too, right? Kakashi, that big idiot, actually looks down on Ko. Obito's voice was full of indignation. Hey, when did I say I looked down on him? Obito, don't twist the facts. Kakashi's brows finally furrowed, and a trace of impatience flashed through those dead fish eyes. What I said was that he doesn't have much talent, not that he is trash. There is a fundamental difference between those two things. Can't you understand that? That is obviously what you meant. Watching the two start arguing again, Rin let out a helpless sigh. In the distance, Minato stood under the shade at the edge of the training ground with a bag on his back. He looked at the three young teens making a commotion on the training ground, and his gentle face carried a bit of helplessness. You just got back from a mission and ran into a scene like this. Must feel pretty helpless. Huh, Minato? A rough voice sounded from behind him. Jiraiya's youthful yet bold face popped out from behind Minato's shoulder, and he stretched out a broad hand to drape it over Minato's shoulder from behind. Chuckling, he said in a teasing tone, "What did I tell you? Being a Jonin instructor is definitely hard work, right?" Minato smiled and shook his head. Those blue eyes of his were full of warmth. His voice was light, carrying a calmness that came from the heart. Being able to see them this energetic after finishing a mission still makes me pretty happy. He paused, then looked toward the 3 boys and girl on the training ground, his gaze full of affection. Jiraiya looked at Minato and shook his head helplessly. You're probably the only one who think that way. Back when the old man was teaching us, that was really. As Jiraiya recalled all those old memories, he couldn't help but shiver. Ha ha ha. Hearing Jiraiya badmouthing his own teacher, the 3rd Hokage, Minato could only laugh awkwardly. Seeing his expression, Jiraiya wisely shut his mouth at the right time. He withdrew the arm draped over Minato's shoulder, and a trace of doubt appeared on that bold, rugged face. Now that I think about it, where's that brat? Ko? Doesn't he come here all the time to train with those 3 kids? Why haven't I seen him today? The sage finally made it back for once. When Jiraiya brought up Ko, the smile on Minato's face faded slightly. His gaze shifted away from the training ground and landed in the direction of the Uchiha clan compound in the distance. A complicated emotion flashed through those blue eyes. Heartache, and worry as well. Ko is probably still training in the Uchiha clan library right now. I see. That kid really is as hardworking as ever. Jiraiya nodded and murmured with some emotion. Minato looked at Jiraiya, his lips moving slightly. In the end, he still didn't say it out loud that during the last mission, every member of Ko's team had died. Jiraiya seemed to sense Minato's mood, and a flash of understanding passed through his eyes. He didn't press further. Instead, he tacitly changed the subject, and the expression on his bold face grew a little more serious. But speaking of that kid, he is clearly still so young. Yet he already decided on the path he wants to walk. That really is surprising. You should know, even Orochimaru back then, and even you, couldn't do that at the same age. Minato murmured softly, a thoughtful glint flashing through his blue eyes. A genius of the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya tilted his head slightly and looked at Minato, who was obviously deep in thought. What is it, Minato? Minato fell silent for a moment. His gaze landed on Obito's face, flushed red with anger because of Ko, and he spoke softly. Jiraiya-sensei, I've actually always had this concern. The title of genius. S&T putting it on Ko may be a little too cruel? Jiraiya's brow twitched slightly. It's obvious that whether it's us or the Uchiha, we all understand very well that Ko's talent, in truth, simply can't bear that many expectations. Minato muttered in a low voice, you can't see it yet, but in a few more years that child will run into a bottleneck called talent. At that time Minato. Jiraiya cut him off. Ko isn't as fragile as you think. Minato's body stiffened slightly. The things you're talking about. That kid probably understood them clearly a long time ago. Jiraiya's voice was calm and steady, like he was stating a fact he had observed for a long time before finally confirming it. Minato silently nodded, but the complicated light in those blue eyes still had not faded. Jiraiya looked at Minato, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. Minato, do you know why that child Ko is called a genius of the Uchiha clan? Huh? Minato's eyes widened slightly, and confusion flashed through those blue eyes. Even though the Uchiha clan really did have the intention of propping that child up because they didn't want Kakashi to hog all the spotlight in the village, they're not idiots. Jiraiya looked at Minato in front of him and explained seriously, the reason they value Ko so much, and even broke precedent by letting that child train in the library that holds the Uchiha clan's accumulation over thousands of years, is because they acknowledged him. Jiraiya's voice grew lower and lower, carrying the certainty of careful thought. They acknowledged Ko. They acknowledged a boy with ordinary talent carrying the identity of the Uchiha clan's genius. As Minato listened to Jiraiya's words, a trace of understanding flashed through his eyes. He was a genius. The real kind, the kind universally acknowledged by everyone, naturally gifted and extraordinary. And precisely because of that, there were times when he couldn't put himself in Ko's shoes from the perspective of an ordinary person. Unlike himself, Jiraiya-sensei, who had also experienced life as an ordinary person, could sometimes understand Ko better than he could. Jiraiya nodded, and his tone carried a bit more emotion. That child is very clear about himself. He knows he isn't some naturally gifted genius. He knows very clearly that what he has over others is only the Sharingan's Kekkai Genkai and his identity as a member of the Uchiha clan. So he decided to use that foundation to its absolute limit. Jiraiya paused, then continued. He has poured almost all of his energy into studying the Uchiha clan's knowledge. With the Uchiha clan's thousands of years of foundation, there's more than enough knowledge and enough examples for him to find what suits him best, what can help him grow the fastest. His gaze fell on Minato's face as he said with a smile, and the final result is exactly what we're seeing now. Ko, an utterly ordinary member of the Uchiha clan, through his own hard work, he successfully absorbed the nourishment best suited for him from the Uchiha clan's thousand-year foundation, and became one of the top geniuses among his peers. Jiraiya praised him from the bottom of his heart. A Ko like that, to the Uchiha who have always taken pride in the Uchiha name and history, is far more shocking than a genius in the traditional sense. His gaze passed through the tree shadows, across the training ground, through time itself, and landed on the boy currently within the Uchiha clan compound. Without a doubt, Ko is a genius of the Uchiha clan. A genius who grew out of the Uchiha clan's foundation. On the mountainside, Ko's battle with Jiraiya was still continuing. The wind blew through the mountains, lifting the hems of both their clothes. On the open ground at the peak, blades of grass bent low and dust flew everywhere. All around them were scorched black marks left by fire. Uchiha style, sword leap flame. With a flash of lightning, Ko's figure instantly appeared at Jiraiya's side. He was so fast it looked like he had crossed space itself. Only the scorched trace of lightning on the ground proved that someone had been standing there just now. The three Tomo Sharingan in his eyes spun rapidly, tracking and capturing every tiny change in Jiraiya's body. The shift in Jiraiya's center of gravity, the tension in his muscles, the rhythm of his breathing. Everything was taken in by those eyes in that instant. He raised the long sword wrapped in flames high and struck toward Jiraiya's right side. The fire-release chakra attached to the blade dragged a crimson tail through the air, so hot that even the air itself began to warp. Jiraiya's eyes sharpened, and a gleam flashed through those aged eyes. He knew very well that at this distance, he couldn't T-dodge. Ko's speed was too fast, so fast he didn't even have time to form hand seals. But in that very instant, his fingers still moved in a blur. Ninja art. Wild Lion's main technique. His deep voice echoed across the mountain peak. That long white hair instantly grew wildly, surging out from his shoulders, from his back, from every direction. That long hair became incomparably tough under the reinforcement of chakra. It blocked the path of the flaming longsword and collided head-on with the crimson blade. The blade was stopped, but the long hair did not stop. It continued to spread, trying to wrap around Ko's sword, his wrist, and his body. Looking at that white long hair charging at him without the slightest fear of the flame's heat, Ko couldn't help muttering inwardly, "TCH, chakra really doesn't play fair. Now even hair that isn't afraid of fire is showing up. That's dirty as hell." But there was not the slightest fear in his eyes. Under the powerful insight of the three Tomo Sharingan, the attack trajectories of the long hair instantly formed in his mind. The path of every strand, the angle of every entangling movement, every possible trap. He saw all of it with perfect clarity. Every flaw had nowhere to hide. Ko deftly flipped his body, drawing a graceful arc through the air as he avoided the first wave of incoming hair. His steps were light, and every landing perfectly avoided the encirclement of the strands. However, Jiraiya had already anticipated Ko's movements. He increased his chakra output, and a sharp glint flashed through his eyes. That white hair instantly grew to its limit, spreading into a white ocean as it attacked Ko from all directions. Up, down, left, right, front, back. Every escape route was sealed off. Trying to surround me with the wild lion's main technique? Maximize the limits on the Sharingan's perception and my movement. Ko analyzed inwardly, a trace of coldness flashing through his dark eyes. The corners of his mouth curled slightly upward, and within those three Tomo Sharingan, that overwhelming sea of white was reflected. Too bad. Ko raised the long sword in his hand, still coated in fire release, and muttered softly, "This move doesn't mean much to me." As soon as his words fell, lightning began flashing all over his body, and the other long sword in his left hand erupted with dazzling blue lightning as well. That lightning was brilliant and blinding, as if he were holding the thunder of the sky itself in his hand. The sound of Chidori surging rang out explosively from the long sword in his grasp. Jiraiya looked at the sword crackling with lightning, and his gaze tightened. "Take that's." With the speed boost of lightning, Ko's figure turned into one afterimage after another. Those afterimages weaved through the white sea of hair, and every flash tore away a swath of shattered strands. Ko gripped the two long swords tightly, red and blue brilliance constantly scattering from their blades. While calmly dodging the endless waves of hair rushing toward him, his spinning body moved as he chanted in a low voice, "Uchiha style. Wildfire dance. Chidori style. Chidori Sunban." Countless tiny lightning needles carrying terrifying piercing power and destructive force, along with countless high-temperature fire showers, surged from the twin swords in Ko's hands. That was not merely simple lightning release and fire release, but a composite ninjutsu created by precisely fusing two chakra attributes together at the very instant they left the swords. They reinforced each other, amplified each other, and their power was far beyond a simple addition. Under Jiraiya's shocked gaze, every tiny lightning needle and every drop of fire rain fused together perfectly within Ko's ingenious movement technique and attacked that ocean-like sea of hair at once. The lightning needles pierced through the gaps in the strands, while the fire rain scorched the dense hair. That seemingly indestructible white sea of hair shattered instantly under this dense and precise assault. Countless severed strands danced through the air like a snowfall of white. They scattered on the wind and fell upon the land scorched by battle. Looking at the Chidori fire rain that had not lost any of its momentum, Jiraiya instantly realized something was wrong. Grabbing the last possible moment, he used the body flicker technique and left his original position. Sure enough, in the very next instant, countless lightning needles fused with fire rain struck the place where he had been standing. Along with a series of booming explosions, that stretch of ground was blasted into a densely packed field of giant craters. Smoke spread everywhere, broken stones flew, and the air was filled with the smell of scorching. Huff! Huff! Jiraiya landed steadily in the distance, breathing heavily as he looked at Ko not far away with a grave expression. At this moment, Ko stood atop the shattered plain that had been ravaged by lightning needles and fire rain. The wind blew from behind him, lifting the hem of his black robe patterned with red clouds, as well as the loose strands of hair on his forehead. Those three Tomo Sharingan, illuminated by the twin swords of lightning and fire in his hands, looked strangely demonic as they stared coldly at him. Using the Sharingan's perception perfectly in sync with his taijutsu, and skillfully blending fire release and lightning release in a perfect ratio to unleash a combination ninjutsu, Jiraiya murmured inwardly, his cloudy eyes filled with shock. Exquisite beyond compare. A deep understanding of fire release and lightning release, perfect use of the Sharingan's insight, and flawless coordination between his taijutsu, bodily control and the Sharingan. If even one of those had fallen short, there was absolutely no way he could have pulled off such an intricate maneuver. Should I say, as expected of you, Ko. Jiraiya looked at the Ko before him and muttered softly. In his life, he had met many people who could be called geniuses, but Uchiha Tō was absolutely the most special among them. He did not possess the terrifying comprehension and learning ability of a traditional genius like Minato or Kakashi. Nor did he have the kind of frightening talent seen in the traditional geniuses of the Uchiha clan, who used the power of the Sharingan to support their own gifts. But he made use of everything around him that he could absorb. If his own talent was lacking, and the only things he truly had to show were his identity as a member of the Uchiha clan and the Sharingan Kekkei Genkai, then he would study them to the absolute limit. If his own comprehension was insufficient, then he would rely on the true geniuses around him and work together with them to turn the ideas in his mind into reality. The 1,000-year foundation of the Uchiha, the minds and inspiration of the real geniuses around him, he turned all of it into nourishment for his own growth. He had both the noble background of the Uchiha clan and the maturity and clear self-awareness of a civilian genius. These two traits, which were almost completely incompatible, had created the Ko now standing before him. Jiraiya looked deeply at Ko and murmured inwardly, the kind of genius that everyone who knew him had no choice but to acknowledge. On the pitted and uneven plain, Ko gripped the two long swords tightly, his strange three-tomo Sharingan coldly observing Jiraiya in the distance. His breathing was steady, the rise and fall of his chest slow and even. The burning flames flickered lightly on his blade, and the crimson glow reflected on his face, making the three-tomo in his Sharingan look even more eerie. Three-tomo Sharingan. From the perspective of those eyes, Jiraiya's every movement was perfectly clear. He saw Jiraiya's slightly heavy breathing, saw the stern look on his face, and that posture ready to form hand seals at any moment. No matter how he looked at it, he was the one holding the advantage. If this warm-up could even be called a battle. Ko looked at Jiraiya before him, and the light in his Sharingan grew deeper. His gaze swept over Jiraiya's seemingly stern face. Facial muscles relaxed, gaze steady. The breathing seemed slightly rough, but in truth it wasn't disordered at all. There wasn't even a single drop of sweat on his forehead. From the very beginning, neither he nor Jiraiya had used their full strength, and the expenditure had been negligible. Ko knew it clearly. Unlike himself, who had been deliberately holding back, Jiraiya was not intentionally going easy. He simply couldn't fight at full power. He was being restricted. The most fearsome thing about that old pervert Jiraiya was his summoning jutsu. Using his three-tomo Sharingan to observe Jiraiya in front of him, Ko calmly analyzed in his heart. The toads of Mount Myaboku played an extremely important role in his combat system. Whether it was Sage Mode, which greatly enhanced his own strength, or large-scale high-output ninjutsu like Toad Oil Flame Bullet, almost all of them required the support and coordination of the Mount Myaboku toads. The Jiraiya who summoned toads to assist him in battle and the Jiraiya who fought without using summoning jutsu were on completely different levels. Ko calmly analyzed in his heart. But because they were currently inside the land of water, the moment a large summoned beast was called out, it would basically expose his presence in the land of water. To avoid causing a diplomatic incident, there was no way he would summon a large-scale summon here. Ko murmured softly in his heart. So the only ones I need to watch out for are those two old toads. As long as Jiraiya was not allowed to summon those two old toads, then the Jiraiya Ko would have to face would be one whose summoning jutsu was completely sealed off. And against a Jiraiya who was forbidden from using summons, Ko had the confidence to defeat him. This was not because Ko looked down on Jiraiya. On the contrary, knowing most of Jiraiya's information, Ko was fully aware that even without using summoning jutsu, Jiraiya fighting alone still possessed extremely terrifying strength. Fire release, earth release, the secret taijutsu of Mount Myaboku, along with a whole series of secret techniques and sealing jutsu. Proficient in every field, with almost no weaknesses at all, Jiraiya could practically be called the peak of a ninja in the traditional sense. But Jiraiya's passive weakness was exactly that: he was a ninja in the traditional sense. For a traditional ninja, hand seals were the foundation of battle. In the original timeline, the reason Jiraiya had been so passive in his battle against the 6 paths of pain, aside from his lack of intelligence on them, was also largely because one of his arms had been torn off by the Asura path in a sneak attack. For a ninja of the traditional school, losing one arm had an enormous effect on combat. Almost half of his secret techniques and ninjutsu were crippled. Even if Jiraiya's level allowed him to form seals in special ways, it was still far inferior to the original effect. So much so that, in the battles afterward, Rasengan became his best defensive method. Of course, Ko naturally had neither the intention nor the ability to tear off one of Jiraiya's arms. At least, without exposing his Mangekyo, he couldn't do that. But not giving him the chance to form hand seals, that much I can still do. Ko muttered to himself inwardly. The Tomo in his 3-Tomo Sharingan spun faster, capturing all of Jiraiya's movements at this moment, ready to launch an attack at any time. While Ko was observing Jiraiya, Jiraiya was also observing Ko. He looked at Ko's eerie Sharingan, at the 2 long swords in his hands glowing with red and blue light, and at the lightning around his body that looked ready to erupt at any moment. Inwardly, he let out a helpless sigh. That kid's speed at full power is probably already not far from that 4th rankage of Kimogakure. Huh? At that kind of speed, and with the Sharingan's powerful insight plus his current exaggerated reaction ability, the moment I start forming hand seals, Ko will be able to detect my intention. Jiraiya's gaze landed on Ko's face. Those rapidly spinning 3-Tomo looked as if they wanted to take in every single one of his movements. Even if he can't stop me with that kid's knowledge, he would only need to see my first seal to very likely deduce what jutsu I'm about to use and respond accordingly. Jiraiya analyzed inwardly, his expression growing more and more grave. His gaze shifted away from Ko's face and fell on his hands, or rather, on the 2 swords in his hands. His expression became somewhat complicated. He recognized those 2 swords, Hokari and Inazuma. Both of those swords had been forged from chakra metal, capable of absorbing, carrying, and conducting chakra nature transformation. The flame blade in Ko's right hand, Hokari, had been custom-made for him back then with funding from the Uchiha clan. The fire attribute chakra attached to its blade had far better conduction efficiency than ordinary ninja tools, enough to raise the power of Uchiha-style ninja swordsmanship by more than a single level. And the lightning blade in his left hand, Inazuma, had been prepared back then by those 2 kids, Asuma and Kakashi together, as a gift for Ko's promotion to Jonin. Family and comrades. Jiraiya silently sighed in his heart, a trace of complicated emotion flashing through his eyes. There was emotion, relief, and also a faint bitterness that was hard to describe. He took a deep breath, as if suppressing some surging emotion. Then his gaze sharpened again, and he looked at Ko in the distance with a solemn expression. Unlike himself, with the support of those 2 chakra longswords, Ko could unleash high-intensity offensive power in battle against him almost without needing hand seals at all. His already extremely high mobility had become even faster because he no longer needed to waste time on seals. Jiraiya could feel it. The moment he tried to form hand seals, Ko's figure would arrive right on top of him that same instant. Looks like if I want to break this deadlock, I can only use that move. Jiraiya made his decision inwardly, and a sharp glint flashed through his eyes. His fingers curled slightly, trying to form hand seals. His movements were astonishingly fast, so fast that it was hard for anyone to even see what he was doing. But in Ko's Sharingan, everything was crystal clear. Ko stared at Jiraiya before him, the Tomo in his 3-Tomo Sharingan spinning to the limit. He saw Jiraiya's fingers start to rise, trying to form hand seals. The speed of those seals was fast, but under his Sharingan, every movement was broken down into countless frames. That opening seal. Is an earth release seal? Is he trying to alter the terrain and restrict my movement? Could it be Yomi Numa? He made the judgment instantly, and the light in his eyes turned even sharper. That move really is a bit troublesome. Can't let him use it. Lightning release. Swift thunder. Lightning attribute chakra instantly surged through his entire body, stimulating his muscle fibers and pushing his reaction speed and movement speed to the absolute limit in that instant. Blue electric arcs jumped across the surface of his skin, letting out faint crackling sounds. Ko's figure vanished from where he stood in an instant. The scorched mark on the ground left by the lightning still smoked faintly, but he himself had already appeared at Jiraiya's side. He kept the lightning blade Inazuma guarding his flank. The lightning attached to the blade leaped through the air, forming an airtight barrier, ready to block any possible counterattack at any moment. At the same time, the flame blade Hokari was raised high over his head. Crimson fire gathered and compressed along the blade, radiating terrifying heat. Under the reflection of that crimson fire, The blade looked like a block of iron freshly taken from a furnace. Every swing left behind a blazing trail in the air. Uchiha style. Circular dance. Wrapped in massive red flames, the blade attacked Jiraiya with the force of a thunderbolt. The flames burned with incomparable intensity. The crimson sword light carved a huge arc through the air, like a burning crescent moon. Facing the scorching heat wave right in front of him, the corner of Jiraiya's mouth instead curled into a scheming smile. "You're still too naive, Ko." A trace of craftiness flashed through his eyes. The hands that had been pretending to form hand seals instantly changed movements. A blue chakra sphere, spinning non-stop inside, appeared in his palm. Rasengan. At any range where taijutsu could reach, the Rasengan was an extremely terrifying attack method. Its lack of hand seals gave Jiraiya the ability to launch an instant counterattack in close combat against Ko. And right now, the distance between Ko and him was already less than 1 meter. "The naive one is you, Jiraiya-sensei." Ko's voice came from above, cold and calm. His 3-tomo Sharingan stared straight at Jiraiya. Reflected in those eyes, all of Jiraiya's tactical intentions had nowhere to hide. Ko's gaze did not fall on the Rasengan, but on Jiraiya's eyes, which were currently gleaming sharply. "Why do you think I attacked with Hoka instead of Inazuma, which has a much greater close combat advantage?" He said with certainty. "Don't forget, I had a hand in developing the Rasengan too. My understanding of this jutsu will only be greater than yours, not less. You wanted to fool me with a feint. Of course, I already considered that possibility." He continued swinging the Hoka in his hand and said coldly, "But using a technique I helped develop against me. Isn't that looking down on me a little too much?" Ko's voice carried obvious displeasure, but his eyes remained full of vigilance. He didn't think Jiraiya was underestimating him at all. Even if he didn't know what Jiraiya was really planning, it was definitely not as simple as just one Rasengan. There had to be a trick hidden in this. Heh. Jiraiya let out a chuckle, and the curve at the corner of his mouth turned meaningful. He did not answer Ko's question, but his eyes were filled with sorrow. "This move. I originally wanted to save it as a surprise for you back then. I just didn't expect you'd see it under these circumstances." He looked at the Ko before him, looked at himself reflected in those rapidly spinning Sharingan eyes, and his gaze gradually became firm. "But now isn't too late either." Jiraiya muttered in his heart, and a flash of resolve passed through his eyes. He raised the Rasengan over his head. The blue chakra sphere slowly rotated in his palm, letting out a low humming sound. Then, in the middle of that rotation, the blue light began to change. It was dyed with a fiery red. That red spread outward from the core of the Rasengan, blazing hot, yet warm. Its heat was unlike the violent fire release wrapped around the blade of Hoka in Ko's hand. It was more like a furnace fire in winter, like the blazing sun in summer. Under the pull of the Rasengan in Jiraiya's hand, the flames on Hoka's blade seemed to be summoned by something. They turned into streak after streak of crimson fire and were drawn into that blazing Rasengan. Those flames coiled around the Rasengan's surface, compressed, fused, and made that already scorching sphere shine even more brightly. Ko stared at the Rasengan in Jiraiya's hand, his eyes full of shock. That's. He recognized this jutsu. This jutsu was never supposed to appear at this point in the timeline. Blaze release Rasengan. The crimson Rasengan kept spinning in Jiraiya's hand, wave after wave of heat rolling outward. Even the broken stones on the ground were trembling slightly along with it. Ko was in midair, his body wrapped in swift lightning. His scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan widened slightly. The 3-tomo slowly rotated within those eerie eyes, reflecting the crimson ball of light below as it grew larger and larger. Time seemed to slow down in Ko's eyes. That wasn't just a figure of speech. Under the Sharingan's perspective, the flow of time really was different. Every bulging muscle in Jiraiya's arm, every vortex of flame moving across the Rasengan's surface, every ripple produced as the air warped under the intense heat. Everything was broken down into countless still frames, giving him enough time to observe, to think. But at this moment, there was only one thought in his head. Why would Blaze release Rasengan appear at a time like this? Ko stared at the crimson Rasengan in Jiraiya's hand, and a trace of confusion couldn't help but surface in those calm eyes. Incorporating the nature transformation of fire attribute chakra into the Rasengan was absolutely not a simple matter. The differences in nature transformation between the 5 chakra attributes were so great that they could practically be treated as 5 completely different fields of study. The theoretical framework for fusing wind attribute chakra into the Rasengan and the framework for fusing fire attribute chakra into the Rasengan might seem like they differed by only one word, but in reality it meant starting over from scratch. And in the original history, Jiraiya had also spent a long time researching the fusion of nature transformation into the Rasengan. But even until he died in Amigakure, he had never truly managed to incorporate the nature transformation of fire attribute chakra into the Rasengan. But now, this blaze release Rasengan, which should have been almost impossible to appear, was right before his eyes. Of course Ko knew that his own existence had changed many things. Because of his interference, The Rasengan's theoretical framework had been improved ahead of time, and its development progress had advanced several years earlier than in the original timeline. But the theory for incorporating wind attribute chakra nature transformation into the Rasengan had only been basically conquered by himself and Minato before the Nine-Tails attack. He completed it on his own. Ko glanced at Jiraiya from the corner of his eye, and an unmistakable trace of surprise flashed through his three-tomo Sharingan. It wasn't that he looked down on Jiraiya, but theoretical research really wasn't his strong suit. Back during the Rasengan's research and development, the ones mainly responsible for the theoretical work had been Minato and himself. Jiraiya had played more of a supporting role, providing practical combat experience, testing the feasibility of training methods, and occasionally offering flashes of insight from a veteran ninja's instincts at key points. But now, the person least skilled at theory had actually completed such difficult theoretical research all by himself. Where the hell did this come from? Is this still really Jiraiya? Wasn't most of this guy's brain usually used on figuring out how to write dirty little books? Wait, Ika Paradise. As if he had suddenly realized something, Ko's three-tomo Sharingan instantly shifted away from the blaze release Rasengan in Jiraiya's hand and looked toward those eyes that had been watching him all along. His scarlet three-tomo Sharingan met Jiraiya's deeply meaningful gaze. A true ninja could understand what the other was thinking with just one look. Looking at Jiraiya's serious yet burning gaze, a flash of understanding passed through Ko's eyes. So that's it. So that's how it was. He murmured in his heart, as scattered fragments of memory quickly pieced together into a complete puzzle with the aid of his powerful mental strength. The year before the Nine-Tails attack, the first volume of Ika Paradise with illustrations done by him and the story written by Jiraiya had officially gone on sale. The moment this world-shaking masterpiece was released, it caused a sensation throughout the ninja world. Sales records were broken again and again. Reprints came non-stop. Reader letters piled up and filled the publisher's warehouse. That had been the peak of Jiraiya's career as a writer, the starting point of him conquering the world with another identity. However, just when the entire ninja world was eagerly awaiting the release of the second volume, that sequel had still failed to appear for a long time. 3 years passed. It wasn't until the very end of the third year that the sequel finally arrived late. At the time, Ko had only just arrived in Kirigakure, with a pile of troubles around him. When he saw the news that the new book was going on sale, he had only casually complained about it and didn't think much of it. After all, Jiraiya had never been a reliable person to begin with. Something like missing deadlines happening to him seemed completely normal in Ko's eyes. But now, all those points in time he had never thought deeply about before were lining up with perfect precision in his mind, forming a clear trail of clues. When the first volume succeeded, Jiraiya had been the most excited out of anyone. Ko still remembered what he looked like that day when he came running over with the reprint notice in hand. So excited he looked like Obito finally getting his Ninja Academy graduation certificate back then. At the time, he had slapped Ko on the shoulder and bragged non-stop, saying the second volume would definitely be even better, that the two of them together were unbeatable and all kinds of grand nonsense like that. And with the idea of releasing the second volume as soon as possible, he had decided to go traveling for research material. According to the plan, the complete manuscript should have been finished 3 years ago, which was 1 week before the Nine-Tails attack broke out. During that period, because of this close working relationship, Ko had also become one of the very few people in the entire ninja world who could directly contact Jiraiya. At the very beginning, their contact had never been interrupted. Jiraiya regularly mailed him his travel experiences and writing progress, while Ko wrote back with rough illustration drafts and revision suggestions. It was through those letters that Ko had confirmed Jiraiya would definitely receive and respond to his plea for help, and gradually let himself relax. Contacting him and having him return to Konoha in time. Back then, that had seemed like no problem at all to Ko. But later, Jiraiya unilaterally cut off contact with him. The letters Ko sent out sank into the sea like stones, without the slightest reply. And the Ika Paradise series, which had originally been continuously undergoing revisions for the second volume, also suddenly fell silent. At the time, Ko simply couldn't figure it out. He kept replaying the wording of that letter in his head. Had his tone been too harsh? Had he not made himself clear enough? Or was it that Jiraiya simply didn't care? This possibility, one he had never seriously considered before, became heavier and heavier during those days of complete silence. Until the Nine-Tails attack erupted. Until he left Konoha carrying a heart full of disappointment and anger. But now, every mystery had an answer. Jiraiya had cut off contact with him midway and stopped writing the second volume of Ika Paradise. It wasn't because he didn't want to write it. It was because he had thrown all his time, all his energy into something else. All by himself, without Minato's help and without Ko's help. He had completed the theoretical deduction for fusing fire nature chakra transformation with the Rasengan through his own power alone. Ko knew better than anyone how difficult that process was, because he had done the same thing himself. In his 4 years in Kirigakure, he had also spent countless nights researching the fusion of water nature and the Rasengan, and in the end, only managed to overcome that problem with the support of Kirigakure's countless related materials. But Jiraiya, he had done it relying on himself alone. During that period, this was probably what he had been researching all along. Ko turned his gaze back toward that crimson Rasengan, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. This blaze Rasengan had, from the very beginning, been prepared for him. Not because of anything else. Only because that letter he had sent Jiraiya back then had been filled with anxiety over his own talent and the bottlenecks he had encountered in training. Jiraiya had read that anxiety and decided to give him an answer in his own way. And now that answer was right in front of him. Hey! What is this supposed to be? Ko muttered inwardly, his feelings indescribably tangled. The reason Jiraiya hadn't made it back to Konoha in time back then was actually because he was preparing this surprise for an anxious me? Did I screw myself over? Ko couldn't help feeling a sense of absurdity. But to say his heart wasn't moved even a little, that was impossible. After the Nine-Tails attack happened back then, he never came to find me, never told me about this. He was probably afraid I'd blame myself because of it. Ko murmured inwardly with mixed emotions. The focus of his three-tomo Sharingan blurred for a brief instant before becoming clear again. Even though the one who must have suffered the most all these years should have been you, Jiraiya-sensei. Ko let out a soft breath. Though his thoughts were surging like a tide, in reality, less than an instant had passed. The time stretched out by the Sharingan's perspective was only a millisecond-level pause in the real world. Ko was still in midair, blue lightning from swift thunder coiling around his body. The blaze Rasengan in Jiraiya's hand was still spinning, still closing in. From Jiraiya's burning gaze, Ko understood what he was thinking. He understood the expectation hidden in those eyes. Come back to Konoha with you? Unfortunately, I'm destined to disappoint you. He stared deeply at Jiraiya before him. In those scarlet Sharingan eyes, the determination had replaced the complicated emotions that had just been surging moments ago. I have my own road to walk. There's no place for Konoha in my future anymore. Jiraiya understood the resolve in Ko's eyes, and the light in his own eyes visibly dimmed a little. So it really is like this, Ko. Jiraiya muttered bitterly in his heart, but he did not look away, nor did he let that dimness remain for long. The dullness in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by absolute determination. I've already missed too many chances, but this time, I absolutely want to let go. Jiraiya muttered firmly in his heart. Even if I have to knock you out and drag you back, even if you hate me for the rest of your life, I'm still taking you back. Blaze Rasengan. Jiraiya raised the crimson Rasengan high in his hand. Under the Sharingan's slowed perspective, the crimson sphere of light began enlarging at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ko looked at the blaze Rasengan right before him, his expression extremely calm. Within every frame stretched out by the Sharingan, he calmly made his final tactical judgment. Jiraiya was incredibly fast, and at this near point-blank distance, Ko's body was in the midst of powerful inertia under the enhancement of Swift Thunder. Although with the reaction speed and bodily control granted by Swift Thunder, he could theoretically still forcefully dodge it, the price would definitely be backlash on his body. Muscle tearing, chakra pathway damage. In the worst-case scenario, his mobility would be heavily reduced for some time afterward. Not worth it. The best method was to block this attack head-on. The blaze Rasengan Jiraiya used was indeed very strong. The explosive power of fire release had been perfectly preserved. The lingering burn damage paired with the Rasengan's own terrifying internal destructive force. The combination of those two made the single-point penetration power of this strike reach a rather horrifying level. Ko analyzed calmly in his heart. If I take a bad hit from this move, I'll probably lose my ability to keep fighting on the spot. But it wasn't as if he had no way to deal with it. Mangekyo Sharingan. The Rasengan fused with water nature chakra transformation that he had painstakingly studied and developed over 4 years in Kirigakure. And in his left hand, Inazuma, a defensive lightning net constructed from Chidori. His accumulation and hard work over these past years were not inferior in the slightest to Jiraiya's efforts in developing the blaze Rasengan. If he faced it head-on, he could take it, but in truth there was no need for that at all. Ko stared straight ahead with cold composure. Reflected in his three-tomo Sharingan was Jiraiya's resolute face. Looking at Jiraiya in front of him, he calmly took a deep breath, then shouted at the top of his lungs, "Boss! Save me! Damn it! Jiraiya!" Huh? Along with Ko's shout, Jiraiya's brain short-circuited for a brief moment. Even the great flame Rasengan in his hand paused slightly because of how abrupt the scene was. Why was this brat suddenly yelling? Wait, what did he just call me? The confusion in Jiraiya's eyes gradually shifted into thought. But before the doubt in his eyes could fade, a huge force struck his side with perfect precision. Before Jiraiya could even react, his body was violently flung away by that invisible force, smashing hard into a distant mountainside. As he was sent flying, that great flame Rasengan finally slipped out of control and slammed heavily into the mountain wall beside him. Crimson energy erupted with a roar, and in that instant, Half the mountainside was torn into pieces by its terrifying destructive power. Broken stones flew everywhere, crashed against distant rock walls, then bounced back and clattered all over the ground. The dust kicked up slowly spread through the air, completely covering that section of the mountain wall until nothing could be seen. Having just escaped danger, Ko stood where he was, his 3-tomo Sharingan piercing through the drifting smoke and dust as he tried to make out Jiraiya's condition. Damn, Nagato really hit that hard? He couldn't help muttering to himself inwardly. What touching master-disciple affection. A good teacher and student like those two probably won't appear again. In an instant, several faces flashed through his mind. Orochimaru and the third Hokage, Sasuke and Kakashi, Sasuke and Orochimaru, Obito and Minato, Obito and Madara. Okay. Actually, there seemed to be quite a lot of them. Come to think of it. Why did those naturally evil Uchiha brats seem especially eye-catching in this lineup? Ko shook his head and threw away the obviously ill-timed thought. He steadied himself, and the focus in his Sharingan gathered once more on the distant rock wall shrouded in dust. Just as he was trying to see Jiraiya's condition, a low voice slowly sounded from behind him. How did you know I was here? Hearing that familiar voice behind him, a faint glint flashed in Ko's Sharingan. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, curling into an as-expected smile. But that curve only existed for an instant before he switched to a surprised expression. Ko turned around and looked at the orange-haired figure who had appeared behind him at some unknown point, his voice full of astonishment. Wow, leader. So you really were here? As Ko spoke in an exaggerated tone, his slowly spinning 3-tomo Sharingan quietly swept over the figure before him. Orange hair, purple Rinnegan, black receivers on his face, the appearance of a tall, thin man. It was the animal path. He silently confirmed it in his heart. Looks like Nagato's arrangements were quite thorough. The animal path's ability really was perfect for observing from the shadows and giving long-range support. It wouldn't expose the most important combat force of the 6 paths of pain too early, and it was enough to interfere in the battle when necessary. He muttered inwardly, and the light in his eyes deepened. Ko's gaze shifted away from pain and looked out of the corner of his eye to a spot not far behind where Jiraiya had originally been standing. There was nothing there. Empty space, with only grass leaves stirred by the wind and scattered bits of rubble. But Ko could sense that something there was strange. I see. Chameleon, huh? Recalling the moment Jiraiya had been sent flying, Ko quickly analyzed it in his mind. While Jiraiya's attention was completely focused on me and he had no chance to use sensory detection, a chameleon was summoned nearby with the summoning jutsu, then kept hidden around here the whole time using its invisibility. The one that took the chance just now and knocked that old pervert Jiraiya flying was probably that invisible chameleon's tongue. Ko couldn't help sighing in admiration, with a bit of genuine praise in his heart. What a useful summon. In every sense. Answer my question. Pain's low voice sounded again, his purple Rinnegan fixed on Ko in front of him. There was no emotion in his gaze, yet it carried a pressure impossible to ignore. How did you know I was here? The Rinnegan of the animal path reflected a chilling light under the sun as he stared at Ko, full of vigilance inside. With his own concealment ability paired with the chameleon's invisibility, even Kage-level sensory ninjas would find it extremely difficult to detect even the slightest trace. When had Uchiha Ko noticed him? Had his sensory ability already reached that level? Pain calmly analyzed things in his mind, and his gaze toward Ko grew several degrees more serious. Looking at Pain putting the blame on him first like some villain, Ko couldn't help grumbling inwardly. Damn, 666. Good lord. I haven't even asked how you followed me here yet, and you're already questioning me first. Shameless bastard. How can someone's heart be this rotten? But on the surface he put on a blank look, and the expression in his Sharingan turned as clear and stupid as young Cien Heiress. He frowned slightly, spread his hands, and said in complete confusion, Ah? What are you talking about? Ko doesn't know. Pain? Apparently disgusted by himself, Ko dry heaved in his heart, and the expression on his face almost broke. But he still forcibly endured the nausea, quickly adjusted his expression, and put on a beaming smile. He pressed his palms together, and the light in his eyes became pious and burning hot as he said in a voice full of worship. Hear us what happened, leader, when I had just fallen into a desperate situation. Your reassuring and majestic figure couldn't help appearing in my mind. Faced with an enemy I couldn't defeat, I instinctively called out to that ray of light that appeared in my heart. He took a deep breath and continued righteously, Leader, I never thought you would really hear my call and come to my side. It was practically just like my summon. No, that's not what I meant. I mean it was like, shut up. Pain's voice was light, but the coldness in it was like wind blowing from a land of extreme frost, instantly freezing Ko's endless stream of words in place. Yes. Ko immediately responded in a strong, ringing voice. Pain looked at the man in front of him acting crazy and playing dumb, his face covered in black lines. For a moment, Even that originally expressionless zombie face of his almost failed to hold steady. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. It was so fast that it was like nothing had happened at all. Pain took a deep breath, and the Rinnegan in his eyes returned to calm. He gave Ko a deep look and muttered quietly in his heart, "Forget it." The light in his eyes deepened. This time, the objective had at least been partially achieved. Not by much, but he had indeed seen some of this Gaia's strength. Besides, finding out about the relationship between Uchiha Tō and teacher Jiraiya was also an unexpected gain. His gaze fell on Ko's face, and a trace of complicated emotion flashed through his Rinnegan. He should count as my junior disciple, right? What's wrong, leader? Why haven't you said anything this whole time? Is your internet lagging? The sound of Ko's careful probing pulled his thoughts back. That punchable face leaned right up in front of him, one hand waving exaggeratedly before his eyes. Pain looked at the hand that was practically about to slap him in the face, and that zombie-like expression of his twitched again despite itself. What exactly are you trying to say? Ko gave an awkward laugh, with a bit of flattery and slyness in that smile. Well, leader, look, it's getting late, and I still have a mission on me. I can't delay it, so here. As he spoke, his gaze turned toward Jiraiya in the distance. The dust there was gradually settling, revealing the rock wall smashed into a huge crater, and the somewhat miserable figure in front of it slowly rising to his feet. Pain looked at him deeply. After a moment of thought, he replied flatly, "You can go." "Awesome. Long live the leader." Ko threw both hands up and shouted excitedly, praising Pain's great kindness. After becoming the child of the sun for 0.001 seconds, he gave one last look toward where Jiraiya was in the distance, and sighed inwardly. "Goodbye, Jiraiya-sensei." Ko said his farewell quietly in his heart. With the hiss of electric current slicing through the air, his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Pain stood there watching the direction Ko had disappeared in. The light in his Rinnegan flickered slightly. The mountain wind blew from behind him, stirring his orange hair and the hem of his black cloak with red clouds. Even Pain, who spent all year around a bunch of weirdos, couldn't help feeling a bit tired at this moment. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Compared to that weirdo Uchiha Tō, even Jiraiya-sensei, who had just been elbowed flying by him, looked much more pleasing to the eye. His perception spread out again, crossing over the ruins of the mountain wall and landing on a chakra presence rapidly approaching. "So you've come back." Looking at the chakra he sensed not far away, belonging to Jiraiya, Pain muttered softly, "Though there are many things I'd like to talk to you about, now isn't the time to reveal my identity, Jiraiya-sensei." As he spoke, Pain placed a hand on the ground, and the light in his Rinnegan turned sharp. He stared in Jiraiya's direction in the distance and shouted in a deep voice, "Summoning jutsu." In the distance, Jiraiya, covered in dust and looking extremely bedraggled after just crawling out of the rock wall, was hurrying this way with a grave expression. His clothes had several tears cut by shattered stone. Dust covered that long white hair of his, and his whole body looked miserable. But the light in his eyes was even sharper than before. Recalling what had just happened, Jiraiya analyzed calmly in his heart. So someone had been secretly observing my battle with Ko the whole time during that attack? He murmured inwardly. The light in his eyes grew heavier, and his pace quickened. Even if most of my attention was focused on Ko, if they could hide from my perception, then they are definitely no small fry. His gaze swept across the surroundings, and a sharp glint flashed through those murky eyes. "The leader?" Repeating Ko's earlier words in his mind, the expression on his bold face shifted from solemn to thoughtful. "Is it the leader of the Akatsuki? If that mysterious powerhouse is really here, then taking Ko away is going to become extremely difficult." Jiraiya muttered inwardly, and the light in those murky eyes turned even more serious. "But this is also an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance to gather intelligence on the Akatsuki." Jiraiya's expression grew even graver, and he prepared to speed up toward where Ko was. However, his body reacted before his brain did. Almost by instinct, his steps slammed to a halt without any warning at all. The wooden sandals under his feet scraped out 2 white marks across the stone. Years of combat experience sounded the alarm in his mind. Sensing the danger about to arrive, Jiraiya's pupils suddenly contracted, and he instantly leaped back. His figure became an afterimage, pulling away from where he had just been standing. The next second, countless bubbles flooded that patch of open ground. Those bubbles were packed densely together, blotting out the sky and covering the earth like a white ocean. Standing in the distance, Jiraiya looked at the open ground swallowed by bubbles, and those murky eyes were full of gravity. His gaze moved away from that white sea and landed on the source of the bubbles. It was a giant reddish-brown crab that had appeared out of nowhere. Its entire body was covered in hard shell, like it was wearing natural armor. Its 2 massive claws were raised high, and bubble foam was still dripping from their tips. Its 8 legs supported that heavy body, casting an enormous shadow under the sunlight. "This is..." Jiraiya stared at that giant crab with a solemn face. His eyes were full of shock, and he couldn't help blurting out, "A giant summoned beast?" Kirigakure Port, docks. The sea breeze carried a salty fishy smell from the harbor, making the sails hanging from the masts flap loudly in the wind. On the distant sea, mist and clouds intertwined into a gray-white canopy, while several seagulls circled low in the air, letting out sharp cries. People came and went on the docks. The shouts of the dockworkers mixed with the voices of travelers, noisy and full of life. A medium-sized ship had long since docked by the pier. Its hull rocked gently with the waves, and the ropes tied to the stone posts on shore gave off soft scraping sounds. Mei Terumi stood at the end of the pier, one hand resting on a stone post, those emerald green eyes fixed on the direction Ko and Jiraiya had gone. He still hasn't come back? Her brows were slightly furrowed, and those beautiful eyes were filled with worry. The other side is Jiraiya after all, one of the Sannin. Even that Uchiha Tō probably. Mei Terumi thought calmly to herself, her cold and beautiful face filled with seriousness. Sure enough, maybe I should go after them and take a look. She whispered inwardly, and a trace of resolve flashed through those emerald green eyes. Even though she truly didn't care at all about the safety of that annoying bastard Uchiha Tō. And if he got beaten up, then that would be heaven opening its eyes. The kind of great news that could make her happy all day. That shameless scoundrel, wasting such a good face of his, deserved to suffer a little. But if he suffered a setback during a mission she had commissioned, then that was a different matter. No matter how annoying he was, they were still companions for now. Putting aside the fact that she still needed something from him, Uchiha Tō was facing one of the Sannin alone for the sake of the mission she had commissioned. If not for completing the mission, then with his speed, he could have completely shaken off the powerful threat that was Jiraiya. Looking in the direction Ko had left, a complicated emotion flashed through her emerald green eyes. After all, he is the man who carved out the title Black Lightning on that Kimogakure battlefield during the Third Great Ninja War. But even for Uchiha Tō, who had made a name for himself in the Third Great Ninja War, he was still somewhat outclassed in front of Jiraiya, an old powerhouse of the ninja world. A trace of determination flashed through Mei Terumi's eyes. It might be because of the mission, but right now they really could be called companions. Do not abandon any companion. That was what Ku had once said to her when he proposed going to persuade Zabuza to join them. In Kirigakure, in the Bloody Mist Village, comrades could be abandoned. They were pawns to be discarded when necessary, tools that could be thrown away once the mission was done. This was the truth every Kirigakure ninja had been indoctrinated with since childhood. But Ku changed that truth. He changed many people. He changed Kirigakure, protecting comrades. That too was now something she acknowledged from the bottom of her heart, something the future Kirigakure should have. Yeah, there was really nothing to hesitate about. She whispered in her heart, and the look in those emerald green eyes gradually turned firm. Her hand lifted from the stone pier and clenched into a fist. Abandoning comrades or whatever, I don't get it. She made her decision in her heart. Just as she was about to step forward, an excited voice suddenly rang out beside her ear. Woo-hoo! Made it just in time. Accompanied by a flash of lightning, Koa's figure instantly dropped in front of Terumi Mei, who had just taken a step. The lightning flashed before her eyes, turning her vision white for an instant. A dark figure descended from the sky and landed steadily 3 steps in front of her. The hem of the black robe with red clouds fluttered in the wind. His messy black hair swayed over his forehead, and that handsome face carried a roguishly cool smile. Wah! Terumi Mei was startled by the sudden scene and let out a loud cry on instinct. Before her mind could catch up, the instincts of a Kirigakure elite instantly took over. Her pupils shrank. Her slender fingers lifted quickly, and those pink lips immediately puckered, ready to spit a mouthful of old phlegm at the enemy's face in front of her. Lava release, Ko was startled by her exaggerated reaction. Looking at those puckered lips, he instantly realized what was happening and inwardly cursed that this was bad. Relying on his outstanding reaction speed, Koa's hand shot out even faster and accurately pinched Terumi Mei's puffed-up cheek. Why are you yelling so damn loud? Ko looked at Terumi Mei in front of him and said irritably. His hand pinched her cheek. It felt soft and warm, like a squashed steamed bun. Hearing Ko's annoyed words, the vigilance in Terumi Mei's eyes quickly faded, replaced by a trace of guilt. Sorry, I just reacted on instinct. She lowered the hand she had raised to form seals and spoke vaguely through the mouth Ko was pinching. Forget it, I forgive you. Ko replied irritably and let go of the hand pinching Terumi Mei's face. He understood too. His sudden appearance had triggered her stress response. After all, they were both people who had fought their way out of the Third Great Ninja War battlefield. He understood those instincts carved into the bones all too well. Terumi Mei rubbed her slightly reddened cheek, her emerald green eyes filled with shock. She looked Ko up and down. Other than some dust on his clothes and a few loose strands of hair, he was almost completely uninjured. You got away successfully? Her voice carried undisguised astonishment. Ko didn't answer her question. He only raised a thumbs up and flashed a smile straight out of Might Guy's playbook. The smile was dazzling, his teeth even gleaming with reflected light, his whole body radiating confidence. Seeing his idiotic pose, the corner of Terumi Mei's mouth twitched. But clearly she had no time to complain about that right now. Her emerald green eyes were full of disbelief, and she couldn't help but ask, "How did you do it?" That was Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. Naturally, Ko wasn't going to reveal anything about Pain. He looked toward the direction where Jiraiya and Pain were and said in a very perfunctory tone, "Oh, I spent $98 by the roadside to treat him to a big crab. He enjoyed it so much that he waved and let me come back."
Terumi Mei.
"Do I look that easy to fool?" She muttered unhappily, but didn't say anything more. After all, they weren't that close. For now, they were only in the relationship of employer and hired hand. Unless necessary, there was no need to press further on a question the other party didn't want to answer. For the sake of future cooperation in the mission, knowing how to keep a proper sense of distance was still necessary. Terumi Mei took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed all the questions filling her stomach. She nodded somewhat helplessly, and the expression on her face returned to calm. Then she turned around, looked toward the ship ahead, and said seriously to Ko behind her, "Since the trouble's been dealt with, let's set off."
"Yeah."
Ko responded casually. His voice was lazy, as though he were just replying to something unimportant. But the moment Terumi Mei turned around, his gaze shifted toward a shop not far away. It was a small store selling dried seafood. Several strings of wind-dried fish hung at the entrance, swaying gently in the breeze. In the shadows by the doorway stood a man who looked exactly like him, nodding in his direction. That was his shadow clone. Ko glanced toward the direction where Jiraiya and Pain were, then took one last look at this port shrouded in mist. Probably won't happen, but if those two really get carried away and start fighting seriously, that'll be bad. There was no need to mention the impact on the ninja world. If the ordinary people living here got dragged into it by accident, then that would really. Ko's gaze lingered at the shop entrance for a moment. That shadow clone had already hidden himself in the darkness, suppressing his presence to the absolute minimum. Though he didn't consider himself a good person, if innocent people could avoid getting implicated because of him, then it was better to avoid that as much as possible. After all, he too had suffered deeply from the poison of those people who never cared how their actions affected others. Ko muttered softly in his heart, "Leaving a shadow clone here will at least give me some peace of mind. And it can also keep an eye on how those two plan to wrap things up later. Uchiha Ko, what are you spacing out over there for? Get on the ship, quick!" Terumi Mei's shout came from the ship. Her voice was crisp and bright, cutting through the noise of the docks and reaching his ears. Ko's thoughts were pulled back. He withdrew his gaze, and that roguishly cool smile returned to his handsome face. Coming right up, the ropes on the ship were untied. The sailors raised the sails, and the vessel slowly began to move. The waves slapped against the hull with a rushing sound. The noises from shore gradually faded. The crowd on the docks grew smaller and smaller. Those buildings, those mountain shadows half visible through the mist, were all swallowed bit by the sea. Woo, with a long blast of the horn, a medium-sized ship departed from Mist Sailport and headed toward the gray-white sea. Destination: the land of whirlpools. The bow split the waves, sending up white spray. Terumi Mei stood at the prow, those emerald green eyes fixed on the distance, on that mist-shrouded horizon with no end in sight. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, her clothes whipping with it, and her whole figure looked like a statue standing at the bow. Ko leaned against the railing, his black eyes looking toward the stern. There, the port had already become a tiny dot, slowly swallowed by the mist until it finally disappeared where sea and sky met. His gaze passed through the fog and landed farther away. That was the direction where his shadow clone remained. "The rest is up to you," he said softly in his heart, then withdrew his gaze. Out on the sea, the wind and waves were beginning to rise. The ship carried two people, each with their own thoughts, toward unknown waters. Night had fallen. Moonlight poured down, reflecting off the calm surface of the sea. In the distance, the sky and ocean blended together in the darkness, making it impossible to tell where the heavens ended and the sea began. A medium-sized ship was sailing across this peaceful stretch of water. The lights on the ship cast a golden reflection over the sea, swaying gently with the waves. The sail on the mast puffed slightly in the night wind, letting out a dull rustling sound, the quiet conversation between canvas and wind. Inside the ship, in a spacious room. The room was arranged neatly. A table stood in the center with a teapot and several cups placed on top. A sofa rested against the wall, covered in dark velvet cloth. The bed sat in the corner, its blankets folded with perfect tidiness. Everything was simple, yet everywhere carried the cold feeling of a temporary place to stay. The bathroom was filled with the soft sound of running water. Steam seeped out through the crack in the door, turning into a hazy patch of white mist under the light. The door opened. Ko walked out of the bathroom, one hand holding a towel as he wiped his long black hair. He was casually wearing a loose white bathrobe. The collar hung wide open, and the belt was tied carelessly around his waist, doing nothing to hide his strong muscles. There was a long scar across his chest, stretching from his collarbone all the way down beneath his ribs. There were also small scars and burn marks on his arms, silently telling of the dangers this man had once gone through. But at this moment, that powerful body had rarely entered a state of relaxation. His muscles were no longer tense, and his breathing had become slow and steady. Ah, this really feels good. Ko casually tossed the towel onto the back of a chair, picked up the hot water on the table, and gulped down a mouthful. He set the cup down and said softly with emotion, "After a whole day of running around, I can finally get some proper rest." His gaze fell on the shimmering water outside the window as he recalled everything that had happened today. First, he met up with Mei Terumi. Then he reunited with Jiraiya and fought him. After that, he had Pain bring along his animal friends to help keep Jiraiya tied down. What a tiring day. He let out a helpless sigh, then muttered in a somewhat relieved voice, "Still, thankfully, at least so far, everything has been going pretty smoothly. At the very least, still within control." The shadow clone left behind at Mist Sailport had already been dispelled, sending its memories back to the original body. As expected, the fight between Pain and Jiraiya had only been a brief exchange. For all kinds of reasons, neither of them had gone all out. Jiraiya had wanted to test out Pain's intel, but Pain knew Jiraiya could not possibly fight at full strength here. From start to finish, he had only used that crab summon, the only one among them without Rinnegan eyes, and with the goal of stalling for time, kept playing a tug-of-war with Jiraiya. Once he confirmed that he was already aboard the ship and that Jiraiya had no way of catching up, Pain seized the chance and withdrew in time. Jiraiya! He's probably already on the way back to Konoha by now. Ko frowned as he thought about it. A trace of complicated emotion flashed through those black eyes. I wonder how Konoha is doing right now. The reason Ko thought that was not because he truly cared about Konoha. After all, he really had no sense of belonging toward that place at all. In this life, across his 22 years, the first 17 had all been spent in Konoha. But the days when he had truly felt at ease, and the main part of his life, had all been within the Uchiha clan district. He wasn't Obito, that love-struck tomcat who got completely bewitched by a little girl, running all over the place outside the Uchiha district for most of his time instead of just going home to sleep. Knowing his own talent was lacking, he had spent most of his time holed up in the clan district, studying the Uchiha clan's knowledge, training while also thinking about what path he should take. If not for later having to enter the ninja academy, he probably could have stayed shut inside the Uchiha district for his whole life. Even after stepping out of the clan district and entering the ninja academy, he had lived in constant fear of catching a certain Danzo's attention, staying careful in everything he did. It had been exhausting as hell. Back then, without strength, he had to put on a cheerful smiling face every single day while inside he was nervous and uneasy. Those days had been downright suffocating. Then, after the Third Great Ninja War broke out, he spent years on the battlefield as a human meat grinder. It was only after the war ended that he returned to Konoha and lived a stable life for a period of time. And then came the Ninetales attack. Thinking back on all those past events, Ko shook his head helplessly. With experiences like that, he truly had nothing much to feel attached to when it came to Konoha. He admitted that, compared to the overall environment of the entire ninja world, Konoha really was one of the better places. But that was just picking the tallest one out of a bunch of short people. It only looked good because the competition was worse. That didn't mean Konoha was actually that impressive. At least for Ko, who had lived a peaceful life in his previous world, he genuinely looked down on Konoha. If there was anything in Konoha worth remembering for him, aside from Ichiraka Ramen and that old dango shop on the commercial street, then it would only be those old companions who had once sincerely treated him well. Kakashi, Asuma, Guy, Kurenai, Enko. I wonder how those little brats are doing now. Even though they were no longer walking the same path, thinking of those old acquaintances still made Ko sigh a little. The past, the past. He shook his head with emotion, a hint of self-mockery entering his voice. It must be because meeting that old pervert Jiraiya again today got me feeling sentimental. Why am I suddenly reminiscing? It's not like I'm old. He stretched lazily, raising his arms over his head. His spine let out a series of crisp cracks. His tone turned easygoing, carrying a casual sense of enough of that. Tonight, I'm gonna get some proper rest for once. Do 50 sets of push-ups, then go to sleep. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Ko was about to move, a knock sounded at the door. His motion paused for a moment, and a trace of confusion flashed through those black eyes.
Mei Terumi.
What is she coming over for in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Muttering to himself in confusion, Ko stepped forward and opened the door. As expected, it was Mei Terumi. She was wearing a loose purple robe. It looked like she had just bathed, but she had wrapped herself up tightly from head to toe. Her long hair still carried a faint trace of moisture. A few loose strands clung to her cheeks, glowing softly under the light. She looked at Uchiha Tō's face after the door opened. Just as she was about to speak, her gaze unconsciously moved downward from that handsome face. The open collar of the bathrobe, that strong chest, her face instantly turned bright red. The flush spread from her cheeks to the tips of her ears, and from her ears down to her neck. She looked like a boiled shrimp. Wah! Blushing furiously, she stammered in surprise, why you? Your clothes? Clothes? If you're really that shy, then don't keep your eyes open that wide, will you? Ko looked at Mei Terumi in annoyance. After his reminder, she had covered her eyes, but was still secretly peeking at him through her fingers. Trying to fool yourself. He sighed inwardly, casually tugged at his robe to cover his chest, and asked in an annoyed tone, so, what are you here for this late at night? Scared to sleep alone? Looking at Mei Terumi, he suddenly thought of something. That smiling expression returned to his face, and his black eyes were full of teasing. So? Want to come over and play a thrilling game of Three Kingdoms Kill with me? What's that? That sounds kinda shady.
Terumi Mei subconsciously complained.
A trace of curiosity flashed through those jade-green eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. She shook her head, and the expression on her face shifted from shy to serious. I have something important to discuss with you. Her voice rose a few degrees, as if emphasizing how serious she was. Seeing how serious Terumi Mei looked, Ko immediately understood something. The frivolous look on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by the seriousness of a professional. What do you want to talk about? Terumi Mei took a deep breath, as if organizing her thoughts, and also as if trying to suppress the lingering tension in her heart. She straightened her back, looked directly at Ko with those jade-green eyes, and said seriously, at our current sailing speed, we should reach the land of whirlpools by early tomorrow morning. I want to explain in advance the detailed information about the ruins of the land of whirlpools involved in this mission. The light in the room was soft and warm, casting the shadows of the two of them onto the wall, swaying slightly. Ko sat at the table with one hand propping up his chin. His black eyes seemed casual as they looked at Terumi Mei across from him, but inwardly he was a little surprised. After all, based on his expectations, this girl should have waited until after they stepped into the land of whirlpools before breaking the mission intel into pieces and selectively telling him what he needed to know. That was the proper way for an employer and a hired hand to get along. It preserved initiative while also preventing the other party from developing thoughts they shouldn't have. So I got promoted from tool guy to temporary companion? Ko muttered strangely in his heart. Did I do something to raise her favorability? How come I don't know about it? Maybe that conversation outside the restaurant earlier had worked. Maybe Jiraiya's appearance had made her feel some kind of crisis. Or maybe she had suddenly decided that, at a moment like this, honesty mattered more than scheming. Forget it. Whatever the reason, since she was willing to trust him, he wasn't stupid enough to push that door shut. You zoned out just now. Terumi Mei's voice came from across the table. Those jade-green eyes stared straight at him with a hint of suspicion. How is that possible? Ko instantly snapped back to himself, a righteous look appearing on his face. He straightened his back, folded his hands on the table, slightly furrowed his brows, and spoke in a solemn tone like he was giving a work report. I was just thinking about something quite important. Doesn't he sound important at all? Looking at him like this, Terumi Mei thought to herself. Even though she didn't want to press further, in order to get the conversation back on track as quickly as possible, she still responded somewhat speechlessly. What is it? Ko took a deep breath. A trace of determination flashed through his black eyes as he solemnly asked. What are we eating after we go ashore tomorrow? Caw caw caw. Terumi Mei's mouth twitched slightly. Without even thinking, she answered cleanly and decisively. Soldier pills. Ha! Are you serious? Even my cat bro won't eat that stuff. Ko's voice jumped several degrees, and his handsome face was full of undisguised disgust. What are you making such a fuss about? Terumi Mei frowned, and a bit of impatience flashed through those jade-green eyes. I refuse to believe you've never eaten soldier pills on the battlefield. But this isn't a war. Ko's voice got even louder as he accused her in grief and indignation. Do you really have to treat yourself this badly? If you can't even eat properly, what mission are you doing? TCH. Are all Konoha ninja this delicate? You can't even endure this much hardship. Terumi Mei shook her head and looked at the indignant Ko with disdain. You're just suffering for no reason. Ko completely ignored Terumi Mei's contempt and said righteously, if you can't even eat properly, how are you supposed to carry out a mission? If you can't even handle something this basic, no wonder Kirigakure's development is so bad. You! The moment Ko brought up Kirigakure, the composed expression on Terumi Mei's face instantly cracked. Her brows knitted together, and the will of fire seemed to ignite in those jade-green eyes. Looking at Ko's smug expression and thinking of the serious business she had come to discuss tonight, Terumi Mei forcibly suppressed the anger in her heart. Her voice turned cold. Let us put such trivial matters aside for now. I came here to talk to you about something important. As she spoke, she pulled out a map from behind her. It was a neatly folded sheet of paper. She spread it flat on the table and smoothed the corners with both hands. Pretending to know nothing, Ko asked in a curious tone. This is? A map. Terumi Mei kept it brief. She tapped the map with her finger and said seriously, A map of one of the ruins in the land of whirlpools that we're about to explore. Ko's brows furrowed slightly. He leaned in a little and said with feigned surprise, "This map looks way too new, doesn't it? It's obviously a copy." Ko looked at Terumi Mei in front of him with fake suspicion, his tone full of doubt. "You're not messing with me, are you?" Terumi Mei looked at him like she was looking at an idiot and replied as if it were only natural. "Of course this is a copied map. How could I possibly bring the original out of Kirigakure?" Out of the corner of his eye, Ko glanced at the coat hanging on the rack. At that moment, inside the ninja pouch on the inner side of that coat, the original was lying there. Looking at Terumi Mei in front of him, his gaze was a little guilty. You're right." Terumi Mei gave him a somewhat baffled look, and a trace of confusion flashed through those jade-green eyes. But she didn't dwell on it. She just shook her head and refocused on the map. "According to my investigation, the ruins and objects recorded on this map are all extremely ancient. Originally, I guess they might be relics from the Warring States period, but after studying them over the past 2 days, I discovered that their history can actually be traced back to a time even before the Warring States period." "What?" Hearing Terumi Mei's words, Ko's eyes widened slightly in surprise. A time before the Warring States period. That had to be at least 1,000 years ago, right? He had already expected this ruin to be old, but he hadn't expected it to be this old. No way. The Uzumaki clan's historical artifacts are preserved this well. Ko couldn't help muttering in his heart. As one of the few Uchiha clansmen who liked reading history, Ko knew quite a bit about Uchiha history. As far as he knew, the Uchiha clan's public records of its own history could only be traced back to the early Warring States period at the earliest. As for the clan's origins and the history of the era of Ninshu, the family records were completely blank. He himself actually knew more than what was recorded. Because of that, he could only guess that at some point in the history of the ninja world, there had been a massive historical fracture, which was why almost no information from that era had been passed down. After all, wasn't the neighboring Senju clan, which had already merged into Konoha, also only half informed about the ninja world's ancient history? Back then, he had only sighed about it a little and hadn't cared too much. After all, compared to an unchangeable past, the present and the future were obviously more important. But now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Looking at the now serious Ko in front of her, Terumi Mei's jade-green eyes showed a bit more satisfaction. Her voice turned a little heavier as she said solemnly, "Kirigakure once sent more than one elite squad to investigate this ruin, but they all failed. Not a single person came back." Her finger tapped the spot on the map marked with a red circle. "You understand what that means too, right?" Ko did not answer. He only silently stared at the red circle beneath Terumi Mei's fingertip. "When we reach the land of whirlpools, we have to stay together at all times. We absolutely cannot let our guard down for even a moment. If possible, from the moment we set foot on the island, we should remain in combat-ready condition and be prepared for danger at any time." Terumi Mei's voice echoed through the quiet room. "You have no objections, right?" Ko looked at the map in front of him and nodded with a serious expression. Of course he remembered it. Terumi Mei had once said the same things to him when he was still Sora. Those elite squads from Kirigakure, not a single one had come back. That alone was enough to prove there was definitely something wrong with this ruin. Something from before the Warring States era, maybe even from the age of Ninshu. Could it really still pose such a huge threat now, 1,000 years later? Ko could not help but feel a trace of curiosity toward this unknown thing in the ninja world. Something even he did not understand. Unrecorded history. History forgotten by the ninja world? He murmured to himself inwardly, and a flicker of thought flashed through those black eyes. What exactly was inside this ruin? Time passed little by little. The moonlight outside the window shifted from east to west, and its reflection on the sea moved with it. The ship continued sailing forward. Its bow split through the waves, producing a constant rushing sound. Ahead, a blurry outline of land slowly emerged from where the sea met the sky. The sun rose above the horizon, and golden light spread across the ocean. A medium-sized ship slowly sailed toward that land forgotten by the ninja world. They had arrived. The ship came to rest by the shore, its hull lightly striking the stone dock and producing a dull sound. The sailors threw the ropes onto land. The lines cut through the air in an arc and accurately looped around the stone posts by the shore. A wooden plank was set against the side of the ship with a heavy thud. Terumi Mei stepped onto the plank, her footing steady. The black ninja boots on her feet pressed against the slightly slick wood, producing a faint creaking sound. She walked down from the ship and stepped onto the land of whirlpools. Ko followed behind her, the hem of his black robe with red clouds fluttering lightly in the wind. The moment his foot touched the ground, he could not help but speak. Not even considering bringing some food? Without even turning her head, Terumi Mei swept her green eyes across the jungle ahead and replied flatly, "Are you really a ninja? If we start a fire and cook, it'll be very easy for people to notice us. This place may have been abandoned for a long time, but it is still the ruins of the land of whirlpools. Maybe ninja from some country might come here too." If trouble can be avoided, then avoid it. TCH. So how many days are we staying here? Roughly? Ko's voice came from behind her, carrying a trace of probing. 3 days. If we don't achieve our goal within 3 days, we leave. Terumi Mae's tone was extremely firm, though a flicker of thought passed through her green eyes. 3 days was already the limit she could think of without the Massacre faction noticing she was gone. She had to end this trip within 3 days. She absolutely could not cause trouble for Sora. That man was holding up everything for the reformist faction alone in Kirigakure. If something went wrong on her side, all of their efforts might go to waste. Ko looked helplessly at Terumi Mae ahead of him, sighed, then stepped forward and followed. Terumi Mae began observing the surrounding environment. What entered her eyes was an endless jungle. The trees were tall and dense. Layer upon layer of branches and leaves overlapped overhead. Vines wrapped around the trunks and hung down like sleeping snakes. The air was filled with the dampness of soil and the sour rot of decaying leaves. Only on the land near the shore could scattered broken bricks and roof tiles still be seen, proving that people had once lived here. Those stones had long been eroded beyond recognition by wind and rain. Their edges had been worn smooth, their surfaces covered in moss, and some had already been completely overgrown with marine algae. Without looking carefully, it was impossible to tell they had ever been man-made. But even these remnants were on the verge of disappearing under the endless erosion of time. The land of whirlpools, a nation once founded by the Uzumaki clan, even in today's ninja world, many people still remembered its name and its former glory. The strength of the Uzumaki clan was still spoken of in the ninja world to this day. And yet, what Terumi Mae felt at this moment was only a dead nation, a lost civilization. And yet, the fall of this country had not even happened 50 years ago. Terumi Mae whispered softly in her heart, and could not help stopping her steps. She looked at the stone foundations wrapped in plants, looked at the places that had once been houses and now were nothing more than vague outlines, and a wave of sadness rose in her heart. She knew very well that Kirigakure bore a great deal of responsibility for this place becoming what it was. Terumi Mae's fingers curled slightly, and her heart was filled with mixed emotions. What are you standing there in a daze for? Hurry up and move. Ko's voice came from ahead, carrying a hint of impatience. He had already walked past her. His footsteps landed on the fallen leaves, producing rustling sounds. Let us get everything done as fast as possible so we can head back early. I don't want to eat soldier pills for 3 straight days. Terumi Mae's thoughts were gradually pulled back. She looked at Ko, who had already moved ahead of her. The expression on that cold and beautiful face shifted from sadness to helplessness, and she shouted forward irritably, "Hey, don't just wander around. Stay with me." She quickened her pace to catch up to Ko, unfolding the map in her hand. According to the map, the ruin at the center is still very far away. There's an Uzumaki clan sacrificial site near us. We can go there first and take a look. Ko looked at her with surprise and said doubtfully, "A sacrificial site? The Uzumaki clan did that kind of thing too?" Ko moved closer to Terumi Mae and looked at the altar marked on the map, a trace of curiosity suddenly rising in his heart. More than 10 minutes later, Ko looked speechlessly at the jungle ahead, his black eyes full of confusion. He turned to look at Terumi Mae beside him, his tone filled with suspicion. "Hey, is your map really accurate? It should be right." Terumi Mae looked uncertainly at the map, then at the forest ahead that was so dense it was nearly impossible to see through, and muttered quietly. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her green eyes were filled with confusion. Strange. According to the markings on the map, this should clearly have been a flat open area. Ko complained speechlessly, "It's a map from 1,000 years ago. Roads and stuff probably don't have much reference value anymore, right?" "But," Terumi Mae muttered in confusion, a flicker of thought flashing through her green eyes. According to Kirigakure's last records of coming to the land of whirlpools, this place itself didn't have such a vast forest either. It's been less than 50 years. How could it possibly have grown this fast? I have a bold idea." Ko took a sharp breath, looking at the green jungle in front of him. In a serious tone, he said to Mae Terumi, "Do you think it could be because when the Uzumaki clan was wiped out, the corpses, the blood, and all that got absorbed by this land? Because it absorbed the Uzumaki clan's massive life force, it turned into this?" Mae Terumi said, "It does sound pretty reasonable, but why does it feel kind of weird?" Ko looked at Mae Terumi's strange expression, and a trace of wicked amusement flashed through his black eyes. He tilted his head slightly, the corner of his mouth curling into an eerie arc, and deliberately lowered his voice a little. "Ho ho, maybe there are even ghosts here or something. Spirits formed from the countless grudges left behind after the land of whirlpools was destroyed?" His voice grew lower and lower, like he was telling some ancient secret buried by time. "Maybe the few squads from Kirigakure were killed by the dead souls of the Uzumaki clan?"
Mae Terumi.
Her foot unconsciously shifted half a step back, and her calf trembled slightly. Rare panic appeared on her cold and beautiful face. "Stop. Don't say any more. Databeo." Looking at Mei Terumi's slightly trembling legs, Ko's black eyes were full of delight. He burst out laughing, then explained with a grin, "Come on, I'm joking. There's no way something like the vengeful spirits of the Uzumaki clan actually exists." In his heart, he silently added, because if vengeful spirits really did exist, those two idiots, Uchiha Tō and Nanzo Kamui, would have already been dragged into the Pure Land by the Uchiha clan's ghosts.
A moment later, Mei Terumi recovered.
There was still a faint blush on her cheeks, and her green eyes were full of resentment as she glared at Ko. Ko coughed awkwardly, and the expression on his face instantly switched to one of serious business. All right, playtime chatter ends here. Let us stop wasting time on this childish stuff and get moving as soon as possible. Humph. Mei Terumi snorted coldly with a frown. Her cold, beautiful face was full of disdain and dissatisfaction. Still, she forced her attention back onto the mission, her green eyes sweeping over the jungle ahead. But with how dense this forest is, if we just rush in recklessly, it'll be easy to lose our sense of direction and fail to recognize the roads on the map. She spoke helplessly while letting out a sigh, clearly very troubled by this. Ko nodded along, and a thoughtful glint flashed through his black eyes. I see. The Byakugan, with its penetrating vision and extreme range, really is incredibly useful in an environment like this. No wonder Ao and Mei Terumi were able to successfully find that ruin in the original timeline. He muttered to himself inwardly, and the light in his eyes deepened. But then, did Konoha really never send Hyuga clan shinobi here to investigate before? The question rose in Ko's mind, but faced with the current situation, he temporarily pushed it aside. Then he turned to Mei Terumi and asked, according to the map, is there anything distinctive near the altar? Something with a strong smell would be best. A smell? Mei Terumi lowered her head and looked at the map in her hand, her green eyes quickly scanning the lines and markings on it. Her finger stopped at one corner of the map, and her eyes lit up. Near that altar, there seems to be a grove of osmanthus trees. It just so happens to be blooming season right now. If that grove is still there, then it should match the strong smell you were talking about. She raised her head, a hint of probing and a bit of expectation in her green eyes. If you're asking that, then that means you have a way? Hearing Mei Terumi's words, a confident smile appeared on Ko's handsome face. I don't really have a way. He paused, and a crafty glint flashed through his black eyes. But my friend does. Friend? Mei Terumi's brows furrowed slightly, her green eyes full of confusion. Ko did not answer. He only raised his hand, bit open his right thumb, then pressed his hand against the ground and called out in a low voice, summoning jutsu. A burst of white smoke exploded out with a bang. The smoke was thick and dense, like a cloud rising from the ground. It churned and spread through the air, completely covering the area in front of Ko. Mei Terumi held her breath, her green eyes fixed tightly on the shadow in the smoke. Uchiha Tō's summoned beast had to be something incredible, right? She murmured to herself inwardly, and the light in her eyes turned serious. A giant ninja hound? A fierce raptor? Or even one of the legendary Mount Myaboku toads? What could it be? Mei Terumi stared at the gradually dispersing smoke, full of curiosity. The smoke slowly cleared, and what walked out from it was a small black cat. His body was not large. If anything, it could even be called petite. Its fur was pitch black, glossy as ink, and under the sunlight it gleamed like satin. Its eyes were golden, its pupils slightly narrowed, carrying a laziness carved into its bones. In that instant, all of Mei Terumi's expectations shattered. Uchiha Tō, you bastard. Why the hell did you summon this kitty out at a time like this? The black cat spoke. Its voice was not meow meow meow, but an absurdly deep, bubbly magnetic voice. This kitty was just voice chatting with a super insanely gorgeous kitten with amazing markings. I was almost about to seal the deal, and now look what happened. It's all ruined. All because of you, you bastard. Do you even know how young and tender that little she-cat was? How are you going to compensate this kitty? You bastard better have some huge business going on. Otherwise this kitty isn't done with you. Mei Terumi's vision went black. This is a summoned beast? She stared at the black cat in front of her, her green eyes completely blank. Am I done for? Teach this cat is your summoned beast? Mei Terumi looked at the black cat, which was complaining with bitter resentment in that magnetic voice, then turned toward Ko beside her with a face full of black lines. The cat was pitch black all over, its fur sleek and glossy, and right now it was glaring viciously at Ko in the distance with its golden slit pupils. Ha ha ha. Looking at the black cat in front of him, Ko's mouth twitched slightly. On the verge of tears, he said to Mei Terumi, even though it's hard for me to accept too, it really is my summoned beast. Seeing the look on Ko's face that said I'm helpless too, a bit of sympathy suddenly appeared in Mei Terumi's eyes. Ko looked helplessly at the lazy black cat in front of him and muttered inwardly, sigh, this kid used to be such a good little kitty when he was young. Fluffy, soft, rubbing against everyone he met. How did he turn into this after growing up? Could it really be a problem with my parenting? No way, right? He grumbled inwardly. It has to be that cat bar run by the old cat granny. The cats there are all more street smart than the last. Cook must be been led astray by them. It has to be. Having found the culprit in his heart, Ko immediately felt much more at ease. He then shook his head, temporarily putting aside the doubts in his heart. He pointed at the black cat that was still smacking the ground with its tail and introduced it to Mei Terumi in a serious tone. Let me introduce it first. This is my summoned beast, the legendary Hakimi Cook from the ninja cat world. Mei Terumi looked at the black cat in front of her and muttered inwardly, Cook. What a weird name. If you called this meow over here just to introduce that super invincible thunder blasting, tank bursting, stinky, sinister dumbass name you gave me to the woman next to you. The black cat glared fiercely at Ko with its golden slit pupils and said irritably, then you can go die. Its voice was still that unbelievably bubbly voice, low and magnetic, but the resentment in its tone was impossible to hide. If you've got something to say it fast. Get it over with so this meow can go back and date some lady cats. When it mentioned dating, its voice unconsciously softened a little. Its golden slit pupils narrowed slightly, as if savoring some beautiful scene. TCH. Looking at the black cat in front of him, a trace of disdain flashed through Ko's black eyes. Cook, this stupid cat, has really been getting more and more bad-tempered lately. After this mission is over, I'm reporting it to Granny Cat and getting this stupid cat SQQ uninstalled. Let us see how it keeps going into heat then. While grumbling inwardly, Ko prepared to explain the purpose of this trip to the black cat. However, just as he was about to speak, the black cat suddenly arched its back, and all its fur stood on end. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and let out a shrill hiss. Ha! Don't come any closer. Ko.
Mei Terumi. Oh, you stupid cat.
What the hell are you screaming for all of a sudden? Ko's figure vanished from where he stood. In the next instant, he appeared behind the black cat, his right hand precisely grabbing the back of its neck and lifting the whole cat up. The black cat's body swayed in midair, its forelegs dangling weakly like a towel being hung up. Its once imposing presence had completely disappeared. You're getting way too full of yourself, huh? Ko said in a dangerous tone. Looks like I need to properly educate you on Granny Cat's behalf. Let go of this meow. Stupid Uchiha. While struggling, the black cat accused him in that sexy voice. Don't think this meow didn't see it. When you stood up just now, the corner of your mouth lifted by 1 millimeter, and the corner of your eye was aimed at this meow too. Based on this meow's understanding of you, you were obviously up to no good. You must have been plotting against this meow in your heart. Mei Terumi. Ko. You know way too much. Ko looked at Cook in his hand with black lines all over his face. A trace of killing intent flashed through those black eyes. He couldn't help tightening his grip. His 5 fingers clenched, making the loose skin on the back of the black cat's neck give off faint little creaks. Ah! It hurts so much. Lighter. Uchiha Ko, you bastard. Be gentler with this meow. The black cat's voice turned sharp and loud. That unbelievably bubbly voice had now become the sound effect of a screaming chicken. HM? You can still make noise? Looks like you're not dead yet. The corners of Ko's mouth lifted slightly, and a cruel smile appeared on his handsome face. More force. Oh ho ho ho. This meow will absolutely never submit. Oh, stupid cat. Your bones are pretty tough. Ko raised a brow, and the smile on his face grew brighter. Looks like I'll have to serve you something harder. Oh ho 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 ho. Mei Terumi. How is the atmosphere getting weirder and weirder? Hey! She looked at the 1 man and 1 cat in front of her and screamed soundlessly in her heart, her emerald green eyes full of speechlessness. Taking a deep breath, she reminded Ko in an annoyed tone, don't forget the mission. You summoned this cat out, so what exactly are you trying to do? Oh, right. Ko muttered as if suddenly enlightened on purpose. Yeah, the mission really does come first. As he spoke, he let go of the hand gripping the cat's neck. Smack. Cat enters free fall. Cat sinks into sand. Cat is probably unharmed. Uchiha Ko. You piece of CS. A dull yet magnetic voice full of venom came from the pile of sand. Hearing the cat's bitter voice, Ko revealed a genuinely cheerful smile. Alright, no more messing around. Feeling Mei Terumi's death glare from beside him, Ko's attitude instantly turned serious, and the smile on his face disappeared. He bent down, grabbed Cook out of the sand in one go, and lifted it before his eyes. Sand was still dripping from the black cat's body, and those golden slit pupils stared at him with dead fish eyes. Listen, little kitty bro. Ko's voice turned low and serious, and a trace of solemnity flashed through his black eyes. Your big bro called you over because I've got an important mission for you. We need you to use that super sense of smell of yours, one strong enough to rival Kakashi's Pakin, to help us find. This meow refuses. Cook cut him off without the slightest hesitation, with not a shred of room for negotiation in its tone. Its golden slit pupils glared coldly at Ko, and the expression on that cat face was full of disdain. Not even mentioning the grave disrespect of comparing this noble meow to that stinking dog, its voice became even colder. After carrying out such severe mental humiliation against this meow, you still shamelessly dare to ask this meow to help you do something? Uchiha Tō, where is your shame? Its tail lashed fiercely through the air, making a crisp smack. This meow has never seen anyone as shameless and thick-skinned as you. Looking at the furious Hakimi in front of him, Ko knew he had gone a little too far with his cat abuse. He sighed inwardly. What a troublesome guy. If I wanted to obediently submit, looks like I can only use the hard stuff. While muttering inwardly, he very skillfully slipped his right hand into his pocket. Cook was right in the middle of its rant and paid no attention at all to Ko's movement. That cat mouth kept firing away nonstop. Even if you beat this meow to death, even if this meow jumps off this seaside cliff, this meow will never submit to your tyranny. This meow absolutely won tea before it could finish. While the final note of its words was still echoing in the air, a pungent scent surged into its nose. Sniff, sniff. Its nostrils twitched violently, and those originally narrow pupils instantly rounded out. Just this is. Its originally furious tone instantly softened, as if something had melted it away. Cook stared fixedly at the little bottle Ko had extended beside its nose. The anger on that cat face vanished in an instant. A rumbling purr came from its throat, and the whole cat began trembling slightly. This suffocating feeling, like being coiled up by a python. Its voice turned strained, as if it were using the last of its willpower to resist some indescribable temptation. This is, Ko said expressionlessly, 99% pure catnip. Rare stuff. Cook's eyes instantly became clear. Its whole body collapsed onto the ground, as if all strength had left it, like a salted fish washed ashore. Squatting down with a smile, Ko's black eyes were full of smugness. Granny Cat's side should be keeping a pretty tight lid on this stuff, right? You probably haven't had a hit in a long time, have you, little kitty? Cook painfully covered his nose with a paw, as if resisting some indescribable temptation. Why, you despicable human. Its voice was strained, like it was squeezing out these words with the last of its strength. You actually dare use something this vile to insult this kitty's will? You! This kitty absolutely will not submit. Terumi looked at the black cat's incredibly resolute attitude, then glanced at Ko standing off to the side with a blank expression. A trace of helplessness flashed through her jade-green eyes. What a headache now, she muttered inwardly. This cat really does look genuinely resistant. Looks like Ko's plan is about to fail. 3 seconds later. Ko! Ko using an absurdly breathy baby voice. Cook pleaded sweetly. Please, meow. Just let me have one more sniff, meow. Just one sniff, meow. It rubbed against Ko's pant leg. Its golden slit pupils had completely turned round, filled with pleading light. Terumi watched the scene in front of her with a face full of black lines, then helplessly covered her face. I actually thought the cat this guy raised would have some bottom line. I'm such an idiot. Really. Ko completely ignored the depressed Terumi beside him and looked down at Cook arrogantly. There wasn't a trace of warmth in his black eyes. What did you just call me? The black cat swallowed. In that absurdly breathy baby voice, it said sweetly, of course it's my dearest partner. Ko looked at it coldly. There wasn't the slightest smile in those black eyes. Before I took out the catnip, you called me Coco. I let it slide. But now that I've taken it out, what should you call me now? The black cat's pupils suddenly shrank. It abruptly stood up on its hind legs, waving both front paws in the air as if welcoming some great existence. Papaku, Grandpa Ko, God Ko. Its voice grew louder and louder, higher and higher. Master. I remember now. I remember everything now. Took a deep breath, chest puffing high. You are my master. Hey, good kitty. Ko said with a grin as he poured the catnip from the bottle onto the ground. The gray-green powder spread across a small patch of sand, giving off a rich scent no cat could resist. Awoo, the black cat pounced with shining eyes. It buried its whole face into the pile of powder, making snuffling sounds. Ko took the chance to start rubbing the kitty's belly and said to Terumi beside him with a grin, Heh, this little cat isn't stupid. Terumi looked like she couldn't bear to watch. Her jade-green eyes were already full of numbness. Just destroy everything already. Hurry up. Her voice was very light as a sigh. Ko then said to Cook with a grin, after you finish licking up my catnip, you have to obediently help us find the way. Snuffle snuffle hom. What answered him was Cook's eating noises, as compliant as a good kid's. Terumi looked at them in complete despair. Her jade-green eyes were filled with hopelessness, like she was on the verge of tears. Was I really right to ask this unreliable guy for help? She thought of Sora's figure. That man who always smiled gently, who could always solve every problem, that companion who trusted her completely. Sora. She whispered inwardly in misery. Did I make the wrong decision? But at this point she had no way to turn back. The sea breeze swept through the forest, bringing a salty fishy smell and the distant sound of waves. The forest ahead was deep and silent. Hakimi o Nanbei lvdu ashi jieheya heiaku. In the forest, Ko hummed a light tune with a pleased expression. In his right hand he held Inazuma. The silver-white lightning blade gave off a cold gleam under the sunlight. Every swing precisely cut through the vines or branches blocking the way ahead. Blade light flashed at his side. With a flicker of lightning, a thick branch snapped on impact, falling neatly to the side without even kicking up much dust. Ahead of him, the black cat Cook was slowly weaving through the dense forest with its small body, leading the way. It moved nimbly between the vines, every motion perfectly avoiding the thick growth. Cook's cat face was full of unwillingness. Ouch, what a humiliation. As it moved, it muttered bitterly under its breath, as this kitty, a noble Hakimi, to actually lose to such vulgar primitive desire, and be toyed with by the lowly creature behind me. What a disgrace. What the hell are you muttering about back there? Do your job properly. Ko's ruthless voice came from behind. As he spoke, he casually snapped off a branch. Relying on the Uchiha clan's superb shuriken-throwing technique, Ko didn't even look at the target before flicking the branch toward the black cat's butt. Pa! The branch hit dead on, only to be bounced away by that soft, springy butt. It flipped twice in the air before dropping into a pile of fallen leaves nearby. Ow wow, what are you doing? Cook instantly stood up after being hit, balancing on two hind legs with both front paws clutching its butt. It turned around and glared fiercely at Ko with its golden slit pupils. You dare insult this kitty again and again? Just because a cat doesn't get angry. You think this kitty is some sick tiger? Ha! It arched its back, all its fur puffed up. Its mouth opened, showing sharp little teeth, ready to let out that signature hiss. Add 2 more bottles of catnip. Ko looked at the little cat about to hiss with a face full of disdain, then calmly added, pick up the pace. We're in a hurry. Yes, sir. Grandpa. Cook's voice instantly turned eager. The expression on its cat face shifted from anger to flattery, then from flattery to shameless fawning. Its tail stood high. That lousy branch from just now didn't scrape your hand, right? Would you like the cutest Hakimi in the ninja world to use its soft little belly to smooth your hand for you? Pretty tempting. Ko held back a laugh and spoke casually. We'll talk about it when we rest. Ah? Wait, no, you actually want that? Cook's voice instantly returned to normal. HM? And no. This kitty didn't say anything. Terumi May walked at the very back. As she erased the traces of their movement behind them, she let out a lifeless sigh. As if sensing Terumi May's thoughts, Ko kept opening the path up front while speaking lightly toward the rear. Relax. Even though this stupid cat looks unreliable, its professional ability is absolutely the real deal. Back then, to train its scent tracking ability, I personally sent it to the Inuzuka clan, the best ninja beast training experts in the ninja world. When it comes to scent tracking, Cook is absolutely no worse than any ninja hound of the Inuzuka clan. You still have the nerve to bring that up? You piece of trash. Cook's voice came from the branches ahead, filled with deep resentment. Do you even know how this kitty survived those days? Shut up. Watch the road. Ko's voice rose a little. So you don't want the catnip anymore. Is that it? Huff. The ninja cat instantly lost its temper. Its speed picked up by a few points, and that black figure darted through the branches and leaves like it was venting the anger in its heart. Seriously, this stupid cat just doesn't understand my painstaking effort. Ko muttered in a low voice to Mei Terumi, sounding annoyed. Does it even know how much effort I spent just to get the Inuzuka clan to train a ninja cat for me? Wasn't it just because, back when I was training its speed, I had a pack of Ninken chase it around Konoha 3 times. Did it really have to hold a grudge until now? The fact that this little cat didn't turn on you already is honestly a miracle. Mei Terumi let out a speechless sigh from behind him, looking at this unbelievable guy with pure helplessness. Still, with Ko's assurance, her previously tense heart finally settled down a little. She had naturally heard of Konoha's Inuzuka clan. Since this ninja cat had once received training from that clan, then at least in terms of ability, it was probably trustworthy. Thinking that, she kept walking forward. Perhaps Ko's aura-concealing ability was just too exquisite. But although Mei Terumi had been carefully observing the surroundings the whole time, she didn't notice at all that. At some point, Ko in front of her had already stopped walking. Thud. Her forehead bumped into Ko's back. The impact wasn't heavy, but in the quiet forest, it sounded especially clear. Mei Terumi instinctively stepped back, one hand covering her forehead as she complained a little. Ugh. Why did you suddenly stop? Ko didn't turn around. He only stared ahead, and the relaxed expression he had worn before had somehow already turned serious. We're here. Mei Terumi froze slightly. Then, she felt it. In the air, there was a faint, sweet fragrance. The scent was very light. So light that the damp, earthy smell of the forest covered most of it. But once you noticed it, it became impossible to ignore. It felt like it was drifting from somewhere far away, yet also like it was seeping out from the land beneath their feet. Osmanthus, she murmured softly, and a flash of realization passed through those emerald green eyes. Ko said nothing. He only raised Inazuma, the silver-white blade in his hand. A flash of blade light. The vines and dense branches blocking the way ahead were cut apart on the spot. The gentle sunlight was no longer obstructed. It poured in through that open gap, illuminating what lay before them. It was an osmanthus forest. Tiny golden osmanthus flowers covered the branches, glittering under the sunlight like scattered gold dust. Petals drifted down gently in the wind, carpeting the ground. Those osmanthus trees were huge and ancient, their trunks so thick that it would take 2 or 3 people to wrap their arms around one. Their canopies blotted out the sky, yet unlike the jungle they had just been in, they did not feel oppressive. It was as if they had never been disturbed by war, never worn down by time, and had simply stood here all along, blooming year after year. And yet, facing this beautiful scene, the expressions of the 2 people and 1 cat were filled with seriousness. The black cat cook stared at the scene before him in dumbfounded shock, his golden slit pupils shrinking slightly. "Hey Hakiko, where the hell did we just?" With a magnetic voice full of disbelief he said. "End up? Exactly?" Ko didn't answer Cook. He only observed the scene ahead with a grave expression. At the center of the osmanthus forest was a barren ruin. Stone blocks that had once been part of buildings lay scattered across the ground. Some had already cracked apart, while others were completely covered in moss, leaving only vague outlines. Broken walls still stood where they were, like gravestones whose sharp edges had been worn away by time. At the very center stood the altar, a massive stone platform wrapped in vines. Ancient runes were carved across its surface. Those runes had already been weathered blurry by wind and rain, but the patterns of the Uzumaki clan could still vaguely be made out. Around it was a complete, thriving, vibrant osmanthus forest. But in the center, there was only this dead silence, this ruin buried by time. In the osmanthus forest, petals fell soundlessly. Tiny golden flowers dropped from the branches. The air was filled with that sweet fragrance as they landed in the cracks between the ruined stones and on the vine-covered altar. Mei Terumi carefully observed the surroundings, from the broken walls to the towering ancient trees, from the barren ruins to the soft ground beneath her feet covered in petals. Her brows slowly furrowed, and her expression turned grave. Even though reconnaissance was not her strong suit, she could still feel the deep sense of wrongness here. In her heart, she murmured in confusion, "Strange. Judging from the destruction of this altar, there's no way this osmanthus forest should still be this intact. This place really went through war. It went through the kind of disaster that wiped out an entire nation. How could this osmanthus forest possibly be completely unharmed?" Her gaze fell on the rows of thick, neatly arranged trees as she calmly analyzed in her heart. Even if they regrew later, there's no way they could have become this huge in such a short time. So what exactly is going on here? Just as she was sinking into thought, she suddenly noticed that Ko beside her was steadily walking toward the osmanthus forest and the barren altar ahead. Mei Terumi instinctively reached out, her voice carrying a trace of urgency. "Don't move so suddenly. There's south definitely something street." Before she could finish, it was as if she suddenly realized something. "You?" Mei Terumi looked at Ko's back, hesitated for a moment, then asked in a probing tone, "Did you notice something?" Ko didn't answer her question. His steps didn't stop. He only turned his head slightly and glanced at the black cat behind him, which was still looking around everywhere. "Cook." His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the cat's ears. "At this distance, we're much closer than before. Tell me, how does the smell of these osmanthus flowers feel to you?" "Feel?" Cook scratched his head with one front paw, his golden slit pupils full of confusion. He sniffed hard at the fragrance in the air, then answered tentatively, "It smells pretty nice. Feels like if I gave some to the little kitten next door, it might raise my favorability with her." "Is that so?" Ko stared at the silent osmanthus forest before him and murmured with a hint of disappointment. "So even Cook's sense of smell can't detect anything wrong?" His steps stopped beside an osmanthus tree. It was an especially enormous tree, its canopy blotting out the sky, casting enough shadow to envelop all of them. The bark was covered in deep and shallow lines, like scars left behind by time. Ko stared at the massive tree before him as his 3 Tomo Sharingan slowly emerged in his eyes. 3 black Tomo rotated slowly within his clear irises, silently examining every detail of the ancient tree. The texture of the bark, the direction of the branches and leaves, the condition of the osmanthus blossoms on the branches. "Tch, nothing wrong with any of it?" He let out a slightly regretful sigh in his heart. Then, under Mei Terumi's astonished gaze, he swung Inazuma in his hand. Slash! The silver-white blade drew a cold arc through the air, and a thick branch was severed instantly. The broken branch flipped several times in the air, carrying a few drifting petals with it, then dropped to the ground with a smack. Ko looked at the fallen branch on the ground, his brows knitting slightly. He crouched down, picked up the severed branch, and lightly rubbed the cut with his fingertips. The texture was rough and real, carrying the unique warmth and dampness of wood. Ko brought the broken branch up to his nose. The fragrance of osmanthus rushed into his nostrils. Sweet, rich, exactly the same as the scent in the air. The feel of the slash, the smell of the osmanthus, the details of the tree. All of it was real. He murmured to himself inwardly, a trace of doubt flashing through his eyes.
Terumi-me,
Who had originally been behind him, had somehow already come to his side. She warily observed the surroundings. After confirming that nothing unusual was happening nearby, she finally let out a breath of relief. Terumi-me looked at Ko with a speechless expression. Her voice rose a few degrees as she said with a hint of reproach, "You should be able to tell by now, right? There's definitely something wrong with this osmanthus forest. I originally thought you just wanted to take a closer look, but you started acting before figuring anything out at all. Isn't that a little too reckless?" Her brows were tightly furrowed, and that cold, beautiful face of hers was full of dissatisfaction. Even if this place has already been abandoned, it's still a Uzumaki clan altar. If some sealing jutsu or something got triggered, then what would we do? Well, relax. Ko stood up and casually tossed the broken branch aside. A casual smile appeared on his face, as if he were comforting an overly nervous child. If there really were sealing jutsu here that could control us while we're on full alert, even after this place had been abandoned for decades and with no one activating it, then the Uzumaki clan wouldn't have ended up like this. He explained in a light tone, "Isn't figuring all this out exactly what I'm trying to do right now? If you only think and never act, then you won't accomplish anything." Terumi-me looked at Ko in surprise, a trace of astonishment flashing through her eyes. "That actually makes a lot of sense." She added in disbelief, "I really didn't expect something like that to come out of your mouth." "I agree." Meow the black cat, Cook, had somehow already appeared by Ko's feet and lazily chimed in. Looking at the one woman and one cat who had formed the anti-Ko alliance, the corner of Ko's mouth twitched slightly. "You're still slandering me." Having managed to win back a round against Ko for once, Terumi-me seemed to feel a little better. The corners of her lips lifted slightly, but that bit of a smile only lasted for an instant before she quickly suppressed it. She instantly adjusted her mood, looked at Ko, and asked seriously, "So, did you figure anything out?" She looked at him, the light in her eyes full of expectation.
Unfortunately, no.
Ko shook his head with a face full of regret. His gaze then fell onto the osmanthus forest, and a thoughtful look flashed through his black eyes. "My original guess was that this osmanthus forest was probably an illusion meant to confuse us, released by using the aura of a few osmanthus trees that might still exist in reality, combined with some kind of genjutsu array or something on this damaged altar." He paused, and the light in his eyes turned deep. "But unfortunately, based on what I just observed, it seems that isn't the case. This neatly arranged forest is definitely not some illusion. It really exists." He raised the thumb that was still stained with sap from the broken branch and lightly flicked it in the air. "Well, at least that's what my Sharingan and my years of experience dealing with genjutsu are telling me." Ko looked at Terumi-me, and there was a rare hint of genuine seriousness in his voice. What he had just said was not a lie. Although in terms of studying and using genjutsu, he really wasn't especially outstanding among the Uchiha clan. At best, he could only be called excellent. When it came to countering, sensing, and breaking genjutsu, he could be considered highly skilled. As for the reason, there was no need to say more. He let out a sigh in his heart, and a trace of weathered age flashed through his black eyes. He looked back toward the osmanthus forest, his gaze turning deep again. What he had said was not false. He could almost confirm that this osmanthus forest truly existed. It was not some product of genjutsu meant to deceive the senses, but it was just a little too real. He murmured inwardly as he stroked the trunk of the giant tree. The rough bark rubbed against his palm, bringing a solid, real sensation. The three tomo in his eyes slowly rotated, as if measuring something, or perhaps confirming something. "If my ocular power were still at the level it was before I awakened the Mangekyo, I'm afraid I really wouldn't be able to see anything wrong." Ko stared deeply at the towering tree and spoke to himself inwardly. Could this osmanthus forest really have formed naturally? But how is that possible? Terumi-me spoke unwillingly from the side, her tone full of confusion. Her gaze moved back and forth between the osmanthus forest and the ruins, as if trying to find some overlooked clue, but no matter how she looked, she couldn't find one. After a moment, Terumi-me sighed and said helplessly, "Sigh. Now that things have come to this, we should leave this place as soon as possible. Even though this osmanthus forest doesn't seem harmful, it's still far too strange. The top priority right now is still to find those ruins first." Her voice became serious, like she was making a carefully considered decision. "We've already found this altar. Even if the roads and terrain have changed over the years, We can still use the position of this altar to look for the path leading to the ruins. To the end, she cast one last doubtful glance around at the osmanthus forest and muttered in a low voice, "We really shouldn't stay here any longer. We need to keep moving as soon as possible." "Woman." Just as Terumi Mei was about to continue speaking, a lazy voice sounded from near her feet. Cook, who had been curled up all this time, slowly stood up and stretched. It glanced at Terumi Mei with its pair of golden slit pupils and said slowly in that absurdly husky bubble voice, "Even though I don't know what exactly you are to my servant here, there's one thing I do understand." Paused, its golden slit pupils narrowing into thin lines. "You and Ko. Aren't that close, are you?" Hearing the black cat's words, Terumi Mei looked at it in surprise. She fell silent for a moment, then answered honestly, "This guy and I really aren't that close." "Well, then your reaction isn't strange at all." Cook's voice was still slow and lazy, as if stating something perfectly obvious. "After all, if you haven't spent much time with this guy, you really will see him as some laid-back slacker." Paused, and its voice dropped lower. "You might want to look at his expression right now. That doesn't look like someone who wants to leave." Terumi Mei froze slightly. Cook looked at her, and a trace of seriousness flashed through its golden slit pupils. "Uchiha Tō, that guy. No matter how you look at it, he is stubborn to the core." Hearing the black cat's words, Terumi Mei looked thoughtfully at Ko, who was deep in thought. His side profile looked especially clear amid the sea of golden flowers. That handsome face no longer held the casualness and teasing from before. There was only a deep, serious expression of contemplation. Looking at Ko's profile, she couldn't help but fall into a slight daze. Even though she barely had any interaction with the strange guy, she just felt a kind of familiarity. Terumi Mei looked at Ko in front of her and subconsciously murmured to herself,
Terumi Mei.
Just as she was sinking into her doubts, Ko's voice pulled her thoughts back. He slowly turned his head and looked at Terumi Mei. In those black eyes, there was none of his usual teasing or casualness left. His voice was very light, but the words he spoke were unusually heavy. "Do you trust me?" "Ah!" Terumi Mei suddenly snapped out of what Ko had just said, and a trace of panic flashed through her emerald green eyes. Thinking of how she had just lost herself, her face grew slightly warm, especially obvious under the sunlight. But hearing Ko's words, her expression quickly turned serious. She stared at Uchiha Tō in front of her, thought for a moment, then said in a firm tone, "At least under our current short-term cooperation, I do trust you. Is that so?" Ko murmured softly, and a trace of relief flashed through his black eyes. Then, his voice became even softer, even carrying a hint of pleading. "Close your eyes. No matter what you feel, don't open them. Can you do that?" Terumi Mei listened to Ko's words and looked at him strangely. Asking a ninja to do that? How is that any different from saying, "I'm gonna kill you, so just stay still and don't move"? For a ninja, that was the same as putting your life in someone else's hands. Even the most trusted companion would never make such a request. "Do I look that stupid?" Terumi Mei looked at Ko suspiciously, her cold and beautiful face full of undisguised vigilance. She opened her mouth, ready to refuse. But just as she looked at Ko, what entered her sight was his pair of deep black eyes. Terumi Mei froze for a moment. She saw seriousness in Ko's gaze. At that moment, she understood. This guy was serious. Terumi Mei looked at Ko in front of her and couldn't help recalling everything that had happened along the way. For some reason, even though they had spent less than a day together, she felt strangely familiar with this annoying guy in front of her, like a stranger she had known for many years. That inexplicable sense of trust rising from the bottom of her heart made her nod as if possessed. At the same time, when Ko saw Terumi Mei's reaction, surprise flashed through his black eyes. He couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief in his heart as he slowly suppressed the eye power he had already mobilized. If she had refused, things would have gotten troublesome next. Ko muttered inwardly, and the expression on his face shifted from seriousness to ease. He looked at Terumi Mei in front of him and said with a cheerful smile, "Then I'll leave it to you." As he spoke, Ko reached out and very naturally adjusted Terumi Mei so that her back was facing him. Terumi Mei seemed to only just react, and a trace of frustration flashed through her emerald green eyes. She opened her mouth, wanting to take it back, but when she heard Ko's light, smiling voice, she struggled inwardly for a moment before finally letting out a helpless sigh. "I must be crazy," she murmured to herself and slowly closed her eyes. Cook, who had originally been off to the side, had somehow already moved to Terumi Mei's feet and very consciously took up the job of keeping watch. Ko quietly gave it a thumbs up, then turned around to face the osmanthus forest and the altar. His expression grew grave, and deep within those black eyes, something slowly began to emerge. The scarlet three-tomo spun rapidly in his eyes, faster and faster, until in the end the traces of the three-tomo blurred into one indistinct patch of red. They began to connect, began to merge, forming a new, more complex, more sinister pattern. Mangekyo Sharingan, activate. The instant he activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, Ko immediately concealed that surging, terrifying eye power. He cast a wary glance toward Terumi Mei and only let out a sigh of relief after confirming that she had indeed noticed nothing unusual. Only after doing all that did he turn his head back and stare ahead with a grave expression. Based on his many years of experience, he could almost be certain that there was definitely something wrong with this osmanthus forest. It might truly not pose any direct harm to them, but it absolutely had a close connection to the ruins they were about to explore. Of this he was almost certain, because in the original timeline, the one who had come with Terumi Mei to explore this ruin was Ao, who possessed the Byakugan. Compared to the Sharingan, the Byakugan, with its penetrating vision, was obviously better suited for reconnaissance, and without a doubt they had come here as well, to this altar. And yet, even though they had already confirmed the altar's location, it was still extremely difficult to reach the ruin marked on the map. After all, the land of whirlpools wasn't exactly large, but it definitely wasn't small either. With such a long journey, plus the terrain changes that had taken place over the past 1,000 years, trying to reach and find that deeply hidden ruin would absolutely require an extremely long time. And that was exactly what Terumi Mei and Ao in the original timeline lacked the most. However, what happened afterward proved that they had most likely found the nearest route in an extremely short amount of time, without going through any trial and error at all. And the first place where they were most likely to have found the relevant clue was right here, and the tool that found that clue was the Byakugan. As Ko rapidly analyzed in his mind, he stared ahead with a grave expression. The current him had already absorbed the eye power of that Byakugan. Although in terms of visual range and long-distance vision it was still far inferior to the true Byakugan, he had already gained an ability the Sharingan did not originally possess. Penetrating vision. Although what he saw was still very blurry, in Ko's eyes, he could already vaguely make out things that only the Byakugan should have been able to see. And for a ninja of Ko's level, just a blurry outline was more than enough. Under the gaze of Ko's sinister eyes, the true appearance of this world began to emerge little by little. Those trees that looked real, those lush branches and leaves, those seemingly ordinary flower petals, all of them gradually blurred in his field of vision, slowly shedding their surface appearance. Looking at the scene before him, the corners of Ko's mouth gradually curled into a smile. Just as he had expected, there really was something strange about this osmanthus forest. Beneath the ground, the roots of those trees were not buried deep in the earth. Instead, they stretched together for a great distance toward some far-off direction. Countless roots twisted and coiled around one another like rivers flowing out from the same source. They extended here from the distance, then broke through the soil and grew into this osmanthus forest that looked real, but was actually eerie. So these trees really are connected to that mysterious ruin? Ko looked at the sprawling roots below and muttered in a low voice. He digested the information in his heart, then prepared to focus and continue observing. After all, not all of his questions had been answered yet. Since this osmanthus forest was connected to that mysterious ruin, then that meant there was absolutely a reason why it had still managed to preserve its original appearance even after going through war. And the mysterious ruin had definitely played a part in that. To better explore that ruin later, he had to dig up enough information here first. Ko muttered to himself inwardly as he continued looking upward through the osmanthus forest with his Mangekyo Sharingan. However, the moment his gaze extended upward onto the trees themselves, his eyes froze instantly. Ko's pupils shrank to the size of needle tips, and his handsome face filled with indescribable shock. It was as if he had seen something he shouldn't have seen, and also something he simply couldn't understand. In the vision of his Mangekyo, this entire osmanthus forest was dyed in one vast crimson mass of deeply eerie chakra. That was something the Byakugan absolutely could not see. What made up this osmanthus forest was chakra, and that chakra was something he was all too familiar with. That is. Ko's lips parted slightly, but no sound came out. Mangekyo Sharingan eye power. The osmanthus forest lost its original colors in Ko's vision. Under his Mangekyo Sharingan, everything turned into a field of scarlet. There was no doubt about this power. No mistake. This was absolutely the eye power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Looking at the scarlet scene before him, Ko muttered in shock in his heart. His pupils contracted slightly, and the bizarre Mangekyo pattern in his eyes slowly spun, reflecting this illusory forest built from eye power. Those trees, branches, leaves, even the falling petals. In his eyes, they were no longer plants, but strands of condensed scarlet chakra. Ko took a deep breath, as if forcing down the surging emotions in his heart bit by bit. He forced himself to calm down and made his thoughts clear again. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at Mei Terumi behind him and murmured inwardly, "Now is not the time to panic." Ko stared coolly at the osmanthus forest ahead, the one built from scarlet chakra, while his mind raced. Physical matter created from eye power. Is that a Mangekyo Sharingan ability? Did it turn Genjutsu into reality? No. Objects made from Genjutsu couldn't possibly remain for so many years after the caster's death. He carefully observed the forest, his brows drawing together slightly, and the Mangekyo pattern in his eyes spun even faster. Ko's gaze pierced through the outer layer of scarlet chakra and landed on the deeper structure beneath it. There were dense patterns there, patterns no tree should possess. Chakra-conducting lines? I see. So it uses eye power to manifest the caster's memories and ideas into reality? Ko silently confirmed that conclusion in his heart. But the doubt inside him still hadn't faded. Because the thing that shocked him the most at this moment was no longer the osmanthus forest itself. Why would an osmanthus forest made from Mangekyo Sharingan eye power be in the Uzumaki clan's main stronghold? How was that even right? Ko scratched his head in disbelief, his brows slightly furrowed, his face full of unconcealed confusion. After all, since the Warring States era, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Uzumaki clan had never been as openly hostile as their blood feud with the Senju clan, but they definitely couldn't stand each other either. An Uchiha who had awakened the Mangekyo coming to the Uzumaki clan's main stronghold and using dojutsu to build this obviously suspicious osmanthus forest. How was that any different from dropping Ninja Turtle Grandpa into a fruit world? Looks like there's a story here. He pondered for a moment, then shook his head and muttered with half relief. Forget it. Thinking about this is pointless. It all happened 1,000 years ago anyway. Who knows what really went on? As Ko spoke softly, he kept staring at the osmanthus forest before him, one that held irresistible temptation for him. Besides, what matters more right now should be this thing in front of me. Looking at the osmanthus forest, he couldn't help swallowing. What an unexpected windfall. He sighed inwardly, and his strange Mangekyo Sharingan was full of excitement and delight. He had originally been worrying over how to solve the issue of replenishing Mangekyo Sharingan eye power. After all, unlike Obito and Danzo, those two big Sharingan wholesalers, he only had one of Shusui's Mangekyo. If he wanted to replenish eye power, using that eye was just too extravagant. He could only keep it as a hidden backup energy source. But now, Ko stared excitedly at the forest made of scarlet eye power and immediately used the dojutsu in his right eye. Inari God. As the Mangekyo pattern in Ko's eyes rotated slightly, the osmanthus forest made of eye power instantly lost its original form. Every osmanthus tree shattered and scattered in that instant, turning into countless tiny scarlet points of light. The scene was eerie and magnificent. The entire osmanthus forest dispersed before him, becoming red lights like fireflies. Then those lights flew in from all directions and gathered into the socket of his right eye. After it was all over, Ko stood there blankly, remaining motionless for a long time. A moment later, a strange look flashed through his eerie Mangekyo Sharingan. This eye power is so little. Feeling the makeup of the eye power, he couldn't help complaining inwardly. Just as he had guessed at the start, this osmanthus forest was indeed made from eye power in essence. But unlike what he had imagined, where it would be made entirely from eye power, the truth was that this osmanthus forest had actually been filled out and grown through chakra transported from its roots. Those red streams of light pouring into his eyes from every direction looked spectacular, but in truth they were pitifully thin. They were like ink diluted countless times. The color was still there, but the concentration had already been watered down immensely. So although the entire osmanthus forest looked like it was made from Mangekyo eye power, in reality most of it was just ordinary chakra. That chakra came from the distant ruin. After being stained and transformed by the eye power at the roots, it became the substance that looked like eye power, but was actually a mixture of chakra and eye power. Sigh, why does this feel like I got scammed? Ko couldn't help grumbling inwardly, his excitement from before turning into helplessness. Sigh, forget it. At least now I know this osmanthus forest is only an extension of the ruin's power. Once I get to the ruin itself and find the source, maybe I'll find an even bigger supply of eye power. As Ko comforted himself, another thought rose in his heart. Collecting eye power fragments? Why does this already feel exhausting? Looking at the now vanished osmanthus forest before him, Ko let out a helpless sigh in his heart. Forget it. At least the goal of finding the path to the ruin has already been achieved. Since I found the way, I should hurry and head to that ruin. Ko had just sorted out his thoughts and was about to turn around and call for Mei Terumi and Cook, who were not far behind him. However, the instant he looked back, Ko's expression changed drastically. Mei Terumi and Cook, who had been behind him, were gone. The place where people had been standing just moments ago was now completely empty. There was only a patch of open ground lit by sunlight and overgrown with wild grass. What entered his sight was nothing but a broad, empty plain. Wild grass swayed gently in the wind, making soft rustling sounds. Sunlight poured down from the sky. On the distant horizon, he could see several low hills covered with scattered trees, completely different from where this osmanthus forest had been. Ko's first reaction was to draw his blade. Inazuma slid out from his waist, its silver-white blade flashing with a cold glint under the sunlight. His body tensed instantly. His Mangekyo Sharingan swept the surroundings with vigilance, catching every subtle abnormality. The flow of the air, the refraction of light, the tremor of the ground. Ko sensed the silent surroundings, his brows narrowing slightly. It did not take long for him to notice something was wrong. He calmly watched the breeze brushing across the grass. It passed over the blades, over the treetops in the distance, yet brought him no sensation at all. The wind blew against his face, but he felt nothing. This was wrong. Ko quickly calmed down. The light in his Mangekyo Sharingan shifted from vigilance to contemplation. He recalled everything that had just happened. His mind spun rapidly, taking apart all the information, reorganizing it, and analyzing it. This was the memory of the owner of this dojutsu. Relying on the analysis and understanding of Mangekyo Sharingan I power that he had learned from Obito, from Uchiha Madara, Ko instantly reached a judgment. It looked like he was here, but in reality, his senses were still the same as in the real world. He had not felt the wind from this place at all. All of this was an illusion. It belonged to the memory of some Uchiha ancestor from 1,000 years ago, contained within the eye power he had just absorbed. This memory was contained within that eye power. It was nothing more than an afterimage left behind after absorbing it. Ko relaxed inwardly, and his tense shoulders loosened a little. His gaze calmly swept the surroundings. Under the sunlight, his Mangekyo Sharingan gave off a strange, eerie glow. Is this the place where this osmanthus grove stood 1,000 years ago? Ko muttered to himself in confusion. But why am I able to read the memories related to this eye power? When I absorbed the Byakugan before, I didn't feel anything at all. He frowned, and the light in his eyes grew even deeper. Is it because we're both from the Uchiha clan? While thinking to himself, Ko shifted his attention forward. Noisy sounds came from the distance. Ko raised his head, his gaze crossing the empty flatland and landing on a group of people. It was a crowd dressed in white robes. Their robes were loose and plain, without any decoration, with only dark patterns embroidered at the cuffs and collars. He did not recognize those patterns. They were not the crest of any clan he knew. Those people stood in a semicircle, all facing the same direction, their posture solemn and grave. Ko observed them calmly. His Mangekyo Sharingan took in every detail. His gaze moved from their robes to their faces. Some of those faces were young, some old, but without exception, they all wore the same expression. Solemnity, respect, and a trace of sorrow that was hard to describe. Ko watched them curiously and continued looking ahead. His line of sight passed over the white-robed crowd and fell on the center of the group. There stood an old man with snow-white hair. He wore a black samurai outfit, standing in sharp contrast to the white robes around him. The old man held a long sword in his hand, its blade carrying a dark, cold gleam under the sun. His figure was tall and straight, his back rigid like an old pine that would never bend. Even among the crowd, he was the kind of existence one could spot at a glance. Ko stared at the solemn-faced old man, and his eyes widened slightly. This was an Uchiha clansman. The weathered Mangekyo Sharingan in the old man's eyes left no doubt about that reality. Ko stared at the old man before him, as if sensing something. His gaze unconsciously lifted and slowly moved behind the old man. There was a shadow there. It had no fixed shape, like a condensed, half-transparent mass of light. It floated quietly behind the old man, giving off a faint, dim blue glow. The light was not dazzling, yet it made Ko's consciousness freeze in an instant. Ko had never seen that shadow before, but he was incomparably familiar with it. Ko's pupils shrank violently. His handsome face was filled with indescribable shock. His throat moved slightly, and he muttered in a dry voice, That's Indra's chakra? Ko stared at the old man in front of him, his tone overflowing with barely concealed shock. He is the reincarnation of Indra from 1,000 years ago. On that silent flatland, Ko stood quietly at the edge of the crowd. By now, he had already suppressed the shock in his heart and was calmly observing the old man in the center. The white-robed people formed a semicircle, directly facing the old man in the middle. The old man looked coldly and arrogantly at the hundreds of solemn-faced people before him. There was not a single extra expression on his wrinkled face. His white hair shone silver under the sun, and the pattern in his Mangekyo Sharingan slowly spun, as if measuring every single person before him. I've told you many times already, stop coming to find me. His voice was not loud, yet it was abnormally cold. It seems you never took my words to heart. He looked down at the white-robed crowd before him with those eerie Mangekyo Sharingan, his tone carrying a lofty arrogance. Insects of the Ninshu, you! A black-haired young man could not hold back and rushed out. His face was red with anger, and his eyes were full of fury he could no longer suppress. The young man opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the middle-aged man in front of him raised a hand and stopped him. Stand down, Naruto. The voice was not loud, but it carried unquestionable authority. The young man bit down hard, unwilling. His eyes still stared fixedly at the old man as he argued back unwillingly. But, Chief Father, I said stand down. The middle-aged man turned his head. His face, tempered by the years, was full of sternness. He lowered his voice even more, so low that only the young man could hear it. Know your place. We came here to request the senior's help. The young man's expression struggled for a moment. His lips moved, wanting to say something, but in the end, he still lowered his head. Yes. His voice was soft as a sigh. The old man coldly watched the scene before him. His gaze shifted from the young man to the middle-aged man. There was not the slightest pride or approval on that aged face. If anything, the disdain only deepened. The old man cast a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man ahead and let out a cold snort. Compared to back then, you've changed a lot, brat. The light in his Mangekyo Sharingan deepened. As if recalling some scene from so long ago it was nearly forgotten. You've become more and more cowardly. More and more unlike your father. At the words your father, the middle-aged man's body stiffened slightly. A trace of sorrow, hard to detect, flashed through his weathered eyes. That sorrow was faint and vanished in an instant. He immediately put away that emotion and looked straight at the old man before him. The light in his eyes turned solemn and firm. A trace of remembrance flashed through the middle-aged man's gaze. If father were here to see your attitude, then even if he had come to ask for your help, he definitely would have attacked without a second word. He looked directly at the old elder and said solemnly, "But I am not my father, and we did not come on behalf of Ninshu." The middle-aged man's voice was hoarse, carrying the weight of years. In the end, whether it was the Akatsuki clan, the strongest in the ninja world, or the ninja creed or ninjutsu, no matter which path it was, they all completely declined. They all declined? Hehehe ha 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 ha. The old man seemed to have heard some huge joke. A mocking smile spread across his aged face. The laughter wasn't too loud, but it echoed across the silent flatland. The only thing that disappeared was your ninja creed, wasn't it? His laughter stopped abruptly. The expression on his face shifted from mockery to cold arrogance, and the light in his Mangekyo Sharingan turned sharp. Boy, let this old man correct one thing you just said. It's not that the era of the ninja creed and ninjutsu has ended. It's that the history of those two great factions suppressing the ninja world has already passed. What comes next is an age of chaos, where war will break out again and again. The old man looked down at the people around him with their heads lowered, and spoke in a cold, mocking voice. Even if the ninjutsu faction has split apart, and our Indra line of the Akatsuki clan has declined to the point that we can only cling to a corner, the ideals and path of ninjutsu will definitely become the mainstream of this coming chaotic era. His gaze swept over those white-robed ninja creed disciples, and his words were filled with disdain. Using chakra for peace and development? Advocating that chakra is something that connects people to one another? Foolish. Reality has already proven it. Only absolute power will be worshipped by people. As if thinking of something, the old man curled his lips into a mocking smile and said lightly, "And in the end, didn't your ninja creed choose that same path too? In order to save yourselves, you brewed the irreversible evil fruit now sweeping across the entire ninja world." The old man looked at the crowd and said coldly, "Admit it, brat. We won." Silence fell over everyone around them. No one spoke. No one moved. Only the sound of the wind blowing through the wild grass remained, rustling softly, like someone crying in a low voice. Some of the white-robed people looked heavy-hearted. Some looked unwilling, but no one refuted him. The middle-aged man stayed silent for a moment. His gaze lowered, looking at the sun-bleached ground beneath his feet. "Yes, I admit it. The ideals of the ninja creed truly did fail." With his head lowered, the middle-aged man spoke in a calm tone. The peace-revering ninja creed, in the end, betrayed its original principles for the sake of its own survival and chose violence, thus bringing an irreversible disaster to the ninja world. He raised his eyes again and looked at the old man's face. There was no anger in those eyes from having old wounds touched, nor was there resentment. There was only deep resolve, the kind that came after long and careful thought. As descendants, we must bear this responsibility. We absolutely cannot allow the disaster caused by our forebears to continue existing in this ninja world. He paused, and the light in his eyes grew even more solemn, even heavier. "We, the descendants of the ninja creed, are here to sincerely beg you." Senior, the middle-aged man, took a deep breath and bent deeply at the waist toward the old man before him. The white-robed people behind him also bent down one after another. The middle-aged man's voice echoed over the silent flatland. "We humbly request that the final leader of the ninjutsu faction, Akatsuki Ko." He raised his head and looked at the old man before him with pleading eyes, then said with absolute resolve, "Please lead us and kill my father, Akatsuki Ori, the final leader of the ninja creed faction." "Uchiha Ko! Uchiha Ko!" Terumi Mae's voice came from somewhere far away, filled with urgency and worry she couldn't hide. "Hey Scooper, Ko, are you still alive?" Hearing the voice by his ear, Ko slowly opened his eyes. Squinting, he saw two blurry figures swaying in front of him. His vision gradually recovered, and his awareness slowly returned. Terumi Mae's face appeared before him, those emerald green eyes full of worry and urgency. She was crouching in front of him, one hand still resting on his shoulder. When she saw Ko open his black eyes, she froze slightly. The anxious expression on her cool and beautiful face relaxed. She slowly let out a breath of relief and muttered with some lingering fear, "You finally woke up." But after that brief relief, Terumi Mae's gaze suddenly fell on the empty stretch of land behind him, and her voice instantly rose several levels. "Wait a second, where's the osmanthus forest?" Her finger pointed toward the place that had once been covered by the osmanthus grove, but was now nothing more than an empty clearing. Her face was filled with undisguised shock. "I only had my eyes closed for that short a time. How did everything disappear? What exactly happened here?" At some point, Cook had already appeared by Terumi Mae's feet. When it saw that Ko had opened his eyes, it slowly let out a long breath. But as it looked at the expression on Ko's face, a trace of gravity flashed through its golden slit pupils. It casually flicked its tail and said in that absurdly bubbly voice, as if unconcerned, since you're awake, this kitty can relax now, meow." "Seriously? Falling asleep while standing up? You're really unbeatable, meow." It paused, its golden slit pupils narrowing slightly, as if talking about something trivial. "If there's nothing else, this kitty's leaving first. Contact me if anything comes up." Before the words had even fully fallen, its figure vanished in a puff of white smoke. Terumi Mae looked at the white smoke that suddenly rose up and said in surprise, "Huh? Why all of a sudden, Terumi Mae?" Ko's voice sounded slowly, carrying a rare heaviness and seriousness. He looked at the slightly startled Terumi Mae. On that handsome face of his, there was none of his usual teasing or casualness. "Be a little quieter." Ko frowned slightly, with a complicated gaze. He looked toward the desolate altar and murmured in a low voice, "I've got a lot of things right now that I need to sort through properly." Ignoring Terumi Mae's surprised and slightly confused look, Ko slowly walked toward the altar. His footsteps were light. As he stepped on the shattered stone slabs, they gave off faint rustling sounds. The altar platform was covered in runes weathered by wind and rain. Those runes should once have been patterns of the Uzumaki clan, but now only blurry outlines remained. Ko stood before the altar, his gaze falling on the ruined mural. The patterns on the stone wall had been worn down by time to the point they were almost impossible to make out, but a few outlines could still be vaguely recognized. There was the shape of a person holding a blade, the shape of a tree, and spiral patterns that looked like whirlpools or perhaps the sun. Under the sunlight, those images gave off a dark, muted sheen, as if some ancient story were being told in silence. So the owner of that eye power was actually a reincarnation of Indra from the Ninja Creed era. From 1,000 years ago. Ko subconsciously swallowed and muttered inwardly, "This time I really dug up something huge." The memory he had seen was brief, but the information inside it was absolutely explosive. Judging from the conversation between that old man and that middle-aged man in the memory, the era they had lived in was very likely a part of history from the end of the Ninja Creed era, before the Warring States period. A history no longer recorded anywhere in the ninja world. It was a stretch of time forgotten by all records, as if someone had deliberately torn that page out of the history books. As he stroked the cold stone wall, he quickly sorted through those fragmented pieces of information in his mind. First of all, one thing could be confirmed from their conversation. The ninjutsu faction that was the predecessor of the Uchiha clan, and the Ninshu faction that was the predecessor of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, seemed to have once suppressed the entire ninja world together. But apparently, because of some mistake made by the Ninshu faction, both sides suffered heavy losses and fell into irreversible decline. With those two towering mountains gone, the ninja world gradually entered the chaotic Warring States period. And in that kind of environment, the ninjutsu faction that pursued power and destruction naturally gained mainstream recognition more easily. It was gradually accepted by the entire ninja world and passed down to this day. As for the Ninshu faction, which advocated peace and development, it was eliminated by the times. Whether it was its very existence or the ideals it stood for, both gradually disappeared into the long river of ninja history. Ko was not actually that shocked by this part of history. After all, judging from the current state of the ninja world, and based on the amount of information he already knew, it was not difficult for him to infer what had happened in the past. The historical information contained in this memory was explosive, but it was not something hard to accept. What truly surprised Ko was that surname he had once been so familiar with. Akatsuki Ko and Akatsuki Ori. Ko muttered those two names and thought to himself, a trace of contemplation flashing through his black eyes. It seems that at least in the final era of Ninshu, whether it was the predecessor of the Uchiha or the predecessors of the Uzumaki and Senju, they were all still using the Akatsuki surname. Was this also a method used to compete for orthodoxy? As he murmured to himself inwardly, Ko calmly analyzed it. But according to the history recorded by the Uchiha clan, the profession of ninja, along with the clan system itself, should have only appeared in the early Warring States period. In other words, as distant relatives, the Uzumaki and Senju most likely split off during the period between the end of Ninshu and the early Warring States period. It was as if Ko had understood something. A look of realization appeared on his handsome face. Then those people in white who called themselves descendants of Ninshu. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be the ancestors of the Uzumaki clan. Even though I don't know why they went to ask the reincarnation of Indra, their mortal enemy, to kill the final leader of Ninshu. But there is no point thinking about things I can't figure out right now. Ko's fingers lightly traced across that ruined stone wall. His gaze deep as he looked at the patterns worn smooth by time. In truth, there is only one thing I need to know. That is, in the end, those people who were likely the ancestors of the Uzumaki clan seem to have really reached a very deep cooperation with that reincarnation of Indra. That ruin from 1,000 years ago was very likely created through their collaboration. Ko muttered excitedly to himself, unable to suppress the flicker of excitement in his black eyes. Although the pupil power here is extremely scarce as a branch, the pupil power at the source should be quite abundant. As long as I absorb the massive amount of pupil power that may exist in that ruin, not only can I replenish my pupil power, I might even obtain other memories from Indra's reincarnation from 1,000 years ago, such as combat experience or some important information. His breathing became slightly hurried, and the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. If the pupil power there is dense enough, I might even obtain part of Akatsuki Indra's remaining chakra. That is one of the important conditions for awakening the Rinnegan. If I can get that, those purple eyes with concentric ripple patterns, the Rinnegan, called the eyes of a god by countless people. If I can obtain the chakra of both Indra's and Asura's reincarnations separately, then maybe I can awaken my own Rinnegan too. It was as if Ko had fallen into a beautiful fantasy, and the corners of his lips unconsciously curled upward. But in the next instant, he suddenly shook his head and forcefully threw that beautiful fantasy out of his mind. Stay humble, stay patient. Stay humble, stay patient. Ko muttered in a low voice, the expression on his face shifting from fanatic heat back to calm restraint. Don't be so impatient. Orochimaru can't eat a fat Hashirama in one bite. Don't be fooled by surface appearances. Everything has to be done step by step. Slowly. Ko let out a long breath. Only then did he calm his gradually rising emotions, and he could not help sighing inwardly. So grave robbing really can dig up treasure. Now I can truly empathize with those two shady master and disciple grave robbers who play tomb-digging gacha. This stuff is seriously addictive. After adjusting his mood, Ko turned his gaze once more toward the direction of the ruin and silently calculated the fastest route to get there. His Mangekyo Sharingan had already been withdrawn, but the direction in which the roots of that osmanthus forest extended seemed carved into his mind, impossible to forget. Those roots were like underground rivers, stretching all the way from this altar into the distance, converging at the same place. Terumi Mei, who had been silently observing Ko from the side the entire time, saw that he finally seemed to have regained his spirit and quietly let out a sigh of relief. Good. At least for now, it doesn't look like he's gone insane. She murmured inwardly, and the concern in her eyes turned into a bit of relief. She stood to the side with her arms folded, waiting for Ko to emerge from his thoughts. Terumi Mei's gaze swept across the empty land, paused on the ruined altar, and passed over those vague murals. She still did not understand how that osmanthus forest had suddenly disappeared, but she vaguely felt that Ko's trance was very likely connected in some way to the disappearance of that forest. For the sake of the mission, Terumi Mei was just about to step forward and ask him about the osmanthus forest that had suddenly vanished. However, just as her eyes met Ko's, she realized that he was looking at her too. In those black eyes, the confusion and contemplation from before had vanished at some unknown point, leaving only a light she was very familiar with. It was the light called confidence. Looking at that familiar look in Ko's eyes, Terumi Mei was momentarily dazed, and in that brief instant of distraction, Ko appeared right beside her. His speed was so fast it was like teleportation, so fast that her eyes did not even have time to catch the path of his movement. Before Terumi Mei could even react, Ko seriously said, "I've already found the fastest route to that ruin." His voice was not loud, but it carried unquestionable certainty. "No time to waste. We should set out immediately." "Huh? What did you just—" Terumi Mei had not yet recovered from that momentary daze when she heard this absolutely explosive piece of information. But before she could even finish processing it, Ko grabbed her by the forearm and, without the slightest hesitation, sprinted madly in one direction. Her feet left the ground for an instant, and her whole body was dragged forward through the air. Her long hair spread out in the wind, and that loose purple robe fluttered loudly as the wind whipped through it. Terumi Mei, being dragged along in a wild sprint. Ha! Yuzushioga-kure, the most prosperous area of the land of whirlpools, and also the core of this country. This village was located within a massive basin at the center of the island. Surrounded on all sides by rolling hills, the village stood beside dense forests, waterfalls, and trickling streams. Clear creek water wound down from the mountains, passed along the edge of the village, and flowed into the distant sea. Most of the houses were wooden buildings, built against the mountains and beside the water, layer upon layer spreading across the entire basin, living together with nature as one. Over nearly 1,000 years, generation after generation of the Uzumaki clan had multiplied and lived here. They created countless brilliant achievements, and the sealing techniques that shook the ninja world were one of them. Those sealing techniques that made countless enemies tremble in fear were created, perfected, and passed down on this very land, through the hands of generations of Uzumaki clansmen. However, all of that had already become a thing of the past. The Uzumaki clan, this great clan that had ranked among the top of the ninja world ever since the Warring States period, had ultimately become just one of the many clans erased by history in the era of hidden villages. 3 great nations joined forces and wiped it off the map. That former glory, that former history, had all been buried beneath this silent land, covered by weeds and vines, eroded bit by time. The land of whirlpools, Uzushio-gakure. Ko and Mei Terumi walked through the ruins of Uzushio-gakure. Around them were ruined houses, dense undergrowth, scattered bricks and tiles, and faint traces of roads that still looked somewhat orderly. The wooden walls of those houses had already rotted away, the roofs had collapsed, and only a few load-bearing pillars were still stubbornly holding up. Vines crawled from the ground up the walls, wrapping the entire house into a green cocoon. Those bricks and tiles lay scattered in the grass, covered in moss, their original colors almost impossible to make out. It was very quiet here. Only the sound of the waterfall not far away could be heard, crashing down with a rushing splash, like soft sobbing. Unlike Mei Terumi, whose steps felt heavy, Ko, walking ahead, had no psychological burden at all. He looked around this village that had been abandoned for many years with curious eyes. TSK, this is really miserable. Looking at the shattered, overgrown houses around him, Ko could not help but sigh. His gaze swept across the broken walls and ruins. The extent of the destruction was shocking. But under a joint attack from 3 great nations, the fact that any traces were left behind at all is already impressive enough. Ko looked at the ruins before him, vaguely able to make out the prosperity this place once had. Those orderly roads, those neatly arranged houses, those carefully carved stone foundations, all of them silently spoke of the dignity this place once held, the dignity of a great clan. A man is innocent, but carrying a treasure makes him guilty. When your own power is too great, but not great enough to resist powerful enemies coveting that power, this is the final result. Whether it was the Uzumaki or the Uchiha, it was the same. Ko could not help letting out a somewhat sorrowful sigh. Whether it was the Uzumaki or the Uchiha, at the core, both had been feared because of their own overwhelming power, and had ultimately walked toward destruction. But unlike the Uzumaki clan, the ending of the Uchiha clan was far more ironic and laughable. He murmured inwardly, and a trace of self-mockery flashed through those black eyes. Getting wiped out by your own people. In the entire ninja world, this was probably the only case of its kind. Ko kept walking, his footsteps crunching over gravel and dry branches with soft rustling sounds. As if thinking of something, he turned to look at Mei Terumi not far behind him and urged her somewhat helplessly, "Walk a little faster, Mei Terumi. At your speed. It'll be dark before we get there." Mei Terumi came back to herself, and a trace of hard-to-read complexity flashed across her face. She took a deep breath, her tone full of obvious frustration and complaint. "Who told you to go so fast just now? I'm a little tired. Walking slower is normal. I senti it?" Ko shrugged as if it did not matter. His gaze swept over the stream winding down from the mountains nearby, and he casually suggested, "Oh, tired? You should have said so earlier. Then let us rest here for a bit. There's a small river right by us too, so we can catch some wild game to eat." Before his words had even fully fallen, Mei Terumi's body stiffened slightly. "Forget it. We should hurry up and keep going." As she spoke, she lowered her head and stared at the map in her hand, as if looking for something to distract herself. Her pace noticeably quickened. She walked past Ko and moved ahead of him. Ko watched her briskly walk in front of him, and a thoughtful glint flashed through those black eyes. "Feeling guilty?" he murmured inwardly, and an indescribable expression appeared on his handsome face. "She may be a politician, but in the end, she is still too young. There's still a bit of conscience left in her." He paused, and a trace of complexity flashed through his black eyes. "But if there were more people like that, maybe there'd be a little less rotten mess in this ninja world." Ko murmured to himself and kept walking forward. After who knew how long, their steps finally stopped before an open area. What came into view was a ruined altar at the northernmost part of Uzushio-gakure. That altar was somewhat similar to the one they had first arrived at, but it was several times larger. The stone platform was so wide it looked like a small plaza. Several stone pillars stood crookedly at the edge of the altar. Some had already broken, while others were wrapped in vines, like a row of aged soldiers too unsteady to stand straight. No matter how one looked at it, this place seemed to have nothing to do with any ruins. It was only a dilapidated altar, forgotten by time and almost swallowed by weeds. But neither Ko nor Mei-Terumi showed the slightest disappointment on their faces. Looking at the altar before her, a flash of realization passed through Mei-Terumi's emerald green eyes. So they built the village on top of ruins from 1,000 years ago. The most dangerous place was the safest place. She recalled what Ko had explained to her before, that Osmanthus Forest was essentially constructed from a genjutsu formation, and the source transporting all that chakra was the ruins themselves. At first, she had still been doubtful. But after seeing that the route he took was indeed generally consistent with the direction of the ruins marked on the map, she had finally forced herself to believe it. Looking at Ko, who was carefully observing things nearby, a trace of relief flashed through Mei-Terumi's eyes. Now it seemed that hiring him, someone with the Sharingan, for this mission really had been the right choice. On the other side, Ko was squatting in front of a broken piece of stone, observing it carefully. His gaze fell on that stone, or more accurately, on the ground behind it. The weeds in one patch there were shorter than in the surrounding area, and the color of the ground was also slightly different. Without looking carefully, it would have been impossible to notice. But under his Sharingan, none of those tiny differences could escape notice. So that's how it is. A sealing technique was set here? Ko murmured inwardly, and a look of understanding flashed through his black eyes. His fingers lightly brushed over that spot, sensing the faint chakra fluctuations within. Ko quickly made his assessment in his heart. There were roughly 4 layers of sealing techniques, 2 for concealment, 2 for lockdown. As he sensed those 4 seals, his heart tightened. Every single one of these 4 seals was exquisite. The knowledge he had learned from Madara did include insights into breaking sealing techniques, but even breaking just 1 layer would probably be extremely difficult. A trace of regret flashed through Ko's eyes. He really did not know whether to call it a pity or a blessing. These 4 layers of sealing techniques were already basically on the verge of becoming useless. This 4-symbol seal was indeed exquisite, but it was not the kind of sealing jutsu meant for long-term storage. It needed to be reinforced and patched up in time after a certain period. Its advantage was that it was extremely hard to break. Even if it was undone, it would rapidly restore itself once it closed again. But its flaw was that it had to be regularly reinforced. Once that reinforcement was gone, this seal would grow weaker and weaker as time passed, eventually losing its original function. Looks like it was designed this way on purpose, so the clan members wouldn't forget about this ruin. Ko murmured inwardly. It's just that. No one back then probably could have imagined that the Uzumaki clan would one day be wiped out. He let out a sigh and stopped thinking about it. Then he placed his palm above that area and felt the flow of the 4-layer seal. They were like 4 interwoven nets, layer upon layer, tightly sealing whatever lay beneath. But those nets had already loosened. Some places had even developed holes. Ko took a deep breath and poured chakra into his palm. Release. The instant the word fell, the entire altar let out rumbling waves of noise. The ground trembled slightly. Gravel fell from the stone pillars and hit the ground with crackling sounds. Terumi Mei's body tensed instantly. Her hand was already on her ninja pouch, chakra flowing through her body as she prepared to respond to any danger that might appear at any moment. Her gaze quickly swept across the surroundings, her eyes full of vigilance. Terumi Mei instinctively looked toward Ko. He was still crouching there, and the only thing on that handsome face was calm. The corner of Ko's lips lifted slightly. He stared ahead, a faint smile curling at his mouth. Terumi Mei instantly understood something and quickly rushed over. Ko did not look at her right away. His gaze remained fixed beneath the altar. There, the ground was slowly sinking, revealing a pitch-black passage stretching downward. The passage was not wide, only enough for one person to pass through. Most of the entrance was covered by vines and weeds, but traces of artificial excavation could still be seen. He rose to his feet, unable to hide the excitement in his voice. We found it. He paused, and the light in his eyes grew even brighter. The ruins of the Uzumaki clan from 1,000 years ago. It wasn't that I didn't think about setting the ruins in some remote corner somewhere, but since we're already in the land of whirlpools, it really would have been a waste not to check out Yuzushiogakure too. Pure tourist mindset. So I added the Yuzushiogakure plot in this chapter. And to speed up the plot a bit, it's still 3 chapters today. No joke, the guy who designed this passage was seriously a genius. Huh? Inside the cramped tunnel, Ko had long since lost the excitement he had at the beginning after walking who knew how long. His shoulders kept brushing against the rough rock walls on both sides, and more than once, his head had even bumped into low-hanging stone ridges overhead, producing dull thuds. Ko held up Hochan, its flames flickering. That flame blade had now been reduced to a torch. As he walked forward speechlessly, he could not help but complain. This ancient tunnel from 1,000 years ago couldn't even get a renovation? There's not even a light. Don't tell me every Uzumaki clansman who came here had to bring a torch too. His voice echoed through the narrow passage, squeezed by the stone walls into a low buzzing hum. Terumi Mei followed closely behind him. After hesitating for a moment, she weakly added, "Is there a possibility that when the Uzumaki clan was wiped out, Electricity still hadn't become widespread in the ninja world. Ko was instantly speechless. Then never mind. Ko coughed awkwardly, then looked at Huachan, currently cosplaying as a torch in his hand, and subconsciously muttered, sigh. If that stubborn old man Uchiha Yashiro were still alive and found out I was using Huachan as a torch, he'd probably go crazy from anger, right? The corner of his mouth curved slightly. There was warmth in that arc, but also sorrow. But that sorrow lasted only for an instant before he quickly suppressed it. Ko stared ahead and continued walking forward. After who knew how long, his steps paused slightly. Those eyes of his, especially bright in the firelight, caught a trace of something unusual far ahead. That was light? Red light? Ko's attention instantly focused. His pupils contracted slightly, and those somewhat lazy eyes became sharp. His breathing turned very light, so light it was almost impossible to hear. That was a ninja's instinctive reaction upon discovering something unusual. Are we there? Or is it? Ko thought warily to himself, his body tensing slightly. He tilted his head a little and glanced at Terumi Mei behind him from the corner of his eye. At the same moment, she had also noticed that red light. The look in her eyes turned serious, and the fatigue and helplessness from earlier were gone. The two of them looked at each other for an instant. That instant was very short, but in that instant, both of them understood what the other meant. Move! They calmly observed the front, making their footsteps even lighter, almost completely silent. The three Tomo Sharingan had already quietly appeared in Ko's eyes. The three black Tomo slowly rotated in the firelight, peeling away the darkness ahead bit by bit. His gaze passed through the increasingly close red light and landed at the end of the passage. There were no chakra fluctuations there, no sound of breathing, and no signs of any living thing. There was only a silent, gentle light. After confirming there was no danger, Ko finally quickened his pace. Huachan's light intertwined with the red glow ahead, dyeing the entire passage in an ambiguous orange-red color. Terumi Mei stayed close behind Ko as the two of them walked out of the tunnel together. The instant they stepped out, both of them stopped at the same time. What entered their eyes was a massive underground space. The dome overhead was covered by an entire sheet of crystals giving off red light. The glow was gentle and not blinding, shrouding the whole space in a hazy red. At the very front of the ruins stood a tall, ancient wall. A huge mural was carved into the wall, its contents half visible and half hidden under the red glow. And before that mural stood countless stone tablets. Those stone tablets were packed densely together, stretching all the way out from the mural like a silent army. In front of the tablets were all kinds of items, ninja tools, scrolls, and some objects whose names could no longer be identified, their original forms almost completely eroded by time. Terumi Mei stood where she was, those emerald green eyes sweeping over the stone tablets one by one. Her lips parted slightly, and her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This isn't some ruin. Terumi Mei's gaze landed on the nearest stone tablet, and her throat bobbed slightly. This is a graveyard. Ko stood there, his gaze a little blank as it swept over that forest of steels. He muttered softly in his heart, well damn, now this really has turned into grave robbing. Never thought there'd be a day when I'd end up in the same boat as that disgusting guy Orochimaru. Just as Ko was sighing inwardly, Terumi Mei had already moved in front of him at some point. She stood 2 or 3 steps ahead of Ko, staring straight at the graveyard before them with a complicated expression. Her long hair fell over her shoulders, carrying a dark sheen under the red light. Looking at her back, a trace of complicated emotion flashed through Ko's black eyes. Looks like she's made up her mind. A moment later, Terumi Mei slowly stepped forward and stopped in front of a gravestone. It was an ordinary stone tablet, not much different from the others around it. Mei Terumi looked at the gravestone before her with a complicated expression. Too many emotions churned in her eyes. Guilt, unease, and deep self-doubt. Everything in front of her was mercilessly telling her the truth. This was not some ruin at all, but the resting place of the Uzumaki clan's ancestors from 1,000 years ago. No matter the reason, what she had done had undoubtedly desecrated their place of rest. Mei Terumi took a deep breath, as if forcing down the surging emotions in her heart little by little. Sorry, she whispered in her heart, as if apologizing to those long-dead Uzumaki ancestors. Mei Terumi stiffly reached out and carefully picked up a scroll from in front of one of the gravestones. She opened the scroll, her gaze quickly sweeping over its contents. Ko watched Mei Terumi from not far away, but did not immediately join in the looting. He simply walked slowly toward the deepest part of the ruins, toward that enormous wall covered in murals. Ko stared at the mural. Under the red light, the 3 Tomo in his Sharingan slowly turned, taking in every detail on the wall. The mural depicted a battle scene. At the center of it was an old man in black robes with white hair. He held a long sword wrapped in red flames, fighting a massive red monster with a savage face. Around them, countless black-haired people in white robes formed a huge circle. Some stood, some knelt, their hands forming different seals, as if carrying out some kind of ritual. Anyone who saw this mural would find it strange. This was clearly a ruin of the Uzumaki clan, yet not a single red-haired Uzumaki clansman appeared in the mural. Instead, the giant grotesque monster fighting the crowd was entirely crimson, standing out especially harshly under the red light. But Ko could clearly sense that what this mural showed was far more than what appeared on the surface. A distinct aura was leaking out from behind the wall. There's a seal on this mural too. Ko calmly analyzed it, his Sharingan revealing the hidden patterns one by one. Those curse marks were extremely fine, hidden within the mural's lines and fused together with the artwork itself. But this seal was very loose. Someone at the Jonin level could easily undo it. His brows furrowed slightly, and a trace of thought flashed through his eyes. It's practically like a trap. Ko's gaze passed through the seal patterns and landed deep within the wall. He could feel that behind this mural was something extremely dangerous. But it was also exactly what he desired. Ko stared at the mural before him, and the three tomo in his eyes began to spin slowly. Their rotation grew faster and faster, until in the end the paths of the three tomo blurred into a single hazy red. Mangekyo Sharingan. In his vision, the mural began to turn transparent. The stone wall and the seal patterns seemed to peel away layer by layer, revealing beneath them a crimson, surging, overwhelming ocular power that was almost spilling out. That ocular power was incomparably dense, churning and rotating in the space behind the mural. And in the deepest part of that ocular power, Ko could vaguely see the shape of a blurry, enormous, slowly rotating Mangekyo Sharingan. This was the Mangekyo Sharingan he had once seen in memory fragments, belonging to that old man, the Indra reincarnation from 1,000 years ago. As expected, Ko stared at the mural before him. In those strange Mangekyo Sharingan eyes, an unprecedented light flickered. What is sealed behind this mural is the true core of this ruin. Ko stared at the mural in front of him, feeling the surging, immense ocular power beneath layer after layer of seals, and a slight heat rose in his heart. It was the call of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the call of power. In the mural, the old man was still fighting that giant red monster, and the people in white robes were still forming those ancient hand seals. Everything seemed frozen in that moment from 1,000 years ago. Soft footsteps came from behind him. As the sound drew closer, Ko's heated emotions gradually calmed down as well. That burning feeling was like flames scattered by the wind, going out little by little, leaving behind only ashes and warmth. At some point, the Mangekyo Sharingan in Ko's eyes had already faded. His black eyes returned to calmness, with not a ripple visible. He turned around and looked at Meitarumi as she walked toward him. She held a clearly aged scroll in her hand. Her steps were lighter than before, and the expression on her face was no longer so heavy. She looked relieved. Ko looked at the scroll and muttered inwardly, "Looks like she achieved her goal and found a suitable sealing jutsu." Meitarumi stopped in front of Ko. A rare trace of relaxation appeared on her cold, beautiful face. Her lips parted slightly, just about to say something. "I didn't expect this place to actually be a graveyard. That really is surprising." Ko spoke first, his tone carrying genuine emotion. His gaze swept over the field of gravestones, and an easy expression that clashed with the surroundings appeared on his face. Then Ko looked at the scroll in Meitarumi's hand, and the emotion in his voice deepened a little. But still, from the looks of it, this mission ended perfectly. Hearing Ko's words, Meitarumi fell silent for a moment. Her gaze shifted from his face to the scroll in her hand. This was why she had come here. This was the result she had traded years of savings for. This was the weapon she had sought out for Kirigakure, for the reform faction, for her companions and ideals. Meitarumi looked at Ko in front of her and revealed a relieved smile. "Yeah, it's all thanks to you, Uchiha Tō." Her voice grew a little lighter, and Ko's reflection appeared in her emerald green eyes. "Bringing you along for this mission was the right choice. Even though I really don't want to admit it, you really are a pretty outstanding ninja. I'll just take that as praise." Ko shrugged and spoke in a deliberately casual tone. Then he looked at the surrounding gravestones, his gaze sweeping across the silent rows of stone markers. A thoughtful glint flashed through his black eyes. "Speaking of which, with so many scrolls here, there should be quite a few sealing jutsu, right? And you only took this one?" Hearing Ko's question, Meitarumi was silent for a moment. She said nothing, only looked at those gravestones with an apologetic gaze. Seeing her like this, Ko muttered inwardly, "She really is a naive one. Though I don't dislike people like that. With how she is now, living in this ninja world must be exhausting for her. Though, the one who turned the mature 5th Mizukage from the original timeline into this version of her really was me. You really don't have any intention of finding some sealing jutsu for yourself?" Just as Ko was sighing inwardly, Meitarumi's voice interrupted his thoughts. She gave Ko a meaningful glance, then moved her gaze away from his face and onto the wall behind him, that enormous wall covered in murals. The moment Ko saw her look, he instantly understood. That can wait. Taking it later won't be too late. His voice was light, as if he were stating something only natural. Ko turned his head and looked at the mural, his voice low as he said, because there's something else here that's even more worth taking. Terumi Mei looked at Ko, then at the mural. The light in her eyes turned serious. So you noticed it too. That seal is so obvious. You must have sensed it the moment you arrived too, right? Ko answered naturally. He turned to look at Terumi Mei. There was no surprise in those black eyes of his, only the calm ease of something both of them already understood without saying. Terumi Mei fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. The moment I entered these ruins, I already sensed that there was a very weak sealing jutsu on that wall. Behind that wall, there must be something else. She observed Ko's expression at this moment, her voice steady. But I don't intend to explore it. Ko looked at her profile and spoke softly, like he was stating an answer he had already known for a long time. Because as a ninja of Kirigakure, you feel guilty toward the land of whirlpools? Terumi Mei shook her head. Not entirely. Her voice grew low, like she was finally speaking of something she had been thinking about for a long time and had only now come to a conclusion on. In Uzushigakure, and on the way here, I found some traces left behind by Kirigakure Anbu. Terumi Mei's gaze turned deep, and a trace of memory flashed through her eyes. At that time, I already guessed that Kirigakure Sanbu had once come here, and after arriving at these ruins, that guess was further confirmed. Her voice grew lower and lower, carrying a heaviness she could not hide. Near more than one gravestone, I found traces of movement left behind by Kirigakure Anbu who had been sent here to investigate. Those traces were extremely well hidden, but as a ninja of Kirigakure, I could recognize them at a glance. Many years ago, the ninjas Kirigakure sent here most likely also reached this place. But they never came back. Terumi Mei looked at Ko and said in a complicated tone, they most likely had the same thought as you. They wanted to open the seal and enter the deeper part of these ruins. They never returned. You can't possibly not understand the risks involved. Her voice grew even more solemn. Give up on this idea. The task I entrusted to you is already over. If you want, I won't stop you from taking what you need. But this seal alone, I hope you won't touch it. Listening to Terumi Mei's sincere words, Ko froze slightly. After thinking for a moment, he said in a low voice, as the client? Terumi Mei did not hesitate. No, her voice was firm. Only as your temporarily acknowledged companion.
Terumi Mei post.
On that cold and beautiful face of hers, a rare expression of sincerity appeared. Even if it's only a temporary companionship, during this short journey together, I truly do acknowledge you. I don't want you to take this risk. If possible, in the future, whether it's me or Kirigakure, we both hope to continue maintaining a cooperative relationship with an outstanding ninja like you. Her voice was not loud, but every word was sincere. Ko did not look at Terumi Mei. He lowered his head, those black eyes staring at the stone tiles beneath his feet. His gaze stayed there for a long time. Is that so? His voice was very soft, like a sigh. After a long while, Ko slowly raised his head and looked at Terumi Mei before him with helpless eyes. Ha! He let out a deep sigh, as if trying to expel all the emotions inside his chest. It's exactly this part of you. That really leaves me helpless. Ko looked at Terumi Mei with gentle eyes and said with a bitter smile, you really could just left me alone. Terumi Mei looked at the Ko before her, and her emerald green eyes widened slightly. Her gaze went from calm, to surprise, to shock. This is impossible. Terumi Mei stared at Ko's bitter smile and murmured inwardly. Her cold and beautiful face was filled with unconcealed disbelief. The way he just spoke, it was practically like, subconsciously, she wanted to say the name in her heart. That word was already rolling on the tip of her tongue. With just the slightest push, it would come out. You don't have to forgive me, Terumi Mei. Ko's gentle voice interrupted her. It was very soft, like he was saying sorry, because this probably won't be the last time. At that instant, his right eye changed. 3 black tomo spun rapidly across his iris, then connected, fused, and transformed into a new and far more complex pattern. It was not his own Mangekyo pattern. It was neither Magatsukami nor Inari. It was someone else's eye, someone else's ocular power. It was Uchiha Tō's Mangekyo Sharingan.
Transcription seal, Kotomatsukami.
Ko stared into Terumi Mei's eyes and activated this jutsu that he had prepared long ago. Terumi Mei looked at that eerie Mangekyo pattern, and the light in her emerald green eyes dimmed little by little. In front of the mural, red light spilled down from the dome, stretching the 2 shadows long. Ko looked at Terumi Mei, whose eyes had gone vacant, then touched his right eye and said with a bitter smile, I originally planned to save this trump card for dealing with bastards like Obito and Nagato. Never thought the first one to experience it would actually be you. Ko lowered his hand. His fingertips lingered at his eye socket for a moment, feeling the slight heat in his right eye, and silently sighed in his heart.
Transcription seal, Kotomatsukami.
This was one of the important trump cards he had prepared before even awakening the Mangekyo. He had sealed Koto Amatsukami, The eye technique that could temporarily alter another person's will into his own Sharingan through the transcription seal. First, he set a transcription seal in one of his own eyes. Then he waited for Koto Amatsukumi's cooldown to finish, added the other eye as well, and then continued waiting for Koto Amatsukumi's cooldown again. By setting the release condition to activate on its own, he could forcibly cause the target's thinking to stall and expose an opening, allowing him to use it at most 2 times in a single battle, while also being able to replenish it in time after his ocular power recovered. This was the method he had thought of back then to squeeze the value of this Mangekyo Sharingan to the absolute limit. At a critical moment, even if he couldn't alter the enemy's thoughts, as long as he could make their mind freeze for a brief instant, that alone would already be enough for him to do many things. Ko looked at the vacant-eyed Terumi Mei before him and defended himself with righteous confidence. If I had a choice, I really wouldn't want to play the hypnosis app route either. Across both my lifetimes, I've always been a pure love guy. I was forced into this. Forcing my own thoughts onto someone else is exactly the kind of thing I hate the most. Ko spoke with full righteous conviction. But the only response he got was Terumi Mei's blank stare, like a female lead under some hypnosis star guidance scenario. Ko was momentarily speechless, then let out a resigned sigh.
Fine.
In the end, I still became the kind of person I hate the most. He sighed with emotion, then slowly stepped forward, bringing his face a little closer to Terumi Mei's. Their faces were very close now, close enough that Ko could smell the fresh, very familiar fragrance on her body. But he didn't look at that cold yet stunning face that still hadn't fully lost its youthful softness, nor did he look at those tender, enticing red lips. Ko only stared into those emerald green eyes, usually calm and steady, occasionally a little lively, but now as lifeless as a pool of stagnant water. Forget our previous conversation and thoughts. His voice was low, like he was issuing an order to a subordinate. Suppress the thought of stopping me from exploring the deeper part of the ruins. Think of Uchiha Tō as an outsider in the end. The mission objective has already been achieved, so it would be better for you to leave for now. Let him explore that area that seems dangerous on his own. Maybe he can uncover the truth of this ruin and maximize Kirigakure's interests. That is all. As Ko's words fell, Mei Terumi's gaze slowly became clear again. Ko also returned to his original position at just the right time, putting on a lazy posture as he looked at her. Mei Terumi touched her head in confusion, obvious puzzlement in her eyes. Her gaze stayed on Ko's face for a moment before she asked uncertainly, "What were we talking about just now?" Hearing the uncertainty in Mei Terumi's voice, Ko answered naturally, "Didn't I just tell you? I want to undo this sealing jutsu and go inside to explore a bit." Ko deliberately replied in an excited tone, "I'm sure there's definitely something big in there." Hearing Ko's words, Mei Terumi seemed to understand. But there wasn't the slightest sign of happiness on her face. She sized Ko up with a scrutinizing gaze, and there was clearly a bit more distance in that look now. A moment later, Mei Terumi nodded and replied calmly, "All right, then I'll wait for you outside the ruins first." As she spoke, she turned around without any hesitation and muttered inwardly, "Letting Uchiha Tō take this risk isn't a bad thing either. Maybe he can also find out why Kirigakure's Sanbu disappeared, and at the same time determine the value of this ruin. No matter what the result is, it's a good thing for Kirigakure." Such thoughts involuntarily surfaced in Mei Terumi's mind. Her reason told her this was the most correct choice. Let an outsider scout the way, take the risk, gamble with his life. If he succeeds, Kirigakure gets more complete intelligence. If he fails, all they lose is a mercenary. No matter how you calculated it, they wouldn't lose out. From the mindset of a Kirigakure ninja, thinking this way was undoubtedly correct. But Mei Terumi still felt like something was off. It was a feeling she couldn't clearly describe. Whenever she tried to think deeply about it, she would subconsciously want to give up. Mei Terumi lowered her head and walked toward the exit as if deep in thought. Her steps weren't fast. Each step landed on the stone bricks, producing a faint, hollow sound. "I have a safe trip." Behind her came Ko's casual farewell. His voice was frivolous and carried a smile, exactly the same as the teasing tone he had used with her this whole way. Hearing that voice from behind her, Mei Terumi's forward steps slowed a little. "Am I really this cold?" she murmured inwardly, and a trace of struggle flashed through those emerald green eyes. At a time like this, shouldn't I stop him? Mei Terumi's steps grew slower and slower. Her reason was like a cold, indestructible fortress, building line after line of defense inside her mind. He is a mercenary who took money. His life or death has nothing to do with me. I only commissioned a mission. The mission is complete, so our relationship ends here. If he wants to throw his life away, that's his choice. Every reason was correct. Every piece of logic was flawless. Her political mind, her ninja training, everything about her was telling her. Her judgment was absolutely correct, but her footsteps still slowed. If Ao were here, would he be disappointed if he saw me like this now? That thought rose in her heart like a stone, pressing heavily down on the scales of all her rationality. Involuntarily, Mei Terumi's mind conjured the figure of the young man she regarded as a role model. That gentle man who was always by her side, who told her never to abandon a single comrade. Ninja shouldn't only pursue missions and profit, suppress their feelings, and turn themselves into cold machines. Ninja are people too, Mei Terumi. Do what you believe is right. Mei Terumi stopped walking. Her foot landed on the last stone brick at the exit. One more step forward, and she would be stepping onto that dark tunnel leading back to the surface. She stood there with her back to Ko, silent for a long time. A trace of heaviness flashed through Mei Terumi's eyes. That heaviness did not come from pressure from the outside world, but from within herself. In her heart, she kept struggling, weighing, measuring the weight of reason and conscience. In the end, reason still gained the upper hand. She took a deep breath and turned around. Seeing Mei Terumi stop, Ko felt a little surprised. Did something go wrong? Ko muttered inwardly, while the expression on his face remained one of blank confusion. His right hand subtly moving a little closer to Inazuma at his waist. His brain began turning rapidly, analyzing every possibility. Was the effect of Kotoa Mitsukami not thorough enough? Or was her mental strength stronger than I expected? And she had already noticed that I used Kotoa Mitsukami on her and was resisting the suggestion? Ko kept thinking, his heart gradually growing serious. But on the surface, he showed no sign of anything unusual. He still looked at Mei Terumi in the distance with that deliberately disguised, slightly puzzled expression. Mei Terumi looked at Ko's blank expression and hesitated for a moment. Try to. Her voice was very soft as she continued with a struggling expression. Keep yourself safe. After saying that, she lowered her head and quickly walked out. Mei Terumi didn't look back again. Her footsteps echoed through the tunnel, growing farther and farther away, until they were finally swallowed by the darkness. Ko stood there, looking at Mei Terumi's retreating figure, and scratched his head in a daze. What is going on? Subconsciously, he touched the area around his right eye socket, sensing that faint, almost imperceptible fluctuation of pupil power, and said doubtfully, could it be? My Kotoa Mitsukami stored in the transcription seal was sealed for too long and expired? Ko looked in the direction Mei Terumi had left and pondered for a moment. In the end, he concluded, even though I can't figure out what happened, it doesn't look like anything went wrong. Kotoa Mitsukami definitely worked, and the objective was achieved. Ko's gaze fell on the pitch-black tunnel entrance, into that darkness where Mei Terumi had disappeared. A trace of complicated emotion flashed through those black eyes. Although he was very curious about her abnormal reaction, there was clearly something more important to do right now. Ko murmured inwardly, then turned a solemn gaze toward the mural. His right hand moved away from his waist and landed on the mural's rough stone surface. The touch was cold and hard, like touching time from 1,000 years ago. Now, it was time to get down to business. In front of the mural, red light poured down from the dome, casting Ko's figure onto the cold stone bricks and stretching it into a long, lonely shadow. Ko placed his hand on the mural, his 5 fingers spreading slightly, his palm pressed against the rough stone surface. He could feel the faint sealing jutsu on it. In his perception, those sealing patterns were like a thin web. They looked fragile, yet they crossed and tangled together, and every single thread was connected to some unseen depth. Ko's expression clearly turned serious. That handsome face no longer held its usual laziness and teasing. What remained was only a deep solemnity, one that came from the depths of his soul. He knew very well that behind this seemingly fragile seal lay the greatest gain of this trip, but it could also hide an extremely dangerous threat. No matter which it was, he could not let his guard down. Under the dim light, Ko slowly opened his eyes. On his originally black irises, 3 tomo had already silently surfaced. The 3 tomo began to rotate, faster and faster. Power flowed through his eyes, seamlessly shifting into the shape of the Mangekyo. The complex pattern replaced the original 3 tomo, slowly turning within those scarlet eyes, magnifying every trace in the space dozens of times over, making everything clear and sharp. Mangekyo Sharingan, activate. Ko circulated his chakra, gathered the power into his palm, and said in a low voice, release. Bzzz. Along with a deep, low hum, a red flash flickered across that fragile seal. The light was very faint, almost negligible beneath the reflection of the dark red ceiling. That weak seal slowly dissipated beneath Ko's south hand pressed close to the mural. The seal had been undone, yet it was as if nothing had happened. But in Ko's eyes that was not the case. Even without absorbing the Byakugan SI power, before the Mangekyo Sharingan's ultimate insight, Ko found the strange part in an instant. He shifted the corner of his vision toward the mural. More accurately, toward the red fiend on the mural that was confronting the old man. The fiend in the painting had originally been facing the old man with its savage face. Its crimson eyes were full of killing intent, its fangs bared, its claws extended forward. But the moment the seal was undone, Ko saw an extremely subtle change. Those crimson eyes that looked like part of the painting did not continue staring at the old man ahead as before. Instead, they slowly turned, until they were fixed on Ko's direction. Those eyes were really looking at him. Boom! Before the dull and violent explosion even reached Ko's ears, that thing had already stretched out from the mural first. What burst out from the fiend was a gigantic crimson hand. Its forearm was as thick as the trunk of an ancient tree. The bulging, knotted muscles twisted together one by one, like countless red pythons rolling and writhing beneath the skin. Its rough skin was covered in dense cracks, and from within those fissures surged an even brighter red glow, like the capillaries of some living creature. Its 5 fingers bent like hooks, and its nails were as sharp as 5 unsheathed blades. Each one was over half a meter long, reflecting a cold gleam under the red light. It grabbed toward Ko's direction at an astonishing speed, from appearing on the mural to tearing out of it, to smashing down toward Ko's head through the dark red light curtain spilling from the dome. It took less than a finger snap. Even if the target were at Kage level, if they faced this strike without any preparation, they would absolutely have no time to dodge. But as Ko looked at that sky-covering crimson giant hand, those eerie Mangekyo Sharingan eyes of his were as calm as a pool of dead water. He felt no surprise. No tensión surfaced. There was not even the slightest intent to dodge in his eyes. He simply tilted his head up and quietly watched those 5 savage claws press down from the direction of the dome. The giant hand blocked the red light from above, casting Ko's whole body into shadow. Under the Mangekyo Sharingan's insight, the essence of that ghost-like right arm was laid bare at a glance. Those layered muscle textures, those sharp claw tips, that terrifying pressure, everything in his vision became transparent, became thin, became no longer what it appeared to be on the surface. That was not real flesh and blood at all. It was only a fake construct made from pure eye power. Ko stared at the giant hand that had already reached above his head and blocked out the dome's red light with his scarlet gaze, then licked his lips. The Mangekyo in his right eye turned slightly. In his gaze was greed, excitement, and an anticipation he could not hide. Inari God, before his words had even fully fallen. Within the stretched sense of time brought by the Mangekyo Sharingan's insight, that enormous crimson hand began rapidly breaking apart at a speed visible to the naked eye. Starting from the 5 savage hook-like claw tips, the entire arm instantly shattered into countless tiny points of light. Next came the palm and finally that thick forearm, thick enough to sweep away an entire forest. From bottom to top, from outside to inside, all of it transformed in that same instant into a sky-filling mass of dense, dazzling scarlet light particles. Those light particles floated above Ko's head like a starry sky with the pause button pressed. He slowly walked beneath them, raised his head to glance at this cluster of eye power, now even purer and more gorgeous after being deconstructed in midair, then lowered his gaze and looked back toward the mural. So this mural really is the result of a Mangekyo dojutsu. Looking at the blank mural, Ko muttered to himself, sealing the source of the eye power here, not only as the energy source for that osmanthus forest, but also as the final line of defense protecting this ruin. He stared at the old man in the mural, that white-haired old man in black robes, the one whose eyes held the Mangekyo Sharingan. Come to think of it, what exactly could make an Indra reincarnation spend so much effort and do so many things? He murmured in his heart, and the light in those eyes grew deep and obscure. What exactly happened 1,000 years ago? Ko's gaze fell onto the scarlet eye power floating in the air. Then he glanced at the even deeper, even vaster source surging beneath the mural. But none of that really matters. Compared to all that empty stuff, a power in hand is what's real. As he spoke, he once again mobilized the eye power in his right eye. Under the pull of Inari God's power, that cluster of crimson eye power floating in the low air seemed to awaken like fish called from slumber, and it slowly began pouring in with his right eye as the center. Feeling that pure eye power flowing in, Ko's breathing unconsciously slowed by half a beat. The Mangekyo Sharingan slowly turned on his iris. With every rotation, it greedily claimed as its own the eye power that had drifted for 1,000 years and finally found a home. This was the first time he had absorbed eye power from a Mangekyo Sharingan. Although he had felt the power contained within Shusui's Mangekyo before, only by truly absorbing Mangekyo Sharingan eye power could one realize just how powerful that eye power really was. Ko was certain that even if he did not use this eye power to nourish his own Mangekyo, and only used it as raw eye power output, this eye power would absolutely be enough to support him using Susanoo several times over without the slightest negative effect. This trip to the land of whirlpools was really worth it. Feeling that vast eye power being transformed little by little under the pull of Inari God, Ko gave that satisfied conclusion. But the very next instant after that thought rose in his mind, Ko's brows unconsciously furrowed. Within that scorching heat, as he absorbed the crimson eye power, Ko seemed to sense something. Within that eye power was a trace of information different from memory. Ko carefully sensed the bits of information contained within that crimson eye power, and his eyes instantly sharpened. At the same time as he absorbed the origin of the eye power, Ko also received information about the source of that eye power, the ability of this Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan Dojutsu, Tokoyo. The name of this dojutsu, along with scattered fragments of related information, flooded into Ko's mind. Tokoyo. As Ko digested the information he had just received, he silently repeated the name in his heart. A trace of shock flashed through those strange and eerie Mangekyo Sharingan eyes of his. Red light poured down from the dome, coating the Mangekyo pattern deep within his pupils in a layer of dark crimson radiance. The fragments that had just rushed into his mind were like a shattered puzzle, spinning rapidly in his consciousness, reorganizing, and finally forming a complete picture. A Mangekyo Dojutsu awakened by Indra's reincarnation 1,000 years ago. Based on the information contained within the eye power, he already had a rough understanding of the essence of this dojutsu. It matched the judgment he had made earlier in that osmanthus forest. The effect of this dojutsu called Tokoyo was to materialize into reality the things he wanted to construct in his mind, turning them into true, tangible objects. And during the process of construction, he could also grant them special abilities. Whether it was that osmanthus forest, or the giant hand that had stretched out from the mural, both were products of Tokoyo. What a terrifying dojutsu! Ko muttered inwardly, his tone carrying a trace of regret. What a pity! Was it dragged down by the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan? The effect of this technique could be called extremely powerful. If mastered skillfully, it could absolutely be called a divine technique. But correspondingly, in a certain sense, this dojutsu was also rather useless. Because this dojutsu was without a doubt a massive chakra drain. Just thinking about it made it obvious how enormous the eye power consumption would be to construct imagined creations into reality. And what it meant for a non-eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to consume huge amounts of eye power hardly needed to be said. If what Black Zetsu had said in the original story was true, then before Madara, there should never have been an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the ninja world. Ko recalled that osmanthus forest from before, and a trace of realization flashed through his eyes. No wonder the chakra in that osmanthus forest had been so mixed, with only the most basic eye power. Looks like that Indra reincarnation back then also came up with quite a few ways to save eye power. Ko muttered inwardly, and the light in his eyes shifted from shock to sympathy. While feeling glad that his card pull hadn't gone wrong, he continued absorbing that pure eye power. As he drew in more eye power, Ko's gaze gradually grew more solemn. The more eye power he absorbed, the clearer the information about the dojutsu Tokoyo became in his mind. The information that had originally been blurry was peeled back layer by layer as the eye power surged in, revealing an intricately precise structure beneath that was astonishing to behold. The use of the dojutsu, the steps of constructing eye power into reality, the proportional control of eye power output. All of this information flooded into his mind, as if a thick instruction manual filled with answers had been opened before him. As Ko absorbed this complicated information, his breathing gradually became rapid. Having spent 2 lifetimes as an exam grinder from a small town, he knew better than anyone exactly what this information meant. The most core component of using a dojutsu is eye power. His voice was very light, as if he were muttering to himself, yet also as if he were confirming something. As long as one has enough understanding of a dojutsu, and can completely analyze its full structure, then maybe it's possible to. Ko's throat moved slightly. He spoke those 2 words, arriving at a conclusion that even he himself could hardly believe. Learn it. Dojutsu might actually be something that could be learned. Most Mangekyo Sharingan dojutsu used the Mangekyo Sharingan as a medium, and were techniques driven or constructed by eye power. If he could absorb the eye power of Mangekyo Sharingan, understand the information of their dojutsu, and research the formation principles of those techniques until he thoroughly analyzed them, then would that mean he could learn dojutsu that did not originally belong to him? Inside his own Mangekyo Sharingan, he could use Inari to absorb eye power, then organize and analyze the information about the dojutsu contained within that eye power, and try to learn it. No need to transplant eyes. No need to steal someone else's power. He only needed to understand, to study, to turn the knowledge of those dojutsu into his own. If that's the case, then maybe through learning I can master Mangekyo Sharingan dojutsu I don't have. At the thought of that possibility, Ko's heart seemed to burn. Only at this moment did he truly understand just how terrifying the dojutsu of his right eye Inari really was. This technique was simply too compatible with him. He was not a genius. He did not have the kind of talent where he could understand something with a single glance. He did not have Kakashi's talent for turning other people's things into his own. But he knew how to learn. He had the ability to start from the most basic, the dullest, the most inconspicuous things, and little by little accumulate, reason, and piece together a complete picture. And Inari had given him the hand to flip through the book. Ko took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his excitement, and eagerly prepared to analyze the information about Tokoyo in his mind. But at that moment, a faint trace of blue mixed within that scarlet dojutsu caught Ko's attention. Deep within the scarlet eye power he had already absorbed, which was now slowly being digested in his right eye, there was mixed a thread of extremely faint chakra. The amount was so tiny that it could almost be ignored. If his consciousness had not been completely focused on watching every strand of power flowing through his right eye, he absolutely would not have noticed this tiny trace of chakra. It was like a silver needle sunk to the bottom of the sea, emitting a faint glow in boundless darkness so dim it was almost invisible. Ko stared at that thread of chakra, and the heat in his eyes instantly cooled, extinguishing all excitement and greed completely. His pupils contracted slightly. The expression on that handsome face changed from fanaticism to restraint, and from restraint to gravity. He could sense the ancientness and power of that thread of chakra. Compared to the surrounding scarlet eye power, it had an obvious absolute gap in quality. Its quantity was pitifully small, but its quality was high enough to suffocate. That was chakra from Akatsuki Indra. Ko stared at that faint thread of chakra, and stormy waves rose in his heart. The eldest son of the Sage of Six Paths, the ancestor of the Uchiha bloodline, the founder of ninjutsu, one could even say the forefather of all ninja. Akatsuki Indra. Even setting aside the fusion of Indra's chakra and Asura's chakra as one of the key conditions for awakening the Rinnegan, the chakra that belonged to him alone was already enough that no one could possibly ignore it. Ko quietly stared at this thread of chakra, his handsome face full of caution. He did not rashly absorb it. Instead, he carefully, little by little, guided this strand of chakra. That faint blue light slowly approached his right eye under his guidance. Then, soundlessly, it fused into his Mangekyo Sharingan. The instant that thread of chakra entered the Mangekyo, Ko's body trembled slightly. That thread of chakra was tiny, only a single strand, but it was incomparably pure. Compared to this thread of chakra, the scarlet eye power he had just regarded as treasure was like the light of a firefly before the bright moon. It wasn't a matter of quantity, but a heaven and earth difference in quality. That scarlet ocular power was just branches and leaves, while this trace of chakra was resin accumulated deep within the trunk for 1,000 years. Ko could clearly feel it. Under this power, even his Mangekyo had become a little clearer. It wasn't an increase in ocular power. Even if it was only a trace, it was still an elevation of essence itself. His vision became sharper, and he could even sense those tiny, hard-to-notice sluggish spots in his eyes being smoothed away bit by bit under this power. Evolution. No, should this be called atavism instead? Feeling the subtle changes within his own Mangekyo Sharingan, Ko muttered to himself inwardly. As the first pair of Mangekyo Sharingan in the ninja world, Akatsuki Indra naturally had no issue with blindness. From the very moment he awakened the Mangekyo, it was already an eternal Mangekyo. No, to be precise, the very concept of the eternal Mangekyo was itself something that came later. It was a compensatory product born after bloodlines gradually thinned and one's own ocular power became insufficient, by fusing with the Mangekyo of a blood relative with the least rejection, then merging and evolving the ocular powers of two people. At that thought, a bitter smile flashed through Ko's eyes, though it was kind of hellish. Before he could even stop being an only child, his parents had already died on a mission. Having no brothers or sisters, he had agonized for a long time over how to obtain the eternal Mangekyo. But now, it seemed that problem had at least found a workable solution. After all, what could possibly be more suitable for fusing ocular power than the chakra of Akatsuki Indra, the forefather of the Uchiha? Ko let out a low murmur, like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Although this trace of chakra was still far from enough to evolve his Mangekyo, its effect was already unbelievably obvious. Using Akatsuki Indra South Chakra to drive the evolution of his Mangekyo Sharingan, there was no doubt that this plan was feasible. And as for Akatsuki Indra's reincarnation, in Ko's mind, the figure of that little Uchiha brat whose tiny junk he had flicked surfaced involuntarily. The corners of his mouth curved slightly. He swallowed unconsciously and muttered in a low voice, "Little Sasuke, your brother Ko here really kinda misses you." The moment the words left his mouth, Ko's expression suddenly froze. Huh? Why does that feel wrong somehow? He muttered to himself inwardly, and an eerie figure couldn't help but appear in his mind. A rare trace of horror flashed through Ko's eyes. No. I'm a normal person. A normal person. How could I possibly sit at the same table as that dead pervert Orochimaru? Ko took a deep breath and forcibly drove that dangerous thought out of his mind. He steadied himself and turned his attention back to the scarlet ocular power that was still pouring in endlessly. Just as Ko was about to suppress his wandering thoughts and continue absorbing the remaining ocular power, what he saw changed. The crimson glow of the dome, the silent stone tablet, the walls covered in murals. All of it vanished. In its place were mountains, towering mountains that pierced into the clouds. Those peaks were steep and majestic, like giant swords thrust up from the earth straight into the heavens. White bands of cloud coiled around the mountainsides, while mist surged through the valleys, covering those ancient buildings in a hazy veil. Countless pavilions and structures had been built upon those mountain ranges. They followed the mountains in layered tiers, stretching from the foot of the mountains all the way to the summits. Some looked like palaces, Some looked like towers. Their forms were varied, yet they blended together as a whole. Stone steps wound like snakes, spiraling from the base all the way to the peaks, connecting every single building. At the top of the mountains, the most eye-catching structure was an enormous tower. Its grandeur surpassed even the current Raikage building. Its tip pointed directly at the sky, as if it wanted to pierce through heaven itself. Sunlight poured through gaps in the clouds, casting huge shifting patches of light across the tower's surface. Ko's gaze fell on that tower, on the most striking place on its body. There, a single huge character was carved, technique. The strokes were vigorous and forceful. Every line looked as if it had been carved into stone with a blade, as if the one who left that character had been proclaiming something through it. Ko stood there, looking at that tower, looking at those mountains, looking at those buildings half hidden in the clouds and mist. A hint of realization flashed through those strange Mangekyo Sharingan eyes of his. This is the land of lightning? He murmured inwardly, and the light in his eyes grew deeper. No. Should I say this is where the land of lightning was, 1,000 years ago? The land of lightning. And the Uchiha. Seemed Ko had thought of something. The expression on his handsome face shifted from realization to gravity. He stared at the towering structure carved with the character for technique, and the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. This was the land of lightning from 1,000 years ago. This was the site of the ninjutsu school founded by Akatsuki Indra at the end of the era of Ninshu. 1,000 years ago. Ko took a deep breath and softly muttered, so this is the headquarters of the ninjutsu school from 1,000 years ago? 1,000 years ago, after that brotherly war between Akatsuki Asura and Akatsuki Indra, the defeated Akatsuki Indra left alone for the northeastern part of the ninja world, far beyond the sphere of influence of Ninshu, the territory that would later become the land of lightning. By his own strength alone, he forced the surrounding nations into submission, nominally unified this region, and established his own school here. Thus, the ninjutsu school was born. Akatsuki Indra became the first leader of the ninjutsu school. During his reign, his methods were harsh. He believed in the iron law that the strong stood above all, and he treated power as the ultimate weight by which all value was measured. The strong stood high above the clouds, enjoying the best resources, the finest ninjutsu inheritances, and the most exalted status. The weak struggled bitterly at the bottom, trading day after day of grueling cultivation and blood-soaked military merit for the qualification to climb upward. The atmosphere of the school was extremely oppressive. Its high-pressure rule hung over everyone's head like an invisible dark cloud. But no one could deny that this machine fueled by fear and ambition ran with terrifying speed. The creed of strength above all flew like a banner, drawing in swarms of talent from across the ninja world, those unwilling to remain ordinary, unwilling to be bound. To a certain extent, that harsh management instead guaranteed order. The hierarchy was strict, but it could also be broken through by strength. In only a few short decades, the ninjutsu school had grown into a force whose influence was second only to Ninshu in the entire ninja world. Its sphere of influence radiated outward from the Cloud and Lightning Mountains, covering almost the entire northeastern frontier of the ninja world. But what surprised everyone was this. The first leader, who believed in power his entire life, whose methods were iron-blooded, who had never once shown weakness, had never launched even a single direct clash with Ninshu while he was alive. Not even after the death of Akatsuki Hagoromo, the man famed throughout the ninja world and revered by all as the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths was the founder of Ninshu, Indra's father, and from the very birth of the ninjutsu school, he had been set as its greatest threat and its final target to surpass. Everyone believed that when the time finally came, Indra would not hesitate to lead his forces south and use the blade he had forged with his own hands to sever that homeland, the one that had cast him out, the one he could never accept even until death. But he didn't. The founder, who was described in the records of the ninjutsu school as extremely proud and domineering, instead devoted the entire latter half of his life to the governance and development of the school. Deep within the mountains, he built Takuma Pavilion, personally wrote the first code of the ninjutsu school, and turned this savage land into a realm with rules and order. During this process, he married, had children, and left behind descendants, passing down the bloodline he inherited from Hagoromo Akatsuki onto this land far removed from Ninshu. At the same time, far to the south, Ninshu, which held an absolute advantage in overall strength, repeatedly took the initiative to propose exchanges and dialogue in the face of the rapidly rising ninjutsu school. Messengers crossed countless mountains and rivers, carrying letters personally written by Ashura. The wording in those letters became more sincere each time, and his posture grew lower and lower. But Indra returned every one of those letters untouched, without even breaking the seal. The subtle relationship between the two great schools had already begun to show its signs from the very start. In the 85th year of the ninja world calendar, Akatsuki Indra, founder of the ninjutsu school, passed away. When the news reached the south, it was said that silence filled the great hall of Ninshu for an entire morning. The second-generation leader, Ashura, sat alone in the empty hall and did not say a single word. In the following month of that same year, Akatsuki Ashura, the second-generation leader of the Ninshu school, passed away as well. Their successive deaths not only brought a massive shock to the ninja world, second only to the passing of the Sage of Six Paths, they also completely brought an end to the fragile peace that had been maintained for decades between ninjutsu and ninshu through silence and restraint. Only 1 year after their deaths, friction began between ninshu and the ninjutsu school. At first, it was scattered border clashes. Then came the struggle for talent and the mining rights to a vein of ore. Like a snowball, the friction kept growing larger and larger, turning from scattered sparks into a blazing wildfire. And it was also in this very year that both Ninshu and the ninjutsu school welcomed a newborn child. They would later become the fourth-generation leader of Ninshu and the third-generation leader of ninjutsu, both recorded in the annals of history. But at this moment, the historical records only gave them a few brief lines, as if these two infants who had just entered the world had nothing to do with the warfire that had already begun to spread. The original cause of the conflict had long been eroded beyond verification by centuries of war and hatred. The historians of both sides each recorded completely different versions, painting every detail over and over in colors favorable to their own side. But what the historical materials of the ninjutsu school clearly recorded was this. This tentative conflict ultimately ended in a crushing defeat for the ninjutsu school. Faced with Ninshu, which possessed the rich foundation built under the governance of two outstanding leaders, the Sage of Six Paths and Akatsuki Ashura, as well as the immense prestige and influence the Sage of Six Paths had left behind in the ninja world after his death, the ninjutsu school, whose foundation was still insufficient, ultimately did not yet have the strength to contend against it. Facing this reality, the far-sighted second-generation leader of the ninjutsu school decisively chose to rein in his edge, voluntarily retreating back into the depths of the Yunlei Mountains and adopting a full strategy of rest and recovery. Ninshu, though seemingly victorious in glorious triumph, had already begun to reveal internal problems beneath the halo of that victory. The philosophy of Ninshu had originally been devoted to using chakra to improve people's lives, develop productivity, and serve as a bond connecting the spiritual power of others. This gave them extremely high prestige and unmatched influence among ordinary people. But at the same time, this growing influence also made the ruling classes of the surrounding nations deeply uneasy. Unlike the ninjutsu school, Ninshu had no interest in political affairs. They held no ambition for land and disdained power, acting only in an almost purely mercenary form, while spreading the ideals of connection and understanding across various nations, and using the power of chakra to change people's lives in exchange for compensation to maintain the organization's operation. However, Ninshu's formidable military strength, along with its massive and almost unshakable influence in the hearts of the people, combined with the precedent of the ninjutsu school unifying the surrounding nations, made the surrounding countries inevitably suspicious and resistant toward Ninshu. While the Sage of Six Paths and Akatsuki Ashura were still alive, this suspicion was overshadowed by the nearly insurmountable brilliance of those two great men, and so it did not show itself too clearly. But in the long years that followed, it would slowly ferment into a deep crack embedded in Ninshu's future. In the 105th year of the ninja world calendar, as time passed, Ninshu, once at the height of its power, fell into an unprecedented internal dilemma. Because they had always remained wary of the ninjutsu school, their increasingly powerful mortal enemy, Ninshu's leadership remained trapped in a fundamental question of direction. Should chakra be temporarily turned toward military force to completely eliminate ninjutsu, the great enemy threatening Ninshu's ideals, or should they continue walking their original path of using chakra to serve the people and handling conflict through peaceful means? The two major factions each held to their own views. The dispute spread from headquarters to every branch, and the problem remained unresolved for a long time. The surrounding nations also expressed increasingly deep concern, while their private moves never stopped. Some countries began secretly making contact with the ninjutsu school, some placed more and more restrictions on the presence of Ninshu mercenaries within their borders, and some nobles began restricting Ninshu's humanitarian and medical activities within their own territories. There were even small-scale violent incidents against Ninshu personnel, resembling actions by civilian organizations. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Yunlei Mountains, after several years of lying low and developing, the ninjutsu school had clearly shortened the gap in overall strength between itself and Ninshu. According to the ninjutsu school's internal records, whether it was the development projects for combat-type ninjutsu, or the quantity and quality of the school's personnel, both had undergone a qualitative leap compared to a few years earlier. And within the leadership, those grandchildren who enjoyed the most resources held absolute power, and had been tempered into growth under harsh rules and the mindset of strength above all else. Those who inherited the blood of Akatsuki Indra had gradually grown into the top-tier combat power of the ninjutsu school. Among them was an unmatched genius who repeatedly broke various cultivation records within the school. In just a few short years, he broke through multiple bottlenecks once believed impossible to surpass, and was publicly acknowledged as the strongest beneath only his grandfather Akatsuki Indra. Thus, That god clan which would go on to influence the era of ninjutsu for hundreds of years officially stepped onto the historical stage of the ninja world. The upper ranks of the ninjutsu school keenly sensed ninjutsu's internal contradictions at this moment and promptly led their forces south, seizing this fleeting opportunity. After years of targeted development of all kinds of combat ninjutsu, the level of the ninjutsu school's elite combat power had already far exceeded the bottom line of ninjutsu's predictions. Combined with the decades of division and distrust accumulated among the nations surrounding ninjutsu, the blade of the ninjutsu school tore through the entire defensive line almost unstoppable as wind and rain, defeating the guarding forces along the way and advancing straight toward ninjutsu's base. However, just as the elite forces of the ninjutsu school were about to press into ninjutsu's core region, among the descendants of Akatsuki Ashura, a young boy stepped forward. He did not display any overwhelming power capable of immediately changing the tide of battle. On the contrary, he was far too ordinary. Among Ashura's many exceptionally gifted grandchildren, he was completely unremarkable. Yet it was precisely this ordinary boy, so ordinary that he was almost ignored by everyone, who, when the base of the ninjutsu sect was about to be completely sealed off by the encirclement of the ninjutsu faction, risked his life under the cover of night and broke through the outer defensive line. Over the following month, through day and night, he traveled alone across the surrounding nations. No one knew what he said or what he did during that month and more, but the final result was carved onto the same page in the history books of both the ninjutsu and ninjutsu factions. He had miraculously united those nations that had been hostile to one another and suspicious of each other for decades. The boy himself also grew at an astonishing speed in the process. Although, in terms of pure personal strength, he still could not compare to that genius of the ninjutsu faction who was praised as second only to Indra. But around this boy, there was now a group of outstanding companions. With their cooperation, even that heaven-blessed genius of the ninjutsu faction was forcibly dragged into a disadvantage, gradually pushed back in several key battles. In the end, this first large-scale war since the era of ninjutsu ended in a bitter victory for the ninjutsu sect. After this war, the ninjutsu sect and the surrounding nations officially established a formal organization known as the Alliance. And that boy, hailed as a hero, naturally became the first alliance leader. The power of ninjutsu, the power of chakra, from that moment on truly spread to every nation across this land, becoming an alliance system that covered the entire territory. At the same time, the defeated ninjutsu faction was also shaken violently from within. The second leader of ninjutsu, the son of Indra, who had always lived under his father's immense shadow, developed deep doubts about the aggressive path the ninjutsu faction had long followed after personally witnessing the devastation brought by this war. He issued a series of reform measures, cutting back some high-consumption ninjutsu development projects that were used purely for offensive destruction, redefining the standards for member rank evaluation to reduce competitive pressure on the lower ranks, and publicly expressing his desire to improve relations with the ninjutsu sect and the surrounding nations, seeking the possibility of shifting from confrontation to cooperation and mutual development. However, while personally setting out for the ninjutsu sect as leader of the ninjutsu faction to conduct negotiations, he encountered an unexpected assassination. His guard unit was wiped out, and his own corpse was found on that road leading to the ninjutsu sect, bearing more than 10 fatal wounds. That very night, the ninjutsu faction nearly lost control internally. After receiving the news, multiple branch divisions declared the highest state of war readiness, and the Hawks demanding immediate retaliation to the south made up the overwhelming majority. At this critical moment, when internal chaos was on the verge of breaking out, that genius who had earned glorious military achievements on the battlefield and was hailed as the strongest below Indra decisively took the throne and succeeded as the third leader of the ninjutsu faction. With thunderous methods, he stabilized the nearly uncontrollable situation in time, and unexpectedly continued the series of internal reforms initiated by the second leader, except for diplomacy with the ninjutsu sect. This allowed the ninjutsu faction to maintain its momentum of development even after going through painful upheaval, and he strictly restrained the calls among his forces to march south for revenge. The Ninjutsu Alliance publicly stated countless times that the assassination had nothing to do with them, and provided complete evidence to prove it. But none of it mattered. The rift between the two great factions, Ninjutsu and Ninjutsu, had already deepened to the point where no explanation could fill it. Once the seed of suspicion was planted, it would grow roots deep in the soil that could never be pulled out. In the nearly 20 years that followed, wars big and small broke out between the two sides. In the end, it all came to a close with both leaders perishing together in the final large-scale battle. And so, after being watered by nearly a century of blood feud, the conflict between the two great factions, Ninjutsu and Ninjutsu, had reached the point where one side could not rest until the other was dead. After that, the long scroll of history spanning several hundred years was painted over again and again with blood and fire as its pigments. The Ninjutsu allied army had once invaded deep into the heartland of the land of cloud and thunder. On the farthest push, the vanguard troops had even seen the eaves of Gaotian Pavilion. But in the end, they were burned to nothing by black flames that seemed to surge out from the abyss of hell. The ninjutsu faction had once assembled 3 Mangekyo masters to besiege the Ninshu alliance, attempting to sever the alliance's fate with an overwhelming display of power. Yet they were stopped outside Ninshu by a black-haired boy and a mysterious white-eyed girl. A black-haired girl and a blonde boy, who acknowledged each other and longed for peace, were ultimately pushed to opposite ends of the battlefield by the conflict between their positions and ideals. They crossed blades and both died in battle. At the final moment of their lives, they were still gripping each other's hands tightly, and this nearly endless chain of hatred, soaked with the efforts and blood of generation after generation, was always destined to break one day. The side that achieved final victory was ninjutsu. Over a full 400 years, the Ninshu alliance, which had once fought side by side united by pure belief, had long since lost the bond it possessed when the alliance was first formed. The scheming and conflicts of interest among the allied nations had worsened to an irreconcilable degree. Those territorial disputes and trade disagreements that had once been suppressed by a common enemy gradually surfaced one by one during the long intervals of peace, corroding the foundation of the alliance. And toward the Ninshu sect, which had publicly declared that it would not covet power, yet had remained at the core leadership position of the alliance throughout the long years while holding the strongest military force, the doubts in the hearts of the various nations also grew from whispers into open clamor. Under the layered effect of all this internal corrosion, the cohesion of the alliance continued to decline. In the end, in the final battle against the ninjutsu faction, which had gone through centuries of iron-blooded rule and had never once wavered from the creed that the strong stood above all, the alliance met its most complete and crushing defeat. The nations of the Ninshu alliance one after another submitted to the ninjutsu faction, and the Ninshu alliance, which had existed for nearly 450 years, was officially declared dissolved. And the Ninshu sect, once the pillar and spiritual core of the alliance, had fallen from a giant among the top tier of the ninja world to a third-rate force, losing control over the overwhelming majority of its directly governed territories. In order to preserve even its last chance of survival, the upper ranks of the Ninshu sect had no choice but to declare complete submission to the ninjutsu faction, and sent some of their direct younger descendants to Gaotian Pavilion, where the ninjutsu faction was based, as a gesture of sincerity. In name, it was an exchange for learning. In truth, they were hostages, spoils of war, a living letter of surrender handed from the losers to the victors. The struggle between the two great factions, Ninshu and ninjutsu, spanning 400 years, had now seemingly reached its final end. The Yunlei mountain range. The mountain peaks rose into the clouds like they had been carved by blades and axes. The mist coiling around their waists never dispersed year-round, making the entire range look from afar like an immortal realm floating above the mortal world. Gaotian Pavilion was located at the highest point of these mountains, its black towers stretching upward from the ridgeline. It was the headquarters of the ninjutsu faction, the absolute core of the ninja world in the true sense today, a holy land that countless people dreamed of entering yet could never reach in their entire lives. This was where the Akatsuki clan resided, the clan that inherited the blood of Akatsuki Indra and was revered as the clan of gods. It was also the hell of the descendants of Ninshu, now reduced to prisoners and stripped of the Akatsuki surname. Ow! What the hell are you bastards trying to do? A boy dressed in coarse cloth, looking only 8 or 9 years old, was half sprawled on the ground, one hand clutching his right arm tightly. The skin there, scorched by burns, was a shocking blackish red, and along the edges of the wound, beads of blood still not yet clotted had turned outward. He bared his teeth in pain, yet stubbornly refused to let the tears in his eyes fall. He only raised his head and glared furiously at the 3 boys standing ahead and looking down at him. The 3 boys were dressed in finely made standard black robes. Under the sunlight, the fabric gave off a low-key yet expensive sheen, forming a glaring contrast with the boy on the ground, who wore coarse, tattered clothes with frayed cuffs. Their eyes were full of contempt, as if they were looking at a piece of discarded trash. You can't even do a proper job as a live target. You really are trash. The boy standing in front crossed his arms over his chest. His voice was lazy, with a hint of impatient lift at the end. Exactly. Those dark-skinned guys can take a beating way better than you. They can still get back up and keep running after taking 3 fire release attacks. But you? One little spark and you're already down. Can't even handle something this simple. I seriously don't get what use something like you has in this holy land. The one beside him chimed in, kicking away a loose pebble at his feet. It rolled clattering right in front of the boy in coarse clothes. Well, this guy's obviously not like us elites who were chosen by the Holy Land. He's just a piece of war loot lucky enough to step into this place. The 3rd boy spoke in a mocking, sneering tone. His gaze passed over the boy in coarse clothes and landed in the direction of the main pavilion of Gaotian Pavilion in the distance, with a deliberate smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. True enough. You should feel lucky you were born into a sinful clan, trash. If it weren't for the blood in your veins that's meant to be purged, how could someone like you ever have the qualification to step into the Holy Land like us? Ha 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 ha. The laughter was sharp and grating, echoing across the plaza surrounded by mountains. The boy in coarse clothes gnashed his teeth as he glared at the three faces before him. One mocking, one indifferent, one full of malicious delight. Veins bulged at his temples. "You three bastards! I'm gonna kill you!" He suddenly sprang up from the ground, swinging his uninjured arm as he charged at the black-robed boy in front. A trace of disdain flashed through the lead boy's eyes. Chakra had already begun gathering in his palm. However, before his arm could rise halfway, the companion beside him grabbed him with quick reflexes. The companion carefully jerked his chin toward a direction not far away and lowered his voice. "We should leave fast. I heard this piece of trash seems pretty close to some big shot from the God Clan. That lord might even be watching nearby." The boy who had been about to strike froze at once when he heard that. His gaze passed over the coarse-clothed boy's shoulder and looked into the distance. He saw that blurry black figure. A dark unwillingness and disdain surfaced in his eyes again. The boy pressed his lips together, forcibly dispersing the half-formed chakra, and let his hand drop back to his side with obvious reluctance. "What's there to be scared of? I already looked into it. The big shot backing this trash is just some fringe nobody in the God Clan. Even the formal members of the school don't take him seriously." That was what he said, but his foot still moved half a step backward. He turned with the motion, and in the instant he pivoted. He casually threw a punch that sent the coarse-clothed boy, who had already charged right up to him, flying. The boy's thin body flipped once in midair before crashing heavily onto the ground. His elbow slammed against the stone slabs with a dull thud. "You just got your life back, trash." The black-robed boy tossed out those words without even turning his head, then quickly left the area with his two companions. Their footsteps gradually faded on the stone path, mixed now and then with a few lowered snickers that still hadn't had their fill. The boy in coarse clothes sucked in a breath from the pain and propped himself up into a sitting position. His good hand covered the back of his head, where a swollen lump had already risen. He stared in the direction the three had left, his teeth grinding audibly. "Damn it." Only then did that blurry black figure in the distance hurry over. "Ji, are you okay? Ji, cough cough. Cough cough cough." The boy in coarse clothes barely managed to raise his head. The first thing he saw was a boy with long black hair. He was even thinner than Ji, with pale skin and faint bluish-gray shadows beneath his eyes. At this moment, he was bent over, coughing violently from the intense exertion and sudden emotional shock. One hand braced against his knee, while the other still tried to reach toward him. The boy wore a plain white robe, so simple it had almost no decoration at all. In Gaotian Pavilion, where even outer disciples wearing cheap cloth had to sew the insignia of their ninjutsu school onto their robes, this white robe of his, completely lacking any mark of affiliation, looked especially eye-catching, and especially painful to look at. The moment the boy named Ji saw who had come, the unwillingness in his eyes was swept away like dust in the wind, replaced by sudden panic. Ignoring the lump on the back of his head and the burn on his arm, he scrambled to his feet and carefully supported the white-robed boy by the shoulders, gently patting his back with his uninjured hand. The anger and humiliation in his voice were all diluted into flustered concern. "Hey, Ko, are you okay? Don't scare me." The boy called Ko coughed for quite a while before his breathing gradually steadied. Only after seeing the weak boy in front of him calm down did Ji finally let out a sigh of relief. Looking at him, Ji said irritably, "How many times have I told you? Just stay in the room and rest. Why did you run out here? Don't you know what your body is like?" The boy's cheeks were flushed with an unnatural red from coughing so hard, standing out sharply against his pale skin. He raised his sleeve to wipe the corner of his mouth and spoke in a small, aggrieved voice. But I heard them say you were being bullied. I was worried. What trouble are those guys supposed to be? They're just a bunch of trash hiding behind borrowed power. If you hadn't come, I could beaten every last one of them flat myself. But you were bleeding so much. What's wrong with a man bleeding a little?" Ji's voice suddenly shot up. Then, realizing his tone had been too harsh, he forcibly softened it again. He turned his head away, refusing to look into Ko's bright black eyes. The tips of his ears turned faintly red. Red is a symbol of courage. Ko still wanted to say something, but before he could speak, Ji cut in first with a carefree wave. All right, let us head back already. I'll leave my wounds to you, Ko." Ko looked at the bright smile on the boy's face and nodded with a smile. The two boys supported each other as they slowly left along the side path at the edge of the plaza. One dressed in coarse cloth, one wrapped in plain white. Within this Gaotian pavilion full of black robes, they looked like two puzzle pieces deliberately thrown into a corner. Put together, they could barely create a little warmth for each other. No one noticed that a black-haired young man was standing only a few steps away from them. The expression on his face was so complicated that no words could describe it. Ko rubbed his throbbing temples. Those memories that had been forcibly stuffed into his mind, the information about that stretch of history from 1,000 years ago, were still surging in the depths of his consciousness. As he digested this enormous, chaotic flood of information, enough to overturn the entire accepted history of the ninja world. He kept watching the two boys retreating backs with eyes that still maintained the Mangekyo Sharingan. Ko's gaze shifted away from the boy named Ji and landed on the back of the small, delicate-looking white-robed boy Ko, whom Ji was supporting. He tried hard to recall the figure he had seen not long ago in that fragment of memory left behind by residual eye power. That old man with snow-white hair and a solemn face. At this moment, Ko was trying his best to overlap that withered yet razor-sharp figure with the boy in front of him, the one currently holding his companion's arm and trying to steady every step little by little. No way. Seriously? Ko froze in place, completely dumbfounded, and couldn't help muttering in his heart. His voice echoed through the space of consciousness, lingering for a long time without fading. Night fell. Takamagara Pavilion. Inside a cramped little room. There was only one low table, 2 cushions, and a neatly laid-out set of bedding in the corner. The room looked somewhat shabby, but it was very clean, and a faint medicinal scent lingered in the air. The lamplight cast the shadows of the two boys onto the pale white wall, swaying gently with the flicker of the flame. Ow ow ow! Ji bared his teeth and shouted. At this moment his upper body was bare, and his shoulders and arms were covered in bruises and wounds. Bear with it a little, Ji. Ko knelt beside him and comforted him softly. As he spoke, he carefully applied medicine to the wound on Ji's back. Ko looked at the injuries on his friend's back with heartache and gently tried to console him. Didn't you tell me your family's wounds heal especially fast? Just hold on a little longer and it'll be fine. But it still hurts. Suppressing the guilt in his heart, Ji replied to his friend behind him with perfect confidence. You were acting tough just a while ago. Ko lowered his head and murmured, unconsciously easing the pressure of his hand as he applied the medicine. Of course I had to act strong in front of those guys. As Ji stubbornly talked big, he also tried hard to turn his head and said seriously to the friend behind him, otherwise, they'll definitely bully you. Look at those bastards. Didn't they only run off today because I bluffed them? Not one of them dared make another sound. He spoke confidently, but then tugged at his wound and sucked in a sharp breath. The momentum he had barely built up instantly collapsed again. Ko quietly listened to his friend's carefree words and couldn't help smiling. In this cramped little room, the two boys seemed to completely ignore everything outside, simply getting along as friends. And right beside them, a tall figure stood silently in the corner of the room. Ko stood quietly in the corner, carefully observing the two boys before him. Akatsuki Ji, a direct descendant of the ninja sect line. Ko's gaze fell on the grinning, wincing boy, and the information in his mind surfaced automatically. The second son of the current leader of the ninja sect. When the ninja sect bowed to the ninjutsu faction, he had stepped forward of his own accord in order to protect his family and also to show the sincerity of their surrender, becoming a hostage sent to Takamagara Pavilion. Looking at Ji's face, clearly in pain yet still trying hard to keep up a bright smile, a trace of complicated emotion passed through Ko's heart. So the ninja sect, the predecessor of the Senju clan, actually had such a dark chapter in its history. If those old men of the Uchiha clan ever found out something like this had happened, they'd probably laugh themselves silly. With that thought, he slowly shifted his gaze to the other boy, his expression turning several degrees more serious. Akatsuki Ko, the reincarnation of Akatsuki Indra, and also the owner of the ocular power Ko had absorbed. Ko tried hard to connect the boy before him with the white-haired old man in his memories, but no matter what, he couldn't make the two fully overlap. This is the same person. Seriously? Looking at the soft, meek little boy in front of him who was nothing like the ancestor of the Uchiha, Ko muttered in disbelief. But then, when he thought about Uchiha Kenji by his side, the kind of guy who had completely changed after growing up. Yeah, actually, it wasn't that hard to understand. Thinking of that headache-inducing guy, Ko couldn't help feeling mentally exhausted. He then suppressed the thoughts in his heart and looked at the frail boy, his tone growing more solemn. Akatsuki Ko, a direct descendant of the Akatsuki clan from Indra's line. Although he was a direct line child, he had been born with insufficient vitality and was frail and sickly. In the power supremacist ninjutsu faction, he was regarded as a worthless cripple. He was not valued in the family and had been marginalized to the point that he could not even get a spot in the formal cultivation courses for clan members. The clan's rulers had stuffed the second young master sent by the ninja sect to the sickly boy's side. On the surface, it looked like they were taking care of this weak youth, but in reality, this was obviously a public humiliation by the ninjutsu faction toward the ninja sect. Ko's gaze swept once more over the shoulders of the two boys leaning close together, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. But it looks like it didn't work very well. Even though he thought that, looking at the two boys laughing and fooling around in front of him, Ko still felt a trace of pity for them. The reincarnations of Indra and Asura. What a pair of star-crossed unfortunates. Through the 1,000-year entanglement of fate between the reincarnations of Indra and Asura, and combined with the information Ko now knew, It was not difficult at all to infer their final ending in advance from these two boys. At that thought, Ko temporarily set aside the sympathy rising in his heart and pulled his attention back to the present. Based on his understanding of the reincarnations of Indra and Asura, almost every generation of them would grow into the very top figures of their era. Maybe, from these two still young reincarnations, he could see something useful to himself. Cough, 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 cough. Just as Ko sank into thought, a sudden fit of violent coughing rang out in the quiet room. Ko bent over completely, one hand pressing tightly against his chest. The smile in Jia's eyes froze in an instant. Ko, are you okay? As he spoke, he sprang to his feet and grabbed the boy's shoulder, his tone full of urgency. I'll go get the medicine. I'll be right back. Before he even finished speaking, he had already rushed to the wooden chest on the other side of the room. While coughing, Ko looked toward Ji, his eyes filled with deep apology. A moment later, Ji came back quickly with a freshly mixed bowl of medicine in his hands. The liquid was a thick dark red. Its strong medicinal smell, mixed with a faint fishy sweetness, spread through the cramped room. Ji knelt beside Ko again and carefully brought the rim of the bowl to Ko's lips. Ko lowered his eyes, pressed his lips to the edge of the bowl, and swallowed the dark red medicine one small sip at a time. As half the bowl slowly went down his throat, Ko's violent coughing finally began to calm. A faint flush gradually appeared on the boy's originally pale cheeks. It was very slight, but enough to make Ji beside him let out a long breath of relief. How is it? Our ninja sect's ancestral medicine is really effective, right? He bent down and leaned in close to examine Ko's complexion, his voice full of barely hidden pride. Ko nodded. His breathing was still a little unsteady, but at least some color had returned to his pale face. Thank you, Ji. Thanks to your medicine, my body is much better than before. Ever since you came to my side, I've been coughing almost half as often as I did in winter, and I can sleep a little longer at night too. Ko spoke gratefully, then his voice suddenly dropped a little. If it weren't for you, I probably would have died a long time ago. 222. Why are you making it sound so serious? Ji lightly smacked Ko on the shoulder and said with a grin, I already got paid back from you, so what are you apologizing for here? He looked straight into Ko's eyes. A bright, open smile bloomed on his bruised face. Don't forget, we already made a promise, you know? Once your body gets better, we're gonna go outside together and see things 100 times better than the junk in this Takamagara pavilion. His voice paused slightly here, then dropped a little lower. And if we get the chance, maybe I can even take you back to the Ninshu and have a look. Ko froze slightly, as if the meaning contained in those words had hit him so hard that he didn't know how to react.
Ori.
As if noticing the worry in Ko's eyes, Ori immediately lifted his head and pulled out that familiar bright smile again. So for my sake, you have to get better too. Ko stayed silent for a long time before lightly nodding and responding in a small voice. Be a little more confident, idiot. Ori lightly punched Ko on the shoulder with his fist and said solemnly, I can't guarantee anything else, but your talent in swordsmanship is definitely no joke. Huh? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Stop being modest. Ori's voice suddenly rose a little. You're the guy who could see through the sword path of me, the #1 sword genius in the Ninshu. Do you even know what that means? He continued with absolute certainty. I bet my life on it. You are absolutely a super amazing swordsmanship genius. Huh? Ko still stood beside them. But at this moment, his attention was no longer on the bickering between the two boys at all. Instead, it had settled on the empty bowl placed at the corner of the table. There was still a little brown medicinal residue left at the bottom of the bowl, and deep within that residue, a faint trace of red could vaguely be seen. Ko stared at that slight redness for a long time. Then he slowly moved his gaze away and let it fall once more on the cuff of Ori's coarse cloth sleeve. He had already noticed it earlier. Between the folds of the fabric, there were still several pressure marks left behind by freshly changed clean bandages. And in the innermost layer, a little red had faintly seeped through. Ko looked at Ori's face. That face with its bright smile still seemed full of life. But under Ko's powerful perception, it was not hard to notice that the boy's complexion was obviously a little paler than before. So that's what it was. As if he had understood something, Ko murmured quietly in his heart, mixing his own life-filled blood into the medicine to strengthen its effects. Using the blood of Ashura's reincarnation, infused with surging vitality, to make up for the congenital deficiency in the blood and vitality of Indra's reincarnation. It was clearly a deeply moving act, but in Ko's eyes, there was only growing gravity. Letting Indra's reincarnation drink medicine mixed with Ashura's reincarnation's blood, day after day, 4 years on end. It was almost like some kind of long-term experiment. Ko slowly turned his head. His icy gaze passed through the window and looked toward that lone full moon. For 1,000 years of ninja history, your shadow really is everywhere, isn't it, Black Zetsu. He pulled his gaze back from outside and once more looked at the two boys before him, leaning close together and laughing under the lamplight. their current situation, their current bond, and even their final ending. All of it was the product of deliberate guidance from that guy lurking behind the scenes. And they knew nothing about it. Ko gave them one last look of pity and murmured quietly in his heart, "How tragic. A life manipulated by someone else." Ko moved his gaze away from the two in front of him and looked toward the full moon outside the window. At this point in the timeline, there was no longer any information he needed. At a time like this, it was time to hit the fast-forward button. Thinking this, Ko silently mobilized his spiritual power in his heart. Made in heaven, activate. Several years of time rapidly flowed away under the drive of Ko's will. And the two boys before him, leaning against each other under the lamplight, became 14 years old in an instant. Year 530 of the ninja world calendar. Akatsuki Ko and Akatsuki Ori had walked side by side through several years and had grown into the appearance of 14-year-olds. Ko had grown taller. Although he was still thin compared to others his age, that face, which had once been so pale it was almost transparent, finally had some color in it. The talent that had been dragged down for years by his congenital physique had finally begun to gradually reveal itself now that this body could at last develop under healthy conditions. In just a few short years, he had gone from a sickly boy no one paid attention to into a new generation genius that even the upper ranks of the ninjutsu school could not help but take seriously. And Ori, throughout these years, had always studied the knowledge of the ninjutsu school at Ko's side. He studied more seriously than anyone else. That seriousness did not come from vigilance toward an enemy, but from something deeper, a wish rooted in his very bones. In that small wooden cabin, during countless late nights sitting across from each other under the lamp, he had long since expressed that idea to Ko more than once. If the Ninshu and the ninjutsu school could be combined, learning from each other's strengths and making up for each other's weaknesses, then perhaps they really could put an end to the blood feud that had spread for 400 years. Ko had stayed silent for a long time before answering. He had always held resentment toward the Ninshu, which had once abandoned Ori and sent him into this cold stone city as a hostage. That resentment was only natural. Anyone who watched the person they treasured most be treated like a chess piece and sent into enemy territory by their own people would feel that way. But whenever Ori spoke of the Ninshu, Ko could also hear the reluctance, the regret, and the lingering attachment in his tone, the way he still regarded the Ninshu as family. So after careful thought, Ko expressed his opinion. "If this is the future you hope for, then I'll work hard to make it happen. I'll work hard to become the strongest one, to change this ninjutsu school that believes in the law of the jungle down to its bones, and turn it into a place where your ideals can truly take root." However, not long after Ko made that promise, the upper ranks of the ninjutsu school somehow obtained a batch of extremely detailed intelligence. Over the past few years, beneath Ninshu's seemingly obedient surface, it had still retained considerable preparations for resistance. Non-combat personnel secretly being trained, core inheritances being dispersed and transferred, and private communication with some old allies that had still not been completely cut off. The accuracy of the intelligence far exceeded the scope of what ordinary infiltration could obtain. In the end, the ninjutsu school decided to launch a complete purge against the Ninshu. And at almost that same time, Ori and Ko learned of this news from a short black figure wearing a bamboo hat. The hat was pressed very low, hiding the face completely, but the intelligence that person provided was so precise it was terrifying. That person took the initiative to say that they could help Ori return to the Ninshu and avoid the ninjutsu school's pursuit. As for the reason, that black shadow only brushed it off with some excuse about their ancestors once having received the Sage of Six Paths' favor. Ori did not hesitate for long before making his decision. He had to go back, even knowing full well that the road ahead was dangerous. On the night before he left, Ori did not pack any luggage. In that small wooden cabin where they had lived together for 6 years, under the flickering lamplight, he looked straight into Ko's eyes and seriously invited him to leave together. Ko stood by the window with his back to Ori, looking at the faint silhouette of Takamagara Pavilion in the distance under the night sky, and remained silent for a while. He could not leave. Only by staying at the very core when the ninjutsu school launched this encirclement and suppression could he have even the slightest chance of influencing the battle at a critical moment. Only by staying here could he better protect Ori. He refused Shiki's proposal and instead suggested that the two of them have one final fight. Both Shiki and Ko knew clearly in their hearts that in terms of talent and pure strength, Ko had already left Shiki behind in just 2 or 3 short years after his body recovered. But the final result was Shiki's victory. A victory won by Ko deliberately allowing himself to be gravely injured. The next day, news that Shiki had ambushed and severely wounded Ko, then defected, spread throughout the ninjutsu faction. After this, Ko's personality changed drastically, and the Sharingan in his eyes, which had already evolved into 3 Tomo, along with the intense hostility toward Ninshu that he displayed while recovering from his injuries. All of these changes intertwined, gradually causing the higher-ups of the ninjutsu faction to let go of their suspicion toward him. The ninjutsu faction's full-scale encirclement and extermination of Ninshu soon began as scheduled. However, what exceeded everyone's expectations was that Akatsuki Shiki, the young man who had spent many years as a hostage within the ninjutsu faction and had always been treated as a mere pawn, actually led Ninshu to repel wave after wave of attacks. He even persuaded the nations that had once been part of the Ninshu alliance to stand together again, officially rebuilding the alliance that had been dissolved for decades. The banner of the alliance once again rose in the southern winds. During those years, Ninshu finally managed to gain a foothold with difficulty, repelling wave after wave of assaults from the ninjutsu faction. History seemed about to repeat the cycle that had been performed for 400 years. But this time, reality did not favor Ninshu. Akatsuki Shiki, and the Ninshu he had fought with everything he had to protect, suffered the collective betrayal of the various nations. The reason for the betrayal was very simple. The ninjutsu faction made a promise to those nations. They would acknowledge each nation's independent sovereignty and not interfere in their internal affairs or external wars. They also promised not to interfere in the post-war distribution of Ninshu's technical inheritance. This written promise was, in essence, a hidden strategic shift by the ninjutsu faction. They abandoned military expansion and turned to buying people over with benefits, transforming powerful external enemies into isolated internal fragments after division. The allies who had once fought side by side with Ninshu for hundreds of years had long since been calculating in their hearts how to carve up the last foundation of the former greatest faction in the ninja world. They had merely refrained from acting for a long time due to the external threat of the ninjutsu faction. When the ninjutsu faction placed this promise of mutual non-interference before them, those nations quickly read from it the optimal solution for maximizing their own interests. Akatsuki Shiki. At the moment he learned that the nations had collectively defected, and that his allies had turned overnight into enemy troops along the blockade line, he stood alone on a hillside, gazing from afar at the cold moon half-covered by dark clouds. As for Akatsuki Ko, who personally witnessed all of this, while worrying about the safety of his closest friend, he also developed deep doubts toward Ninshu's ideal of advocating mutual understanding between people. From its founding to its growth, what Ninshu had pursued from beginning to end was peace achieved through spiritual understanding between people and the connection of chakra. But when interests were truly placed before them, those so-called bonds were so fragile they could not withstand even a single blow. This organization, once entrusted with ideals of peace, was jointly sent to the guillotine by the very nations it had once protected. Ninshu's destruction could no longer be avoided, but almost no one knew that as early as several decades before, a black shadow hidden within the thousand-year history of the ninja world had quietly found Ninshu and delivered a generous gift to its higher-ups. In their most desperate hour, under the extreme pressure of survival, that Ninshu, which had once sworn itself to the peace of the ninja world, ultimately opened the Pandora's box carefully packaged by the black shadow as their final hope, their hearts filled with unwillingness and grief. On the eve of the final encirclement battle, Ko, as one of the core combat forces of the ninjutsu faction, had already prepared to rescue his closest friend. But the moment he crossed the final security line and arrived at Ninshu's base, he personally witnessed the most unforgettable scene of his life. His closest friend, Akatsuki Shiki, had turned into a monster with a body as red as blood. His frame expanded to several zhang tall. From his heart extended a strange branch covered in spiral patterns. Shiki, that monster, possessed enough power to crush an entire allied army formation with a single strike. Its regeneration ability could regrow severed limbs in an instant. Its defense was strong enough to withstand the direct bombardment of several high-level ninjutsu without the slightest damage. Its destructive power was enough to reduce a city with hundreds of years of history to scorched earth within 10 minutes. Under its indiscriminate destructive attacks, the allied forces of the nations, the elite troops of the ninjutsu faction, even the remaining combat forces of Ninshu itself, were all trampled within a single short day into an entire scorched black plain covered in bloody mud. In this battle, aside from Ko, nearly all of the ninja world's high-end combat power was wiped out in one stroke. And Akatsuki Ko awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan during this battle. After that devastating catastrophe, the ruling power of the countries throughout the ninja world was clearly weakened. The dissatisfaction that common people had accumulated for hundreds of years soon found an outlet. Uprisings across the land spread like wildfire. Large-scale elite defections and internal mutinies also erupted within the headquarters of the ninjutsu faction. The ninja world fell into unprecedented chaos. In the midst of the turmoil, Ko temporarily took over the position of leader of the ninjutsu faction, using the last of his energy to settle the survivors of the ninjutsu faction at the border far from the flames of war. After finishing all of this, he went alone to find the remnants of Ninshu and forced them to reveal the truth with a gaze that allowed no lie or evasion. The surviving representatives of Ninshu told him the full story. Several decades earlier, after being defeated by the ninjutsu faction, Ninshu had unexpectedly obtained a branch of the god tree. That branch was nourished day and night with blood by Ninshu for several decades. In the end, it was transplanted into the forbidden land of Shikatsu Marsh, a place filled with natural energy. There, it continuously absorbed natural energy and gradually gave birth to a massive chakra no weaker than that of a tailed beast. In order to control this power, Ninshu spent several decades researching and studying it, relying on the accumulation of hundreds of years, as well as the notes left behind by the Sage of Six Paths back then. They successfully developed a sealing jutsu capable of sealing it inside a human body and providing power within that body. This should have been regarded by Ninshu as an absolute taboo, yet in this time of crisis it became their final trump card for counterattack. In the end, Shiki volunteered and became the first test subject of this experiment. However, what they had not expected was that the bitter fruit they ultimately brewed would be so tragic. Ninshu then announced its dissolution. This organization, which had continued for more than 400 years, closed its final eye in regret. As for the Ninshu disciples who still chose to follow Shiki's unfinished wish, they hoped to personally make amends for this irreversible tragedy. They requested to join Ko on the journey to pursue the closest friend who had already turned into a crimson monster. Ko refused their request without room for discussion. His voice was colder than anyone remembered, so cold that those followers realized at that moment that the gentle boy Shiki had spoken of no longer existed. They did not insist any further and set out on their own path of pursuit. In the stories passed down to later generations, they were given the name Demon Slayer Corps. The era of Ninshu officially came to an end, and after that horrific battle beyond human description, the ninja world entered the long period of chaos later known as the Dark Age. That crimson, terrifying figure was called the Red Demon by the world, like a shadow that could never be dispelled by any firelight. As for Akatsuki Ko, throughout the long years, he continued to track the Red Demon's whereabouts alone, cutting down disasters and man-eating monsters along the way. He never accepted payment and he never called himself a hero. But as time passed, his name began to spread through the ninja world, and people respectfully called him the Demon Slayer. Because this famous Demon Slayer was never willing to use words like Red Demon or Monster to describe that unspeakable crimson calamity, and stubbornly insisted on calling it by Ji's name, the stories passed among the people gradually became more and more distorted. In the end, people came to fearfully and reverently call that crimson disaster Great Ji. Over the long years, Ko and Ji fought countless battles. Every single time he went all out. But Ji, who had lost his consciousness and was left with only a body driven by berserk chakra, displayed overwhelming destructive power. On top of that, he possessed a constitution immune to genjutsu and all 5 nature transformations, making it impossible for Ko to subdue him head-on. He had never won, not even once. He kept chasing and chasing until frost touched both temples, until that black samurai outfit went from crisp and straight to wrinkled and patched, until those Mangekyo Sharingan gradually became clouded with a gray haze close to blindness after battle. And Ji had never once failed to respond to his arrival. Whenever he reached his destination, that crimson monster would always meet his gaze in abandoned ruins or empty woodland. Meanwhile, the Demon Slayer Corps, whose mission was to make up for their ancestors' mistakes, also continued onward through those decades. They realized that with their strength, even if they found Ji, they simply did not possess the power to suppress him head-on. So during the long process of tracking him, they focused all their efforts on developing a technique centered entirely around sealing. And after those long years, they finally succeeded and took the initiative to seek out Ko. Ko stayed silent for a long time before finally nodding. He proposed only one condition: forge a sword for him, a sword capable of cutting through the tough outer hide covering Ji's body. This was the first and only, as well as the last, collaboration between the ninja sect and ninjutsu, a joint effort born from the wisdom of both sides. What the Demon Slayer Corps delivered was a branch from the god tree that had spread from Ji's heart, a piece severed while he was out of control by the first sealing master of the ninja sect, then soaked in natural energy to preserve its vitality. What the ninja sect contributed was the technique it had passed down for hundreds of years, and the most important material of all, the Mangekyo Sharingan in Akatsuki Ko's right eye. These 3 things were forged over the course of an entire long winter into a long-bladed wooden sword. The blade was unsharpened, and its shape was so plain and crude it looked like a child's toy, but its destructive power was beyond doubt. The sword's name was Kagetsuchi. It bore the same name as the dojutsu of Ko's Mangekyo Sharingan. And in later generations, this sword would become even more widely known by another name, Great Ji Cutter. Once everything was ready, relying on the intelligence network passed down by the Demon Slayer Corps, as well as Ko's own years of experience tracking Ji's movements, they finally found the place Ji had unconsciously chosen as his nest, a desolate island far from human habitation. When the boat approached the shore under the night tide, Ko smelled that fragrance, osmanthus, a vast grove of osmanthus trees, their tiny golden petals swaying faintly in the dark night. There were many kinds of trees around the ninja sect, but the most common one was osmanthus. Long ago, back when Ji was still at Takatenkaku, this had been one of the promises he made to Ko. Once everything settled down, they would go see the osmanthus of the ninja sect together. When Ko stepped onto that stretch of sand, he made no sound at all. Only the corner of his eyes held a trace of moisture. Under Ko's arrangements, the Demon Slayer Corps set up every sealing node around the predetermined battlefield. Once everything was ready, Ko alone walked into the depths of the osmanthus grove. The crimson figure swiftly arrived before him. Those eyes that had been wrapped in frenzy for decades still fixed steadily on him the instant they met Ko's gaze. Ji had completely lost all human form. That crimson hair, dancing without wind beneath the backdrop of golden petals, almost dragged along the ground. The boy who once sat by the bedside holding a bowl of medicine, softly waiting for his best friend to wake, had now become the red calamity spoken of by the world, a disaster capable of reducing the elite forces of every nation to ashes with a single strike. His mind had long since been eroded away entirely. Only that body, still retaining its violent vitality, continued to walk the ninja world. Ko stared at his old friend before him and drew from his waist that wooden sword that had not yet been stained by blood. After this battle, Ji was sealed deep beneath the ground of the land of whirlpools. His vast life force was forcibly extracted by the sealing technique and fused into the veins of the earth below. After all of his life force was stripped away, Ji's body turned into a giant stone and fell into eternal sleep within this geological layer, formed from the area where the god tree's roots had once been most densely concentrated. At the very instant the sealing was completed, a final trace of clarity returned to Ji's eyes. He did not speak and he could not speak. He only blankly stared at this white-haired best friend before him, as if trying to make sense of a dream that had lasted far too long. And Ko no longer had the strength, nor any thought, to leave. After confirming that the seal had completely stabilized, he merely leaned sideways against that giant stone, laid the sword in his hand across his knees, and raised his head one last time toward where Ji was. He solemnly entrusted the wooden sword to the Demon Slayer Corps, then slowly sat down beside Ji and activated the final dojutsu of his left Mangekyo Sharingan, Tokoyo. Using the last of his strength, Ko constructed out of thin air, around the outer edge of the seal, an enormous mural that would forever glare in fury at any intruder, serving as the final defense before the seal ever collapsed. After finishing all this, he closed that Mangekyo Sharingan, which had already almost completely lost its light. From that moment on, within the seal they had created together, he closed his eyes forever. From then on, the descendants and followers of the ninja sect remained on this island, making it their duty to guard the seal and multiplying there for generations. Over the course of hundreds of years, the life force released after Ji was sealed silently seeped into this land and water, and also into the bloodline passed down through generation after generation of these guardians. Their hair gradually turned deep red over the long years, their bodies became abnormally tough, and their lifespans far surpassed ordinary people. They were the Uzumaki clan of later generations. They studied and studied, constantly reinforcing that original sealing technique, fearing that one day the seal might break apart. Until one day, 100 years later, that pulse of life coming from deep beneath the earth finally came to a complete stop. At that moment they understood. Akatsuki Ji had entered his eternal rest beneath the 9 springs. Ko slowly opened his eyes. The memory that had crossed several hundred years still faintly lingered in his mind. But the world before him had already settled back into a quiet reality after the vision faded. The red light from the dome shone into the secret realm that had been protected by the seal for hundreds of years behind the mural, giving it an unreal, almost fairyland-like feeling. Not far in front of him stood rows of osmanthus trees in this basin surrounded by mountains. And at the very center of the grove, a gigantic fierce ghost stone statue was frozen in the posture of delivering a full-force strike, as if sealed in amber by time itself. It stood more than 30 meters tall. Its giant claw stretched outward, and its 5 fingers still retained that savage trajectory of slashing downward. But its attack had been eternally paused, halted right in front of the target it had pounced toward, stopped above that tiny patch of ground beneath the statue's enormous shadow, a space only large enough for one person to kneel quietly. Below it, a skeleton sat kneeling in silence. The black samurai outfit had long since been eroded away by time, leaving only a few scraps deeply wedged into the gaps between the bones, still stubbornly preserving their original shape. Its skull was raised high, facing directly toward the stone statue. The hollow eye sockets and the statue's wide furious eyes were level with each other, staring across at one another from afar. Ko looked at the scene before him and remained silent for a long, long time. Kirigakure, Mizukage Assistant's office. The mist outside the window, as always, shrouded every corner of the village, blurring the outlines of the distant buildings into layers of gray. Sea wind squeezed in through the half-open window, carrying the dampness unique to an island. Ko sat behind the desk, his hands folded on the tabletop. On that gentle face refined by the transformation jutsu hung a perfectly timed trace of emotion. Only after Mei Terumi finished reporting every detail of the Uzushiogakure mission did Ko slowly nod and speak in an unhurried voice. So that's how it was. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Mei Terumi nodded and said seriously, this mission also owed a lot to that Uchiha Tō from the Akatsuki. If we hadn't hired him, it would been almost impossible for me alone to accomplish the goal. At that point, her tone paused slightly. Her gaze fell to the scroll on the desk, and she muttered with some emotion, but come to think of it, there were so many scrolls in that ruin. Even though we don't know how many of them were actually useful, that guy didn't take a single one. He really is a strange person. Rarely, Ko did not respond to Mei Terumi's confusion. He only gave the scroll she had brought back a meaningful look. Looking at Ko's side profile, Mei Terumi suddenly felt that his silence right now was a little different from usual. Subconsciously, she lowered her voice and called out carefully, Ko came back to himself. That moment of distraction stayed on his face for only an instant before being perfectly covered by a gentle smile tinged with apology. He raised a hand and rubbed the corner of his eye, pretending to be tired as he said, Sorry, I got a little distracted. Seeing him return to normal, the faint worry hidden in Mei Terumi's heart slowly faded away. Looking at Ku's weary appearance, she said apologetically, You must been exhausted these past 2 days, right? After all, while I was away, all of the reformist faction's work was piled onto you alone. No, actually, most of it was done by Kisame and Roto. My shadow clone only handled the reviewing. Ko silently corrected her in his heart, but his expression did not change at all. He adjusted his sitting posture a little, making himself look more like someone who had really been worn down by official work. Then he waved his hand, his voice gentle yet firm. It's fine. You were carrying out such a dangerous mission for Kirigakure. Compared to that, this little bit of hardship on my side is nothing. When he said this, Ko raised his head at just the right moment, his tone taking on a seriousness that allowed no refusal. There's no need to apologize anymore. We're comrades. After all, comrades. Mei Terumi repeated those 2 words silently in her heart. She looked at Ku's gentle eyes and that sincere expression that, as always, had not a single flaw to pick at, and a real wave of emotion rose in her chest. But what surged up immediately after that was a tangled feeling. Mei Terumi remembered that in the ruins in the land of whirlpools, she should have fulfilled her responsibility and persuaded Uchiha Tō to give up that impulsive idea. But she hadn't, even though the ending afterward had been good. After the operation ended, Uchiha Tō had also left with a smiling pleasant cooperation. Let us stay in touch before parting ways. But when it came to how, at the time, she had clearly treated him as a comrade, yet still failed to stop him, she had always felt a trace of confusion over it. Ko looked at Mei Terumi in front of him and caught that hint of confusion in her eyes. He did not ask about it. He only interrupted her thoughts at just the right time. I more or less understand the situation with the Uchiha mission now. As for the follow-up handling of that ruin, and the interpretation and use of this scroll, let us find time later to discuss them properly. For today, you should get some rest first. Mei Terumi came back to herself. She had just been about to thank him, but then remembered what Ko had just said about not needing to apologize, so she only nodded with guilt in her heart. She stood up, lightly waved toward Ko, then pushed open the office door. Her footsteps gradually faded down the hallway. After confirming that Mei Terumi had completely left, the gentle smile on Ko's face vanished in the next instant. He shifted his gaze back to the scroll on the desk. The face refined by the transformation jutsu now turned solemn and deep. He slowly closed his eyes and spread out in his mind everything he had gained from this trip to the land of whirlpools. The ocular power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The sealing technique scrolls passed down through generations of the Uzumaki clan. The truth from the era of the Ninshu 1,000 years ago buried beneath the dust of history. And that strand of chakra from Akatsuki Indra that had seeped into his body while he absorbed that ocular power. Ko leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. Sunlight passed through the mist outside the window and fell across his face. With his eyes closed, Ko murmured softly in a voice only he could hear, They're obviously all good things, so why does it feel like I'm getting more and more tired? The information in his mind was chaotic and enormous, but what he needed to do next was extremely clear. Study the Dojitsu Tokoyo, search for the sword called Orikiri, and try to use the power of Inari to absorb the chakra of the current reincarnations of Indra and Azura, Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. Although right now they were still just 2 children who had not yet graduated from the Ninja Academy, if everything continued to follow the course of history step by step, then the window of time left for him to make contact with them would not be long. And besides all that, there was still. Ko kept his eyes shut and stayed silent in his heart for a long time. Excavate the graves of past reincarnations of Azura and Indra, and draw out whatever chakra and memory fragments might still remain within them. For 1,000 years, the reincarnations of those 2 brothers had left countless traces throughout the history of the ninja world. Some praised, some forgotten. To others, those traces meant little. But to him, every undiscovered grave meant at least one possible opportunity. But trying to find clues to those tombs by his own power alone was no different from fishing out one specific grain of sand from the sea. He couldn't do it. At least, relying on himself alone, he couldn't. But if he worked with an expert in this field, everything would become much easier. Orochimaru, the #1 grave-digging maniac in the ninja world, the absolute top expert in ninja world archaeology. Ko did not even doubt that Orochimaru already had the coordinates of several ancient tombs that might be related to the reincarnations of Indra and Asura. After all, throughout the generations, the reincarnations of Asura and Indra had all appeared in the Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha clans. And Orochimaru's interest in those three clans was absolutely beyond question. As for the graves of those three families, that immoral bastard had definitely researched them before. If he cooperated with that guy, his actions would definitely go much more smoothly. And with his current strength, there was no need at all to worry about Orochimaru trying anything shady. As for bargaining chips, Ko had plenty of those in his hands too. Take out any one of them at random, and it would be enough to make Orochimaru so excited he'd lose his mind on the spot. That guy might be a complete scumbag, but he was definitely smarter than the vast majority of people in this ninja world. If Ko proposed cooperation, the chance of him agreeing was not low. But Ko opened his eyes, his gaze landing on the plain ceiling above the office desk. But what he saw was not that stretch of dull white. What he saw was a laboratory that had once long ago been sealed off under orders from Konoha's Umbu. After Orochimaru defected, Konoha immediately sent out multiple teams to seal off and collect evidence from his secret hideouts around the village. The squad Ko was in was assigned to a remote laboratory. It was hidden deep in a mountain valley, a full day's journey from Konoha's main district, with the entrance wrapped in 3 layers of sealing jutsu and 2 trigger-type genjutsu formations. The moment he pushed open that iron door, Ko experienced for the first time, outside of a battlefield, what real physical nausea felt like. It was not a large room. The 4 walls were deathly white, and the cold light overhead illuminated the entire space with harsh clarity. Along several rows of metal shelves by the walls sat glass containers of all sizes arranged in perfect order, each one holding organs from different parts of the body suspended inside. At the deepest part of the room were several iron beds fixed to the ground. The bloodstains on the floor, not yet cleaned up in time, had dried from dark red into a brownish black, and what was strapped to those iron beds were dried corpses with every organ hollowed out. As for their age, they were only children not yet 10 years old. They were not ninja. They were not even villagers of Konoha. Ko leaned back in his chair and rubbed hard at the space between his brows. After so many years and so many experiences, he had thought the threshold of what he could mentally endure had already risen far above what it used to be. But whenever he seriously considered cooperating with a guy like Orochimaru, that physical disgust still surged up in an instant. Ko could not help but let out a tired sigh. Ever since gaining power, he had rarely truly hesitated over anything. However, just as he was still hesitating, a vortex-like spatial distortion quietly appeared in the middle of the room without any warning. Ko instantly noticed the swirling distortion in space, his heart tightening as the light in those black eyes shifted from contemplation to vigilance. His body reacted faster than his mind. His right hand brushed across the tabletop, and the scroll on it was silently stored away into his ninja pouch. He put on a bored expression and lazily lounged in the chair. Ko crossed his legs and rested them on the corner of the desk. One hand propped up his cheek, but through his half-lidded eyes, his gaze remained locked firmly on that vortex-like spatial distortion. Obito stepped out from the space vortex. He wore that signature black cloak patterned with red clouds, and on his face was the orange spiral mask. The one visible right eye shifted slightly within the mask's opening, and the moment he landed, it locked onto that lazy figure. Looking at Obito, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, Ko raised an eyebrow slightly and slowly said in a mildly surprised tone, "Didn't you just leave yesterday? Why are you back so soon?" As he spoke, he very naturally pulled out a finely packaged box of red bean cakes from under the desk and lightly set it in the very center of the tabletop. Obito's gaze fell on the box of red bean cakes, and the expression beneath the mask froze slightly. After a brief silence, his hoarse voice slowly sounded, carrying the faintest trace of a pause. "The current me doesn't need those." But before he could finish, Ko casually opened the delicate packaging, pinched up a piece of red bean cake with his long fingers, and swallowed it in one bite. His cheeks puffed out as he chewed, and while doing so, he mumbled unclearly at him, What did you just say?" "Obito." This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. Looking at Ko, who was righteously responding to him with nothing but chewing noises, Obito silently came to that conclusion. If it were any other time, he would probably trade a few barbs with this guy, or pull out one of those photo albums the guy had hidden under his bed from the Kamui dimension, then leisurely read through it right in front of him, enjoying the sight of that guy staring at him with a weird expression. But now was not the time for that. Obito pulled his gaze away from the red bean cakes. His single eye met Ko's again, and the voice beneath the mask grew noticeably heavier. "I came today to inform you of something important." Hearing Obito's words, Ko's chewing paused for a moment. "So serious? Did something happen?" A trace of thought flashed through his eyes, and the light in those black eyes shifted from laziness to consideration. Ko immediately swallowed that mouthful of red bean cake, then put away all the superficial idleness and said seriously to Obito, "Go on." Obito looked at Ko, his voice low and without any extra buildup. "Orochimaru defected from the Akatsuki." Ko? For a split second, an extremely subtle crack appeared in Ko's expression. The fact that Orochimaru would defect did not surprise him. If anything, it would have been truly abnormal if that guy did not defect. Ever since Itachi joined the Akatsuki, Ko had already drafted the outline of this script in his mind more than once. But this fast? Itachi had only joined for a few days, and the guy already couldn't hold himself back. Ko quickly shoved all that inner complaining back down and put just the right amount of surprise on his face. He pretended to look thoroughly shocked and said in confusion, "Defected? Didn't you all just have a meeting a few days ago? Wasn't that stinking snake perfectly fine back then?" He was practically drooling on the floor, begging to be teamed up with Itachi. So how did he suddenly? As if thinking of something, Ko's brows drew together slightly. His gaze fell back on Obito, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "No way. Exactly what you're thinking." Obito nodded, spread his hands, and continued in that hoarse voice, with mockery plainly undisguised. "During the 2 days you were out on a mission, that guy Orochimaru finally couldn't hold himself back. He didn't wait for the organization's assignment, and he had no intention of going through the proper process. He went to find Itachi himself. The details are unclear. We only know that a fight broke out between them. As expected, he was utterly defeated." Obito continued in a playful tone. "That guy probably realized he couldn't beat Itachi, and figured there was nothing left for him to gain in the organization. So he defected." He paused, then continued in a gloating tone. "Nagato has probably gotten the news by now too. He'll likely be calling a meeting soon to explain the matter." "Is that so?" Ko murmured in a low voice. After hearing the established fact that Orochimaru had already defected, his mood unexpectedly relaxed by a slight degree beyond his control. Ko leaned his back into the chair again, hiding that nearly imperceptible sense of relief beneath his lazy posture. Even though it reeked of self-deception, he still calmly withdrew the idea of cooperation from his mind for the time being. Ko buried all those brief mental changes inside, then looked back at Obito's face and said in an impatient tone, "You could find out something like that from an Akatsuki meeting anyway. You left yesterday and specially came back today, so you probably didn't make the trip just to tell me before Nagato that Orochimaru is gone, right? Well, it was still necessary." Obito looked at Ko, a little more seriousness entering his tone. After all, after that guy lost to Itachi, the direction he fled toward, he raised one hand, extending his index finger out from the sleeve of that black cloak with red clouds, pointing past Ko's shoulder toward the half-open window behind him. Ko followed the direction of his finger. Outside Kirigakure was a gray, mist-shrouded direction. "Is there?" Obito's voice was very soft, so soft it was like he was talking about something completely unimportant. Ko looked in the direction Obito was pointing, and his gaze instantly tightened. The light in those black eyes shifted from casual indifference to sharpness, and from sharpness to killing intent. That was the direction Kimimaro had gone to carry out his mission. And the direction he would be returning from, outskirts of Kirigakure, a misty woodland. The aftershock of the blast was still trembling through the air. Branches and wood chips shredded by wind-released chakra drifted down from the sky, mixing with the dirt and gravel that had been blasted up, spiraling in the wind into a gray-green cloud of dust. The mist had been briefly blown apart by that violent wind release aftermath, revealing, in the cleared-out area at the center of the forest, a figure lying among shattered wood and chunks of earth. Juzo Biwa, one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, wielder of the Executioner S-Blade, and now the Jonin instructor of an elite Kirigakure squad. His name had once made countless enemies tremble in fear. He had been one of the sharpest blades of that old bloody mist village. And yet now, this elite Jonin of Kirigakure was lying in the forest in a miserable state. His right arm was bent behind his back at an unnatural angle. The joint at his shoulder had clearly been dislocated. A shocking dark red stain had spread beneath his ribs. But he still gritted his teeth and used his still functional left hand to brace against the ground, trying to force himself back to his feet. Juzo Biwa muttered unwillingly, "Damn it. If I hadn't lost to that brat Zabuza back then, if the Executioner's blade were still in my hands, how could I possibly?" The thought had only just surfaced before he cut it off himself. He barely managed to lift his head and looked forward with difficulty at that terrifying silhouette. The figure wore a white kimono, faintly visible through the mist. Those golden snake-like pupils flickered with a cold, eerie light in the fog, like a venomous serpent watching its prey. "No. Even if I got the Executioner's blade back, the outcome wouldn't change. After all, the one standing across from me is that legendary, oh my, you're still alive? What astonishing vitality." A hoarse, cold voice came from the mist ahead, carrying sincere admiration. But all Juzo Biwa felt from those words was naked contempt. Lying on the ground, he stared at the figure slowly emerging from the mist and gritted out through clenched teeth, "One of Konoha's legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, Orochimaru's figure slowly came into view from the fog. At this moment, he was no longer wearing the black cloak with red clouds of the Akatsuki. Instead, he had changed into a plain white kimono. A trace of exhaustion could be seen on that pale face. His eye sockets were sunken, and he was clearly not in good condition. But when facing Juzo Biwa in front of him, those golden snake eyes remained utterly calm. Should I say this is exactly what I'd expect from a former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? The corner of Orochimaru's mouth curled up. His long tongue slid out from the side of his lips and slowly licked across his upper lip. I originally thought one strike would be enough to finish you off. I didn't expect to make such a huge commotion. Quite the miscalculation. He slowly drew the long tongue back into his mouth, and a trace of genuine regret entered his voice. But immediately after, that regret was replaced by another emotion, one even hotter and more intense. Orochimaru's gaze moved away from Juzo Biwa and toward the depths of the forest behind him, where the mist had already closed in again, though making this much noise might attract the attention of Kirigakure's patrol squads. His tone remained flat, but in those golden vertical pupils, undisguised greed suddenly surged out. For the sake of that child, all of this is worth it. Juzo Biwa noticed his gaze shift away from him. The suffocating pressure of being locked onto by those reptilian eyes had just eased a little when he seized the chance and, with difficulty, grabbed the broken knife hilt that had been blasted away along with him. Using the last bit of his strength, he yanked the short blade out of the mud and hurled it straight at Orochimaru's face. The blade cut a sharp arc through the air and shot toward Orochimaru's face at incredible speed. Faced with the fierce attack, Orochimaru's expression did not change. He merely raised one hand. With a light pinch of his index and middle fingers, the high-speed ninja blade was caught firmly between them. Orochimaru casually flicked the knife aside and cast a sidelong glance toward Juzo Biwa. A trace of obvious displeasure appeared on his face. What an annoying nuisance. His voice turned colder, and the impatience he had been suppressing for so long finally tore open a crack. The sleeve on his right arm began writhing violently, and several thick snake shadows shot out from within. Hidden shadow snake hands. Juzo Biwa did not try to dodge again. His body was already falling apart and simply could not make any movement. He closed his eyes. The hissing of snakes and the rushing wind rapidly approached his ears. At the very end, the figure that surfaced in his mind was the one who had found him during his wandering days and brought him back to Kirigakure. That ordinary-faced man with the gentle smile. The man who had reached out a hand to him when he was at his lowest. Looks like I won't be able to keep repaying your kindness, Lord Sora. But the time I bought with this rotten life should be enough for those 2 brats to get away, right? Juzo Biwa mocked himself inwardly. A bitter curve, streaked with blood, pulled at the corner of his mouth, protecting Kirigakure's future. Even someone like me would end up thinking something like that, but in the end, I still did something worthwhile. Didn't I? He closed his eyes and prepared himself to meet death. But the pain he expected never came. The hissing by his ears continued, and was even sharper than before, but it was no longer the sound of something slicing through the air as it approached. It was the struggling hiss of something being held tightly in place. Juzo Biwa suddenly opened his eyes. What entered his sight was a familiar back, so familiar that for a moment, he nearly forgot how to breathe. The boy was not wearing Kirigakure's standard flak jacket, only a plain white short shirt. On the shoulder blade area were several dark damp patches, soaked through with sweat. His white hair fluttered lightly in the wind, and a few fine pine needles still clung to the ends, brought back from somewhere deep in the forest. He stood between Juzo Biwa and Orochimaru. From both hands extended gray-white bone spikes glinting with a cold sheen. The tips of those bone spikes were wedged perfectly between the upper and lower jaws of the 2 thick giant snakes, forcing them open and holding them firmly in place. Kimimaro, why are you back? Juzo Biwa practically roared the name. His voice was hoarse and urgent, carrying fury he could not hide. Please do not speak right now, Juzo Biwa-sensei. Kimamaro's voice was extremely calm. The bone spikes in both his hands were still locked in a contest of strength against the 2 giant snakes. His shoulders trembled slightly under the tremendous force from the front. Sweat was already sliding down from his brow, but his tone remained steady. Your current physical condition is very poor. Judging from the posture you fell in after being swept down by that wind release attack, the lower portion of your spine may already have sustained an incomplete fracture. Forcing yourself to speak will pull on the diaphragm, which may further compress the wound in your abdominal cavity that could still be bleeding. For the sake of your life, please do not speak right now. His voice was calm, so calm that Juzo Biwa wanted to start cursing. Orochimaru looked at the white-haired boy who had suddenly appeared before him, and those golden snake eyes were filled with the excitement of seeing prey he truly desired. That gaze was like a scalpel, peeling Kimimaro apart layer by layer from the outside in, examining every inch of his muscles, bones, and blood. Juzo Biwa noticed the greed in Orochimaru's eyes. enduring the intense pain surging from his chest. His blood-covered face twisted into an angry expression. Kimimaro, you idiot! Do you even realize that coming here now is just throwing your life away? The commotion just now had already drawn in Kirigakure's patrol unit. Kimimaro did not turn back to look at Juzo Biwa behind him. His arm tensed slightly, forcing back the swarming mass of snakes once again. 2 bone spikes shot out from his hands, piercing straight through the heads of 2 snakes. Suigetsu and I ran into them on the way here. Part of the patrol unit already took the emergency report and went straight to Kirigakure by the shortest route. The rest of the reinforcements are less than 800 meters behind me right now. They'll be here soon. He paused for a moment, then added calmly, I sped ahead on my own. The reinforcements will arrive very soon, so there won't be any problem. You! Hearing Kimimaro's words, the cursed Juzo Biwa had been about to spit out stopped right at his lips. On the premise of protecting yourself first. Protect the comrades you acknowledge as much as possible. That is what Lord Ku taught me. As Kimimaro spoke, both arms shook outward at the same time. The bone spikes tore precisely along the upper and lower jaws of the snakes' mouths. The 2 giant snakes were cleanly ripped apart at the soft tissue connecting their jawbones. Kimimaro flicked the remaining snake blood off the bone spikes and stared coldly at Orochimaru ahead. He looked straight at Orochimaru, and there was not a trace of extra emotion in those red eyes. Clap, clap, clap. Orochimaru started applauding, as if cheering for a wonderful performance. He looked at Kimimaro's sturdy physique, looked at the bone spikes extending from his palms, gleaming with cold light. His golden snake-like pupils were full of sincere admiration from the bottom of his heart. What a perfect body. Your bone density far surpasses that of ordinary dead bone pulse users. The balance between your body and your Kekkei Genkai has almost reached perfection. Among all the members of the Kagaya clan I have ever encountered, you are the most outstanding one. Orochimaru looked at Kimimaro before him with astonishment and sighed from the bottom of his heart. It seems you have a truly excellent teacher. He paused, and the expression on his face shifted from admiration to regret. It's just a pity. There seems to be a tiny problem with your ideological education. Orochimaru cast a cold glance at Juzo Biwa behind Kimimaro and said with utter disdain, Protect your comrades? So the current Kirigakure is actually pushing such a boring idea now. How fallen. He spread his arms, and the expression on his face turned from regret to excitement, as if he were proclaiming some unquestionable truth. But it doesn't matter. Orochimaru's gaze fell on Kimimaro's face. The light in those golden snake-like pupils grew deeper and more obsessive. I will correct that mistaken way of thinking of yours bit by bit, and raise you into someone truly Hiramakarei release. Before Orochimaru could even finish his sentence, a chakra shockwave tore through the mist from far to near, and in the next instant expanded into a fan-shaped curtain of light that covered the entire clearing. Boom! Where the light curtain swept through, trees collapsed, dirt exploded upward, and smoke and dust filled the air. It was unbelievably fast. Orochimaru's pupils shrank violently in that instant. Before he could even react, the shockwave slammed head-on into his entire body in a flash. Orochimaru's figure was carried away by that shockwave for several hundred meters before crashing heavily into a pile of shattered rocks. As the aftershock faded, the air was still thick with unsettled dust. A long trench had appeared in the center of the forest, stretching all the way into the depths of the woods. Juzo Biwa lay on the ground, looking at the trail of that light curtain that had plowed a pitch-black path just a few meters in front of him. His dried lips trembled slightly. That was Hiramakarei? He looked at the figure walking out of the mist, and a trace of relief flashed through his eyes. If Hiramakarei had appeared here, then that meant. Following his gaze, a tall figure strode out from the dispersing mist. He looked to be around 20 years old, with short hair and a dark combat uniform. The young man's features were ordinary, but his eyes were extremely spirited. In his right hand, he held the twin sword Hiramakarei. Under the sunlight, the massive paired blade gave off a cold gleam. The blade still carried the lingering aftershock of its recent release, radiating a faint blue light. The former head of Kirigakure's ANBU, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, wielder of the twin sword Hiramakarei, current Mizukage aide, and leader of the reformist faction, Shinaku. Lord Ku. Kimimaro looked at the figure walking out of the mist, and for the first time, his always steady voice showed obvious fluctuation. Hearing Kimimaro call out, Ko instinctively looked in their direction, and that ordinary face showed a signature gentle smile. Lord Ku, Juzo Biwa lay in the blood-soaked mud, struggling to prop himself up. He noticed Ko's gaze turning toward him. Just as he was about to say something, Ko's figure vanished from before his eyes in the very next second. In only an instant, Ko appeared in front of Juzo Biwa. He crouched down and gently placed one hand on Juzo Biwa's shoulder. The force was not strong, but it firmly pressed his unsteady body back onto the ground. You've already done well. Ko's voice was very soft, and that signature gentle smile was full of reassurance. Leave the rest to me. His hand remained on Juzo Biwa's shoulder, and soft green chakra emerged from his palm. It overflowed from his palm, slowly seeping into Juzo Biwa's wounds, spreading through his blood vessels, chakra pathways, and muscle fibers, feeling the life force continuously surging through his body. Surprise flashed through Juzo Biwa's somewhat clouded eyes, dulled by blood loss. This is medical ninjutsu. Looking at Juzo Biwa's surprised expression, Ko smiled and said, though I haven't mastered it very well, I can still barely stabilize your current injuries. He paused, then turned his head to look at Kimimaro, who was standing nearby with a bone spear still in hand. Juzo is in your care, Kimimaro. Ko spoke seriously to Kimimaro. Suigetsu and the patrol unit are right behind us. There are dedicated medical ninja over there. They'll handle his injuries. His gaze moved away from Kimimaro and landed in the direction Orochimaru had been blasted away. The dust there was gradually settling, revealing the long trench carved out by the shockwave, and the heap of smashed rubble at the end of it. Ko stared ahead, and his voice turned cold. As for that filthy snake, I'll deal with him. Kimimaro carefully supported Juzo Biwa. Looking at Ko in front of him, he opened his mouth, wanting to say something apologetic. But he knew clearly that now was not the time to apologize. Kimimaro merely pressed his lips together slightly and nodded to Ko. Yes, Lord Ku. Ko sensed the dejection in their hearts, and comforted them sincerely. You don't need to feel down. His voice was light, so light that it sounded like he was stating something only natural. As your superior, I feel joy at your resolve to fight to the death for Kirigakure and for your comrades. And as your comrade, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, and a bright smile appeared on that ordinary face. I'm even happier that you survived a strong enemy. Hearing Ko's sincere words, Juzo Biwa froze slightly. He looked at Ko's plain face, so ordinary it was almost unremarkable, and at that gentle yet genuine smile. A trace of confusion flashed through his eyes. In this rotten Kirigakure, the fact that someone like Sora could exist it felt like a dream. He came back to his senses and felt the concern in Ko's gaze. On that face covered in blood and dirt, the stiff corner of his mouth slowly curved into a faint smile. At some point, even someone as cruel by nature as him had grown used to this dreamlike reality. Then I'll leave it to you, Lord Sora. As Juzo Biwa spoke, he awkwardly waved in Ko's direction. Kimimaro also looked toward Ko with reluctance. A slight ripple appeared in those red eyes. Then, supporting Juzo Biwa, he walked out of the forest step by step. Ko watched their backs from the corner of his eye. Only after confirming that they had truly left did he withdraw his gaze. Hehehe, what a surprise. A hoarse voice slowly rang out from the distance, carrying a hint of amusement. Orochimaru's figure slowly emerged from afar, from the direction he had been blasted away to. There was some dust on his white kimono, but there was not a single wound on that pale face. His steps were still calm and unhurried, as if the blow that had sent him flying several hundred meters had merely been a breeze brushing past his cheek. Ko glanced sideways in the direction Orochimaru had come from. There, lying quietly among the shattered stones, was a shed outer layer. It was a complete humanoid shell, like the old skin a snake had molted. Great serpent replacement technique? Looking at the completely unharmed Orochimaru, Ko muttered inwardly, this shameless snake really is hard to deal with. He was not surprised in the slightest that Orochimaru had come out unscathed. After all, if this guy could be killed that easily, then he wouldn't be Orochimaru. At the same time, Orochimaru carefully observed the Ko before him, his golden snake-like pupils filled with surprise. I had heard long ago that Kirigakure had changed over the years, and that there was a Mizukage's aide who was striving for reform. He tilted his head, those snake eyes scanning Ko up and down as if examining an interesting specimen. But I didn't expect it to be true. His gaze moved away from Ko's plain face and landed on the twin blades Hiramakarei in his hand. Under the sunlight, the giant blade gave off a cold gleam, and traces of chakra still lingered on it after releasing that shockwave. TSK, TSK, TSK. His tongue slowly slid across his lips, and the light in those snake eyes shifted from surprise to admiration. To be able to release an attack of this level with that ninja sword even among all the wielders of Hiramakarei throughout history, that would be absolutely unprecedented. Orochimaru observed Ko, his pale face filled with curiosity. It was sincere curiosity, like a scholar encountering a puzzle he could not solve. A strong man like you, why are you completely unknown in the ninja world? His voice was full of confusion, and that confusion was genuine. In a ninja world where information flowed so easily, a powerhouse at the Kage level could not possibly have no reputation at all. And this man, Shina Sora, even he, who prided himself on having an extremely vast intelligence network, knew absolutely nothing about this man's growth and background. It was as if he had popped out from between the cracks in a rock, appearing in Kirigakure out of nowhere, becoming the Mizukage's aide out of nowhere, and changing this dying village out of nowhere. This was wrong. Very wrong. Ko did not answer Orochimaru's question. Nor did he look at Orochimaru's gaze full of curiosity. He simply raised Hiramakarei with one hand, pulled it back slightly, and then swung it out fiercely. A blue chakra slash burst out from the blade of Hiramakarei at astonishing speed. Midair, the slash rapidly expanded, changing from a single arc into a massive, rushing blue wave, like a waterfall crashing down. Orochimaru's relaxed gaze instantly sharpened the moment the slash appeared. As a genius whose goal was to master every jutsu in the world, he saw through the principle behind this slash in an instant. By fusing the nature transformation of water release chakra into Hiramakarei, then combining it with Hiramakarei's own traits of amplifying total chakra volume and compressing it for release, at the moment of swinging the blade, it unleashed a terrifying slash far beyond the amount of chakra actually consumed, while also carrying water release nature transformation. Orochimaru watched the incoming slash and calmly analyzed it, without the slightest panic in his eyes. He lightly tapped the ground with his foot, and his soft body drifted to the side like a fallen leaf moved by the wind. The slash swept past his side, blue light illuminating his pale profile. The slash missed and struck the ground dozens of meters behind him. Rumble! Mud exploded, shattered stones flew everywhere, and a long, deep trench was plowed into the earth. The edges of the trench were extremely smooth. Those were marks left behind by water release chakra compressed to the absolute limit. From the corner of his eye, Orochimaru looked toward Ko, and a trace of amazement flashed through those golden snake pupils. This level of proficiency and power, it has at least reached Kage level. Orochimaru silently recorded that information in his mind. Yet just as he was about to continue observing, a trace of doubt appeared in those golden snake-like eyes. For some reason, this slash fused with water release chakra nature transformation felt faintly familiar to him. Fusing nature transformation into a ninja blade, then using 1S swordsmanship and speed to achieve massively wide area attacks, Orochimaru looked at Shinasora before him, his golden snake pupils narrowing slightly. The fighting style of this wielder of the twin blades Hiramakarei, it seemed somewhat similar to that man who had once piqued his interest. In the forest on the outskirts of Kirigakure, Orochimaru's golden snake eyes roamed back and forth over Koa's body, like a real serpent sizing up its prey. Feeling Orochimaru's aggressive gaze, Ko could not help but feel a wave of disgust. This damn snake really is troublesome. Ko looked at Orochimaru before him, and there was not the slightest contempt in those lively eyes. Though he deeply despised Orochimaru as a person, he had never once underestimated his strength. Not even now, when he had a reliable way to take him down. In his eyes, Orochimaru was very strong, even stronger than Jiraiya in his normal state. Right now, he had not yet lost the use of both hands. He had not yet turned into some roadside nobody that white-robed Sasuke could solo with ease. He was in his prime. The 5 nature transformations inherited from the 3rd Hokage and Konoha's foundations. A body full of secret techniques, decades of combat experience, a genius-level mind, and swordsmanship that was not inferior to Ko's in the slightest. If anything, it might even surpass it. Looking across the entire ninja world, even within the Akatsuki where monsters were everywhere, Orochimaru's overall strength was unquestionably among the top tier. And it was precisely because of that overwhelmingly hardcore strength that after defecting from Konoha, Orochimaru had thrived in the ninja world. He had even dared to switch sides a second time despite the risk of being hunted down by the Akatsuki. The reason he dared to head alone to Kirigakure while injured to capture Kimimaro was not just because of that nearly unsolvable ability to preserve his own life. If he were only fighting him as Shinasora, then there was no way he could beat him. But that was only if he was fighting as Shinasora. Ko murmured to himself inwardly, looking meaningfully at Orochimaru ahead. He had originally still been worrying about how to pry the information he wanted out of Orochimaru's mouth. But who would have thought this guy would personally deliver himself right to his door? After all, this guy was currently carrying the double soul damage debuff of repeated body switching, and an attack from Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. On top of that, there was also the information gap between them regarding his true identity and his Mangekyo Sharingan. If he wanted to control this guy, there was no better chance than now. Ko forcefully suppressed the trace of laughter nearly spilling out from the bottom of his heart and tightened his grip on the handle of Hiramakarei. Today, he would play Fahai for once and take in this demon snake for the ninja world. Ko's figure sank slightly, and with a light press of his foot against the muddy forest ground, his whole body turned into a gray shadow skimming low across the earth in the very next instant, charging at Orochimaru at extreme speed. Hiramakarei was clenched tightly in his hand, dragging out 2 parallel blue streaks through the mist, like the wake split across the sea by a speedboat. Orochimaru looked at Ko rushing toward him, and a trace of amusement flashed through his golden snake-like pupils. He temporarily set aside that figure surfacing in his mind, and his hands rapidly formed seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A terrifying gale burst from his mouth. The attack range of the gale was extremely wide, far beyond the destructive force of ordinary wind release ninjutsu. That was not an ordinary great breakthrough. This was Orochimaru's wind release, Its diameter was at least over 10 meters, like a tornado rising from the ground, carrying sand, broken stones, and snapped branches as it crushed toward Ko's direction with an overwhelming force. Ko calmly analyzed the strength and attack range of that storm in his heart, and his gaze sharpened. If it were his usual self, he could completely dodge this wide-range wind release with the speed of the body flicker technique. But now he could not. Right now he was Shina Sora, Kirigakure's Mizukage assistant, a little-known ordinary Kaga-level powerhouse who should not possess that kind of speed. With the identity and fighting style he was disguising himself with right now, he absolutely should not display anything too outstanding in terms of speed. After all, with Orochimaru's level of insight, if he used a body flicker technique at Uchiha Tō's standard, Orochimaru would definitely see through his identity. So the only thing he could do now was take it head-on. Ko made his decision instantly and poured chakra into Hiramakarei without the slightest restraint. The blue radiance on the blade suddenly swelled. The energy overflowing from the surface of the edge was so immense that it almost instantly enveloped his entire body in a dazzling blaze of aqua-blue light. He let out a low shout, gripped the hilt tightly with both hands, and swung Hiramakarei down vertically from above, smashing it fiercely toward the oncoming gale. Boom! A chakra shockwave mixed with water release nature transformation slammed head-on into the gale. The instant the two Kaga-level forces collided in the forest. The roar was so loud that even Kimimaro, who was helping Hozuki Juzo along several hundred meters away, could not help but turn back for a glance. Water and wind, two different chakra natures, collided and tangled in midair. The gale tried to blow apart the blue shockwave, but water's toughness far exceeded wind's expectations. They did not dissipate. Instead, the wind tore them into countless tiny droplets, which mixed with the upturned soil and kicked up a damp muddy mist at the center of the explosion. That muddy mist was thick and heavy, grayish-brown in color, shrouding the entire battlefield in chaos. Orochimaru felt the surrounding line of sight being blocked. The muddy mist was thick like paste, to the point that even his snake-like pupils could not penetrate it. His brow wrinkled slightly. Just as he was about to pull back, a low yet clear shout suddenly rang out from the muddy mist around him. Hidden mist technique. As that low shout sounded, another wave of white mist rose all around. The white mist intertwined with the muddy mist, multiplying the duration and range of the muddy haze several times over. The entire battlefield seemed to have been stuffed into a gigantic, lightless ball of cotton.
Hidden mist technique.
Orochimaru muttered inwardly in a low voice, and a trace of boredom flashed through those golden snake-like pupils. A useless method for blocking a snake sight, he thought disdainfully, and the light in those snake eyes turned much colder. His perception spread through the mist, something even keener than sight itself, the instinct belonging to snakes. Heat sensing, scent tracking, chakra fluctuation detection. The hidden mist assassination technique might work on others, but against him, it was nothing more than showing off a slight skill before an expert. As Orochimaru sensed Ko's current position, he disdainfully muttered inwardly, to actually compare this level of guy just now to that brat from Jiraiya's side, I really did underestimate him. That brat might be dull in talent, but whether in battle or training, he could still be considered rigorous and serious. At the very least, in front of a true powerhouse, that brat would absolutely never do something as stupid as playing these petty tricks. So he was just a fraud who had never been on a battlefield and lacked combat experience. Orochimaru made that judgment with some disappointment in his heart. His tongue slowly slid across his lips, and the corner of his eye swept toward one direction in the mist. His hands instantly formed seals. Bloody mist blade art. Bone drawl. In the direction Orochimaru's gaze was fixed on, countless blue chakra water blades shot out from the mist. They were extremely fast and extremely numerous, like a rain of arrows fired from an invisible crossbow. Those chakra blades pierced into Orochimaru's body, simultaneously running through him from shoulder to wrist bone to both sides of his ribs. Bloody mist blade art. Skin pull. In the heavy mist, Ko's figure appeared in an instant. At some unknown point, Hiramakarei in his hands had already taken the form of twin blades. The blade had split into two, one in each hand. At extreme speed, he rushed to Orochimaru's side and viciously pinned the Orochimaru restrained by bone draw to the ground. Then he raised the Hiramakarei in his other hand high over his head. The blue chakra light on the blade blazed brilliantly, and then, he smashed it down with all his strength. Boom! Along with the massive roar, the surrounding mist was instantly blown away by that terrifying shockwave. Hiramakarei smashed out a giant crater. The crater was roughly over 10 meters wide and more than 2 meters deep. The walls of the pit were covered in smooth marks left by the impact of water release chakra. The soil at the bottom of the pit was wet, and there was even a faint dampness in the air. But what was pinned beneath those twin blades at this moment was not Orochimaru, who should have been smashed into snake stew, but a pile of mud rapidly loosening and falling away from its human shape. That was the earth clone Orochimaru had formed seals for just now. Ko did not pull the blades from the ground. It was not because he did not want to, but because he could not. At this moment, he was being tightly bound by two giant snakes. Their bodies coiled around Ko's limbs, torso, and neck loop after loop, tightening more and more as though they wanted to crush his bones apart. Their heads were raised high, mouths opened wide with blood-red maws, revealing sharp, hook-like fangs inside. Their forked tongues flicked through the air, making hissing sounds. And the one who had released those two giant snakes was Orochimaru, now standing behind Ko. At some point, he had burrowed out of the earth and appeared at Ko's back. There wasn't a trace of expression on that pale face, as if the battle just now had been nothing more than a bit of play that didn't even count as entertainment to him. Is this jutsu the hidden shadow snake hands? Ko looked at the two giant snakes tightly restraining his movements and confirmed it in his heart. But on the surface, he still put on a look of uncontrollable fury. While struggling violently under the coils of the two snakes, Ko shouted angrily at Orochimaru behind him. You actually have no honor at all, sneaking an attack from behind? You're too, baby. Orochimaru. Orochimaru slowly walked up in front of Ko, his pale face full of speechless disbelief. He looked at Ko, who was glaring at him in anger, and the corner of his mouth twitched subtly. A trace of confusion flashed through his eyes. This guy was actually calling him despicable? Was he really a ninja from Kirigakure? No. Was this guy even really a ninja? Since when did the ninja world start talking about honor? If not for the fact that this guy was the leader who had pushed those idiotic reforms in Kirigakure, and the fact that he was certain this guy would never dare hide his strength in front of him, he would suspected this brat was playing dumb on purpose and planning to screw him over. Looks like he was just some greenhouse-raised little brat with talent but no understanding of the importance of real combat. A faint trace of regret flashed through Orochimaru's eyes. There was nothing more regrettable than watching a genius waste his talent. Of course, that was simply how a researcher felt from his position toward an experimental specimen. Looking at Ko, a gentle smile appeared on Orochimaru's pale face. No need to be so anxious. I have no interest in defective goods like you, and I have no intention of killing you. He paused, and the light in those golden snake pupils became deep and sinister. After all, you should be very important to Kirigakure, especially to that child of the Kagaya clan, right? He let out a gloomy laugh, his smile full of mockery. Though in my eyes, you're not worth much at all. But if I use you to trade for that Kagaya child, whether it's Kirigakure or the boy himself, I imagine they'd both be quite willing, wouldn't they? Ko's breathing became hurried. He put on the look of someone thoroughly enraged, staring fixedly at Orochimaru in front of him as he shouted furiously, "You!" Orochimaru looked on with pleasure at the defeated loser gnashing his teeth before him. He even took the initiative to move a little closer, wanting to properly admire the angry expression on this idiot's face. As Ko watched Orochimaru approach, a faint smile surfaced in those eyes pretending to be furious. Every ninja has his own weakness, excessive arrogance. Orochimaru, that is your weakness. He muttered to himself inwardly, as if summarizing a match of chess that had already decided victory and defeat. When facing an opponent you believe is completely beneath you in strength, the contempt and amusement you show after absolutely crushing them, that is your greatest weakness. Whether it was when he fought the third Hokage, or when he clashed with Naruto and Sasuke after the tailed beast transformation, you were always like this. Ko murmured inwardly. He lowered his head in feigned unwillingness, as if he no longer wanted to look at Orochimaru in front of him. Within those black pupils, 3 crimson tomo appeared in an instant, and under the drive of that terrifying ocular power, they rapidly connected. But for you, that weakness no longer matters. Listening to Orochimaru's footsteps drawing closer and closer, Ko murmured softly in his heart, because you no longer have a future. Once Orochimaru had approached within a certain distance, Ko suddenly raised the head he had lowered in fake unwillingness. Those black pupils had already transformed into an eerie Mangekyo Sharingan, instantly meeting Orochimaru's delighted golden snake eyes. Orochimaru's smile froze on his face. He saw those eyes, those scarlet, eerie eyes filled with terrifying ocular power. He was not unfamiliar with those eyes. Not long ago, on that Uchiha boy wearing the black cloak with red clouds, he had seen those same eyes. Those eyes, that pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, dragged the fear of being dominated by Itachi from deep within his memory. That boy had looked at him the same way too, with those scarlet, calm eyes, as if he were looking at an ant. This is... Orochimaru cried out in horror, his golden snake pupils full of disbelief. His pupils contracted violently, and that pale face of his seemed to grow a few shades paler. Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru stared straight into those eerie Mangekyo Sharingan, his mind filled with shock and confusion. That scarlet pattern slowly rotated in his vision. Every turn felt like it was carving an indelible mark into his consciousness. He wanted to look away, wanted to close his eyes, wanted to do anything at all that could free him from the control of those eyes. But his body wouldn't obey, as if he had been nailed in place. Why? Why does this guy have the Mangekyo Sharingan? He roared in his heart, his pale face full of fear he couldn't hide. Orochimaru felt like he had never been this powerless in his life. 2 days ago, he had lured Itachi out under the pretense of discussing cooperation and sharing intelligence about the Akatsuki. In his expectations, even if Uchiha Itachi was a genius beyond himself, even if he had awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, he was still just a teenager. How could he possibly be a match for someone like him, who had spent decades in the ninja world? With everything fully prepared, he had launched a sneak attack on him. It should have been an absolutely foolproof situation, but the way reality unfolded was completely different from what he had imagined. In that moment, he felt for the first time the fear of being dominated by the Mangekyo Sharingan. He lost, and it was a crushing defeat. Before those Mangekyo Sharingan, he didn't even have the qualifications to fight back. Against that Uchiha Itachi, that boy of only a little over 10 years old, all he could do was flee in utter misery. The talent he had always been proud of, the accumulation of decades, everything he had before those eyes, before the bloodline of the Uchiha. It was nothing but a complete joke. At that moment, for the first time in his life, he felt the emotion called despair, as well as the frustration of being born inferior to someone else. Orochimaru's arrogant pride was smashed to pieces in that instant. He had no choice but to admit that Uchiha Itachi, that teenage boy, was a being above him. But he did not become disheartened because of it. On the contrary, his obsession with the Uchiha bloodline and the Mangekyo Sharingan only became even more persistent. If he lacked something, then he only needed to fill in what he lacked. Uchiha Sasuke. Now that the Uchiha clan had already been exterminated, as one of the few remaining survivors of the clan, and as Uchiha Itachi's younger brother, his talent absolutely couldn't be much worse than Itachi's. He definitely also had the potential to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. He had clearly already made a perfect plan, defected from the Akatsuki, and stayed far away from Uchiha Itachi, the one person capable of threatening his life. He had come to Kirigakure, planning to capture Kimimaro, that rumored Kagaya genius with the Shikatsu Myaku. First, he would use his body as a temporary substitute, then develop his own forces, and prepare for the later invasion of Konoha and the capture of Uchiha Sasuke. But why? Why had his plan overturned at this very step? Why would this brat from Kirigakure in front of him have the Mangekyo Sharingan? Wait, a brat from Kirigakure? Orochimaru seemed to realize something. He stared fixedly at the ordinary face in front of him, trying to find the shadow of that roguishly handsome young man on it. In the end, he saw that familiar trace in the slight upward curve of the young man's lips. Uchiha Tō. Under the control of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Orochimaru's throat could only make hoarse rattling sounds. He could only scream that young man's name from the bottom of his heart. How was this possible? How could this be possible? He roared inwardly, his golden snake-like pupils filled with disbelief. Among the survivors of the Uchiha clan, the only one he had completely ignored, that utterly ordinary man with mediocre talent. How could he have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan too? At this moment, Orochimaru no longer cared why Uchiha Tō was in Kirigakure, or why he had become the Mizukage's assistant. Right now, his heart was completely filled with unwillingness and humiliation. He could accept being crushed by Itachi Uchiha. After all, even without the Mangekyo Sharingan, even without Uchiha blood, Itachi Uchiha was still a genius whose talent could rival his own, or even surpass it. But what was Uchiha Tō supposed to be? At most, he was just an ordinary man who relied on the thousand-year foundation accumulated by the Uchiha clan, relied on being more precocious than his peers in his youth, learned and accumulated earlier than others his age, and stole the name of genius. Jealousy. Deep jealousy toward Uchiha bloodline, and deep unwillingness at having lost to this, were fully exposed in Orochimaru's eyes. You really can't accept the fact that I awakened the Mangekyo, huh? Tō gazed at Orochimaru's golden snake-like pupils, full of unwillingness, and spoke lightly. His voice was soft, but the light within those Mangekyo Sharingan eyes was colder than ever. Tō naturally saw that Orochimaru had already recognized his identity. The shock on that pale face, the jealousy nearly overflowing from those snake eyes. Under the gaze of the Mangekyo Sharingan, nothing could be hidden. Tō slowly opened his mouth, and the moment he did, he had already switched back to his real voice. Can't accept it? Then hold it in for me. The corners of his lips lifted slightly, and on that plain face appeared a mocking smile completely at odds with his gentle appearance. I'll make this clear right here. In front of these eyes of mine, you're not even as good as a dog. You want to master every jutsu in the world? You want to obtain immortality? Keep dreaming. Tō's voice grew colder and colder, his tone full of undisguised contempt and mockery. For the rest of your life, I'll squeeze out all your knowledge and every last bit of your usefulness. And after I've drained you dry and used you up completely, I'll chop your corpse into pieces and feed it to Pakken so he eats every last bite. No matter how many ways you have to save your life, I'll think of every possible method to make sure you die for real. He paused, and the light in those Mangekyo Sharingan eyes became even more eerie. A self-righteous bastard like you, who treats human lives like they're nothing? Shouldn't he even be alive in this world? You Uchiha. Orochimaru gritted his teeth and struggled to say that name. His lips trembled violently, and rattling sounds came from his throat. But by the time the last word came out of his mouth, it had already become slurred, as if something had clamped down around his throat. Before he could finish speaking, under the power of Ko's Mangekyo Sharingan, his gaze gradually turned vacant. The light in those golden snake-like pupils began to go out little by little, and his expression gradually calmed as well. In the end, he stood there blankly. There was no expression on that pale face, and only emptiness remained in those golden snake-like eyes. The two giant snakes wrapped around Ko's body slowly loosened their restraint under Ko's control of Orochimaru's will. They slid off Ko's body like two ropes dropped onto the ground, then were drawn back into Orochimaru's sleeves. Ko stared at Orochimaru, who had now completely lost his sense of self and fallen into a puppet state just like the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. There was not the slightest trace of pity in those eerie Mangekyo Sharingan eyes. There was only the satisfaction of removing a scourge for the people, and the joy of obtaining a supreme treasure. Just as Ko was about to throw back his head and laugh, to release the joy in his heart, his body suddenly stiffened slightly, as if he had sensed something. A familiar presence came from the surroundings, like an invisible hand twisting open a vortex in the air around him. Ko did not turn around. He merely stood there, and the expression on that plain face shifted from relaxed to helpless. Ko quickly issued his first command to the Orochimaru before him. Leave Kirigakure for now. Tonight, wait for me in the outskirts southeast of the hidden mist. After receiving Ko's order, Orochimaru nodded mechanically. Then, expressionless, he turned around and dashed out of the forest. He was extremely fast. In just an instant, that figure in the white kimono vanished into the depths of the mist. Ko stood where he was, looking at the surging mist. The light in those eerie Mangekyo Sharingan eyes gradually faded, and behind him, a vortex-shaped spatial distortion slowly formed in the air. A man wearing a black robe patterned with red clouds and an orange spiral mask emerged from that distorted space. Obito's figure appeared from Kamui's spatial vortex and landed steadily on the ground. He stood in the middle of that forest clearing ravaged by battle, and his exposed right eye slowly swept across the surroundings. Broken tree trunks, overturned earth, crisscrossing gouges on the ground. Obito's gaze did not linger long on the ruined scene. To him, he had seen scenes like this far too many times. On battlefields, in ruins, and in all those accidents he had personally created. The expression beneath his mask did not change in the slightest. He simply swept his gaze over the area calmly, then very naturally looked toward Ko. That guy got away? Obito spoke in a calm tone, as if he had already expected this result. Ko turned to look at him, and a trace of perfectly timed helplessness appeared on that face, softened into gentleness and harmlessness by the transformation jutsu. After all, I couldn't exactly use my real abilities. Could I? Trying to keep that stinking snake here with Shinasora of Kirigakure's level of strength was still a bit troublesome. That's true. Obito nodded in agreement. Although in his eyes, Ko's strength was definitely greater than Orochimaru's. Even he had to admit that the gap between Ko and Orochimaru was not so large that Ko could forcefully keep him behind while still holding back. Orochimaru was absolutely not some useless weakling. Even Obito himself would not dare claim he could definitely keep that one of the Sannin from escaping. Obito looked at Ko and said in a calm voice, offering comfort. With Orochimaru's methods, it's normal that you couldn't keep him. Compared to taking the risk of exposing your identity just to forcibly capture that troublesome guy, it's better to be cautious. He paused, then continued meaningfully. After all, the current Kirigakure is an important chess piece we use to weaken Konoha and the other ninja villages. Listening to Obito's words, a shadow flashed through Ko's eyes, but on the surface he still nodded in full agreement. Of course he understood what Obito meant. No matter how real everything had looked, everything he had gone through here was nothing more than a play. The hope Kirigakure had seen, the dawn the survivors of the Bloody Mist era had clutched tightly in their hands, was nothing more than a play the two of them had planned out. Kirigakure was a tool in their hands, a white glove out in the open. The fake name Shinasora had always been reminding him, every second of every day, his real self had never belonged to Kirigakure. Lord Sora. In the distance, the voices of Kirigakure ANBU and patrol squads rang out. The sounds came through the mist, carrying urgency and tension. The footsteps drew closer and closer, echoing through the fog. Obito looked toward where the voices were coming from, the right eye beneath that mask hole narrowing slightly. He looked at Ko beside him and said in a calm tone, "Then I'll be leaving first. I'll leave Kirigakure to you." A spiral distortion of space appeared around his right eye, gradually pulling Obito's body into it bit by bit. "Wait." Ko spoke up and stopped him. His voice was not loud, but it made Obito pause slightly. Naturally, he stopped using Kamui. That exposed right, I looked at Ko in silence. He did not ask anything, only quietly turned his head back toward him. Ko looked at Obito in front of him, let out a deep sigh, and said in a voice full of reluctance, "Thanks for telling me Orochimaru came to take Kimimaro." Ko knew it clearly in his heart. If Obito hadn't come to inform him, there was a high chance he would not have made it in time. His sensory ability could indeed be called excellent, but almost all of his focus had been spent on sensing Obito, who could appear beside him with Kamui at any time. He simply had no spare attention to use on sensing Kirigakure's situation. Besides, his sensing range did not cover this outer forest, which was still quite a distance from Kirigakure. By the time he and the reinforcements arrived, Kimimaro would most likely still be saved, but Juzo Biwa would very likely die at Orochimaru's hands. And with Kirigakure reinforcements nearby, it would also become much more troublesome for him to use his Mangekyo to control Orochimaru. In a way, Obito had not only saved Juzo Biwa's life, but had also indirectly helped him take back Orochimaru. This was probably one of the few decent things this guy had done in all these years. Ko silently mocked in his heart. Obito looked at the way Ko was thanking him, and the eye beneath the mask froze for a brief instant. Thanks? How long had it been since he last heard that word? A heartfelt thank you. In the past, that had once been something so familiar to him. It had also been something he believed he no longer needed. But now, when those two words came from Ko's mouth, something inside him still stirred slightly without his control. Obito's lips moved faintly beneath the mask, and his voice grew a little hoarser. The one who should be saying thanks should be me. Huh? Ko looked at the shockingly strange Obito in front of him, his brows rising, his eyes full of suspicion and surprise he had not expected in the slightest. Obito shook his head. The motion was very light, as if he wanted to throw away some emotion that should not have existed. His voice returned to its usual calmness, and the light in that exposed right eye returned to cold composure as well. It's nothing. Obito looked at Ko, and his speech quickened slightly, as if he were using the next topic to cover over the crack he had accidentally torn open. There seems to be some movement over in Konoha lately. During this period I probably won TB coming. As he spoke, he looked toward the several figures drawing closer in the distance and waved a hand in Ko's direction. The gesture was casual, like a friend saying goodbye. The next moment, his figure slowly disappeared within a spiral distortion of space. Ko recalled what Obito had just said, and a trace of heaviness rose in his heart. If nothing unexpected happened, then the movement Obito was talking about should be Jiraiya returning to the village. Konoha's fifth Hokage. He muttered inwardly, and a complicated emotion flashed through those bright eyes. This change. Who knows whether it would be a good thing or a bad thing? Lord Sora. The voices of the Kirigakure ANBU and patrol squad drew closer and closer. Those blurry figures rushed out of the mist and appeared at the edge of the forest. They looked at Ko standing in the middle of the forest. After seeing that he was standing there unharmed, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Sorry, Lord Sora. We came too late. The leading NBU dropped to one knee, lowered his head, and spoke in a voice full of guilt. His forehead was covered in sweat. No one could tell whether it was from running or fear. The people behind him also knelt one after another, their movements perfectly uniform. Ko looked at them, and a gentle smile appeared on that ordinary face. No need to mind it. At this distance you already came as fast as you possibly could. He turned toward the mud pits, broken trees, and the complete mess all around them. The calm decisiveness from when he gave work orders returned to his voice. I'll leave the damage around here to you. Clean up the battle traces according to second-level standards, and report forest restoration through the usual process for logistics department approval. Yes. Hearing the ANBUS reply, Ko's lips curled upward slightly, carrying a trace of teasing in that smile. Oh right, this counts as overtime pay, so remember to apply to your squad captain. Yes. The ANBU answered loudly. Ko nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a voice called out from behind him. Lord Sora. He turned back and looked at the leading ANBU. Under Ko's gaze, the muscles on the young man's face visibly tensed. He awkwardly pulled out a curve. It was not a natural curve. It was obvious the young man was not the type who often smiled in front of others. Thank you, Lord Sora. Please get some good rest. Leave this place to us. Please don't worry. The ANBU behind him also nodded one after another. The way they looked at Ko was filled with sincere concern and admiration. Ko looked at the Kirigakure ANBU and patrol members behind him, all saluting him together, and an unconscious gentle smile appeared on that ordinary face. No need to thank me. Ko turned around, his pace quickening a little as he walked toward Kirigakure. Behind him, the ANBU and patrol members started getting busy. No one noticed that the figure walking away paused for the briefest instant within the mist. Uchiha Obito, fuck your mother. In the Kirigakure office, Ko stared at the empty drawer with a dark expression and growled through gritted teeth. He stared at that empty cabinet, the cabinet that, not long ago, had been stuffed full of boxes of red bean cakes. Now, all that remained inside was a faint, cloying sweet fragrance. The scent was still there, but the food was all gone. No wonder that bastard had suddenly said some weird shit about thanks before leaving. So this was what he was waiting for. Ko slammed his finger hard against the edge of the drawer, producing a heavy thud. Even the teacup on the desk jumped with it. His face was dark as the bottom of a pot, and those usually gentle, lively eyes were now burning with raging fury. I offered them to you and you wouldn't eat them, but you just had to steal them instead, huh? Give me back my red bean cakes. He had wandered half the street when coming back from Wufan Port before finally finding that good shop. He had originally planned to keep them as office snacks. One piece when processing documents got tiring, one piece when his mood got bad, and one piece when Obito pissed him off too. He barely got to eat any of it himself. It all ended up benefiting that damn piece of crap. Thankfully, the moment he finished the mission, he rushed home first and saved the portion meant for Karen. If even her share had been stolen, he would be charged straight into Kamui and fought Obito to the death. Thinking of that, Ko finally let out a sigh of relief. But when he remembered getting played by Obito, his whole body immediately felt uncomfortable again. Eat, 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 eat yourself to death, you intangible dog bastard. Just as Ko was about to keep venting the resentment in his heart, a knock suddenly came from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Ko frowned slightly, and the expression on his face instantly switched into a gentle, composed one. He cleared his throat and said softly, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and Mei Terumi walked in first. Her face was cold and beautiful, but those emerald green eyes of hers were filled with concern she couldn't hide. "Sora, are you alright? I heard from the ANBU that you fought Orochimaru alone. You?" Ko looked at how anxious she was, and the corners of his lips lifted slightly into a gentle smile. "Iem fine." His voice was very light, so light it sounded like he was soothing an overly nervous child. "Look, aren't I perfectly okay?" Mei Terumi carefully swept her gaze over Ko from head to toe. From the corner of his forehead to his shoulders, from his chest to his waist. She didn't miss a single inch. Her eyes paused for a moment on the tear at the cuff of Ko's left sleeve, sliced open by the aftershock of wind release, though no blood had been drawn. A moment later, she let out a long breath. "It's good that you're okay," she paused, her fingers clenching slightly from deep self-blame, her voice low as she murmured, "If only I had gotten there sooner." "Don't say that." Ko cut her off, his voice gentle but leaving no room for argument. "No matter what happens, one of us has to stay in Kirigakure. Wasn't that our agreement?" He looked at Mei Terumi, and his bright eyes were full of seriousness. "Whether it's for Kirigakure or for the Reform faction, we have to do this. I know that," but Mei Terumi's voice was very low. When she thought about how Sora had been facing a terrifying enemy like Orochimaru, while she herself hadn't been able to help at all, felt like something was stuck in her chest. Heavy and bitter. A little unwilling, she lowered her head, a trace of loneliness flashing through her eyes. Seeing Mei Terumi looking somewhat downcast, Ko changed the subject at the right time. All right. You didn't come to see me just to talk about this, did you?" As he spoke, he looked toward the silent figure standing behind Mei Terumi the whole time. That figure stood half a step behind her, long white hair draping over his shoulders. He had a slender frame, his shoulders slightly drawn in, like a child who had done something wrong and was waiting for an adult's judgment. Sensing Ko's gaze, Kimimaro lowered his head and carefully stepped out from behind Mei Terumi. Mei Terumi looked at Kimimaro beside her with clear displeasure written all over her cold, beautiful features. "If you've got something to say, then say it to Sora yourself. Repeat exactly what you told me." Kimimaro's body trembled instinctively, and he nodded rapidly like a pecking chicken, looking at the embarrassed Kimimaro in front of him and Mei Terumi's unpleasant expression. Ko couldn't help feeling a little surprised. How did this kid manage to make Mei Terumi this angry? He muttered inwardly, then looked at Kimimaro with some curiosity, his tone as gentle as ever. "Did something happen?" Kimimaro was silent for a moment. His lips parted slightly, and the expression on his pale face shifted from hesitation to resolve. "I hope," he gritted his teeth and continued, "in the training to come, the main focus can be placed on my dead bone pulse." Denied. Ko and Mei Terumi looked at Kimimaro with serious expressions and spoke in unison. The serious gazes of the two of them focused on Kimimaro's face from both sides at the same time, and the air in the office seemed to turn cold in that instant. Hit by the stern rejection of his superiors on the surface, but adoptive father and mother in reality, Kimimaro instinctively lowered his head. Ko exchanged a glance with Mei Terumi, who also looked helpless, and instantly understood. This brat had clearly run into a king-tier match as a bronze player and gotten beaten so badly by Orochimaru that he was panicking. Ko looked at Kimimaro and comforted him gently. "I know. It's because your battle with Orochimaru made you anxious about your own strength. But you're still young. You have more than enough time to grow. With your talent, given enough time you'll definitely surpass Orochimaru, and even surpass us. I've always believed that. He paused, and the certainty in his tone didn't lessen in the slightest. That has never changed. That's right. Mei Terumi chimed in from the side. Looking at Kimimaro, she earnestly tried to persuade him. Kimimaro, you are the most talented genius among the younger generation of Kirigakure. There's no doubt about that. But while the power of your Kekii Genkai, the dead bone pulse, is indeed strong, the bloodline disease it brings is also an enormous risk. No matter whether we're speaking from a personal standpoint or from the standpoint of Kirigakure's upper management, there's no way we can agree to your request. Listening to the two of them, Kimimaro kept his head lowered in silence. There was no expression on that pale face, but his usually calm eyes were filled with unwillingness. That unwillingness wasn't dissatisfaction toward Ko or Mei Terumi. It was dissatisfaction toward himself. Looking at Kimimaro in front of him, Ko let out a helpless sigh inwardly. He understood Kimimaro's feelings completely. To have outstanding talent, yet be unable to fully draw it out was already cruel enough. And now, after nearly losing Juzo Biwa, it wasn't hard to predict that this young boy, in a moment of impulse, would make a decision like this. But fortunately, Kimimaro wasn't like Suigetsu, that little demon pill. This kid was a spirit pearl. Even though he kept everything bottled up inside, when it came to major matters, he would still seek opinions from him and Mei Terumi first. That part was honestly pretty good. As for training your dead bone pulse, let us end this discussion here. Ko gently brought the topic to a close. He didn't sound harsh, but he also left no room for bargaining. My position remains the same. Until the bloodline disease is completely resolved, I absolutely will not allow you to train your dead bone pulse in private. Hearing Ko's words, Kimimaro lowered his head even more, his whole figure clearly sinking into dejection. But Ko suddenly shifted his tone and said seriously, in order to prepare for training your dead bone pulse after the bloodline disease is resolved, I'll draw up an even stricter training plan for you. The moment Mei Terumi heard Ko's words, her eyes widened instantly. Her voice rose a little as she said in disbelief, wait, Sora, resolve the bloodline disease? You mean? Ko smiled and nodded. Yeah. Even though I've only got a bit of a lead so far, I really can see the possibility of solving the bloodline disease. The moment Kimimaro heard Ko's words, he instantly raised his head from where he had been looking down. On that pale face, in those usually calm and still eyes, there was hope he could no longer suppress. He knew very well that if Lord Sora didn't truly have that kind of confidence, he would never make a promise so lightly. To really become stronger. To be able to help Lord Sora and the others. Even to have a chance to protect them. Thank you very much, Lord Sora. Kimimaro said it in an excited voice. On that pale face of his, such intense emotional fluctuation appeared for the first time. Ko smiled, then waved his hand, showing that he did not mind. That easygoing attitude was no different from usual, but in the next moment, his words carried the solemnity of a teacher. But since you want to grow stronger quickly, then the training from here on out is going to become even harsher. You'd better be prepared for that. Hearing Ko's words, Kimimaro nodded without the slightest hesitation. Terumi Mei looked at his eyes, now recovered and no longer filled with gloom, and the worry that had been pressing on her heart ever since she pushed open the door finally eased completely. She walked to his side, raised a hand, and rubbed Kimimaro's smooth white hair. In the gentle tone of an older sister, she said, all right, now that the matter is settled, let us head back quickly. Weren't you always worried about your teacher's condition? Let us go see him together. As she spoke, she turned her gaze toward Ko and secretly blinked at him. Ko understood what she meant as well and prepared to get up and go with them to visit Juzo Biwa. However, just as he stood up, he heard Kimimaro's voice come from ahead once more. Lord Sora, Lord Terumi Mei, please wait a moment. Ko and Terumi Mei both stopped at the same time. The two of them looked toward the white-haired boy in front of them and found that the trace of hesitation from before had already disappeared. In its place was a seriousness like he was reporting on a mission. Kimimaro suppressed the last lingering trace of worry in his eyes, raised his head, and looked at them seriously. During this mission that teacher Juzo Biwa and I carried out, we discovered a very important piece of intelligence. Ko and Terumi Mei exchanged a glance, then looked back at Kimimaro seriously, signaling for him to continue. Kimimaro went on. When teacher Juzo Biwa and I went to the Land of Waves to carry out our mission, we ran into someone unexpected. Because some things happened, we ended up having a bit of contact with him, and even formed a brief cooperation. And according to teacher Juzo Biwa, that person's identity is, he paused for a moment, then in a serious tone spoke that name, one of the Sannin Jiraiya who stands alongside Orochimaru. And when we parted in the end, the direction he was heading was Konoha. He paused, then continued, that one of the Sannin Jiraiya is very likely returning to Konoha. At the same time, Konoha's main gate. The sunlight was just right, spilling through the gaps between the treetops and casting mottled patches of light and shadow onto the ground. On both sides of the gate were green woods full of life. Birds chirped one after another, as if welcoming someone's return. Above the gate ahead hung a plaque bearing the name Konoha. Jiraiya stood outside the gate, looking at it. It had changed almost not at all from before he left, and he stood there for a long while. It really has been a long time since I came back. Konoha, half sighing, half talking to himself, he muttered softly. Then he turned his head and looked at the empty spot beside him. The corner of Jiraiya's mouth moved, pulling into a very faint curve carrying a bitterness that was hard to describe. The land of fire, Konoha. Konoha, the strongest and also the most prosperous ninja village in the shinobi world. Sunlight poured down from the azure sky, shrouding this village built among the forest in a warm golden glow. Shops lined both sides of the streets, and the hanging signs swayed gently in the breeze, letting out creaking sounds. In the distance, the stone faces of the previous Hokage on the Hokage rock shone under the sunlight, overlooking this land they had protected with their lives. It had already been a full 7 years since the Nine-Tails disaster, the calamity that had nearly shaken Konoha's very foundation. 7 years was enough time for a ruined city to be rebuilt. Konoha was the same. New buildings had risen, new roads had spread out, and new faces kept appearing. This village, once struck by immense trauma, had regained its vitality under time's healing touch and had even grown more prosperous. Only, the shadows hidden beneath that surface prosperity had always remained under this towering tree. The streets of Konoha were full of people coming and going. It was currently afternoon. The sunlight slanted across the road, stretching the shadows of the pedestrians long. Housewives picked through vegetables at roadside stalls, most of them with young children beside them. Those children played around in groups of 3 or 5 by the roadside, their laughter crisp like wind chimes. Occasionally, a few middle-aged ninja who had just finished their missions could also be seen. Walking shoulder to shoulder, they were discussing which izakaya to head to for a drink. Their faces carried fatigue, but also relaxation. That was the brief rest after a mission was completed, before the next one arrived. Everything looked perfectly normal, just like any ordinary afternoon. As Jiraiya walked through Konoha's streets, he felt a slight sense of daze for a moment. His eyes swept over the shops along both sides of the street, and all he felt was unfamiliarity. After the destruction caused by the Nine-Tails disaster, most of the buildings and roads had been rebuilt. The roads he had once walked for countless years had now undergone enormous changes. The dango shop that used to be here was gone, replaced by a store selling ninja tools. The old pagoda tree that used to stand over there was also gone, leaving behind only a bare tree stump. Only now did Jiraiya finally truly feel Konoha's changes. Time had already passed through 7 years without him even noticing, and only at this moment did he truly stand on this land, measuring with his own feet the distance he had missed over all these years. His gaze passed over the Hokage building and landed on the eye-catching Hokage rock. Those enormous faces were carved into the cliff, lined up from the first to the fourth, overlooking the entire village. His eyes stopped on the face at the very edge. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. That young, gentle face carrying a smile had been forever carved into stone. Time had worn down the sharp edges of the rock, but the light in those eyes seemed as if it would never fade. Jiraiya stared at that familiar outline, lost in thought for a long time. In his mind, that gentle smiling face, warm like the sun, could not help but appear once again. His lips parted slightly, and in a soft voice, he murmured, "It might be a little too late to say these things." He paused, and a trace of moisture appeared in his eyes. "Minato, I came back to see you." That voice drifted into the air and was carried away by the wind. Jiraiya whispered to himself. The enormous sense of guilt in his heart made him lower his head involuntarily, as if he did not dare keep looking into Minato's eyes on the Hokage rock. A moment later, Jiraiya shook his head. He lifted it again, and most of the cloudiness in his eyes had already faded, replaced by clear resolve. Hadn't he already made his resolve? To bear the mistakes he had made in the past, to walk every step of the present well, and thereby change the future. Jiraiya recalled the promise he had made not long ago in front of Ko, to become Konoha's 5th Hokage. That was absolutely not empty talk, nor was it some impulsive burst of hot blood. It was the path he had finally resolved to walk after experiencing too much, losing too much and missing too much. Jiraiya made up his mind and began seriously thinking about what to do next. What should he do first? Go to the Hokage building to see the old man first? Or, however, just as Jiraiya was thinking, the hushed whispers drifting over from the vegetable stalls by the roadside entered his ears word for word. "Hey, why haven't we seen that demon fox lately? Isn't he usually running around the streets at this time? What, you actually want to see that bad luck thing? Isn't it better if that demon fox doesn't show up? Saves us from worrying all day long." "That's true. But don't you think it's too unusual? The more it's like this, the scarier it feels." "Oh, relax. I specifically asked old man Yamada next door about it. His family supplies ingredients to Ichiraku ramen, and he heard some news from Big Bro Ichiraku. A while ago, didn't something happen to the Uchiha clan? I heard there's only one 7-year-old child left. The reason that Demon Fox has been so quiet lately seems to be because he has been pestering that child the whole time. Ah, that child is so pitiful. Not only did he go through something like that, now he even has to be bothered by that Demon Fox? Isn't that the truth? Even though it's not really good to think this way, thanks to that child, at least we've been able to live peacefully for a couple of days. Their voices were low, but the malice in their words was incredibly strong. Listening to the villagers' words filled with malice toward Naruto, Jiraiya couldn't help clenching his fists. He remembered what Ko had once said to him. Naruto's life in Konoha wasn't very good, but only now, only after hearing these words full of malice with his own ears, spoken in the most ordinary gossiping tone by ordinary villagers carrying vegetable baskets and leading children by the hand, did he truly understand what wasn't very good really meant. At the thought that Naruto, the son of a hero, had to endure treatment like this in Konoha, an unnamed fury rose in Jiraiya's chest. How dare they treat Naruto like this? How could they treat that child like this? Yes, Minato's son. Jiraiya wasn't the type to wear his anger on his face at the slightest provocation, but right now, he could no longer suppress the rage in his heart. A trace of resolve flashed through his eyes. That's right. There was nothing to think about when it came to what he needed to do next. With a dark expression, Jiraiya strode straight toward the two women whispering those words. His steps were large. The red outer robe on his body fluttered in the wind, and his long white hair danced over his shoulders. The two women also noticed Jiraiya, who had made no attempt at all to hide his presence. They looked up and saw the tall white-haired man walking toward them. They also saw those eyes burning with anger. Fear rose in their eyes instinctively. The vegetable baskets in their hands trembled slightly, and their feet unconsciously stepped back half a pace. You! Just as Jiraiya was about to shout and rebuke them, the commotion from the street interrupted him. Hide! That crazy brat, Naruto Uzumaki, is here again. A man's voice exploded from the street corner, carrying undisguised terror. Jiraiya had only just opened his mouth when a wave of shouting, far louder than normal, suddenly swept in from the west side of the street. What? Hurry up and pack everything. Run. Let the women and children go first. No way. We've only had a few peaceful days. Why is that little monster here again? Mom, I'm scared. There, don't cry. The injury on your butt already healed. As long as we don't provoke that lunatic, we'll be fine. Jiraiya. Huh? Jiraiya looked at the crowd around him, instantly falling into chaos, and his bold face was full of confusion. Why did it feel like things were developing completely differently from what he had imagined? In no time at all, the crowd around him had scattered. The goods from the stalls were quickly packed up and stuffed into bags, boxes, and carts. The nearby shops shut their doors with practiced speed. Someone hung a sign on the door that read closed. Some people directly pulled down their rolling shutters. The movement smooth and seamless, as if they had already rehearsed it countless times. In the blink of an eye, the entire street was empty. Only a few leaves blown down by the wind spun across the ground, making soft rustling sounds. Jiraiya stood alone in the middle of the empty street and scratched his head in a daze. What the hell is going on here? He muttered inwardly, his eyes full of deep confusion. Didn't that Kid Ko say the villagers of Konoha were always bullying Naruto? But why does this feel more like they're afraid of him? Even though the difference wasn't that big, Jiraiya clearly sensed that something strange was going on. Help! Help! Before he could sort out his thoughts, a blood-curdling cry for help reached his ears. Jiraiya instinctively turned to look behind him, and what entered his sight was the figure of a middle-aged man sprinting forward in panic. He was wearing a gray jacket. His hair was a mess, and his face was covered in bruises and swollen lumps. One eye was so swollen it could barely open, and there were still dried bloodstains on his lips. As he ran wildly, he gasped for breath in huge gulps. Save! Save me! Somebody save me! His voice echoed through the empty street, filled with terror. Murder! That monster is killing people. The only response he got was the furious voice of a child from behind him. I'll kill your old phone. Take this, Naruto, throw. Bah! A huge wooden club was hurled from behind the man. It cut an arc through the air and struck the back of his head with perfect accuracy. The man's body stiffened violently. Then he dropped to the ground on the spot, sliding several meters before finally stopping. He lay face down on the ground, his body trembling violently, but he still tried to crawl forward with a face full of terror. Top! Just as he kept crawling forward, a small foot stepped onto his head. The man's body froze and instantly stopped struggling. Carefully, he used the corner of his eye to look at the boy standing over him. His whole body trembled like a mouse pinned down by a cat. The boy looked around 7 or 8 years old, with an orange coat draped over his back. He wore a black shirt marked with a whirlpool pattern. The fabric was soaked with sweat and clung tightly to his lean but sturdy body. The boy had spiky blonde hair that glittered under the sunlight. His complexion was ruddy, and clear muscle lines could be seen on his short arms. His features had not fully grown in yet, still carrying the childishness unique to his age, but the sharp edge in his eyes was something no one could ignore. At this moment, the boy was looking down at the man before him with his azure eyes, his gaze full of coldness. Even though the boy had chased the man all this way, he wasn't breathing hard at all. In fact, his breathing was incredibly steady. "Weren't you pretty good at running? Go on, keep running." Naruto looked at the man under his foot and spoke coldly. "Please, go easy on me. Okay?" The man begged in a trembling voice. His body curled up into itself like a dog with its tail broken. Looking at the begging man under his foot, Naruto revealed a smile as bright as the sun on his childish face. "I refuse." As he spoke, he swung his fist and smashed it hard into the man's face. "Ah!" The man's wails rang through the entire street. Jiraiya stared at the scene with his eyes wide open, his jaw practically dropping to the ground. What the hell is going on here? Naruto was sitting on top of the middle-aged man, punching him again and again. The man's cheeks were so swollen they were almost unrecognizable. Blood streamed from his nose all over his face, mixing with tears and snot into a sticky little puddle on the ground. "Aya! Help! Somebody save me!" The man's miserable screams echoed through the empty street, sharp and shrill. The doors of the surrounding houses were shut tight. A few windows were cracked open just a little, peeking at the scene in fear. There wasn't much surprise in the villagers' eyes, as if they had long since gotten used to this. "That crazy brat is beating someone up again. Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you want him to hear you? What the hell happened to him? He wasn't like this before. Who knows? Just don't mess with him." The whispers seeped out from cracks in doors and windows like a swarm of rats rustling along the base of a wall. Jiraiya gradually came back to his senses from the shock. He looked at the blonde boy straddling a grown man and throwing punches, his brows tightly furrowed, his normally bold face full of thought. Something was wrong. Everything happening in front of him was very, very wrong. Instinctively, he wanted to step forward and stop Naruto's violent behavior. However, just as he took one step, he stopped, because his senses told him something else. With his top-tier perception, the moment he stepped onto Konoha's land, he had already taken in everything around him. Around Naruto, there were no fewer than a dozen ANBU hidden in the shadows. And yet, faced with the Jinchuriki violently beating a villager, they made no move at all. They simply watched in silence from the dark. As unbelievable as it felt, the scene before him forced Jiraiya to think of the most likely possibility. The old man had tacitly approved of Naruto's actions? Jiraiya couldn't help feeling that thought was absurd. The old man had allowed Naruto to beat villagers half to death? How was that possible? Jiraiya tried hard to think. 0.001 seconds later, Jiraiya gave up thinking. A little frustrated, he scratched his head and muttered under his breath. "Forget it. I'll just ask the old man in person when I see him. Right now, the most important thing is..." Jiraiya looked ahead at Naruto, who showed no sign of stopping, then at the middle-aged man beneath him, whose whole body was twitching in pain. For a moment he had no idea what to do. In a situation like this, how was he supposed to start a conversation with this kid? Just as Jiraiya was desperately thinking of some normal way to appear in front of Naruto, Naruto's raised fist paused for a brief moment. A gentle male voice sounded in his mind. "That's enough, Naruto. You can stop now, right?" That voice was like a spring breeze, warm and soft, carrying undisguised doting affection. He has already been punished. As long as he realizes his mistake, then, "Minato, shut up." Before the man could finish, an angry female voice suddenly rang out and cut him off. The moment he heard that furious female voice, Naruto's whole body trembled almost on instinct. At this moment, inside Naruto's inner world, it was a vast space. The ground was covered in a pale blue glow. The sky was gray-white, with no sun, and yet there was light. At the center of the space stood a gigantic iron gate covered in sealing formulas. Behind the gate was a pair of crimson vertical pupils larger than lanterns, radiating dangerous light in the darkness. Minato stood within that pale blue glow, carefully looking toward his furious wife at his side. "Kushina, I think this is probably enough." He kept his voice very soft, like he was coaxing an angry child. By now, no one in Konoha dares bully Naruto anymore. If this keeps going, Naruto's reputation in Konoha will probably get even. "What are you scared of?" Kushina turned toward Minato with a dark expression. Her long red hair drifted gently in the windless space like burning flames. With both hands on her hips, her beautiful face was filled with undisguised anger. "Minato, whose side are you even on?" I am obviously on your side and Naruto's." Looking at his furious wife, Minato answered instantly without even thinking. "Then stop speaking up for them. Kushina crossed her arms in front of her chest and said furiously, Naruto got bullied by them for so many years. So what if they suffer a little for it? These spineless cowards only know how to bully the weak, and after all these years, they still haven't learned their lesson. They dared bully me when I first came to Konoha, and now they dare bully my son too. We've been way too nice to them. If you ask me, this bunch just needs a beating. If they don't get taught a lesson, they'll never stop. Hearing the anger-filled words of his wife, Minato very wisely chose to shut up. Feeling uneasy, he silently edged half a step closer to her to show his absolute loyalty in terms of position. Ignoring the sweat-drenched Minato beside her, Kushina raised her head and shouted upward, Naruto, don't listen to your dada's nonsense. Listen to mom and beat him hard for me. And just then, from within the giant prison gate behind them, there came a roar that had clearly reached its limit. So damn noisy. If you want to argue, go argue somewhere else. Stop disturbing this old man asleep. Before the voice had even fully faded, a huge orange-red tail swept across the prison gate, shaking the entire ground of the mental space with a loud buzzing tremor. Back in reality, Naruto reflexively covered his ears. Even though he knew very well that doing that had no real effect on blocking out the voices in his head, Naruto let out a helpless sigh. He had always liked the feeling of his dad and mom bickering noisily in his head. Even though this kind of life had already lasted for 2 years, he had never felt even the slightest bit annoyed by it. After all, the feeling of being noticed and loved by his parents was something the him from 2 years ago could only ever have in dreams. But those occasional deafening snorts that suddenly burst out in his head, that was a different story. Thinking of that, Naruto's little face couldn't help twisting slightly. The man pinned beneath Naruto clearly noticed that the force pressing him down had loosened a little. With extreme caution, he turned his face, already so swollen its original features were impossible to make out. His body was still trembling, but he didn't dare move. He only carefully looked at Naruto with the eye he could barely force open, using his gaze to ask whether Naruto was going to let him go. Naruto looked at the man he had already beaten into a pig's head, and a trace of thought flashed through those sky-blue eyes. He frowned, thought for a moment, then asked seriously in a childish voice, Hey, do you know what you did wrong? The man nodded frantically and answered in a rushed voice, I know. What did you do wrong? The man's words came to an abrupt stop. His eyeballs rolled wildly inside his swollen sockets as if he were trying desperately to think, but he couldn't come up with anything at all. Seeing the man in front of him unable to force out a single word even after a long while, Naruto slightly raised a brow. He did not keep questioning him. He simply lifted his fist high. His fist blocked the afternoon sunlight slanting over from directly behind him, casting a small round shadow over the man's swollen face, so puffed up it was almost impossible to recognize. I really don't know. The man shouted in grievance, Sir, Ancestor. I admit I really did say bad things about you before, but ever since you taught me a lesson last time I really haven't said a single bad thing about you again. You have to believe me. I've been wronged. I really have. Hearing the man's ghostly wailing explanation, Naruto nodded calmly. That part is true. Ever since I beat you into a pig's head last time, you really have behaved a lot more. To then why? Naruto shook his head. Deep disgust appeared on his young face. The mistake you made wasn't against me. The man's mouth fell open into an O shape. His eyes, swollen so badly they could barely be seen, were filled with confusion. Naruto's voice suddenly turned cold as he ground out each word through clenched teeth toward the man in front of him. You said it before, right? Right in front of that bunch of your scummy friends, all smug about it, saying the Uchiha clan deserved to be wiped out. You said that, didn't you? Naruto clenched his fist even tighter. You bastard who got locked up by the Konoha military police force for stealing things for several days, and you still dared to smugly say something like that. He looked at the man trembling in front of him, raised his fist high, and his voice rose several more degrees. A parasite like you should. Just as Naruto's fist was about to come down, a weary voice came from behind him. That's enough. Naruto. The moment he heard the voice from behind, Naruto instantly stopped. His fist hung frozen in midair, and the anger on his young face vanished at once. Naruto suddenly turned around and looked toward the black-haired boy standing behind him. The boy looked around 7 or 8 years old, the same age as Naruto. He wore a black high-collared shirt, and his skin was pale, his features delicate. Though he was still very young, it was already easy to see what a handsome man he would become in the future. His beautiful black hair was slightly messy, and those large black eyes were filled with a heart-wrenching emptiness. Only when he looked at the blonde boy before him did those lonely eyes gain the slightest trace of life. Sasuke, why did you come over here? Naruto called out the boy's name in surprise. He jumped down from the middle-aged man, then very skillfully kicked him straight into an alley by the roadside. The man rolled into the alley's shadows, let out a muffled yelp, and then made no more sound. Naruto clapped his hands, then walked over to the black-haired boy with a grin. Sasuke looked at Naruto acting like nothing had happened, and a faint ripple passed through those hollow eyes. He did not say anything else. He merely turned his head and said softly, "Let's go back." Looking at the lifeless Sasuke in front of him, Naruto's young face filled with heartache. As he listened to the words in his heart from his parents, who were helping him think of how to comfort Sasuke, he let out a somewhat helpless sigh. Jiraiya, who had witnessed the whole thing from the side, seemed as if he still had not fully processed everything that had just happened. Only when Naruto was about to leave did Jiraiya belatedly snap back to himself. He had no time left to think about any perfect entrance, and called out urgently, "Wait, Naruto!" The voice echoed across the empty street, sounding especially loud. Naruto and Sasuke stopped at the same time. Hearing someone call his name, Naruto turned his head in puzzlement. The expression on his young face shifted from confusion to curiosity. When he saw Jiraiya's tall figure, a startled voice exploded in his mind. "That's Jiraiya-sensei." Inside Naruto's inner mindscape, Minato saw that familiar figure through Naruto's eyes, and his voice was full of excitement and nostalgia he could not hide. Looking at Jiraiya in front of him, Naruto subconsciously repeated the words rising in his mind from his father. "Jiraiya-sensei, Jiraiya-sensei." Hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya's heart jolted. How did this child recognize him? Naruto had clearly never met him before, and Naruto had even called him teacher? What exactly was going on here? Even though his heart was filled with doubts, he was Jiraiya after all, the old toad who had spent decades fighting and surviving in the ninja world. Jiraiya's expression switched from shock to smugness as if he had changed faces, and in a booming voice he introduced himself. "Ha ha ha ha." He spread his arms wide. His red outer robe fluttered in the wind, and his long white hair danced over his shoulders. "That's right. This sage is the white-haired young man of Mount Mayaboku, the Toad Sage, the great Jiraiya." Jiraiya's voice echoed across the empty street, startling several crows napping on a utility pole in the distance into flight. Naruto and Sasuke fell silent at the same time. They looked at each other. For once, they reached the same conclusion. This guy was a weirdo. At this moment, inside Naruto's inner world, through Naruto's eyes, Minato looked at the white-haired man dancing around in front of him, and an extremely gentle light rose in his blue eyes. The corners of his lips lifted slightly, and a nostalgic smile appeared on his warm face. "No matter how many times I see it, Jiraiya-sensei's self-introduction still feels super cool. No matter how you look at it, that old pervert has nothing to do with being cool." Standing beside him, Kushina spoke with completely undisguised disdain. Minato laughed awkwardly and did not dare argue. Listening to his parents bickering in his head, Naruto tilted his head. His sky-blue eyes narrowed slightly under the sunlight as he curiously observed this overly dramatic middle-aged man in front of him, then quietly asked in his heart, "Hey, Dad, Mom, is this weird uncle someone you know?" Minato's voice sounded in his mind, carrying a smile. "Yeah. He's the teacher I told you about before, the one who had a huge influence on me. The third Hokage's disciple, one of the Sannin, Jiraiya. He's a legendary, super powerful ninja." Minato's voice was full of pride, like a father introducing the hero in his heart to his child. "And also a super unreliable giant pervert." Kushina's voice immediately followed up. Her tone sounded like she was adding the finishing blow, but also giving a warning. "Don't learn bad things from him, Naruto." "Well, that's a little too harsh." "Kushina." Minato sounded rather helpless. "I'm not wrong." Kushina immediately shot back. "Wasn't Kakashi led astray by him? Now he carries one little dirty book everywhere he goes every single day. If this keeps up, how's he ever supposed to find a girlfriend? Don't tell me you want Naruto to grow up always holding a little dirty book too." Ha ha ha." Minato was left speechless for a moment and could only laugh awkwardly. Looks like he really is a weird guy." Naruto listened to his parents' words and confirmed it in his heart. Still, if Dad and Mom looked that happy after seeing him, then he should be a pretty decent guy. Jiraiya looked at Naruto in front of him. Although he still kept that hearty, laughing expression on his face, his mind was already filled with countless thoughts. His gaze lingered on Naruto's face for a moment, as if searching for the shadow of old acquaintances. His eyes and hair are like Minato's, but his face looks more like Kushina's. As Jiraiya looked at Naruto, a deep wave of nostalgia rose in his heart. Just as he was about to speak and get closer to Naruto, a figure silently appeared behind him. He was wearing an ANBU uniform. Over a dark blue bodysuit was a flak vest, and an animal mask covered his face. But anyone familiar with him could recognize who he was at a glance from that silver white hair and lazy posture. During the Third Great Ninja War, he had been a genius on par with the Uchiha known as Black Lightning, Uchiha Tō, the man called the Second White Fang, now serving as the head of ANBU, Konoha's elite jonin, Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi reached out with his right hand, grabbed Naruto by the collar, and lifted him straight up. "Got you." "Ah!" Naruto twisted his head around to look at the face behind him, most of it hidden by the ANBU mask, and his voice suddenly shot up. Kakashi, when did you get here? You should call me Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi raised the ANBU mask with his other hand, revealing the lazy, half-drooping dead fish eye underneath. He lightly tapped Naruto on the head and said in a lazy but somewhat helpless tone, I mean, come on. Show at least a little respect to your guardian in name, okay? Minato-sensei and Kushina-sensei's wife have said it to you plenty of times too, right? At least listen to your parents for once. Humph. Naruto snorted and stubbornly turned his head away. Yar yar. Looking at Naruto, Kakashi let out a helpless sigh. He raised his head and looked toward the distant blue sky. A trace of complicated emotion flashed through that dead fish eye. I really am not suited for taking care of kids. If it were Ko or Obito instead, they'd definitely get along with this kid in no time. Kakashi murmured inwardly. It seemed he had recalled memories from the past, and an indescribable regret appeared in his eyes. Unlike Naruto's shocked reaction, Sasuke, who was standing beside him, showed no surprise at all at Kakashi's sudden appearance. He simply lifted those eyes, made especially deep by the dark circles beneath them, and looked calmly at Kakashi's exposed eye. Kakashi, if I remember correctly, this should still be your working hours. You came here for more than just the same reason I did, to catch this big idiot, right? Huh? Who are you calling an idiot? Damn it, Sasuke. You're the idiot. A super huge idiot. Naruto's voice came from midair, filled with undisguised anger. His body struggled violently in Kakashi's hand, but obviously, in Kakashi's grip, that struggle was completely useless. Kakashi ignored the Naruto who kept bouncing around in his hand. He looked at Sasuke. The laziness in his voice faded a little, replaced by more seriousness. Well, even though catching this idiot is part of the mission too, I did come here for something more important. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to the white-haired man standing ahead, who had not spoken again this whole time. Looking at Jiraiya, Kakashi said in a complicated tone, It's been a long time, Lord Jiraiya. At this moment, Jiraiya had no room left to respond to Kakashi's greeting. Right now, his mind was completely occupied by the information hidden in the conversation between Naruto and Kakashi just now. He could not think about anything else at all. Jiraiya stood there as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Minato and Kushina are still alive. The instant that guess surfaced in his mind, Jiraiya's eyes widened violently, and that bold face of his was filled with shock. Jiraiya was almost unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. He wanted to rush forward and grab Kakashi to demand an explanation. His lips parted, and the words he wanted to say had already risen to his throat. Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi's voice sounded first, as if deliberately stopping his impulse. He looked at the emotional Jiraiya before him and understood very well how he felt at this moment. After all, when he had first learned about Minato-sensei and the other situation, he had not been much better than Jiraiya was now. I know you have a lot of questions right now. Kakashi waited until Jiraiya had calmed down a little before speaking steadily in that lazy tone. But this isn't the place to talk about those things. His gaze turned toward the end of the street, toward the building standing at the center of the village with the words Hokage on it. Lord Third is waiting for you in the Hokage's office. Hearing Kakashi's words, Jiraiya opened his mouth, then forcibly swallowed back all the questions that had already rushed to the edge of his teeth. He pressed his lips tightly together, then nodded heavily. Hey, Kakashi, you can put me down now, right? Naruto's protesting voice came from midair again, thick with dissatisfaction. He swung his forearm around in the air, trying to twist back and glare at Kakashi. Kakashi lowered his head to look at him, and the exposed dead fish eye curved slightly. Looking at Naruto's puffed-up expression, he said in a lazy but unyielding tone, That won't do. You need to go see Lord Third with Lord Jiraiya too. Ha! Naruto's voice rose several degrees, and those sky-blue eyes were full of resistance. Come on, don't be so against it. Kakashi's voice softened a little. You should already know from Sensei, right? Lord Jiraiya is someone you can trust. His words paused for a moment as he set Naruto down from the air. Kakashi crouched halfway down, meeting Naruto's eyes at the same level and said seriously, I'm taking Sasuke back next. So the task of bringing Lord Jiraiya to see Lord Third will be left to you. Okay? HM? A mission. The moment he heard the word mission, Naruto's eyes instantly lit up, and he shouted excitedly, Then I'll go. Sasuke silently glanced at them from the side. He did not say much. He simply turned around and walked toward the west side of the street. Just after Kakashi put Naruto down, the corner of his eye caught that black figure from behind, and he unconsciously took a step forward to follow. Kakashi, you don't need to come with me. Sasuke's steps did not stop, and he did not turn back when he spoke. He simply kept walking forward. That back looked especially thin under the sunlight, and especially lonely too. Sasuke slightly turned his face. Sunlight crossed over the roof tiles from the side and fell across half his profile, casting the shadow of his eyelashes beneath those hollow eyes. I'm not so useless that I can't even find my way back. Don't treat me like some child who needs looking after." He paused, and his voice dropped even lower. "I'm a revenger." With that, he walked straight ahead. That figure gradually grew smaller at the end of the street, and finally disappeared around the corner. Kakashi stood there, looking in the direction where Sasuke had vanished, and the one visible eye closed for a brief moment. He let out a long sigh, then turned to look in Jiraiya's direction. His voice was lighter than before. "Let us head out, Jiraiya-sama." Jiraiya looked at Naruto in Kakashi's hands, still staring blankly at Sasuke's departing back, and gave a heavy nod. Kakashi placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, and the three of them turned and walked toward the Hokage building. Not long after their figures disappeared, several masked figures silently emerged from the rooftops and the depths of the alleyways. They dragged out the middle-aged man Naruto had kicked into the shadows. He was still groaning faintly. His eyelids and lips were swollen to the point that his original face was almost impossible to recognize, but his breathing was still fairly steady. The ANBU squad captain made a hand signal to both sides, and the two groups quickly hauled the man up. Taking him with them, they vanished beneath the bright afternoon sunlight. A few breaths later, the tightly shut wooden doors on both sides of the main street finally began to open one after another. First one door, then two or three, and then almost the entire street opened up at nearly the same time. People cautiously poked their heads out from inside their houses. Only after confirming that the middle of the street was completely empty did they dare push the doors all the way open. Not long after, the street regained its sounds, its people, and everything that should have belonged to the afternoon. Konoha Hokage building Hokage's office. The sunlight outside slanted in through the spotless floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating every grain of the wooden floor with perfect clarity. Portraits of the previous Hokage hung on the wall, from the first to the fourth, for faces quietly looked down in the afternoon light at everything happening inside this room. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was seated behind his desk. This Kage-level powerhouse revered across the ninja world as the professor of ninjutsu, the Hokage who had held office the longest in Konoha's history, had been turned by the passing of time from the young man he once was into an old man. His hair had long since turned completely white, sparse strands clinging to his scalp. His face was covered in wrinkles, each one telling of the weight of time. Those eyes that had once been full of sharpness were now deeply sunken into their sockets, with dark circles beneath them left behind by years of constant labor. Hiruzen Sarutobi wore his Hokage robes, his hands folded together on the desk. Age spots covered his fingers, and his knuckles were slightly misshapen. He looked at the disciple he had not seen in many years, and a trace of complicated emotion flashed through his eyes. "So you were finally willing to come back, Jiraiya?" There was no blame in those words, no questioning, only relief. Jiraiya looked at his teacher, now even older than in his memories, and deep guilt flashed through his eyes. He opened his mouth, but the questions he had held in all the way here were forcibly pressed back down at that moment. Those questions about Minato, about Kushina, about Naruto, he temporarily swallowed them all again. Looking at his teacher's back, now a little more hunched than he remembered, Jiraiya could not help but feel an indescribable bitterness rising in his heart. He knew very clearly that the old man before him had lived through extremely difficult years. The Nine-Tails disaster had been an enormous catastrophe that had nearly changed the future for many people, himself included. And naturally, that disaster had also swept in the teacher standing before him now, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. From the public side, the old man's personally chosen successor, Konoha's young fourth Hokage, had died in that disaster. Konoha had suffered its first and largest homeland casualties since the village's founding. Most of the village's mid- and high-level combat strength had died one after another, including elite Jonin Kurenai Yuhi's father, Shinku Yuhi, leaving a severe shortage of top-tier fighters who should have been carrying the burden. And among Konoha's top-tier combat strength, the Sannin, including himself, had all become unavailable. One wandering abroad, one defected, one ill. The entire village had fallen into an unprecedented period of weakness, to the point that this elderly third Hokage had no choice but to come back out and take charge again. Internally, most of the reliable forces on the Hokage's side had died in large numbers during the Nine-Tails disaster, while Root, which had previously been firmly suppressed, had preserved its strength intact. Under those circumstances, the old man before him could no longer suppress the ambitious Hokage advisor, Danzo Shimura, the way he once had. And while unable to unify the voice of Konoha's upper ranks, as Hokage he also had to deal with the escalating conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha. At the same time, externally, there was still the watchful attention of the major ninja villages led by Kumogakure. Those enemies who had been defeated in war, after learning that Konoha had weakened, had begun to stir like sharks smelling blood. And in his private life, this old man had also suffered the pain of losing his wife during the Nine-Tails disaster. Not long after that, he had to endure the defection of his most beloved disciple, Orochimaru, the one he had cherished like a son. And then, 2 years after the Ninetales disaster, following Ko's defection, his already distant relationship with his second son, Asuma Sarutobi, worsened drastically. That directly led to Asuma leaving Konoha in anger, traveling the ninja world under the name Blade of Rebellion, and never returning to this day. Just thinking about everything this old man had gone through over the years was enough to make one's scalp go numb. And while his teacher had been enduring all of that, he himself had stayed away from Konoha because of his guilt toward Ko and the pain of losing Minato, choosing not to shoulder the part of responsibility that should have belonged to him. He had left only this old man before him to face Konoha, a village already riddled with wounds, alone. Jiraiya lowered his head and looked at the floor as he spoke in a hoarse voice. "I'm sorry, sensei. I'm back." The third Hokage looked at the disciple before him, and the hand that had been about to pick up his pipe paused slightly. Based on his understanding of Jiraiya, he could clearly sense that this disciple of his, the one who had always caused him the most worry, seemed to have undergone some rather obvious changes. "So, it seems you really did go through quite a lot during your years outside, Jiraiya." Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Jiraiya and spoke with gratified emotion in his tone. Jiraiya nodded and admitted it frankly. "Yeah. After talking with that child, I really did figure out a lot of things." He remembered that almost absurd reunion with Ko at Miss Sailport, on those streets churning with fog. Jiraiya's gaze became firm. "There's a lot I want to talk to you about, old man, but let us put that aside for now." Looking at the third Hokage before him, Jiraiya no longer hesitated and directly asked the question he cared about most at this moment. "Minato? And Kushina? Are they still alive?" Hiruzen Sarutobi could hear the urgency in Jiraiya's voice, and there was not the slightest surprise in those aged eyes. He had clearly expected this question from Jiraiya long ago, but instead of answering first, he turned his gaze toward the blonde boy still rummaging through drawers and cabinets in the office, and the silver-haired Jonin at his side who was trying to stop him. "As for that question, it'd be better to ask them in person." The third said it calmly, as if stating something perfectly natural. The moment his words fell, Naruto, who had been rummaging around, instantly froze. Naruto's body stiffened for a moment. Then, under Jiraiya's puzzled gaze, he slowly turned around. On that young face, the mischievous expression from before turned gentle. It was not a gentleness deliberately put on as an act, but something that came from the bones, from deep within him, warm like sunlight. In those sky-blue eyes, there was now a steadiness that belonged to an adult. As for the situation Kushina and I are in right now, even though it was still Naruto's childish voice, the tone behind those words made Jiraiya freeze on the spot. "I'll explain it to Jiraiya-sensei myself." Third Lord. Naruto, no, the person speaking through Naruto's mouth. At this moment, Minato had already turned to look at the Jiraiya in front of him. On that young face a gentle smile appeared. Jiraiya stared at the gentle smile on Naruto's face. The light in those clouded eyes shifted from confusion to shock. That smile, the slight upward curve at the corner of his lips, before he knew it, the Naruto before him seemed to slowly overlap with the disciple in his memories. The one who was always smiling. "Why you are?" Jiraiya's voice was hoarse, trembling with disbelief even he himself couldn't accept. "Minato?" Naruto looked at the utterly shaken Jiraiya in front of him, and the smile at the corner of his lips grew even brighter. "Yeah." He paused for a moment. The gentleness and smile in his eyes were conveyed at the same time. "Long time no see, Jiraiya-sensei." Jiraiya's eyes widened as he looked at the Minato before him. "Minato? Really, is it really Minato?" His lips trembled slightly as he confirmed it again in a hoarse voice. "Yeah, it's me, Jiraiya-sensei." Minato replied with a smile. On that childish face that belonged to Naruto, the gentle smile did not change in the slightest. Minato raised a hand and used Naruto's small hand, still carrying a bit of baby fat, to scratch the back of his head. With a hint of nostalgia, he said, "Do you still remember? Back then, you dragged me along to peep on the women's bathhouse and had me keep watch for you from the tree outside. It really is you, Minato." In less than a fraction of a second, Jiraiya's old face completed the full transition from shock to certainty to reddened eyes. He shouted loudly, took a huge step forward, spread his arms, and with wet eyes lunged toward Minato. Hiruzen Sarutobi cast a look of disdain at this disappointing disciple of his. He shook his head, and his hand unconsciously tilted a little toward the crystal ball beside the desk. "Minato!" With tears streaming down his face, Jiraiya threw himself toward Naruto. Bang! What greeted him was a heavy punch straight to the face. The fist was not big, but the force behind it was astonishing. It slammed precisely into Jiraiya's nose bridge and sent his entire body flying straight to the wall. Jiraiya's back hit the wall with a dull thud. Then he slid down along it and sat on the floor with a blank look on his face. "You dirty old pervert. What exactly did you make my Minato do?" Naruto's voice was no longer Minato's gentle tone, but an angry roar filled with killing intent. Standing off to the side, Kakashi looked at Jiraiya slowly sliding down the wall with that half-lidded dead fish eye of his, and flatly commented, Hey, no matter what, That S still Naruto-S body. Even if Kushina-sensei is the one controlling it, isn't the power behind that punch a little too ridiculous? His gaze paused for a moment on Naruto-S fist, and he analyzed it with some worry in his heart. Could it be the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra? While Kakashi was muttering to himself at the side, Jiraiya also climbed back up from the floor. He rubbed his reddened nose bridge and looked at Naruto with eyes full of shock. At this moment, that childish face of Naruto-S was filled with fury. Hey, Minato, what's this about peeping on the women's bathhouse? Why have I never heard you mention this before? You'd better explain it clearly. The expression on Naruto-S face instantly changed again into something like Minato-S gentleness mixed with awkwardness. That happened right after I graduated from the Ninja Academy. We weren't dating yet back then. I swear I didn't go peeping. I swear. Minato-S voice became hurried as he seriously explained. I was just waiting for Jiraiya-sensei outside the door. I didn't see anything. Really. Minato-S voice turned even more earnest. I'll explain the details to you properly later, Kushina. Right now, the top priority is explaining our current situation to Jiraiya-sensei first. I doubt you had the guts anyway. Naruto-S expression became sullen again, then shifted back into Minato-S gentle look. Having narrowly escaped disaster for the moment, Minato let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at Naruto-S little face switching between several personalities in less than half a minute, Jiraiya muttered in realization. So it really isn't just Minato. Kushina is in Naruto-S body too? Minato nodded. On that childish face, the gentle smile remained. Yeah, that's right. In a steady tone, Minato explained, Kushina and I both currently exist inside Naruto as souls. Normally, Naruto's own consciousness is the main one in control, but when needed, and with his permission, we can temporarily take over his body. As souls? When Jiraiya repeated those words, the excitement in his voice had not fully faded yet, but it had already gained a trace of gravity. Minato nodded and said calmly, yeah, that's right. In reality, we really are already dead. We died in the Nine-Tails attack 7 years ago. Minato paused, then added, the reason Kushina and I are able to exist inside Naruto in soul form is actually all thanks to one person's help. Help? Jiraiya murmured. His thoughts paused for a moment, and that roguishly handsome face couldn't help but appear in his mind. It was Ko. Minato did not drag it out and said it directly. The office went silent for a moment. When Minato spoke Ko's name, Kakashi's body leaning by the window stiffened ever so slightly. The lazy deadfish look in his eye dimmed noticeably for a moment. His gaze moved away from the old pine tree outside the window and fell onto the cover of the copy of Ika Paradise in his hand. The finger that had originally been curled against the edge of the page stopped and silently pressed against the illustration on the page. Ko. Looking at the illustration in the first volume of the Collector-S edition of Ika Paradise, Kakashi couldn't help but murmur the name in his heart. Koha. Jiraiya repeated softly. For some reason, hearing Ko's name did not make him feel surprised at all. Jiraiya did not press further. He only looked at Minato curiously and quietly waited for him to continue. Minato also did not keep him hanging. He continued speaking, a look of reminiscence flashing through his eyes. It was probably not long after the end of the Third Great Ninja War. After Rin. When he said Rin's name, he subconsciously swept the silver-haired figure by the window with the corner of his eye. Kakashi raised his eyes and met Minato's gaze for a moment, then gently nodded to indicate that he was fine. Minato quietly let out a sigh of relief in his heart, then drew his gaze back to Jiraiya's face and continued. Not long after Rin died, Ko came to find me and said he wanted to learn Fuinjutsu from me. At the time, I was already worried about Ko and Kakashi's mental state after Rin's death, so when Ko took the initiative to come to me, I was very happy to agree. As he recalled the past from many years ago, a trace of regret flashed through Minato's eyes. Back then, I had actually invited Kakashi too. I wanted to use that chance to let those two children, who had both lost Obito and Rin, spend more time together. But at the time, Kakashi's mental state was already extremely bad. Knowing that himself, he felt that the him back then could only hold Ko back. So he politely declined my invitation. Thinking about it now, if I had been a little more forceful back then maybe. Minato gently shook Naruto's little head, temporarily suppressing that regret in his heart that could never be changed, then continued speaking to Jiraiya. At that time, you had already left Konoha, so I didn't bring Ko to the training grounds. Instead, I invited him to my home to train. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and an embarrassed smile appeared on that youthful face. Though at the time, I made that suggestion because I wanted to spend a little more time with Kushina. I didn't expect it to have such a huge impact on what happened later. My original plan was to start by teaching him the basics of Fuinjutsu, but the results were not ideal. Minato's voice turned serious, carrying a trace of regret that still had not faded even now. In terms of Fuinjutsu theory, Ko learned incredibly fast, even faster than I did back then. Those complicated principles behind jutsu formulas, the flow patterns of chakra, the structural logic of seals. He only needed to hear them once to understand them immediately. Even Kushina was very surprised by that. His voice was full of admiration, but also carried a trace of regret. But when it came to actual hands-on practice, he struggled a lot. Whether it was the precise chakra control required for Fuinjutsu or the construction of the formulas, although he made no mistakes at all, the process of becoming proficient was very slow. For the same jutsu, I only needed to practice 10 times back then, while he needed to practice hundreds of times. Minato paused, and the light in those sky-blue eyes softened. But he never complained and he never gave up. Every time he failed, he would silently start over from the beginning. Every time he made a mistake, he would find the cause, then correct it again and again. That kind of tenacity, that refusal to admit defeat, even made me feel a little ashamed of myself. Although he still had some problems in actual practice, that was more a matter of time. As long as he kept training, Ko would master it soon enough. He took a deep breath and continued. So back then, I put more of my energy into explaining the theory to him, while the later practical training was left for his future cultivation. Minato's voice grew lower and lower, as if he were recalling a conversation he would never forget. And it was at that time that I heard a proposal from that child, a proposal that, at the time, I felt was far too idealistic, almost impossible to achieve. Minato looked at Jiraiya in front of him, his tone growing more solemn. If someone was about to die, could they, through the use of Fuinjutsu, seal a kind of energy similar to life force into the caster's body? The way a tailed beast is sealed. Then, by releasing that seal, replenish their life force, and thus achieve the goal of extending the life of someone on the verge of death. The office fell silent for a moment. Sunlight poured in through the window, shining on Jiraiya's grave face, and also on Naruto's youthful yet serious one. The idea Ko brought up back then really surprised me. Minato said with emotion, I think. That was probably a thought he had kept buried in his heart for a very long time after losing Obito and Rin. Jiraiya nodded silently. It actually wasn't hard to understand why Ko would have such an idea. Back then, after Tsunade lost her younger brother Nawaki, she had also proposed a plan to train medical ninja on a large scale. Although pushing that plan during wartime was absolutely foolish, the proposal itself did carry very high value. During the peaceful years after the war, Konoha had indeed vigorously developed its training of medical ninja. The systematic medical talent training plan Tsunade established made a tremendous contribution to Konoha's victory in the Third Great Ninja War. It was just a pity that Tsunade, the one who formulated that plan, had already left Konoha long ago and did not witness those results with her own eyes. Thinking of the Tsunade he had not seen in many years, Jiraiya could not help but let out a quiet sigh in his heart. As Jiraiya thought of Tsunade, whom he had not seen for many years, a faintly bitter tide surged through his chest. But that emotion only lingered in his heart for a moment before he forcibly pressed it down. He knew very well that now was not the time to think about such things. What Minato said next was the key. Minato looked at Jiraiya seriously and continued. When faced with the idea Ko proposed, it wasn't just me back then. Even Kushina, who was listening beside us, became interested. After a period of theoretical research, we still ultimately concluded that this proposal was very difficult to realize. He paused, and the light in those sky-blue eyes deepened. There actually is a jutsu somewhat similar to this idea. For example, Lady Tsunade's strength of 100 seal. But that kind of jutsu is an extremely special exception. Only because Lady Tsunade herself is one of the top medical ninja in the ninja world could she use the chakra stored in the strength of 100 seal to that extent. For non-medical ninja, reaching the same level of precision is nearly impossible. So, after a period of research and verification, we temporarily put that plan aside. At this point, Minato fell silent for a moment. That silence was brief, but in this quiet office, it felt especially long. Sunlight streamed through the Hokage's office window onto Naruto's youthful face, and the thoughts in those sky-blue eyes shifted from remembrance to contemplation. Until, after Kushina became pregnant with Naruto, the atmosphere in the office seemed to grow heavier at that moment. After Kushina became pregnant, the frequency of Ko coming to our home noticeably decreased. There was a trace of regret in Minato's voice, and those sky-blue eyes lowered slightly, as if recalling those days that had already drifted far away. That gentle smile still hung at the corners of his mouth, but beneath that smile was a faint sense of loss. Thinking about it now, that was probably the Uchiha clan's intention. Minato's tone became serious, as if he were reviewing a chess game that had ended many years ago. Although as Shursui grew, fewer and fewer people mentioned Ko as the Uchiha clan's #1 genius. In reality, the importance the Uchiha clan placed on Ko far exceeded what they placed on Shursui. Shursui was indeed a genius, but Ko was the future. He was the Uchiha clan's hope for returning to the core of Konoha's power. His voice was not loud, but every word was incomparably firm. Although that way of thinking was not my original intention as Hokage, I must admit it, that child, Ko, had an irreplaceable role when it came to stabilizing and changing the Uchiha, as well as connecting the Uchiha with Konoha's upper ranks. As he spoke, Minato paused and turned his gaze toward the third Hokage behind the desk. Back then, both Lord Third and I had long intended to nurture Ko as the next leader of Konoha's Jonin commander. Minato said this very calmly, almost as if it were only natural. But in this office, everyone knew the weight that position carried. The leader of the Jonin commander in Konoha, that position even carried more real weight than titles like Hokage Advisor or Hokage Aide. A Hokage Advisor is a strategist. A Hokage Assistant is a deputy. But the Jonin commander is the direct representative of Konoha's entire high-level combat force, the Jonin as a whole. Anyone who can sit in that position must, first, have the sincere recognition of the vast majority of Jonin, and second, possess the Hokage's absolute trust. Neither can be missing. This is one of the most critical hubs in Konoha's decision-making chain. A figure who holds both prestige and real power, someone who has truly stepped into the core of authority. The current Jonin commander is Nara Shikaku, head of the Nara clan, Konoha's chief strategist, the brain of Ino Shikacho, the third Hokage's most relied-upon advisor. And the previous Jonin commander was none other than the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze himself, the very man currently standing before everyone by borrowing the body of his own 7-year-old son. Anyone who sits in that seat has always been one of the strongest candidates for the next Hokage. For Ko, that made him the most important figure for the Uchiha to return to Konoha's core leadership circle. Minato's voice grew a little deeper, but precisely because of that, the Uchiha were extremely sensitive about Ko coming into contact with Kushina, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. A Jinchuriki's childbirth is the village's highest-level secret, and as a core figure of the Uchiha, every move Ko made would be scrutinized and magnified. He gave a bitter smile and shook his head, explaining helplessly, although both we and the Uchiha trusted Ko very much. When it came to such a sensitive moment as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki giving birth, if anything went wrong, Ko's career would very likely be affected. That was something the Uchiha clan absolutely could not accept. Rather than bring fire onto himself, it was better to stay safe. So having Ko keep his distance from Kushina, who was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, really was the correct choice from the Uchiha clan's point of view at the time. Minato's gaze turned distant, as if it pierced through the curtain of time and saw that young man standing between the Uchiha district and the Hokage building. At the time, I understood the Uchiha's decision very well. To ease the Uchiha clan's unease, I also arranged for Ko to work alongside Ino Shikacho, letting him carry out Konoha's most core missions together with them. On one hand, that let Ko get in touch with the comrades he would be working with in the future, as well as his future support. On the other, it was training his ability to work as a Kage. Ko handled all of it perfectly. He learned fast, thought clearly, and his coordination with Ino Shikacho became more and more seamless. Shikaku told me in private more than once that this child would be able to take over his position in the future. But Minato paused. He looked at Jiraiya in front of him, hesitated for a moment, then said softly, "I always felt that during that time." Ko seemed very anxious. A bottleneck in strength. Jiraiya quietly picked up the sentence, his voice hoarse but certain. No one understood this better than he did. Back then, that letter from Ko, written in urgent wording that was almost anxious, had been filled with exactly this issue. Minato nodded in agreement. A boy carrying his family's expectations, while also being burdened with everyone's hopes, yet during the period when a shinobi's strength should be growing rapidly, he instead fell into a long stagnation, limited by his talent. Even for Ko, that must have been immense pressure. Minato's voice lowered a little here. I wanted to help him, both for Ko's sake and for Obito and Rin, who were already gone. So I talked with Kushina, who was pregnant with Naruto at the time and was feeling stifled from staying indoors every day, about Ko's situation. In the end, we decided to help Ko in our own way, and it started with the sealing technique research we had temporarily set aside. In a steadier tone, Minato continued. In the days that followed, Kushina studied sealing techniques at home, while I searched through the scroll of seals and related sealing technique records while handling my Hokage duties, looking for useful clues. He looked at everyone, and the light in those sky-blue eyes grew a little brighter. In the end, in the scroll of seals, I found a technique that could connect with the idea Ko had mentioned. Although it was different from the rapid recovery Ko originally envisioned, the final research result was, in a certain sense, still a technique that could let a dying person survive. At this point, Minato's voice dropped again. At the same time, it was also a sealing technique that could use life as the price to unleash a powerful seal. Jiraiya's brows drew together slightly. Of course he knew what Minato's words implied. The reason Minato could still stand in front of him and speak now, and the reason Kushina could still borrow Naruto's body to punch him, were probably both related to this technique. Lowering his voice, he asked the question Minato had been waiting a long time for. What is that technique? Minato looked at Jiraiya and said with a bitter smile, "You should be very familiar with this technique, Jiraiya-sensei. The spirit transformation technique. That is the name of the technique." Hearing that name, Jiraiya was instantly stunned, and a trace of recollection flashed through his eyes. Dan Kato, Tsunade's former lover, and one of Konoha's elite jonin. The spirit transformation technique he used was one of the rare secret arts in the ninja world that could materialize the soul, carry out long-distance attacks, and establish spiritual connections. Seeing Jiraiya's expression sink into memory, Minato's tone grew more serious as he continued. I studied the Uzumaki clan's forbidden technique, the soul-related sealing Jutsu Reaper Death Seal. So I already had some understanding of techniques involving the soul. Although sealing techniques and the spirit transformation technique belong to different systems, they do share one common point. They both touch the soul. So I combined that with Lord Second Hokage's notes on the spirit transformation technique left in the Scroll of Seals, as well as Senior Dan's records of the improvements he made in actual combat, and even Lord Orochimaru's early research reports related to the soul. Then, together with the research manuscripts on the spirit transformation technique from Lord Second Hokage, Senior Dan, and Lord Orochimaru, and combined with the approach Ko had proposed before, the corner of Minato's mouth lifted slightly, and a bit more confidence entered his voice. After 1 year of research, Kushina and I finally barely completed that brand new sealing technique. This technique, built on the theoretical framework of the spirit transformation technique and the Reaper Death Seal, combined with the structural formula of multiple sealing techniques such as the 5-element seal, and only barely completed after repeated failures, is called Super Thunder Soul Sealing 15 Yin-Yang Soul Locking Seal. That's what it's called. A full, forceful voice suddenly came out of Naruto's throat, directly cutting off Minato before he could finish. The expression on Naruto's face changed from excitement to disgust, and a bit more helplessness entered the childish voice. Inside Naruto's inner world, Kushina stood on the water with her arms crossed, ignoring the downcast Minato beside her. She looked upward, her words passing through this layer of mental space and reaching the real world directly. Minato and I used this technique to seal the Ninetales with all our strength when we were on the verge of death, and sealed it inside Naruto. Because the two of us were suppressing it together, even Naruto's body could withstand the complete Ninetales. She paused, and her tone suddenly sank. Even though the technique was completed, it had never been used before after all. After the sealing was done, Minato's and my souls were heavily damaged. We could only remain inside Naruto's body, constantly recovering by absorbing the Ninetales chakra leaking from the seal, until 1 year ago when we finally awakened. Her voice grew colder and colder, and her gaze turned sharp as she glared viciously at the third Hokage beside them. And what we never could have imagined was that Naruto was actually living this kind of life in Konoha. Her voice exploded through the office, making even the documents on the desk tremble slightly. Listening to Kushina's rebuke, the third Hokage lowered his head in deep shame. Inside Naruto's mental space, Minato placed a hand on Kushina's shoulder. As he comforted his wife, he continued in a tone tinged with a bit more regret, just like Kushina said, "We only regained consciousness a year ago. After recognizing Naruto, we quickly got in contact with Lord Third, and from him we learned what had happened over the years." Minato's tone grew even heavier here. Among it all, the most important matter was the Uchiha clan. He looked at Jiraiya in front of him and said helplessly, "We did want to try and change everything, but by then, it was already too late. From the information we learned after waking up, Ko had defected from the village for some unknown reason. And after Ko left, Shursui, who had been barely maintaining the fragile peace between the Uchiha and Konoha." Minato stopped. The office fell silent for a long time. Had also died. Minato looked at the silent people in the room and continued, "At that time, we were extremely weak in our soul state. Even speaking with Naruto inside his mind was already very difficult for us. There was no way we could change anything at all." He raised his head, his tone firm. "But there is one thing I am absolutely certain of. The Ninetales incident back then really did have a mastermind behind it. That person may have had a Sharingan, but he absolutely had nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. Because that mastermind had a summoning contract with the Ninetales." Minato paused for a moment. The light in those sky-blue eyes of his became even deeper. "If my guess is correct, then he is very likely that legendary." His lips parted slightly, and from the corner of his eye, he glanced in Kakashi's direction. After hesitating for a moment, he finally continued with difficulty, "Uchiha Madara." "Uchiha Madara?" Jiraiya repeated the name in a low voice. He first sank into thought for a moment, then muttered in shock, How is that possible? Uchiha Madara. Didn't he already die in battle against the first Hokage at the Valley of the End?" He took a deep breath, his brows tightly furrowed, and voiced the doubt in his heart in a low tone, leaving aside the fact that his body was personally brought back by the first Hokage. Even if that man somehow survived his battle with the first Hokage, so many years have already passed. How could he possibly still be alive now? Minato quietly waited for Jiraiya to finish this whole chain of questions. On that small face belonging to Naruto was a gentleness and maturity no child should have. As for the true identity of that mastermind, I'm actually not certain either. It's only because of his summoning contract with the Ninetales that I'm temporarily referring to him under Madara's name. At this point, The gentleness on Naruto's small face faded slightly, and his tone sank with it. That mysterious man has many things about him that do not match the legendary Uchiha Madara. He wore a swirl pattern mask that covered his entire face tightly, revealing only his right eye. According to all records about Uchiha Madara in Konoha's archives, including oral historical materials personally left behind by the first Hokage, that man should absolutely be the type to disdain hiding his identity. Minato paused, then continued his calm analysis, and although that mysterious man was very strong, his fighting style mainly relied on an extremely troublesome spacetime ninjutsu. Compared to his methods, his combat experience was not particularly outstanding. At the very least, I can confirm it was below mine. As Minato spoke, he slightly shifted his gaze and quietly swept a glance toward Kakashi, who was leaning by the window. Seeing no reaction from Kakashi, Minato secretly let out a sigh of relief inside, then withdrew his gaze and spoke in an even firmer tone. My guess is that mysterious man is very likely not Uchiha Madara, but an Uchiha clansman who inherited Uchiha Madara's legacy and possibly even worships him. So not Uchiha Madara himself, but a member of the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya murmured softly, then looked at Minato in front of him and nodded, signaling for him to continue. Minato looked at Jiraiya and continued in a grave tone. Over this past year, I looked through Konoha's preserved archives regarding Uchiha Madara and found evidence supporting this conclusion. Jiraiya unconsciously straightened up a little and quietly waited for Minato's next words. According to Konoha's official archives, Uchiha Madara's height was 179 centimeters. Minato spoke word by word, the expression in those blue eyes serious to the extreme. And the mysterious man who fought me head-on that night was absolutely over 180 centimeters tall. When people get old, losing a little height is normal. But after so many years, Madara's height not only didn't decrease, it actually showed reverse growth. That makes no sense at all. So in my personal opinion, that mysterious man is absolutely not Uchiha Madara himself. Instead, he is extremely likely to be an Uchiha clansman living outside the village. Or perhaps even one Konoha had already officially declared dead. Jiraiya looked at the childish little face in front of him and was speechless for a moment. Although the final conclusion was very convincing, wasn't the process a little too unreliable? He couldn't help grumbling inwardly, rubbing his hair helplessly as a faint feeling of nostalgia rose in his heart. Looking at Naruto's young face, it was as if what he saw through that childish appearance was that blonde young man standing before him once more. He really hadn't expected that he would get to hear this slightly airhead kind of analysis from Minato again. Jiraiya muttered to himself inwardly, and on that bold, rugged face, a smile tinged with remembrance appeared. There was nothing more gratifying than seeing a cherished person you had long believed dead. If Ko knew Minato was still here, then he would definitely be happy too, right? Thinking of the response Ko had given when he refused to return to Konoha, Jiraiya's gaze dimmed for an instant. He knew very clearly in his heart that after the Uchiha clan massacre, Ko was almost certainly never going to return to Konoha of his own will. Jiraiya took a deep breath and forced that sense of loss back into the depths of his heart. He raised his head, looked at the third Hokage, and spoke with heavy confusion in his voice. Since it's already been confirmed that there was a true mastermind behind the Ninetales incident, then why not make this public? Jiraiya's voice rose a little despite himself, and he said urgently if it were made public, then maybe. Calm down, Jiraiya. The third's steady voice interrupted him. If it were the usual you should have already thought it through. Hearing the third's response, Jiraiya's expression froze. Then he slowly lowered his head. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the disciple before him. The light in his eyes dimmed somewhat as he explained in a hoarse voice. Under the premise that Minato and Kushina's current state absolutely cannot be revealed to the outside world, we have no relevant evidence that can prove the existence of that mastermind. Ever since the Ninetales incident, Konoha's official statement to the outside world has always been that it was a natural disaster. Even if we can now almost confirm that the Ninetales rampage was connected to the Sharingan, it changes nothing. Without solid evidence, declaring that the culprit behind the Ninetales incident was likely a member of the Uchiha clan would only make the Uchiha feel even more distrusted. He paused, then continued helplessly. Even if we brought up Uchiha Madara's name, it would be the same. After Ko defected and Shursui died, Konoha completely lost its chance to communicate with the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen subconsciously wanted to pick up the pipe resting on the desk. But when he saw Minato's gentle gaze, he hesitated for a moment and ultimately did not lift it. He glanced at Jiraiya, his voice growing lower and lower, carrying an indescribable exhaustion. After confirming that the Uchiha clan had already decided to launch a coup, Minato and I repeatedly discussed whether there was still any possibility of resolving it peacefully. The third Hokage's gaze went past the window and landed on the Hokage faces carved into the rock. After many discussions, the best solution we came up with was to bring Ko back. He looked at Jiraiya again and said gravely, in the 5 years since Ko left Konoha, Konoha never officially recognized him as a true missing nin in the strict sense. The highest order was only to bring him back, or gather information related to him. Doing this was not only because of my wishes, nor simply to take the Uchiha clan's emotions into consideration. The third's gaze passed over Jiraiya's shoulder and looked toward the silver-haired Anbu leaning by the window, silent from the very beginning, including Kakashi, the comrades who survived the battlefields of the Third Great Ninja War alongside Ko. In these 5 years since Ko left Konoha, they have believed in him from the bottom of their hearts from beginning to end. They have all now grown into the backbone of Konoha. Elite Jonin represented by Kakashi and Guy have already become, in practical terms, the core members of the Jonin squad. The Ko really returned with their support. At the very least, the voices of the hardliners within the Uchiha clan would quiet down somewhat. Even if it was only enough to make them temporarily set aside the idea of a coup, we would still be able to buy more time for negotiations. At this point, the third folded his aged hands atop the desk, his knuckles curling slightly. The pine tree outside the window swayed lightly in the wind, casting a small patch of shadow over his face and making his old features look even more worn and desolate. However, before Minato and I could put this plan into action, the third fell silent and did not continue. The atmosphere in the office clearly sank at that moment. Everyone knew full well what happened to the Uchiha after that. Ko. After the long silence, Jiraiya slowly spoke. The moment he heard Jiraiya say Ko's name, Kakashi instantly lifted his lowered head and looked toward him almost reflexively. Naruto's eyes widened slightly as well, and a trace of expectation surfaced in them. Jiraiya looked at the people before him, feeling the 3 pairs of eyes fall on him at the same time, and slowly spoke in a grave tone. Not long ago, I ran into Ko. Ko? You saw him, Lord Jiraiya? Kakashi's voice was hurried and hoarse. Where did you meet him? How is he now? Will he come back to Konoha or not? He could not help stepping forward, staring intensely at Jiraiya in front of him, completely losing the laziness and sorrow he had just shown. Kakashi. Minato's gentle voice sounded slowly, cutting off Kakashi's near-uncontrolled questioning with perfect timing. Minato looked into his eyes and gently shook his head. Calm down first. Kakashi fell silent for a moment, then slowly lowered his head. The one eye exposed outside his mask closed tightly. When it opened again, the surging emotions from before had already been forcibly suppressed back into the depths of his eyes. But the hands hanging at his sides, still trembling slightly, ultimately exposed the unrest in his heart. I'm sorry, Lord Jiraiya. I got too emotional. Jiraiya looked at the silver-haired young man standing before him with his head lowered. He did not say much, only nodded seriously at him. It's all right. I understand very well how you feel right now. He paused, and his voice sank a little. I'll answer the question you care about most first. Ko 1T returned to Konoha. The atmosphere in the office seemed to grow heavier at that moment. Kakashi's body did not move. Even the trembling stopped in that instant. Sunlight fell over his silver-white hair, and the light in those deadfish eyes dimmed little by little. He lowered his head even more. His silver bangs hid the emotion in his eyes, and only a single syllable, so light it was almost scattered by the wind, slipped softly from his throat. I see. Kakashi's voice was very soft, thick with bitterness. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. Minato looked at the dejected Kakashi before him with heartache and sighed inwardly. Of everyone present, no one understood better than he did how much Ko meant to Kakashi. When he had first become Team 7's Jonin instructor, the person Kakashi had the best relationship with was not Rin and Obito from the same squad, but Ko. The bond between those two had started even before Ko had shown his value, back when he was still just an ordinary child of the Uchiha clan. Many years ago, Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, gave up a mission in order to protect his comrades and suffered a massive wave of public condemnation. First, it was only discussed in private among ninja circles, but later it gradually spread through the streets and alleys, into every corner of casual conversation. And when Kakashi's father, the famed Konoha White Fang Tsukumo Hatake, was being criticized by everyone, the still young Ko stepped forward, verbally crushing the crowd and cursing every ninja and villager, blaming him until they were left speechless. You blame him for saving you and abandoning the mission? Then why didn't T-Trash like you just die? Where the hell were you back then? When he saved you, why didn't you refuse? Why didn't you kill yourself on the spot? Now that you're back in the village, all you know how to do is yap here. Why don't you drag your parents over here too and curse with you? Have your parents join in and curse him too. Curse him for saving the worthless son they gave birth to? You shameless bastards. Raised by parents but never taught a damn thing, and you still have the nerve to say you're doing this for Konoha? And you idiots following along with the mob, are you really stupid or just pretending? Konoha's White Fang is a war hero of the Second Great Ninja War. The only reason you can sit here peacefully eating today is because he fought for your lives on the battlefield. All you know how to do is mindlessly jump on the bandwagon and start attacking people. A war hero is someone backline trash like you thinks you're qualified to curse? Are you worthy? Damn it. Konoha's ninja are too well-mannered. That SY scum like you got spoiled. If you'd run into someone with a worse temper, your head would hit the ground the moment you said your first word. You only dare bully honest people. Why haven't I seen any of you run over to the Uchiha district and start mouthing off in front of us Uchiha? Bunch of cowards. I Uchiha Tō, in both my lifetimes put together, have never seen people as shameless as you. Ko's words were like knives, carving into those people's hearts one cut at a time, leaving them speechless, red-faced, and ashamed into silence. What was both ridiculous and absurd was that the reason Ko first became famous throughout Konoha was precisely because of those earth-shaking verbal battles. The 5-year-old Uchiha kid verbally crushing the whole crowd. Back then, that was the hottest topic in all of Konoha. The buzz around it had even overshadowed the White Fang incident itself. Even Minato himself had remembered the name Uchiha Ko for the first time because of that. Thinking back on it now, Kakashi, who had always been by his father's side at the time, must have noticed Ko back then too. Although Ko's earth-shaking string of insults had, to a certain extent, diverted public attention away from the outcry over Tsukumo Hitachi's dereliction incident, causing the number of people openly condemning him to drop noticeably, and also increasing the number of voices willing to speak up for him. Tsukumo Hitaki, whose convictions had already suffered a fatal blow, still ultimately chose to resign from all his positions in utter disillusionment. He repeatedly declined the third Hokage's personal attempts to persuade him to stay, cancelled his ninja registration, and went alone to the Land of Iron to live in seclusion. From that day on, he never again set foot in the ninja world. And Kakashi, who should have left together with his father, instead refused his father's suggestion to take him along. He stayed in Konoha alone, determined to personally prove that the path his father had chosen was not wrong. From then on, Kakashi could often be seen around Ko, Obito, and Rin. To Kakashi, Ko, Obito, and Rin were the new place he found to belong in Konoha after separating from his father. Minato knew very clearly just how hard Ko's silent departure from Konoha back then, without leaving behind a single word, had hit Kakashi. He looked at Kakashi and spoke softly, his tone gentle yet firm. Let Jiraiya-sensei finish first, Kakashi. As long as we know where Ko is, we can go find him at any time. The only thing we can do is find him and make sure our voices reach him. Your voice. He'll definitely hear it. Kakashi raised his eyes. In that dead fish eye of his, a faint glimmer flashed. It wasn't much, but it was enough to make out a direction in the dark. Under his mask, the corner of his mouth barely lifted. The curve was shallow, yet it was a smile squeezed out with all his strength. Thank you, sensei. Minato looked at him and smiled gently. Jiraiya watched the scene before him with relief, while suppressing the emotions faintly surging in his heart. He continued. Not long ago, I originally only went to the Land of Water to investigate the Akatsuki organization Ko had joined. But even I didn't expect that I would actually run into Ko by chance at Miss Sailport in the Land of Water. To bring him back, I fought him. Jiraiya paused, then continued in a grave tone. I have to admit it. Ko is very strong now. Strong enough that he may not be below me at all. That child's growth rate absolutely isn't something that could been achieved just by burying himself in training. Jiraiya frowned slightly and said in an uncertain, low voice, my guess is that over these past 5 years, he was very likely under the guidance of an extremely powerful teacher. Hearing Jiraiya's assessment, neither the third Hokage, nor Minato, nor Kakashi showed the slightest surprise. If Ko had been content with mediocrity all these years, that would have been the truly abnormal thing. But even though they had all been mentally prepared, the fact that he had reached a level comparable to Jiraiya's in just 5 short years still shocked everyone present. The third Hokage fell silent for a moment. In the depths of his aged eyes, an extremely complicated glint passed through. Something impossible to tell whether it was relief or bitterness. Ko. That child has already grown to this point? Jiraiya continued. I wanted to defeat him and bring him back to the village, but during the fight, the leader of Akatsuki forcibly intervened. At those words, Minato's gaze instantly sharpened. You met Akatsuki's leader, Jiraiya-sensei? Unfortunately, no. Jiraiya helplessly shrugged and replied with obvious regret. I never saw Akatsuki's leader in person. That guy never showed himself from beginning to end. He only summoned a large crab-type summon to stall for time. The battlefield was too close to Miss Sailport. I had to consider the diplomatic relationship between Konoha and the Land of Water, so there was no way I could go all out there. You all know how fast Ko is. Even though Akatsuki's leader withdrew quickly, and the delay wasn't all that long, it was already enough for Ko to shake me off and leave me with no way to catch up. Jiraiya's voice carried a bit more unwillingness and regret, but he quickly regained his calm. However, that clash wasn't a total loss. I did manage to obtain an important piece of intelligence. He looked at the 3 people before him and continued in a solemn tone. Akatsuki's base is very likely hidden somewhere within the Land of Water. As long as we can go to the Land of Water and conduct a deeper investigation, there is a very high chance we can find Ko's whereabouts. and we may also be able to follow the trail and gather information on that Akatsuki organization. Listening to Jiraiya, the third Hokage fell into silence. His wrinkled fingers slowly tapped the tabletop several times. After thinking it over again and again, he finally said in a deep voice, "Ever since the end of the Third Great Ninja War, Kirigakure has been almost completely cut off from the outside world. If we rashly send people into the land of water to gather intelligence, then once Kirigakure discovers it, it could very easily trigger a serious diplomatic incident." Hearing that, the light that had just flickered in Kakashi's eyes dimmed again. He said nothing. He merely looked away from the third Hokage's face and cast his gaze back out the window, toward the old tree outside, its leaves rustling in the wind. Minato looked at Kakashi and let out a silent sigh in his heart. Then he looked at Jiraiya before him. His voice remained steady and rational, but there was now a clear push behind it. "I completely agree with the third Hokage's concerns. However, searching for Ko and gathering intelligence on Akatsuki are also matters we truly cannot put aside. Perhaps we can try taking the initiative to negotiate with Kirigakure. A secret armed organization made up of S-rank rogue ninja is hiding within the Land of Water. As the ruling ninja village of the Land of Water, there is no way Kirigakure could be completely unaware. If we can communicate with them through official channels, even if it's only to first establish a verbal agreement to exchange intelligence, the Land of Water is still in a state of closed country isolation." The third Hokage shook his head and said with a face full of worry, "Even the other three of the 5 great nations currently have no reliable direct channel for communicating with Kirigakure. If we use a public declaration to initiate diplomatic contact with Kirigakure, that would instead be the same as announcing to the entire ninja world that Konoha is taking some kind of action toward the Land of Water. At that point, Akatsuki will become alert, Kimogakure and Iwagakure will keep a close eye on our every move, and even Ko's whereabouts will very likely be completely hidden." Hearing the third Hokage's words, Jiraiya merely smiled. He looked at the three in front of him and said with complete confidence, "You don't need to worry about that. On my way out of the Land of Water, I ran into an elite Kirigakure squad returning from the direction of the Land of Whirlpools. Thanks to them, I learned some important intelligence about Kirigakure's current situation from their mouths." The third Hokage, Minato, and Kakashi all immediately fixed their eyes on Jiraiya, their expressions serious as they waited for his next words. The current Kirigakure is not a solid monolith. Jiraiya's voice sank. Within Kirigakure, the forces dissatisfied with the fourth Mizuki Jigura's bloody misrule have already rapidly grown under the leadership of a certain person, becoming a presence that Kirigakure absolutely can no longer easily ignore. From the conversations I had with the members of that elite squad this time, even though they had clearly been deliberately avoiding any mention of their leader's specific information, the admiration and respect coming from the bottom of their hearts couldn't be hidden. The way they spoke about that person was completely different from how ordinary subordinates talked about a superior. Jiraiya paused for a moment, then said with certainty, "After all, the captain leading that squad was none other than one of Kirigakure's former 7 ninja swordsmen, Juzo Biwa. If even someone that unruly is completely convinced by that person, then their leader is definitely no simple character." His tone grew even more solemn, as if he were about to draw an important conclusion. "In my opinion, the leader of that faction absolutely has the potential to become Kirigakure's 5th Mizukage." The third Hokage instantly understood what Jiraiya meant, but he said nothing, only exchanged a glance with Minato beside him. The two men who had sat in the Hokage's seat one after the other completed a silent exchange of information in that brief look. "You mean, we might be able to try cooperating with the leader of that force in Kirigakure?" The third looked at Jiraiya in front of him and asked seriously. "Yeah." Jiraiya nodded confidently, then added, "Even though I've never met him, just from that Kirigakure squad's actions and bits and pieces of what they said, I can tell he is a pretty decent guy. I think we can absolutely try opening cooperation with the faction he represents. If that guy really wants to change Kirigakure, then there is no way he'd turn a blind eye to the hidden danger of the Akatsuki lurking right on his doorstep. The enemy of our enemy is a friend we can win over." His voice was firm and confident, and the sharp edge belonging to one of Konoha's legendary Sannin reappeared on that bold face. Minato thought for a moment, and the light in his eyes shifted from contemplation to agreement. He looked at Jiraiya with admiration. To gather that much intel in such a short time. Just as expected of teacher Jiraiya, Jiraiya laughed and waved his hand, his laughter full of smug pride. "Ha ha ha ha. Of course, all these years I've spent out there weren't for nothing." Kakashi stayed silent at the side, but his hands hanging by his sides had tightened without him realizing when. His mind was already racing, and he had already begun thinking about how to persuade Lord Third to firmly place the slot for the person carrying out this cooperation and negotiation mission to the Land of Water into his own hands. Just as the atmosphere had clearly relaxed quite a bit, the third, who had been silent the whole time, looked at Jiraiya and slowly said, "As for this proposal." His aged voice, rough and steady after decades of smoking, fell evenly through the office. I do not agree. As the third S words landed, the cheerful atmosphere in the office immediately turned oppressive. The smile on Jiraiya's face slowly faded as he looked seriously at the old man behind the desk and asked tentatively, "What is the problem, old man?" Kakashi also straightened slightly and looked at the third with unease. Minato said nothing, and at some point, the expression on Naruto's little face had grown several degrees more serious. 3 pairs of eyes fell on Hiruzen Sarutobi at the same time. Feeling those 3 gazes on him, the third let out a helpless sigh. If the leader of that faction truly, as you say, is aiming to change Kirigakure's current state, then without question, he stands in opposition to the forces of the current ruling 4th Mizukage. On the surface, they may not have openly torn things apart yet, but in essence, the Blood Mist faction represented by the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, and that reformist force are opposed to one another. His wrinkled hand unconsciously moved a little closer to his pipe, and his tone was heavy but clear. In other words, Kirigakure most likely has extremely serious internal conflict right now. If Konoha takes the initiative at a time like this to contact the leader of that faction and seek cooperation, there is a very high chance that the Mizukage faction representing Kirigakure officially will see it as an attempt by us to interfere in Kirigakure's internal affairs. Hearing the third S explanation, the 3 present all fell silent, because every single word he said made perfect sense to them. If Konoha secretly made contact with an anti-Mizukage force within Kirigakure, then in any diplomatic context, that could be interpreted as interference in another nation's internal affairs. At best, it would be a diplomatic offense, an insult from Konoha toward the land of water. At worst, it would be direct interference in Kirigakure's internal politics. In the worst-case scenario, it could even trigger a war. And Konoha right now, Konoha that had just gone through the shocking Uchiha clan massacre, could not bear a war. Behind his mask, Kakashi's face couldn't help but fall. Suppressing the unwillingness in his heart, he murmured softly, "Does that mean we can only give up?" The third shook his head. "Of course not." Huh? Kakashi froze for a moment. That eye that had just dimmed suddenly lifted again, full of confusion as he looked at the third, whose tone had abruptly shifted. "Enough, old man. If you've got something to say, just say it. Stop dragging it out here." Jiraiya shouted at the third irritably. His face was full of displeasure, clearly showing that he was already more than familiar with his teacher's way of talking. The third's expression became visibly awkward for a moment after being exposed by his own disciple in public. He turned his head and shot a fierce glare at this rebellious student who never gave his teacher any face. Jiraiya met his gaze without changing expression and retorted with complete confidence. "But that assumption only exists because we know enough about Kirigakure's current situation, right? Don't forget, old man, Kirigakure is currently in a closed-off state. It's Kirigakure's own official side that sealed itself away and refuses to conduct formal diplomatic communication with the outside world. On the surface, Konoha has no way of knowing what is happening inside them. With no official diplomatic channel in place, it only natural for us to contact whatever Kirigakure officials we can reach and propose cooperation to them." Minato nodded in agreement, and a calm seriousness belonging to an adult appeared on Naruto's youthful little face. "Teacher Jiraiya is right. Besides, whether it's the leader of that reformist force or the 4th Mizukage himself, neither side should want the outside world to know about Kirigakure's internal split. If nothing unexpected happens, both sides will probably maintain a tacit silence on this matter." Minato said calmly, "The cooperation we're proposing is limited to investigating intelligence related to the Akatsuki. We are not crossing the political bottom line of interfering in internal affairs. From a rational standpoint, Kirigakure would not make an extreme reaction toward Konoha for that reason. So Minato had just reached this point and was about to continue when his gaze swept over the third's face by chance and caught that extremely subtle look. In an instant, Minato understood something and decisively swallowed the second half of his sentence. Tactfully, he closed his mouth and handed the floor back to the third. But the risk still exists. The third withdrew the signaling look from Naruto's face and turned to Jiraiya in front of him, his aged voice becoming even more solemn. "Kirigakure may very well turn around and make use of this situation, using external conflict to divert internal conflict. They could launch a limited local war of controllable scale, thereby weakening the voices of resistance within Kirigakure. That possibility exists. We cannot fail to guard against it." Jiraiya felt a chill under the third Hokage's gaze. Those cloudy old eyes were still as sharp as ever. He had clearly realized that his teacher was speaking in circles for a reason, so he frowned and said impatiently, "Old man, what exactly are you trying to say?" The third Hokage took a deep breath. He sat up a little straighter, folded his hands on the desk, and said solemnly, "Jiraiya, stay in Konoha for the time being." He paused, then added in a firm tone, "As long as it's confirmed that you're staying in Konoha long-term, Kirigakure won't dare start a conflict while risking an all-out war with Konoha." Jiraiya's eyes instantly widened. He shot to his feet like an enraged lion. "You old bastard. I was wondering why you kept rambling in such a huge circle and dragging out all that nonsense. So this is what you were waiting for? The third Hokage raised his head and looked at his furious disciple. He decisively dropped the deep and mature posture from before. He shouted back at Jiraiya with complete confidence. Cut the crap. I'm doing this for Konoha too. Just tell me whether you agree or not. You don't want the cooperation plan with Kirigakure to fall apart just like that either, do you, Jiraiya? Jiraiya opened his mouth and looked at the old man in front of him, who was somehow righteous despite being completely unreasonable. For a moment he was speechless. Even though he had never planned to leave again after coming back this time, seeing this old fossil standing there smugly enjoying his frustrated expression still made him feel genuinely stifled. Minato seized the moment and smoothly picked up the conversation. He looked at Jiraiya with sincere eyes and gently persuaded him, Stay, Jiraiya-sensei. Right now, Konoha needs your strength more than ever. Seeing Minato join in, the third Hokage immediately pressed the advantage. Stay, Jiraiya. Kakashi stood by the window, his lips moving slightly. He knew that, in this situation, whether as a junior or as a subordinate, it wasn't appropriate for him to say anything. But this concerned the plan to find Ko, and he couldn't care about whether it was appropriate or not anymore. He looked at Jiraiya, his eyes full of eager hope. Feeling the three burning gazes falling on him at the same time, Jiraiya's hand, which had been scratching the back of his head, stopped in midair. He suddenly turned his head away, and there was a trace of awkwardness in his voice. Actually, when I came back this time, I never planned to leave again. The moment those words fell, the third Hokage and Minato both froze. Jiraiya raised his head and looked straight at the third Hokage. On that bold and unrestrained face, all the laughter, anger, and teasing faded away at that moment, leaving behind only heartfelt solemnity. Old man, I want to become Konoha's fifth Hokage. As Jiraiya's words fell, the entire office sank into a long silence. After an unknown amount of time, the third Hokage slowly turned his head and looked at Naruto beside him. Minato. Why you hit me? Minato had only just recovered from Jiraiya's shocking declaration and instinctively tried to decline. Lord Third. Before he could finish, Naruto's expression turned excited in an instant. The speed of the switch was so fast that even Kakashi, standing nearby, subconsciously took half a step back. Let me do it. Kushina's tone exploded through the office. Naruto's body shot out like a spring, moving at a speed far beyond the limit of a 7-year-old child, and landed a precise hit on the third Hokage's old face. PFF. Under the massive impact, Hiruzen Sarutobi toppled to the floor along with his chair. Whoa, do you really have to be this dramatic? Jiraiya looked speechlessly at his teacher sprawled on the ground, his brow twitching twice. The third Hokage lay on the floor, one hand bracing against his knee while the other rubbed his slightly reddened cheek where he had been kicked. Feeling that very real pain, the pupils in those aged eyes first shrank, then trembled violently. This isn't a dream. He suddenly sprang up from the ground, moving so fast it didn't suit an old man his age at all. The third Hokage rushed in front of Jiraiya and grabbed both his arms, his old hands trembling slightly. Why you? What did you just say? Jiraiya? Say it again. Jiraiya looked at his excited teacher and repeated expressionlessly. I said, I want to become Konoha's fifth Hokage. The third Hokage's face instantly flushed red as if he'd hit the peak of excitement. He abruptly turned around, glowing with delight, and looked at Kakashi, who was still standing by the window and hadn't fully processed what had just happened. Kakashi, immediately gather Shikaku, Inoichi, and all Jonin squad members currently in the village. Deliver the Hokage's order and publicly announce to all of Konoha that Jiraiya has returned to the village and will formally succeed as the fifth Hokage. Move now, at the fastest possible speed. This must be settled before he changes his mind. Kakashi was stunned for a beat by the string of orders, then quickly reacted and nodded. Yes, I'll go at once. Stop. Jiraiya grabbed the back of Kakashi's collar just as he had taken half a step and yanked him back in one pull. Then he turned and shouted at the third Hokage irritably, At least let me finish talking first. Old man. What else is there to say? Afraid that Jiraiya would go back on his word, the third Hokage spoke urgently. Whatever conditions you have, just say them. I'd even hand that crystal ball over to you if I have to. Jiraiya's expression instantly turned serious. You mean that? I guarantee it on the honor of the first Hokage and the second Hokage. Deal. Jiraiya was just about to reach out for a clap when he suddenly snapped back to his senses and shook his head wildly. Ah! No. That's not what I was going to ask for. Jiraiya looked at the third Hokage with some annoyance and said indignantly, Is that really the kind of shallow person you think I am, old man? The third Hokage did not answer. He only looked at the disciple he had raised with a dead, exhausted expression. Everything was already understood without words. Jiraiya felt a little guilty under that stare, turned his head away, and coughed awkwardly. Then he turned back, and the expression on his face became grave and serious again. I will become Konoha's fifth Hokage. You can rest easy, old man. That decision won't change. But before that, there is one thing I must do. Sensing the gravity in Jiraiya's tone, the third Hokage exchanged a look with Minato, who was still attached to Naruto beside him. The two Hokage silently traded a glance, then nodded at Jiraiya, signaling for him to continue. Jiraiya's voice fell in the quiet office, every word carrying undisguised cold-killing intent. Before becoming the fifth Hokage, I will thoroughly investigate the truth behind the Uchiha clan massacre and make that truth public. I will put Shimura Danzo, who deliberately pushed the Uchiha clan toward destruction, and every Konoha higher-up involved in this matter on trial. The third Hokage listened to Jiraiya's words in silence. He gave no response. He simply stood there quietly, and the face that had been flushed with color just moments ago lost all its blood in an instant, becoming old and weary once more. Outside the meeting room window, the old pine tree rustled as a draft passed through it. The third Hokage looked at Jiraiya in front of him and muttered in a low voice, "So you really found out about the truth behind the Uchiha clan's massacre?" Kakashi's eyes widened. That half-lidded deadfish eye of his was fully open at this moment. He looked at Jiraiya, then slowly turned toward the third Hokage. The lips beneath his mask moved slightly, but no sound came out. He was an elite jonin who had killed enemies on the battlefield, a veteran who had handled countless classified reports in the Umbu. But even so, the weight of this news still sent a chill spreading up from the depths of his heart. The third Hokage only looked at Jiraiya. In those aged eyes, there was self-blame and deep guilt as well. Failing to stop the Uchiha clan's destruction. That was my dereliction of duty. I should bear that responsibility. Third Hokage-sama, this isn't your responsibility alone. I also, Minato's voice was urgent and heavy. On Naruto's little face appeared a kind of guilt and helplessness that belonged to an adult. Old man, you don't need to say any more. Jiraiya cut Minato off. He looked into the third Hokage's eyes and said in a serious low voice, "I know it. The main culprit who pushed for the Uchiha clan massacre was that old bastard Danzo. Don't put all the blame on yourself, old man." Jiraiya looked at his silent teacher in front of him and scolded him in frustration. "After all these years, do you still not understand? That old bastard Danzo is no longer your comrade from back then. Right now, he has Konohara's tumor." Jiraiya stared at the third Hokage before him with a grave expression, his voice turning cold. "Stop going soft on him, teacher. Even if you don't agree, for Konoha's sake, I'll personally deal with him myself." The office fell silent for a moment. Minato looked at the determined Jiraiya in front of him and slowly said, "About that matter, Jiraiya-sensei." He glanced at the silent third Hokage, and his voice lowered a little. The two elders, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Uchiha, who also tacitly approved Danzo's actions, have already been placed under house arrest on the third Hokage-sama's orders. Jiraiya's expression froze instantly. What? His eyes went wide as he stared at the silent old man in front of him. Stammering, he said, "Old man, why you?" Minato looked toward the third Hokage with concern, about to continue. The third Hokage raised a hand and gently interrupted Minato. That aged hand hung in the air for a moment, then slowly fell. "That's enough, Minato. Let me explain the rest." Hiruzen Sarutobi lifted his head and looked at Jiraiya in front of him. The exhaustion and bitterness in those eyes were heavier than at any time Jiraiya had ever seen in this old man before. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse and low, as if he were speaking of a fact that even he himself had not fully accepted yet. "Danzo defected. Danzo defected." Jiraiya's whole body froze where he stood. Eyes wide, he looked at his teacher in disbelief and asked for confirmation. "Are you serious? Old man, you're not messing with me, are you?" His gaze swept wildly across the third Hokage's face, trying to find even the slightest sign of pretense on that old face. But all Jiraiya saw on the third Hokage's aged face was deep exhaustion and bitterness. The third Hokage looked at Jiraiya and pulled out a smile uglier than crying. "If I could, I'd also hope this were just a joke." Jiraiya slowly raised a hand and rubbed hard at his throbbing temple. A violent headache surged from deep inside him straight to the top of his head. He had never expected that before he officially sat in the fifth Hokage's seat. He would first have to face a major incident like this. Shimura Danzo and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had both served as members of the second Hokage Tobarama Senju's guard squad, and were also his direct disciples. He was Konoha's first ever Hokage advisor in its history, and at the same time, the founder and supreme leader of Root, the Umbu training branch directly under the Hokage. But a figure of this level of importance. He had actually defected? This was a massive event that could shake the entire ninja world. Jiraiya took a deep breath, lowered the hand that had been rubbing his temple, and looked at his teacher again, asking heavily, "Old man, this. What exactly happened?" The third Hokage looked at Jiraiya with those aged eyes and slowly began in a weary voice. "On the day of the Uchiha clan massacre, after learning of the operation, I personally led the Umbu directly under me and rushed to the Uchiha compound. At the time, I thought that even if I couldn't stop the worst outcome, at the very least I could save the innocent civilians of the Uchiha clan, those who knew nothing about the conflict between the village and the Uchiha. His gaze grew distant, as if piercing through time itself and seeing that blood-soaked night once more. But by the time we arrived, it was already too late. The third Hokage lowered his head, his voice growing quieter and quieter, carrying deep self-reproach and shock. In just half an hour, everyone in the Uchiha compound, including the entire combat force of the Uchiha police force, had been completely wiped out. What? How is that possible? Jiraiya's eyes widened, his voice full of deep disbelief at what the third Hokage had said. It wasn't that he didn't believe his teacher's words. It was that this time frame was simply too absurd. The Konoha police force was not some security patrol responsible for posting notices on the street and mediating neighborhood disputes. It was the Uchiha clan's elite armed force, the core combat power that gathered all of the Uchiha's finest. Ever since Konoha was founded, the captain of the police force had always been one of the Uchiha clan's top experts. Among its members alone, there were several fighters at elite Jonin level or above. In terms of overall strength, the Konoha police force was even stronger than the Hokage's direct umbu. And yet a force like the Uchiha police force had been completely annihilated in less than half an hour. Even if that child, Itachi Uchiha, awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, it would still be absolutely impossible for him to wipe out the entire police force by himself in half an hour. Jiraiya spoke extremely fast. Though his words carried unconcealed shock, they still held calm analysis. The Mangekyo Sharingan may indeed be the Uchiha clan's supreme dojutsu, but its consumption is equally enormous. To fight one against many, and on top of that kill every single target within half an hour. That is absolutely not something that child alone could have done. His gaze suddenly sank, and a cold gleam flashed through his eyes. Was it Root and Danzo? Jiraiya immediately shook his head, denying his own guess. No, that's not right. They shouldn't have that kind of capability either. Then what exactly was it? Just as Jiraiya fell into deep thought, the third Hokage let out a deep sigh. He looked at Jiraiya, who was racking his brain, forcibly suppressed the bitterness in his heart, and slowly answered his doubts in that hoarse voice. First, I thought the same. Whether it was Root or Danzo, neither of them should have had that kind of ability. Recalling that blood-soaked night from not long ago, the third Hokage continued in a heavy tone. But when we arrived at the scene in the entire Uchiha compound, only Danzo and his Root remained. There wasn't even a single Uchiha corpse left at the scene. His voice grew lower and lower, carrying deep gravity. Faced with something like this, no matter how unbelievable it is, there's no way I couldn't suspect them. After all, Danzo had probably been preparing for the Uchiha clan's destruction for a very long time. At this point, the third closed his eyes in pain, his voice hoarse as he muttered, "But I never expected that because of my indulgence." Danzo and his Root had already developed to this extent. Jiraiya listened to the regret overflowing from his teacher's words, his brows tightly furrowed. He pondered in silence for a moment, then looked calmly at his teacher and asked again with deep doubt, "Can you really be sure it was Danzo and his people?" Facing Jiraiya's question, the third nodded with certainty. At first, I had my doubts as well. His voice regained some steadiness, but the disappointment and anger beneath that calm could not be hidden at all. At the Uchiha compound, I questioned him on the spot, but Danzo denied it with everything he had. According to him, he had only just arrived there with his men and knew nothing about the disappearance of the Uchiha clan members' corpses. Danzo was lying? Jiraiya looked at his teacher and confirmed in a low voice. The third shook his head, a trace of thought flashing through his eyes. No, based on my understanding of Danzo, I can be certain he wasn't lying. He paused, and the light in his eyes grew even deeper. But I can no longer trust anything he says. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a heavy sigh and continued in a low voice, with the truth still uncertain. I decided to take him down first and sort out whether he was telling the truth afterward. But everything that happened after that proved without a doubt that he was lying. His voice suddenly sank. Danzo implanted Lord First Hokage's cells into himself. And on that arm made of Hashirama's cells, there were more than three Tomo Sharingan embedded in it. Hearing his teacher's words, Jiraiya's pupils suddenly shrank. He turned to look at the third, as if realizing something, and asked in a grave tone, "Danzo pushed so hard for the Uchiha clan's destruction. Was it to seize the Sharingan?" The third nodded heavily. At some point, his aged hands had already clenched into fists, old veins bulging across the backs of them. When I was about to capture him, he was forced to expose the secret of that arm. And it was at that moment that he used the Uchiha clan's forbidden jutsu, Izanagi. The third muttered in a low voice, "At the cost of one Sharingan permanently losing its light, it nullifies any damage suffered by the user, including death itself, and preserves the reality most favorable to them." Even within the Uchiha clan, this jutsu was an absolutely forbidden taboo technique. Grinding his teeth, Hiruzen Sarutobi murmured painfully, "In those old, clouded eyes was deep fury and disappointment. Danzo. From beginning to end, everything he did was for his own greed. Jiraiya barely managed to process this massive amount of information in his mind. After a long while, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear as he sighed inwardly. So there really is a technique this terrifying in this world. As expected of the Uchiha clan. 1,000 years of foundation really is frightening. Jiraiya knew full well this wasn't the time to be marveling at such things. He looked at his teacher and spoke calmly. If it's Izanagi, combined with Hashirama's cells, plus the elite forces of Root that old bastard Danzo controls, then it is indeed possible for them to wipe out the completely unprepared Uchiha military police force in a short amount of time. Hearing Jiraiya's analysis, the third slowly lowered his head. This old man, who had dominated the ninja world for decades and was revered as the professor of ninjutsu, now looked like an old pine uprooted by the wind. Though based on my understanding of Danzo over all these years, I should still have reserved some measure of belief in his words. His voice was hoarse, as if he were admitting a fact he did not want to admit. But after everything Danzo has done, I've reached the point where I can't even be sure whether I ever truly understood him. Jiraiya opened his mouth and softly said in a complicated tone, "Old man." The third shook his head, signaling that he was fine. He slowly loosened that hand that had clenched so tightly it had gone pale, then continued in a solemn voice, as if delivering a report that had to be finished no matter what. At that time, Danzo knew that no amount of arguing would help, so he first ordered all Root members to retreat, while he stayed behind alone to hold me back. Even with Hashirama's cells and Izanagi empowering him, in terms of strength, I could still suppress him. His voice paused there, and his eyes visibly dimmed. But after he used the last Sharingan on that arm as the price to activate Izanagi one final time. In the end, I still failed to keep him. In the end, he left Konoha with that elite Root unit directly under his command. Jiraiya looked at his teacher and remained silent for a long time. He lowered his head, as if digesting the information about Danzo, or perhaps thinking over the suspicious points hidden within all of this. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Jiraiya before him. On that face carved over with exhaustion and guilt, only the purest honesty remained at this moment. After that, I personally led the ANBU to seal off Root's headquarters and detain all remaining members. Hamura and Koharu cooperated with Danzo and concealed this operation from me. They have now been placed under house arrest in the Konoha ANBU prison. As for Danzo, I sent out multiple ANBU squads to continuously track Danzo and the rest of his faction. The third added bitterly, but even now, we still haven't found any information on Danzo or his people. He looked at Jiraiya, looked at the disciple he had finally waited to return, and his voice softened. Until today when you came back. After hearing the third's account, Jiraiya stayed silent for a long time. At some point, the sunlight outside the window had shifted from the blazing white of noon to the dim yellow of afternoon. The light passed through the window and fell across his somewhat weathered face, made rough by years of travel, making Jiraiya's expression seem even heavier. He raised a hand and roughly rubbed his messy white hair, then looked at his teacher again and said solemnly, "I more or less understand the situation now." Jiraiya muttered in a complicated tone, "Old man. You've really had it hard." The third let out a bitter laugh and said nothing polite. He only looked at Jiraiya in front of him and entrusted him with utmost seriousness. "From here on, Konoha is in your hands, Jiraiya." Jiraiya nodded seriously and replied in a complicated tone, "Leave it to me, old man." Minato watched this scene from the side, and on Naruto's childish little face, a relieved smile slowly appeared. "Then let's continue our earlier topic." Jiraiya quickly restrained the trace of sorrow and heaviness from before, instantly showing the calmness and decisiveness of a decision-maker. His gaze swept over the third, swept over Minato, and finally landed on the silver-haired figure by the window. "Who exactly should we send to Kirigakure to discuss this cooperation?" Before Jiraiya's words had fully fallen, Minato's voice had already followed. "Let Kakashi go." Kakashi suddenly turned his head. The dead fish I exposed beneath his forehead protector widened slightly as he looked toward Minato. Minato was looking at him too. Naruto's little face, usually either baring its teeth or puffed up in anger, now quietly held the gentle smile that belonged to Minato Namikaze. That smile carried apology, heartache, and the certainty that after so many years, he could finally do something for this student of his. "You must really want to go. If it's you, then you can definitely do it." Feeling the trust in his teacher's gaze, Kakashi's heart jolted. "Teacher." He softly spoke those two words, then took a deep breath and pressed all the surging emotions deep into the bottom of his heart. Kakashi turned around and faced the third Hokage and Jiraiya directly. All the laziness and carelessness in his eyes faded away, leaving only the calmness and solemnity of a shinobi. "Please send me to carry out this mission." The third Hokage looked at him, and a trace of relief flashed through those aged eyes. He nodded, his tone steady and certain. "If it's Kakashi, then he is fully capable of handling this mission. As for Sasuke and Naruto, you don't need to worry. While you're away, This old man will personally look after them. Kakashi looked at the third Hokage in front of him and gave a solemn bow. Thank you very much, Lord Third. At the same time, Jiraiya was sizing up Kakashi with a scrutinizing gaze, silently judging whether he was suitable for this mission. In terms of reputation, during the Third Great Ninja War, Kakashi had been known alongside Uchiha Tō as the Black and White Twin Blades. In the later stages of the war, he had even earned the title of Red-Eyed White Fang. He had been listed by intelligence departments of multiple nations as a high-alert target on the same level as the Konoha White Fang of old. In the ninja world, the name Kakashi itself was a signboard that represented Konoha. Sending him as Konoha's envoy to Kirigakure would be enough to let Kirigukure's reformist faction feel just how much Konoha valued this cooperation. And as for strength, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the sharp aura on Kakashi's body. Firmly restrained, yet still clear enough for him to perceive. That aura was completely different from the Kakashi in his memories, the one who still carried traces of youthful spirit. Heavier, steadier, quieter. Jiraiya looked at the Kakashi before him and slowly nodded. The current Kakashi had already firmly stepped into the Kage level. Looks like over the past few years, this kid really hadn't completely neglected his training. As Jiraiya thought this, his gaze casually swept over Minato's gentle profile, the one currently looking at Kakashi with relieved eyes, and he murmured inwardly, "Is it because he now has someone he wants to protect?" Jiraiya looked at Minato and Kakashi, and a nearly imperceptible curve rose at the corner of his mouth. Then he looked at Kakashi and returned to his usual hearty tone, though the seriousness in his voice did not lessen in the slightest. "Kakashi, for this visit to Kirigakure, you will serve as the primary person in charge. You may freely choose at least 3 team members from the village's roster of all active Jonin and special Jonin to accompany you." He paused, then continued, "I'm entrusting this mission to you, Kakashi." "Yes, Lord Jiraiya." Kakashi tried to suppress the excitement in his heart and responded in a solemn voice. Feeling the trusting gazes of the 3 of them, Kakashi lowered his eyes slightly. His thoughts drifted uncontrollably into the distance, toward that island nation shrouded all year round in thick, lingering mist. Kakashi murmured softly in his heart, filled with longing and concern he could not suppress. "Ko, are you in the land of water right now? Are you doing well now?" Land of water, a misty forest far from Kirigakure. Dense fog churned through the woods, blurring the outlines of the forest into layers of dark and pale gray shadows. From time to time, an unknown night bird would sweep overhead through the mist, let out a brief cry, and vanish once more into the vast white haze. In the depths of this forest, so remote that even Kirigakure patrol squads rarely set foot here, a burst of wild laughter pierced through layer after layer of fog, startling a flock of birds resting in the treetops into flurried flight. "Ha ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Cough cough! Cough cough cough!"
Kao bent over.
One hand bracing against a tree trunk while the other hurriedly patted his chest. There was even a glimmer of tears at the corners of his eyes from laughing too hard. He took 2 deep breaths, then firmly slapped the chest that had gone tight from laughing too fiercely. Then Ko straightened up and turned excitedly toward the slender figure beside him, who had been staring at him blankly this whole time. This time I really struck gold. Looking at Orochimaru before him, he had never found that creepy snake face so pleasing to the eye. Orochimaru stood quietly in the fog. On that face that usually wore a gloomy smile, there was now no expression at all. Those golden snake eyes stared straight at Ko. The vertical slits in his pupils did not move in the slightest, like a snake that had had its fangs removed. Ko sized up Orochimaru in front of him, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. In his original expectations, Orochimaru's usefulness after being controlled by the Mangekyo Sharingan should not have been especially great. After all, Orochimaru's greatest value lay in his monstrous scientific research ability, and that very point had basically been rendered completely useless under the control of the Mangekyo. So from the beginning, Ko's expectations for Orochimaru had actually not been high. His plan had been simple. Squeeze every forbidden jutsu and every piece of key knowledge out of Orochimaru's brain, and once all the intelligence value in him had been exhausted, kill him with one stroke and be done with it, so he wouldn't have to keep around a danger that could bite back at any moment. But the facts proved that he was wrong, and outrageously wrong at that. Orochimaru's knowledge base was just too vast. His deep understanding of the human body, chakra, genjutsu, ninjutsu, secret techniques, and even sealing jutsu, as well as confidential intelligence on the ninja villages of every nation, and the secrets and theories regarding ancient times and Kekkai Genkai that he had spent decades gathering from every corner of the ninja world. All of it lay quietly within Orochimaru's memory, like a massive library. With Ko's own ability, trying to absorb all that knowledge in a short period of time was practically impossible. Looking at those hollow golden snake eyes before him, Ko could not help but sigh. So this is the gap between a genius and an ordinary man. I finally understand why you looked down on me back then. If I were you, ID looked down on me too. There was no self-mockery in his tone, only sincere admiration from the bottom of his heart. He himself was the kind of exam grinder from a small town, the kind of person who had relied on chewing through book after book from the Uchiha clan's thousands of years of accumulated foundation, forcibly filling the holes in his talent with sheer quantity of knowledge. But Orochimaru was an absolute genius. The gap between them was definitely not something hard work alone could bridge. Ko looked at Orochimaru, and there was even a genuine layer of envy in his eyes. If he had Orochimaru's brain, then with the information he knew, he probably would have already created the Ten-Tails placenta in some random cave by now. Why would he have ended up struggling this hard? But all of this was about to end. Ko withdrew that trace of envy from his eyes and once again put on his usual smile, sloppy on the surface yet carrying a few parts certainty underneath. With Orochimaru, this walking library of ninja world knowledge, all the information that had once required him to spend months or even years searching for now only needed him to casually ask the snake-shaped beanbag in front of him. With the snake package app, he wouldn't need several years. He could rise completely on his own and officially gain the power to flip the table, declare war on Uchiha dirt, declare war on the 5 great nations, declare war on the Akatsuki, declare war on Uchiha Madara on Akatsuki Kagaya. Forget it, those two better not come out. In short, this was fantasy time, but for now he still had to focus on the present. Ko awkwardly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, then turned around and cast his gaze toward the direction beyond the misty forest. Dense fog surged between the branches, covering every visible outline in the distance. But Ko knew exactly what lay in that direction. That was Konoha. Looking toward Konoha, the relaxed look in Ko's eyes gained a few traces of gravity. Back in the Mizuki's office, Kimimaro had reported in a rigid, orderly manner everything that had happened when they encountered Jiraiya in the Land of Waves, as well as Jiraiya's proposal that both sides cooperate. Work with Konoha to investigate the Akatsuki's movements? Ko murmured in a low voice, and his expression turned strange. What is this? Investigating myself? He couldn't help but laugh inwardly. To be honest, Konoha proposing to work with the Mist Reformists to investigate the Akatsuki really was very good news for him personally. The Mist Reformists had not yet made a public appearance in the ninja world. Cooperation with Konoha meant that the identity of Shinasora would step onto the political stage of the ninja world for the first time in a semi-official capacity. It also meant he now had a perfectly legitimate chance to leave Kirigakure and head to Konoha as the Mizuki's assistant. And once he got to Konoha, making contact with Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, the current reincarnations of Ajura and Indra, would naturally become much easier. It was just that, in his original plan, going back to Konoha really hadn't been scheduled this soon. After all, it hadn't been that long since the Uchiha clan massacre. At that thought, a trace of gloom flashed through Ko's eyes. Konoha? According to the intelligence that Kid Kimimaro brought back, Konoha should first send a team over to make preliminary contact with us. Ko stuffed both hands into the pockets of his black robe with red clouds and looked up at the sky concealed by the dense mist. His tone complicated as he muttered softly, I wonder if I'll run into any old friends. His voice spread into the mist, and no one answered. 3 days later, Wufan Port. At noon, sunlight rarely pierced through the thick clouds and poured down in broad sheets over the harbor, making the shop signs lined up on both sides shine brightly. From the snack street drifted the charred aroma of grilled fish, mixed with the steam of freshly made takoyaki, blending together with the salty fishy scent of the sea breeze from the port. The crowd flowed slowly between the stalls. Every now and then, a child would squeeze out of the crowd holding a grilled squid skewer, the corners of their mouth glistening with oil, their laughter crisp and clear. The owner of the barbecue stall was a middle-aged man in his 50s. His skin had been darkened and reddened by years of charcoal fire, and his apron was covered in grease stains and sauce marks that would never wash out. As he turned the squid skewers on the grill, he grabbed a handful of cumin with his other hand and sprinkled it evenly over them. He raised his eyes and looked at the bustling scene before him. Unknowingly, his hands slowed down a little, and a trace of emotion rose in his heart. About 7 years ago, under the lead of the 4th Mizuki of Kirigakure, the daimyo's estate of the Land of Water issued a series of closed country decrees. When that order came down, it may not have affected the lives of noble lords or ninja-sama all that much. But for ordinary people in Wufan Port, whose families had relied on foreign trade for generations, it was no different from the sky collapsing. The harbor was sealed. Cargo ships could no longer enter. Shops closed one after another. Goods piled up on the docks and rotted in the open air with no one to care. Everything that could be pawned at home had already been pawned off. They could only row small fishing boats out to the near sea and try their luck, catching a few skinny trash fish, then taking them to the market and selling them dirt cheap at prices that couldn't even cover the cost, just to scrape together a few jean of rice and barely fill their stomachs. He had once felt resentment too, but what could he do? Go protest? Those few older brothers who had taken the lead and held banners at the docks. Within 2 days, no one ever saw them again. Being alive was already pretty good. That was the phrase he, along with the elders and villagers around him, had said most often during those years. And all of this began to change 4 years ago. 4 years ago, that Mizuki's assistant of Kirigakure, Lord Shinasora, personally went to the daimyo's estate for a full day of talks. The very next day, the daimyo's estate issued a new document and reopened Wufan port. Although the closed country decree was still in effect, and the scope of trade was strictly limited to merchants holding official permits from the land of water. For the people of Wufan port who had been on the verge of not surviving, this was already a life-saving straw descending from heaven. And what no one expected even more was that this life-saving straw was only the beginning. Those Kirigakure ninja, who had once seemed mysterious and terrifying in the eyes of the people of the land of water, began appearing frequently all across the country, repairing bridges, paving roads, guarding the docks, cracking down on local thugs. In the name of the land of water authorities, they carried out aid and support everywhere. In just 4 short years, the order and economy of Wufan port recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Those criminal forces that had once openly come to collect protection fees were wiped out one after another under the merciless strikes of Kirigakure's ninja. The few scattered remnants could only hide in the darkest corners and struggle to survive, not even daring to show their heads. With all that exploitation gone, his business and the business of others in the same trade had actually become easier than before the closed country policy. At some point, those Kirigakure ninja whom they had once avoided at all costs had already become the very figures the people of Wufan port most hoped to see. Looking toward the crowd ahead, the stall owner sighed sincerely in his heart. If only days like this could go on forever. Just as he was about to start calling out to customers like usual, the corner of his eye suddenly caught sight of a slender figure standing in front of the stall. At some point, someone had appeared before his stall. It was a little girl with long black hair and pale skin. Her face was very delicate, and her large black eyes were watery as she stared without blinking at the freshly grilled squid skewer in his hand. Unlike the brats of the same age who could be seen everywhere, she made no noise at all. She just stood there quietly. Looking at the girl in front of him, the stall owner couldn't help but think of his own daughter, who was about the same age as this child. His heart immediately softened a little. He picked out the best grilled squid skewer from the rack and held it out to the child with a smile. Here, take it and eat. This one's free. The girl froze for a moment, then quickly waved her hands. And no need. Even as she said no, her eyes still couldn't help glancing toward that glistening squid skewer, and her throat bobbed almost imperceptibly. The stall owner didn't pull his hand back. Instead, he held the skewer out a little farther and said with a cheerful smile, "It really is free. If you think it tastes good, then next time just bring your dad and mom along and come visit more often." When she heard the word dad, the girl's hand, halfway extended, paused ever so slightly in midair. For a brief instant, something in those bright black eyes dimmed. The stall owner looked at the girl's hand and instantly froze midair. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately realized he had said something wrong. He hurriedly apologized. Kid, I didn't mean to." Before he could finish, a hoarse, low voice came from behind him. "Haku, what are you spacing out for over there?" The stall owner turned his head and saw a tall, imposing figure walking this way. It was a strongly built adult man. Half his face was wrapped in layer after layer of white bandages, leaving only a pair of sharp eyes exposed. He wore the standard dark blue flak jacket of Kirigakure, and on his back was a giant blade wrapped in white cloth. The moment the stall owner saw that burly figure, his heart jolted. Haku turned around and looked at the person walking over. The dimness in his eyes instantly lit up.
Zabuza-sama.
Zabuza stopped in front of the stall and looked down at Haku. The eyes above his bandages looked especially gloomy. "We didn't come here to play." Hearing Zabuza's scolding, Haku lowered his head in shame. His long hair slipped down from his shoulder and covered half his cheek, making him look especially delicate and pitiful. "I'm sorry." Zabuza-sama, the barbecue stall owner, looked at the child with his head lowered, then at the man radiating pressure from head to toe. His gaze couldn't help but fall on the Kirigakure forehead protector on Zabuza's head. Looking at that forehead protector, the tension on the owner's face visibly eased. He set down the tongs in his hand, wiped both hands on his apron, and said to Zabuza in the tone of someone giving advice from experience, "You're this kid's teacher, right? This little girl is still so young. You don't need to be this strict with her. Little girls are very sensitive. You know, if you act like this, the kid's gonna hate you." The muscles under Zabuza's bandages twitched ever so slightly. Looking at this nagging barbecue stall owner, a rare trace of undisguised strangeness appeared on his usually cold and severe face. Get hated? Him? The stall owner didn't notice Zabuza's complicated look at all. He simply picked up a few more freshly grilled squid skewers and chicken skewers from the stall, neatly wrapped them in oil paper, and stuffed them into Zabuza's hands. The paper bundle was still steaming hot. Even through the wrapping, the rich aroma of sauce mixed with charcoal smoke could be smelled clearly. Ninja training must be hard, right? Since you're already here, take the kid and have some fun. No matter how important the mission is, you still need to eat your fill first. Haku looked at the oil paper bundle stuffed into Zabuza's hands, then at Zabuza's face. Though most of it was covered by bandages, it was obvious he was a little at a loss. The corner of Haku's mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. He reached out and gently took the still-hot bundle of skewers. Thank you, uncle. Haku's voice was soft and sincere, and his eyes curved once more. The stall owner looked at Haku holding the skewers and thanking him so obediently, and he smiled too. No need to be polite, little girl. It's all thanks to you, Kirigakure ninja, keeping order around here that we can do business peacefully. Zabuza looked at the owner in front of him, then at Haku beside him and stayed silent for a long while. His expression changed several times. After holding it in for quite a while, he finally spoke stiffly. Thanks. The stall owner smiled and waved his hand. No need to be polite. Come again next time. Zabuza didn't stay any longer. He reached out, grabbed Haku by the wrist, turned around, and quickly walked off as if fleeing. Haku was pulled along at a small run. He turned his head back toward the barbecue stall and waved his hand. Bye, uncle. And also, I'm actually a boy. The stall owner's smile-frozen face stiffened in the wind. Huh. He stood there blankly, as if trying to process this explosive piece of information. What he didn't notice, however, was that in the corner of his stall, there was now a stack of bills under a sheet of oil paper. The denomination of the bills wasn't large, but together, it was still more than he could make in an entire day. Haku was dragged all the way through the crowd by Zabuza, and the smile on his face gradually faded a little. He looked up at Zabuza's broad back and said quietly, I'm sorry, Zabuza-sensei. Zabuza glanced down at him, shook his head, and said in a low voice, it's fine. We already caught that unreliable brat anyway. He raised a hand and pointed not far ahead. On the open ground beside the dock, a white-haired boy was calmly dragging another person forward by the ankle. The one being dragged had short silver-gray hair. His limbs hung limply on the ground. His belly was swollen like a good-for-nothing raccoon dog, and there was still sauce on the corner of his lips that he hadn't wiped clean. Kimimaro noticed their gaze. He lifted his other hand and lightly waved in the direction of Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza looked at Kimimaro's clearly long-accustomed calm expression, then at Suigetsu, who was still being dragged across the ground behind him while letting out satisfied belches. Veins instantly bulged on his forehead. Full of worry, he muttered inwardly, has Kusama been spoiling these kids too much? Zabuza let out a heavy sigh in his heart and temporarily pushed that thought down. As he strode toward Kimimaro, he fiercely shot Suigetsu a glare full of killing intent. Get to the harbor already. We've wasted far too much time on this unreliable brat. Feeling that gaze, one strong enough to make an ordinary Chunin's legs go weak, Suigetsu lazily let out another full belch. Didn't Kusama already say before we left that we should come early and have some fun? As long as we don't delay the mission? Do you really have to take it this seriously? What a troublesome old man. Hearing Suigetsu's utterly lazy words, a visible vein popped at Zabuza's temple. On the face mostly hidden by bandages, the gentleness he had shown Haku just now vanished completely at this moment. He glared at Suigetsu. The pressure around him dropped sharply, and his killing intent grew so thick it was practically tangible. Haku quietly moved another step closer to Zabuza's side. Kimimaro remained expressionless, but with practiced ease, he dragged Suigetsu another half-meter behind himself. And right then, at the dock on the other side of the harbor, a medium-sized ship was slowly pulling in. The hull lightly bumped against the edge of the stone dock, producing a dull scraping sound. On the deck, the sailor on the gangway had just tossed down the mooring rope, and before the boarding plank was even fully set up, a green figure leaped straight off the side of the ship and smashed heavily onto the shore. The young man with a bowl cut, dressed in a green jumpsuit, planted one foot on a mooring post at the dock, raised his right fist high over his head, and struck a pose that practically shone under the midday sun. Youth, Konoha's blue beast, Might Guy, has landed in the land of water. Oh, this is the brand new burr. But before he could hold that pose for even 1 second, he suddenly bent over and started vomiting violently. A young man wearing round glasses, with silver hair tied into a short braid at the back, walked down the boarding plank behind him. His footsteps were steady and light, forming a sharp contrast with the jumpsuit-clad man on the dock currently using his entire body to demonstrate the dialectical relationship between youth and seasickness. He pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose, turned to look at the silver-haired jonin behind him, and said in a tactful tone of complaint, Kakashi-san, although it may not be my place to question your decision, I still have some small doubts about bringing Gai-senpai along for this mission. Kakashi stood on the dock. That one dead fish I exposed outside his mask was filled with exhaustion as he looked at the green figure ahead, who was still vomiting non-stop. The sea breeze stirred his silver-white hair, making him look even more worn down. That Guy, Kakashi said, his voice carrying 3 parts helplessness, 3 parts resignation, and 4 parts complete numbness from giving up struggling altogether. I've told you many times already, this mission is a diplomatic foreign contact mission. You really aren't suited for it. No, Kakashi. Guy suddenly straightened up. There was still a suspicious glimmer of moisture hanging at the corner of his mouth, but the flames burning in his eyes had not diminished in the slightest. He grabbed Kakashi by both shoulders and loudly declared, "Before we set out, I already made an unbreakable promise between men with my father. This time, I will definitely pull my best friend back from that abyss without youth." With tears in his eyes, Guy choked up and said, "Ko." He must be somewhere in some corner without youth right now, facing that boundless darkness all alone. He must be waiting for me right now, waiting for me to use the hot-blooded passion of youth to reignite that flame of youth in his heart that's on the verge of going out. Blurg. After finishing his declaration, Guy bent over again and vomited toward Kakashi, with the force of heaven and earth turning upside down. Kakashi stood where he was. Even through the mask, one could feel his deep despair. Kabuto stood beside them, unable to bear looking directly at the explosive scene in front of him, and pushed up his glasses again. The lenses reflected a sheet of white light under the sun, hiding every subtle expression behind that glare. Just what kind of person was this Ko that Mr. Kakashi and Senior Guy kept talking about? Kabuto murmured curiously in his heart. In his mind, he could not help but picture the scene from when he left. Director Nono and the orphanage family he had reunited with after such a long separation waving goodbye to him with deep reluctance. Looking at Kakashi and Guy before him, he softly said with shared feeling, that person should be someone very important to them too. Before his words had even fully fallen, Kabuto's gaze suddenly sharpened. He moved his eyes away from the two of them, crossing over the flow of people coming and going by the dock, and landed on a spot not far ahead. Ahead, for figures with obvious chakra signatures were rapidly closing in on their direction. The moment Kabuto cast his gaze toward the 4 figures gradually emerging from the mist, Kakashi's eyes also locked onto the same direction almost at the exact same instant. The sea breeze rushed in from the outer side of the dock, blowing at the mist in front of those figures and making their outlines shift between thick and thin, but it was already enough for Kakashi to recognize the build and stride of the approaching group. His body tensed slightly, and the look in that dead fish eye immediately grew grave. Are they the reception personnel sent by Kirigakure? The moment his words fell, a heart-rending retching sound came from behind him. At this moment, Guy was sprawled over the dock railing, dumping bait rich in nutrients into the sea. Kakashi closed his eyes in despair, took a deep breath of salty, fishy sea air, and silently apologized in his heart one by one to Teacher Minato, Lord Jiraiya, the Third Lord, and every predecessor since Konoha's founding who had ever upheld the village's dignity in diplomatic settings. Looks like Konoha's diplomatic image is going to die in our hands. Kakashi muttered in his heart amid utter silence. Kabuto glanced at Kakashi beside him with some sympathy, then silently moved half a step forward, using his body as much as possible to block the still violently vomiting Guy behind him. The two stood shoulder to shoulder like that, watching the 4 figures draw closer and closer, until even their conversation was carried over by the sea breeze. Zabuza walked at the very front, his pace clearly quickening. The wind made his clothes flap loudly. His eyes were full of urgency, and the half of his face not covered by bandages was visibly slightly red. At this time, Konoha's people have probably already arrived. Zabuza muttered in a low voice with some urgency, and his steps unconsciously sped up again. Damn it, it's all because this brat wasted so much of our time. He suddenly turned his head, his gloomy gaze locking onto Suigetsu behind him, and growled through gritted teeth. If this affects Lord Kue's assigned mission, then you'd better repay it with your death. Brat of the Hozuki clan. What answered him was a string of urgent, furious muffled noises from behind. Suigetsu was being dragged behind Kimimaro with one hand. He was being hauled by the collar across the ground on his back, leaving a long wet trail along the way. His originally lean face was now full of bruises and swollen lumps, and there was still a patch of blue-purple bruising hanging from the corner of his mouth. It was obviously all Teacher Zabuza's fault. If you hadn't exhausted all my chakra so I couldn't use the hydrification technique, and then beaten me up so hard we wouldn't have been late at all. Kimimaro dragged Suigetsu along while calmly translating his muffled sounds. He paused, then added, "That's what Suigetsu said." Hearing Kimimaro's words, Suigetsu started twisting violently on the ground again. MMPH. Kimimaro lowered his head to look at him. On his usually expressionless face appeared a trace of very faint confusion. What do you mean you didn't say that? He lifted his head and muttered in puzzlement. Was I being too tactful in my phrasing? MMPH. Suigetsu let out a long cry like someone on the verge of death. Walking half a step behind Kimimaro, Haku weakly raised one hand and said in a tactful tone, Captain Kimimaro, I think Suigetsu probably didn't mean that. That's enough. Zabuza walking in front finally exploded completely. He He spun around violently. Veins bulged on his bandage-wrapped fierce face as he roared at Suigetsu behind him. I don't need you to say it. If the mission gets delayed, I'll naturally commit seppuku before Lord Ku to apologize. But before I do that, I'll definitely drag you down with me first. Suigetsu. Kimimaro Omo.
Haku. Dish. Haku. No krain.
That's an order. Yes, Lord Zabuza. Not long after, the four from Kirigakure arrived at the dock and all came to a stop. Kakashi and Zabuza stood at the front of their respective groups, but their gazes did not fall on each other at first. Almost at the same moment, both leaders had their full attention drawn instead to the bruised and battered teammates sprawled on the ground behind the other side, and the figure still kneeling by the dock dry heaving. At the same time, the two of them let out a long breath of relief. Thank goodness. We're not the only side embarrassing ourselves. Kakashi and Zabuza's gazes briefly met in the air, and each saw in the other's eyes the relief of surviving disaster and the sympathy of fellow sufferers. The next second, the two of them almost moved in sync, stepping forward with perfect tacit understanding to stand at the very front of their respective teams, using their bodies to block the family shame behind them. On Zabuza's fierce bandage-wrapped face, the muscles twitched stiffly a few times, pulling out a smile that could barely be called gentle. You must be the famous red-eyed white fang, Hatake Kakashi of Konoha, sir. I have long heard of your great name. Now that I see you today, your reputation is indeed well-deserved. Listening to Zabuza's refined and literary speech, Kakashi could not help but feel a strange sense of déjà vu in his heart. Those words, that tone. Why did it feel so familiar? Kakashi shook his head slightly in his heart and muttered in a low voice, it should just be my imagination. He lifted his eyes, and under the mask, revealed a similarly gentle and proper smile. No, I should be the one saying that. I have long since heard of your great name, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the demon of the hidden mist, Momochi Zabuzadano. Even all the way in Konoha, I had already heard of your reputation. Now that I see you today, you truly are extraordinary. Listening to Kakashi's reply, Zabuza's heart immediately trembled. He can actually speak such refined words almost on the same level as Lord Ko. With this level of literary cultivation, should it really be said that this is just what one would expect from a Konoha ninja? Zabuza silently turned his head and glanced at the younger generation of Kirigakure behind him, then silently sighed in his heart. Mist's education really still has a long way to go. While the two were exchanging pleasantries, Guy behind Kakashi had finally stopped his intimate exchange with the sea. Supported by Kabuto, he weakly collapsed onto a mooring stone by the dock. Guy's face was green, and his hands and feet were still trembling slightly. The burning gaze he usually carried now held nothing but weakness and daze. I felt it. He shakily raised one hand and pointed in the direction of the sea, speaking in a weak, low voice, this familiar aura of youth. Is it Ko? That's right. It's my best friend, Uchiha Tō. Kabuto's mouth twitched violently. Looking at Guy's trembling hand stretched toward the sea, he very decisively took one step to the side. Guy-senpai, you must have thrown up too much and started hallucinating. His voice was gentle and polite, full of the kind advice expected from a doctor. I am Kabuto Yakushi. There is no Ko here. Not a hallucination. Guy's hand weakly slipped down from the air, and his whole body slowly slid down from the mooring stone like a puddle of mud. I felt that familiar power of youth. He is here. Definitely. Before Guy could finish speaking, he completely collapsed onto the ground and went silent. Looking at the fallen Guy, whose condition was unclear, Kabuto let out a lifeless sigh. And not far away, on the rooftop of a house, a tall figure was standing there quietly. Wearing the Akatsuki black robe with red clouds, Ko stared wide-eyed at the Konoha group below. The skewer of dango in his mouth almost fell out. Ko stared fixedly at Guy and Kabuto below. His lips moved several times before he finally managed to mutter, What the hell is going on here? A moment later, Ko slumped down on the rooftop and blankly looked at the trio from Konoha on the dock below, who were currently holding a friendly diplomatic meeting with the Kirigakure squad he had sent out. His eyes widened as he looked at the unconscious Guy below, and he subconsciously muttered in a low voice, What is Konoha even thinking? Why would they send a guy like Guy here? This makes no sense at all. This is a serious diplomatic cooperation. Does that idiot Guy have the ability to negotiate a partnership? He does not have that ability. Which genius picked him for this? Ko rubbed his slightly messy black hair and could not help but complain. Did that old pervert Jiraiya and the third old man not do any personnel review at all? This is Konoha's first time in so many years sending a delegation to Kirigakure to discuss cooperation. Are you people worthy of the white-haired lowly, who laid a solid foundation for Konoha's diplomatic cause? Ko took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the urge to keep ranting, then stuffed the last skewer of dango in his hand straight into his mouth. After his overheated mind finally calmed down little by little, he once again turned his gaze toward the dock. toward the silver-haired ninja standing in front of Zabuza and exchanging diplomatic pleasantries with him. Was this your decision, Kakashi? Koa's voice softened as he murmured, in a tone that was hard to tell whether it held relief or bitterness. If this had been Kakashi's decision, then he would not actually find it too surprising. If one were to name the person in the entire ninja world who understood Might Guy's strength the best besides himself, then without question, it would be Kakashi. Although the current guy was only 22 years old, and still quite far from the peak he would reach later in the Fourth Great Ninja War, when one kick shattered half of Six Paths Madara's body. Even at this age, he had already trained himself to a level that made even Ko of today feel wary. Even now, a guy who fully opened all 8 gates could absolutely be called one of the strongest combat powers in the ninja world. Even if Kakashi did not know exactly how terrifying Guy would become after opening the Gate of Death, he at least absolutely knew the level of 7 Gates Guy. To put it bluntly, a guy who opened the 7 gates had every ability to tie up every Kirigakure ninja except Ko and Obito, then whip them around like spinning tops. Bringing Guy along meant bringing an absolute bottom line in combat strength. Ko understood very clearly that after going through Rin's death, there was absolutely no way Kakashi held no grudge at all toward Kirigakure. Even if, based on the strategic goal of jointly investigating the Akatsuki, Konoha now needed to cooperate with the reformist faction in Kirigakure, Kakashi would never lower the guard in his heart. Entering Kirigakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages, even with his current Kage-level strength, he would never be arrogant enough to think he could leave completely unharmed. But with a powerful combat force like Guy here, then the side that needed to worry would be Kirigakure, because that was the kind of reassurance a man named Might Guy brought. Looking at Guy below, a trace of reminiscence flashed through Koa's eyes. Back then, before he had shown any promise within the Uchiha clan, when he had only been an ordinary child in the clan with average talent and no one thinking well of him, he had trained alongside Guy and his father, Might Due. The 8 Gates formation, this was one of the must-learn jutsu for any transmigrator. Back then, suffering from a lack of talent, there was no way he would let it pass him by. What was more, the father and son pair of Might Due and Guy were among the very few truly honest people in the entire ninja world who could genuinely be trusted completely. As long as he worked hard enough and acted a little more lively and cheerful, blending in with them was not a problem at all, and things had indeed developed exactly as he had imagined. After countless mornings of pretending to run into them during dawn training on the streets of Konoha, he had successfully become a member of the Handbook of Youth Training. The Uchiha Tō had officially formed the Mighty Youth of Konoha boys trio with Guy and his father. The sound of footsteps running through Konoha's morning streets, the counting while doing push-ups on the training grounds, and the strange looks from passers-by while walking upside down by the river, all of those were the purest memories of his childhood. Even the cheerful personality he now put on in front of others had been infected into him bit by Guy and Uncle Due during those days. Although the training had been extremely hard, that period of time really had been very happy. Uncle Due and Guy were both very good people. In front of them, he could completely let down all disguises and guard, and be fully honest with them. Even though the actions of that father and son were exaggerated to an absurd degree, enough to be called the ultimate show-offs of the ninja world. And although he would always follow them through Konoha's streets shouting slogans of youth while feeling utterly embarrassed deep down. Looking back on it now, being that ridiculous was actually kind of fun. At that time, the him who was still full of hope for the future had sincerely and wholeheartedly enjoyed that painful yet joyful period. In countless dusks after training, he had once lain on the grass by the training ground, dreaming his impossible dream. In that dream, he had an immortal body, developed a no-side-effects version of the 8 gates, then opened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, even the Rinnegan, and smacked Uchiha Madara and Kagaya Akatsuki around one by one like spinning tops. Whenever those scenes surfaced in his mind, he could not help laughing out loud. For the sake of that dream, he worked hard every single day. Back then, he had truly believed everything would keep developing smoothly. Until the day his parents in this life died. That day, he, Uchiha Tō, awakened the Sharingan he had always dreamed of obtaining. And it was also on that day that he truly felt, for the first time, the sense of crisis called survival. Because of that loss, and with the awakening of the Sharingan, Ko's situation within the clan underwent a complete upheaval. His close contact with Might Guy and his father, who were regarded as trash in the village, had already drawn quite a bit of criticism. Even his parents in this life had privately tried to persuade him many times not to keep fooling around with that strange father and son pair. But because he had been precocious since birth and had sworn again and again that he knew what he was doing, his parents eventually stopped saying much about it. After all, their family were only ordinary members of the Uchiha clan, and his parents were merely ordinary chunin who had gone their entire lives without awakening the Sharingan. In their hearts, he too was just a normal, ordinary child. Once he got a little older, he would naturally become more sensible. But before they could live to see the day he grew up, they died. After they passed away, he awakened the One Tomo Sharingan. And at that time, he was only 6 years old. As expected, he, who had originally been seen as an unnoticed nobody within the clan, almost overnight entered the sight of the Uchiha clan's upper ranks. Though his talent could not be considered outstanding, for the Uchiha clan, a child who awakened the Sharingan at 6 years old undoubtedly proved to have extremely high cultivation value, no matter what his aptitude was. The clan arranged a systematic elite training plan for him. From chakra control to the basics of fire release, from shurikenjutsu to the use of the Sharingan, every subject had a senior clansman specially assigned to guide him. Under that plan, he could grow at the fastest possible speed, but it also meant he could no longer, like before, spend every day on the training grounds sweating out the passion of youth with Guy and Uncle Dai. At that time, he fell into deep conflict over it. And it was precisely then that Uncle Dai took the initiative to seek him out. That middle-aged man, mocked by the whole village as the eternal genin, looked at him seriously with those eyes of his that were always smiling into slits, and advised him to temporarily put aside training with them and focus most of his energy on the training plan arranged by the Uchiha clan. Ko, you are different from me and Guy. You are a member of the Uchiha clan, a genius who awakened the Sharingan. Taijutsu is the only option for me and Guy, but for you it isn't. Faced with Uncle Dai's words, which were practically self-deprecating, Ko had originally wanted to speak up and refute him. But what Uncle Dai said next struck heavily against the anxious and restless heart he had at the time. If you stay obsessed with training taijutsu and waste your talent and gifts, you are very likely to die on the battlefield that is coming. Back then, he had almost no way to argue against that. Training in the 8 gates required time, a great deal of time, and with the Third Great Ninja War on the verge of breaking out, a young ninja with average talent who specialized in taijutsu would very likely not live to see the end of the war. By comparison, under the resource-focused cultivation of the Uchiha clan, he was more likely to survive. At that time, consumed by deep anxiety after his parents' death, he ultimately accepted Uncle Dai's advice and poured most of his time into the Uchiha clan's training. But in the early morning, on those Konoha streets the three of them had run countless times, he would still run shoulder to shoulder with Uncle Dai and Guy at 4 in the morning. And thanks to the solid taijutsu foundation he had built while training with Guy and Uncle Dai, he achieved results in the Uchiha clan's training plan that far exceeded the clan's expectations. Seeing his obvious progress, the upper ranks of the Uchiha clan no longer voiced any objections to his morning training arrangements. And so, through day after day of training, he gradually grew into one of the best of the Uchiha clan's younger generation. Time passed in a blur like that until the year he turned 12, when he and Guy formally received from Uncle Dai the inheritance of the 8 gates they had long yearned for. And on Uncle Dai and Guy's side, he had also managed to do what he believed he could change. During the Third Great Ninja War, when the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist besieged Guy, Ebisu, and the others, he arrived at the scene in time with Minato and Uchiha reinforcements. Because of their timely intervention, Uncle Dai, who originally would have opened the gate of death and died in battle protecting Guy in that fight, survived. This was what Ko believed to be one of the very few things he had truly changed in the first half of his failed life. Until the day he defected, the bond between him and that father and son pair had always remained as it was at the beginning, the purest bond of all. Looking down at Guy sprawled on the dock below, vomiting until his face had turned green while still unconsciously muttering about youth, the corner of Ko's mouth unconsciously lifted into a faint smile. Seeing that you're still the same as ever. That's really great, Guy. Ko paused, and that smile slowly faded, a trace of worry appearing on his face. I wonder how Uncle Dai is doing now. Is he, like Kakashi and the others, still thinking about my defection all this time? Thinking of that elder who had looked after him ever since he was 4 years old, Ko let out a somewhat sorrowful sigh. But he did not remain immersed in that sadness for long. Ko shut his eyes hard for a moment. When he opened them again, calm had already returned to those black eyes. Now was not the time to indulge in old feelings. Ko slowly moved his gaze away from Guy and let it fall on the young figure beside him, dressed in a gray short robe. At that moment, Ko's brows drew tightly together. Kabuto Yakushi. Why was he here? Ko's gaze fell on the gray-robed boy below on the dock, who was slightly bent over while talking with Kakashi, and his eyes grew a little colder. Kabuto Yakushi, currently 15 years old, came from the Konoha orphanage. He was an orphan adopted by Nono Yakushi in the Land of Wind. Later, Danzo Shimura used the orphanage's financial support as leverage, forcing him into Root, where he took the initiative to become a spy and carried out espionage operations across multiple countries. In terms of professional capability, sending him on this visit to Kirigakure was indeed a brilliant move. With Kabuto's top-tier intelligence-gathering ability, he could absolutely collect enough information without violating any diplomatic rules. If he had come together with other people, Ko actually would not have found it too surprising. But if he had come together with Kakashi and Guy, then that was far too strange. Did Danzo send him here? Ko's gaze stayed on that young face behind round-framed glasses for several moments. Then he slowly shook his head. No, that was not right. Kabuto was a black glove secretly cultivated by Danzo, a tool used to carry out covert infiltration missions in the shadows. How could Danzo possibly place him out in the open? Or were they placed into a diplomatic delegation led by Kakashi, one that needed to make open contact with the official side of Kirigakure? Danzo might be stupid and evil, but once his own interests were involved, that old scheming bastard was sharper than anyone else. What was more, according to the intel he had, Yakushi Kabuto should be carrying out a long-term undercover mission in Iwagakure at this point in time. Ko thought for a moment, and a trace of realization flashed through his eyes. Something had definitely gone wrong on Danzo's side. Since Kabuto had appeared beside Kakashi and the others, that meant he had already entered the third Hokage's line of sight. And if nothing unexpected had happened on Danzo's side, then Kabuto, who had always been carrying out missions outside, should have been almost impossible for the third Hokage and the others to notice. Thinking of this, Ko rapidly ran through the most likely scenario in his mind. Danzo had probably suffered a huge loss in some incident, and then the old third had launched an investigation and directly traced it all the way to Kabuto and Nono Yakushi. And with Ko's understanding of the old third, if he had the chance, he would absolutely make a move without hesitation and snatch a good seedling like Kabuto straight out of Danzo's hands, just like Yamato before. At that thought, a trace of regret rose in Ko's heart. Putting aside Kabuto's mental state, which had been driven off the rails by Danzo's insane operations, he was absolutely top-tier talent. He assisted Orochimaru with research work while also carrying out intelligence gathering as a spy, and even under those conditions, he still kept training his medical ninjutsu and ninjutsu. In just a few short years, he had reached the level of an elite jonin on the same tier as Kakashi in the original story. And after Orochimaru got temporarily elbowed out of the picture by Sasuke, it got even crazier. With his boss dying halfway through the road and being forced to start his own business, Kabuto only took a few short months to fully absorb and digest all of Orochimaru's research materials and forbidden jutsu results. Not only that, he even optimized the impure world reincarnation technique along the way, learned Sage Mode from Ryuchi Cave, and picked up the 2 titles of Dream Fulfillment Master and Brother Jackie. He could be called the ultimate example of a no-bloodline civilian genius rising up in the ninja world. A genius on this level, other than a dumbass like Danzo, who insisted on trying to destroy him just because you know too much, who wouldn't he treat him like a precious treasure? Thinking of this, Ko could not help but feel heartfelt pity. Faced with talent like this, he himself had been extremely tempted too. After subduing Orochimaru, he had already started planning a careful scheme in his heart. First, pry out Kabuto's detailed information at this stage from Orochimaru, who had long coveted him. Then, at the fatal turning point when Danzo arranged for Kabuto and Nono Yakushi to kill each other, descend from the sky and save these 2 poor people who had been toyed with by Danzo over and over until they were barely human anymore. While he was at it, he could also farm a huge wave of favorability from Kabuto and see if he could package them both over to his side, laying the groundwork for leaving the Akatsuki and going solo in the future. This had originally been one of the matters ranked quite high on his to-do list. But now it seemed that some unexpected change had happened on Danzo's side, causing Kabuto's life path to stray from the original script. It was all that innately evil old fossil Shimura's fault. He never did a single good thing properly, and he even managed to screw up the bad things he was supposedly good at. He really dropped the ball completely. That pot shadow was just too evil. Ko cursed Danzo in his heart, then seemed to remember something and muttered in a low voice, "Come to think of it, that old bastard Danzo should still have some private contact with Orochimaru, right? When the time comes, I'll ask Orochimaru and see if he knows what kind of mess Danzo made in Konoha." Ko silently marked this matter as a pending task in his mind, then shifted his attention back below the harbor. His gaze swept over Kakashi and the other 2 below, and he let out a long breath of relief. Good thing I came prepared and sent a shadow clone here in advance to scout things out. If I run into Guy as Sora without any preparation, I might been exposed on the spot. Thinking of Guy's absurd beast-like instincts, Ko felt his scalp go numb. He probably won't recognize me. Right? Ko muttered uneasily in his heart, questioning his own veteran actor-level acting skills for the first time in his life. After sorting out his thoughts, he slowly rose from the rooftop, raised a hand to wipe away the remaining dango sauce at the corner of his mouth, and cast one last look at the 3 people below at the harbor. Ko looked down at Kakashi and Guy with a complicated expression, then murmured softly in a complicated tone, "Kakashi, Guy, we'll be meeting again very soon." Before the words had even fully fallen, Ko slowly raised his left hand and said in a low voice, "Release." In the next instant, the shadow clone turned into a puff of light smoke and quickly dispersed atop the misty rooftop. Below at the harbor, the smile at the corner of Kakashi's mouth froze for the briefest moment. Almost instinctively, he shifted his gaze away from Zabuza's face and looked toward the rooftops above the cluster of houses. The eaves were empty. Only a few strands of morning mist remained, not yet fully dispersed. Zabuza noticed that momentary lapse in his focus, and a trace of vigilance flashed through the exposed eye on his bandage-wrapped face. "What is it, Mr. Kakashi? Feeling unwell somewhere?" Kakashi quickly spread out his senses and carefully swept over the rooftops and the shadows of the surrounding buildings. Only after confirming that no one was secretly watching them did he quietly let out a breath of relief. Looking at Zabuza in front of him, Kakashi's tone became relaxed again as he answered lightly, "Ah, it's nothing. I was just a little shocked by how prosperous this place is." Zabuza looked at him with a face full of suspicion. "No, wait. You're a native Konoha man from the land of fire, and you're praising this place for being prosperous? Are you sure that it's not provocation?" He knew his own home situation well enough. Zabuza was very clear on what kind of state the land of water was in now. Things had improved quite a bit over the years thanks to the efforts of the reformists, but compared to the land of fire, the most prosperous country in the ninja world, the gap was far more than just a little. Feeling Zabuza's suspicious gaze, Kakashi could only give an awkward smile. Zabuza looked at him like that, but did not pursue the matter further. He simply turned the topic back to business. With a serious expression, he looked at Kakashi and instructed him in an official tone, "After leaving Kirihobian Port, we will escort you to Kirigakure. At that time, the relevant cooperation matters will be personally discussed with you by our Kirigakure's Mizukage assistant, Lord Shinasora." Shinasora. The moment he heard that name, Kakashi's gaze instantly turned serious. That should be the reformist leader Jiraiya-sama mentioned, right? What kind of person exactly was he? Kakashi suppressed the surging curiosity in his heart and smiled at Zabuza in front of him. "Ah, then I'll be in your care from here on." Zabuza nodded, then turned and gave a hand signal to Kimimaro and the other two behind him. The three immediately understood and came over to Zabuza's side. The Kirigakure squad reformed their ranks and, with the three-man Konoha delegation in tow, set out on the road toward Kirigakure. The next day, Kirigakure, following behind Zabuza and the others, Kakashi's group of three passed through layers of thin mist and finally stepped into the village known as the Village of the Bloody Mist. Kakashi lifted his eyes toward the scene before him, and his gaze could not help but freeze for a moment. The first thing that came into view was two buildings facing each other from afar. The one at the very center was tall and austere, and the Mizukage symbol on it reflected a deep blue glow under the sunlight. Across from it, with the entire central plaza between them, stood another building that was slightly shorter. Its architecture was plainer, but it was just as upright and imposing. One stood high, the other low, separated by the plaza. The two buildings faced off in the distance like they were locked in a silent confrontation where neither side was willing to give even half a step. The streets were full of people coming and going. A woman selling vegetables was unloading a basket of white radishes still covered in morning dew from her handcart. Beside her, a little girl was squatting on the ground, carefully picking up the radishes that had rolled away one by one and putting them back into the basket. Farther away, at a street corner, several boys who looked like genin were gathered around a bulletin board, chattering about something. Their fingers pointed at the notice, and from half a street away, their words couldn't be heard clearly, but their laughter came through perfectly. Kakashi stood in front of Kirigakure's main gate, and the one eye exposed beneath his forehead protector widened slightly without him realizing it. The Kirigakure before him looked nothing like what he had imagined the Village of the Bloody Mist should be. There was none of that suffocating, oppressive killing intent. There were no guarded stares shooting at him from the shadows. This place was so peaceful and calm, and it even vaguely carried a bit of Konoha's shadow. Although its prosperity was still far from comparable to Konoha, he could clearly feel the vigorous vitality of this village, that booming energy of everything striving upward. Given enough time, Kirigakure might really develop to the point of standing on equal footing with Konoha. It might even surpass it. Kakashi was startled by the thought that had surfaced in his mind. He lowered his lashes and quietly pressed that thought back down into his heart. When he raised his eyes again, there was now a deep layer of respect in them. Through Mist Sail Port, and everything he was personally seeing on Kirigakure streets at this moment, Kakashi could already be absolutely certain of one thing. Kirigakure's reformist leader was a very capable person. Just as Kakashi was sinking into thought, a series of footsteps drawing closer from the distance interrupted his thoughts. Several boys who looked like Kirigakure genin came jogging out from the street corner in a loose column. Their breathing rhythm was steady and uniform. It was obvious they were in the middle of morning training. Almost at the same moment, Guy's footsteps abruptly stopped. He looked at the boys ahead of him, and two streams of hot tears burst from his eyes. There are actually this many youths shedding the sweat of youth. Young men, wait for me. Let me join you. First, let's run 100 laps around the village together. And in the morning light, let us burn our never-extinguishing souls of youth together. The Kirigakure genin who had originally been doing morning training were so startled by Guy's shout that they all slammed to a stop in unison. The tall boy leading them reflexively placed his hand on his sword hilt. When he saw the Konoha forehead protector at Guy's waist, his pupils suddenly contracted, and the blade was already half an inch out of its sheath. Seeing things going bad, Kakashi dashed to Guy's side in one step and covered his mouth with a hand. Sorry. Kakashi gave those genin an awkward smile. I'm really sorry. It's this guy's first time in Kirigakure, and he's too excited. Please don't mind him. Those Kirigakure genin stared at him with full vigilance, their eyes fixed firmly on the Konoha forehead protector on Kakashi's forehead. Just as the atmosphere was becoming more and more tense, one of the boys shifted his gaze slightly to the side and saw Zabuza's group behind Kakashi. The tense expressions on those boys' faces instantly relaxed. The blades slid back into their sheaths with a few dull clicks. Their straight, upright bodies all bent at once as they gave a deep bow to Zabuza and to Kimimaro and the others behind him. There were no extra words, and they didn't voice the doubts in their hearts. They had only seen that bandage-wrapped face, and they already completely understood everything before them. After Zabuza gave a nod of acknowledgement, they straightened up again and jogged off toward the street corner. They had not gone very far before their lowered voices, still carried over by the morning wind, reached Kakashi's ears. They actually brought back Konoha ninja under escort, as expected of Lord Zabuza. The ones behind Lord Zabuza are Lord Kimimaro and the others, right? We're about the same age, but we're still genin. While they can already follow Lord Zabuza on missions at this level. They're really amazing. Yeah. I also want to grow up quickly like them so I can do more for Lord Sora and the others. What are you saying? Hasn't Lord Sora told us many times already? As long as we do what we're supposed to do well, every one of us is a hero of Kirigakure. You're right. Alright, I've decided. I'm adding another 10 laps. Can I take back what I just said in time? Kakashi stood where he was and watched the backs of those boys as they ran farther away. As he recalled their spirited, radiant faces from just now, he couldn't help but fall slightly into a daze. Kakashi couldn't help but remember that nightmare-like night. The night Kirigakure's Umbu had besieged him and Rin. Those killers had appeared soundlessly in the mist, and there had been no emotion in their eyes, only the mission. They were not people. They were tools, machines, killing devices forged by the system called the Bloody Mist. But these boys before him were completely different from the Kirigakure ninja in his memories. Kirigakure really has changed. Looking at the boys' distant backs, Kakashi murmured inwardly with deep emotion. Zabuza stood at his side. Looking at the deep emotion in Kakashi's eyes, the corner of his mouth beneath the bandages slowly pulled upward just a little. He said nothing, but that slight curve already explained a great deal. Mr. Kakashi. Just as Kakashi was immersed in his emotions, a weak voice came from behind him. Kakashi came back to himself and looked down at Kabuto by his side. The boy with the round glasses was looking up at him with a worried expression. Then weakly reminded him, Mr. Kakashi, senior guy seems like he's having a little trouble breathing. Kakashi suddenly snapped back to his senses and looked down at Guy, who was still tightly pinned in his arms. At this moment, Guy's face had already turned eggplant purple from lack of oxygen. Guy, are you all right? Kakashi quickly let go, his voice full of concern. Guy instantly collapsed to the ground and began gulping down breath after breath. Only after panting for quite a while did he shakily raise one hand and give Kakashi a thumbs up. Then, with a kip up, he sprang back to his feet and shouted loudly, Youth! Revived! Looking at the lively and energetic Guy in front of him, Kakashi's mouth twitched hard beneath his mask. Zabuza gave Kakashi a sympathetic glance, then turned around and said in a deep voice to Haku, Kimimaro, and Suigetsu, who wore a completely dead-inside expression and had been quietly waiting behind him all this time, Haku, your mission ends here. Get some proper rest today. Before he had even finished speaking, Suigetsu had already vanished from the spot. The corner of Zabuza's mouth twitched violently, and in his heart, he silently tripled Suigetsu's training load for the next week. Kimimaro seriously nodded to Zabuza, then turned and walked toward the training grounds. Haku waved to Zabuza with obvious reluctance. As she walked, she kept turning back to look at Zabuza, repeating the motion several times, until her figure was completely swallowed by the mist. Watching Haku leave, a trace of fondness that even he himself didn't notice flashed through Zabuza's cold gaze. Kabuto, standing to the side, watched Haku walk away, then glanced at Zabuza in front of him. The eyes hidden behind his round glasses curved slightly, as if he had understood something. His gaze drifted uncontrollably toward Konoha, and in his mind appeared Director Nono's gentle smile. Zabuza came back to his senses. On that bandage-wrapped face, his expression turned serious once more. Facing Kakashi and the other two, he spoke in a low, solemn voice. Next, I will take you to Lord Sora. As for the cooperation matters, Lord Sora will discuss them with you personally. Kakashi nodded seriously. His gaze went past Zabuza's shoulder and landed on the tall building not far ahead, one only slightly shorter than the Mizukage building. While looking at that building, he couldn't help but turn his eyes toward the Mizukage building, standing silently across the street. As if realizing something, Kakashi let out a quiet sigh in his heart. Looks like the conflict among Kirigakure's upper ranks runs even deeper than I imagined. A bit of worry rose in him. Would the Mizukage faction interfere in their talks with the reformists? Would those opposing forces hidden in the shadows cause trouble at a critical moment in the negotiations? And would this cooperation with Kirigakure be able to go through smoothly? Hopefully everything goes well. Kakashi silently offered a prayer in his heart, then followed Zabuza ahead of him toward that building gently wrapped in the morning mist. And in the direction of the Mizukage building he had just looked toward, a figure wearing a black robe with red clouds and an orange spiral mask slowly appeared beside the window in the Mizukage's office. Obito stood by the office window, coldly watching that silver-haired figure gradually moving away. Only after Kakashi entered the Mizukage assistant's building did he slowly withdraw his gaze. The eye beneath Obito's mask lowered slightly, then after a moment, lifted again and fell on the glass window reflecting his orange spiral mask. Kisame. He slowly spoke toward his back. In a little while we will make a trip to the Mizukage assistant's office. Behind Obito, Kisame had his arms crossed over his chest, his back leaning against the wall on the other side of the Mizukage's office. Looking at Obito ahead of him, a playful smile appeared on his shark-like face. As you will, Lord Mizukage. Mizukage assistant building corridor. Zabuza stopped in front of the door, raised his hand, and knocked 3 times. In a respectful tone, he said, Lord Sora, Konoha's envoys have arrived. The room inside fell silent for a breath. Not long after, a gentle male voice came from behind the door. It was not loud, yet it was especially clear. Come in. Kakashi and the other 2 tensed up almost at the exact same moment. Zabuza pushed open the wooden door, bowed slightly toward the inside, then stepped aside to open the way. Kakashi took a deep breath and stepped in first. The office was far simpler than Kakashi had expected. On the wall hung a calming calligraphy painting with only average brushwork. In the alcove sat a potted pine trimmed almost too neatly. The scrolls on the bookshelf were arranged in perfect order. The midday sunlight slanted in through the half-open window. In the air was a faint tea fragrance, mixed with the distinct smell of paper and ink. The whole office looked extremely clean, yet every corner carried traces of daily life. Behind the desk sat a young man. His appearance was very ordinary, the kind of face that would never draw attention if he were walking down the street. But those eyes stood out as especially spirited on that plain face. He is Kirigakure's Mizukage assistant, the leader of the reformists? Looking at the young man before him, who seemed about the same age as himself, Kakashi was stunned for a moment. It was clearly their first meeting, but for some reason, the man in front of him gave him a strong sense of familiarity. Could this be what a leader's presence feels like? Looking at the gentle smile on the man's face, Kakashi silently suppressed that faint stirring in his heart and did his best to maintain the steady expression expected of a diplomatic envoy. Ko took in Kakashi's reaction completely and nodded with satisfaction in his heart. Very good. As expected, Kakashi didn't notice anything off. My acting really is as perfect as ever. He silently gave himself a thumbs up inwardly, while outwardly keeping that perfectly measured warm smile. Ko turned his gaze towards Zabuza, who was still standing at attention to the side, and spoke in an easygoing tone. You've had a hard trip, Zabuza. Go back and get some proper rest. I'll handle the rest of the discussion with Konoha's guests. Yes, Lord Sora. Zabuza respectfully dipped his head slightly, then stepped back half a pace and gently closed the door behind him. The sound of the wooden door shutting was extremely soft. The footsteps in the corridor quickly faded away, and the entire office returned to silence. The moment Zabuza closed the door, Kakashi had already sorted out his emotions. He pressed all his surprise and caution back down into his heart, then introduced himself in a respectful yet measured tone. First meeting Lord Shinasora. I am the representative of Konoha's visiting team this time, Kakashi Hatake. Ko nodded. His gaze paused for a moment on Kakashi's left eye, hidden beneath his forehead protector, then he smiled gently. I've long heard your name. First meeting Mr. Kakashi Hatake of Konoha. It's a pleasure to meet you. Under Kakashi's shocked gaze, Ko stood up and faced the 3 visitors at eye level, then solemnly introduced himself. Let me introduce myself first, honored guests who have come from afar. I am Kirigakure's current Mizukage assistant, and also the representative of the reformist faction, Shina Sora. If you don't mind, just call me Sora. Kakashi instinctively tried to decline. No, how could that be? Before he could finish, his eyes suddenly widened at the scene before him. At some point, Guy had already vanished from his side. When he reappeared, he was already right in front of Ko. Guy's face was so close it was almost pressed against Ko's plain-looking face. Beneath those thick brows, his round black eyes were examining him suspiciously from an extremely close distance. Feeling that burning stare from Guy, Ko instantly felt cold sweat pouring down his back. But on the surface, that warm and harmless face of his still carried a polite smile. He subtly moved back half an inch and asked with feigned confusion. Is there a problem? Guest from Konoha? Chim. Guy did not back away. Instead, he let out a thoughtful hum that sounded like his brain was working at full speed. Yeah. I don't know why, but you feel really familiar somehow. But I just can't place it. Hearing Guy's troubled muttering, Ko sucked in a cold breath inwardly. No way. You can even feel that? Staring wide-eyed at Guy in front of him, Ko screamed inwardly. My transformation jutsu is good enough that even Orochimaru couldn't see through it. How the hell did you notice? That's definitely a cheat, isn't it? Even though his heart was in complete chaos, on the surface Ko still wore that calm, rippleless expression. Looking at Guy before him, he replied with a smile. Well, I do have a pretty ordinary face. It's only natural if you think I look familiar, right? Guy hesitated for a moment, then slowly shook his head. The motion of that shake was small, but it still made Ko's heartbeat slow for half a beat. No way. Did he really see through something? Ko nervously muttered to himself inwardly. His brain spun at high speed, and then a flash of inspiration suddenly struck him. He immediately threw a pleading look toward the silver-haired ninja standing not far behind Guy. Kakashi instantly caught Ko's look and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He dashed forward in one step, grabbed Guy by the shoulders with both hands, and forcibly dragged him back from in front of Ko. Kakashi quickly pushed Guy's head down, and the two of them bowed deeply toward Ko at the same time. I'm extremely sorry, Lord Sora. We've caused you trouble. This is a member of our team, Mike Guy. He was just too excited. He meant no harm. I'll take him away right now. Looking at Guy's head being firmly forced down by Kakashi, Ko let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Keeping a gentle and proper smile on his face, he waved a hand at Kakashi. It's fine. This Mr. Guy. Ko paused. Looking at the guy in front of him, he held it in for quite a while before awkwardly giving a polite evaluation. Is very, lively? I'm truly very sorry. Kakashi pulled Guy beside him and gave Ko another heavy bow, feeling a faint pain in his stomach at this very moment. Silently, he dragged Guy back behind him again and used his not-so-broad shoulders to block that watermelon-shaped head that was still constantly trying to poke out. And right at that moment, the gray-robed boy who had been quietly standing behind Guy ever since entering the room stepped forward at the perfect time. Kabuto stood beside Kakashi, completely blocking Guy behind him as he still tried his best to look toward Ko. Then Kabuto respectfully bowed to Ko, the corners of his mouth curving into a polite smile. First meeting, Lord Sora. I am the current head of Konoha Intelligence Bureau, Root Kabuto Yakushi. The smile Ko had only just barely managed to steady on his face froze completely in that instant. Wait, what? You? What did you just say you are? Looking at the smiling Kabuto in front of him, Ko's mind went blank for a short moment. What the hell was Konoha Intelligence Bureau? Root? Wasn't Root Danzo's personal armed force? How the hell did it suddenly transform into the Konoha Intelligence Bureau? And where was that old bastard Danzo? That was his lifeline. How could he possibly hand it over just like that? Could it be he crashed early? But that didn't make sense either. The Uchiha clan massacre had only just happened not long ago. He should still have a pile of revival coins in his hand. How could he die that fast? Could it be his dream finally came true and he got promoted to Hokage? The thought disgusted Ko so much that he shuddered inwardly, then immediately rejected it without hesitation. Impossible. The odds of that were even lower than Madara kicking Mito flying with one foot, then holding a wedding ceremony with Hashirama in front of the entire ninja world. So what the hell was going on? Just what had happened in Konoha? Looking at Kabuto in front of him, Ko couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Lord Sora? Seeing that Ko had obviously spaced out for several whole seconds, Kabuto softly tested the waters. His tone was still respectful and polite, but there was faintly a trace of probing hidden within it. Ko instantly came back to his senses. The eyes that had gone dull for a few breaths regained their original sharpness. He forcibly suppressed the doubts in his heart, then showed the three people in front of him a gentle smile carrying a hint of apology. My apologies. I lost my composure for a moment. Looking at the calm smile Ko had restored so quickly, Kabuto silently came to a conclusion. This young assistant to the Mizukage knew Danzo, and he also knew Root's true nature. That realization did not surprise Kabuto in the slightest. Years of undercover life had given him an extremely clear understanding of the level of the upper echelons of the major ninja villages. Although the higher-ups of the great ninja villages did indeed include some useless idiots whose full-time specialty was internal strife, Danzo, Raza, there were also plenty of old foxes who were deeply calculating, Inoki. At the very least, judging from the reaction of this assistant to the Mizukage just now, he was absolutely not some naive White Lotus who knew nothing about the political structure of the ninja world. He was a sharp character with a certain level of understanding of Konoha's internal power structure. Thinking of this, Kabuto couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. There were naturally advantages to discussing cooperation with smart people, but the disadvantages were just as obvious. As the side seeking cooperation, it was basically impossible for Konoha to conclude this negotiation without offering any substantial benefits in exchange. Kabuto let out a weary sigh. If possible, he truly didn't want to deal with this kind of troublesome work. Staying by Director Nono's side and taking care of the children in the orphanage together with her, that was the life he actually wanted. But Konoha, it was paying way too much. Although Lord Third Hokage had already specially approved a very generous subsidy for the orphanage, and the orphanage's daily operation, along with the children's food, clothing, housing, and necessities, were no longer as strained as before, compared to the salary he was currently getting as a Konoha executive. It wasn't he even on the same level. As long as he stayed in this position steadily for a few years, plus the high mission allowances and bonuses from going out on assignments, it wouldn't take long before he could save up a huge sum of money. When that time came, he would completely renovate the entire orphanage from top to bottom. Then he would make it bigger and stronger, open up franchise operations, and expand branch orphanages all the way from Konoha to Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Kimogakure, and Kirigakure. He would make the name Yakushi Nono be passed down through the entire ninja world, generation after generation, just like the legendary sage of 6 paths. Nono-sensei is the best. Thinking of Director Nono's proud smile for him, Kabuto subconsciously pushed up his glasses. A dazzling gleam flashed across the round lenses. Deep in his usually gentle eyes, a pitch black will suddenly burst into blazing flames. Director Nono, grant me strength. For Mom, no, for the bonus. This cooperation with Kirigakure must succeed. Kakashi and Ko almost sensed the sharp aura spilling out of Kabuto at the exact same time. The corners of both their mouths twitched almost simultaneously, and the same thought rose in their hearts. Aren't we here to discuss cooperation? Why is this kid acting like he's about to go to war? Kakashi gave a light cough, pulling his gaze back from Kabuto, who seemed to be radiating dark energy all over his body, and looked toward Ko again. Sensing the seriousness in Kakashi's eyes, Ko's expression also quickly turned solemn. Looking at Kakashi in front of him, he asked in a steady tone, "Then what is it that you all, having come such a long way from Konoha, wish to discuss with our Kirigakure?" Kakashi's gaze sharpened. Forcing down the complicated emotions surging in his heart, he said to Ko in a low voice, "We want to cooperate with Kirigakure and jointly investigate an organization called Akatsuki." Ko put on the look of someone hearing the name for the first time. Tilting his head slightly, he repeated with curiosity, "Akatsuki?" Kakashi nodded seriously. "Yeah." According to the intelligence Konoha currently possesses, the core base of that mysterious mercenary organization called Akatsuki is very likely hidden within the Land of Water. His tone grew even more serious. "We came this time hoping to cooperate with Kirigakure on this matter, and together," before Kakashi could finish speaking, a gentle young voice slowly sounded from outside the office without any warning. "Cooperation, HM." In almost the exact same instant, Kakashi, Guy, and Kabuto all tensed up and turned toward the doorway in unison. The tightly shut door had somehow already been pushed open. A young boy stood at the doorway, his hollow eyes fixed on Kakashi at the very front. He was small and young-faced, looking even younger than Kimimaro by a few years. But around the boy, a bone-chilling cold spread through the air. The boy swept those empty eyes across the three from Konoha in front of him, then shifted the corner of his gaze toward Ko. A meaningful smile curled at his lips. "If you're talking about cooperation with Kirigakure, how can Kirigakure's Mizukage possibly be absent?" Hearing the boy's words, Kakashi's heart suddenly sank. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. Kakashi silently repeated that name in his mind, his eyes filled with deep vigilance. Completely opposite to the Konoha trio's tense, enemy-facing posture, Ko showed no change in expression as he looked at the uninvited 4th Mizukage before him. That ordinary face still carried the same gentle, composed expression, as if all of this had been arranged long ago. Ko looked at Yagura in front of him, then cast a speechless glance toward the direction behind Yagura before calmly speaking to the 3 from Konoha. "There's no need to be so tense, guests from Konoha." He paused, then shifted his gaze back to Yagura. "This person is Kirigakure's 4th Mizukage, and also the current Three-Tails Jinchuriki Yagura Karatachi." Hearing Ko's casual introduction, the tension in Kakashi and the other two not only failed to ease in the slightest, it grew even heavier. The Three-Tails Jinchuriki. Almost the instant Ko finished speaking, Kakashi felt a sharp pain in his heart. His left eye, hidden beneath his forehead protector, seemed to grow faintly hot. He looked at the boy before him with a complicated gaze, but what surfaced in his mind was that girl from his memories, with a smile as warm as the sun. He said nothing. He only clenched his hands tighter in silence. "Rin." Kakashi shut his eyes in pain, whispering that girl's name in his heart, the name of the girl who had died many years ago, and somewhere beyond his notice, in the shadows behind the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, a complicated gaze was locked firmly onto Kakashi's pained expression. Mizukage Assistant's office. With the arrival of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, the originally relaxed atmosphere in the office rapidly turned cold in a short time. Kakashi and the other two stared at the small figure in the doorway, their eyes full of deep vigilance. Kabuto's gaze passed over Guy, who was protecting him from the front, and quietly sized up the calm-faced fourth Mizukage before them. Kabuto wasn't overly surprised by the arrival of this uninvited guest. After all, no matter how much actual power the Mizukage assistant behind them, who had been talking pleasantly with them, might possess, the one who truly represented Kirigakure's official authority was this boy in front of them, who looked like a child but was far older than his appearance suggested. If Yagura Itachi, the fourth Mizukage, couldn't even detect the 3 Konoha shinobi who had been escorted all the way in through the front gate by a Kirigakure elite squad, that would be the truly abnormal thing. And as a diplomatic delegation representing Konoha in negotiations for cooperation with Kirigakure, the 3 of them had already long prepared themselves mentally to come face-to-face with the Mizukage at any moment. They just hadn't expected the meeting with the Mizukage to come this quickly. Kabuto muttered to himself inwardly, and the corner of his eye couldn't help drifting toward the Mizukage assistant sitting behind the desk with a calm expression. Looking at Ko's profile, which showed not the slightest ripple from the Mizukage's sudden intrusion, the heaviness in his heart deepened further. Was this unexpected? Or long premeditated? What kind of role was that seemingly kind Mizukage assistant really playing? Kabuto murmured gravely in his heart. As expected, figuring out Kirigakure's current situation wouldn't be that simple. Sitting behind the desk with his hands folded before his chest, Ko slowly moved his gaze away from Yagura and finally let it settle on Kakashi. Looking at the visibly sorrowful Kakashi in front of him, Ko couldn't help sighing inwardly. So he really did think of Rin? That girl who died under Raikiri had always been an unhealed scar in the hearts of all 3 of them. So many years had passed. Even he, who had long known what the future would bring, still hadn't fully walked out of it, let alone Kakashi, the one who had suffered the most. Ko's gaze passed beyond Yagura, and he shot an annoyed glare at the one hiding in the shadows by the doorway. Kamui's tears hidden hard, peeping at Kakashi like a creep. This 3-way meeting really was a script he and Obito had discussed beforehand, but the fourth Mizukage's entrance was completely different from what they had agreed on at the start. This damn bastard was clearly doing this on purpose to mess with Kakashi's mentality. Sensing Ko's gaze, Obito, who had been staring blankly at Kakashi, also snapped back to himself and guiltily looked away. Then, as if remembering something, he quickly pulled out a small slip of paper from the sleeve of his Akatsuki robe and controlled the public-facing fourth Mizukage to slowly speak. Just as Sora said, "You don't need to be so tense. I hold no ill will toward you." Yagura spoke in a gentle tone. Looking at the 3 who still hadn't relaxed at all, he slowly spread his arms and raised a standard smile at the corners of his lips. Rather, on behalf of Kirigakure, I warmly welcome your arrival. Guests from Konoha. For once, Guy didn't shout loudly. Instead, he turned to Kakashi, lowered his voice and seriously asked, "What should we do next, Kakashi?" Kabuto also shifted his gaze toward Kakashi and quietly waited for his decision. Kakashi fell silent for a moment, then made up his mind. He stepped forward, walked up to Yagura, and extended his right hand. "Nice to meet you, Mizukage-sama. I am the representative of Konoha's delegation, Kakashi Hitaki." Yagura looked at the hand Kakashi had extended before him and murmured meaningfully, "The white fang of the red eye, ha." A faint curve rose uncontrollably at the corner of Yagura's lips. He took Kakashi's outstretched right hand and softly replied in a gentle voice, "I've heard much about you, Mr. Kakashi." Kakashi looked at Yagura before him, feeling the left eye that had been faintly heating up since earlier, and his brow couldn't help but tighten slightly. He carefully observed the fourth Mizukage in front of him, and a trace of vigilance appeared in his eyes. At the right moment, Ko gave a light cough. That cough was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to draw everyone's attention. Ko paid no mind to the crowd turning their eyes toward him. Instead, he looked past them and stared straight at Yagura ahead. Putting on a stern expression, he asked in a deep voice, "You came here suddenly without so much as a word of notice. That breaks the agreement between our 2 sides, does it not, fourth Mizukage-sama?" Hearing Ko's words, laden with threatening meaning, Yagura slowly released Kakashi's hand and gradually turned his gaze toward Ko, the smile on his face not moving in the slightest. "And yet, did you inform me, the Mizukage, about the arrival of Konoha's guests?" "My Mizukage assistant, Mr. Shina Sora." "Ugh." Ko dry heaved inwardly, but on the surface, he only furrowed his brows, pressed his lips together, and coldly looked at the fourth Mizukage before him. Yagura looked at Ko, and his gaze gradually turned cold as well. "Please understand your place, Mizukage assistant Shina Sora. I, Yagura Itachi, am Kirigakure's Mizukage." Ko stared gloomily at Yagura in front of him without saying a word. The 2 of them were only a few steps apart, one sitting and one standing, their eyes locked on each other, neither willing to look away first. The atmosphere in the entire office seemed to grow even heavier. Kakashi and the other 2 exchanged glances, silently observing the 2 men facing each other like tit for tat. Yagura was the first to withdraw his gaze from Ko. As he looked toward Kakashi's group of 3, He lifted his foot and walked straight in Ko's direction. As fellow higher-ups of Kirigakure, let's temporarily put aside the grudges between us and properly discuss our next cooperation with Konoha's guests. The moment his words fell, the open door behind him was swiftly shut. At the instant the door closed, Kakashi's peripheral vision caught a tall figure flashing past outside. The monster of Kirigakure, Kisame Hashigaki. Kakashi silently repeated that name in his heart, and another heavy layer of vigilance settled over him. With his short legs, Yagura walked step by step to Ko's desk, then sat down in the extra empty chair beside him that seemed to have been prepared just right. He raised his head and extended a hand toward Kakashi's group, signaling for them to take the seats on the other side of the desk. Kakashi hesitated for a moment. His gaze paused briefly on Yagura's hollow face, where no hostility could be seen, then swept over Ko's still gentle and composed expression. In the end, he exchanged a brief look with Kabuto and Guy at his side. After a short moment of thought, Kakashi pulled out a chair and sat down first. After him, Guy and Kabuto also took their seats to his left and right. At that moment, the seating in the office formed a subtle symmetry. On one side were the three from Konoha. On the other were the two from Kirigakure. Between them stood Ko's office desk. At this moment, everyone's gaze naturally gathered on Yagura. Feeling everyone's attention, Yagura nodded in satisfaction. He looked at Kakashi and said in a deep voice, "I more or less heard some of what you were discussing earlier regarding cooperation. If I'm not mistaken, the cooperation you want to discuss is working together with Kirigakure to investigate that mercenary organization called Akatsuki, right?" Kakashi nodded seriously without interrupting. Yagura looked at the Konoha group in front of him, exchanged a hidden glance with Ko at his side, then turned his eyes back to Kakashi and said in a solemn tone, "As for information on Akatsuki, as the Mizukage of Kirigakure, I know a little about it as well." Hearing Yagura's certain words, Kakashi's gaze instantly sharpened. At the same time, even Guy rarely fell quiet, forcefully suppressing the excitement in his heart as he looked eagerly at Yagura. In the shadows of the room, Obito looked at Kakashi's group ahead of him. Suppressing the smile in his heart, he controlled Yagura sitting beside Ko and slowly spoke in a firm tone. "There's one thing that I, as the Mizukage, can tell you clearly." Yagura looked at the people before him and continued in a certain tone, "The leader of Akatsuki, as well as Akatsuki's base, is indeed in the land of water." As Yagura's words fell, the office went silent for a beat. Kakashi's one exposed eye suddenly contracted, and his usual laziness and casualness vanished in an instant. Guy's reaction was even more direct than his. He practically sprang up from his chair. His pitch-black round eyes stared fixedly at Yagura, and his voice trembled slightly from excessive excitement. "Lord Mizukage, why you're telling the truth." Kakashi reacted instantly, reached out, grabbed the back collar of Guy's jumpsuit, and shoved him back into his chair. "Calm down, Guy." His voice was kept very low, but the weight in his tone made Guy's shoulders stiffen. "But Kakashi, Guy turned to look at Kakashi and spoke urgently. As he looked at Kakashi in front of him, complex emotions surged in those round eyes that had always only held youth and passion. Before Guy could finish, he abruptly stopped under Kakashi's calm and solemn gaze. Guy opened his mouth, then swallowed all the remaining words back down. He stood up from his chair and deeply bowed toward Yagura. "I'm truly very sorry, Lord Mizukage." Yagura smiled. The curve forced onto that stiff face still looked unnatural, but his tone was unexpectedly easygoing. "It's fine." As he said this, however, the corner of his eye drifted involuntarily toward Ko beside him. Ko's expression remained as calm as ever. On that flawless face altered by the transformation jutsu, not the slightest ripple appeared. Only in the deepest part of those eyes, whose sharpness had been deliberately restrained, something trembled ever so slightly. Ko looked at Guy and Kakashi in front of him and let out a soft sigh. Seeing that these old friends he had not met for many years still cared about him, it would be impossible to say that he felt nothing at all. But Guy, Kakashi. Ko looked at the two in front of him and murmured softly in his heart, "At this point, there's no going back for any of us anymore." He knew clearly what kind of road he was walking, and he also knew that from that night 5 years ago onward, there had never been any turning back on this path. He was destined to let them down. Kakashi looked at Guy beside him and let out a deep sigh in his heart. He forcefully suppressed the grief and excitement surging within him, then cast his gaze back at Yagura across from him. His voice returned to the same steadiness and caution as before. "Please allow me to confirm this. What you just said, that Akatsuki's leader and base are located within the land of water. Is that true?" Yagura nodded and began to explain calmly. "Akatsuki has been quite active in the ninja world's black market over the years. The vast majority of the missions they take are related to war planning, assassination of important figures, and intelligence theft. And these overlap to a considerable extent with the fields Kirigakure has long operated in." Yagura continued righteously, "As the Mizukage of Kirigakure, I naturally had my eye on this mysterious organization that suddenly rose up and, within just a few years, stole a large share of Kirigakure's market. At this point, his tone paused slightly. His gaze slowly swept across the faces of Kakashi's group of 3, then fell back onto Kakashi's eyes. The stiff smile at the corner of his mouth deepened by half a degree. Therefore, I am very interested in the intelligence matter Konoha proposed, cooperating to investigate Akatsuki within the land of water. After listening to Yagura's explanation, Kakashi gave a non-committal nod. This line of reasoning from the 4th Mizukage in front of him indeed carried a very high level of credibility. As the leader of the ninja world's gray zone, Kirigakure had long held an almost monopolistic shadow position over war commissions and assassination missions. It was nothing glorious, but in the ninja world, it was an open secret. With Akatsuki's sudden rise, the one most deeply affected was naturally Kirigakure. As large numbers of such mission orders were diverted to Akatsuki, the bloody mispolicy that had long taken deep root in Kirigakure, along with the chain of interests behind it, was bound to suffer an impact. The financial foundation and political base of the Mizukage faction would also be weakened along with it. The rise of Kirigakure's reformist faction had likely seized precisely this once-in-a-thousand-years window of opportunity. Following that line of logic as the Mizukage, Yagura having investigated and gathered intelligence on the Akatsuki was not strange at all. If anything, it was only natural. Kakashi murmured inwardly as if confirming it to himself. Then he shifted his gaze away from Yagura and looked thoughtfully at Ko, who had remained silent the entire time. In that case, as the representative of Kirigakure's reformist faction, Lord Shinasora, what do you think about cooperating with Konoha to investigate the Akatsuki? Noticing the probing look Kakashi sent over, the expression on Ko's ordinary, gentle face instantly turned serious. He looked at the 3 from Konoha and said in a solemn tone, "As for the Akatsuki, I do indeed know much less than Lord Mizukage. But at the very least, there is one point on which Lord Mizukage and I are in complete agreement." At that, Ko paused and lowered his voice even more than before. If the Akatsuki's base really is located within the land of water, then their existence is, without question, a potential threat to Kirigakure. Kiri may be able to tolerate their existence within certain limits, but the premise is that we absolutely cannot know nothing about them. Ko paused briefly, then continued in a deep voice. Therefore, when it comes to cooperating with Konoha to investigate the Akatsuki's intelligence, I share the same view as Lord Mizukage. Kakashi and Kabuto almost exchanged a very brief glance at the exact same moment. As expected, the Mizukage and his assistant in front of them had already reached a consensus on the Akatsuki issue long ago. That earlier exchange of seemingly sharp verbal confrontation had been an act from the very beginning, put on for them to see. Realizing this, Kakashi did not feel the slightest displeasure at being played. Instead, his evaluation of these 2 high-ranking figures of Kirigakure rose by another notch. He looked back at Ko, and there was now a sincere seriousness in his eyes. Unlike the Mizukage, who had a direct conflict of interest with the Akatsuki, this Mizukage assistant's stance was entirely based on Kirigakure's safety and interests. There were no personal grudges mixed in, nor any factional agenda. A leader like that, even from a different side, could not help but earn Kakashi's deep respect. Compared to him, that one person from his own village who also held the title of assistant, yet single-handedly pushed the Uchiha clan to extinction, and after everything came to light, took a batch of rude elites and fled overnight. Honestly, it was just. Thinking of that family scandal he had only recently learned from the 3rd Hokage, Kakashi could not help comparing that man with the selfless Mizukage assistant before him. Both were high-ranking leaders of ninja villages, so how could the gap between them be this enormous? Kakashi shook his head and stopped dwelling on that depressing question. He refocused his attention on the 2 Kirigakure leaders in front of him and asked in a solemn tone. Then, regarding cooperation with Konoha to investigate the Akatsuki's intelligence. What is Kirigakure's final position on this? Here it comes. The moment he heard Kakashi's question, Ko's heart tightened sharply. On the surface, however, his expression did not change in the slightest. He merely turned his gaze naturally toward Yagura beside him. Feeling the synchronized gazes of the 3 Konoha shinobi on him, a calculating smile appeared on Yagura's stiff face. Personally, I naturally hope we can uncover the Akatsuki's background as soon as possible. With Konoha's assistance, this matter would undoubtedly go much more smoothly. However, his tone abruptly shifted, and his voice sank a little. Given the current relationship between Kirigakure and Konoha in the ninja world, allowing Konoha shinobi to enter the land of water for a long-term investigation, as the Mizukage, I cannot help but feel deeply concerned about that. Kakashi's brows furrowed slightly. Of course, he could hear the unspoken implication hidden in Yagura's words. He looked seriously at the 4th Mizukage and vowed firmly, Konoha has no intention of using this cooperation as a pretext to interfere in Kirigakure's internal affairs. You might as well speak plainly. Yagura looked at Kakashi, and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened a little. Since you've said that, then I'll be direct. He leaned forward slightly, those hollow eyes locking firmly onto Kakashi's, and said word by word in a deep voice, We of Kirigakure hope to form an alliance with Konoha. Form an alliance with Konoha? As Yagura's words fell, the expression on Kakashi's face instantly grew even more serious. The eye visible beneath his forehead protector narrowed slightly, and the look he gave Yagura was full of deep vigilance. That's right. Yagura looked hollowly at Kakashi. On that face being remotely controlled by Obito, that unnatural smile was still hanging there. As long as Kirigakure and Konoha officially become allies, then as the Mizukage, I will have sufficient reason to suppress those conservative voices that oppose Konoha shinobi setting foot in the land of water. As for Konoha, you would no longer be constrained by diplomatic limitations. You could fully cooperate with Kirigakure shinobi and investigate the Akatsuki's intelligence throughout the land of water without restraint. He looked at Kakashi, and that stiff smile on his lips rose by another fraction. What do you think of this proposal, Mr. Hitaki Kakashi of Konoha? Hearing Yagura's explanation, Kakashi's brows not only failed to relax, they drew even tighter. Kirigakure actually wanted to establish an alliance with Konoha? Without question, this had completely exceeded everything they had expected from Kirigakure. Kakashi's mind began racing. For the sake of a joint investigation into the Akatsuki, proposing an alliance was simply making a mountain out of a molehill. After the end of the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had already formally established an alliance with Sunigakure. If they now formed an alliance with Kirigakure as well, the current balance of power across the ninja world would be shaken by this single treaty. As Kirigakure's highest leadership, there was no way the two people before him did not understand that. The reason they had thrown out the proposal of an alliance at this moment had to be because they wanted something else. Kakashi's gaze moved back and forth between Yagura and Ko without a trace, rapidly deducing the true purpose hidden beneath their proposal. After a brief flicker of emotion, his expression quickly returned to calm, and he replied in a steady, restrained voice, "My apologies, but an alliance is a matter of great importance. Given our status, we cannot give you an immediate answer here." Looking at the fourth Mizukage, Kakashi said apologetically, "However, after we return to Konoha, we will immediately relay your proposal in full to Lord Hokage. Please forgive us." Then he parted his lips, preparing to let the matter rest for now and steer the conversation back toward cooperation, a more controllable framework. However, before Kakashi could speak, a gentle voice sounded from Yagura's side, unhurried and calm. "That's fine. As for the alliance matter, Kirigakure will send people to Konoha specifically to discuss it face-to-face with Lord Hokage." Ko looked at Kakashi with a smiling expression, his tone especially warm. "We in Kirigakure do understand the principle of returning courtesy for courtesy. If nothing unexpected happens, then as the Mizukage's assistant, I will personally lead the delegation to Konoha and formally discuss the alliance with your village's Hokage. When the time comes, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble Mr. Kakashi to show me around the splendor of the #1 ninja village in the world." He paused, and a trace of undisguised anticipation entered his voice, making it hard for Kakashi to tell whether it was just acting or genuine emotion. "To be honest, I've long admired Konoha. It's just that, over the years, because of my status and all kinds of internal affairs in Kirigakure, I was never able to make the trip. It has always been one of my greatest regrets." At that, Ko let out a regretful sigh, completely ignoring Obito, who was hidden in the shadows by the doorway and currently shooting him a look full of disdain. With vivid emotion, he lamented, "To be able to personally visit the Konoha I've yearned for so long through this chance to discuss an alliance can also be considered the fulfillment of a small personal wish of mine. You flatter us." Listening to Ko's heartfelt-sounding words, Kakashi knew he could no longer keep refusing. There was a faint dryness in his voice that he could not hide. As he looked at the smiling Mizukage aide in front of him, not only had his earlier vigilance toward Yagura not faded, it had actually risen another level. Unlike the fourth Mizukage, who practically wore his impure motives on his face, this aide had acted gentle and harmless from beginning to end, leaving no fault to be found. But it was precisely that flawless gentleness that made Kakashi feel the man before him was even harder to read than that moody Mizukage. Kabuto quietly observed the conversation from the side as it gradually drifted away from its original course. His gaze moved back and forth between Yagura and Ko, seeing their coordinated rhythm of one playing off the other with perfect clarity. As an elite who had infiltrated major ninja villages year-round and relied on superb acting to escape countless dangerous situations unscathed, of course he could tell that the current situation was being tacitly steered by these two higher-ups from Kirigakure in a direction more favorable to them. Mr. Kakashi was clearly being pressured by both of them at once, and Senior Guy was not good at handling this kind of occasion. This was exactly the moment for him to step in. Kabuto gave a light cough, drawing those gazes filled with different thoughts onto himself. Looking at the people before him, he bent slightly at the waist and opened with a standard polite bow. Then he naturally said, "With the status of the three of us, it truly isn't possible for us to make any substantive promises here regarding an alliance. As for matters related to an alliance between Kirigakure and Konoha, Why not wait until Lord Shinasora personally visits Konoha in the future, and then discuss them face-to-face with Lord Hokage? Kabuto looked at the two higher-ups from Kirigakure across from him and added with a smile, as for now, why don't we return the focus of this discussion to intelligence on the Akatsuki? What do you all think? In the shadows, Obito's gaze unconsciously fell on the gray-robed boy. From beginning to end, this child, who looked no more than 15 or 16, had not been led astray by even a single step by the pressure he and Ko had deliberately created. This kid was talented. Obito silently gave Kabuto extremely high praise in his heart, and a trace of unexpected admiration appeared in his eyes. But he was not affected in the slightest because of it. He merely controlled Yagura to turn toward Kabuto and asked in a gentle tone, "This young man speaks reasonably. May I ask who you are?" Hearing this person, who looked several years younger than himself on the outside, address him that way, Kabuto could not help but feel a strange sense of awkwardness inside. He quickly suppressed that subtle sense of dissonance, gave a slight bow, and introduced himself steadily to Yagura across from him. "It is our first meeting, Lord Mizukage. I am Yakushi Kabuto, the current head of Konoha Intelligence Bureau, Root." Yagura's eyes sharpened instantly when he heard the word Root. But in the blink of an eye, Yagura returned to his calm and composed appearance and said with a smile, "To hold such an important post at such a young age in Konoha Intelligence Bureau, you truly are a young hero. I wonder, little friend, have you gathered any intelligence related to the Akatsuki?" Feeling the gaze from the fourth Mizukage, Kabuto's heartbeat involuntarily sped up by half a beat, and his body grew slightly cold. And just then, two gazes came from beside him almost at the same time. Kakashi gave him a slight nod. In the one eye he had exposed there was trust and encouragement as well. Meanwhile, Guy gave him a thumbs up from behind Kakashi, his eyes full of unreasoning enthusiasm and encouragement. Feeling the trust from these two seniors, the unease in Kabuto's heart instantly settled down. He raised his head, looked seriously at the fourth Mizukage in front of him, and said in a steady, solemn voice, "As for some of the Akatsuki's members, our Konoha Intelligence Bureau has also gathered some relevant intelligence." He paused, his gaze briefly sweeping across Yagura and Ko before he continued. "The most detailed intelligence, naturally, is on the three missing nin from Konoha. One is Orochimaru, one of Konoha's Sannin. Another is the dangerous individual who not long ago slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha, and the last one." At that point he suddenly paused for a beat, his eyes involuntarily turning toward Kakashi and Guy beside him. Naturally, they both knew very well the name Kabuto was about to say. Kakashi lowered his head, his eyes dimming. Guy's fist also silently tightened a little on his knee. Kabuto slowly withdrew his gaze from the two of them and inwardly sighed for these two seniors before turning to the two higher-ups from Kirigakure and saying in a deep voice, "The last one is one of the very few surviving members of the Uchiha clan today, Uchiha Ko." As he spoke, Kabuto took out 3 neatly bound files from his ninja pouch. He laid the 3 files flat on the desk one by one, then gently pushed them with his fingertips toward Ko and Yagura as he introduced them in a steady tone. "These are the relevant intelligence files on the 3 Akatsuki members mentioned above. I hope they can be of some help to Kirigakure's follow-up investigation into the Akatsuki." Ko looked at the files before him in some surprise. With interest, he reached out and picked up the top one, the file with his own name printed on it. When he opened the cover page, what entered his eyes was a headshot of himself from 5 years ago. In the photo, the black-haired boy was looking at the camera, the corners of his mouth carrying that signature roguish grin, his brows and eyes full of youthful vigor and handsome charm. "So this is me at 17? Damn, I was really handsome." Ko quietly admired it for a moment in his heart. Just as that subtle feeling of nostalgia rose up, he skillfully pressed it back down into the depths of his heart. He lowered his eyes and flipped through the file page by page, his brows slightly furrowed as he put on the look of someone seriously reading it with full concentration. However, Kabuto's next sentence made the finger he was using to turn the page pause for a beat without leaving a trace. "Konoha hopes that, in the coming investigation, Kirigakure can pay extra attention to Uchiha Ko among these 3. Kabuto's tone remained as steady and businesslike as ever, but his enunciation was noticeably heavier than before. "If Kirigakure gathers any intelligence related to Uchiha Ko, please be sure to pass it to Konoha at the fastest possible speed. This is one of Konoha's most important requests in this cooperation." "Ko, wait, what?" Setting aside Itachi Uchiha first, that undercover agent who is useless to Konoha in every possible way, Orochimaru is out there all over the ninja world doing illegal experiments, and who knows how many Konoha lives he has already piled up under his name. No matter how you think about it, he is way more threatening to Konoha than I am, right? Looking at the file in his hand, Ko gritted his teeth and muttered inwardly, "In these 5 years since I defected, I haven't even proactively laid a hand on Konoha people. So what exactly is with you all making me the priority target? I sent this bullying an honest man?" Ko roared indignantly in his heart, but his face still wore that gentle expression mixed with a bit of professional interrogation. He lightly set the file back on the table, tilted his head slightly, and asked Kabuto in a somewhat puzzled tone. I know a little about Uchiha Tō. As far as I know, he wasn't particularly active in the Akatsuki's external missions. Compared to Orochimaru and Itachi Uchiha, he also doesn't seem to have committed any actions that harmed Konoha's interests. So why pay special attention to someone like him? As Ko spoke, the corner of his eye quietly swept past Kabuto and landed in Kakashi and Gaia's direction. At the same time, Yagura also lifted his gaze from the spread-open file on the table. A trace of interested amusement appeared on that stiff face of his. Kabuto fell silent for a moment, then turned his head to look at Kakashi beside him. There was inquiry in his gaze and also a request for approval. Kakashi raised his eyes and met his gaze for a moment, then gave an extremely faint nod. After receiving Kakashi's permission, Kabuto withdrew his gaze and looked back at the two missed high-ranking figures in front of him. He took a deep breath, and all emotion on his face was completely reined in at that moment. Looking at Ko and Yagura across from him, Kabuto began his introduction in a deep voice. Uchiha Tō, currently 22 years old, male, born in the Uchiha clan district of Konoha. He defected from Konoha 5 years ago. The reason for his defection remains unknown. His Kekkei Genkai is the 3-tomo Sharingan. He is proficient in all 5 nature transformations, and is especially skilled in both the nature transformation and shape transformation of fire release and lightning release chakra. Even before defecting, his Kenjutsu, Genjutsu, and Taijutsu had already reached a level far beyond that of ordinary Jonin. As Ko listened to Kabuto introducing his own file, a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. Naturally, Kabuto did not notice Ko's thoughts and continued his serious introduction. During the Third Great Ninja War on the Land of Earth battlefield, after every member of his squad had died in battle and no reinforcements arrived, while heavily wounded, he alone killed 2 Sunigakure Jonin and 7 Chunin members of that squad. After that battle, he and Hatake Kakashi, who had made a name for himself on the Iwagakure battlefield at the time, were jointly called Konoha's Twin Blades. Kabuto's voice paused slightly here. In the middle and later stages of the Third Great Ninja War, he independently developed the A-rank ninjutsu lightning release, Swift Thunder. He then moved across the various battlefields. On the Iwagakure battlefield, during the Kanabi Bridge battle, he single-handedly killed 1 elite Jonin, 5 Iwagakure Jonin, and an entire force including dozens of Chunin and Genin. He played a decisive role in Konoha securing final victory on that battlefield. As Kabuto's words fell, the atmosphere in the entire office seemed to grow several degrees heavier. Kakashi's hand resting on his knee silently tightened. His left eye beneath the forehead protector gave off a faint heat in the darkness, as if reminding him not to forget the name of this IS original owner. Ko set the file on the table and lowered his eyes slightly. The calm he had deliberately maintained loosened soundlessly in the shadows. And in the shadow by the doorway, Obito leaned against the cold wall. The single eye exposed outside his mask passed over Yagura, first falling on the half of Kakashi's face, hidden beneath the forehead protector, then slowly shifting to Ko's lowered lashes. Kanabi Bridge. Ko silently repeated that name in his heart, his emotions mixed beyond words. The battle at Kanabi Bridge was a script he had rehearsed in his mind countless times ever since coming to this world. It was the battle he had believed he was most prepared for, the one that should have been foolproof. Leaving aside Kakashi, who had inherited the complete blade techniques left behind by his father, Konoha's White Fang, and whose strength had already approached the level of an elite Jonin. Even that idiot Obito, under Ko's years of day-after-day insane extra training, had already grown far beyond his level in the original timeline. And with Ko himself joining that mission, 2 Jonin plus 1 Chunin whose strength was already approaching the Jonin threshold, combined with his precise grasp of the enemy's defensive deployment, that mission should have been absolutely foolproof. But the way things developed went far beyond his expectations. What they faced in that canyon leading to Kanabi Bridge was not the 2 Iwagakure Jonin he had expected. It was an entire elite Iwagakure force that included 1 elite Jonin and 5 Jonin. Even now, Ko still remembered the icy feeling that surged up in his heart the instant he faced that Iwagakure squad. At the time, although he had already awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan and his strength had reached the level of an elite Jonin, faced with a situation so completely beyond expectations and with such an overwhelming gap in combat power, he could not help but panic. But even then, he still made what had been, at that moment, the absolutely correct judgment. He would rely on his speed advantage to tie down most of the enemy forces, while Kakashi and Obito took Rin and withdrew from the battle first, temporarily abandoning the mission to go find reinforcements. In his original plan, with the absolute speed advantage brought by Swift Thunder, he could leave the battlefield at any time. And as long as Kakashi and the others found reinforcements, whether the mission could be completed smoothly or not didn't even matter. Just having Minato there would be enough to guarantee Obito and the others' safety. At that point, with Minato at his side, and with Kakashi and himself there as well, Obito naturally would not fall into Madara's hands like he did in the original timeline. In the end, after his strenuous persuasion, Kakashi and Obito, who, in that moment of crisis, had awakened the Tsutomu Sharingan on the spot and insisted on staying to fight at his side, finally accepted the proposal with great reluctance. Taking Rin with them, they retreated at full speed in Minato's direction. As for Ko, while waiting for support from Kakashi and the others, he also relied on his own strength alone in that desperate battle of one against many, forcefully holding back the entire Iwagakure pursuit force. However, even though he had already done everything he could to stall for enough time, Kakashi and the others still did not return with reinforcements. As time passed bit by bit, the chakra in his body was consumed through round after round of clashes until it was nearly exhausted, and the ominous premonition in his heart continued to swell as the number of wounds on his body increased. With reinforcements long overdue and his chakra about to run out, he had nearly fallen into a dead end. Driven by both overwhelming negative emotions and the instinct to survive, he, Uchiha Tō, welcomed the second brief power surge of his life. He opened the sixth gate of the 8 gates, which he had long been unable to break through, and with overwhelming strength, killed every enemy at the scene. But in the end, before he could even make it to Kakashi and the others, he fell unconscious under the immense physical burden brought on by forcibly opening the 6th gate. And before his consciousness sank into darkness, there were only 2 things in his mind. One was relief that he had survived. The other was a prayer that Obito and the others would be safe. I should have changed that guy Obito's fate, right? Before completely losing consciousness, that was probably what he had been thinking. But when he finally opened his eyes on a hospital bed at Konoha's battlefield outpost, the first thing he saw was Kakashi, who had already received Obito's Sharingan, and Rin sitting by the bedside with her eyes red from crying. According to the grim-faced Kakashi at the time, on their way to find Teacher Minato for reinforcements, they had run into another elite Iwagakure squad. And the strength of that Iwagakure squad just so happened to force them into a bitter battle. And everything that happened after that. Rin's silence, Kakashi's right eye socket stained red with blood, and that name left behind beneath the collapsed rock wall. Back then, he couldn't hear anything anymore. At that time, there had only been one thought, echoing madly through his mind. I didn't change anything. Thinking of this, Ko slowly closed his eyes. That emotion, mixed with helplessness and anger, even after so many years, could still shake his mind in a single instant. As for that ending toyed with by fate, even now he had never truly let it go. After a brief silence, he slowly opened his eyes. Deep within those pupils disguised as ordinary dark brown, an extremely brief yet razor-sharp resolve flashed past. Only by having power, only by possessing absolute power, would he not be as helpless as he was back then, manipulated by fate. Only by possessing absolute power could he truly live. At the moment his lowered lashes lifted again, Ko's gaze and Obito's met soundlessly for an instant across the entire office. Obito was leaning in the shadows by the office door. His one exposed eye was quietly watching the only 2 people he truly cared about. He saw the dim look in Kakashi's eyes, and he also saw the deep resolve hidden beneath Ko's lowered lashes. Kakashi, Ko, you did nothing wrong. Looking at the 2 of them, Obito muttered hoarsely in a low voice, the one at fault. Is this world that made you suffer? His voice was pressed tightly beneath the mask, so soft that only he himself could hear it. This false, disgusting world. The one that's been toying with us all along. On the other side of the desk, Kabuto was completely unaware of the undercurrents surging in the hearts of the 3 men. He cleared his throat and continued dutifully reading out the intelligence he already knew by heart. Uchiha Tō graduated from the Ninja Academy at age 7, was promoted to Jonin at age 12, officially became an elite Jonin at age 13, and at age 15 took up the position of secretary to the Jonin squad leader. In both actual combat ability and administrative handling, he has shown exceptionally outstanding performance. He has a bright and cheerful personality, is optimistic and humorous, gentle and polite in dealing with others, and enjoys widespread popularity and an excellent reputation within Konoha. The Uchiha Tō fan club, initiated by current Konoha elite Jonin Sarutobi Asuma, who also served as its first president, remains in normal operation to this day. It publishes 1 newsletter each month and has never missed an issue over the years. Ko had originally been silently sorting through the heavy sadness brought on by those memories of the Canopy Bridge battle. But when he heard this, the calm expression he had been maintaining nearly collapsed on the spot. That damn club Asuma started still hasn't shut down. Ko looked at Kabuto in shock and couldn't help complaining inwardly. Seriously? Did this dossier need to be this detailed? Kabuto naturally didn't notice the flash of astonishment in the eyes of the Mizuki's assistant across the desk. He was completely focused, continuing in a rigorous tone. His current height and weight are unknown. His dietary preference leans toward sweets, especially adzuki bean cakes and dango, while his least favorite food is sashimi. His ideal type is a tall adult woman with full hips, He once handled the illustration work and full book revision for the first volume of the famous best-selling Ninja World novel Ika Paradise, and is publicly recognized by the industry as the founding figure of adult-oriented illustration in the ninja world. Multiple illustrations created by him are still worshipped to this day as unsurpassable classic masterpieces in that field. As Kabuto finished speaking, the office fell into a strange, dead silence. Hearing this piece of intelligence that completely clashed with everything before it, Guy couldn't help widening his eyes. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Kakashi in shock, asking in a low voice, "Hey, Kakashi, the illustrations for the first volume of Ika Paradise were drawn by Ko? The one you bring with you every time you go on a mission, and even wrap in a book cover when you read it?" Kakashi guiltily looked away and gave Guy a small nod. "Sorry, Ko." In his heart, he silently apologized to that close friend who was somewhere far away. In the shadows, Obito's gaze, which had been full of hatred and resentment toward the world, turned incomparably clear in an instant. He abruptly lifted his head. The one I exposed outside the mask was filled with surprise and astonishment. He looked at Kabuto's serious face, then glanced at Ko's complexion, which had somehow started darkening, and instantly understood. Obito reflexively covered the lower half of his masked face with both hands, and his shoulders began trembling in an extremely unnatural way. At the same time, Ko stared blankly at Kabuto, who was still dutifully sharing intelligence in front of him, his mind in complete chaos. "No, wait, don't you know a little too much?" Then Ko thought of something and muttered inwardly in disbelief. "That's not right. How does he know I drew the illustrations for the first volume of Ika Paradise? When I took that job, I'd already put airtight secrecy measures in place. I stayed anonymous the entire time. All the drafts were passed to the publisher through Jiraiya, and even the manuscript fee had been collected by Jiraiya first before he secretly slipped it to me. From beginning to end, only 2 people knew about this. One was the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who had passed away many years ago. With Ko's understanding of Minato, while he was alive, there was no way he would have spread a secret like this. Then the one who leaked this secret was, without question, Jiraiya. You damned old toad. Ko glared fixedly at the file on the desk. While hiding the killing intent in his eyes that was already close to bursting out, he ground his teeth and muttered inwardly, "Next time we meet, I'm definitely going to kill you with my own hands." Kabuto looked strangely at the Mizukige's assistant and the 4th Mizukige in front of him, both of whom were clearly acting a bit off. He opened his mouth, just about to say something to ease this sudden bizarre atmosphere. But before he could say anything, Ko spoke first. "There's no need to continue with this irrelevant personal information, is there?" Kabuto immediately realized that he really had made some mistakes in controlling the rhythm of the intelligence report, and instinctively wanted to apologize. But before he could speak, the 4th Mizukige, who had remained silent until now, suddenly raised a hand and said in a gentle yet firm tone, "No, I think this information is actually quite useful." Yagura looked gently at Kabuto. In the stiff smile at the corner of his mouth, there was even a faint trace of sincere curiosity. "Please continue, Minister Kabuto. As Mizukige, I guarantee that the intelligence you've gathered is absolutely valuable." Hearing the undisguised gloating in Yagura's words, Ko's face darkened instantly. He suddenly turned his head, his gaze cutting like a blade toward the shadow by the doorway. At this moment, Obito was covering his mask tightly with one hand, his shoulders shaking wildly. That one exposed eye was filled with a long unseen, gleeful smile. "As the Mizukige's assistant, I believe it would be more appropriate to end this rather pointless topic as soon as possible." Ko enunciated each word, speaking in as gentle a tone as he could manage as he offered his advice. Obito controlled Yagura and replied in a leisurely tone, "Minister Kabuto is one of Konoha's elites. Naturally, he wouldn't provide useless intelligence. Since he brought this up, that means this information does have some reference value." With smiling eyes, Obito looked at Ko through Yagura and said with a grin, "Wouldn't you agree, Lord Sora?" Yagura's hollow eyes stared straight at Ko, and in an almost innocent tone, he delivered the final stab. "Please understand, I am the Mizukige of Kirigakure." At this moment, Kabuto had clearly realized that something was obviously wrong with the situation in front of him. Cold sweat instantly broke out all over his back, and he shot a pleading look toward Kakashi beside him. As for Kakashi, he was standing there with a baffled expression as he looked at Ko and Yagura. For some reason, he felt a strange sense of familiarity in his heart. Ko stared in Obito's direction with a dark expression and ground out in a low voice, "One day, you'll regret this." Kabuto's gaze swept back and forth between the 2 Kirigakure higher-ups in front of him. He hesitated for a moment, then in the end, somewhat regretfully gave up on continuing to explain all the gossip, no intelligence, he had worked so hard to gather. The moment Kabuto shut his mouth, both Ko and Yagura sensed the subtle shift in the atmosphere. To avoid exposing anything, the 2 of them almost simultaneously restrained the tense, sword-drawn bow-bent posture from before. In perfect tacit understanding, They both turned their eyes toward Kabuto and put on serious expressions, as if waiting for him to continue. Under the sudden synchronized stares, Kabuto felt the skin on his back tighten slightly. But after all, he was a veteran who had infiltrated major ninja villages for years. His expression did not change. He merely gave a light cough, pointed at the open file on the table, and said seriously, the documents record detailed information about Uchiha Tō, including the personal intelligence I just mentioned. The reason I whoosh, the 3 neatly bound files on the table vanished without a trace in an instant. Kabuto's mouth was still frozen in the shape of I, and his finger remained stiff in midair, pointing at the now completely empty tabletop. Ko casually stuffed the 3 files he had just grabbed into his desk drawer. A flawless, gentle smile hung on his face as he completely ignored Yagura's hand beside him, which had just reached the table only to grab nothing and was now frozen in midair, trembling slightly. Yagura slowly turned his head. A trace of regret showed in those hollow eyes. Don't mind it. Please continue. Ko nodded at Kabuto and replied with a smile. Okay. Kabuto struggled to pull his gaze back from the empty tabletop, reorganized the train of thought that had just been interrupted, and dragged the topic back on track. The reason I specifically explained some of Uchiha Tō's personal information, including some of his private preferences and his social relationships during his time in Konoha, is because I hope Kirigakure can understand Konoha's attitude toward Uchiha Tō as a person. At this point, Kabuto paused for a beat. His gaze swept calmly between Ko and Yagura. In fact, in Konoha's official archives, Uchiha Tō was classified as missing rather than a rogue ninja all the way until he joined the Akatsuki. His bingo book order was only officially issued after it was confirmed that he had become a member of the Akatsuki. And even on that order, the highest directive was not elimination, but to bring him back to Konoha. Ko listened to Kabuto's words in silence. On that gentle and harmless face, altered by the transformation jutsu, there was not a single extra expression. Without drawing attention, Kabuto glanced at Kakashi and Guy. The eyes of the 2 men dimmed almost at the same time. 5 years ago, when Ko vanished from Konoha without a sound, the entire village had practically exploded from the news. Almost the instant they received word, they, along with nearly everyone from their generation, had thrown down everything they were doing and searched like mad across the entire ninja world for any trace of Ko. But Ko had seemed to evaporate into thin air from the ninja world itself. No matter how hard they tried, they found no clues at all. And by the time his name reappeared in Konoha's intelligence network, it was already on the membership list of the Akatsuki, that mercenary organization packed with rogue ninjas. Kabuto withdrew his gaze from Kakashi and Guy, then looked again at Ko and Yagura. His tone was even more solemn than before. Even now, on Konoha's rogue ninja order regarding Uchiha Tō, the highest directive is still to bring him back. In contrast, Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi, who also came from Konoha and later defected to join the Akatsuki, the directive marked on their rogue ninja orders is kill on sight. Yagura slowly shifted those hollow eyes away from Ko and turned toward Kabuto. Then he smiled in a meaningful way. What you mean is, even after things have reached this point, Konoha still hasn't given up on the idea of bringing Uchiha Tō back? You may understand it that way. Kabuto gave a slight nod. His tone remained steady and restrained, and he did not continue expanding on that point. He gently pushed up the round-framed glasses on his nose and pulled the conversation back into the framework of cooperation. If Kirigakure's shinobi find any intelligence related to Uchiha Tō during the follow-up investigation, we hope your side can relay it to Konoha at the first opportunity. Once the intelligence is verified as true, Konoha will naturally deliver the corresponding compensation according to the intelligence exchange agreement between both sides. Then Kabuto looked at the 2 Kirigakure higher-ups in front of him and asked probingly, that is Konoha's main request in this cooperation. I wonder what Kirigakure's opinion is? Ko fell silent for a moment. After a long while he slowly raised his head. His gaze passed over the desk and landed on Kakashi and Guy, whose eyes could not hide their anticipation. A moment later, Ko withdrew his gaze, looked back at Kabuto, and a faint smile slowly rose on that ordinary, gentle face shaped by the transformation jutsu. Pleasant cooperation. Guests from Konoha. Kirigakure's main gate. Kakashi stood at the front, with Guy and Kabuto behind him to the left and right. The mist had already been dispersed by more than half under the gradually rising sunlight. Yagura and Ko stood side by side inside the gate, with the 2 tall buildings behind them, facing each other from afar across the square. Yagura was the first to extend his hand toward Kakashi. Compared to earlier in the office, the smile on his face was actually a little more natural. You finally came all the way to Kirigakure. You stay a few more days? That way I can at least do my duty as a host. Kakashi politely shook his head and declined. Lord Hokage is still waiting for us to return and report the details of this cooperation. Time really doesn't allow for any further delay. Please forgive us. Yagura smiled, withdrew his hand, and indicated his understanding. Kakashi gave a polite bow, then turned his gaze to Ko. His tone became more solemn. As for the matter of negotiating an alliance that you mentioned, Once we return to Konoha, we will relay it in full to Lord Hokage at the first opportunity. On that point, please rest assured. Ko nodded, and a trace of perfectly measured anticipation appeared on his face. I look forward to seeing the splendor of Konoha with my own eyes soon enough. When the time comes, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble Mr. Kakashi to be my guide. The corner of Kakashi's mouth beneath his mask curved slightly. Certainly. After the exchange of pleasantries continued for a little while longer, Kakashi glanced at the two people behind him, who had been waiting for a long time, then turned back to Ko and Yagura and said seriously, "Then we'll be taking our leave." "Wait." Yagura interrupted Kakashi, tilted his head slightly, and called toward the shadows at one side of the gate. "Kisame, see our guests out." As his words fell, a tall figure slowly stepped out from the shadows. It was a burly man so massive he could almost block half the gate by himself. A huge sword wrapped layer upon layer in bandages was strapped to his back, and every step he took carried a heavy sense of pressure. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kirigakure's monster, Kisame Hashigaki. That faint smile hung on his face as always, and the sharp teeth he revealed gleamed with a pale, chilling white under the sunlight. He first gave a slight bow in Yagura and Ko's direction, his voice low and respectful. "What are your orders, Mizuki-sama?" Yagura looked at Kisame, the corners of his mouth pulling into a stiff smile. "See our guests off. Make sure they arrive safely at Miss Sailport." "Yes." Kisame straightened up and turned toward Kakashi's group of 3, the smile on his face growing a little wider than before. Looking at the man standing before him, a full head taller than himself, Kakashi instantly understood that this was Kirigakure's protection for them, and also surveillance. But he felt no dissatisfaction because of it. From the standpoint of a village leader, he could fully understand such precautions. Kakashi politely nodded to Kisame. "Sorry for the trouble, Mr. Kisame." Kakashi, Guy, and Kabuto all waved at Ko and Yagura at the same time. Looking at the two in front of him, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a trace of reluctance he himself couldn't quite explain. "Goodbye, everyone of Kirigakure." Ko stood where he was and looked at them deeply before slowly speaking. "Yeah. Before long, we'll meet again." The 3 from Konoha turned around, followed Kisame's steps, and walked out through Kirigakure's gate, heading forward all the way. Ko and Yagura stood at the gate, watching as the 3 figures gradually went farther and farther away. Only after Guy's eye-catching green bodysuit had completely disappeared into the mist did they withdraw their gazes, without saying another word. Yagura turned around and walked toward the Mizuki building, while Ko also turned and headed toward the assistant building. The two brushed past each other in the middle of the plaza, their clothes lifted and dropped again by the same gust of wind. Around the gate, the Kirigakure villagers who had been watching Ko from afar with worried eyes all finally let out sighs of relief and silently dispersed. Assistant building corridor. Ko walked slowly down the long corridor, smiling and nodding back one by one to the Kirigakure shinobi around him, who kept stopping from time to time to greet him. His steps were steady and calm, no different from usual. When he reached the office door, Ko stopped. His gaze casually swept both sides of the corridor, and after confirming there was no one around, he raised his hand and pushed the door open. Inside the room, sitting in the chair that had originally belonged to Yagura, was a tall figure. The man had his back to the door. The hem of his black robe with red clouds hung down on both sides of the chair legs. His mask rested on his knee, and a head of slightly messy black hair showed above the back of the chair. Hearing the door open, he did not turn around. He merely lifted the side of his face without the mask on, half scarred and half youthful, and quietly met Ko's gaze with that right eye looking over from the darkness. Looking at Obito sitting in the chair before him, Ko casually closed the door behind him. The door shut, sealing out all the noisy voices and footsteps from the corridor. Inside the office, only the two of them remained. The afternoon sunlight leaked in through the gaps in the window, casting parallel streaks of light across the floor and desk. Tiny specks of dust floated slowly up and down in the beams. Obito was not wearing his mask. That face, half old scars and half youthful features, was just openly exposed in the dim yellow light. His chin rested on the back of his hand as he quietly watched Ko walk over from the doorway. Looking at Obito without his mask, Ko raised a brow in mild surprise. The corners of his lips slowly curled into a mocking arc, and his tone carried the teasing that had long since become habit between the two of them. "Yo, what made you finally willing to take the mask off? Tired of playing roleplay? Or is it inconvenient to sneak food through the mask? Just so we're clear, I don't have any red bean cakes in my drawer. If you want some, buy it yourself." What a petty guy. Obito looked speechlessly at Ko by the door. His lips moved, but no words came out in rebuttal. His gaze passed over Ko and landed on the chair Kakashi had been sitting in not long ago. Looking at that empty spot, a trace of melancholy couldn't help but appear on Obito's gloomy face. It was just a whim. "Cut it out, your melodrama is hitting me too hard." Ko looked at the guy in front of him and complained with a face full of disdain. Obito's expression instantly stiffened. After staying by each other's side for most of their lives, of course he knew exactly what all the weird things coming out of Ko's mouth meant. He glared at Ko in annoyance. In those eyes that were usually filled with indifference and hatred, a rare trace of genuine irritation surfaced. Ko mercilessly glared right back at him. Who didn't know who here? What was this act for? He knew all too well what this wise Uchiha was thinking. Wasn't it just because he'd met Kakashi again after so long, and because that kid Kabuto had just brought up the Kanabi Bridge battle, making him recall those old memories buried deep in his heart, so he got a little emotional for a moment? And he still called it just a whim. That was shameless to the extreme. He really had no idea who this guy had learned all these ridiculous lines from. Ko silently sighed in his heart, automatically ignoring his own usual words and actions. Feeling that contemptuous look from Ko, a nameless fire shot up from Obito's heart with a whoosh. Really? In the entire ninja world, aside from that old drama king Uchiha Madara, you're the last person qualified to look at me with that expression. Okay? Wasn't it you back then who tricked me into wearing green bodysuits with you, following Guy and his idiot father while shouting about youth and running laps around Konoha? Weren't you even worse back then? Obito roared all of that in his heart from start to finish. His lips twitched for a fraction of a second, then shut tightly. He knew that when it came to verbal sparring, even 10 versions of himself tied together couldn't beat Ko, the grandmaster of it all, so he simply kept his mouth shut. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed that nameless anger, and put on a serious, businesslike expression. Let's stop talking about meaningless things. While Kakashi and the others haven't gone far yet, let's finish discussing the important matter as soon as possible. Seeing Obito turn serious, all the mockery and contempt on Ko's face instantly disappeared. His figure silently blurred in place, and in the next instant, he was already sitting in the chair opposite Obito. His arms crossed over his chest, his back leaning slightly against the chair. He looked at Obito coldly, signaling for him to continue. Looking at Ko, who had suddenly appeared across from him, there was not the slightest surprise or vigilance in Obito's eyes. Clearly, he had long since gotten used to it. Looking at Ko, he said in a low voice, "When do you plan to set out for Konoha?" Ko glanced at him, then shrugged as if it didn't matter, replying in a casual, perfunctory tone, "Any time is fine. If I had to say, probably a few weeks later. I've happened to get some new ideas in my training recently. If possible, I'd like to solve those training issues before setting out." "Is that so?" Obito observed the expression on Ko's face and murmured in a meaningful tone. He didn't dwell on the timing any further. His tone only grew a few degrees more solemn than before. "Then we'll proceed according to the original plan. Use the opportunity of going to Konoha to discuss the alliance to gather intelligence on Konoha's current internal situation. The main priority is to confirm whether the news about one of the Sannin, Jiraiya, returning to the village to succeed as the 5th Hokage, is true." At this point, Obito's tone couldn't help but carry a deep trace of wariness. If Jiraiya really takes that seat, then our plans against Konoha will need to be adjusted. Ko raised one hand and lazily waved it, signaling that he understood. Obito nodded, then abruptly shifted the topic. "Also, if there's a chance, make contact with the current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and gather as much intelligence on him as possible. After all, if Jiraiya becoming the 5th Hokage is true, Konoha's protection level over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki will only get tighter than it is now. By then, getting first-hand intel won't be as easy as it is now." Listening to Obito's reminder, Ko merely nodded without comment. Even without this guy saying it, Naruto and Sasuke, making contact with these two current reincarnations of Azura and Indra, had always been the core objective of this trip to Konoha. Helping Kirigakure and Konoha form an alliance had been a decision made jointly by him and Obito from the very beginning. His own goal was that after the alliance was established, he could use his identity as Mizuki's assistant Shina Sora to gain long-term clearance to enter and leave Konoha, creating more opportunities to come into contact with Naruto and Sasuke. As for Obito's goal, it was to use the legal identity of Kirigakure's official personnel to move in and out of Konoha's territory and make preparations in advance for the future operation to capture the tailed beasts. As early as the very day they confirmed that Konoha would send a delegation to Kirigakure to discuss cooperation, they had already settled on this plan. And now, it seemed everything was progressing smoothly according to the original arrangement. Then next, Obito slowly stood up from his chair. The hem of his black robe patterned with red clouds swayed slightly with the movement. He looked in the direction Kakashi's group had left, narrowing his eyes a little, but there was a trace of barely restrained amusement in his voice. "What we need to do is make Konoha firmly believe that the Akatsuki base is inside the land of water. Once Konoha accepts this false information, their attention will be nailed to the land of water. When that happens, Akatsuki's actions will become much easier." Ko didn't respond to Obito's words. He merely cast his gaze out the window, quietly looking toward the direction where he had watched Kakashi and Guy depart. If they wanted Konoha to completely believe that Akatsuki's base was in the land of water, mere words were nowhere near enough. Kirigikure's grasp of Akatsuki intel could become the first piece of the puzzle in convincing Konoha. But what would truly make Konoha reach a final conclusion had to be a heavyweight piece of evidence they could witness with their own eyes. And that crucial evidence was, "Let us go, Senior Ko." At some point, Obito had already put that orange spiral mask back on. The eye beneath the mask's opening curved into a crescent. He raised one hand high, and there was a kind of excitement in his voice that didn't sound fake at all. Ko pulled his gaze back from the window and gave one last look in the direction Kakashi and Guy had left. He let out a silent sigh in his heart, then turned his head back, the corners of his mouth slowly pulling into a bold and unruly grin. Ikuzo, a fei, os. At the same time, Kakashi's group was walking along the road toward Wufan Port. Calling it a road was actually a stretch. It was really just a hardened dirt path on the outskirts of Kirigikure, packed firm by the feet of merchants and travelers passing back and forth. The woods on both sides were extremely dense, and the canopies crossed overhead into an airtight green corridor, filtering the afternoon sunlight into scattered flecks. Since it was already afternoon, the mist had mostly been driven off by the rising sun, but the air was still damp, carrying the bitter clean scent of earth and vegetation that seeped into the lungs with every breath. "Oh, youth!" Guy strode at the very front, shouting passionately at the top of his lungs, clearly having held it in for too long back in the assistant's office. "Kakashi, let us have a thrilling and exciting youth showdown." He suddenly turned around, walking backward while wildly waving his arms at Kakashi behind him, his face full of excitement as he shouted loudly, "Let us compete to see who can reach Wufan Port the fastest. The loser has to treat the winner to a whole week of yakiniku." Kisame walked beside Kakashi and Kabuto, those small eyes of his fixed strangely on the shining watermelon head up ahead. Was this noisy guy really once a companion of Lord Madara and Lord Ko? Kisame looked at Guy with open suspicion and couldn't help muttering inwardly. Had Konoha's standards for promoting jonin really gotten this loose? Even something like this could become a jonin. Just thinking that the two superiors he respected most had once spent day and night alongside this unknown lifeform in a green bodysuit, Kisame couldn't help feeling a deep and sincere sympathy from the bottom of his heart. Lord Madara, Lord Sora. Back then, it really wasn't easy for you two. Naturally, Kisame had no idea at this moment that the two people he pitted so deeply were also a pair of absolute freaks. Watching Guy hopping and bouncing in front of them, the corner of Kakashi's mouth twitched uncontrollably beneath his mask. He didn't respond to Guy's challenge. He only silently turned his head toward Kisame beside him and said with a tone full of apology, "Sorry." Guy's a little too excited. Kisame drew his eyes back from Guy and let them fall on Kakashi's face. Seeing the sincere apology in the eyes of this Konoha elite jonin, he politely waved a hand and said very courteously, "It's fine. In Kirigikure, lively people like that really are quite rare. Being able to see a ninja with such a different style. Well, in a certain sense, it's also a rather novel experience." Listening to Kisame's tactful but insincere words, Kakashi covered his head in embarrassment. "I'm really very sorry." Kabuto walked at Kakashi's side, looking at this Konoha delegation representative beside him with a face full of pity as he bore the shame of this diplomatic disaster alone. In his heart, he silently raised the priority of getting back to Konoha as soon as possible by another level. Kisame glanced at Guy, who was still crazily waving at Kakashi up ahead, then looked at the silver-haired jonin beside him, whose expression was helpless but whose eyes were clearly very relaxed, and casually said, "Looks like the cooperation you discussed with those two lords went very smoothly." Kakashi turned to look at Kisame in some surprise. A few traces of undisguised confusion appeared in that dead fish eye. Kisame bared his teeth at him in a grin, showing that mouthful of sharp fangs. He looked straight into Kakashi's eyes and added meaningfully, "After all, whether it's you or the two companions by your side, all of you clearly seem very happy. Is it really that obvious?" Kakashi rubbed the back of his head a little awkwardly. He neither denied it nor brushed it aside with diplomatic pleasantries. After a brief silence, he looked back at Kisame, and there was a faint trace of scrutiny in his eyes now. Unlike his rough appearance, this odd Kirigikure man was quite meticulous. Looking at Kakashi, Kisame intentionally, or perhaps unintentionally, pushed the topic one step further. "Is it because of that Akatsuki member, Uchiha Tō? As far as I know, before Uchiha Tō defected, the relationship between him and you seemed to be quite good." Hearing Ko's name, Kakashi's footsteps paused for a fraction of a second. He fell silent for a few breaths. The eye exposed beneath his forehead protector lowered, looking at the dirt path under his feet, and he slowly nodded. When he spoke again, the laziness in Kakashi's voice had faded a little, replaced by deep nostalgia. "It's not just me. A lot of people in Konoha, including Guy, have deep bonds with Ko. Even now, we still don't know why Ko chose to leave Konoha." He raised his eyes and looked straight ahead, his tone firm as he muttered in a low voice, "But I believe that one day we will meet again. When that time comes, Ko will definitely bring him back." Kisame quietly listened to Kakashi's words. For a brief instant, the look in his small eyes became extremely complicated. He lowered his head, the corners of his mouth curling into a very faint smile. I see. I can understand how you feel very well. Kakashi looked at him in surprise. The question in his eyes was never spoken aloud, but Kisame understood it anyway. He lifted his gaze, moved it away from Kakashi's face, and looked toward the direction of Kirigakure ahead, hidden layer upon layer by mist and tree shadows. In a low and solemn voice, he said, whether it's the Mizukage-sama or the Mizukage's aide, both are outstanding leaders in my eyes. Although the two of them have differences in ideals and often clash head-on, for Kirigakure. Or rather, for me personally, every one of them is an irreplaceable existence. Kisame paused, then muttered meaningfully, if it's for their sake, then even if I have to give up this life, I would not hesitate. Looking at the tall shinobi beside him, the man known throughout the ninja world as the monster of the mist, a sincere sense of solemn respect rose in Kakashi's heart. He could feel the resolve in Kisame's words. Without a doubt, everything he had just said was serious. The man before him truly could give his life for those two leaders of Kirigakure. Kakashi quietly listened until Kisame finished speaking. Then, after his words fell, Kakashi looked him in the eyes and said seriously, whether it's Kirigakure's Mizukage or the Mizukage's aide, they are both indeed worthy of respect. I believe that one day, the two of them will be able to resolve their differences in ideals and lead Kirigakure together onto the path of peace. Hearing Kakashi's sincere words, Kisame gave a non-committal smile. He opened his mouth, about to reply with some polite words. But before he could speak, a ridiculous and panicked cry for help suddenly exploded from deep within the forest by the roadside. Wah! Help! Hearing that frantic cry, Guy stopped first. He abruptly turned his head and looked toward the direction the voice had come from. At the same moment, Kakashi's eyes turned grave and sharp. The ease from his conversation with Kisame vanished in an instant, and his right hand instinctively moved to the hilt of the white-fanged short blade at his waist. At the same time, Kabuto almost reflexively stepped half a pace behind Kakashi, one hand already slipping into his ninja tool pouch. The cold iron ring of a kunai was caught between his fingers. Behind those round glasses, his eyes were fixed on any movement that might appear in the forest. Oh, so they've arrived already. Kisame looked toward the woods and calmly muttered to himself. His expression remained as steady as ever, but he slowly rested his right hand on the hilt of Samahata behind him. His already narrow eyes narrowed further, locking onto the direction the voice had come from. Looking at the familiar figure getting closer and closer through the forest, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted into an extremely faint smile. Under the watchful gazes of the three men, a figure wearing an orange spiral mask came tumbling and crawling out from deep in the woods. The black robe with red clouds hung crookedly on his body. Both arms flailed wildly through the air in an absurdly exaggerated manner as his whole body shot out of the bushes. Even though his movements were outrageously over the top, and the panic in his voice didn't seem fake at all, there wasn't a trace of dirt or broken leaves on that black robe with red clouds. Kakashi's eyes locked onto that black robe with red clouds, and his pupils suddenly shrank. That was Akatsuki. His hand had already gripped the white fang's hilt, the blade about to leave its sheath. But before he could move, a silver-white arc tore through everyone's field of vision first, bursting out of the forest at a speed the naked eye could barely track, stabbing straight at the masked freak who was still rolling and crawling away. The moment Kakashi caught that arc in his sight, his whole body froze as if struck by lightning blade. He was far too familiar with that sword light, that unique gleam flashing from the silver blade under the sunlight, that razor-sharp screech as it split the air, and that precise trajectory carved by the edge along its attack path. He would never forget the name of this sword in his entire life. That's. Kakashi stared fixedly at that arc of light, his voice dry as it forced its way out of his throat. Inazuma! Before the words had fully fallen, that silver-white arc had already pierced straight through the masked freak's body. But the dull sound of a blade piercing flesh never came. The long sword passed through him like it had gone through an unreal phantom, silently sliding through his chest before stabbing straight into the ground where the masked freak had been standing. Gwa! The murderer is here, Jaya! The masked freak clutched his head with both hands and let out a ridiculous yet shrill scream. His whole body curled into a ball and rolled off to the side of the road. He struck a twisted pose on the ground, limbs spread out, completely motionless. Before Kakashi and the other two could recover from this chain of sudden changes, he abruptly sprang back up, lowered his head to feel his completely unharmed chest, and shouted in an exaggerated tone, I'm okay. My body really is as soft as ever. Toby's total victory. However, before his celebration could finish, a chilly laugh slowly seeped out from deep within the patch of forest he had just rushed out of. Gage. Hearing that laugh, Toby, who had just been shouting triumphantly about his victory, trembled violently all over. Beneath the mask, His teeth even made a faint chattering sound. "Take that voice is." Kakashi and Guy turned their heads at the same instant, their eyes meeting. And in those round eyes that were usually filled with nothing but hot blood and youth, Kakashi saw the exact same shock as his own. So intense it was practically overflowing from the sockets. They didn't need to speak, nor did they need any extra exchange. That voice, familiar down to the bone, combined with that sword they knew all too well, and the black robe with red clouds belonging to Akatsuki on that masked freak. The identity of the person who had come was already beyond doubt. Just as they were sinking into deep shock, a young man wearing a black robe with red clouds slowly walked out of the forest. His black hair was casually tied into a short braid behind his head, with a few loose strands falling over his forehead, making that handsome face carry a naturally unruly, roguish air. In his right hand, the young man held a long sword, its blade reflecting a cold silver-red gleam beneath the broken patches of light filtering through the woods. A wild, almost arrogant wicked grin hung at the corner of his mouth, his gaze locked firmly onto the masked freak trembling ahead of him. "Kakik, run. Aren't you so good at running? Let me see where you can run to." Ko admired a face flustered, panicked look, and the feral grin on his face widened even more. "You bastard Afei. Give me back my red bean cake's life." "Oh, Afei was wrong. Ko-senpai, Korsanade. Don't kill me." Kakashi stood where he was. The dirt road beneath his feet had been dampened by the mist, and the mixed scent of pine needles and mud still lingered in his nose. But at this moment he couldn't feel any of it anymore. His gaze passed over the masked freak clutching his head and rolling all over the ground, passed over the dirt road lit by sunlight, passed over every barrier piled up by time and distance, and landed on the young man slowly walking out from the depths of the forest. That face, that voice, that silver-white long blade still stuck in the ground and maintained in excellent condition. All of it was exactly the same as it had been 5 years ago, when he left. "Why you are?" Kakashi's voice was hoarse, as if something had brutally crushed its way through his throat. The eye exposed beneath his forehead protector was wide open, engraving that black-haired young man deep into his mind, as if afraid he would disappear again in the next second. He couldn't help taking half a step forward and called out in a hoarse, quiet voice, "Ko!" Hearing Kakashi call his name, Ko immediately stopped walking. The huachan in his hand, which had been ready to chop down Lautu, was still suspended in midair. The ferocity and wild laughter on his face froze for a moment before slowly fading away. Ko turned his head and looked at the old friend he hadn't seen in many years from a few steps away. He stared deeply at Kakashi, then slowly pulled the corner of his mouth into a long-lost smile tinged with surprise. "Oh, I sent this Kakashi." As he spoke, Ko sheathed huachan back at his waist. He casually lifted a hand and brushed aside a few damp strands of hair on his forehead, then said in a deliberately relaxed tone, "It really has been a long time." On the damp dirt road, the two groups faced each other from a distance that wasn't far, but for Ninja, was more than enough to catch every subtle expression. A distance that could clearly be crossed in just a few steps looked, in Kakashi's eyes, like the span of a full 5 years. From that morning 5 years ago when he learned that Ko had suddenly vanished, all the way to this dirt road in the land of water. Ariri, Okashi-ine, how strange. Tilting his head, Obito deliberately widened the single eye visible through the hole in his spiral mask and shouted in a comical voice, "We're clearly in the land of water, but we ran into Konoha ninja here, and there's even a Kirigakure ninja mixed in too. What a weird combination." He turned to look at Ko beside him, his tone full of curiosity. Hey, Ko-senpai, are those Konoha guys people you know?" Ko completely ignored the drama queen next to him. He let his gaze fall on Kakashi and Guy ahead, tilted his head slightly, and put on a mildly surprised expression. "Ah, they really are people I used to know back in Konoha. I didn't expect to run into them here." Kakashi looked deeply at the relaxed-faced Ko in front of him, his heart filled with indescribably tangled emotions. Ko, now in his early 20s, stood even straighter than in his memories. The black robe with red clouds was quite loose, but it still couldn't hide the sturdy body forged through countless battles. And the contours of that face no longer carried the faint trace of youth from Kakashi's memory. They had become sharper, freer, more unrestrained. Even though 5 years had already passed, even though the Ko before him was no longer the boy in his memories, the moment his eyes met Kakashi's, Kakashi still felt that he was looking at the same pair of eyes. "Ko!" Kakashi stood in place, his hands clenched tight at some point without him realizing. He had too many questions in his heart. Why had Ko suddenly appeared on this dirt road in the land of water? Was this a coincidence? Or had he planned it long ago? 5 years ago, why had Ko left in the middle of the night without saying goodbye? And why, after all these years, had he never contacted any of them? These questions had been buried in his heart for far too long, so long that they had become a deep obsession. But now, standing across this dirt road lit by shattered sunlight and looking at Ko's face, both familiar and strange, he realized. He couldn't say a single word. Ahead on the dirt road, Ko took in all the complexity in Kakashi's eyes. He naturally knew very well what Kakashi was thinking at this moment. Ko had always been painfully aware of just how much damage his silent departure back then had done to the people who trusted him. But back then, I really had no other road left to walk. Ko let out a silent sigh in his heart, then shifted his gaze to the figure beside Kakashi, the one who had been trembling slightly since earlier. The corner of Ko's mouth curved up as he gave Guy as natural a smile as possible. Oh, is that Guy? It really has been a long time. Ko, is it really you? My eternal rival. Guy couldn't help shouting loudly, tears pouring down both sides of his face like streams. His body reacted faster than his mind. He bent his legs slightly and lunged straight toward Ko. Wawa, let me use a youthful embrace to confirm this dreamlike reunion. Guy, no Kakashi. Ko, Obito, idiot. In the split second when Guy bent his knees, Obito had already made his judgment. His figure flickered, vanishing from where he stood in an instant. The next moment, he was scrambling away into the distance, half running and half crawling, one hand over his head, while watching Ko's current expression with pure schadenfreude. Ko's eyes widened as he looked at the green figure in midair, arms spread wide, snot and tears everywhere, diving straight at him at a speed that completely violated the principles of aerodynamics, and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. By reflex, he raised his middle finger toward Obito behind him. The finger shot up incredibly fast, his body reacting before his mind. Pure instinctive stress response. Body flicker technique. At the exact moment he was about to make contact with Guy, Ko's figure vanished from the spot. Boom! Might Guy, Mamba out. Guy's arms closed around empty air. His face hit the ground first, and he crashed onto the dirt like a helicopter going down, kicking up a thin ring of dust. Almost at the exact same moment Guy faceplanted, Ko's figure appeared beside Obito. One hand braced against a tree trunk. He let out a long breath of lingering fear. That was close. I almost got covered in snot. Kabuto stood at the edge of the dirt road, calmly watching Guy lying sprawled on the ground. His expression didn't change in the slightest. Clearly, he had already gone numb to this kind of thing. Kabuto calmly moved his gaze away from Guy and let it fall on the young man standing by the tree trunk in the black robe with red clouds. Tilting his head slightly, he lowered his voice and asked Kakashi beside him, Kakashi-san, that person. Is he Uchiha Tō? Kakashi looked at Ko and nodded heavily. Yeah. That body flicker technique speed. Kakashi took a deep breath, pulled his gaze back from Ko, and said in a firm voice, there is no doubt about it. He is Uchiha Tō. Might Guy lifted his head from the ground in a miserable, dirt-covered state. On that mud-smeared face, a dazzling smile bloomed. He raised a thumb high toward Ko, and his teeth flashed with a brilliant gleam under the sunlight. To dodge my youth embrace, packed with 5 years of longing, so cleanly and decisively, as expected of my lifelong best friend. You really are as energetic as ever, Guy. Looking at the bowl-cut man in front of him, who had fallen flat on his face yet was still praising him with a smile, Ko's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He bent down, pulled Inazuma out of the ground, carefully brushed the dirt off the blade, and then sheathed it. After finishing that, he straightened up again and asked Guy with a smile, how has Uncle Dai been lately? Before I left Konoha, I remember him telling me he was working hard to prepare for the Chunin exams. 5 years have passed. He should already be a Chunin by now. No, he should already be a Jonin, right? Hearing Ko's question, Guy immediately sprang up from the ground. After steadying himself, he raised both thumbs at Ko, and the smile on his face widened even more. Ah, Dad is doing great now. 3 years ago he finally passed the Chunin exams, and now he is a taijutsu teacher at the Ninja Academy. Every day, he uses his never-extinguished flames of youth to ignite the soul of perseverance in Konoha's next generation. Huh? A teacher? Uncle Dai? Ko shouted in astonishment, and the calm expression on his face instantly broke. In his mind, he uncontrollably pictured the Konoha 12 dressed in green skin-tight suits, running in formation through the streets of Konoha while shouting youth slogans. Ko shivered involuntarily and silently lit a candle in his heart for Konoha's next generation. Ah, Dad said a child he especially thinks highly of enrolled at the academy recently. I've met that child too, and I think he has great potential to become the 4th official member of our Konoha youth boys. If you met him, you'd definitely like him too. That child's name is. The more Guy spoke, the more excited he became. Both hands gestured in the air, sketching out the child's approximate height and appearance. Suddenly, as if he had remembered something, his whole body stiffened for a moment. Then he started shaking his head frantically. No, no. Now is not the time to talk about this. My youthful heart will not allow me to lose focus at this most important moment. Guy forcefully suppressed the wild joy and excitement in his chest at reuniting with his best friend. Then he lifted his head and stared straight at Ko's face with those shockingly bright eyes. Ko, come back with us. Me, Dad, Kakashi, And everyone else in the village who has always been thinking about you, we all miss you. No need to say any more, Guy. A low and restrained voice slowly cut off Guy's words. Guy suddenly turned his head and looked at Kakashi beside him. Kakashi didn't look at him. The one eye exposed outside his forehead protector was fixed quietly and motionlessly on Ko ahead. Guy unwillingly opened his mouth, his voice carrying a rare urgency and unwillingness. But Kakashi, we finally got to see Ko. Guy. Kakashi interrupted him again. This time, he looked at Guy with a complicated expression and gently shook his head. The motion was extremely slight, yet it was like a bucket of cold water poured over the chest that had just been burning fiercely inside Guy. Kakashi shifted his gaze back to Ko. His voice was steady and restrained, but beneath that steadiness was an undercurrent only those who truly knew him could notice. Haven't we already learned Ko's answer from Lord Jiraiya? Guy froze. Subconsciously, he raised his eyes and looked toward Ko in the distance. At this moment, Ko was standing quietly beside the tree trunk, his right hand still resting on Inazuma's hilt. And Obito behind him was no longer pretending to act crazy and foolish. He was only standing there quietly at Ko's side. Ko's expression was very calm. So calm that Guy could read the unspoken answer from the faint curve at the corner of his mouth. Guy opened his mouth, but his voice got stuck in his throat, and not a single word could come out. This man who seemed to burn with passion forever now lowered his head heavily. Ko quietly listened to Kakashi's words and took in both his and Guy's expressions completely. After a brief silence, he slowly spoke in a calm tone. Is that so? Looks like Teacher Jiraiya has already returned to Konoha. Ko paused for a moment, then smiled at Kakashi and Guy. The smile was light, but it made both Kakashi and Guy's hearts tremble sharply. Then there's probably nothing left for us to say now, right? Hearing the deliberate distance in Ko's words, Kakashi felt a sharp pain in his heart, but he didn't lower his head, nor did he look away. No. Looking into Ko's eyes, Kakashi said seriously, there's one question I hope you can answer us in person. Even if that question no longer has any meaning now. Ko gave no response, nor did he shake his head. He only looked back at Kakashi quietly. In those black eyes, not a single ripple could be seen. Kakashi looked into Ko's eyes, forcibly suppressing the surging emotions in his heart. His voice trembled as he asked softly, why did you leave Konoha back then? On both sides of the dirt road, the two groups faced each other in silence. The mist in the forest had already been scattered by the afternoon sunlight until only a few faint, gauzy strands remained, and with a single gust of wind, they drifted apart. After Kakashi's words fell, the atmosphere sank into an extremely brief silence. Almost at the same moment, everyone's eyes landed on Ko. Kisame stood behind Kakashi and slightly to the side, one large hand resting on the hilt of the sword on his back. He looked no different from any other shinobi on an escort mission encountering a sudden situation. Guarded, cautious, ready to draw his blade at any moment. But those small eyes of his were fixed with great interest on the black-haired young man now being watched by everyone. To be honest, this Lord Ko whom he sincerely admired, what exactly had made him leave Konoha, the village hailed as the pure land of the ninja world? He was genuinely quite interested in the reason behind it. And Obito, standing at Ko's side, was also tilting his head slightly now, curiously sizing up Ko beside him. He still remembered the things Ko had said to him that night not long after defecting from Konoha, when the two of them had run into each other by chance. But the ones standing in front of them now were Kakashi and Guy. Would Ko's answer change in any way when said in front of those two? Obito wondered curiously to himself, and the corner of his mouth beneath the mask slowly curved upward. He was extremely interested in what Ko would say next. Why did I leave Konoha? Ko softly repeated Kakashi's question. His tone was light, as if he were perfectly calm. His face showed nothing, but inside, his emotions were a complete mess. At that point, if I still didn't run, was I supposed to stay and become a moving target for the Uchiha Massacre limited-time event? He quietly complained to himself, and a wave of helplessness instantly rose in his heart. Even now, whenever he thought back to those nerve-wracking days, Ko still couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine. The 2 years after the Ninetales attack were absolutely the hardest stretch of time since he came to this world. No exceptions. The Uchiha clan compound was forcibly relocated to the very edge of Konoha, on that wasteland across the Nakano River. Out of nowhere, an entire village within a village was erected there, isolated from Konoha itself. At all times, Anbu's eyes lurked silently in the shadows, watching every Uchiha clansman who entered or left. Aside from himself, those young Uchiha who had originally, under his influence, gradually entered Konoha's administrative ranks during the Third Great Ninja War and taken important posts, started being voluntarily removed for all kinds of reasons, one after another, pushed out of Konoha's power structure. The Konoha higher-ups led by the third Hokage really did treat him as one of their own, someone they could trust. But the only one they had ever trusted was him alone. That trust never included the Uchiha. Whenever it came to Uchiha matters, they always politely went around him and avoided letting him get involved as much as possible. And inside the Uchiha clan, resentment over the village's escalating pressure had long since reached a boiling point. The radicals hoped he would step forward on behalf of the Uchiha, using the reputation and influence he had built up in the village to openly confront Konoha's higher-ups head-on. The moderates, led by clan head Fugaku, hoped he would continue serving as the bridge between the Uchiha and Konoha's leadership, doing everything he could to convey the Uchiha clan's reasonable demand for fair treatment to the Hokage's faction. In the end, because he got along too well with both sides, he wound up suffering for being too popular. On one side, he had to ease the increasingly sharp conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha. On the other, he had to desperately squeeze out what little time he had left to train. On one side, he kept slamming into the wall of his own strength bottleneck again and again, unable to see even the slightest hope of a breakthrough. On the other, he had to watch helplessly as Shursui and Itachi by his side grew stronger day by day at an astonishing pace. That feeling of knowing exactly how the plot would unfold, yet still being completely unable to stop it, almost swallowed him whole inside and out. The PTSD from the battlefield, all the tragedies he failed to change, the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha, his long-term stagnation in strength, his failure in educating Shursui and Itachi, the endless dark future ahead. All of that pressure piled together, crushing him so hard that he often woke up in the middle of the night in a panic. It got so bad that he often wondered whether he was about to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan the very next second. Finally, on one utterly ordinary afternoon when nothing at all happened, he had a huge fight with Shursui, and then he chose to run. Of course, there was no way he was going to say any of that out loud. After all, even if he did, they wouldn't believe him. But that doesn't mean I was planning to lie to you either. Ko looked at Kakashi and Guy, who were nervously waiting for his answer, with a complicated expression, and silently let out a sigh in his heart. Neither Kakashi nor Guy was the kind of person who could be fooled easily, not even mentioning Kakashi, whose powers of observation and judgment were ridiculously sharp. With Guy's intuition, accurate like he was using cheats, if he casually made up a few lies, he probably wouldn't even finish speaking before being stared at by those eyes until his whole body felt uncomfortable. The only thing that could truly convince them was the truth. The same truth he had told Obito after they met again, back when he had left Konoha. Having made up his mind, Ko slowly raised his eyes and let his gaze pass back and forth between Kakashi and Guy. Kakashi stood straight, staring fixedly at Ko in front of him, both hands clenched tightly. Guy stood at Kakashi's side. There were still tears in his round eyes that he hadn't had time to wipe away, and his lips were pressed into a tight line. He forcefully suppressed the passion surging in his heart and quietly waited for Ko's next answer. Waited for this answer that had arrived 5 years too late. Looking at the two of them, Ko said softly, "The reason I left Konoha was actually very simple." His voice wasn't loud. His tone was steady. The deliberate distance from before was gone, and so was that forced, easygoing smile. Looking into Kakashi's and Guy's eyes, Ko continued gently, "At that time when I left Konoha, I'd already made up my mind." He paused for a beat. It wasn't a long pause, but in that instant, even the birdsong and the sound of the wind in the forest seemed to be pulled far away. "I didn't want to be a ninja anymore." Hearing Ko's answer, deep shock and confusion filled the eyes of everyone present except Obito. What an unexpected answer. Kisame silently turned over Ko's almost casual words in his mind. Yet there wasn't much surprise in those small eyes of his. As for the answer given by Lord Ko, someone he sincerely admired from the bottom of his heart, he had his own understanding. Didn't want to be a ninja anymore? Kakashi repeated the words in a low voice and slowly turned to look at Guy beside him. Almost at the same time, Guy turned his head as well, and their eyes met. In Guy's dark, round eyes, Kakashi saw the exact same shock he himself was feeling. During these long 5 years, they had imagined every possible reason why Ko might have left Konoha. Was he threatened by Danzo, or dragged along by the Uchiha radical faction? They had gone through every reason they could think of. At one point, even the absurd possibility that Ko had been kidnapped by Orochimaru for experimentation had briefly crossed their minds. But never, not once, had they imagined an answer like this. "Why, Ko? Why would you make a decision like that?" Guy's urgent voice exploded through the forest. His face, usually filled with fiery spirit and passion, was now scrunched up tight, his eyes churning with deep confusion and incomprehension. His intuition told him Ko's answer came from the heart, but he still couldn't understand. This close friend who had run together with him through Konoha's streets, who had shouted youth slogans with him through countless days and nights. This close friend whom he had regarded, from the very moment they met, as a lifelong rival and a goal to chase. Why would he make a decision like this? Kakashi said nothing. He simply used that one eye exposed outside his forehead protector to quietly, motionlessly watch Ko. There was caution in his gaze, restraint as well, and beneath that calm, an urgency that only someone who truly understood him could read. "Humph, what a bunch of overreacting idiots." Obito snorted inwardly and crossed his arms over his chest. Behind the swirling mask, his face was full of disdain. Even though, when he had first heard Ko say those same words, the shock he felt inside had been no less than what these two were feeling now. But he hadn't shown a bit of it. This was absolutely not because he wanted to act deep in front of Ko and maintain the mature image he had worked so hard to build. Absolutely not. Obito snorted again in his heart, tilted his face slightly to the side, and maintained what he believed to be a perfectly calm and composed observer's posture. Ko shot a speechless glance at Obito beside him, who was secretly pleased with himself, and silently rolled his eyes inwardly. Then he looked back at Kakashi and Guy, whose faces were still full of shock. There wasn't the slightest surprise in his expression, as if he had already expected them to react like this. After all, back when he was in Konoha, he had never revealed his true feelings to anyone. Kakashi, Guy, do you still remember? The time I awakened my Tsutomu Sharingan. Ko's voice was extremely calm. His tone so relaxed it sounded like he was just recalling some trivial thing from a long time ago. But when he looked at Kakashi and Guy, there wasn't the slightest trace of a smile in his eyes. Hearing Ko's words, Kakashi and Guy both fell silent at the same time. The shock in Kakashi's eyes faded in an instant, replaced by deep sorrow. Yeah, of course I remember. Kakashi's voice turned a little hoarse as he said with faint sadness, at that time, you went with your squad to the Sunigakure battlefield on a support mission. But on the way, you ran into a premeditated ambush from Suna. Your Jonin leader, Morishita Naoto, and your two teammates, Inuzuka Kumo and Tetsuki Shinkan. All three of them died in battle. Because you witnessed their sacrifice, your Sharingan evolved from 1 Tomo to 2 Tomo. With those new eyes, you defeated the remaining Suna ninja and brought their bodies back to Konoha. At this point, Kakashi paused, then looked at Ko again and asked cautiously, that's what you told us back then, right? Meeting Kakashi's gaze, Ko stayed silent for a moment, then nodded lightly. At the time, that was indeed what I told you. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, but it wasn't a smile. Kakashi and Guy went quiet again for a beat, then nodded heavily. An ominous feeling rose uncontrollably in their hearts. But that wasn't the truth. Ko's voice remained soft, as if he were narrating some old story that no longer had anything to do with him. At least part of it wasn't. Ko raised his head, looked at the silent Guy and Kakashi in front of him, and continued, Tetsuki Shinkan and Inuzuka Kumo really did die during the battle. But Morishita-sensei didn't give up. Even at an extreme disadvantage, he dragged his heavily wounded body forward and fought to the death. In the end, with the support of my Sharingan, he traded his life for the enemies and killed the only Jonin on Suna's side. He paused, and his voice grew softer. But by then, Morishita-sensei was already about to die too. After Morishita-sensei fell, I used everything I had left to kill the remaining Suna ninja. But at that time, my Sharingan still hadn't evolved. Ko looked directly into Kakashi's and Guy's eyes. His gaze was calm to the point of seeming cold. I didn't awaken my 2 Tomo Sharingan because I witnessed their deaths. Ko paused, then said in a low voice, after all, no matter how you look at it, that was just a temporarily assembled squad. The four of us had spent less than 1 week together, even at the absolute maximum. Before that, I had already changed teams 3 times. If a 2 Tomo Sharingan could have awakened that easily, it would have happened long ago. Listening to Ko's almost casual confession, the ominous feeling in Kakashi's and Guy's hearts grew heavier and heavier. But neither of them interrupted, because they knew that what Ko was about to say next was an old wound he had never exposed in front of any living person. Obito stood quietly beside Ko. Under the mask, his face was calm to the point of cruelty. He knew everything Ko was about to say. The trigger for my 2 Tomo Sharingan happened after that. No, to be exact, it was already there from the very start of the battle. Ko's voice lowered further as he slowly said, in the area where we fought that Suna ambush squad, there was a family from the Land of Wind who hadn't evacuated the combat zone. At the time, we all thought it was strange. Normally, if Suna had enough time to set up an ambush there in advance, then they should have had more than enough time to evacuate the nearby civilians too. At this point, a deep chill entered Ko's tone. Later, I found out it wasn't an oversight. It was a wartime policy deliberately put in place by Sumigakure's 4th Kazekage. Ko looked in the direction of Sunigakure and said coldly, they deliberately left some civilians inside combat zones. If the battle turned unfavorable for Suna, those civilians would become the most reliable source of intelligence. Out of fear, they'd instinctively run toward their own Suna ninja for help, and in the process, they'd expose the enemy's position and numbers. And once they appeared on the battlefield, seeing suddenly emerging unarmed civilians, inexperienced young ninja would instinctively lose focus and expose openings. Shinkan and Kumo died because of that. Hearing Ko's words, Kakashi's and Guy's expressions turned extremely grave in an instant. Behind them, Kabuto also lowered his eyes with a complicated expression. The Sunigakure battlefield. Kabuto silently repeated those words in his heart. According to Director Nono, he had been picked up from the Sunigakure battlefield during the Third Great Ninja War. At the time, because he had suffered a severe injury to the head, All his earlier memories had already become blurred. Thinking of that, he couldn't help but find it deeply ironic. Strictly speaking, he should be considered someone from the land of wind. And yet the ones who saved him were people from Konoha, the enemy side. Kisame stood behind Kakashi's side, and from beginning to end, his expression didn't change at all. For someone like him, who had survived through the era of the Bloody Mist, using civilians as bait in a combat zone really wasn't much of anything. Compared to our Kirigakure, and you call that cruel? What a joke. Ko looked at Kakashi and Guy in front of him, and a trace of recollection flashed through his eyes. If I remember right, the ones who broke into the battlefield were a family of 3. A father, a mother, and a little girl around 6 years old. Their house was on a hillside at the edge of the combat zone. Half the roof was blown open by Suna's wind release, and the whole structure collapsed. In the chaos, the parents pushed their daughter out through a window and told her to run. They themselves didn't have time to get out of the range of the wind release attack, and they died under it. He paused for a moment, then continued in the same flat tone. After that, it was what I said earlier. Dragging my exhausted body, I killed every remaining Suna ninja. When I went to check on Morishita-sensei, he was already at death's door. And before he died, he used the last of his strength to point me in the direction that little girl had run. The color on Kakashi's and Guy's faces almost completely drained away at that moment. As for what happened next, there's no need to say much more. I dragged my exhausted body after her, caught up to that little girl, and then I killed her. When Ko said that, his tone was exactly the same as before. No trembling. Just calm. My Tsutomu Sharingan awakened in that exact moment. Ko tilted his head up slightly and said softly, "Even now I still remember that child's eyes. They were full of hatred. There was barely any fear in them at all." He tugged at the corner of his mouth and said in a low voice, "The one who started the Third Great Ninja War, the one who invaded Konoha first, was Tsunagakure. The one who deliberately left that family in the combat zone as a tactical tool was Tsunagakure's 4th Kazekage. The ones who killed her parents were Suna's own ninja. But in the end, the person she hated was me. Well, I guess it's not impossible to understand." Ko withdrew his gaze, gave a slight shrug, and spoke in defense of that long-dead child. After all, a 6-year-old child couldn't possibly know any of that. Even her parents probably never knew, right up until their deaths, that the land beneath their feet had been marked as part of a war zone at some unknown point. Tsunagakure wouldn't tell them, and Konoha had no ability to tell them either. He looked at Kakashi, looked at Guy and smiled. There was none of his usual brightness in that smile. Only faint calmness remained. But as a ninja of Konoha, in order to protect my comrades, for the sake of the battlefield, Ko paused for a moment, then continued in a low voice. "No. As a human being, in order to ensure my own safety, killing something that threatens my life should be necessary, right? If she had escaped alive and run to Tsunagakure's side and revealed my information, then the next one to die would have been me." Ko looked at the Kakashi and Guy in front of him and said heavily, "So I had to kill her." There was no flaw in that logic and no flaw in that reasoning. From a ninja's perspective, it was completely correct. Ko kept talking without pause, but his voice suddenly became very, very soft. "But no matter what, personally killing a child who had done nothing wrong, who wasn't even a ninja, that really was my first time." He looked at Kakashi, and a faint smile of shared understanding curved at the corner of his lips. "You worked in the ANBU before. You should know what that feels like too, Kakashi. Doesn't he feel good? Does it?" Kakashi opened his mouth, but not a single word came out. He only looked at Ko's face, still carrying that faint smile, then nodded slowly and heavily. "Kakashi." Guy stood to the side, looking at Kakashi's face that had suddenly lost all color, then looking at Ko ahead of them, still smiling. His own face was full of deep difficulty and helplessness. He wanted to say something, but he had no idea what he could say. He had never gone through things like this. Of the people standing here, only he had never stained his hands with innocent blood. He had no right to say any words of comfort to Kakashi and Ko. After that happened. No. Ko withdrew his gaze and looked at his right hand hanging at his side. "I should say, from the moment my hands were stained with my first life, deep down, I never wanted to be a ninja again." Ko looked at Kakashi and Guy and said seriously, "This thought didn't stay in my head for just 1 day or 2. It was there for years. From the beginning of the Third Great Ninja War to the end, I thought about it every single day. And 5 years ago I made my decision." Ko said in a firm voice, "To leave Konoha. To leave this ninja world that kept pushing me in directions I never wanted to go. That was the decision I made 5 years ago." As he quietly observed Kakashi and Gaia's reactions, Ko spoke in a steady, low voice. "This is my answer." The woods fell silent. No one spoke. Kakashi was silent. Guy was silent. Kisame was silent. Kabuto was silent. Every word Ko had just said still echoed soundlessly in their minds. Obito stood beside Ko, his expression under the mask filled with deep complexity. The old him, the one who had believed he was the person closest to Ko, The Uchiha Obito who had still lived inside the beautiful dream he wove for himself, who only knew how to measure the world with the purest goodwill. Back then, he knew absolutely nothing about what Ko truly thought deep in his heart. All he had seen was Ko's carefree smile on the surface. All he had seen was that punchable expression when Ko patted him on the shoulder at the training grounds. He had never known how much bitterness was hidden behind Ko's smile. If it hadn't been for that night of reunion, when Ko had poured those words out to him one by one, then even now he probably still wouldn't understand why Ko had chosen to leave Konoha. After a long silence, Kakashi slowly raised his head and looked straight into Ko's eyes. His voice was hoarser than before, but also more solemn than before. I understand now why you left Konoha back then. But Ko. Kakashi's brows tightened hard, and his voice carried an intensely serious, painful scrutiny. You already decided you wouldn't be a ninja anymore. So why have you now become a member of the Akatsuki? I assent this choice completely going against the decision you made back then. Beside Kakashi, Guy also lifted his head. His eyes were still a little red, but those round eyes were now fixed on Ko without moving, serious and focused, waiting for an answer from this friend dearest to him in life. Ko looked at Kakashi calmly, as if he had long expected this question. He looked at Kakashi's serious face, then at Gaius' eyes full of confusion, and said calmly, because after leaving Konoha, I found a new goal. He shifted the corner of his gaze toward Obito beside him. In that instant they exchanged a look. Then he withdrew his gaze and spoke the answer that, in a certain sense, was not false. A goal that can change this false ninja world. Hearing Ko's words, Obito silently curled his lips into a smile. Kakashi fell silent. He looked into Ko's eyes, wanting to find even the slightest trace of hesitation or self-deception there. But he found none. That goal. Is it something you can only achieve within the Akatsuki? Ko looked at Kakashi and did not answer. On that face, weathered by time into something harder and more mature than in his youth, a faint smile appeared. Silence was already the best answer. I see. Kakashi lowered his head. His voice was very soft, as if he were speaking to himself. There was no emotion in Ko's eyes, only an almost frank calmness. That calmness itself was the answer. It was Ko's answer from the bottom of his heart. And precisely because it was genuine, Kakashi understood very clearly that no matter what else he said, he could not change Ko's decision now. That was just the kind of stubborn man he was. Kakashi was silent for a moment, then let out a heavy sigh in his heart. So in the end, it still came to this. He raised his head and looked at Ko again. In the one eye not covered by his forehead protector, the bitterness and sorrow that had surged there before had already been completely suppressed. What remained in that eye was only firm resolve. Looks like I can't persuade you to leave the Akatsuki. As Kakashi spoke in a low voice, he reached out and gripped the white light chakra saber at his waist, the short blade inherited from his father. The blade was slowly drawn from its sheath, letting out a crisp sound. Clang! The silver-white edge reflected a cold arc of light under the sun, making the half of his face covered by the mask appear especially sharp and clear. Although I don't know what goal you're talking about exactly, there's one thing I can be sure of. Kakashi held the white fang upright before him. His right eye, visible beyond the forehead protector, locked firmly onto Ko past the blade. Your decision to stay in the Akatsuki will definitely bring you danger. The Akatsuki is not a place where people can safely chase their ideals. You should know that better than anyone. I won't give up, Ko. His voice was steady, but every word carried resolve from the bottom of his heart. Even if I have to cross blades with you, I'll bring you back to Konoha. The moment Kakashi's words fell, Guy lifted his head. This man, who usually expressed every emotion with passionate words, fell into a rare silence at this moment. He didn't shout about youth like he normally did. He simply lowered his center of gravity, pulled his left foot half a step back, and raised both fists in front of himself, one forward and one back. With those fists covered in thick calluses, he aimed at the close friend before him. Ko took in Gaius' movements completely, and a deep trace of nostalgia flashed through his eyes. That stance. He knew it too well. That was Gaius' opening stance when he was truly going all out. Ko looked at the two old friends before him, both already fully prepared, then rubbed the back of his head with slight annoyance, making his casually tied black hair even messier. What a completely unsurprising development. He let out a helpless sigh. Though he sounded like he was complaining, he still seemed perfectly calm. Then again, it's not like I ever thought I could just pat my butt and walk away. Ko silently added that in his heart, and his gaze immediately turned serious. Without exposing the Mangekyo Sharingan, fighting Kakashi and Guy and using the chance to test their current strength, this had been part of the plan from the beginning. Before leaving Konoha, he had originally thought these two would completely leave him in the dust. Before he left, Kakashi had still been in that depressed period. But with the long-term guidance from his father, Tsukumo Hatake, it was only a matter of time before he walked out of it. As long as Kakashi stopped being depressed, Breaking into Kage level would only be a matter of time. And Guy at that time had also entered his own explosive growth period, specializing in one path, building up over time, then unleashing it all in one burst to reach the peak. Even though Guy had never flaunted his true strength in front of him back then, Ko had understood it clearly. At that time, aside from that cheat Obito, Guy was without question the strongest of their generation. Meanwhile, he himself had still been stuck at a bottleneck, unable to see the slightest hope of a breakthrough. Back then, he had genuinely felt awful for a long time. But now, things were completely different. Ko looked at Kakashi and Guy ahead of him, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a confident smile. The current him, even without exposing the Mangekyo Sharingan, was no longer the least bit afraid of facing Kakashi and Guy, whose strength had long surpassed the original timeline. 8 gates, lightning release, thunder flash plus the body flicker technique he had trained for many years, leaving everything else aside, purely in terms of speed if he went all out. He was absolutely and unquestionably the fastest in the entire ninja world. A version of himself like this. Just how far could he go against the two of them? On that point, he really was a little curious. Ko slowly put away the thoughts in his heart and gently rested his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Just as he was about to draw Hozuki from his waist, he suddenly felt someone tug at his sleeve. TSK. I finally got the mood going. Complaining inwardly, Ko suddenly turned his head with an annoyed expression and looked at Obito beside him. Senior-ku. Obito pinched the edge of his sleeve and put on a weak, pitiful, and helpless pose as he said in a ridiculous tone, "There are so many people on the other side. Do we really have to fight? I'm just an intern. I'm very, very weak. I really can't help much in battle. How about we make a strategic retreat? Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best one. A Fei taking one step ahead is also fine, you know?" As he said that, he even awkwardly pressed his knees together and covered his crotch with both hands, looking like he might pee himself from fright at any second. Looking at the drama queen in front of him, Ko's vision instantly went dark. "You? Weak? You're really lying without even drafting first? Huh. If you want to slack off, just say it. What are you pretending for? Shameless bastard." Ko took a deep breath and forcefully swallowed back the barrage of complaints that was about to burst out. He looked at Obito with an annoyed face, then suddenly seemed to remember something and revealed a kind smile. Then he raised his hand and heavily patted Obito on the shoulder. Obito raised his head in confusion. Looking at Ko's suddenly abnormally kind smile, a bad feeling instantly rose in his heart. "Holy shit, you bastard." After confirming that Obito was indeed solid right now and not in an intangible state, the smile on Ko's face shifted from kind to ferocious in an instant. His right leg snapped up, and with the explosive power of the fastest speed in the ninja world, he viciously kicked Obito straight in the ass. The force behind this kick was enough to easily shatter even rock. With a dull thud, Obito's whole body was launched straight into the sky. "Take this, Night Ko." Obito's body froze in midair. The instant he was kicked flying, he had already understood everything. That familiar pain in his ass, both nostalgic and infuriating, was burning its way upward from his backside. Hearing the delighted voice coming from the ground, Obito suddenly twisted his head around and glared at Ko below, whose face was full of enjoyment. The expression under his mask instantly twisted ferocious. "Uchiha Ko, just you wait." Ko stood where he was with his hands on his hips, completely ignoring Obito's vicious glare, while a delighted smile curled on his lips. "So satisfying." Kakashi raised his head in shock and looked at the orange meteor hurtling toward them at incredible speed. That weird guy wearing the swirl mask was now spinning through the air at high speed, his limbs flailing wildly like a scarecrow blown apart by the wind. Looking at Obito in midair, Kakashi couldn't help but freeze for a second. Wasn't he this guy Ko's companion in the Akatsuki? His dead fish eyes widened a little, and he muttered in bewilderment, "Is the atmosphere in the Akatsuki really that bad? He actually hit him that hard." While muttering, Kakashi subconsciously glanced at Guy beside him. Guy was currently lowering his head, brows tightly furrowed, as if troubled by some difficult problem. "Night Ko." He rubbed his chin, then nodded solemnly. What a great name." "No, now is not the time to think about that." Kakashi grabbed Guy by the shoulder, lightning flashing beneath his feet, and his whole body instantly disappeared from where he stood. Guy also snapped back to his senses from that shove. His legs suddenly exerted force, and he retreated from the spot at the same time as Kakashi. Kisame stood on the dirt road not far behind them, his shark-like rough face full of helplessness. Looking at Lord Mizukage still flipping non-stop through the air at terrifying speed, he let out an utterly exhausted sigh in his heart. He had long since gotten used to the daily bickering between these two. With the resignation of someone accepting his fate, Kisame drew Samahata from his back, the blade still wrapped in layer after layer of bandages, and with speed completely mismatched with his build, instantly arrived at the spot where Kakashi and Guy had originally been standing. He looked like he put full strength into it as he fiercely swung the blade upward. At the exact moment Obito was about to crash down, Samehada's broad blade body steadily caught him for a moment. Obito and Kisame exchanged a glance, and in his heart, Obito silently gave his excellent employee a thumbs up. After stabilizing himself, he instantly activated intangibility. Under the shocked gazes of Kakashi, Guy, and Kabuto, he passed through Samehada's blade like a phantom, then struck an absurdly exaggerated pose and heavily crashed onto the ground with a dull thud. So you know how to play dirty with a sneak attack. Obito shot up from the ground, pointing in Ko's direction with those mud-covered fingers, and angrily accused him in a voice so ridiculous it was almost cracking. Ko-senpai, you're way too shameless. Ko crossed his arms over his chest and looked disdainfully at Obito, who was pointing at him and cursing at him. He slowly raised his right hand and stuck out a middle finger in Obito's direction. Then Ko cleared his throat, put on a serious look, and tilted his chin at Obito. That big guy from Kirigakure, and that glasses-wearing brat behind him, I'll leave them to you in turn. Then he shifted his gaze to Kakashi and Guy. The originally roguish, handsome curve at the corner of his mouth slowly faded, replaced by a serious smile with a hint of anticipation. As for those two troublesome guys, leave them to me. Kakashi and Guy stood where they were, staring fixedly at that strange man who had just climbed up from the ground. Just now, they had personally seen that man pass through Kisame Hashigaki's frontal slash completely unharmed. He didn't block it, he passed through it. His body had been like a ghost, just phasing straight through Samehada's massive blade. Every single member of the Akatsuki really is troublesome. Kakashi murmured heavily in his heart. He looked at Guy beside him and spoke at high speed. Guy, go help Kisame-san deal with that masked Akatsuki member first. With you over there, Kabuto's safety will be better guaranteed. I'll handle Ko for now. Once you and Kisame-san take down that masked man, come back and sup. But before Kakashi could finish speaking, a crimson flame slash had already come sweeping toward him from the front. The crimson slash tore a scorching trail through the air. The fallen leaves along its path curled and blackened before they even touched the flames. The angle of this attack was extremely tricky, almost cutting off every route Kakashi could use to dodge. Kakashi, watch out! Feeling the incoming heat wave, Guy clenched his fists tightly and shouted a warning to Kakashi beside him. Kakashi's expression didn't change in the slightest, as if he hadn't been affected at all. His right hand tightened around the hilt of White Fang, and lightning-released chakra instantly surged into the blade. Countless blue-white arcs of electricity suddenly leaped across the silver-white edge. Hataki sword technique, Chidori flow slash. His voice was low. His calm gaze landed on the flame slash that was already right in front of him, filled with deep coldness. The White Fang short blade wrapped in lightning drew a silver-white arc through the air ahead. The fierce flame slash was cut into countless tiny sparks the instant it touched the Chidori flow blade, and in less than a breath, all of them were extinguished in the air. The scattered firelight reflected off Kakashi's face, most of it hidden behind his mask, making the one exposed right eye of his look especially calm. Holding that Chidori blade still faintly crackling with lightning, he stood there quietly. From beginning to end, he had not moved a single step. Clap, clap, clap. A crisp round of applause came from ahead. Kakashi raised his eyes and looked toward the sound. Ko stood where he was, his left hand gripping Homusubi, which had been unsheathed at some unknown point. On the chakra blade, embers from the flame slash he had just swung still remained. Ko clapped unhurriedly, looking at Kakashi ahead with smiling eyes. There was praise in that smile, relief as well, but more than anything, there was undisguised excitement. So you actually fused the nature transformation of lightning release into the Hataki sword style. Looks like in all these years you didn't keep wasting your talent, Kakashi. There wasn't any other emotion mixed into Ko's praise. His tone was full of sincere approval. Kakashi held White Fang horizontally in front of himself, the lightning on the blade still faintly flickering. He looked straight into Ko's three-tomo Sharingan, and his tone turned serious as well. After all, in order to bring you back, I've gone through harsh training all these years too. Hearing Kakashi's words, Ko nodded seriously. Not bad. Judging from that sword style just now, you must have gone to Shikumo-san quite often to train in the Hataki family's inherited swordsmanship. Even though the current you still has a long way to go before reaching the real Konoha's White Fang. By fusing Chidori flow into the Hataki sword style, you really have walked out a path of your own. Looking at Kakashi in front of him, Ko praised him in a certain tone. The current you really does have strength capable of rivaling a Kage. But, at that point, Ko's tone suddenly changed, turning cold in an instant. A terrifying wave of chakra burst outward from him in all directions, forcing the nearby bushes to bend down in unison. Kakashi's eyes instantly grew grave. Ko slowly raised Homusubi, his crimson tip pointing straight at Kakashi's throat. That posture was completely different from the one he had when he was clapping and praising him just now. If you think this is enough for you to steadily take me down, then you're gravely mistaken. Ko looked at Kakashi with a displeased face and said in a deep voice, "You want to defeat me without relying on Guy? With just you alone? I've really been looked down on." The corner of his mouth curled up. There was no mockery in that curve, only battle intent that had been ignited. "Remember this. You are the challengers." Not far away, Obito was in the middle of a fierce clash with Kisame. More accurately, Kisame was swinging Samehada at him from all kinds of angles, while Obito maintained his intangibility and shouted noisily in an exaggerated tone. But the moment Ko released that wave of chakra, Obito's movements clearly paused for a beat. He cast an interested glance in Ko's direction and murmured inwardly, "So he actually got serious? That's rare." Even for him, it had been a long time since he had seen a serious Ko. Kakashi. And Ko. Under the mask, the corner of Obito's mouth couldn't help but lift into a subtle curve. This is about to get interesting. Thinking that, Obito shot Kisame a look. Kisame instantly understood what Obito meant, and a flash of understanding passed through his eyes. The frequency of his swings with Samehada gradually slowed a little. The two of them continued this tense battle in perfect unspoken understanding. But at this moment, their attention was already completely focused on the battlefield not far away, the one truly ignited by fighting spirit. And behind Kisame, Kabuto held a kunai in his hand, staring at the two people exchanging blows ahead with a strange expression. Strange. Kabuto muttered to himself in distress. Nothing seems wrong, so why does it feel like something is off? Am I too weak to keep up with their rhythm? He pushed up his glasses and fell into deep self-doubt. On the battlefield, feeling the sharp pressure radiating from Ko, so intense it was almost tangible, Kakashi couldn't help recalling what Jiraiya-sama had solemnly told him back in the Hokage's office. Ko right now is very strong. Strong enough that he may even not be below me. At the time, Kakashi had still been half convinced, half doubtful. But now, he was completely certain. Because the aura Ko was releasing at this moment was already no less oppressive than what Kakashi had felt when he confronted Orochimaru head-on while pursuing him right after his defection. Now, Ko was someone who could stand on the same stage as legendary powerhouses like Lord Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Who? Kakashi let out a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the surging emotions in his heart. He raised his eyes again, moved his gaze away from Ko, and looked at Guy at his side, who was already prepared for battle. In a solemn tone he said, "Guy, I take back what I said before. The current Ko isn't someone I can handle alone. I need your strength." Hearing Kakashi's sincere words, the passion in Guy's eyes was ignited. He gave Kakashi a thumbs up and shouted loudly in a booming voice, "That's more like it. Kakashi, let us use the burning blood of youth to bring Ko back." Kakashi felt that hot-blooded aura from Guy that always made people feel at ease. Under his mask, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a relieved smile. "Just as reliable as ever, Guy." Kakashi murmured inwardly, then turned his grave gaze toward Ko ahead and shouted to Guy beside him, "Guy, let us go." Oh, standing ahead of them, Ko felt the aura erupting from Kakashi and Guy at the same time, and the corner of his mouth unconsciously lifted into a genuine smile from the bottom of his heart. Honestly, Ko tightened his grip on Homusubi's hilt. His 3 Tomo Sharingan appeared instinctively, and under the slanting evening sunlight, they glowed with a scorching crimson light. "Don't make me look forward to this too much." Ko held Homusubi in hand, its tip slanted toward the ground. The lingering fire embers on the blade flickered under the sunlight. Guy and Kakashi stood side by side across from him. Only a little over 10 steps separated the three of them, yet it felt as if they were worlds apart. Kakashi slowly raised his hand, his fingers touching his forehead protector, and gradually pushed up the metal plate covering his left eye. The Sharingan hidden behind the forehead protector was finally revealed at this moment. 3 black Tomo slowly rotated within the crimson iris, facing from afar the same crimson 3 Tomo Sharingan in Ko's eyes. Kakashi took a deep breath and carefully observed Ko ahead, trying to use the Sharingan's powerful visual insight to find even the slightest flaw in Ko's calm posture. But there was nothing at all. Ko just stood there casually, the tip of his blade hanging down toward the ground, his whole body relaxed, with a faint curve still hanging at the corner of his lips. He looked so relaxed, yet no matter how hard Kakashi searched, he couldn't find a single thing on Ko that could be called a flaw. The moment he reached that conclusion, Kakashi's heart sank. He already understood. The current Ko had no openings at all. Ko quietly looked at the 3 Tomo Sharingan Kakashi had revealed, his expression calm, not surprised in the slightest. That was more like it for the Sharingan. Looking at Kakashi ahead, Ko said with a smile, "So you're finally going all out, Kakashi." Kakashi did not deny it. He gave a slight nod and admitted frankly, the only one who can deal with a ninja who has the Sharingan is another ninja who has the Sharingan. That's common knowledge in the ninja world. Kakashi fixed his gaze on Ko and said gravely, "I don't have the confidence to fight the current you without using the Sharingan. Besides," he paused for a moment, then slowly raised his thumb and pointed at the slowly spinning 3-tomo Sharingan in his left eye socket. His voice carried the weight of memory. If the one who entrusted this eye to me. If Obito were here, he'd definitely be yelling about beating you up first and then dragging you back. Kakashi suppressed the emotions surging in his heart and locked onto Ko's figure with both his black right eye and crimson left eye, saying word by word, "I'll bring you back," together with Obito's strength. Hearing Kakashi's resolute words, tears had overflowed from Gaia's eyes before anyone noticed. "That's right, Kakashi," he shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice mixed with tears and intense battle intent. "Let us carry Obito's youth with us and bring Ko back to Konoha." Hearing Gaia's passionate declaration, Kakashi nodded lightly. He sank his consciousness into the warm pupil power of his left eye, feeling that powerful and aggressive force, and softly called out in his heart, "Lend me your power, Obito." Standing where he was, Ko listened to the name they kept bringing up over and over again, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. This really wasn't he working. The corner of his mouth was about to stretch into a pop-up pirate. Not far away, Kisame was still fiercely entangled in battle with Obito while swinging Samehada, but his gaze couldn't help shifting toward Lord Madara, the very person Kakashi and Guy were repeatedly mourning and calling out to with deep emotion. As Obito listened to Kakashi and Gaia's unwavering words, he felt a rare bit of guilt. Beneath the mask, an awkward expression couldn't help appearing on his face. Kakashi and Guy probably couldn't have imagined even in their dreams that the old friend they believed had died years ago was not only right there on the battlefield, but was also the main culprit who had brought Ko into the Akatsuki. On the battlefield, Ko used every bit of his willpower to keep himself from laughing out loud. A trace of sorrow deliberately flashed through his eyes, as if he were joining Kakashi and Guy in mourning that dear old Obito who had passed away years ago. But a moment later, the sorrow in his eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by thick determination. Ko slowly raised his 3-tomo Sharingan and locked his gaze directly onto Kakashi. "The eye Obito gave you really is pretty good." His voice suddenly turned cold, and all the warmth from before was completely withdrawn at this moment. "But, Kakashi, just how much can that eye really see of me?" Before the words had even fully fallen, Kakashi's left eye widened sharply. His Sharingan caught a blue arc of light. It was an afterimage lingering in the air, rapidly fading away. That afterimage extended straight from where Ko had originally been standing, and Ko himself was no longer there. When Ko's figure appeared in Kakashi's field of vision again, he had already arrived at Kakashi's side. Blue lightning wrapped around Ko's feet. He gripped Homusubi in his right hand, and blazing crimson flames suddenly erupted along the blade, dragging a scorching tail through the air as it slashed straight toward the right side of Kakashi's body. Uchiha style, Halo dance. Those crimson Sharingan, reflecting the blazing firelight, shone with a cold sharpness as they met Kakashi's left eye at point-blank range. Fast, too fast. Kakashi's left eye spun frantically as he pushed the 3-tomo Sharingan's insight to its absolute limit. He desperately analyzed the trajectory of Ko's strike. At such close range, Ko's movements were no longer as impossible to follow as before. In Kakashi's vision, Ko's actions were broken down frame by frame, but Kakashi's heart sank even deeper at that moment. His awareness had kept up, but his body couldn't. In that instant, countless responses had already been calculated in his mind, but at this distance, with Ko's speed, he had no time to carry out any effective countermeasure. Kakashi felt the blazing fire blade drawing closer and closer to him. The incoming heat wave was already scorching the skin at his side with a faint sting. A calm gleam flashed through Kakashi's eyes. At his own speed, there was no way he could stop Ko in time. But there was one person who could. In an extremely short instant, his finger moved slightly in Guy's direction. Leaf Great Whirlwind. At the very moment Hamura's flame-wreathed blade was about to touch Kakashi's right waist, a spinning kick carrying terrifying air pressure tore through the air from Ko's left side. Where the leg wind passed, the air was forcibly ripped apart into a visible white shockwave. This attack didn't rely on any ninjutsu at all. It was purely the power of the body. But that power was enough to make one suffocate. Ko instantly shifted his gaze. With the powerful insight of his 3-tomo Sharingan, he immediately caught Guy's kicking trajectory. With just one look, he made his judgment in an instant. The force behind the strike was enormous, aimed straight at his chest. If he took this hit, he would lose his ability to move on the spot. This attack had to be blocked. His wrist suddenly flipped, and the blade that had originally been slashing toward Kakashi's right side forcefully changed direction midair, sweeping sideways with that blazing crimson flame still burning fiercely around it. The blade slammed hard into Guy's foot. At the instant the two collided, the scorching flames wrapped around the blade were directly blown apart by the terrifying air pressure brought by that kick. Feeling the brutally overbearing force transmitted through the blade, Ko's expression shifted slightly. Both his feet burst with force at the same time. Blue lightning suddenly appeared on his legs as his whole body rapidly retreated backward. But at the same time, Kakashi's figure instantly appeared right along Ko's retreat path. The white-fanged Tonto in his left hand had already transformed into a Chidori blade wrapped in lightning. The silver-white blade was layered in blue-white lightning, and Chidori's signature ear-piercing chirping exploded behind Ko's ear. Guy sealed off Ko's frontal retreat. Kakashi sealed off his rear retreat. The coordination between the two was flawless, locking down his mobility completely. In that instant, the balance between offense and defense seemed to have fully reversed. In one glance, Ko took in both of their attack trajectories at the same time. Guy's foot was pressed against the blade in his hand, while Kakashi's Chidori white fang was thrusting straight at him from behind. No matter how one looked at it, this was a desperate dead end. But Ko's expression still didn't change in the slightest. The third gate of the 8 gates, Gate of Life, open. A low voice suddenly rang out between the kick in front of him and the lightning behind him. The instant Ko's words fell, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. Green chakra waves burst out from every tenketsu in his body. At this moment, Ko's physical abilities were forcibly raised to another level. The lightning wrapped around his legs suddenly swelled under the boost of the Gate of Life. At the final instant before Guy's foot and Kakashi's blade completed their pincer trap, he violently stomped the ground, and his whole body turned into a green pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. Boom! Guy's foot and Kakashi's blade crossed through the spot where Ko had been just a moment ago. Kakashi instantly pulled back the white-fanged Tonto and raised his head, his eyes chasing that green light shooting upward. His left eye was still spinning wildly, trying to catch Ko's figure in midair. But just as his gaze locked onto Ko's form in the sky, Ko disappeared from his field of vision in the very next instant. When Ko appeared in Kakashi's sight again, he had already landed steadily on the ground, standing in the middle of the dirt road about 20 steps away from the two of them. Hamura's blade tip still pointed diagonally at the ground, with only a few wisps of smoke slowly rising from the sword. Looking at Kakashi and Guy in front of him, Ko let out a deliberately regretful sigh. Should I say, as expected of Kakashi? You really aren't that easy to deal with. Kakashi still maintained a defensive stance with the white fang held horizontally before him, his eyes locked firmly onto Ko's direction. His heart was still pounding, as if he hadn't fully recovered from the danger just now. But there was no fear or panic on his face. Kakashi didn't let that physical reaction affect his thoughts. In that 3-tomo Sharingan there was still only calm. Kakashi, are you alright? Guy hurried to Kakashi's side, his tone full of undisguised concern. Kakashi slowly shook his head. Those eyes, one black and one red, stayed locked on Ko from beginning to end as he responded steadily to Guy beside him. I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry, Guy. Guy let out a long breath. The face that had been filled with tension just moments ago finally relaxed for an instant. But in the next moment, when he looked at Ko again, those thick brows tightly furrowed once more. Guy, you felt it too, didn't you? Ko's speed right now. Kakashi's voice was very low, low enough that only he and Guy could hear it. Yeah. Guy nodded heavily, and the light in his eyes grew deeper, as if recalling that heart-stopping instant from earlier. Even 5 years ago, that guy Ko was already really fast. But compared to now, it's on a completely different level. He paused, then analyzed seriously. This might hurt morale a little, Kakashi, but with Ko's current movement speed, my eyes can't keep up at all. Guy continued, his tone full of confusion. If I were facing an ordinary opponent, then no matter how fast they were, I could still respond through instinct by sensing the aura and killing intent coming off them. But just now, with Ko's movement, I only noticed him after you gave the signal. Before he made his move, I didn't feel anything at all. It was like he appeared out of nowhere. That's because Ko was concealing his presence the whole time just now. As Kakashi listened to Guy's thoughts and analyzed in his heart, he told himself he had to stay calm, then said in a deep voice, and it was almost perfect presence concealment. The moment he reached that conclusion, Kakashi's mood instantly turned heavy. To hide one's presence so thoroughly that even Guy couldn't detect it immediately. Among all the ninja I've known, almost no one can do that. That means Ko's ability to conceal his presence has already reached the absolute top tier of the ninja world. Lord Jiraiya was actually fighting someone like this before? That thought briefly flashed through Kakashi's mind, and then he quickly pulled back all of his attention. Now wasn't the time to be emotional. Kakashi thought for a moment, and a trace of resolve flashed through his eyes. Then he turned his head and met Guy's gaze. From Ko's actions just now, it's clear his objective is very direct. Temporarily take away one of our ability to move first. He spoke extremely fast, but every word fell clearly into Guy's ears. In the coming battle, we absolutely cannot split up. Guy instantly understood. Looking at Kakashi's eyes, rare in that they were fully open, he asked seriously, what do we do next? Kakashi looked at Ko ahead and said in a deep voice, Ko is extremely fast. Combined with the visual insight of the 3-tomo Sharingan, he can predict our next move before we even act. Even though I could only barely track his movements, at close range with my full concentration, I could still clearly see the path of his attacks. Kakashi raised the white fang back in front of himself, and the arcs of electricity from Chidori current began dancing along the blade again. The problem is, even if I can see it clearly, my body can't keep up with my eyes. Your speed and reaction ability are both above mine. Only you can keep up with Ko's attack rhythm. Listening to Kakashi's analysis, Guy gave a solemn nod and waited for him to continue. Kakashi looked at Guy and said seriously, so next you'll take the lead. He lifted his eyes. In Guy's pupils, that scarlet Sharingan reflected as a tiny point of light. I'll support you and focus completely on observing Ko's movements. Before you make a move, I'll tell you his next action in advance. Kakashi's gaze fell on the figure ahead dressed in a black cloak patterned with red clouds. That figure was still standing there, using those 3 Tomo Sharingan to coldly observe them. Next, Kakashi lowered his voice even more and continued in a solemn tone. I'll be your eyes. On the battlefield, Ko looked straight at the exchange between Kakashi and Guy through his 3 Tomo Sharingan, and a trace of understanding flashed through his eyes. Even after so many years apart, with how well he understood Kakashi and Guy, he could tell at a glance what was being conveyed through that look between them. So that's it. You want Guy to be the main attacker while Kakashi focuses fully on observing my movements? Ko murmured softly, those scarlet eyes reflecting every tiny movement the two of them made. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and a bit of emotion flashed through his gaze. You found the best way to deal with me this fast. Should I say, as expected of you, Kakashi? Ko was not too surprised that Kakashi had found the best countermeasure against him in such a short time. Leaving aside Kakashi's own top-tier analytical ability in the ninja world, as old friends, Kakashi had long been extremely familiar with his fighting style. After all, the fighting style he used now had itself been formed little by little during their days together in Konoha. This tactical system of his, known as the fast attack style, had taken inspiration from Minato Namikaze, the man hailed as the Yellow Flash. And the most important foundation supporting the speed in this fighting style was the powerful physique he had built through years of training with Guy and Uncle Dai. The reaction speed needed to keep up with that physical speed, as well as battlefield analysis and insight, were made up for by the Sharingan. As for swordsmanship, his main method of attack that came from the Uchiha style, along with the Chidori swordsmanship that Kakashi and he had researched together. And on the battlefield, in pursuit of even greater speed, the technique of discarding unnecessary hand seals and infusing nature transformation chakra directly into a ninja blade had come from Asuma. This high-speed combat system, forged by gathering the strengths of many schools and making them his own, was the bane of ninjas of the same level and of human wave tactics. It was also the foundation that had allowed him to survive to the very end in the Third Great Ninja War, and even make his name known across the ninja world. So long as either speed or reaction fell short of his, the other side would be left with almost no chance of survival. The disadvantage Kakashi and Guy had just suffered was proof enough of how powerful this combat system was. But against Kakashi and Guy, who already understood his intelligence well and could cover each other's weaknesses through coordination, with his earlier ambush already having failed, continuing to use this set of tactics was not a wise choice. After all, I've never had the confidence to beat Kakashi in a battle of brains. Staring at Kakashi and Guy with his 3 Tomo Sharingan, Ko muttered softly to himself. At that, a smile rose on his lips. That smile held both self-mockery and calm composure. But the current me doesn't only excel at this one fighting style. Looking at the fully prepared Kakashi and Guy ahead of him, Ko murmured in his heart, let me show you. A part of the power I've built up over these 5 years after leaving Konoha. Clack. Under Kakashi and Guy's astonished gazes, Ko sheathed Hozuki at his waist. The last trace of embers on the flaming blade slowly died out after the sword slid back into its scabbard. Kakashi, what is going on? Guy instinctively looked toward Kakashi, his thick-browed eyes full of confusion. His voice was not loud, but it fell clearly into Kakashi's ears. The surprise in Kakashi's eyes vanished in an instant. In his left eye, the 3 Tomo Sharingan once again showed a calm glint. Observing Ko's every movement, he made a judgment in an instant. Ko has most likely already seen through our intentions. He kept his voice very low, and the 3 Tomo in his left eye began spinning a little faster. Ko's fighting style relies on overwhelming mobility and the Sharingan's insight to launch high-speed attacks. Back in the Third Great Ninja War, this combat system of his was indeed extremely effective. Kakashi analyzed calmly, most ninja battles require hand seals. And as long as hand seals are involved, time is needed. No matter how short it is, it still takes time. The Sharingan's insight lets Ko precisely seize the startup of an enemy's jutsu, and his speed lets him capitalize on that opening with the fastest mobility possible. But against us, who know this combat system of his extremely well, the advantages of that system will be greatly reduced. Since Ko put Hozuki away, that means Kakashi looked at Ko's rapidly rising hands, and the light in his eyes turned even more grave. His voice suddenly became extremely urgent in that instant. Guy, be careful. Ko is changing his fighting style. Before Kakashi had even finished speaking, several enormous dragon-headed flames came rushing toward Kakashi and Guy at high speed, Fire release. Dragon flame release song technique. Ko shouted in a deep voice as countless flaming dragon heads burst from his mouth. The dragon heads formed from fire were enormous, carrying blazing heat as they shot toward Kakashi and Guy from every direction. With the visual insight of the Sharingan assisting him, the attack paths of those dragon heads were incredibly precise, almost sealing off every route of retreat for Kakashi and Guy. Ko watched Kakashi and Guy ahead of him, and a sharp glint flashed through his eyes. After 5 years of harsh training, his current fire release was no longer inferior to Obito, the one who had passed on Madara's legacy to him. Facing his dragon flame release song technique, if Kakashi and Guy wanted to break out, they could only force their way through, and that would give him just enough time, while they dealt with this move, to prepare something big. Ko gathered chakra within his body. The light in his scarlet Sharingan grew brighter and brighter, and an excited smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Kakashi, Guy, your big brother Ko here, is now a battlefield-controlling ninja. At this moment, countless blazing dragon heads charged at Kakashi and Guy all at once, and the moisture in the air was instantly evaporated by the terrifying heat. Even though the flames were still more than a dozen steps away, Kakashi and Guy could already feel their skin burning from the heat, and the sweat on their foreheads evaporated the moment it appeared. Kakashi and Guy's expressions turned grave at this moment. Something was wrong with the power of this jutsu. Kakashi stared hard at the countless flaming dragon heads, and deep doubt rose uncontrollably in his heart. Back when Ko was in Konoha, he had the guidance of elite Uchiha Jonin who excelled in fire release, as well as personal instruction from Lord Jiraiya. Ko's mastery of fire release had long since reached a level that was extremely difficult to break past under their teaching. But the scale and finesse of this fire release were worlds apart from Ko's level 5 years ago. Such a huge leap absolutely couldn't be explained with just a single word like effort. Kakashi tightly gripped the white fang Tanto, now transformed into a Chidori blade. While preparing to deal with the flaming dragon heads closing in on him, his mind raced at high speed. Ko, in the 5 years since you left Konoha, what exactly did you go through? As Kakashi thought to himself, the figures of Lord Jiraiya and Teacher Minato couldn't help appearing in his mind. That kid's growth rate is definitely not something he could have achieved just by burying his head in training alone. My guess is that during these 5 years, Ko was very likely under the guidance of an extremely powerful teacher the whole time. The mastermind behind the Ninetales incident was a mysterious masked man. He called himself Uchiha Madara, but I suspect that mysterious man was probably not Uchiha Madara, but an Uchiha clansman who inherited Madara's legacy, and perhaps even worshipped him. Recalling the words Lord Jiraiya and Teacher Minato had deduced back in the Hokage's office, a sharp light instantly flashed through Kakashi's eyes. The fragments of information in those words were like scattered chess pieces on a board. They seemed unrelated, yet little by little, they gathered together in his mind into a single line. A line pointing toward a certain possibility. Kakashi was thinking frantically in his mind, to the point that he even ignored the several flaming dragon heads surging toward him. Countless scattered fragments of information kept connecting in his mind on this battlefield where life and death hung by a thread. The masked man behind the Ninetales incident. A space-time ninjutsu that ignored physical attacks. Someone suspected to be Uchiha Madara, or an Uchiha who inherited his legacy. And Ko, who left Konoha 2 years after the Ninetales incident, and whose strength underwent a qualitative leap in the 5 years after leaving. And that ridiculous figure who had stayed at Ko's side from the very moment he first appeared before them, never leaving him for an instant. In Kakashi's mind, that comical figure wearing a spiral mask couldn't help surfacing. Estimated height above 6 feet, wearing a mask, possessing a space-time ninjutsu that ignored physical attacks, closely connected to Ko, and like Ko dressed in the Akatsuki uniform. Every single trait of that masked man calling himself Tobi, matched one by one with the Uchiha Madara teacher Minato had described. Kakashi kept analyzing in his mind. The more he analyzed, the more a chill ran down his spine. A guess began to emerge in his mind. The culprit behind the Ninetales incident back then, the one who guided Ko into joining Akatsuki, and very likely the one who even pushed Ko into making the decision to leave Konoha. They were very likely the same person. The instant that guess took shape in his mind, Kakashi's body reacted faster than his consciousness. He suddenly whipped his head around. He even subconsciously forgot about the several flaming dragon heads howling toward him, and stared fixedly at Obito, who was currently tangled in battle with Kisame. At the same time, on the battlefield on the other side, Obito had originally been pretending to dodge Kisame's Samahata, while leisurely enjoying the sight of Ko's dragon flame release song technique. Reflected in his eyes were the red trails dragged across the battlefield by those blazing dragon heads. Watching this scene, genuine admiration couldn't help surfacing in Obito's eyes. Ko's mastery of fire release was now unquestionably above his own, and even above Uchiha Madara's. To absorb that bastard Madara's legacy to this extent in just a few short years. What terrifying learning ability. If you had that old bastard Madara's talent, you'd definitely have grown into something even more terrifying. Obito sighed inwardly with a trace of regret. A fool like Madara actually had that kind of talent, while Ko, a true genius, was dragged down by his talent instead. This ninja world really is sick. At that thought, Obito couldn't help shaking his head in deep pain. Just as he was about to continue watching the fight, he suddenly sensed a very well-hidden gaze. And the source of that gaze was Kakashi. Obito's body suddenly stiffened in that instant. That bastard Kakashi. Did he notice something? Obito resisted the urge to turn around. Feeling that probing gaze from Kakashi, a bad feeling rose in his heart, along with deep confusion. No way, I've already acted the stupid. So how did Kakashi figure anything out? Ko recognized him at a glance, and Kakashi also caught on to something not long after seeing him. Could his acting really be that bad? If they didn't recognize him, was that really Teacher Minato's problem? He, Uchiha Obito, with at least 3.5 years of acting experience, a veteran old actor of the ninja world, was questioning his acting skills for the first time in his life. But right now, this obviously wasn't the time for self-doubt. Feeling Kakashi's probing gaze, Obito's expression beneath the mask quickly turned cold. Having his identity exposed at a time like this was completely beyond the plan. If Kakashi really had noticed something, then in order to keep his identity hidden, in order for the infinite Tsukuyomi plan to proceed smoothly, he might have no choice but to, right here, deal with Kakashi. At that thought, a real killing intent flashed through Obito's eyes, but the instant that killing intent rose, he unconsciously suppressed it again. No. Maybe it hasn't reached that point yet. Sensing Kakashi's gaze, Obito captured the most core emotion within it in an extremely brief instant. There was shock in his eyes. There was hostility. But the one thing missing was the pain and disbelief that had been in Ko's eyes when Ko recognized him back then. The current Kakashi clearly had not fully confirmed his identity yet. Showing anything unusual now would only expose his own information. Obito calmly thought to himself. Besides, if I eliminate Kakashi here, setting aside how Ko would react, it would also greatly affect the originally planned cooperation between Kirigakure and Konoha. Akatsuki's side would also run into a lot more trouble. For the sake of the plans ahead, I still can't kill him. At least not now. At that thought, a wise gleam flashed through Obito's eyes. What he needed to do now wasn't silence him forever, but confuse Kakashi's judgment. Feeling Kakashi's probing gaze, determination flashed through Obito's eyes beneath the mask. He suddenly turned his head and shouted at Kisame, who was still pretending to swing his blade at him, in a ridiculous tone. Hey, you naturally evil brat from Kirigakure. Let me show you how awesome Toby is. Obito suddenly raised his right leg and kicked straight at the incoming Samehada. Take this move.
Dodge rapid kicks.
Looking at Obito, whose whole style had suddenly shifted out of nowhere, Kisame widened his already not that big eyes in shock. Samehada smashed solidly into Obito's left leg, and the expected sensation of it passing through an intangible body never came. Samehada's wide blade slammed straight into Obito's left leg. The crisp crack of bone snapping and the dull tear of muscle exploding apart sounded at the same time. Along with it, the entire left side of his body twisted and deformed instantly under that monstrous force. Ugh! Aya! With a shrill, miserable scream, Obito was smashed flying away. He traced an utterly graceless arc through the air, then crashed straight into the roadside forest. Several thick trees, each as wide as a bowl, were smashed clean through at the waist by that terrifying impact. Broken trunks and wood splinters flew everywhere, while the thunderous noise echoed through the entire forest. Obito's body rolled several times through the wreckage of shattered trees before finally collapsing in a horribly twisted posture among a pile of broken wood. Half of his body was pinned beneath a fallen trunk. Dead or alive, it was impossible to tell. Kisame lowered his head and looked at Samehada in his hand, then looked toward the patch of forest ahead where branches were still rustling down in showers. For once, a brief moment of confusion appeared on that rough face. I killed Lord Madara. No, did Lord Madara kill himself instead? Kisame stared blankly at Obito, who was still twitching faintly in the distance, and deep confusion instantly rose in his heart. What the hell is going on here? At this moment, on the battlefield between Ko and Kakashi's side, Ko's attention was also briefly pulled away by that ear-piercing scream. The speed of his hand seals slowed for an instant on its own. Looking at that forest smashed into a complete mess, and at Obito lying in the pile of shattered wood, twitching non-stop, Ko rolled his eyes speechlessly in his heart. What the hell is that guy even doing? Ko shook his head and muttered inwardly in a low voice. Forget it. He won't die. No, dying would be even better. Indifferently, he shifted his gaze back to Kakashi and Guy in front of him, his hands continuing to form seals at high speed. At this moment, Kakashi was staring blankly at the masked man collapsed in the ruins of the forest, his life or death unclear, and instinctively began doubting his earlier guess. Could my judgment have been wrong? He asked himself that question in his heart, but immediately rejected the thought. No. The jutsu that Guy used earlier was almost exactly the same as the spacetime ninjutsu teacher Minato described. Thinking of that, a trace of doubt still surfaced in Kakashi's mind. But he really was hit head-on by Mr. Kisame's attack just now. Judging from the injury caused by that strike without timely treatment from a top-tier medical ninja, there was even a risk of dying on the spot. If he was the mastermind behind the Ninetales incident, if he possessed the strength to retreat unharmed from the fourth Hokage, then how could he be injured this badly by a normal sword swing from Kisame? Was it deliberate disguise, or had he truly mistaken the person? What are you doing? Kakashi! Just as Kakashi was sinking deeper into thought, an urgent shout violently dragged him out of the swamp of his own mind. He raised his head, and what entered his sight was no longer the blazing dragon head about to pounce on him, but Gaia's broad and dependable back. At some point, Guy had already used the body flicker technique to block in front of him, facing the several flame dragon heads baring their fangs and claws as they rushed in. He turned his face slightly. There was no blame in his voice, only heavy, undisguised concern. I don't know what you discovered, but losing focus in battle is nothing like you at all, Kakashi. The chaotic thoughts in Kakashi's mind suddenly settled the moment he heard that. Guy was right. This wasn't the time to think about that. Kakashi calmed down instantly. Putting aside the fact that there was no actual proof connecting that masked man to the Ninetales incident, even taking 10,000 steps back, even if he really was the mastermind, a being who could retreat unharmed before Teacher Minato and control the Ninetales to attack Konoha was absolutely not someone he and Guy could deal with right now. The most important thing now was to bring Ko back, then report this lead, still incomplete, but already clear enough to report to Teacher Minato and Lord Jiraiya. Exactly as it was. Kakashi made his decision in his heart, then tightened his grip on the white fang short blade again. The arcs of Chidori current began jumping over the blade once more. His voice had already regained its usual calmness and steadiness. Sorry, Guy. I'm counting on you from here. Hearing Kakashi's response, the face Guy had kept tightly tense a moment ago instantly bloomed into a radiant smile. He turned back again to face the several flame dragon heads already close at hand, and blazing fighting spirit rose once more in his eyes. Oh! Youth explosion! Along with that shout, the muscles all over Gaia's body bulged in an instant. Green vapor erupted from every acupoint across his body, exploding outward into a visible ring of green shockwave, the sixth of the 8 inner gates. Gate of view, open. Gaia's skin turned red at this moment. His blood vessels swelled and twisted beneath his skin, and his entire body radiated a scorching aura so intense it seemed ready to ignite the surrounding air. The green vapor churned wildly in the air, and violent waves of pressure spread outward layer by layer, to the point that even the attacking flame dragon heads visibly slowed under that oppressive force. Asakujiko! With a youthful roar, Gaia's fists turned into a blur too fast to see. Under the speed of his punches, countless fireballs were generated through friction with the air, containing no chakra at all, yet carrying terrifying impact force and blazing heat, and poured out from his fists. The scorching rain of fire spread forward in an overwhelming wave, like peacock tail feathers filling the sky. The originally ferocious flame dragon heads were smashed apart in midair, punch by punch, within the bullet storm of Asakujiko. In a single instant, all the flame dragon heads were blown apart, yet the rain of fire from Asakujiko still lost none of its momentum, pouring densely toward Ko. Watching the sky full of fire rain that had pierced through his dragon flame anthem jutsu, there was not the slightest surprise in Ko's 3-tomo Sharingan. If Guy and Kakashi couldn't even break through this move, that would be the truly strange thing. After all, this jutsu had been meant from the very beginning to buy him time. Ko calmly watched the overwhelming fire rain, and an unhurried smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Those hands that had been flying rapidly through hand seals in front of his chest had stopped at some unknown point. His jutsu was already fully prepared. Good. Looking at the rain of fire filling the sky and about to hit Ko, Guy couldn't help showing an excited smile. He suddenly turned his head and shouted excitedly at Kakashi. Stay close, Kakashi. Let us use this momentum to close the distance the instant Ko dodges Asakujiko. As long as it turns into close combat, with our teamwork, Ko definitely won our match. Before his words had even finished, he was already ready to burst forward. The tips of his feet pressed down, grinding 2 shallow dents into the ground. Wait, Guy. Kakashi reached out and grabbed the back collar of Gaia's jumpsuit. His left eye was fixed tightly on Ko. More accurately, on Ko's hands. Those hands that had been rapidly forming seals just moments ago were now hanging quietly at his sides. Only the index and middle fingers of his right hand were pressed together, pointing straight forward. And at the corner of Ko's mouth was a calm smile that instantly set every alarm bell in Kakashi's mind ringing. Kakashi stared at Ko ahead of him and said in a grave voice, "It's not that simple." The instant Kakashi's words fell, Ko raised his hand. The endless morning peacock fire rain. The air shells blasted out by Gaia's full power punches in the gate of view state, carrying terrifying impact and scorching heat, all of them suddenly began gathering toward Ko's fingertip. Not just the fire rain of Morning Peacock, even the lingering heat left behind from the collision between Dragon Flame Song Technique and Morning Peacock, as well as the steadily rising temperature caused by the battlefield being repeatedly scorched by 2 rounds of fire release. At this moment, all of it rushed toward Ko's fingertip at once. The surrounding temperature suddenly plummeted. Even the breath exhaled by Kakashi and Guy condensed into white frost mist. A thin layer of frost even formed on the earthen road beneath them. At this moment, all the heat in the surroundings was flowing in a single direction, toward Ko's fingertip. Guy stared at the scene before him in shock. Subconsciously, he looked at Kakashi beside him and couldn't help asking, "This? Kakashi, what exactly is going on?" Kakashi did not answer Guy's question. His eyes were also filled with deep confusion. He stared fixedly at Ko in front of him. The Sharingan in his left eye spun madly as he locked onto the fireball at Ko's fingertip, where massive chakra was continuously gathering. The lingering fire released chakra in the surroundings, the fire rain from Morning Peacock, even the residual warmth from the earlier Dragon Flame Song technique that had spread through the air. All of it was forming a visible heat vortex centered around Ko's fingertip. Kakashi took in everything before him. The 3 tomo in his left eye suddenly froze for a moment, and a trace of realization flashed through his gaze. So that's how it is. Guy looked at Kakashi, said nothing, and quietly waited for what he would say next. From the moment Ko used Dragon Flame Song technique, he was already laying the groundwork for this jutsu. Kakashi looked at Guy and rapidly explained the information he had just analyzed. When flames burn, the surrounding air is heated sharply. After the hot air expands and becomes lighter, it rises quickly, forming a temporary low-pressure zone directly beneath the flames. And the relatively cooler air around it, driven by the pressure difference, rushes in from all sides toward that low-pressure center. As the air flows, it drags the scattered flames and heat from the surroundings back toward the hottest core region. The more concentrated the heat is, the greater the pressure difference. The greater the pressure difference, the faster the airflow. And the faster the airflow, the more concentrated the heat becomes. Kakashi continued in a grave tone. What Ko did was condense Fire Nature Chakra at his fingertip, using that high-density core as the gravitational anchor point of the entire cycle. He is forcibly pulling in all surrounding heat, whether it's the fire release he just used, or the high-temperature fire rain produced by Morning Peacock that doesn't even contain chakra, and gathering it all into a single high-density heat source that can be mobilized again. Guy looked at Kakashi with a confused expression. Clearly, he had not understood Kakashi's overly technical explanation. Simply put, Kakashi took a deep breath and raised White Fang horizontally in front of himself again. This jutsu Ko is using can absorb all high-temperature ninjutsu, and it can even absorb Morning Peacock, which exists purely as physical flames without chakra, and turn it into his own power, to strengthen the next attack he is about to unleash. Seeing the realization in Guy's eyes, Kakashi said in a grave voice, "Guy, be careful. What we're about to face is an extremely powerful S-rank jutsu that almost completely counters all fire release ninjutsu." Ahead of them, Ko listened to Kakashi's professional explanation and couldn't help showing a faint smile. To see through the fire release jutsu I spent years developing in such a short time. Should I say, as expected of you, Kakashi? Ko pointed his fingertip in the direction of Kakashi and Guy, his tone filled with sincere admiration. Looking at Kakashi's rapidly spinning Sharingan, he murmured softly, "But seeing through it is one thing. Whether you can actually take it, that's another matter entirely." At Ko's fingertip, that crimson point of fire had already condensed to the limit. It was not shaped like a flame. There were no tongues of fire, no outer blaze, just a single crimson point. Around it, the air was twisting violently at a rate visible to the naked eye. Centered around Ko, the temperature in the surroundings surged upward at terrifying speed, forming a stark contrast with the area where Kakashi and Guy stood, where all heat had been drained away and thin frost still remained. Feeling the horrifying high temperature continuously gathering at his fingertip, Ko's gaze toward Kakashi and Guy gained a trace of deep seriousness. This move was the strongest defensive method he had developed on his own before awakening the Mangekyo, relying on his more than 10 years of accumulation within the Uchiha clan, along with the research legacy Madara left behind on fire release. It was both a method to guard against the strongest physical attack in the ninja world, against Amaterasu, and also proof that he had finally stepped into the Kage level back then. Ko stared at Kakashi and Guy ahead with burning eyes and muttered in a low voice, "Savor it well. My strongest fire release jutsu." Before Ko's words had even fully fallen, the quietly rotating crimson point at his fingertip exploded with a thunderous burst. A gigantic flame cannon over 5 meters tall and several zhang wide blasted out from Ko's fingertip. This was not ordinary fire release. It was a pure thermal shockwave, formed by taking all the heat absorbed from the entire battlefield just now, along with the fire nature chakra refined by Ko himself, and releasing it in a single instant in the form of ultra-high pressure directional discharge. The flame cannon moved at extreme speed, carrying enough force to gouge a charred trench through the ground as it blasted savagely toward Kakashi and Guy. The earthen road along its path began melting before the flame cannon had even touched the ground, and countless tiny glass crystals burst across the surface of the soil and stone. They were the result of being instantly heated to several thousand degrees, then rapidly cooled. Ko fixed Kakashi and Guy ahead with his 3 Tomo Sharingan and shouted in a deep voice, "Fire release! Great flame solar wheel!" The blazing firelight arrived before Kakashi and Guy in less than a breath. The 3 Tomo in Kakashi's left eye Sharingan spun wildly. Even with all his strength, he could only barely keep up with the speed of that advancing torrent of heat. This coverage. This distance. There's no dodging it. Kakashi reached his conclusion in his heart. His eyes filled with deep gravity. The moment sweat seeped from his skin, it was instantly evaporated, not even leaving behind a trace of moisture. His close-fitting clothes began curling and charring under the heat radiation, letting out faint crackling sounds. Even Guy's green jumpsuit was now glowing with a dim red sheen. At this razor-thin instant between life and death, Kakashi's mind instead became calm to the extreme. Water release would be instantly evaporated. Earth release couldn't T-block a ninjutsu of this level. They were far too close. His own speed wasn't T enough to escape the area of effect. No matter how fast Guy was, there was no way he could carry Kakashi out of range in such a short time. All conventional methods were useless. Looks like I have no choice but to use that move. While staring grimly at the raging torrent of heat ahead, Kakashi could also feel the terrifying pupil power contained within that Sharingan in his left eye socket. "Obito, lend me your power." A trace of resolve flashed through Kakashi's eyes. The 3 Tomo in his eye began spinning faster and faster, drawing closer together, about to connect into a brand new pattern. The 7th gate of the 8 gates. The Gate of Wonder. Open. Just a split second before the 3 Tomo in Kakashi's eye were about to link together, a furious roar suddenly erupted, and a violent chakra, so wild it was almost tangible, exploded from Guy in front of him. Terrifying blue steam burst out from Guy's body. That unstoppable wave of scorching heat was actually forced to a halt by the impact of that blue steam. With Guy at the center, a semi-transparent blue chakra barrier was forcibly spread open within the high-temperature torrent, sealing off the heat that was enough to melt rock. "Guy!" Kakashi stared at the figure wrapped in blue steam. In that Sharingan eye, the Tomo that had almost linked together abruptly stopped. Hearing Kakashi call out to him, Guy instantly turned his head and flashed him a huge smile. Kakashi looked at Guy in front of him, and his heart jolted. Under the reflection of the crimson sea of fire, before that great flame sun will powerful enough to turn the entire forest into scorched earth, Guy's smile was brighter than ever. "Guy, Uncle Dai said it before, didn't he? The 7th gate puts too much strain on the body. Unless it's absolutely necessary, you must never use it." Kakashi's voice suddenly rose, his tone filled with a rare gravity. "And you only just mastered this power not long ago. If you use it now, then in the battle afterward you won't even be able to stand. I have a way to take this attack head-on." "You, Kakashi!" Guy calmly cut him off and seriously called out Kakashi's name. Kakashi blankly looked into Guy's eyes. Beneath that short black hair whipping violently in the heat and blue steam, there was no impulse in those pitch-black eyes, no recklessness, only a quiet, almost stubborn determination. That was not the rash, hot-blooded spirit of a boy ignoring the consequences. It was the calm judgment of a man who had seen everything clearly on the battlefield before making his choice. If we don't face Ko with everything we have right now, then neither we nor he can be called true friends. Guy's voice was not loud, but every word hit Kakashi straight in the chest. Ko has already gone all out. He has shown us all the growth he achieved after leaving Konoha, everything he accumulated over these 5 years, without holding anything back. So the ones who are behind now are us. As Guy spoke solemnly, he raised a hand and pointed his thumb at his own chest, where blue steam was still continuously pouring out. On that face reddened by the extreme heat, a frank, almost dazzling smile appeared. Ko really has become stronger, so much stronger than when he was in Konoha back then. But are we really willing to stay behind? Kakashi. Guy's tone suddenly changed, his words brimming with burning passion. Are we really going to miss this once-in-a-lifetime reunion of youth? Just stand there and watch Ko leave, and let him continue walking alone? Guy completely ignored Kakashi's bewildered expression and reached out a hand toward him. In front of Ko, let us show him everything we've built up over all these years. Only then can we let him know that we already have the strength to stand beside him, help him and protect him. Guy looked at Kakashi seriously and shouted in an impassioned voice. Let us use our burning youth to make Ko reclaim that surging hot blood once more. At the moment his words fell, blue steam and crimson firelight reflected across Guy's face at the same time. That face, one whose edges would never be worn away by time, shone with dazzling brilliance at this moment. Kakashi looked at the hand stretched out before him. looked at the forever optimistic best friend standing in front of him, and the corner of his mouth beneath the mask unconsciously lifted. Something like hot blood was supposed to be the first thing a ninja learned to cast aside. But at this moment, he actually felt his own blood starting to heat up as well. Just this once, Guy. Kakashi replied in his usual lazy tone as he stepped to Gaia's side, standing directly in front of that blazing torrent rushing toward them with unstoppable force. On the white fang short sword in his hand, lightning release chakra erupted with a density and intensity never seen before. Countless arcs of Chidori lightning crazily leaped across the silver-white blade, wrapping the entire short sword into a core of lightning radiating blinding blue-white light. This lightning was no longer the usual scattered arcs winding around the blade. It was ferocious, like a beast that had been suppressed to its absolute limit and now desperately wanted to tear everything apart. At this moment, the shriek of Chidori even drowned out the thunderous roar of the advancing flames. Looking at Kakashi's one black and one red eye lit up by both lightning and fire, Gaia's lips curled into an excited grin. "Here we go, Kakashi." Guy stared at the heat wave ahead and spoke in an impassioned voice. "Yeah." Kakashi answered softly. The three-tomo Sharingan in his left eye stared forward, as if trying to pierce through the heat wave and look beyond that scorching inferno to that familiar face. "Let Ko see it, Kakashi. Our boiling blood combo technique." Guy shouted excitedly. He brought both hands together before his chest. In the state of the Gate of Wonder, the immense power surging through his body began crazily gathering, compressing, and gathering again within his joined palms. "Daytime Tiger." Guy thrust both palms forward, blasting out the air shell compressed to its absolute limit with all his strength. The high-pressure air mass, compressed to the critical point, violently expanded the instant it left his palms, transforming into a pure white ferocious tiger. The giant white tiger formed from shockwaves leaped into the sky, and the earth and rocks beneath it were crushed into powder the moment it launched from the ground by the recoil alone. It opened its massive jaws and gave a silent roar, charging straight at the torrent of flames at a speed no less than the great flame sun wheel. Thunder Hunt. Kakashi's white fang also slashed out fiercely at that exact same moment. This was the strongest strike of the Hataki blade-style Chidori stream, the ultimate technique born from Kakashi, pushing both the nature transformation and shape transformation of lightning release chakra to their utmost limits. Combining Chidori's piercing power, enough to sever lightning itself, with the slashing essence of the Hataki blade style passed down through generations into one supreme secret art. A silver-white thunder wolf formed entirely from pure lightning release chakra shot out from the edge of the white fang's blade. It was even faster than Daytime Tiger, dragging a dazzling trail of lightning through the air as it flanked from the side. Together with Daytime Tiger, one on the left and one on the right, it formed a pincer attack. White and blue, shockwaves and lightning, the peak of taijutsu and the extreme of ninjutsu, perfectly intertwined at this moment. Daytime Tiger bit into the great flame sun will head-on. The massive high-pressure air mass and the condensed heat shockwave exploded into a blinding white radiance the instant they collided, bright enough to blind the naked eye. Meanwhile, Thunder Hunt cut in from the flank. The silver-white Thunder Wolf turned its entire body into a slash and severed that torrent of flames cleanly across the middle from the side. Daytime Tiger suppressed it from the front with brute force. Thunder Hunt tore it apart from the side with a razor edge. The shockwave of the white tiger and the slash of the silver-blue Thunder Wolf worked together with perfect precision, dismantling the originally unstoppable Great Flame Sun wheel from both the front and the side at the same time. Not far away, Obito, who was lying in a pile of broken wood and playing dead, watched this scene, and the single eye hidden behind his mask suddenly contracted. Kakashi and Guy. Those two had actually grown to this extent already. Obito muttered inwardly, and his expression beneath the mask darkened without him noticing. The plan involving the Ninetales Jinchuriki was probably going to be even trickier than they had expected before. His gaze involuntarily fell on Kakashi's left eye. Obito looked at that Sharingan, which was slowly retreating from the edge of the Mangekyo back to the three-tomo state, and the look in his right eye turned uncertain. On the battlefield not far away, Ko watched as Kakashi and Guy, with unstoppable force, tore his great flame sun will apart head-on. A trace of surprise flashed through those three-tomo Sharingan eyes, but that surprise quickly returned to calm. So they really had grown this far, Kakashi. Guy. Ko calmly looked at the scene before him, feeling that pressure so fierce that even his own skin had begun to sting faintly. As for the outcome of this clash, he already had his answer. He had lost. Even though Great Flame Sun will truly could be called the peak work of his fire release mastery, in front of Kakashi and Guy's full cooperation, it still fell slightly short. If he himself did not open the Mangekyo, there was absolutely no way he could stand against Kakashi and Guy joining forces. Ko gave his conclusion for this spar in his heart, but there was not the slightest disappointment in his eyes. After all, his goal had already been achieved. Ko looked at Kakashi and Guy's faces ahead, shining brilliantly under the interweaving firelight and lightning, and quietly murmured in his heart, Sorry, Kakashi, Guy. From beginning to end, I actually never used my full strength. Sorry I couldn't let you two fight to your heart's content. Ko gave Kakashi and Guy one last look, then muttered in a low voice. Lightning release. Swift thunder. His figure vanished from where he stood in the very next instant, not even leaving behind an afterimage. Immediately after, the remaining heat wave of Great Flame Sun Wheel and the combined shockwave of Daytime Tiger Lightning Hunt slammed into each other in the middle of the earth path, erupting into a mushroom cloud bright enough to light up half the sky. The ground was blasted into a huge deep crater several zhang wide. The surrounding trees were uprooted by the shockwave, and a vast stretch of forest was flattened into bare ground within just a few breaths. Thick smoke and dust surged into the air, shrouding the entire battlefield in a gray-white smokescreen. As the smoke and dust slowly dispersed, Kakashi and Guy stood where they were. More accurately, Guy was already half kneeling on the ground, his whole body still trembling slightly out of control. But both of their eyes were desperately searching for that figure in the scorched land ahead. Ko's figure had already disappeared. The light in Guy's eyes shifted from anticipation to disappointment, then in an extremely brief instant was replaced by rekindled fighting spirit. He grinned and raised that thumbs up that never failed to appear toward the direction where Ko had vanished. As expected of Ko, even running away is this youthful. But just you wait. We will definitely bring you back, Ko. The disappointment in Kakashi's eyes was even heavier than Guy's, but he quickly pressed it back into the bottom of his heart. He had long known that with Ko's current strength, even if he and Guy joined hands and blasted that attack back, there was no way they could keep Ko here. Kakashi only quietly looked toward the direction where Ko had disappeared, looked at the sky where sparks and ash were still falling, and softly said, Ko. One day, we will meet again. Kakashi-senpai. In the distance, Kabuto's urgent shout rang out. Kakashi turned his head. Kabuto and Kisame were now standing beside the ruined woods that Obito had smashed through earlier. Kabuto was waving at him with all his strength and shouting loudly, That masked guy is already gone. Kakashi's brows furrowed slightly, but there was not the slightest surprise in his eyes. He turned his gaze back toward the direction where Ko had disappeared, silently piecing together in his mind all the clues this encounter had exposed. Ko. Was that masked man taken away by you? What exactly is your relationship with that so-called Uchiha Madara? Was your decision to leave Konoha back then, and your reason for joining the Akatsuki connected to him? If he really is the mastermind behind the Ninetales incident that Minato-sensei mentioned, then do you know about it? Thinking to this point, Kakashi closed his eyes heavily. He slowly sheathed White Fang back at his waist. The blade and sheath brushed together with an extremely light sound, as if drawing a period for this reunion. One he still did not want to draw. Regarding what Ko had gone through all these years, regarding what Ko truly thought in his heart now, in the end, he still knew nothing at all. But he could not keep standing here, continuing to dwell on it. Kakashi opened his eyes again, and calmness and resolve had already returned to those pupils. One black and one red. The most important thing now is to inform Minato-sensei and Lord Jiraiya that the masked man is very likely the mastermind behind the Ninetales incident, and that he is currently active by Ko's side. At that thought, a trace of contemplation flashed through Kakashi's eyes. If it was Minato-sensei, then perhaps he could infer thud. A muffled sound interrupted Kakashi's train of thought. He suddenly turned his head and saw Guy's body, still faintly steaming with leftover vapor, pitching forward. Kakashi's pupils suddenly shrank. His reaction was as fast as it could possibly be. In an instant, he arrived at Guy's side and steadily caught his whole body. Guy, are you all right? Kakashi looked at Guy with concern. What met his eyes was Guy's face, nearly drained to the point of collapse. The backlash of opening the gate of shock was mercilessly hitting this body that had always been absurdly strong. The redness on his skin had not yet faded, but his lips were already pale to the point of turning purple. At this moment, Guy had none of the passion he had just shown. His whole body was like a rag that had been wrung dry of its very last drop of water. But even in this state, that mouth of his was still stubbornly moving. Even as foam kept spilling from the corners of his mouth, he was still trying to force out a complete syllable. After confirming that Guy's life was not in danger, and that he was only in a state of extreme weakness, the heart Kakashi had been holding up finally slowly settled back into his chest. He supported the back of Guy's head and let him lean against his shoulder, his voice full of helplessness. That's why I told you, Guy. I had a way to deal with that move. There was absolutely no need for you to, youth. What answered him was Guy's weak whimper, so faint it was almost impossible to hear clearly. Kakashi looked at the thumbs up held before him, still trembling slightly, stayed silent for several breaths, then let out a deep sigh. He waved toward Kabuto in the distance. Kabuto had already noticed that something was wrong with Guy's condition, immediately nodded, and quickly rushed toward them. As for Kisame, he stood quietly where he was, watching the three from Konoha gather together again. Out of the corner of his eye, His gaze involuntarily drifted toward a low hill not far away. That fleeting image from just now still remained deep in his mind. The moment the mist began to rise, Ko-sama appeared soundlessly in that wrecked patch of forest. In one motion, he pulled Madara-sama, still pinned under broken wood and covered in blood, out from the rubble and slung him over his shoulder, then vanished into the woods with him. Kisame withdrew his gaze and silently prayed in his heart. I hope Madara-sama will be safe. In the distance, on that unremarkable little hill. On that distant hill, Ko looked at Obito, who had just come out of the Kamui dimension and whose body had already fully recovered. His face was filled with speechless disbelief. So, why didn't you use intangibility just now? Our script didn't include you getting smacked flying by Samahata and then ending up half-crippled under a tree trunk. He paused, his expression turning strange as his eyes filled with completely undisguised disdain. Don't tell me you're actually into that kind of thing? Obito didn't snap back at his mockery like he usually did. He just sat there quietly, the single eye behind his mask fixed on Ko, filled with deep gravity. Seeing that rare serious expression on his face, the teasing smile at the corner of Ko's mouth slowly faded as well. Didn't the plan go pretty smoothly? We successfully misled Konoha, got them to focus their attention on the land of water, and also got a rough read on Kakashi and Gaia's current upper limits. No matter how you look at it, we made a huge profit. So why do you look like Pakin after eating chocolate? Like you're the one who took a massive loss? Obito was silent for a moment. Then he raised his head and looked straight at Ko, his voice hoarse and low. His voice was so light it was almost swallowed by the wind on the hill. There's a good chance. Kakashi noticed something about me. Ko's expression changed sharply at that instant. On the hill, the wind swept in from the distant forest, carrying the scent of gunpowder smoke from afar. Ko stood before Obito in silence for quite a while. His 3 Tomo Sharingan had already been withdrawn, returning to their usual black. But what churned within that darkness now was deep solemnity and vigilance. Looking at Obito in front of him, Ko frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, "When you say he noticed something, you don't mean Kakashi didn't recognize me?" Obito shook his head and said with certainty, "That much, I can confirm." After saying that, he lifted his head and looked straight at Ko through the hole in his mask, as if waiting for his judgment. Ko gave a non-committal nod. That was true. If Kakashi had really recognized Obito's true identity, there was no way the scene just now could have stayed that calm. Then what exactly had Kakashi discovered? Seeing the flash of thought in Ko's eyes, Obito narrowed his gaze slightly and continued in a heavy voice, "As for this identity of mine as Uchiha Madara, the only people in the entire ninja world who know about it are you, Pain, and the few people around us. On Konoha's side, the only one who knew of my existence was Minato, the 4th Hokage, and he died not long after first learning I existed. Kakashi has no reason to know that Uchiha Madara exists." At that point, Obito paused. The light in that single eye behind the mask flickered. That's how it should have been. Ko caught the suspicion in Obito's words and looked at him gravely. "You suspect someone passed the information about Uchiha Madara to Kakashi? To be precise, passed it to Konoha." Obito nodded, his tone turning colder. "If Kakashi didn't recognize my true identity, yet still showed that level of vigilance and hostility toward me after our very first meeting, then it can only mean one thing. He already knew part of the information about Uchiha Madara about me. And the one who told him that information is the same person who leaked my information to Konoha." After saying that, Obito fell silent and simply looked at Ko in front of him. Feeling that grave gaze from Obito, Ko couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. This guy. He is not suspecting me, is he? Ko thought to himself, unable to keep from feeling uneasy. Even though he really had considered screwing this guy over at some point, right now, he genuinely hadn't done a single thing yet. Besides, even if he really were preparing to make a move, he would never be stupid enough to leak Obito's information to Konoha and alert him in advance. After all, he knew very clearly that once Obito noticed something off, if he failed to take him down in one strike, then with Kamui's absurd survival ability, unless someone had learned the Flying Thunder God technique, there was no one in the entire ninja world who could actively track his whereabouts. And by then, having lost both the intelligence advantage and the initiative, he would be forced into a passive position where the enemy was hidden while he himself was exposed. That was obviously not what he wanted. If he wasn't 100% sure he could take this guy down, then he would never act rashly. As Ko felt Obito's grave stare, a possibly workable idea quietly emerged in his mind. But thinking about it the other way around, if Obito really had already grown suspicious of him, and had even begun to see him as a threat, then, in order to stop his own position from becoming more and more passive, perhaps taking the risk and dealing with him right here was not a choice he should rule out. After all, his Mangekyo ability, Magatsukami, was Kamui's natural counter. At that thought, a trace of realization flashed through Ko's eyes. In his mind, he calmly began calculating the feasibility of this plan. But his expression didn't change in the slightest. Seeing that flash of realization in Ko's eyes, the corner of Obito's mouth beneath the mask curled up slightly. As expected, Ko had definitely also thought of the identity of the person most likely to have leaked the information. There was one and only one person who knew he was Uchiha Madara and also had the ability to pass that information to Konoha. Obito pondered inwardly, and the figure of that culprit naturally surfaced in his mind. A cold killing intent rose in his eyes. The moment Ko caught that flash of killing intent in Obito's eyes, his heart sank violently. His expression remained calm, but within his eyes, the terrifying pupil power he had been deliberately suppressing had already begun spinning at high speed. His Mangekyo Sharingan was ready to activate at any moment. In his mind, the coordinates for Magatsukami's target lock had already been pinpointed exactly to where Obito was standing right now. As long as he struck before Obito activated Kamui, he could shatter the space Obito occupied along with Obito himself. There was only one chance. He had to make his final decision before Obito made his move. Obito had no idea what Ko was thinking at that moment. He only looked at the friend in front of him and said in a grave, low voice, "I more or less already know who leaked my information." At that moment, the Mangekyo power in Ko's eyes was pushed to its limit. His breathing was steady, his face unchanged, but the fingers hanging at his side had already started to curl slightly, ready to strike at any moment. Only a few short seconds had clearly passed, yet in Ko's mind, they seemed to stretch countless times longer. He could hear the dull pounding of his own heartbeat in his chest. He could catch the rhythm of every breath Obito took. He could even see every tiny fluctuation in that single eye exposed through the hole in the mask. Ko was waiting for Obito to say his name. At this moment, he was already fully prepared to shatter the entire space around Obito the instant Obito said his name. Obito looked at Ko, who stood silent in front of him, and in a deep voice gave that answer, "Uchiha Itachi." Obito looked at Ko with a smug expression and said in a firm, low voice, "The one who leaked my information to Konoha is very likely him." Ko, huh? Uchiha Itachi? Ko looked at Obito, who had a face full of certainty, in surprise. For a moment, he didn't even know what kind of expression he should use in response to that answer. The ocular power that had long been gathered in his eyes slowly receded. "That's right, it's him." Obito nodded solemnly and said in an assured tone, "As things stand, among the people in the ninja world who know of Uchiha Madara's existence, aside from you by my side, Kisame, and that guy Black Zetsu, there are only Nagato, Konan, and Itachi, whom I personally introduced into the Akatsuki." As he spoke, he clasped his hands behind his back and began pacing back and forth across the ground. "Nagato and Konan may not be completely trustworthy, but there's no way they would pass any information to Konoha. On that point, I'm certain." Obito refocused his gaze on Ko's face, and lowered his voice even further. "So right now, the one with the greatest suspicion left is Uchiha Itachi." Obito paused slightly, then continued in a gloomy tone. "Though I already knew that guy was a spy sent by Konoha, I originally thought that with how cautious he is, after joining the Akatsuki, he would at least establish himself first and lie low for a while before collecting enough intelligence. In the short term, he shouldn't have done anything too excessive." He raised his eyes, and a trace of undisguised coldness entered his voice. "But now it seems I judged wrong." That was what Obito said, but in his heart, there was still an unresolved cloud of doubt. If Itachi really was the one who leaked the information, then Konoha shouldn't have been this eager to investigate the Akatsuki. Besides, judging from Kakashi's reaction just now, it didn't look like he was all that certain about this information either. Obito kept turning over that contradiction in his mind, and immediately felt a headache coming on. Clearly, the current situation was slipping in a direction he could no longer control. After hearing Obito out, Ko didn't respond right away. He simply remained silent, carefully thinking through the suspicious points in his head. The fact that Kakashi could see something strange about Obito really had gone beyond his expectations. According to the original timeline, before Itachi died and before Obito officially stepped into the ninja world under the identity of Uchiha Madara, Kakashi should have noticed nothing from beginning to end. As for Itachi's role as a spy inside the Akatsuki, to put it bluntly, it was basically no different from not having one at all. He ate hundreds of skewers of dango, yet the actual intelligence he sent back to Konoha was zero. In the end, everything he had done all these years was just paving the way for his own beloved little Sasuke TV. Based on Ko's understanding of Uchiha Itachi, that half-baked undercover, this information was most likely not passed out by him. If Kakashi could see Obito's current problem, then there was only one other possibility. He, or rather, Konoha, had another source of intelligence. Obito seemed not to notice Ko's brief distraction. He had already pulled his attention back from his earlier thoughts, raised his head, and his tone returned to its usual calm and caution. For now, even though Itachi is the biggest suspect, we still need solid evidence before we can make a conclusion. He paused, looked at Ko again, and his tone regained some of its usual calm. After all, The reason I let him join the Akatsuki in the first place was to keep him under my watch and restrict his movements. If we make a move rashly without conclusive evidence, we'll only alert the enemy. Ko instantly understood what Obito meant. He raised his eyes and met Obito's gaze, then picked up the words in a steady tone. You mean you want me to get in contact with Itachi and confirm whether he was the one who leaked the information? Obito nodded. At the last full members meeting, Nagato already assigned the mission of hunting down the traitor Orochimaru to Itachi and Sasori. I want you to join this mission in the name of reinforcement, and while carrying it out, probe Itachi's reaction as much as possible. With Sasori, an outsider, present, if that guy still wants to stay in the Akatsuki, he won't dare do anything too outrageous. He paused, then changed the subject and began explaining his own schedule. As for me, I'll use this time to look for new members for the organization throughout the ninja world and avoid direct contact with Itachi as much as possible. At this point, Obito's tone became a little more meaningful. If necessary, next, I'll arrange for Black Zetsu to partner with him and monitor his every move at all times. Good idea. Looking at Obito, Ko blurted it out without the slightest hesitation. Obito was stunned by Ko's instant response. In the eye beneath that mask hole, a trace of obvious surprise flashed by. He had originally thought Ko would at least hesitate a little. After all, the one he was being asked to get close to was Uchiha Itachi. For Ko, who had not yet awakened the Mangekyo, that was definitely not something easy. But Ko had agreed so quickly that even Obito was caught off guard. Ko instantly realized that he had agreed a little too enthusiastically. He gave a dry cough, quickly adjusted his expression, put on a serious face, and solemnly patched things up. Ahem, what I mean is, after 3 days apart, one should look at you with new eyes. I really didn't expect you to think things through this thoroughly. Honestly, that's quite surprising. As Ko spoke, he pulled his hand out of his sleeve and patted Obito on the shoulder in an exaggerated, performative manner, his tone full of overblown gratification. I'll take that as praise. Obito speechlessly withdrew his gaze and couldn't even be bothered to expose his exaggerated act. His tone became serious again. Then next, I'll temporarily leave Itachi's side to you. Can you do it? Ko didn't answer immediately. Instead, he cautiously thought it over for a moment in his heart. With his current strength, he really no longer needed to fear Uchiha Itachi the way he had before. Koto Amatsukami was troublesome, but the cooldown on that jutsu was extremely long. Itachi most likely wouldn't waste it on him. As long as he stayed vigilant at all times and kept his guard up, that would be enough. What was more, he had actually always wanted to find a chance to test that guy's current depth. Thinking of this, Ko nodded and answered crisply. Okay, leave Itachi to me. Hearing Ko's straightforward response, the stiff expression beneath Obito's mask loosened ever so slightly. This feeling of reassurance. Right now, only by Ko's side could he still experience it. Even though he knew very clearly that a day would come when this kind of time would end. He looked deeply at Ko in front of him. He didn't say anything extra, and only nodded just as decisively. Then I'll go to Nagato first and settle the matter of you joining the mission to hunt down Orochimaru. As Obito spoke, he stood up and brushed the bits of grass off his Akatsuki robe. Once everything is arranged, I'll have Kisame contact you. After speaking, Obito gave the battlefield in the distance one last look, the smoke and dust already fully dispersed. Kakashi was supporting the exhausted guy, while Kabuto and Kisame, escorting them, stayed at their sides. At this moment, they were heading toward Kirihaboko Port, toward Konoha. Obito's gaze paused for a moment on that silver-white figure, then quickly withdrew without the slightest hesitation. A spatial vortex silently bloomed around him, swallowing his entire body. In the next instant, only Ko's figure remained on that empty hill. Feeling the wind gradually turning cold, Ko stood alone on the hill, silently watching Kakashi and the others' receding backs. Too many things, too vague to describe, churned within those black eyes of his, but in the end, he forced them all back down, layer by layer, into the bottom of his heart. He watched for a while, then withdrew his gaze. A streak of blue lightning flashed across his body and vanished in an instant. With another blink, his figure had also disappeared from the hill, leaving behind only a few arcs of electricity not yet fully scattered, letting out an extremely faint hiss in the air. On the outskirts of Kirigakure, inside a hidden cave, dusk had already burned the horizon into a deep orange red, as Ko's figure silently emerged from the mist. As usual, he skillfully undid the seal at the cave entrance. But before he could open the stone door, a red figure rushed out from deep within the cave. Master, you're back. Karen rushed in front of Ko, tilting her head up, her face full of unconcealed joy. Looking at Karen's bright, cheerful smile, the curve at the corner of Ko's lips, the one he had been wearing as a disguise all day, finally softened for real. I'm back, Karen. He softly responded to the girl's call, reached out, and gently rubbed that fluffy red hair. The touch under his palm was warm and soft. Master, why are you back so early today? Karen tilted her head, following Ko toward the living area while looking up curiously and asking, "Don't you usually stay busy until really late?" Ko smiled, withdrew the hand that had been ruffling her hair, and casually slipped it into his pocket. "I finished work early today. Since I rarely have free time, I thought I'd come back earlier and keep you company." "What, not welcome?" Hearing Ko's teasing words, an even brighter smile bloomed across Karen's face than before. Looking at the brilliantly smiling girl before him, Ko's feet unconsciously stopped where they were instead of continuing forward with her. Looking at Karen's bright red hair, looking at those small feet of hers that had not left this cave for a very long time, a trace of bitterness rose in his heart. This child whom he regarded as family had already spent a full 3 years here, from the age of 4 until now. And during those 3 years, he had never once taken her out into the outside world. Even though Ko knew very well that in these past years, when he could barely protect even himself, he had never had the right to gamble with Karen's safety. But now, maybe things were different. Ko glanced in the direction of the secret chamber, and a trace of resolve appeared in his eyes. "Karen." He looked at the girl walking ahead and called out to stop her. Hearing her master's call, Karen turned around with a puzzled look. Seeing the expression on Ko's face that was somewhat different from usual, she blinked lightly, as if sensing something had changed. Ko crouched down, meeting the girl's exceptionally clear eyes at eye level. His tone was gentle, completely different from how he had confronted Kakashi on the battlefield just now. "Do you want to go outside with me?" Karen froze for a moment. Her eyes blinked rapidly twice, as if confirming she hadn't misheard, and then she carefully asked, "Master, are you taking me out to play?" There was a trace of probing in her tone, but even more than that, there was anticipation already starting to spill out. Those shining eyes had long since completely betrayed what she was thinking inside. Ko fell silent for a moment. He looked at Karen's eyes, where expectation had already begun to faintly surface, then slowly, seriously, shook his head. "No, what I mean is..." Ko paused for a beat, then seriously said, word by word, "Do you want to leave this place and live in the outside world with me?" As Ko's words fell, the cave sank into a brief silence. Standing in front of him, the light that had first been ignited in Karen's bright eyes by his words gradually dimmed. Little by little, Ko quietly watched her without urging her or pressing for an answer. He simply stood there, looking at Karen with those calm, open eyes of his, silently waiting for her response. "It doesn't matter." Karen raised her head, looked into Ko's eyes, and answered softly without the slightest hesitation. Hearing the girl's words, Ko was slightly stunned. "I'm very satisfied with life as it is now." Karen looked frankly into Ko's eyes. Her hands were clasped in front of her, and her voice was steady and clear. "These 3 years with you, Master, have made me very happy. During these 3 years, you've come back to see me almost every day. I never felt lonely at all." The girl's words were so natural, without even the slightest trace of a lie. "Although sometimes I also think about going outside with you to take a look. Like that really delicious shop you mentioned that sells dango, and that port where you can see the whole sea." Karen's voice paused briefly here, then she calmly continued, "But I know very well that the outside world is dangerous. Master, you've always been doing your best to protect me. Ever since the day we met. When I was 4 years old, you've always been like that." She looked at Ko's dazed expression. Reflected in those clear eyes was only Ko's handsome face, roguishly cool, yet looking a little stunned at this moment. "So, I really don't mind. Master, you only need to follow your own thoughts and do what you want to do." Karen looked at Ko and said seriously, "As far as I'm concerned, wherever Master is, that's home." She reached out and took hold of the hand hanging at his side. That hand was large, with distinct joints, and those long fingers were covered in scars of all sizes. Karen gently held that hand, lifted her face to look at him, and murmured softly, "As long as you're by my side, Master, I can go anywhere. Is that so?" Ko quietly listened to the heartfelt words from the girl, and something deep within those black eyes of his stirred slightly. He was silent for a moment, then gently turned over the hand Karen was holding and clasped her slightly cool fingertips in return. As for what Karen truly felt inside, Ko had actually already more or less guessed it long ago. After all, this child was far too much like him. They were both souls steeped in suppression and pain, both of them having once struggled to find a space where they could breathe in the cracks of this ninja world. For a child who had grown up amid displacement and constant unease, this cave, though it could not be called freedom, was already safe enough to let her feel happiness, the closest thing to a home she could have. And this shelter from the storm that he had personally built for Karen, in a certain sense, was also the very thing he had always longed for deep inside, yet could never truly possess. Whether or not one was free wasn't really that important. What mattered was peace of mind. A place where he could take off every disguise and lower every guard. A place where the version of himself that had been hammered by this cruel world over and over, to the brink of breaking, could stop for a moment and catch his breath. But Kubi knew better than anyone that he absolutely could not lose himself in this beautiful yet doomed to be temporary safe haven. The storm outside was too violent, and this fragile cave simply could not withstand those towering waves. Faced with that tide that would one day inevitably come crashing in, the former him, too weak to do anything else, had no choice but to build this tiny home for now. Hide Karen inside it and hide his own heart, already pushed past its limit, inside it as well. But now everything was different. Now he had the Mangekyo Sharingan. He had a clear plan for the future. He had the strength to resist the giant waves. Now he had the ability to move forward, and he had to move forward, leaving the Akatsuki, parting ways with Obito, and even leaving Kirigakure at the right time. These were all things destined to happen in the future. Facing this future that was already filled with countless uncertain variables, he had to prepare in advance. Leaving this warm yet fragile safe haven had never been a question of whether. It was only a question of when. He, Uchiha Tō, would eventually go find one, no, create one. A place that truly belonged to him. And how to make the girl before him accept the fact that they had to leave this place had always been one of the things Ko worried about most. But now, it seems I underestimated this kid. Ko lowered his head and looked at Karen's young face, still childish yet full of resolve. A complicated emotion rose in his heart. Something he couldn't quite tell was relief or bitterness. Unlike himself, whose heart had been too fragile to accept the darkness of the ninja world, Karen had struggled through that darkness since childhood. She was much stronger than he had imagined. Karen. Ko looked at the girl in front of him and softened his voice to the gentlest it had ever been, as if he were speaking a secret meant for only the two of them. I understand everything you're thinking now. To be honest, I can't guarantee what the future will look like. I can't guarantee where we'll go, or what we'll face. But there's one thing I can promise you. He bent down and met Karen's eyes, his voice low and firm as he said, whether it's now or in the future, as your master, as your family, I will stay by your side. Listening to these heartfelt words from Ko, a thin layer of moisture slowly gathered in Karen's clear eyes. She didn't cry out loud. She only sniffed hard, then raised the back of her hand and rubbed at her eyes a couple of times, wiping away the tear tracks on her face that still hadn't fully dried. Then Karen lifted her face and showed Ko a bright smile, still carrying a trace of a nasal tone. It's getting late, and I'm a little hungry. Let's go make dinner, master. Seeing her radiant smile, Ko couldn't help curling his lips into a smile as well. He reached out, gently took her small hand that still carried traces of tears, and walked toward the kitchen. Just like usual, they laughed and joked as they finished cooking in the cramped little kitchen. After dinner, Ko explained the basic theory of fuinjutsu to Karen, as well as chakra control techniques for medical ninjutsu. He checked her recent training progress too, then stayed by her bedside until the red-haired girl finally lost to sleepiness and drifted off hugging the corner of her blanket. Inside Karen's room, Ko carefully put Karen's hand, which had fallen outside the blanket, back under the covers. Only then did he gently pull the door closed. He did not return to his own bedroom. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the secret room in the distance. The smile hanging at the corner of Ko's mouth gradually faded away. He walked straight ahead until he stopped in front of the heavy stone door of the secret room. With practiced ease, Ko undid the sealing jutsu in front of the door, then pushed it open. What entered his sight was paper everywhere. The desk was piled so high it looked ready to collapse at any moment. The bookshelves had already been stuffed to the limit, and the extra scrolls had started spreading across the floor. The stacks of paper in the corners had risen to nearly waist height. Every single sheet was densely packed with writing. Some were neat formula derivations. Some were messy notes from sudden inspiration. Some had nothing on the entire page except the structural diagram of a jutsu formula, with dozens of different revision plans marked beside it. All of these were analysis and research materials related to that Mangekyo Sharingan Dojutsu, Tokoyo. The feasibility of converting ocular power from pure energy output into actual material construction, and the various possible chakra pathway circulation plans during activation. He had studied every single plan with everything he had. But in the end, every single one had failed. Looking at the nearly 10 baskets worth of ballpoint pens that he had completely run out of ink using up himself, Ko let out a hopeless sigh. Sure enough, trying to learn someone else's dojutsu was absolutely no easy matter. With a brain like his, taking on a problem of this level was still just too hard. Out of habit, he silently roasted his own talent for having never had any connection with the word genius. Then he picked up a failed draft page scattered on the floor, stacked it neatly, casually shut the secret room's stone door, and walked straight toward the deeper part of the chamber. In the depths of the secret room, a lone lamp cast dim yellow light across the stone wall. A cold figure with deathly pale skin and long black hair sat at a wooden desk so buried under documents that the tabletop was nearly invisible. A pen was clenched in his hand as he scribbled furiously across a blank research manuscript. Ko walked naturally to Orochimaru's side and picked up the stack of manuscripts on the desk that had already been filled from top to bottom. He lowered his eyes and gave them a quick scan. The handwriting was neat to the point of obsession. Every jutsu symbol was extremely precise. The logic was so clear it was practically textbook material. something that could be printed in a book and used directly for teaching. What was recorded on those pages was everything Ko had forced Orochimaru to write out in detail with the Mangekyo Sharingan. His many years of accumulated research and understanding regarding the soul, spiritual energy, and the Sharingan. Ko's gaze swept quickly across the lines of orderly writing. At some point, the 3-tomo Sharingan in his eyes had already appeared on its own, greedily absorbing this knowledge that had originally been almost impossible for him to access. Knowledge that represented Orochimaru's life's work. Only after a long while did he set down the materials in his hand, rub his head that was beginning to throb faintly from taking in too much information, and reveal a complicated expression that was half delight, half frustration. How can the gap between people be this huge? Ko couldn't help muttering a complaint under his breath. Though to be fair, he had never really considered Orochimaru a person in the first place. He forcibly suppressed the surging thoughts in his heart, then raised his eyes and looked at Orochimaru, who was still being controlled by the Mangekyo Sharingan at the desk, tirelessly pouring knowledge out from his mind. Then he sighed softly, although it's a bit of a shame that I can't have Orochimaru research Tokoyo in my place. Just the knowledge stored in his head is already more than enough for me to benefit greatly. With him around, whether it's researching forbidden jutsu or gathering intel on the ninja world, everything becomes way more convenient. With the Snake Package app around, not only could he learn the profound knowledge that had originally been locked away in Konoha's forbidden jutsu archive, he could also secretly pull things behind Obito's back without exposing himself. Honestly, this stinking snake was a treasure from head to toe. Ko let out a heartfelt sigh inside, one only a transmigrator could truly understand, then focused his gaze on Orochimaru once more. The 3-tomo in his eyes slowly spun, linked together, and finally transformed into that pair of eerie Mangekyo Sharingan. Ko stared straight at Orochimaru's golden snake pupils, now completely stripped of all life after being controlled by Genjutsu, and gave a low, heavy command. Next, I ask. You answer. Answer every question I ask in full detail. Under the suppression of the Mangekyo Sharingan's overwhelming ocular power, Orochimaru slowly, numbly nodded. Recently, have you had any contact with Konoha's Hokage advisor, Shimura Danzo? Ko slowly ground out Danzo's name through clenched teeth, every syllable carrying the killing intent he had built up over many years, never once fading. Orochimaru's vacant snake eyes seemed to briefly brighten the moment he heard the name Danzo. He opened his mouth. There was no extra expression on that pale face of his, and then he slowly spoke in a hoarse voice. 3 days after the night of the Uchiha clan massacre, Danzo contacted me. As he listened to Orochimaru's words, a sharp glint flashed through Ko's eyes. Sure enough, I knew it. That old bastard Danzo definitely would be gone to Orochimaru. After all, that old thing was still counting on this filthy snake to install extra lives on his arm. Ko could almost picture Danzo like some machine going in for regular maintenance, running over every so often to one of Orochimaru's secret bases and having the snake install the Sharingan dug out from the eye sockets of those slaughtered Uchiha clansmen. At that thought, a nearly uncontrollable, bone-piercing killing intent surged in Ko's eyes. Itachi, Danzo, those old bastards in Konoha, and that rotten orange Obito, sooner or later, he was going to settle the score with every last one of them. Ko forcefully suppressed the surging killing intent in his chest, and his gaze gradually calmed down again. He pushed down the viciousness that was almost bursting out of him and refocused on Orochimaru. What did Danzo say to you? And what exactly happened to him in Konoha? Orochimaru looked at Ko with a numb expression. Even though he was in a state of complete control under the Mangekyo Sharingan, the corner of his mouth still twitched ever so slightly on that pale face. That trace of a smile had nothing to do with his awareness, nothing to do with his situation. It was simply something carved into his bones, his pure amusement at the absurdity of the world. When Danzo came to me, he was already heavily wounded and on the verge of death. Huh? The killing intent in Ko's eyes instantly froze when he heard Orochimaru's words. His Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly widened at that moment. But before he could process that shocking reality and voice the question in his heart, Orochimaru slowly continued. On the night of the Uchiha clan massacre, Danzo took more than a dozen elite root members and defected from Konoha. The secret chamber was so silent that not a single sound could be heard. Ko stood rooted in place, his Mangekyo Sharingan opened wider than ever before. After several breaths of silence, his mouth finally jerked open uncontrollably. Why you? What did you just say? Defected? Who? Danzo? Inside the secret chamber, Ko stared at Orochimaru in utter shock, clearly unable to digest this heavyweight piece of information for the moment. He had imagined countless possible endings for Danzo, but this was the one thing he had never imagined. Even though he had already sensed something was off back in the office when Kabuto introduced himself as the person in charge of Konoha Intelligence Bureau Root. After all, Root was Danzo's lifeblood. How could he possibly just change its name and hand it over so easily? Kabuto, who should have been moving in the shadows of the ninja world as a spy, was now swaggering out on a diplomatic mission to Kirigakure as the head of Root. Something major had definitely happened behind the scenes, something completely beyond his expectations. But he never would have guessed the answer would be this absurd. That old lamp who had squatted in the core of Konoha's power for decades had actually defected. Ko forcefully suppressed the shock and the swirling questions in his heart, and locked his Mangekyo Sharingan onto Orochimaru once more. The development of things had already gone completely beyond his expectations. But clearly, now was not the time to stay immersed in shock. Looking into Orochimaru's hollow snake eyes, he gave a deep command. Tell me everything you know about Danzo. In Konoha, what exactly happened to him? Orochimaru mechanically nodded, his pale face expressionless. His hoarse voice slowly echoed through the sealed stone chamber. The day before the Uchiha clan massacre, Danzo came to me. He offered 10 pairs of Sharingan as the price for a deal. He wanted me to embed enough Sharingan into that arm I personally transplanted onto him. The shock in Ko's eyes was instantly replaced by a surging, bone-deep killing intent. He took a deep breath and forced the rage that was nearly bursting from his throat deep back into his chest, then cast a cold look at Orochimaru, signaling for him to continue. However, Orochimaru suddenly changed tone. On that numb face controlled by the Mangekyo Sharingan, the corner of his mouth involuntarily pulled into an almost gloating curve. When I arrived at the agreed location at the agreed time, he was already suffering from Hashirama's cells backfiring on him, heavily wounded and on the verge of death. According to him, the one who had beaten him into that state was the third Hokage, Teacher Hiruzen. The third? Hearing that familiar name, Ko's voice was full of undisguised surprise. The one who beat Danzo until he was heavily wounded and dying. Was that indecisive old man? Ko's brows knitted tightly together. It seemed like he had caught on to something in his mind, and he muttered in a low voice. Was it because of the Uchiha Massacre? The Uchiha Massacre was the bloodiest internal incident since Konoha was founded. If the third had finally reached the end of his patience and decided to strike at Danzo, that did make sense. But something still felt off. Ko turned that conclusion over and over in his mind, and his brows furrowed slightly. How exactly had that soft-hearted old man made up his mind? Based on his understanding of that old man, he shouldn't have made the decision to openly turn against Danzo at a time when Konoha had already lost the Uchiha clan and was in an extremely weakened state. Ko pondered in silence for a moment. In the end, he decided to suppress those questions he couldn't sort out for now, then looked back at Orochimaru and waited for him to continue. Orochimaru's voice kept echoing through the chamber. According to Danzo, on the night of the Uchiha clan massacre, he originally went to the Uchiha compound according to the established plan. His goal was to collect enough 3-tomo Sharingan from the remains of the battlefield of the Konoha military police force before Teacher Hiruzen arrived. But when he brought his men to the scene, there was nothing there except bloodstains. As Ko listened to Orochimaru's words, the thoughtfulness in his eyes instantly faded, and his whole body shook. Orochimaru continued slowly, including the corpses of the Uchiha clansmen slaughtered by Uchiha Itachi. All of the Uchiha corpses from that night had vanished as if into thin air. Not a single body was left behind. But before Danzo could figure out what was going on, before he could use that deliberately spared Uchiha orphan as leverage to question Itachi, who had only just left, the Konoha ANBU led by Teacher Hiruzen found him. Based on the traces at the scene and the intelligence already gathered, Teacher Hiruzen immediately judged that all of this was Danzo's doing. At this point, a trace of schadenfreude involuntarily mixed into Orochimaru's emotionless voice. No matter how Danzo tried to explain himself, Teacher Hiruzen never believed him. That was only natural. In that situation, no matter who it was, no one could possibly believe only his side of the story. After that, Danzo and Teacher Hiruzen naturally ended up fighting. During the battle, Danzo exposed the Hashirama cells I transplanted into him, as well as the small number of Sharingan he had secretly collected over the past several decades. Relying on the Uchiha clan's forbidden jutsu, Izanagi, he barely escaped from Teacher Hiruzen's pursuit in the end. Under the desperate cover of the remaining Root members, he barely made it to the meeting place he had arranged with me beforehand. But by the time Danzo arrived before me with the last dozen or so Root elites, he was already heavily injured and on the verge of death. Ko quietly listened to Orochimaru's account, and the shock and killing intent in his Mangekyo Sharingan gradually settled. He quickly sorted through all the information Orochimaru had provided in his mind, then slowly closed his eyes. A conclusion rapidly surfaced in his mind. That old bastard Danzo really had taken the blame for this. All the corpses of the Uchiha clan had vanished into thin air within less than half an hour. Looking across the entire ninja world, there was only one person who could do something like that. Obito Uchiha. Ko slowly spoke that name. The complexity in his tone was so muddled that even he himself couldn't tell whether it held more anger or more confusion. He believed he understood the owner of that name better than anyone. Whether it was the hot-blooded idiot from back then, who used to foolishly follow behind him in Rin and would even be late because he was helping an old lady cross the street. Or the current madman wearing a spiral mask, spouting lies about a false world and the infinite Tsukuyomi. He Uchiha Tō dared to say that he understood Obito Uchiha better than anyone else in this world. But now, perhaps he had been wrong. Collecting all the corpses of the Uchiha clan was definitely not something Obito had done on a whim. With Ko's understanding of the current Obito, he would never do anything without a clear purpose. Those corpses had definitely been used somewhere, in some plan even Ko couldn't imagine. At that thought, Ko's heart suddenly sank. That uneasy feeling he had once experienced when he had first come to Obito's side seemed to quietly surface again. Ko slowly lowered his head. The image of that bright smiling boy and that hatred-filled young man kept switching back and forth in his mind. Recalling the deeply trusting look Obito had given him not long ago, he couldn't help but frown deeply. Obito, what exactly are you trying to do? He had to admit it. Obito's move had completely gone beyond his expectations. He could no longer look at that dangerous guy with the same arrogant attitude as before, as if he knew everything about him. Thinking of this, Ko slowly shook his head, temporarily suppressing this question that currently had no answer, then raised his eyes again and looked at Orochimaru in front of him. After you met Danzo, what happened next? And where exactly is he now? Orochimaru continued his report expressionlessly. After Danzo met with me, he hoped I could help him suppress the backlash of the Hashirama cells and stabilize his right arm, which was gradually being devoured by them. I refused his request on the grounds that he had failed to deliver the Sharingan as agreed. In the end, he offered me 5 Root Elite members for experimentation, and promised to help lure Uchiha Itachi into the trap I had set in advance. In exchange, I helped him temporarily stabilize his injuries. At this point, a trace of greedy desire appeared on Orochimaru's lifeless face. To increase my chances of taking Uchiha Itachi's body, I accepted that deal. As Ko listened to Orochimaru's account, unconcealed contempt flashed through his eyes, using the subordinates most loyal to him as experiment material. Should he say that really was just like that old beast Danzo? This kind of utterly insane move really wasn't surprising at all coming from Danzo. He suppressed that contempt, then coldly looked at Orochimaru in front of him and waited for him to continue. Under the light, Orochimaru's hollow snake-like pupils glimmered with a faint pale gold light. After the operation to besiege Uchiha Itachi failed, I suffered serious injuries. And it was precisely at that time that Danzo proposed further cooperation to me. Using the intelligence route had gathered across the ninja world on several geniuses with rare Kekkei Genkai and secret techniques as bargaining chips, along with the condition that we would join forces to strike back at Konoha and seize Uchiha Sasuke. He attempted to establish a long-term partnership with me. The intelligence he provided did indeed have considerable value. Even I couldn't help but feel somewhat tempted, including Kimimaro, the genius of the Kagaya clan from Kirigakure, and Deidara, the rising talent of Iwagakure's explosion core. At this point, Orochimaru paused, then slowly continued. As well as a suspected survivor of the Uzumaki clan who appeared by Uchiha Ko's side, traced through memories extracted from civilians of the Land of Grass. Before Orochimaru could finish speaking, a slender hand clamped around his throat in that instant and lifted his whole body off the ground. Bang! Orochimaru's back slammed heavily into the stone wall behind him, letting out a dull thud. Several stacks of documents resting on the edge of the table were shaken loose by the impact, and pages scattered all over the floor. Ko stared fixedly at the face in front of him, which was gradually turning blue from suffocation. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes spun madly. At this moment, his gaze was filled with bone-deep killing intent. Danzo! Ko growled through gritted teeth in a low voice, and the force in the hand clutching Orochimaru's throat involuntarily increased by several more degrees. Looking at Orochimaru's even paler face, Ko let out a furious, murderous roar. Where is Danzo now? Orochimaru's lips moved slightly in his suffocating state. He did not struggle. His hands still hung weakly at his sides. He merely used those numb and hollow snake-like eyes, controlled by the Mangekyo Sharingan, to quietly look back at Ko's enraged face. With his throat locked tight in Ko's grip, every word he forced out was extremely difficult. But under Ko's Mangekyo Sharingan, every faint vibration beneath those purpling lips could be seen with perfect clarity. Danzo is currently hiding in the land of rice fields. It was already deep into the night. The land of rice fields, that small agricultural country north of the land of fire where electricity had yet to become widespread, had now fallen asleep. The rice in the fields swayed gently in the night wind, while moonlight slipped through the gaps in the clouds, illuminating this small country in the darkness. But in the unseen shadows of this small country, the darkness lurking underground still had not gone to sleep. Land of rice fields, root temporary branch. This base was hidden deep within an abandoned mountain region. Its entrance was completely concealed by layer upon layer of rock walls and dense bushes. From the outside, this place looked like nothing more than an ordinary patch of broken stone at the foot of the mountain. Even wild beasts couldn't be bothered to nest here. But within the shadows of the trees swaying slightly in the night wind, 3 figures almost completely fused with the darkness were hidden around the entrance, motionless as they monitored every movement in the surroundings. Their breathing had been suppressed to the absolute minimum, and their chakra was restrained so thoroughly that not a trace leaked out. Only their eyes, cold to the point of seeming nearly devoid of warmth, gave off a harsh glint in the darkness. There was no extra emotion in their eyes, only absolute obedience to orders. Judging from the aura coming off them, every one of them was an elite ninja who had crawled through real battlefields. In sharp contrast to the deathly silence above ground were the heart-wrenching screams that kept coming from deep within the underground base. The structure of the underground base was extremely crude. The rough stone walls of the original mine tunnel still showed obvious signs of only simple modification, and several dim lamps hung from the ceiling. At the deepest part of the base was the dueling arena. Several root ninjas stood on the viewing platform, expressionless as they watched the slaughter unfolding below. Their posture was straight, their hands clasped behind their backs. Their gazes so calm it was as if they were inspecting a batch of parts fresh off an assembly line. On the arena floor below lay dozens of corpses, most of them children under 16. The clothes on their bodies were old and thin. Some had their throats slit by kunai. Others had their necks snapped by brute force. There were even several headless corpses lying at the edge of the arena. The wounds at their necks were extremely clean, making it obvious they had been casually executed by the root ninjas above while trying to escape. Dark red blood was still slowly seeping from the severed surfaces of those necks, dripping bit by bit through the cracks in the stone slabs and trailing across the rough ground. After round of brutal killing, of the nearly 100 children who had originally stood in this arena, only a handful remained. They gripped blood-stained kunai, gasping for breath, staring at one another with naked hostility. One of them, the youngest-looking child, seemed to be no more than 7 or 8 years old. The hand holding his blade trembled so badly he could barely keep hold of the kunai. But in his eyes, there was no longer any innocence a child should have. Only numbness and the instinct to survive remained. The root ninjas on the viewing platform took in all of this, and within those corpse-like hollow eyes, a trace of undisguised disappointment flashed by. Hey, how did the selection turn out? Just as the root ninjas were about to speak and end the examination, an old yet indifferent voice slowly sounded from behind them. The root ninja codenamed Hey, the moment he heard that voice, instantly changed from his corpse-like expression into one of deep respect. Lord Danzo. He immediately turned around, dropped to one knee, lowered his head, and spoke in a respectful low voice. The old man before him stood directly in front of Hay. Layer upon layer of white bandages wrapped around that body which was no longer young, leaving only narrow gaps at the left eye and lips. His complexion looked extremely weak. What little skin was exposed showed an unhealthy paleness. But the left eye exposed outside the bandages was still astonishingly sinister. This frail old man, who looked as though a gust of wind could knock him down, was the current leader of Root's surviving members. Once one of Konoha's high-ranking figures, the longest-serving Hokage advisor, the direct disciple of the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, the old classmate and political rival of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, the one who had controlled Konoha's dark side for decades and made countless ninjas tremble in fear, the darkness of the shinobi. Now, Konoha's S-rank missing nin Shimura Danzo. Danzo looked expressionlessly at this rude elite in front of him, the one who had followed him all the way into exile ever since the night of the clan massacre. He remembered this man. Hei was an elite he had personally poached from the Umbu many years ago. Silent, loyal, and highly efficient in execution. His only flaw was that he was already getting old. Because of chronic hidden injuries that could never fully heal, along with Root's brutal training that burned away lifespan as the price, his strength had long since fallen from its peak. In a few more years, this loyal subordinate would probably be bedridden and barely clinging to life. In the past, Danzo would have withdrawn Hei from the front lines without hesitation before he completely lost his value, had him train juniors who still lacked experience, and then, while he could still move, sent him on several high-risk missions with little chance of survival, letting him squeeze out the last trace of value for Konoha. But now, he clearly no longer had the luxury of being picky. The man who had once commanded the enormous Root organization, with hundreds of elite ninjas under him, and who could slam the table in front of the Hokage and challenge him face to face, now had only this mere dozen or so defeated remnants left, along with a temporary base curled up in a foreign land like a rat's nest. To his current self, this subordinate, someone he could once have spent and discarded at will, had already become valuable combat strength that had to be carefully treasured. Hei looked respectfully at Danzo before him, seemingly unaware of this evaluation Danzo was making in his heart. Or perhaps even if he knew, he would still accept it without changing expression. Accept being treated as a tool, being used until the last trace of value was drained from him, and then dying silently on some mission no one would ever know about. because all of this had long been carved into his bones as creed from the day he joined Root. From 500 children of suitable age, after 5 rounds of elimination tests, we have selected 30 candidates with the potential to join Root. Hei's voice was steady and respectful, as if he were reporting the most ordinary document imaginable. After several years of systematic training, they can fully reach combat strength at Chunin level or above. When that time comes, these children will devote all of their strength to Lord Danzo's return to Konoha. As Danzo listened to Hei's report, he coldly looked down at the few children in the arena below, covered in blood and still watching each other warily. What surged within that left eye of his was naked disgust, as if he were looking at a batch of defective weapons that had failed quality inspection. Only this much? I am deeply sorry. Hei lowered his head even further, his voice filled with deep self-reproach. Danzo slowly shook his head and did not continue with any harsh criticism. He had actually known from the start that this would be the result. The land of rice fields was only a tiny place. To be able to select 30 seedlings with Chunin potential from among captured civilian children had already far exceeded his original expectations. What was more, he no longer had the qualifications to judge all this by Konoha-era selection standards. At that thought, Danzo could not help but feel a wave of irony. As the direct disciple of the second Hokage, the longest-serving Hokage advisor in Konoha's history, the darkness of the shinobi who had controlled Root for decades, now he had fallen so low that, in an underground base in a foreign land, he was actually worrying over whether a few tools that did not even qualify as defective goods could barely make up a presentable squad. Thinking of his current situation, a deep gloom inevitably rose in Danzo's heart. Danzo stood at the edge of the viewing platform, lowering his head to look at the floor beneath his feet, soaked through with bloodstains. The dim light cast his shadow long across the stone wall opposite him, making him look especially hunched over. He couldn't help but recall the night that had reduced him to his current state. For the plan to exterminate the Uchiha clan, he had originally made flawless preparations. After Itachi left, he would lead his men into the Uchiha district at the fastest speed possible and recover every Uchiha corpse with preserved Sharingan before Hiruzen could react. Those Sharingan would become an important trump card he stockpiled for Konoha, and his greatest bargaining chip in the coming power struggle against Hiruzen. Everything had originally been progressing smoothly according to plan. But at the very last step, at the step where he had been about to personally collect the Sharingan and make those Uchiha, who had threatened Konoha for decades, offer up their final value for him and for Konoha, a fatal problem appeared. The corpses of the Uchiha clan had all vanished. More than 1,000 Uchiha corpses, including the elite Jonin from the police force, as well as the civilians slaughtered by Itachi, had all disappeared as if something had completely erased them from this world. Danzo looked down lingeringly at his left leg, tightly wrapped in bandages. That injury had been inflicted not long ago, when he and Orochimaru had tried to ambush Itachi Uchiha, only for Itachi to burn him with Amaterasu, that terrifying black flame. Even now, whenever he thought back on it, it still made him tremble uncontrollably. If he hadn't made the decision on the spot and cut off his leg the instant the black flames appeared on it, then his whole body would probably have turned to ashes in that black fire. Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha. Danzo muttered those words with disgust, his voice hoarse and dry, as if he were chewing on a hard bone no matter how much he bit down. But in his eyes, aside from hatred and fear, there was also a deep desire he could not conceal. The stronger the Sharingan's power was, the deeper his obsession with failing to obtain them became. The power of the Sharingan, the power of the Uchiha. That immense power should have been in his hands, used for Konoha. At that thought, Danzo forcibly suppressed the unwillingness in his heart, and a trace of contemplation flashed through his eyes. At this moment, what unsettled him even more was another piece of information he had learned from Itachi during their brief clash. Before they fought, Itachi had clearly told him that the disappearance of the Uchiha corpses had nothing to do with him. With his understanding of that man, he could be certain Itachi had not lied. A man who could personally kill even his own parents had no reason to lie to him over a pile of already irrelevant corpses. But from Itachi's eyes, he could also tell that Itachi had definitely guessed something. It was just that that man, loyal to Konoha, would never tell his suspicions to him. A man who had already defected from Konoha. A figure that had once made Danzo deeply wary involuntarily surfaced in his mind. That Uchiha boy who had left Konoha 5 years before the night of the Uchiha Massacre, yet even now still remained unforgettable to Hiruzen and that group from the Jonin Council, Uchiha Tō. Danzo muttered that name hoarsely, his eyes narrowing slightly. Could that brat have something to do with this? Danzo turned that question over in his mind again and again. After failing to reach any definite conclusion, he could only temporarily force it down to the bottom of his heart. Just as he was about to turn and leave the viewing platform, a Root ninja used the body flicker technique to appear at his side. Dropping to one knee, he lowered his voice respectfully and said, "Lord Danzo, Orochimaru has arrived." Hearing that familiar name, Danzo's steps stopped involuntarily, and a trace of undisguised surprise flashed through his eyes. Several weeks had already passed since Orochimaru had gone missing in the land of water. During that time, he had sent people to search every secret base of Orochimaru's that he knew of, yet they had found no trace of that snake. And now, that man had actually come to him on his own initiative. What exactly was this for? Danzo fell silent for a moment, the lips beneath his bandages moving slightly. No matter what that man's purpose was, meeting a variable he had absolutely no control over inside the space was not a safe thing. But in his current state, he clearly no longer had the capital to refuse. He had already lost Konoha, lost Root, and lost all the rich foundations he had once possessed. Orochimaru was one of the very few collaborators left in the ninja world with whom he could still make deals. Danzo calculated rapidly in his heart. But on that face mostly hidden by bandages, not a single emotional fluctuation could be seen. Looking at the subordinate before him, he thought for a moment, then said coldly, "Bring him to me." "No need." Before Danzo's words could even fall, a hoarse and chilling voice slowly slithered out from the shadows at his side. "I've already arrived." Orochimaru's figure slowly stepped out from the shadows at the edge of the viewing platform. His pale skin looked even more sinister under the dim yellow light. On his plain white kimono were a few faint dark water stains, as if he had just come from some damp place. Danzo looked at this uninvited man, and his brows couldn't help but knit together. That usual smile hung at the corners of Orochimaru's mouth, the kind that made it impossible to tell whether it was courtesy or mockery. Beneath the light, his golden snake-like pupils narrowed into two thin vertical lines. "What? You're not welcoming my arrival?" He paused, his long tongue sliding out from the corner of his mouth as it lightly licked across his lower lip. "Haven't you been looking for me this whole time?" Danzo stared deeply at this old acquaintance with the meaningful smile on his face. He was silent for a moment, that sinister left eye repeatedly sweeping over Orochimaru's face. The base seemed to fall into a strange silence. A moment later, Danzo withdrew his gaze and gave the order without hesitation. "All Root Ninja, hear my command. Surround him." At Danzo's order, more than a dozen Root Ninja swept silently out from every shadowed corner around them almost at the exact same instant. In less than half a breath, Orochimaru was tightly locked in place by an encirclement woven from blades and kunai. The eyes of these Root Ninja were full of killing intent. From the rhythm of their breathing and the way they gripped their swords, it was easy to see that every one of them was elite among elites who had experienced countless real battles. There were even quite a few among them whose strength had reached the level of elite jonin. Orochimaru stood where he was, those golden snake-like eyes calmly sweeping over the ring of cold flashing blades around him. His expression remained just as calm as before, but when he shifted his gaze back to Danzo's face, the temperature in those vertical pupils had already dropped to freezing. "Danzo, what is the meaning of this?" He paused, and his hoarse voice was now filled with undisguised killing intent. "Is this how you treat the benefactor who took in a stray dog like you?" Hearing Orochimaru's merciless mockery of Danzo, the Root Ninja surrounding them all frowned tightly, and the force in their grips on their sword hilts increased a little more. They stared fixedly at Orochimaru before them, waiting for Danzo to give the next order. But Danzo merely stood in front of Orochimaru. On that face wrapped in layers of bandages, there was not the slightest trace of anger. "I have nothing to say to a puppet under someone else's control." Danzo spoke slowly, his tone low. His left eye, the only one exposed outside the bandages, was locked tightly onto Orochimaru's pupils, where a trace of surprise had appeared. "If you want to see me, then come in person." Danzo's old, hoarse voice slowly echoed through the empty base. "The one who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and carries the blood of the Uchiha clan." He deliberately paused for a beat, staring deeply at the Orochimaru before him who had become a puppet, then continued in a low voice, "Remnant." As Danzo's words fell, the Root shinobi surrounding Orochimaru all froze for a moment. But that shock lasted for less than an instant before the discipline carved into their bones suppressed it. They refocused their attention on Orochimaru, but the grip on their blades tightened even more than before. The atmosphere fell silent at this moment. From deep within the base came the sound of water dripping through the drainage pipes. Every drop felt like it was striking the taut nerves of the Root shinobi. Orochimaru narrowed those golden snake-like eyes and looked at Danzo before him with curiosity. His tone calm as he said in a low voice, "Why do you say that?" Seeing that the controller hiding behind the scenes still had no intention of showing himself, Danzo let out a cold snort. "Humph, so even I have been underestimated." He slowly stepped forward half a pace, staring directly into Orochimaru's golden pupils, as if trying to pierce through those eyes and stab straight at the person watching him from behind the curtain. The Mangekyo Sharingan is the final evolved form of the Sharingan, and the result of the Three-Tomo Sharingan advancing to a higher level. The principle behind that evolution is intense emotional stimulation. When a member of the Uchiha clan suffers an extreme shock of negative emotion, the brain secretes a special kind of chakra, driving the 3-Tomo Sharingan to evolve and undergo a qualitative leap. Among the many possible triggers, personally witnessing the death of a loved one is especially effective. At this point, Danzo paused. That one eye of his was still locked firmly on Orochimaru's pupils as he spoke in a hoarse voice. An Uchiha who awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan. Aside from a full and massive increase in ocular power, chakra reserves, and spiritual energy, will also awaken one powerful unknown dojutsu in each eye. After fully mastering that power, they may even activate Susanoo, known as the supreme power of the Uchiha clan. With ocular power, they construct a gigantic chakra entity, one that combines offense and defense. Its might is enough to rival a tailed beast. Among them, those with especially powerful ocular strength can even use that power to forcibly control a tailed beast. And also powerful shinobi who have flaws in their resistance to genjutsu. The habitual smile at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth slowly faded away at this moment. Danzo stared deeply at Orochimaru ahead of him. It seemed he had noticed that subtle change in the depths of those snake eyes, and he continued in a low voice, "A person controlled by the Mangekyo Sharingan will have the chakra inside their body interfered with by the caster's ocular power. Without the help of a Kekkei Genkai like the Byakugan that can see through chakra pathways, or a special sensory ninjutsu, this kind of change is almost impossible to detect. But even so, that does not mean there are no other ways to tell." At this point, Danzo paused again. Under the dim light, his left eye flickered with a cold gleam like dark iron. According to Lord Second Hokage Tobarama Senju's research notes on the Mangekyo Sharingan, when a person controlled by the Mangekyo Sharingan receives the caster's commands, the rhythm of their pupil's contraction and dilation shows an extremely subtle deviation from its natural state. At the same time, although the controlled individual's daily actions appear no different from a normal person's, when dealing with sudden situations that require a high degree of independent judgment, there will be a delay measured in milliseconds. That is because the caster's will must first be transmitted through ocular power, then converted by the controlled person's brain into action commands. The transmission lag in between cannot be eliminated. Danzo paid no mind to Orochimaru's increasingly cold gaze and spoke calmly. These differences would naturally be very hard for an ordinary person to notice. But you seem to have misjudged one thing. He stared at Orochimaru before him and said coldly, "Setting aside the fact that I have spent decades researching the Uchiha clan and the Sharingan for someone like me, who has known Orochimaru for decades, seeing through the abnormalities on him was never something difficult." After saying that, Danzo looked straight into those golden snake eyes and asked, one word at a time, "Who exactly are you?" Clap, clap, clap. As Danzo's words fell, a slow, unhurried round of applause gradually came from the shadows behind him. Almost the instant the sound rang out, Danzo suddenly turned around and locked onto the thick darkness behind him. Several root shinobi also instinctively shifted the direction of their blades. Under the grave stares of Danzo and the root shinobi, Ko's figure slowly stepped out from the shadows. The hem of his black robe patterned with red clouds swayed slightly with his steps, and that handsome, unrestrained face gradually became clear under the dim yellow light. At the corner of Ko's mouth was a half-smiling curve, but what churned inside those eyes was not amusement at all, only bone-piercing coldness completely different from the smile. He looked at Danzo before him with slight surprise and slowly spoke in a tone of mock astonishment. "I didn't expect you to actually notice something. Looks like I underestimated you, you old bastard." Ko tilted his head slightly, and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened a little more. "Well, I guess that makes sense. After all, even though you're an old bastard who is both stupid and rotten, if you didn't have at least some ability, you wouldn't have managed to do so many evil things vile enough to leave your descendants without assholes." Hearing Ko's mocking words, the root shinobi who had originally surrounded Orochimaru almost simultaneously shifted their kunai toward him. Their formation began adjusting in silence. Several shinobi standing on the outermost positions had already turned their toes slightly, ready to launch an attack at this suddenly appeared black-haired young man at any moment. "Don't move." Danzo's voice was not loud, but it carried unquestionable authority. "Keep surrounding Orochimaru. This man is not someone you can handle." The root shinobi withdrew all unnecessary movement almost the instant they received the order and once more focused all their attention on Orochimaru. Danzo did not look at the subordinates behind him who had resumed their positions. From the moment Ko appeared, his gaze had never left him again. Uchiha Ko. He looked at this black-haired young man before him, who clearly wore a smile at the corner of his mouth, but had not the slightest trace of one in his eyes, and spoke in a low voice. "I didn't expect the one controlling Orochimaru from behind the scenes to be you." Ko looked coldly at Danzo before him. He heard that faint hint of surprise in Danzo's tone, and his brows slowly drew together. "Is it really that surprising to you that it's me?" Feeling the undisguised, bone-deep killing intent pouring from Ko, Danzo did not reveal the slightest fear. He merely nodded calmly and said in a deep voice, "The fact that you were able to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan truly does surprise me." Danzo looked at the man before him, now more mature and even more powerful than he had been 5 years ago, and the light in his single eye grew darker and deeper. He looked straight into Koa's eyes, those eyes giving off a faint crimson glow in the darkness, and muttered in a low voice with that aged and hoarse throat. Because in this old man's view, someone like you, who has always worn a mask in front of everyone, should have been absolutely incapable of awakening the Mangekyo. 8 years earlier, Konoha Hokage's office. You want to let that Uchiha Tō enter the Jonin squad? Hiruzen, what exactly are you thinking? Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, a pipe held between his fingers as bluish-gray smoke slowly rose from the bowl. Looking at this old friend he had known for most of his life, who was currently blowing up at him, he let out a helpless sigh. Hiruzen Sarutobi moved the pipe away from his mouth and tapped the desk with that hand roughened by the years, speaking in a calm tone. Danzo, calm down first. We're both this old already. If there is something to discuss, can't we sit down and talk about it properly? Danzo stood in front of the desk, looking down at his old friend from above, the veins at his temple throbbing. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, and said in a grave tone, Hiruzen, you should know very well what it means to let a member of the Uchiha clan enter the Jonin squad. This is not some cheap bargaining chip you can use to appease the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage did not answer Danzo's question immediately. He looked at Danzo's face, full of anger and anxiety, and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. The smoke spread between the two of them, blurring each other's outlines. The war is already over. The third paused, set the pipe on the corner of the desk, looked at Danzo, and said seriously, although Ko hasn't said it out loud, I can tell that his experiences on the battlefield over these years have placed no small burden on him. With the state he is in right now, continuing to carry out high-intensity external missions is not a good thing. Staying in the village and handling paperwork in the Jonin squad will give him enough time to adjust himself and find his rhythm again in a peaceful environment. As he spoke, the third put the pipe back into his mouth and looked at Danzo through that thin layer of smoke. Besides, that child Ko is very smart. I believe he'll adapt quickly. That's exactly because he is too smart. Danzo stared fixedly at the third and let out a hoarse growl. Hiruzen, stop playing dumb with me here. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Then if you already know, what are you here asking for? You! Danzo was choked so hard by that answer that his chest tightened. His words stuck in his throat for a long while before anything came out. Seeing the smile Hiruzen could no longer suppress at the corner of his mouth, the grievance of being toyed with by an old friend appeared in Danzo's eyes on top of his anger. It's because I understand that I came here to stop you. You want to train him to succeed as the leader of the Jonin squad and assist your disciple's disciple, who is about to become Hokage. If you were only letting him enter Konoha's management level, that would be one thing. If he just took some ordinary staff position as a not-too-important advisor, this old man wouldn't have personally made the trip. But the secretary to the leader of the Jonin squad. Danzo bit down on those words and said in a low, solemn voice, you cannot possibly be unclear on what that position represents. You're trying to train that brat from the Uchiha clan to succeed as Konoha's fifth Hok. Danzo. The third's voice suddenly rose, forcibly cutting off Danzo's unfinished words. He put away that faint smile at the corner of his mouth, slowly rose from his chair, and met Danzo's gaze at eye level. In those eyes, not yet completely worn dull by the years, there was now a seriousness so intense it was nearly severe. You've crossed the line. Danzo was frozen in place by that gaze. He opened his mouth, but no more sound came out. Seeing him like this, the third let out a heavy sigh, then walked to the window and looked out at the street outside, which was gradually being soaked in dusk. Danzo, your prejudice against the Uchiha clan is too deep. His voice lowered. It was no longer the official tone from before. It sounded more like he was trying to persuade a stubborn old friend. The older generation of Uchiha who took part in that coup back then are now, for the most part, no longer alive. Most of the younger generation of the Uchiha know nothing about that coup from those years. Most of them genuinely hope to be truly accepted by Konoha. Whether it's Fugaku or Ko, the efforts these young people have made to help the Uchiha blend into Konoha, and the results they've achieved. I believe you can see them. The third paused, turned around, and looked seriously at his old friend. We should also give them a response. What I'm discussing with you right now is not the Uchiha clan. Danzo avoided the third's gaze, and also avoided his words regarding the Uchiha clan. He fixed his eyes back on Hiruzen's face, his voice even lower than before. What I'm talking about is Uchiha Ko as a person. Danzo looked in the direction of the Uchiha district, and the light in that single eye was full of gloom. Just like I said earlier, that brat Uchiha Ko is too smart. At such a young age, he already knew how to disguise himself. He deals with people wearing a completely harmless, carefree, even foolish act, showing everyone a mask that looks innocent and non-threatening, using that to win their goodwill and trust. And under the cover of that goodwill and trust, he quietly fights for the greatest benefit for himself without anyone noticing. Danzo's voice paused slightly here, then turned even colder. person like that, and he is also an Uchiha. That is simply far too dangerous. He looked coldly at the third Hokage before him, his words full of disappointment that had been suppressed for far too long. I originally thought you had already seen through that brat's true nature long ago. I thought that since the boy's talent was mediocre, you only appeared to value him because you wanted to use him to stabilize the Uchiha clan. That was why I had never said much. But I never expected you to be this naive. You really disappoint me, Hiruzen. The third stood silently by the window. He did not refute him, nor did he explain anything. He only listened quietly. Seeing the third remain silent like this, Danzo snorted heavily and continued. That Uchiha brat who is always wearing a mask. On the surface, he looks like he can get along perfectly well with anyone. But beneath that seemingly carefree and thoughtless mask, what exactly is he thinking inside? Even you and I cannot say we can completely see through it. Danzo spoke in a low voice filled with apprehension. A person with such a cold nature probably has an invisible wall in his heart separating him from every single person around him. He raised that single eye and looked straight into the third's eyes as he said heavily, "Putting aside what I think, is this kind of person really someone you can approve of?" The third quietly listened to all of Danzo's words, his expression remaining calm from beginning to end. The dusk outside had already darkened to the limit. No lights were on in the Hokage's office, and in this dimness, the outlines of the two old men had become blurred. Silence spread through the room for a long time. A moment later, the third slowly turned around, set the pipe on the windowsill, and said softly in a voice so calm it was almost like he was speaking to himself, "Does it really matter whether it's true or false?" Hearing those words, the expression on Danzo's face changed from indignation to shock. "Hiruzen, you..." The third raised a hand, stopping the words before they could leave his mouth. He looked at Danzo and let out a long sigh. "Although I don't understand why that child started wearing such a thick mask from such a young age. And I don't know what he is really thinking inside. Over these years, I've tried countless times to read him through his eyes, but most of the time, couldn't." The third Hokage paused, and his voice suddenly turned firm. "But on one point, my view is different from yours." He slowly walked to the desk and cast his gaze out the window, toward the direction of the Uchiha clan district. A few scattered lights had already come on there, quietly flickering in the night. Even if his original heart wasn't pure, even if at the very beginning, he deliberately got close to the people around him for some kind of purpose, and put on that carefree, heartless act. But after spending day after day with his companions, and with all the people who truly treated him sincerely, deep feelings had already formed in that childish heart without him even realizing it. The third Hokage turned around to face Danzo, to face this old friend he had known for decades and fought with for decades, and in that aged yet incomparably resolute voice, said solemnly, "This is the conclusion I reached after countless observations and tests of that child's every word and action over the past more than 10 years. The third Hokage looked at Danzo and said softly, "Ko is absolutely not some cold-hearted person. Beneath that mask of his is a sincere heart. He values his bonds with others more than you think." Danzo listened to the third Hokage's heartfelt words with a gloomy expression, then spoke in disappointment, "You really are as hopelessly naive as ever." He turned away, showing his back to the third Hokage, and said coldly, "I still stand by what I said just now. In Uchiha Tō's heart, there has never been any so-called bond like the one you speak of. A selfish person like that is absolutely not something Konoha needs." The third Hokage looked at his aged back and said in a deep voice, "No matter what you say, my thoughts will not change. That child will become an outstanding Kage. This is the judgment I, as the third Hokage, have made." Danzo's hand was already on the doorknob. The moment he heard the word Hokage, his body froze. In that only left eye exposed outside the bandages, an extremely deep and dark haze flashed past. He did not turn back. He only used a hoarse voice to growl out one final sentence in a low tone, "Hiruzen, one day, you'll regret this." Bang! The door slammed shut. The aftershock of that sound echoed through the hallway, followed by Danzo's gradually retreating footsteps, heavy and hurried. Danzo did not look at Hiruzen Sarutobi's final expression, and from now on he would probably never see it again. Land of rice fields, temporary root base. Danzo slowly pulled his thoughts back from that dim, dusky evening 8 years ago and refocused on the tall, straight-backed Uchiha Tō before him. He was no longer that boy from back then, the one who had shown him a perfect smile in the hallway while his eyes were full of vigilance and fear. Standing before him now was an Uchiha who had cast off all disguises, letting unconcealed killing intent surge within those scarlet Sharingan eyes. "Looks like I was wrong, Hiruzen." Feeling Ko's icy gaze, Danzo whispered silently in his heart, "Your judgment was right. This little brat wearing a mask really is someone who values feelings. But precisely because of that, the current him has already become a threat that must be eliminated for Konoha and for you, uncontrollably." The night of the Uchiha clan massacre surfaced in Danzo's mind. In the Uchiha clan district, at the moment of his final confrontation with Hiruzen, when Hiruzen swung the adamantine staff and brought down a fatal strike toward him. What surged in those cloudy, aged eyes was not anger, but pain and struggle so intense it was almost enough to tear him apart from the inside. Danzo slowly closed that one eye. When he opened it again, there was no longer any recollection in it, nor any hesitation. Only deep resolve remained. Take it as me repaying this favor. At the very end, let me remove this scourge for you and for Konoha. A mask. Huh. Ko repeated Danzo's words and lowered his head. A few strands of black hair fell from his forehead, covering half his face. His voice was light, almost like he was talking to himself. Looks like I really couldn't hide it from an old fox like you. Though he said that, there was not much surprise in Ko's tone. After all, as he gradually grew into a ninja truly capable of standing on his own, he had also slowly come to understand that his clumsy little act in the beginning could at best fool an idiot like Obito. There was no way it could fool old foxes who had been tempered in battlefields and in the arena of power for decades. As for Danzo and the third Hokage having already seen through his disguise, he had long since suspected it. And in an even deeper corner of his heart, this was also one of the reasons why he had chosen to leave Konoha back then. Thinking of this, Ko slowly raised his head. Under the dim light, those Sharingan eyes gave off a cold, eerie red glow. He looked at Danzo in front of him, his voice hoarse and calm, like he was stating a fact completely unrelated to emotion. Looks like I've got one more reason to kill you now. Danzo did not respond to Ko's words. He merely raised his hand in silence and began unwrapping the bandages around his body, one layer after another. Ko watched his movements coldly, with not the slightest intention of stopping him. The corner of his mouth slowly curled into a mocking arc. Do you know why I didn't make a move the moment I learned you were hiding in this nest? Ko did not wait for Danzo's reply, nor did he need one. The three tomo in his eyes began spinning faster and faster under the drive of his ocular power. Faster, sharper, until they drew close to one another, connected, and twisted into a complicated eerie Mangekyo pattern. Because I want you to feel what real despair is. The kind of despair where even if you struggle with everything you have, even if you thrash around like a stray dog at death's door, it's still useless. And you still can't do a single thing. Ko muttered hoarsely, driven by the power of his eyes. A terrifying pressure suddenly exploded out from his body. Azure chakra, solidified into substance, gathered and took shape at his side. First came the outline of ribs, then the entire chest bone, then a massive skeletal arm thick enough to completely envelop a person within it. That azure skeleton formed purely from ocular power slowly appeared at Ko's side. The walls of the base began cracking under the crushing force of that pressure. Fine cracks spread outward in all directions with Ko at the center, and even the mining lamps hanging from the ceiling began trembling slightly. Looking at the azure framework slowly taking shape beside Ko, the pupil in Danzo S1 I suddenly contracted. That is Susanoo. As the complete azure skeleton fully manifested, a cold and violent chakra rampaged freely through the base. The rude elites who had originally been surrounding Orochimaru instinctively tensed their entire bodies under that terrifying pressure. This had nothing to do with ninja discipline. It was purely the instinctive reaction of living creatures when facing an apex predator far beyond their own place in the food chain. But they still didn't retreat a single step. These tools, tempered by root in the cruelest way possible, even in the face of death, they would not disobey their master's orders. Ko stood beneath the cover of that sai and skeleton, looking down coldly at Danzo in front of him. 2 lines of scarlet blood tears had unknowingly begun to slide slowly from his eyes, tracing down his handsome, unruly face before falling soundlessly to the ground at his feet. Feeling his ocular power being consumed at an alarming rate, a deep sense of gravity flashed through Ko's heart. Even though he had long been mentally prepared, the terrifying drain required to maintain Susanoo still made his heart tremble. If he hadn't absorbed the Mangekyo ocular power left behind by Indra's reincarnation from 1,000 years ago in the ruins of the Uzumaki clan, then just summoning this form of Susanoo alone would have been enough to cause irreversible deterioration to his vision. Looks like I have to end this fast. Ko muttered to himself inwardly, and a trace of resolve flashed through those still bleeding Mangekyo Sharingan. He had to get rid of this inherently evil old bastard Shimura before the consumption of his ocular power started affecting his eyesight. Ko silently made his decision. However, just as he was about to drive Susanoo forward and launch the first round of attacks at Danzo, he suddenly sensed a strange, yet incomparably massive chakra erupting violently from straight ahead. Ko instantly looked toward Danzo, and his expression grew even more serious. At this moment, Danzo had already removed every strip of bandage wrapped around his body. Those white cloth strips slid down from his shoulders, piling up at his feet loop after loop, revealing a body that sent chills through one's heart just by looking at it. Aside from a small patch near the right side of his waist and abdomen that still retained the flesh color of a normal human, every other part of Danzo's body had turned an inhuman pale white. His torso was covered with densely packed, bulging veins. Those swollen veins writhed faintly beneath Danzo's pale skin, as if they were ready to burst out of his body at any moment. Matching that monster-like body, the aura erupting from him also continued to rise. A chakra filled with violent life force exploded from within him. The current Danzo no longer resembled that weak old man from before who could barely even speak. A flush of color appeared on his face, and it was as if he had grown several decades younger. Only, the veins crawling from his neck up to the side of his face made him look especially ferocious. Behind him, the root ninjas watched the series of changes happening to Danzo, and a flash of unconcealable shock passed through their eyes at the same time. Ko calmly stared straight at that pale, savage body ahead of him, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly into a mocking curve. Though I was already mentally prepared, you really are even uglier than I expected. Hearing Ko's mocking words, Danzo's expression turned even grimmer. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at Orochimaru behind him, who was still standing there calmly despite being tightly surrounded by the root ninjas, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Looks like you don't seem surprised by this old man's appearance at all. Ko didn't answer Danzo's question. He simply continued examining Danzo's body, which was still being continuously eroded by Hashirama's cells, and said coldly, you transplanted the missing parts of your body from that experimental subject named Shin. Using his special constitution of naturally having zero rejection toward organ transplants, you implanted a large amount of Hashirama cells into your body. When Orochimaru treated you, this was the method he used, wasn't it? Hearing Ko's precise words, Danzo's expression gradually darkened. This brat really had learned his information from Orochimaru. Ko looked coldly at Danzo's gloomy face and continued, implanting a large amount of Hashirama cells into your body did indeed make up for the fact that you've now lost your Sharingan, can no longer use Izanagi to save your life, and don't have the strength to fight me head-on. But the price of fully releasing this power must be no small one, right? At this point, Ko tilted his head slightly, and the mocking curve at the corner of his mouth deepened further. How much longer can you still live? You probably won't even last 1 hour before the Hashirama cells completely lose control, and you die in the most miserable way possible, in agony. Ko looked at Danzo in front of him and said in a deep voice, even if I turned around and left right now, you still wouldn't live past tonight. Ko's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly entered the ears of every root ninja present. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive at this moment. Several root ninjas even subconsciously shifted their gazes away from Orochimaru and toward Danzo. There was no extra emotion visible on their expressionless faces, but the very act of looking at Danzo already showed the shock in their hearts at this moment. Whether this old man lives or dies is not important. Danzo's voice was extremely calm, carrying no unnecessary emotion. Standing beneath the massive shadow cast by Susanoo, his left eye stared directly upward at Ko within the Saiyan skeleton. What matters is that in this final stretch of time, this old man will completely erase you. This disaster that threatens Konoha. Before his words had even finished, Danzo's figure vanished from where he stood. With the physical enhancement of Hashirama's cells, Danzo erupted with a speed that completely didn't belong to someone his age. In only an instant, he appeared right in front of the Saiyan skeleton. At some point, a kunai was already tightly gripped in his hand as he viciously stabbed toward the Susanoo bones protecting Ko. Clang! The tip of the kunai snapped the instant it struck the Susanoo skeleton. That sharp metallic breaking sound was especially piercing in this vast underground space. The surface of Susanoo's skeleton didn't even receive the slightest scratch. Damn. Inside Susanoo, Ko looked at Danzo standing outside the skeletal frame with the broken blade still in hand, and the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. In a low voice only he could hear, he cursed under his breath, then without the slightest hesitation, drove Susanoo into motion. That massive Saiyan skeletal hand shot out at terrifying speed and fiercely grabbed toward Danzo at its side. Danzo raised his face and looked at the giant Susanoo hand grabbing violently toward him, yet there was still not a trace of fear on his face. His pale hand formed seals at a speed so fast it was almost a blur. Would release. Would expulsion jutsu. As his hoarse shout fell, the ground suddenly split open. A vertical wooden shield woven from countless thick vines and wooden stakes rose up from the crack, blocking between the two at the very instant before the Susanoo hand arrived. The Susanoo hand slammed heavily into the wood expulsion jutsu, and that seemingly sturdy wooden shield began to quake violently under the blow. Countless shattered wooden fragments and broken vines exploded from the point of impact, but the momentum of the Susanoo hand was indeed barely halted for a moment by that wooden wall. Danzo's face, already covered in bulging veins, became even more ferocious the instant he used the wood release ninjutsu. Those veins throbbed violently beneath his skin like living creatures, each one swelling to a horrifying degree. He gritted his teeth. His face grew even paler under the backlash of the Hashirama cells in his body. But those hands flying through hand seals at high speed did not slow in the slightest because of the pain. Ko looked at Danzo's hands. Even under that intense pain, They were still as steady as rock. A sharp, cold glint flashed through his eyes. He said nothing. With a single thought, he increased the force of the Susanoo giant hand even further. That tree wall, a full 2 meters thick, finally let out a cracking sound under the suddenly intensified, horrifying pressure. In less than a single breath, the entire wooden wall was blasted apart, turning into splintered wood and shattered vines that scattered through the air. Danzo's figure was exposed to the attack range of the Susanoo giant hand in that instant. But just before the giant hand was about to touch him, his rapidly weaving hands finally stopped. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Danzo took a deep breath, his chest expanding to the limit, then suddenly spat out a gigantic wind pressure cannon at the Susanoo right in front of him. The diameter of that wind cannon was astonishingly large. Inside it, high-speed rotating wind blades frantically sliced through everything, tearing the air apart with countless sharp screeches. At the same time, using the tremendous recoil from releasing the wind release, Danzo violently threw his body backward. At the exact instant the Susanoo was about to touch him, he escaped the attack range of the giant hand. Flung into the air by the recoil, Danzo coldly looked down at the Susanoo below that had been hit head-on by Vacuum Great Sphere, and a trace of unconcealable satisfaction flashed in his eyes. With the all-around enhancement brought by Hashirama S cells, the power of Vacuum Great Sphere had already reached a terrifying level. And in the instant his kunai had come into contact with the skeletal frame earlier, he had already estimated the approximate hardness of this layer of Susanoo. The hardness of the Susanoo skeleton was indeed terrifying. Ordinary ninjutsu probably wouldn't even leave a scratch on it. But according to his calculations, the power of this Vacuum Great Sphere was absolutely enough to tear a crack open on the surface of the Susanoo, and as long as there was even a single opening, he would have a chance to make the next attack hit that brat directly, getting power and then becoming this careless and arrogant. This brat is still nothing more than a stupid Uchiha in the end. Danzo mocked in a low voice, his hands continuing to form seals at high speed in midair. He would never give Ko any chance to catch his breath. Wind release, vacuum serial waves. Countless high-speed air bullets sprayed out from his mouth, every single one precisely locked onto the Susanoo that had just taken Vacuum Great Sphere head-on. The air bullets were so dense that they almost covered all of Ko's possible dodging space. Danzo's gaze passed through the trails left by layer after layer of wind bullets, locking tightly onto the Susanoo's position. He was certain that after taking a Vacuum Great Sphere at close range, Susanoo's defense had to be damaged. And under the wide-range coverage of vacuum serial waves, no matter how fast Ko was, there was no way he could dodge every attack in time. And without the protection of Susanoo, the only path left was to take this whole combo head-on. Suppressing the intense pain surging through his body, Danzo calculated madly in his heart. His hands had already begun forming the seals for another jutsu. He was going to use the moment this brat was scrambling to deal with vacuum serial waves to follow up with the final blow. But the moment Danzo's gaze landed on Ko's position below, his left eye, already bloodshot from the backlash of Hashirama S cells, suddenly widened to the limit. The scene of Susanoo being shattered never happened. To be precise, there wasn't even the sound of Vacuum Great Sphere colliding with the Susanoo skeleton. That giant wind pressure cannon Danzo had placed such high hopes on, at the instant it touched the Susanoo, vanished out of thin air as if something had swallowed it. Not just Vacuum Great Sphere, even the dozens of air bullets from vacuum serial waves that followed after it all silently sank into that Saiyan skeleton before they could make contact. Danzo suddenly realized something, and his pupils violently shrank. That is, a Mangekyo Sharingan Dojutsu. Inside the Susanoo, Ko activated the Dojutsu of his right eye, in origami, and absorbed all of that pure wind release chakra enhanced by Hashirama S cells. He licked his lips, felt the chakra in his body instantly swell to fullness, and revealed a satisfied smile. Thanks for the meal. Then Ko raised his head again and looked mockingly at the old face in midair, twisted by both shock and fear. The corner of his mouth slowly curved into a teasing arc. Next it's my turn. He slowly spat out those words. Then, the instant his gaze turned sharp again, he poured all the ocular power in both eyes into the Susanoo around him without holding anything back. Condense. Along with Ko's low shout, the Susanoo that had originally remained only in skeletal form began to undergo a violent transformation. Inside those hollow eye sockets, 2 eerie Saiyan lights suddenly lit up. Like soul fire being ignited, countless muscle fibers and meridians made of chakra began spreading rapidly along those Saiyan bones. From ribs to chest, from shoulders to upper arms, from spine to waist and abdomen, layer by layer, flesh covered it, shaping this once skeletal Susanoo into a complete upper body form in less than a single breath. The surface of those chakra muscles glowed with the same eerie Saiyan light as the bones. Knotted muscle lines and bulging veins were clearly visible, making it look like a mighty Saiyan demon god. Susanoo second form, open, and at the exact moment Susanoo completely evolved into its second form, A gigantic bladed wheel matching its size had already condensed in its left hand. The giant wheel was dark cyan black all over. Its edge was as thin as a blade, while the center was thicker. The surface was engraved with twisted Mangekyo patterns, rotating slowly under the dim underground lights. Ko controlled the Susanoo and slowly raised that giant wheel, aiming it at Danzo in midair, then suddenly swung its arm down. The wheel flew out of Susanoo's hand and was hurled violently at Danzo while spinning at terrifying speed. Its edge tore rings of pale cyan sonic clouds through the air, and the stone walls of the entire underground base trembled at the same time under the shock of the sonic booms. On the ceiling, several glass lampshades couldn't withstand the horrifying pressure and exploded one after another the instant it passed. Ko raised his head and coldly looked at Danzo in midair, who was desperately adjusting his body, trying to find an angle to dodge while falling. Looking at Danzo's left eye that had suddenly contracted to the limit, he coldly shouted the name of the divine weapon born, alongside his own Susanoo. Futsumikura no Tenkyurin. Danzo looked at that dark cyan giant while tearing through the air toward him at a speed great enough to rip it apart, and his pupils suddenly shrank to the limit. The Mangekyo patterns at the edge of the wheel dragged arcs of dark cyan light as it spun at high speed. Before the wheel itself even arrived, that terrifying air pressure had already slammed toward him. This speed, this coverage. I can't dodge it. A trace of gravity flashed through Danzo's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he gave up all thoughts of evasion and mobilized all the chakra in his body. Those already bulging veins on Danzo's body twisted to an almost grotesque extent at this moment, writhing crazily beneath his skin. Agonizing pain exploded at once from every inch of bone and every meridian, as if it were going to tear him into pieces from the inside. But not only did the speed of Danzo's hand seals not slow down, it became even faster than at any previous moment. Would release. Advent of a world of flowering trees. With a hoarse, low roar from Danzo, the entire underground base shook violently at that instant. Countless thick tree trunks burst out madly from the stone walls, the ground, and even the ceiling all at once. This was the legendary would-release secret art that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had used to pacify the chaotic era. At the cost of completely giving up suppression of the Hashirama cells inside his body, Danzo unleashed it with everything he had. Thick trunks tore out from every crack like living creatures. Even the thinnest was as thick as a person's embrace, while the thickest directly crushed the surrounding walls into rubble. Countless branches shot out from the main bodies of those giant trees at the same time, wrapping toward that rapidly spinning dark cyan blade wheel at extreme speed. At the same time, the thickest trunk rose sharply from the ground and steadily caught Danzo, who was falling rapidly through the air. Danzo knelt on one knee atop that towering tree, one hand pressed tightly against it, his chest heaving violently. On that face covered in bulging veins, not a trace of color remained, although the forcibly unleashed deep forest emergence had barely blocked that attack. The condition inside his body had already reached the point of no return. Forcing out would release on this scale had nearly exhausted all the remaining chakra in his body, and the Hashirama cells he had stopped suppressing seized this chance to frantically devour his body at an unprecedented speed. He had originally estimated he could barely hold on for almost 1 hour. Now, he probably could not even last 10 minutes. I can't drag this out any longer. This has to end fast. Danzo made his final judgment in his heart. Trembling, he raised that hand that had already lost all feeling and slowly pressed it against his abdomen. That was his final trump card. However, just as Danzo was about to release the ultimate jutsu sealed within his body, the Susanoo blade wheel, which had been tightly bound layer after layer by deep forest emergence and seemed completely unable to move, moved. Inside the Susanoo, Ko calmly watched the dark cyan giant wheel wrapped in countless massive trees, and the corner of his mouth slowly curled into an amused arc. Looking at Danzo's deathly pale face, changing wildly in just a few breaths, he softly spat out one word: rotate. As Ko's voice fell, the inner surface of the giant Susanoo blade, covered in Mangekyo patterns, began to slowly turn on its own. The sound of that movement was not loud, only a faint click like some mechanism being triggered. But the moment that soft sound faded, a dazzling cyan light suddenly flared across the outer curved blade edge. The giant trees that had firmly restrained it were all severed the instant they touched that cyan light. The blade wheel broke free from the entangling trees like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, and with even greater speed and sharper momentum than before, it slashed fiercely toward Danzo. Danzo's already pale face completely lost its last trace of blood at that moment. Almost instinctively, he shouted an order at the root ninjas still standing on the battlefield. Stop that attack. Buy this old man some time. Hearing this order that was practically no different from suicide, not a single root ninja showed even a moment of hesitation. They no longer cared about Orochimaru, who was still standing calmly in place. All of them rushed toward the area in front of Danzo at top speed. Ko coldly watched those root ninjas sprinting toward Danzo's front, then gave Orochimaru an order in a flat tone. Kill them. The moment Orochimaru received Ko's command, a cold gleam flashed through his originally hollow golden snake-like pupils. Several venomous snakes shot out from his sleeves and bit through the throats of the last two root ninjas in the rear. At nearly the same time, Orochimaru himself appeared soundlessly behind three root ninjas and drove a precise knife-hand strike into their cervical vertebrae. These root elites, who had once made enemies tremble in terror on the battlefield, did not even get a chance to fight back before more than half of them were slaughtered in an instant before Orochimaru. At this moment, the gap in power between a Kage-level expert and Jonin was laid bare without reservation. But a small portion of the root ninjas still managed, through battle instinct honed on the edge of life and death over many years and the brief opening bought with their comrades' lives, to bypass Orochimaru's interception and reach the area in front of Danzo. While running, they had already completed their hand seals. Earth release, earth wall. As their shout fell, several thick earthen walls rose violently at the same instant, erecting what seemed to be a solid barrier between Danzo and the approaching Dark Saiyan giant wheel. However, those earth walls, condensed from all of their chakra, could not hold even for an instant before the giant Susanoo wheel. The giant wheel did not even slow down. It smoothly cut through the earth walls, and even the root ninjas still maintaining their hand seal stances were cut apart along with them. There were no screams, no struggle. The moment their bodies touched the wheel blade, they were torn into pieces by that terrifying force, scattering into the blood-soaked arena together with the collapsing remains of the earth walls. At this point, every root ninja at the scene was dead. Danzo watched this scene with a calm expression. Those subordinates who had followed him for most of his life, those root elites who had faithfully carried out his every order until the very last moment. Their corpses were now scattered through the ruins beneath his feet, blending with those eliminated children and with the blood-soaked ground. But Danzo did not lower his head to look at them. He merely used the few seconds bought for him by the root ninjas with all their lives to overdraw every last trace of chakra left in his body and cast deep forest emergence a second time. Countless giant trees once again burst wildly from the ground and walls, wrapping around that unstoppable blade wheel in an even denser formation than before. The giant trees coiled with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, the entire blade wheel was swallowed once more within layers upon layers of trunks. Forcing that body already on the verge of collapse to keep going, Danzo calculated calmly in his heart. As long as he could stop this move for a moment, even just for a few seconds, he could use that time to close the distance with Ko. That brat would definitely never expect that, at a time like this, he would still dare to take the initiative and charge toward the direction of the Susanoo. As long as he got close enough, the reverse four-symbol ceiling would be able to envelop the Susanoo, together with that brat inside it. However, what happened next reduced all of Danzo's calculations to nothing. That blade wheel, which just moments ago could still be barely restrained by deep forest emergence, now could not be blocked even for an instant. The rapidly spinning blade will smoothly split the first giant tree in two the moment it touched it. Then the second, the third, the 10th, those massive trunks, thick enough to support the entire underground base, were as fragile as paper before the wheel blade. The speed of the wheel did not slow by even the slightest bit from all that cutting. Its earlier appearance of being temporarily restrained by deep forest emergence now seemed, from beginning to end, to have been nothing more than a carefully crafted illusion. How is this possible? Danzo stared in shock at the Darksai and will blade rapidly closing in on him and roared almost out of control. This is the first Hokage's would release secret art, a legendary power capable of suppressing even tailed beasts. Even if the wood release, deep forest emergence I used is worlds apart from the first Hokage-sama's, stopping that blade wheel for a short time should have been no problem at all. What just happened was enough to prove that. So where exactly did it go wrong? What the hell is going on here? Danzo stared gloomily at the Saiyan blade while charging straight at him and muttered to himself inwardly. But he clearly had no time left to think. That gigantic Saiyan wheel was already right in front of him. A flash of resolve passed through Danzo's eyes. He no longer cared how much longer this body could hold on. He no longer cared whether his will could still keep control over this body. He completely released the Hashirama cells inside him. That entire pale white arm and half of his body instantly mutated into a huge mass of inhuman wood growth, launching a fierce attack at the blade wheel. But it was useless. His full power strike was no different from the deep forest emergence that had just been severed before that blade wheel. The giant trees were cut apart with ease. His half-expanded shoulder was completely sliced off the moment the wheel blade swept past. Right before Danzo's eyes, which were so wide they looked ready to split apart, that dark Saiyan blade will slice straight across his waist. A muffled bang suddenly rang out through the base. The moment the blade will swept past, Danzo's lower body was ground into chunks of flesh. His upper body was flung high into the air by the immense impact, tumbling several times before crashing heavily at the edge of the battleground, onto the ground soaked in blood. As for that enormous dark Saiyan blade wheel, after completing that strike, it drew an elegant arc through the air and steadily returned to Susanoo's hand. Ko didn't look at Danzo after he fell. Instead, He calmly calculated in his mind the total amount of eye power consumed in the battle just now. Only after confirming that his Mangekyo Sharingan's eyesight had truly suffered no effect did he finally let out a long sigh of relief inwardly. As the Mangekyo Sharingan in Ko's eyes faded back into deep black pupils, the Susanoo enveloping his side also turned into countless tiny psi and light particles and silently dissipated into the air. Only after dismissing Susanoo did Ko lower his gaze toward Danzo below, who was now left with only his upper body. In the next instant, Ko appeared in front of Danzo's ruined upper body, coldly looking down at the old man who had only one last breath left, yet still refused to close his eyes. At this moment, Danzo lay on his back in a pool of blood. His lower body had been completely destroyed. Fragments of internal organs mixed with dark red blood were madly pouring out from his severed waist and spreading across the ground. His eyes were already extremely unfocused. Even though they were so clouded that he could barely see anything, they were still locked stubbornly in Ko's direction. Danzo struggled to open his mouth and whispered weakly, "What was that move just now? Why? How were you able to cut through deep forest emergence so easily? That was the first Hokage-sama's jutsu. You! How could you possibly?" Before Danzo could finish, Ko cut him off without mercy. "Stop flattering yourself. Compared to the god of shinobi, you think you're worthy?" Ko looked disdainfully at this old thing in front of him, who was clearly about to die yet was still desperately trying to gather information on him, and said coldly, "Futsunushi no mitama no tenrin. That is the companion divine weapon of my Susanoo. Its ability is adaptation and growth. Any attack that can't completely destroy it in an instant, even if only a single fragment remains, it can restore itself to perfect condition in a moment. And while restoring itself or being shattered, it instantly adapts to the ninjutsu it comes into contact with, growing in every aspect until it becomes completely immune to the same type of attack." At this point, Ko paused, then lowered his voice a little, as if revealing a secret to someone about to die, a secret he no longer needed to hide in front of him, and its limit for growth is infinite. Hearing Ko's words, Danzo's expression turned even heavier. To think it had such a terrifying effect. He gasped with difficulty and said in a low voice, "One word at a time, you. The Uchiha really are all threats to Konoha's safety. Dangerous Yeli bang." Before Danzo could finish speaking, Ko stomped directly on his head. The force of that kick was so great that even the ground caved in with it. Danzo's skull let out an extremely piercing muffled crack beneath that stomp. "Quit spouting insanity here. I've put up with you for a long time, you old beast." Ko roared loudly, grinding Danzo's head under his foot like he wanted to vent all the anger he had built up for most of his life. "Do you know how much I suffered because of you? Calling me out for wearing a mask? Did you ever stop to think who I had to guard against by wearing one? Bang! If I wasn't afraid of being targeted by an old bastard like you, would I have needed to spend over 10 years in Konoha living in constant fear? Bang! If it weren't for your greed and your lust for power, for sitting still during the Ninetales attack, would Minato and Kushina have needed to die? Bang! If it weren't for you meddling in everything, would the Uchiha hardliners I worked so hard to stabilize have raised their heads again? Bang! If I wasn't afraid that an old freak like you would join hands with that lunatic Itachi and slaughter the entire Uchiha clan, would I have needed to leave Konoha and run into that bastard, ending up in a situation where I had no choice but to join the Akatsuki? Bang! 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 Ko roared while frantically stomping on Danzo's head. At some point, the stone slabs beneath his feet had already been smashed by that enormous force into a deep pit. Only after shouting until his throat had gone hoarse did he finally stop. He panted heavily, but his eyes were still fixed viciously on Danzo beneath his feet as he snarled, "If it weren't for an old bastard like you, the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha would have been resolved long ago. How could it possibly have fallen to the point of clan extermination? For all the filthy things you've done, dying 100 times still wouldn't be enough." As he spoke, Ko drove Danzo's head deep into the crushed stone pit with one stomp, flattening his entire head. "Where exactly did you learn all this from?" Danzo's face was buried in the rubble, and his voice was so weak it was almost inaudible, but his words were clearly filled with deep confusion. But immediately after that, his voice was already overflowing with monstrous killing intent. "Although I don't know where you learned those things, there is one thing I am now even more certain of. You, Uchiha Ko, are far more dangerous than I ever imagined." Danzo's left eye, smeared over with blood, barely opened into a slit through the gaps in the rubble as he stared fixedly at Ko and ground out in a low voice through clenched teeth, "For Konoha. This old man will definitely eliminate you here." As he spoke, Danzo's face, which had already grown weak beyond recognition, suddenly twisted into a savage expression at this moment. He gathered all the last scraps of chakra he had left into his left hand, the one he had been pressing tightly against his abdomen the whole time. That hand had never once left his abdomen ever since he had fallen to the ground after his lower body was severed. Black sealing marks suddenly lit up across Danzo's abdomen. Countless streams of black blood burst out from his upper body. A suffocating restraining force spread from his abdomen as the center and enveloped the entire underground base. This was Danzo's final trump card, the reverse 4-symbol sealing, a seal that would completely seal away everything around him, including himself. Feeling the terrifying power that was almost about to seal this entire base along with it, Ko gradually reined in the emotions that had been surging wildly inside him. He looked at the twisted grin on Danzo's face, yet a mocking curve slowly rose at the corner of his own lips. Seeing Ko's expression, the smug look on Danzo's face suddenly froze, forcing down the unease churning in his heart. He gave a final cold snort and said with the last of his strength, "Humph, putting on an act. At a time like this, do you really think you still have some way to turn this around? Right now, you're already completely within the range of the reverse 4-symbol ceiling. No matter how fast you are, speed is still not space-time ninjutsu. There's no way you can." At that point, as if he had suddenly thought of something, Danzo's one eye instantly widened to the limit. A Mangekyo Sharingan had 2 dojutsu abilities, and this brat in front of him, from the start of the battle until now, had only used one of them. The other dojutsu he had never used at all. If that ability was related to space-time ninjutsu, if that ability could let him escape this space that had already been completely locked down by the reverse 4-symbol ceiling. As that possibility surfaced in his mind, Danzo's lips began trembling uncontrollably. Ko looked at Danzo's face, now drained of all color, and spoke coldly, "You're right. I really don't have any means of getting out of the reverse 4-symbol ceiling's range unscathed." Hearing Ko's words, the fear in Danzo's heart was gradually replaced by confusion. But Ko's almost calm honesty did not reassure him in the slightest. Instead, the unease hanging over his heart swelled to the extreme in an instant. "But that doesn't mean I have no way to break this jutsu." Ko spoke coldly, his eyes full of deep mockery as he looked at Danzo. "I actually already knew you were hiding the reverse 4-symbol ceiling as your final trump card. In this battle, I had countless chances to stop you from using this move. But that would be the way a piece of trash thinks." Ko's originally flat tone suddenly changed, carrying deep hatred as he muttered in a low voice, "What I want you to feel is despair, to use every last trump card you have, to think you're about to turn the tables, and then at the final moment realize that everything you did, everything you gambled, from beginning to end, was nothing more than a laughable joke." Ko looked at Danzo's disbelieving expression and said coldly, "To die like a piece of trash, full of unwillingness and fear, in the most painful way possible. Only that kind of ending suits you." He looked at Danzo's one eye, already beginning to lose focus yet still staring at him without blinking. Feeling the sealing power continuously surging out of Danzo's body, he slowly aimed the Mangekyo in his left eye at him. "In the Pure Land, atone to the innocent people you've harmed, and to the Uchiha clansmen you personally pushed into destruction. You old bastard." Looking at Danzo's suddenly twisted face, Ko slowly said, "Then let me send you on your way with the power of the Uchiha clan you've obsessed over your whole life." He stared at Danzo's one eye, now swallowed by both fear and resentment, and shouted out the name of the jutsu in a deep voice. Magatsukami. The next second, the black blood continuously pouring from Danzo's body suddenly froze. Crack. An extremely light, brittle sound rang out clearly in this dead silent space. It was the sound of space itself shattering. Countless fine cracks began appearing across Danzo's body, as well as the space around him. Those cracks spread like a spiderweb, crazily extending outward from his abdomen. As Danzo looked at the spatial cracks spreading from his mutilated body, what surged in his eyes was not only the unwillingness and fear of impending death, but also deep shock. This is space-time ninjutsu. As the spatial fissures spread, his lips struggled to force out those few words. Under the erosion of Hashirama's cells, Danzo's nervous system had long since been ruined. From the moment he was cut in half at the waist, pain had completely vanished from his senses. But because of that, in these final dying moments, his mind instead remained clear. Looking at the spatial cracks spreading all around him, in less than a breath, Danzo had already completed his analysis of this dojutsu. The target of this dojutsu was space itself. The space he occupied was collapsing. Space itself was breaking apart. Everything wrapped within this collapsing space would be erased along with the disintegration of space itself. No matter how powerful the reverse 4-symbol ceiling was, it was still ultimately just a jutsu, a sealing technique built within this space. Once the space serving as its foundation began collapsing, every jutsu dependent on that space for its existence would have only one ending: collapse. All of his schemes, all the plans he had thought were foolproof, in front of these silently spreading spatial cracks, had all turned into a complete and utter joke. He had lost completely. Danzo opened his mouth, as if he wanted to shout something, but the cracks of the collapsing space had already spread across his entire face. He could no longer make any sound. He could only widen his sole remaining eye to the limit and stare fixedly at those Mangekyo Sharingan glowing with a sinister red light in the darkness. Ko coldly looked down at this old beast, whose entire body was now covered in spatial cracks. Under the vision of his right Mangekyo, within Danzo's shattered body, thick chakra full of the vitality of Hashirama's cells was surging violently. That vast mass of chakra was wildly churning inside the remains of Danzo's upper body, growing increasingly unstable as Danzo's life force drained away at high speed. In just a little while longer, it would all scatter into this collapsing space along with the death of his flesh. What a waste. Ko lightly licked his cracked lips, and the pattern in his right Mangekyo began to slowly rotate. In origami. As the words fell, that vast mass of chakra, guided by in origami, began peeling away from Danzo's ruined body and continuously pouring into Ko's right eye. Danzo's lone eye suddenly widened. It was as if he had finally understood something, and he stared fixedly at Ko's right eye as it devoured all the chakra inside him. Feeling that life-filled chakra within his body, a satisfied curve slowly rose on Ko's lips. A moment later, Ko had completely absorbed all the chakra of the Hashirama cells inside Danzo. Danzo's already shattered body completely lost its final trace of life at that moment. The bulging veins that had covered him all shriveled down. His pale skin wrinkled layer by layer like tree bark drained dry of all moisture. Danzo lay sprawled on the ground like an empty skin and bones shell that had been sucked dry. Only his left eye still weakly moved inside its socket, its hateful gaze fixed on Ko ahead of him. Thanks for the meal. Ko withdrew the satisfied curve at the corner of his lips, looked coldly at Danzo before him, and said in a deep voice, "You're completely useless now." He looked at Danzo's one eye, still glaring at him, without the slightest emotion in his own eyes. "Take your unwillingness and humiliation. Savor that utterly failed life of yours, and then obediently go die, you old beast." After saying that, Ko turned around and stopped looking at Danzo. In the next instant, Ko's figure vanished from where he stood and landed steadily in the center of the blood-soaked arena below. In the distance, Orochimaru also silently swept over to Ko's side at the same moment. His golden snake pupils calmly rested on Ko as he waited for the next order. Danzo stared fixedly at the black-haired young man below with his back facing him. His lips moved countless times, yet all he could make were vague, broken sounds. Ko didn't turn around. He simply raised his right hand lightly with his back still to Danzo, and snapped his fingers. Snap. In the next instant, the countless spatial cracks covering Danzo's entire body, as well as the surrounding space itself, shattered all at once. At the very last moment before his consciousness was completely swallowed, what surfaced in Danzo's mind was not regret over failing to kill Ko, nor was it the position of Hokage he had spent his whole life desperately chasing. The obsessions that had occupied most of his life unexpectedly vanished completely in this final moment. What he saw was Konoha from a very, very long time ago. Two young children were running through the streets of Konoha. The one in front turned back and revealed a smile Danzo knew all too well. That smiling face changed from a child into a youth, then from a youth into an old man wearing the Hokage's hat. The face in his memory kept changing, but from beginning to end, one thing never changed. The purest, most sincere smile that old man wearing the Hokage's hat showed him. Hiru. Zen. Danzo's throat, already ruined by the spatial cracks, somehow forced out two complete syllables at the very last second. This was the final sound he left in this world. Boom! With that thunderous roar echoing through the entire underground base, Danzo's body, along with that final whisper, disappeared forever into the violent spatial collapse. This darkness of the ninja world, whose hands were stained with countless lives and who had caused endless tragedies, the former Hokage advisor, Shimura Danzo, had finally brought his sinful life to an end in this foreign land where no one would ever know. As the spatial collapse came to an end, not only Danzo's body, but also the half of the base where he had been destroyed, vanished soundlessly within those spreading spatial cracks. The remaining half of the base lay exposed under the moonlight, reflecting a cold, hard sheen in the silver-white glow. The bright moonlight poured down through the gap torn open by the spatial collapse, falling onto the blood-soaked duel arena, and also onto Ko's roguishly handsome side profile. Ko lowered his head and stood in the middle of the ruins he had created with his own hands, silent for a long time. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice very soft, as if speaking to himself. This should count as revenge too, right? As he spoke in a low voice, the people he had known during those more than 10 years living in the Uchiha clan district surfaced in his mind one after another. Those kind and friendly neighbors. Those same-age brats who had once looked down on him for his average talent, only to follow behind him all day after getting their faces slapped by him. And those Uchiha teachers who had bad tempers and never held back with their words, yet always taught him seriously. The patch of wildflowers that bloomed by the Naka River embankment in spring. The red lanterns hung all across the streets of the clan district during the summer festival. Those people, those sights, those ordinary days from the past, they were all gone now. All that remained were memories. Who? Ko slowly let out a long breath. Under the moonlight, that breath turned into a faint puff of white mist, which was quickly scattered by the night wind. He pulled his gaze back from the distance and murmured softly, "Even though someone like me, who ran away to save his own life, doesn't he really have the right to say this? You all know me. I've never cared much about keeping face. I'll do my best to get justice for you. Anyone who tried to push for the Uchiha Massacre, or took part in it, no matter who they are, I'll kill every last one of them." As Ko spoke in a low voice, the image of that spiky-haired boy who had always followed behind him in the past unconsciously surfaced in his mind. Ko frowned slightly and closed his eyes. In the darkness, that cheerful spiky-haired boy was gradually replaced by a cold figure dressed in a black robe with red clouds, wearing an orange spiral mask. A moment later, when he opened his eyes again, all the emotions in them had already been completely withdrawn. Ko lowered his head and said hoarsely, "Even if it's you, the same goes." Ko raised his head toward that beam of moonlight, and from the Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye, a crimson tear of blood slowly slid down. He raised a hand and covered his left eye. Feeling the burning pain deep in the socket caused by the intense drain on his eye power in that instant, his expression twisted a little. Hiss! Ko couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. Even though I was mentally prepared for it, this eye power consumption really is way too ridiculous. He lifted his hand and lightly brushed across his eyelid. The chakra of the Hashirama cells was being converted bit by Inari no Kami into usable reserves of eye power. Ko could feel that faint burning sensation still lingering in his left eye being gradually soothed by that life force. Although there was still no way to fundamentally solve the Mangekyo Sharingan's consumption problem, at the very least, his eyesight hadn't been affected at all for now. If he wanted true freedom with eye power, then the grave-digging no archaeology plan really needed to be moved up as soon as possible. Thinking that, Ko's gaze drifted toward the distant northeast. That was the direction of the land of lightning. Just as Ko was about to sink into thought, a soft sound interrupted him. Ko turned his head, and what entered his eyes were the figures of the few children who had survived to the end. They stood at the edge of the duel arena. The oldest one, a 15-year-old child, stood at the very front, gripping a kunai tightly and staring at him with all his might. His face was covered in blood. Some of it his own. Some of it splashed onto him during the slaughter just now. The other children stood behind him. Some were a little older than the others, while some looked to be only around 10 years old. In every single one of their eyes, the same emotion was surging at this moment. It was not the relief of surviving a disaster. It was the hollow confusion left behind after even fear itself had been completely worn away. The way they looked at Ko was filled with numbness and despair, as if they were looking at some terrifying monster. Ko looked at those little faces smeared with blood and dirt, and instantly understood everything. From beginning to end, they had witnessed the entire battle from below. From the manifestation of Susanoo, to the frenzy of deep forest emergence, to the terrifying sight of Magatsukami silently erasing half the base. In the eyes of these children, who had not even extracted chakra yet, he and Danzo probably shared only one title. Monsters. Ko fell silent for a moment. He looked at those 6 children and revealed a smile he believed was gentle enough. That smile lacked the flawless perfection he had shown Kakashi and the others back in the Mizukage's office, and it also lacked the cynical, carefree attitude he usually used as a disguise. It was just an ordinary, tired, utterly genuine smile. The children, whose expressions had been numb just moments ago, all froze the instant they saw that smile. They didn't know why the person before them was smiling, nor did they know what that smile meant. They could only stare blankly at the smile of the man who had personally killed those mysterious people, the same people who had abducted them from their hometowns and thrown them into this hell to slaughter one another. A strange sense of relief, one they had never experienced before, slowly spread through their chests. You no longer need to kill each other. Ko looked at the children in front of him and lowered his voice until it was very, very soft. You're safe now. The moment they heard his words, several of the children widened their eyes. The child standing in front stared blankly at Ko, his lips trembling for a very, very long time. Clang! The kunai he had been gripping desperately finally slipped from between his fingers and fell to the floor with a sharp clink. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but every sound was blocked in his throat by something unseen. Tears burst from eyes that had been numb for far too long. His legs gave out and he dropped to his knees, like a real child at last. He broke down and cried loudly. The children behind him also loosened their grips on their weapons one after another. Those kunai, weapons they had held through countless nights, still stained with blood, fell scattered across the ground in every direction. They too dropped to their knees, covering their faces, and began to wail, their voices so hoarse they were nearly gone. Ko stood quietly in front of them. He did not step forward to comfort them, nor did he say anything unnecessary. He simply stood beside them in silence, calmly watching this scene that had long since become familiar to him. Moonlight silently fell through the gap torn open in the ceiling by the collapse of space, landing on this arena soaked in blood. From the distant mountains came the cries of night birds, long and cold, as though they were bearing silent witness to everything that had happened tonight. Moonlight poured through the opening in the dome, illuminating this half-destroyed ruin and making it seem even colder and more desolate. The children gradually stopped crying. As if by unspoken agreement, they carefully raised their heads and looked at the tall young man standing beneath the moonlight with their swollen red eyes. They did not know where he had come from, nor did they know what he wanted. They only knew one thing: this man was stronger than the root leader. And in this world, where strength spoke louder than anything else, the strong were the ones who decided everything. In the way they looked at Ko, aside from instinctive fear, there was only deep confusion left. Standing beneath the moonlight, Ko calmly looked at the surviving children before him, children who were now waiting for him to decide their fate. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. Even though this question doesn't really feel necessary, I'll ask it anyway. His gaze swept across the children's faces one by one as he asked softly in a calm tone, "Do any of you still have somewhere to go back to?" The children reacted differently to Ko's question. The short-haired girl on the left calmly shook her head. There was not a trace of extra emotion in her eyes. The boy by the wall lowered his head, his shoulders starting to tremble uncontrollably. His teeth clenched so hard they nearly cracked. One child curled up in the shadows shut his eyes in pain and dug his nails viciously into his own arm, streaks of blood seeping out one after another. And there was one older boy. He did not cry and he did not lower his head. He simply stared fixedly at the blood-soaked ground behind Ko, his eyes churning with nothing but deep hatred. One was an orphan who had been sold off, 3 were orphans whose entire families had been wiped out, and the rest were orphans forced to kill their own families with their own hands. Ha! Not surprising at all. Ko took in every expression the children showed and instantly understood their situation. Crossing his arms, he looked seriously at the children in front of him, his voice slightly heavier than before. "Let me make this clear first. I have no intention of taking your lives." As Ko's words fell, the tense shoulders of several children visibly relaxed. But in the eyes of some others, a trace of doubt appeared. A few breaths later, those doubtful gazes gradually settled down, as if they had figured something out. If this absurdly powerful man truly wanted their lives, there was no need for him to weave any lies. However, Ko's next words caused all of their expressions to change abruptly. "But I will erase all of your memories from tonight." Looking at the children before him, Ko spoke in a flat tone, "Only after that will I feel at ease letting you leave." At that point, he seemed to suddenly think of something and thoughtfully added, "Oh, of course, if any of you don't want to keep the memories of the days you were imprisoned here either, I can help clean those up too. I'm pretty confident in this skill of mine, so you can rest assured." As he spoke, Ko revealed an exceptionally gentle smile. But within that smile, there was not the slightest room for negotiation. He was not asking for their opinion. He was informing them. Although Ko tried not to do things like harming innocent people unless necessary, matters involving his own information and safety were a completely different story. Leaving these children alone and letting them go without doing anything? There was no way he would do something that stupid. As long as he could ensure there would be no irreversible damage to their brains, he would completely remove all memories of tonight from their minds. But if someone resisted too strongly, then he would not rule out the safest option. Though that would be a little uncomfortable, that was all. At that thought, a faint trace of killing intent flashed through Ko's deep black eyes. The children sensed that faint, almost imperceptible killing intent in the air, and their expressions changed immediately. Even though they were not even genin yet, having survived Rude's deadly selection until now, they had already developed an almost instinctive sensitivity to killing intent. Almost the instant they felt it, the children who had originally looked conflicted all started nodding. Seeing their reaction, Ko nodded in satisfaction. However, just as Ko reached his hand toward the child nearest to him, preparing to use the great memory erasure technique he had secretly learned back in Konoha's torture and interrogation force to completely wipe tonight's events from their minds, a hoarse shout suddenly exploded through the empty ruins. I don't want that." Ko's hand stopped in midair. The faint smile that had been on his face vanished in an instant. The children, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, turned their heads in terror toward the direction the voice had come from. A boy who looked about 8 or 9 years old stood up from the back row under everyone's gaze. Among the children, he was considered tall. His left sleeve had been torn away from the shoulder, and the exposed arm beneath it was covered in cuts that were still bleeding. Under Ko's calm gaze, the boy's entire body began trembling uncontrollably. Forcing down the fear rising from the bottom of his heart, he shakily walked up to Ko. Ko did not speak. He merely looked down at him coldly. An even denser killing intent than before silently spread out from Ko's body. To Ko himself, it was nothing more than an ordinary presence. But to this child before him, one who was not even genin level, that killing intent was like standing before hell itself. The boy let out a muffled groan and crashed to his knees on the ground. Cold sweat covered his forehead, and his knees could not stop shaking. but he still forced himself to raise his head and looked straight at Ko with those eyes filled with fear and pain. I don't want to forget. Feeling the pressure radiating from Ko, the boy endured the fear in his heart and whispered painfully, "My parents. Both of them died by our hands so my brother and I could live. My brother too. In tonight's chaotic battle, he deliberately died by my hand so I could keep living." At this point, the boy finally seemed unable to suppress his emotions any longer. His voice trembling, he let out a hoarse roar. "I don't want to forget them. I absolutely can't forget them. Even if I die, I can't forget." After the boy's hoarse shout fell, the ruins sank into a heavy silence. The other children also lowered their heads one after another. Their lips were tightly pressed together, and moisture once again welled up in their eyes. Clearly, more than a few among them had gone through something similar to this boy. "Idiot." Ko's cold voice broke the brief silence. "The greatest wish of your family was for you to stay alive." Ko looked at the boy kneeling before him. There was no comfort in his tone, only merciless mockery. "If you truly care about their deaths, if you don't want their sacrifice to be in vain, then you should live on at all costs. Even if it means going against your own heart, you still have to live. If you can't even understand something that simple, then even if I let you leave alive tonight, you won't survive long in this ninja world." Ko whispered those ruthless words without mercy. Then he slowly lowered his folded arms, and his tone returned to the same calm flatness as before, free of any unnecessary emotion. "I really don't want to kill you, but that doesn't mean I won't. If you truly refuse to accept memory erasure, then I respect your choice. I won't force you." At that, Ko deliberately paused for a moment, staring straight into the boy's eyes full of struggle and fear as he spoke solemnly. "But if you insist, I can't guarantee you'll survive tonight." Hearing Ko's words, leaving no room for discussion, the hesitation on the other children's faces vanished in an instant. Almost instinctively, they lowered their heads again, preparing to accept Ko's arrangement. Hearing Ko's resolute words, the boy's body suddenly trembled. He lowered his head and stayed silent for a moment. Then, slowly, with his still shaking fingers, he picked up the blood-stained kunai from the ground. Ko looked at the boy in front of him, who simply refused to listen no matter what, and a dark, unreadable glint flashed through his eyes. So it still came to this in the end. Ko let out a deep sigh inwardly and calmly moved his hand to the hilt at his waist. He had already calculated the angle of the blade's fall in his mind. The slash wouldn't hurt too much. However, at the very instant Ko was about to draw his blade, the boy suddenly raised his hand. The kunai in his hand flipped direction. The tip no longer pointed at Ko, but at himself instead. Seeing this unexpected scene, Ko's drawing motion paused slightly. The boy clearly had no idea he had just walked back from the gates of death. He simply continued what he was doing and viciously drove the kunai in his hand into the ground. Clang! The tip pierced into a crack in the earth, letting out a crisp hum. "I don't want to die, and I don't want to forget my family either." The boy raised his head and met Ko's eyes, where a trace of confusion had appeared for once. In an earnest voice he shouted, "So, there's only one thing I can do." As he spoke, the boy dropped heavily to his knees and slammed his forehead into the ground, giving a solid kowtow. He hit far too hard. Blood immediately seeped from the corner of his forehead in a bright red streak. But as if he felt nothing at all, he stayed prostrate on the ground and used the last bit of strength in his body to shout at the top of his lungs, "That is to swear loyalty to you." Huh? Looking at the boy in front of him, whose whole style had suddenly taken a bizarre turn, Ko's hand resting on the sword hilt froze in midair. Those black eyes of his, which had remained cold and deep this whole time, were now filled with dense confusion. "What do you mean by that?" Ko suppressed the shock in his heart, looked at the boy before him, and lowered his voice a little more than before. The boy slowly raised his head. Blood from his forehead ran down the bridge of his nose as he said in a trembling voice, "I want to follow by your side." Ko silently examined the boy kneeling before him. This little brat was serious? Ko put away the bit of calmness in his heart and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me your reason." Meeting Ko's gaze, the boy said with a trembling voice, "Because you are a good person." "A good person?" Ko looked at the boy before him in astonishment and couldn't help saying, "Hey, I was just about to kill you. If you hadn't spoken fast enough, your head would already be on the ground by now." "A good person? Don't make your brother Ko laugh." At that, Ko paused, as if suddenly thinking of something. He glanced at the remains of the root ninja on the ground, and said in a strange tone, "The good person you're talking about. You're not comparing me to those bastards from Root, are you?" Ko shifted his gaze back to the boy, and the disgust on his face was practically spilling out from his brows. "Ninjas already have a pretty low bottom line to begin with, but the group that kidnapped you here, especially that old bastard named Danzo, even in the entire ninja world, they rank among the worst scum. Don't let them drag your standards for what counts as a good person down too far." Hearing Ko's correction, full of disgust and disdain, the boy firmly shook his head. You don't need to belittle yourself. Even in the entire ninja world, you can still be called a good person. Of that I am certain. Because, at this point, the boy paused, and a brief struggle appeared in his eyes. He bit his dry lower lip. As if finally making up his mind, he resolutely lifted his eyes and looked straight into Ko's deep black pupils. Because according to ninja logic, when facing people like us who personally witnessed your existence, in order to prevent information from leaking, you could have killed all of us without hesitation. But you didn't. You only planned to erase our memories. And you even told us about it exactly as it was. You clearly could have said nothing and just done it directly, but you didn't. The boy took a deep breath and pressed his hand against his still slightly trembling knee, as if trying to make himself look less cowardly. Even if you really did think about killing me, that is still normal. My opinion of you will not change in the slightest because of that. Listening to the boy's words, Ko's expression gradually became serious. You seem to know a little too much. Ko looked over the boy again with a slightly scrutinizing gaze. Blood was still dripping from the boy's forehead. What you just said. Those aren't words some ordinary child casually abducted by Root could say. You shouldn't be some ordinary civilian from the land of rice fields, right? Hearing Ko's certain words, the boy fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. He raised his head and met Ko's scrutinizing gaze under the moonlight, unreadable and emotionless. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he said seriously, Fuma Naruto. That is my name, Fuma. Ko repeated the surname in a low voice. As he looked at the boy, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. You are a ninja of the Fuma clan. Hearing Ko blurt that out, tears immediately began to well up in Fuma Naoto's eyes, and his voice turned choked with emotion. Just as I thought. The ninja world still hasn't forgotten you, Grandpa. Stop. Ko raised one hand and held it straight out in front of the boy. Looking at this kid who was on the verge of bursting into tears and who supposedly belonged to the Fuma clan, the corner of Ko's mouth twitched slightly. Hold it in first. Answer my questions before you cry. The boy instantly clamped both hands over his mouth, forcefully swallowing back all the sobs that had already risen to his throat. Ko looked at the boy claiming to be from the Fuma clan, but the suspicion in his heart did not lessen in the slightest just because of his tears. He could tell that this kid had never refined chakra before. If what he said was true and he really was a descendant of the once famous Fuma clan, then at his age he should have already refined chakra long ago. But Ko's ninja instincts and experience also told him that this child was indeed not lying. For the moment, Ko suppressed the doubts in his heart and slowly spoke, his voice returning to its previous coldness. Are you really from the Fuma clan? As far as I know, although the Fuma clan does live in seclusion within the land of rice fields, their whereabouts have always been extremely well hidden. Even if Danzo wanted to capture members of the Fuma clan to use as cannon fodder, he wouldn't arrange for them to be sent to a place like this. Root isn't that loaded right now. Hearing Ko's questioning, the light in Naoto's eyes dimmed in an instant. My family and I really are members of the Fuma clan, but none of us are ninja. Everything I know about the Fuma clan and about ninja was told to me by my grandfather when he was still alive. Grandpa said he used to be a chunin of the Fuma clan. He even took part in the Second Great Ninja War. But as the Fuma clan declined more and more, the clansmen scattered everywhere, and some of them even fell so low that they became bandits. Grandpa and some of the others couldn't accept that kind of life, so they left the clan and settled down in a small village on the border of the land of rice fields. From then on, he was never a ninja again. In other words, your branch is an offshoot left outside the clan, descendants of the Fuma clan? Ko narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke in a low voice. Fuma Naoto nodded hard. Ko seemed to suddenly understand something. Looking at the child kneeling before him, staring at him as if he had grabbed onto his last straw, a trace of understanding flashed through his eyes. So, you want to stay by my side because you want to become a ninja, and then restore the Fuma clan? Fuma Naoto froze for a moment. Then he started shaking his head wildly. No. I really made this decision because I truly want to stay by your side. It has nothing to do with the clan. He paused, and his voice suddenly dropped. In those swollen red eyes, there appeared a heaviness that didn't match his age at all. Besides, I don't think a clan that would rather become bandits than live a peaceful life is something worth restoring. Ko listened to the boy's heartfelt words, stayed silent for a moment and then slowly said, since you know about the Fuma clan, and you've personally gone through all this mess, then I shouldn't need to explain what becoming a ninja means, right? Ko raised his hand and pointed toward the edge of the arena, at the root ninja corpses shattered into chunks, and at the children lying scattered even farther away. The moonlight made those dead faces, their eyes still open, especially clear. A few of the children still had their eyes open, their empty gazes fixed on the ceiling that Akatsuki had torn apart. Even people you see as invincible strong ones, even me included, anyone can die. Ko withdrew his finger, his icy gaze sweeping one by one across the faces of the children before him. This is what a ninja is. Rather than living every day in fear and anxiety, You'd be better off finding some place to peacefully farm the land. At least then, you wouldn't have to worry every second of every day whether your head is going to fall off. Kids, take some advice from someone who's been through it. Looking at the children in front of him, Ko spoke earnestly. The waters of the ninja world are too deep. You can't handle them. Hearing those words, the children all lowered their heads in silence. Having gone through hell, they were no longer children who knew nothing. They knew that Ko was right. In this man-eat-man ninja world, being able to peacefully farm for an entire lifetime might actually be a kind of luxury beyond reach. But, can we really still go back to living in peace? Naruto lifted his head and stared blankly at Ko with eyes full of confusion. We don't have anywhere to go back to anymore. Hearing Naruto's words, Ko fell into a rare silence. Even if you erase all memories of this experience from us, we've already lost our families. We have no place left to belong. Holding back the tears surging up inside him, Naruto said in a choked voice, right now, in this ninja world, only by your side can we feel safe. Even if one day we die at least before that, by your side, we can live in peace. Please take us in, even if you just treat us as tools. Please let us stay by your side. At that moment, the boy's voice was so choked by tears that he could not continue. He could only slam his forehead heavily onto the cold stone floor once again. That dull thud echoed through the empty ruins. At that moment, the other children who had been silent with their heads lowered also began to raise their heads one after another. In that silence, the children who had kept their heads down lifted them one by one. Their swollen red eyes all looked at Ko, as if they were looking at the only son left in the ninja world. Ko looked at this group of wounded children and stayed silent for a long while. Wind poured in through the broken ceiling, stirring his clothes and also stirring the pools of blood on the ground that were slowly beginning to congeal. Ko slowly closed his eyes and sank into thought. Honestly speaking, these children were actually useful to him. He wasn't some philanthropist. He didn't have extra kindness to waste. But he was a practical man. One day he would leave the Akatsuki, leave Kirigakure. One day, at some point, he would completely part ways with Kenji, who had already stepped onto a road of no return. When that time came, if he wanted to develop his own forces outside, he would need enough manpower. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to do every single job alone. Raising his own direct subordinates was necessary. And this group of children before him, with no way out, desperately needing a sense of security, and with their values not yet fully formed, were the perfect targets to cultivate. At that thought, Ko finally seemed to find a reason convincing enough for himself. He slowly opened his eyes and looked calmly at the children in front of him. But under the moonlight, that face deliberately kept cold still ended up carrying the faintest trace of softness, carefully hidden away. Let's make this clear first. I'm not some kind-hearted saint. I have no reason to raise a few burdens for nothing. If you want to keep living properly, then, in the days to come, show me your value. Hearing Ko's words, Naruto froze for a beat. In those eyes full of pain and confusion, a faint spark finally appeared. He suddenly slammed his forehead into the ground again, kowtowing even harder than before. Thank you. Really, thank you. His voice was drowned out by the sobbing he couldn't hold back, but every single word felt like it had been dragged out from the deepest part of his chest. Burning hot, Ko shook his head and moved his gaze away from him, sweeping it across every child's face. His expression was still calm, but the coldness in his voice had unknowingly faded by a few points. Don't celebrate too early. Since you've chosen this path, then be prepared. If anyone can't endure it, then be ready for me to erase your memories and kick you out. As Ko spoke, he raised a hand and looked toward Orochimaru beside him. Orochimaru silently stepped forward and created 2 shadow clones. One of the clones gave Ko a slight nod. Ko himself also created a shadow clone, and together with one of Orochimaru's shadow clones, they stood in front of the children. This snake-faced weirdo will go with my clone and take you to a new place. Ko pointed at Orochimaru's shadow clone, then at his own clone, and spoke seriously to the children. After you get there, treat your wounds first. Then eat, sleep, and once you're fully healed, training starts immediately. Remember this. Don't disappoint me. The children widened their eyes as they stared at the 3 shadow clones that had appeared out of nowhere, their mouths slowly falling open. But then they remembered the world-shattering scene from earlier, and suddenly felt like this wasn't really that shocking after all. Led by the 2 shadow clones, the children disappeared one by one into the edge of the ruins. Naruto was the last to leave. He turned and walked a few steps, then suddenly stopped. Looking back, he used those eyes that were still red and swollen, yet no longer empty, to stare deeply at Ko. That gaze held gratitude, admiration, and a near-instinctive attachment, as if he had already taken the person before him as the only support in his entire world. Seeing that child's gaze, Ko couldn't help but think back to many years ago, when he had saved Karen in the land of grass, and the way she had looked at him then. Ko let out a deep sigh in his heart, then raised a hand and waved at Naruto. Only after those thin little figures had completely vanished into the night at the edge of the ruins did Ko slowly lower his arm. A moment later, in this shattered base, the only ones left were Ko's original body, Orochimaru, and his other shadow clone. The moonlight was still bright and clear. The smell of blood on the dueling ground seemed to have been blown away a little by the night wind. Ko was silent for a moment, then turned to the shadow clone of Orochimaru that had remained behind and gave a low command. Head to the land of lightning immediately. Stir up a few disturbances along the border and create the illusion that I've been active there recently. Don't make it too high profile. Just enough for Akatsuki's intelligence network to notice. Orochimaru's shadow clone nodded. There was not a single extra expression on that pale face. The next instant, his figure silently disappeared from the spot. Ko quietly watched Orochimaru's figure vanish in place, heading toward the direction of the northeastern corner of the continent. That was the land of lightning. On that distant land, there were two places he absolutely had to personally visit. Those two places were tombs suspected to belong to previous reincarnations of Indra. Thinking of the information on those two tombs, a trace of heaviness appeared in Ko's heart. One of the tombs dated back to an extremely ancient age, even all the way to a time before the Warring States era had formally begun, when the Uchiha clan had not yet truly risen. It was the resting place of an Uchiha ancestor, because the era was simply too far back. There was almost no record at all of that ancestor in Uchiha history. Even Orochimaru, a guy who could practically be called a giant in the archaeology world of the ninja world, had only stumbled upon vague clues about that tomb years ago, while excavating some unknown ancient Senju clan grave. Ko ran through all those scattered bits of information again in his mind, but in the end, he slowly shook his head and temporarily set aside his guesses about the first tomb. Practice was the only criterion for testing truth. Once he personally stepped onto that land and pried open the door of that tomb chamber, everything would become clear. With that thought, Ko pulled his mind back from the first tomb and turned it toward the second tomb, the one he cared about the most. Ko's eyes turned grave at that moment. Unlike that ancient ancestor, whose era was so distant that almost nothing useful could be investigated, the Uchiha senior from the middle period of the Warring States era was far more famous. Because that senior was the very first person in the official history of the Uchiha clan to awaken Susanoo. But what Ko cared about was not the glorious military achievements of that senior, written in heavy strokes in the clan history books. Nor was it the fact that the man was a direct great-great-grandfather in Uchiha Fugaku's line. What Ko cared about was that senior's Susanoo. More precisely, the divine weapon that came with his Susanoo. At that thought, the image of a man he deeply loathed involuntarily appeared in Ko's mind. Itachi Uchiha. According to the historical records of the Uchiha clan, the divine weapon held by that mid-Warring States era senior's Susanoo was a sword. That sword still carried quite a reputation even in the ninja world of today. One of the three legendary Kusanagi swords, the Sword of Sealing, Totsuka Blade. Thinking of that divine weapon, which in the original timeline had been regarded by Itachi Uchiha as one of his strongest trump cards, Ko's expression became a little heavier. Right now, Itachi Uchiha had only awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan not long ago. Judging by the timeline, he should not have obtained that divine weapon yet. But the problem was, as the rightful holder of the Totsuka Blade in the original timeline, Itachi Uchiha had obtained the blade before Orochimaru, who had always been searching for clues about it. And Ko's source of information was Orochimaru. In other words, if he wanted accurate information on the Totsuka Blade, then staying by the side of the true owner, Itachi Uchiha, might produce unexpected results. And this was the real reason why he had accepted Roto's suggestion to team up with Itachi Uchiha. At that thought, an uncontrollable wave of irritation rose in Ko's chest. Honestly, he really didn't want to stay with that guy at all. But in order to stop that Uchiha bastard from getting that divine weapon, he could only put up with it for now. Ko let out a deep sigh in his heart. But then another thought struck him, and a sharp gleam instantly flashed through his eyes. If he really did discover clues about the Totsuka Blade, then when the time came, couldn't he just kill Itachi Uchiha outright under the excuse that he had harmed a teammate while fighting over treasure? After all, the persona that bastard had built for himself was someone who could slaughter his entire clan for power. If he did something like that, everyone else would see it as perfectly normal. There wouldn't even be a need to whitewash it. But if he really did that, then his true strength probably wouldn't stay hidden anymore. At that thought, the slight curve at the corner of Ko's mouth instantly fell. Not even mentioning that right now, he still didn't have absolute confidence in dealing with the Koto Amatsukami in Itachi Uchiha's possession. The eye technique that could permanently alter another person's will. Just the chain reaction that would come from exposing his strength after killing Itachi was already something he did not want to see. Ko let out a regretful sigh in his heart. For now, he forcibly pressed down that extremely tempting thought and buried it back in the depths of his mind. Then he gave one last look at the bright full moon above his head. The silver-white moonlight fell soundlessly across his slightly furrowed brow, illuminating those dark pupils where calmness and killing intent coexisted. The next instant, Ko's figure disappeared from where he stood. Orochimaru silently cleaned up the last few corpse remnants left on the battlefield, then left as well. The ruins finally fell completely silent, with only the stone slabs soaked in blood slowly drying under the moonlight. At the same time, at an inn on the border of the Land of Fire, Itachi Uchiha sat alone by the low table in his room. The lamplight flickered once in his calm, almost icy black eyes, then sank back into silence. He slowly set the letter in his hand onto the table, but his fingertips could not help trembling slightly. A moment later, he picked the paper back up and read it through from beginning to end once more. Every single word was telling him one unbelievable fact. Danzo had actually defected? Shock that he could not conceal surfaced in Itachi's usually unruffled eyes. What exactly had happened to the village? He frowned slightly and set down the letter in his hand with a heavy heart. Itachi moved his gaze away from the words and looked out the window toward the plains of the Land of Fire shrouded in night. That was the direction of Konoha. It was also the direction where Sasuke was. Sasuke, how are you now? As he silently repeated the name of his only remaining family in this world, a deep worry rose uncontrollably in his heart, one he could not speak of to anyone. Danzo was no longer in Konoha. For someone who was always concerned about Sasuke's safety, this was undoubtedly good news. It meant that Sasuke was at least absolutely safe in the village. Even after his own death, he would no longer need to worry about Sasuke's safety in Konoha. It was clearly good news. Yet Itachi's dark eyes were filled with deep concern, because he knew very clearly that Danzo's defection did not simply mean one less enemy threatening Sasuke. It meant that Konoha's power structure had undergone a drastic upheaval completely beyond his expectations, one he could not predict at all. Those flawless arrangements he had constructed in his mind all seemed to have developed unexpected cracks because of this variable. And what kind of ending those cracks would lead to? Even he could no longer be sure. Thinking of this, Itachi suppressed the surging thoughts in his heart and drew his gaze back from outside the window. Although he had only recently joined Akatsuki and could not act too openly yet, some things had to be confirmed in person if they concerned the next stage of his plans. Itachi unconsciously clenched his hand and muttered in a low voice, "It looks like I need to find a chance to return to Konoha." Just as Itachi was immersed in thought, the crimson ring on the finger of his right hand suddenly transmitted a familiar chakra fluctuation. Itachi lowered his head and looked at the ring engraved with the character for Scarlet. A red glow was slowly flowing across the surface of the ring, dyeing his knuckles in a deep, eerie red in the dim room. At that moment, his eyes returned to calmness and sharpness once more. This communication was from Pain. Orochimaru is in the Land of Lightning right now? Itachi looked at the black phantom opposite him and quietly confirmed the information he had just heard. Through the projection of the astral projection jutsu, Pain looked at Itachi in front of him and gave a slight nod. This is intelligence sent back by Sasori's informants in the Land of Lightning. There are traces of Orochimaru's movements near the Kumo-Rai mountain range. He looked at Itachi and said in a grave tone, "Itachi, stop all current missions immediately and head to the Land of Lightning to meet up with Sasori. If you encounter Orochimaru head-on, do your best to kill him on the spot." Pain paused, and his deep voice sounded especially cold and hard in the small room. "Akatsuki will never allow the existence of traitors." Itachi listened expressionlessly to Pain's orders. Beneath that calm exterior, countless thoughts were surging wildly through his mind. Orochimaru. Itachi silently repeated Orochimaru's name in his mind, and the clash from not long ago surfaced uncontrollably in his thoughts. At that time, Danzo and Orochimaru had reached some kind of cooperation through terms he did not know. They had deliberately set a trap and tried to assassinate him. But the final result of that ambush had been unexpected even to him. He had not even needed to put in much effort. Simply by using the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he had nearly driven back Orochimaru and Danzo in a completely overwhelming fashion. Danzo had escaped badly wounded because Itachi had intentionally held back. As for Orochimaru, not long after escaping through his shedding technique, he had defected from Akatsuki. Recalling that battle from not long ago, a trace of heaviness immediately rose in Itachi's heart. He had originally believed that Danzo had not trusted him as an unstable factor, so he had secretly colluded with Orochimaru and tried to use Orochimaru's hand to get rid of him. It was precisely because of that guess that he had deliberately let Danzo go. The purpose was to leave Danzo with a deep enough warning, so that in the days to come, Danzo would always fear his existence and not dare casually stretch his dark hand toward Sasuke, who was still far away in Konoha. But now, combined with the information that Danzo had already defected from Konoha long ago, he had no choice but to overturn that mistaken conclusion. If Danzo had already defected from Konoha before that, then the cooperation between him and Orochimaru was definitely not as simple as Itachi had imagined. At this thought, a rare trace of annoyance appeared in Itachi's heart. He had to admit that when it came to Danzo, he had miscalculated. If he had known Danzo had already betrayed Konoha, he would never have let him leave so easily back then. But Itachi immediately suppressed that ill-timed annoyance back into the depths of his heart, and his usual calm returned to his eyes. Regret was meaningless. It was the most useless emotion. What mattered most now was using the information already in hand to determine the next direction. As Itachi connected Pain's clue about Orochimaru in his mind, a sharp gleam flashed through his eyes. Danzo and Orochimaru had an extremely deep level of cooperation. When it came to Danzo, Orochimaru definitely knew something. Perhaps he could learn from Orochimaru what exactly had happened to Danzo, and where he was now. With that thought, Itachi temporarily pushed down his idea of secretly returning to Konoha to investigate in the near future. He reorganized all his thoughts, then looked at the black phantom before him that was still waiting for his reply and answered in a steady voice. I understand. I will set out for the land of lightning as soon as possible. Hearing Itachi's immediate response without hesitation, Pain nodded in satisfaction. Then, as if he had suddenly remembered something, he calmly added, also, Uchiha Tō is currently active near the land of lightning. He will be joining you in this operation to eliminate Orochimaru as well. At the mention of Ko's name, Itachi's face, which had remained calm the whole time, froze slightly for an instant. Ko? Itachi looked at Pain in surprise to confirm it, his tone carrying an obvious trace of astonishment. Pain had clearly noticed the change in Itachi's expression, but he did not point it out, nor did he ask further. He only used that usual tone of his, completely devoid of emotion, and calmly advised, even if Ko and your relationship isn't exactly harmonious, he is still an excellent shinobi. He won't bring personal feelings into a mission. You can rest assured about that. Pain looked at the silent Itachi before him and continued in the same flat tone. Also, Ko has fought Orochimaru head-on before, so he has some understanding of Orochimaru's fighting style and intelligence. With him there, the chances of success for this operation will be higher. Itachi listened to Pain's words in silence. His brows unconsciously furrowed slightly, as if he had fallen into thought. Seeing that Itachi did not respond right away, Pain did not continue speaking either. He simply watched his reaction quietly. There's something I want to confirm. A moment later, Itachi looked at Pain with eyes that had regained their calm. With a slightly probing tone, he asked seriously, does Ko know that I'll also be participating in this mission? He knows. Pain's tone remained flat, without the slightest hesitation. Is that so? Itachi muttered in a heavy voice. He forcefully suppressed the surging thoughts in his heart, then said to Pain with a calm expression, I understand. I'll set out as soon as possible and meet up with Ko and Sasori. Pain gave Itachi a meaningful look, then nodded in satisfaction. Good. As for the exact meeting location provided by Sasori, I've already sent it to your ring through the magic lantern body technique. You can check it yourself. Itachi lowered his head and glanced at the vermilion Ju ring on his finger, still faintly flowing with a dark red glow, then nodded to show that he had received it. That's all I wanted to say. Pain gave Itachi one final look, then said in a solemn, heavy voice, I hope you cooperate well in the upcoming mission and eliminate this traitor as soon as possible. Understood. After receiving Itachi's brief and decisive reply, Pain nodded, and the black phantom slowly dispersed with it. The faint but constant sense of oppression that had shrouded the room also vanished along with it. In the room, only Itachi remained. Itachi stood in silence for a moment, then walked to the window and looked into the distance outside once more. Only this time, he was no longer looking in Konoha's direction. Itachi was looking toward the land of lightning, a figure he had once been extremely familiar with, yet now could no longer understand at all, slowly surfaced in his mind. Ko, what exactly are you trying to do?
Itachi muttered in a grave tone.
His eyes filled with deep suspicion. He actually agreed to carry out a mission with me? How is that possible? As Itachi thought over Pain's words, his eyes were full of deep confusion. He was not lacking in self-awareness when it came to just how much Ko hated him. If one were to rank the people in this world who wanted him dead the most, then even his little brother Uchiha Sasuke, who had been forced by Tsukuyami to watch a full 24 hours of ultra-high-definition clan massacre replay footage, and then awakened one Tomo in rage, would probably still rank behind Ko. If one day he died, and Ko dug his corpse out of the ground, chopped it into pieces, and fed it to the wild dogs by the roadside, he would not feel even the slightest surprise. For someone who hated him to that extent, Ko actually agreed to carry out a mission with him. There was definitely something wrong here. Thinking of this, Itachi could not help but fall into brief contemplation. For Ko to make such a decision, there had to be some benefit involved that he could not refuse. The Akatsuki clearly would not offer a reward great enough to move him in this matter, which meant the key most likely lay in this mission itself. Could it be related to some secret technique in Orochimaru's possession, or is it? Itachi murmured inwardly. Several possibilities rapidly played out in his mind, but after failing to arrive at any definite conclusion, he slowly shook his head in the end. Looks like I can only confirm his purpose when we carry out the mission together. Itachi gathered those scattered thoughts back into the depths of his heart. Yet the heaviness in his eyes did not fade because of it. If anything, it grew even more severe. However, Going on this mission with Ko might also be an opportunity. An opportunity to unravel the doubts that had lingered in his heart for years. Why exactly had Ko left Konoha? And was Shusui's other Sharingan currently in his hands? At the thought of that close friend who had passed away many years ago, Itachi felt as if something had lightly struck his chest. Bitterness and heaviness surged up at the same time, and he slowly closed his eyes. In the end, he still had not fulfilled Shusui's dying wish. He had not peacefully resolved the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha. After a long while, Itachi slowly opened his eyes again, coldly. Within those black eyes, there was no longer any pain or remembrance. All that remained was resolve wrapped in calmness. Ko, I hope you do not harbor any intention of threatening Konoha. Itachi looked toward the land of lightning, and his icy voice slowly fell beneath the moonlight. If I confirm that you pose a threat to Konoha, to Sasuke, then even if it goes against Shusui's final wish, I will take that Mangekyo Sharingan from you. And then he paused here for a moment. In those black eyes, 3 Tomo silently emerged, then rapidly connected together, transforming into a shuriken-shaped Mangekyo. I'll kill you. The instant Itachi's words, full of killing intent, fell, the image of that forest from many years ago rose uncontrollably in his mind. That was a completely ordinary patch of mixed woodland at the edge of Konoha, near the upper reaches of the Naka River. Sunlight poured down through the gaps in the canopy, forming shafts of light that shone upon Shursui, Big Brother Ko, and himself. Those were among the very few times in Uchiha Itachi's life when he had truly felt happiness and peace from the bottom of his heart. Itachi took a deep breath, forcibly pressed those memories back into the deepest part of his heart, then turned around with determination. Then, with his head lowered, he muttered in a low voice, even though I don't want to do that. The moment Itachi's slightly sorrowful words fell, his figure silently disappeared from the dim room. Inside the room, the lone lamp that had remained lit also went completely dark after Itachi left. The Land of Iron, the ninja world's only neutral nation, and also the only country whose main military force was not shinobi, but samurai. It was located deep within the Three Wolf Mountains, covered in snow all year round. Cold winds howled down from the mountain ridges, carrying fine ice particles as they swept across the entire plateau. But this nation of samurai, famous throughout the ninja world for its abundant iron ore and rare chakra metal veins, supplying nearly half of the ninja tools and weapon manufacturing for the 5 great nations, had never once been tamed by the severe cold. Land of Iron, the capital. On the streets, snowflakes filled the sky as they fell, yet they brought not the slightest chill to the city. As the capital of the Land of Iron, this place gathered the finest blacksmiths in the entire ninja world. Furnaces for smelting steel and blacksmith shops could be seen everywhere. The wheezing sound of bellows and the clanging of hammers striking steel came from every alley, weaving together into the unique rhythm of this nation. When those red-hot chunks of iron were pulled from the furnace, the sparks they scattered vanished in midair, leaving behind warmth that blended into the entire city. Here, the snow melted into vapor before it even had the chance to touch the ground, and that moisture was pushed along by the heat waves from the next forge, rising above the streets into a thin layer of white mist. The people living in the city not only felt no cold at all, but instead felt as if they were living beside a warm stove. And in an inconspicuous corner of this city, a series of especially crisp hammering sounds was coming from an ordinary residence. When pedestrians occasionally passed by on the street, they would unconsciously slow their steps and cast respectful looks toward that residence. Not only because, from those strike after strike, they could hear that blacksmith master's craftsmanship, so profound it was nearly art, but even more because of the surname hanging before that residence. Those were not characters carved by any craftsman, but 2 inked words personally written by the daimyo of the Land of Iron and specially delivered by his own men. That name was Hatake. In the forge deep inside the residence, waves of heat kept rolling outward. A sturdy middle-aged man stood before the workbench, both hands raised high with a massive hammer, intently striking a crimson-red katana. His gaze was utterly focused, and every hammer strike was exquisitely precise. Heavy when it landed, like a meteor crashing to the ground. Light when it touched, like a dragonfly skimming water. The thick muscles on his arms contracted and stretched with every strike, and his silver-white hair was drenched in sweat. The moment the sweat dripped down, it was vaporized by the heat radiating from the blade into strands of white steam. Sparks burst non-stop beneath his hammer, making that face, though already stepped into middle age, still remarkably handsome, shine brilliantly. A tall, powerfully built young man stood silently behind him. In this snow-covered country, he wore only a black open-chested leather jacket, exposing both arms and a chest packed with heavily tempered muscle. The young man's bronze skin gave off a healthy, rugged glow under the reflection of the furnace fire. Somewhat irritated, he scratched at his already messy hair. Though his sharp-featured face was full of obvious impatience, those bright, spirited eyes had, from beginning to end, followed every single strike of the silver-haired man like an apprentice. Clang! As the final hammer strike fell, A sharp gleam suddenly flashed through the silver-haired man's eyes, which had remained calm as still water the entire time. With a flick of his wrist, he cleanly and decisively sent the katana, already taking shape, into the water. The quenching pool let out a short hiss, and a huge amount of steam exploded from the surface, surging into a scalding white fog within the cramped forge. When the steam finally dispersed, the silver-haired man slowly drew the katana back out of the water. The instant the blade emerged, a silver-white cold gleam suddenly bloomed through the air. The light was cold and pure. The wave patterns on the blade spread layer upon layer under the furnace glow, every line looking completely natural, as if formed by heaven itself. Even an ordinary person who knew nothing about forging could tell at a glance that the quality of this katana had reached the peak of perfection. The silver-haired man raised the blade, his eyes shining as he looked at his freshly finished work. On that face, etched by time with a few faint marks yet still gentle as ever, an involuntary smile of satisfaction appeared. "Long time no see, Uncle Tsukumo. Your craftsmanship really has become even more exquisite." The young man who had been silently standing in the back slowly stepped forward. As he spoke in a tone of sincere admiration, he naturally handed the man a clean towel. Itachi Tsukumo's hand froze in midair as he reached for the towel. Looking at the young man before him, now a whole size broader than he remembered, a trace of undisguised surprise flashed through his eyes. "Asuma, when did you get here?" "I've already been standing here for almost the whole afternoon, Uncle Tsukumo." Asuma looked at him speechlessly. A rare trace of embarrassment appeared on Itachi Tsukumo's gentle face. He quickly used the towel to wipe his sweat-soaked face, then gave Asuma an apologetic smile. "Sorry about that. I was in pretty good form today, so I got too focused and didn't notice you." Itachi Tsukumo draped the towel over his shoulder, and his tone carried a bit more serious self-reflection. "Though I was overly focused, to actually not notice someone standing behind me for that long. Is it because I've lived in peace for too long?" He murmured in a low voice, and those eyes, worn especially gentle by the years, narrowed slightly. "Even if I'm no longer a ninja, it seems a ninja's training really still can't be neglected." Listening to the heartfelt sigh of the former Konoha's white fang, Asuma then sensed the power inside him, leaner and more restrained than the last time they met, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. "Is there any chance it's because I'm a bit stronger than the last time we met?" Itachi Tsukumo's gaze turned slightly sharp in that instant. That was not the gaze a blacksmith should have. That gaze belonged to the man who had once made the entire ninja world tremble in fear. One of Konoha's greatest combat powers of the past, Konoha's white fang, Itachi Tsukumo. He took the towel off his shoulder and seriously looked the junior before him over once again. A few breaths later, a trace of heartfelt amazement appeared in those still sharp eyes. "I should say, as expected of the blade of arrogance, whose name now shakes the ninja world. Your current strength is probably already greater than Kakashi's, isn't it?" The moment Asuma heard that title, he immediately started waving both hands like he'd stepped in Pakin's crap. His rugged face was filled with resistance from the depths of his soul. "Oh, come on, Uncle Tsukumo. I know exactly how capable I am. At most, right now I'm only a bit stronger than Kakashi was a few years ago. How could I possibly compare to the current Kakashi?" At this point, as if he had suddenly remembered something, he gritted his teeth and added, "And don't bring up that blade of arrogance crap again. I don't know which bastard spread that Chunia's title around, but it's ugly as hell. If I find out who started it, I'll beat him to death." Sensing the chakra inside Asuma, denser and more restrained than the last time they met, Itachi Tsukumo only smiled without commenting. He turned around, carefully placed the freshly forged katana on the sword rack, then subconsciously looked out the window. That was the direction of Konoha. When Itachi Tsukumo's gaze touched those distant snow-covered mountains, it unconsciously softened, and a faint trace of longing surfaced in his eyes. "Now that I think about it, I wonder how that child Kakashi is doing these days. That child hasn't come by in almost half a year. If you miss him, then go back and see him?" Asuma seemed to see through Itachi Tsukumo's concerns at a glance. He shrugged and said in a deliberately relaxed tone, "Even though you're not a ninja anymore, with everything you've done for Konoha, even if you go back just to see him, that old man won't say much." Seeing the somewhat dim look in Itachi Tsukumo's eyes, he paused, then instantly changed his words. "Or you could send Kakashi a letter. Don't you two stay in touch by mail every week? As long as you mention it in the letter, that guy will definitely come running over right away." Itachi Tsukumo gave a bitter smile and slowly shook his head. "Forget it. I'm no longer a ninja of Konoha. If I go back only to leave again afterward, it wouldn't really be appropriate. Besides, Kakashi is holding an important position now. Just carrying out missions alone is already exhausting enough. As parents, we can't bother him over such a small matter." When Asuma heard the words holding an important position, the smile that had been on his face instantly sank. He turned his head to the side and let out an extremely soft click through his nose, not saying anything more. Tsukumo Hitaki keenly caught that brief drop in Asuma's mood. He didn't press the issue. Instead, he steered the conversation in another direction. Leaving me aside, shouldn't you go back to the village and take a look too? Asuma? Tsukumo Hatake looked at Asuma in front of him, his tone turning a little more serious. If we count it all up, you've already been away from Konoha for 5 years. Unlike me, you're still an active Konoha shinobi. As long as you want to, you can go back anytime. Even if you'll leave again afterward, everyone in Konoha would still be very happy to see you return and visit them. He paused, lowering his voice a little more, as if weighing his words. Hokage-sama would definitely be proud too, seeing how much you've grown. Don't mention that old bastard in front of me and ruin my good mood. Asuma's expression, which had been gradually easing, turned cold the instant he heard the word Hokage. Tsukumo Hatake knew he had stepped on a landmine, so he gave Asuma an apologetic smile. He watched Asuma's reaction and let out a silent sigh in his heart. After all these years, this kid still couldn't let go of what happened back then. But compared to the last few years, it had already gotten much better. At least he wasn't like before, where just mentioning the third Hokage's name would make him curse in rage for no less than 2 hours. Well, in a certain sense, that counted as progress too. Tsukumo Hatake silently felt a bit of pity for that old superior of his far away in Konoha. Sigh. Every family had its own hard story. He sighed inwardly for a moment, then decided to persuade him from another angle. Looking at the still gloomy Asuma in front of him, he spoke with a lighter smile in his voice. What about Kurenai? The instant Asuma heard Kurenai's name, his whole body suddenly stiffened. His eyes guiltily shifted to the side, and the face that had just been as hard and cold as iron nearly failed to hold itself together. Seeing the effect was outstanding, Tsukumo Hatake forcibly held back the smile at the corner of his mouth. He deliberately slowed his tone and said meaningfully, as far as I know, whenever Kurenai doesn't have a mission, she goes alone to stand at Konoha's gates around sunset, hoping you'll come back. You're not young anymore. Even for the girl's sake, you should go back and see her sooner rather than later. Asuma's face flushed bright red in an instant. How does that bastard Kakashi blab everything to everyone? He subconsciously clenched his fists and growled through gritted teeth. That repressed pervert better pray I don't run into him while he's out on a mission. Once I do, I'm definitely settling this score with him properly. The one who told me all that wasn't Kakashi. Tsukumo Hatake looked at Asuma's embarrassed and furious appearance and said with a smiling face. Asuma froze for a moment, then looked at the elder in front of him in surprise, unable to react right away. Tsukumo Hatake placed both hands behind his back and slowly said in an even tone, the one who told me about Kurenai was her father, my old friend, Yuhishinku. The moment Asuma heard that name, it was like all the confidence in his body had been sucked away. He lowered his head guiltily. Those sturdy legs of his actually began trembling slightly on their own, and a fine layer of sweat started appearing on his forehead. Tsukumo Hatake deliberately sighed in a deep, heavy way, his tone carrying a bit of exaggerated regret. Ever since the Ninetales incident, Shinku stepped down from the front lines and shifted his focus to his family. When he writes to me, every letter is full of updates about his daughter. And when it comes to Kurenai, naturally you get mentioned too. That resentment in those letters. It really is. At that point, he deliberately paused and shook his head, as if he couldn't bear to continue. Asuma kept his head lowered and stayed silent for a long time. That tough face of his, usually filled with irritation and impatience, was unexpectedly quiet at this moment. After a while, he slowly raised his head and looked straight into Tsukumo Hatake's gentle eyes, speaking solemnly. Before I left Konoha, Kurenai, Kakashi, and the others made a vow with me. If I don't find Ko, if I don't bring him back, then I absolutely will not return. Ko. That name was like a key sealed away for far too long. The instant it was spoken, it pulled this blacksmith shop, heated to the point of scorching by the furnace fire, into an even deeper silence. Tsukumo Hatake said nothing. He simply looked quietly at Asuma. In those eyes of his, bright with reflected firelight, surged far too many emotions too complex to put into words. You should be able to understand how I feel. Asuma looked at the elder before him. There was none of a young man's impulsiveness in his tone, only a conviction that time had worn down yet still refused to fade. After all, in order to search for news of Ko, weren't you, someone who originally had no plans to settle in the capital of the Land of Iron, also willing to accept the invitation of the Land of Iron's daimyo and General Mifune, and stay here long-term as the honorary chairman of the Land of Iron Blacksmith Association? Tsukumo Hatake was silent for a long time. The charcoal in the furnace had burned to its hottest point, letting out a series of faint crackling sounds. He didn't answer Asuma's words, but his silence itself was the answer. After a long while, he sighed helplessly and asked in the familiar way of someone used to this already, so this time, just like always, you came here hoping to ask me for clues about Ko, right? I'm not wrong, am I? Asuma nodded hard without the slightest hesitation. Because if Ko wants to maintain Kaizen and Inazuma, then he'll definitely need to find highly skilled blacksmiths. and most highly skilled blacksmiths either come from the land of iron or have dealings with the land of iron. As he spoke, he solemnly bent deeply at the waist toward Tsukumo Hatake. Please tell me whether recently you've heard any news about Ko from anyone. Please. Looking at the tall, sturdy figure bowed before him, Tsukumo Hatake quickly reached out and held his shoulder. He looked at this younger man, who had already grown taller and broader than himself, and at the serious expression on Asuma's face that was completely different from his usual unruly look, and let out a long sigh. As for information about Ko recently, I really have learned some. As Tsukumo Hatake's words fell, the blacksmith shop suddenly became so quiet that only the faint crackling of burning charcoal in the furnace remained. Asuma's eyes widened slightly in that instant. Are you serious, Uncle Tsukumo? Ko, where is he now? Tsukumo Hatake looked at Asuma's appearance as he tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart, and he wasn't surprised in the slightest. For this young junior, who had regarded Ko as both an idol and family ever since childhood, and who, after Ko's defection, had willingly given up his stable life in Konoha and wandered alone through the ninja world for a full 5 years, this reaction was already quite restrained. He placed that broad hand on Asuma's shoulder and gave it a light pat. Asuma quickly came back to his senses. He squeezed his eyes shut, then opened them again. The surging excitement from before had already been completely forced back into the depths of his heart. His years of drifting through the ninja world had not only brought a clear rise in strength, but had also tempered his mind into something far steadier. He took a deep breath and gave Tsukumo Hatake a nod, signaling that he had calmed down. Seeing how quickly Asuma had adjusted his state, Tsukumo Hatake's lips curved into a gratified smile. He withdrew his hand. The smile on his face slowly faded, and he spoke in a firm, steady tone. According to the intelligence I recently obtained, Ko is very likely heading to the Land of Lightning next. The Land of Lightning? Asuma froze for a moment, his voice filled with confusion. Why would he go to the Land of Lightning? Kumogakure, located in the Land of Lightning, is the second strongest ninja village in the ninja world, second only to Konoha. In terms of military strength, it may even surpass the current Konoha. From what I know of Ko's cautious way of doing things, he shouldn't take such a risky action. Tsukumo Hatake looked calmly at Asuma, as if he had long expected this reaction. He nodded, but his tone became even more certain than before. The reliability of this intelligence is very high. You don't need to worry about that. At this point, Tsukumo Hatake's voice lowered slightly. After all, the source of this information is none other than Sasori of the Red Sand, the former genius puppeteer of Sunagakure, who is also a member of Akatsuki alongside Ko. Ah? Asuma's eyes widened instantly, and he shouted in disbelief, "As Sasori of the Red Sand? That's Sasori of the Red Sand." Tsukumo Hatake nodded in confirmation. Looking at his expression, which clearly didn't seem like a joke at all, Asuma couldn't help but ask for confirmation. Uncle Tsukumo, how could you possibly have contact with that notorious S-rank rogue ninja? What exactly is going on here? Tsukumo Hatake slowly shook his head. I don't have direct contact with Sasori of the Red Sand. No, perhaps that isn't entirely accurate. Though the process in between is somewhat complicated. It's true that I learned this information about Ko from him. He looked into Asuma's eyes, which were filled with urgency and confusion, and had no intention of dragging things out. Just as you know, all these years, I've been using the Blacksmith Association's network spread across the entire ninja world to search for Ko's whereabouts. But unfortunately, although I did get in touch with quite a few excellent smiths who had once accepted Ko's commissions and maintained Huachan and Inazuma for him, those leads were all basically delayed. As Tsukumo Hatake spoke, a trace of admiration entered his voice. Ko is extremely careful about hiding his movements. He never commissions the same blacksmith twice. Every single time, he personally brings the blades to the shop, watches the entire maintenance process, takes the swords and leaves immediately, never staying an extra day. By the time those smiths passed the news along to me, he had already vanished without a trace. Asuma listened in silence and nodded wordlessly. Of course he knew all of this, but what did any of that have to do with Sasori of the Red Sand? Asuma raised his head again, his eyes full of deep confusion. From the intelligence I've gathered, although Sasori of the Red Sand and Ko are both members of Akatsuki, they rarely appear on the same mission together. You could even say they almost have no interaction at all. With how cautious Ko is, there is no way he'd let someone as dangerous as Sasori of the Red Sand grasp his exact whereabouts. So how exactly did Sasori of the Red Sand know that Ko would be going to the Land of Lightning? Hearing Asuma's confused questions, Tsukumo Hatake fell silent for a moment. Inside the forge, the only sound left was the faint crackling of charcoal breaking apart in the furnace. A moment later, Tsukumo slowly spoke, his voice lower than before. That is exactly what I'm about to explain. Seeing the suddenly complicated look in Tsukumo Hatake's eyes, Asuma's heart tightened at once. Tsukumo Hatake turned his head and looked in the direction of the Land of Wind as he slowly began. Sasori of the Red Sand was once Tsunagekyur's pride, a genius puppeteer. Even though he defected from Tsunagekyur many years ago, the puppets and mechanisms he created still enjoy an extremely high reputation throughout the ninja world. And making puppets naturally requires high-quality steel, especially special steel capable of carrying chakra. Only a handful of top-tier smiths can forge that kind of material. Because of that, he has maintained quite close long-term cooperation with many highly skilled blacksmiths throughout the ninja world. Tsukumo Hatake withdrew his gaze from outside the window and let it fall back onto Asuma's face. There was now a layer of deep guilt in his eyes. Among those blacksmiths who work with him, naturally, there were also people I had entrusted to help me look for Ko's trail. Perhaps by chance, or perhaps through Sasori of the Red Sand's deliberate investigation, he learned that I am now living in seclusion in the Land of Iron, and that I've been using the Blacksmith Association's network to search for information on Ko. And not long ago, I received a secret letter from Sasori of the Red Sand. At this point he paused slightly, then continued in a heavy tone. Sasori of the Red Sand used that blacksmith's life as a threat, and used the intelligence that Uchiha Tō would be going with him to the Land of Lightning on a mission as bait, demanding that I personally go to the Yunlei mountain range to meet him. As Tsukumo Hatake's words slowly fell, Asuma's expression gradually turned ugly. He almost subconsciously stepped forward half a pace and asked in disbelief, "Isn't Sasori of the Red Sand a puppeteer? Kidnapping a blacksmith he had a long-term working relationship with would bring him nothing but harm. Not only would the Blacksmith Association put him on a permanent blacklist, even the Land of Iron wouldn't just sit back and ignore it." Asuma frowned tightly and muttered in a low voice, "More importantly, Akatsuki may be a mercenary organization gathered from countless dangerous people, but leaking mission details and members' whereabouts to outsiders. That would absolutely never be allowed in any organization." He looked at Tsukumo Hatake in front of him and asked in confusion, "Sasori of the Red Sand is taking such a huge risk just to meet you? Why would he do that?" Tsukumo Hatake quietly listened to all of Asuma's questions, then gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "This actually isn't hard to understand." He looked at Asuma and said seriously, "Sasori of the Red Sand has more than enough reason to do this." Asuma listened with a face full of confusion, quietly waiting for Tsukumo Hatake's next words. Tsukumo Hatake looked directly at Asuma's puzzled face and spoke in a calm tone. "Because Sasori of the Red Sand's parents, a pair of genius puppeteers who once belonged to Tsunagekyur, died by my hand during the Second Great Ninja War." As Tsukumo Hatake's words fell, the atmosphere inside the forge seemed to pause for a moment. The confusion in Asuma's eyes instantly disappeared, and he nodded in sudden understanding. "Oh, so that's what this is about. Then it's not strange at all." But as if he had suddenly thought of something, his brows, which had just relaxed, immediately knitted together again. Asuma carefully looked at Tsukumo Hatake and asked in a low voice full of concern, "But, Uncle Tsukumo, are you really going?" Before Tsukumo Hatake could answer, Asuma couldn't hold back anymore and blurted out, "This is obviously a trap set specifically for you. In the end, the information he gave about Ko is just his side of the story. There isn't any corroborating evidence to prove that what he said about Ko going to the Land of Lightning is true." Asuma forcibly suppressed the instinctive urge in his heart to go look for Ko himself, then softly tried to persuade Tsukumo Hatake, "We should think this through carefully first." Tsukumo Hatake fell silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. "No, I have to go." He looked at Asuma in front of him with a firm gaze and said in a grave voice, setting Ko's information aside, "That blacksmith got targeted by Sasori of the Red Sand because he was helping me search for Ko's whereabouts. No matter how you look at it, I have to go to the Land of Lightning myself and save him from Sasori of the Red Sand." Hearing the resolve in Tsukumo Hatake's voice, Asuma went silent for a moment. He didn't keep trying to stop him. He simply shifted his heavy gaze away from Tsukumo Hatake's face and let it fall onto the katana on the anvil, one that had just been quenched and was still reflecting a cold silver-white gleam under the light. This wasn't the first time he had seen Uncle Tsukumo forge iron, but he had never seen him show such focused, almost solemn eyes while forging any blade before today. "Is this why you forged this sword?" Asuma looked at the silver-glinting katana and asked in a low, heavy voice. Tsukumo Hatake didn't answer immediately. His gaze also fell onto the silver-white katana on the anvil. The light reflected from the blade flickered faintly in his pupils. Then he slowly nodded. "No, you can't go. It's far too dangerous." Asuma turned his eyes toward Tsukumo Hatake's gentle profile and continued in a solemn voice. "You can report this to Konoha. This is, after all, unfinished business left over from the war between Konoha and Tsunagekyur during the Second Great Ninja War. This isn't just your personal grudge alone. On the battlefield, as a Konoha shinobi, you killed 2 enemy shinobi from a hostile hidden village in direct combat. That wasn't private revenge. That was war. Konoha should be the one to bear the responsibility for everything that followed from that." At this point, Asuma gritted his teeth and spoke with extreme reluctance. That old bastard may already be cowardly and rotten to the point of being hopeless. But on this matter, there's no way he'd just sit by and do nothing. Tsukumo Hatake shook his head again and refused firmly. I'm no longer a Konoha shinobi. I can't trouble Konoha, and I can't trouble Lord Third anymore either. How is this trouble? Asuma's brows drew tight, and his voice suddenly rose a few notches. This is what Konoha and that old man owe you. You don't need to. Asuma. Tsukumo Hatake's voice suddenly rose as well, cutting off the rest of Asuma's words. He looked at the younger man before him, who was so clearly worried about him, and let out a deep sigh. The one who killed Sasori of the Red Sand's parents and made him an orphan was me. No matter what reasons there were at the time, that fact will not change in the slightest because of them. Even if Ko had nothing to do with this, even if that blacksmith had never been dragged into it. One day, I still would have stood on the same battlefield as Sasori of the Red Sand. And then, the death of one of us would be what ended this grudge that has lasted so many years. In this matter, neither side is wrong. At this point, an extremely rare flash of furious killing intent appeared in the eyes that had always been gentle and calm. But the one thing he never should have done was use innocent lives as leverage. For that blacksmith's safety, no matter what, I will go there myself. Asuma stood there in silence, quietly looking at the man before him whose eyes were filled with unwavering resolve. Tsukumo Hatake looked at him and let out a deep sigh. His face, slightly reddened by the heat of the furnace, finally showed a trace of the exhaustion that belonged to a man of his age. Actually, I never wanted to drag you into this. From the very beginning, I had never planned to tell you about any of this. He paused, and a bitter smile rose at the corner of his lips. But the moment you asked me about Ko, I understood. When it came to this matter, I couldn't hide it from you. That's not all, is it? Asuma spoke in a low voice, mercilessly cutting off what Tsukumo Hatake was about to say next. He stared fixedly at the silver-haired man in front of him. His gaze so sharp it was as if he wanted to cut through every layer of his thoughts. The reason you told me all of this is because you were thinking that if you don't come back from this trip, then you wanted me to return to Konoha and tell Kakashi the whole truth. And you were hoping Kakashi would give up the idea of avenging you and not live on carrying hatred. I didn't get that wrong, did I? Tsukumo Hatake stared blankly at Asuma in front of him, then gently nodded. So it really was like that. Asuma lowered his head. It was as if he could no longer suppress the surging anger in his heart as he snarled through clenched teeth. Ko was right after all. You're exactly the same as the old man in my family. The confusion in Tsukumo Hatake's eyes hadn't even had time to fully form before Asuma suddenly lifted his head. What surged in his eyes was blazing fury, utterly undisguised. You're exactly the same as the old man in my family. Self-righteous, selfish cowards, taking everything on by yourself? What a joke. In the end, you're just running away from the problem. Have you ever thought about it? Really thought about it, even just once? If something really happens to you on this trip, how will Kakashi feel? Tsukumo Hatake opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, no words came out. He simply lowered his head in shame, looking at this elder with his head bowed. Asuma forcibly suppressed the anger still churning in his chest and lowered his voice even more. You definitely did think about it. You just didn't let yourself keep thinking any further, because in your heart, you always subconsciously put righteousness, responsibility, and all that useless crap about not troubling other people ahead of yourself. You might think your way of thinking is right, but to the people who care about you, to your family. If you do this, can you really say you've done right by them? Enough. I've heard more than enough of this kind of annoying moral lecture from that old man already. Asuma raised his hand and pressed it hard onto Tsukumo Hatake's shoulder. As Kakashi's friend, I absolutely will not allow you to make any decision that would hurt him. He looked at the Konoha white fang in front of him, still lowering his head, and spoke in a grave tone. As for everything you just told me, I will write to Kakashi and tell him all of it exactly as it is, without changing a single word. This is something he deserves to know. Hearing Asuma's unquestionable words, Tsukumo Hatake stayed silent for quite a while, then slowly nodded. Asuma didn't look at Tsukumo Hatake in front of him. Instead, he shifted his gaze toward the direction of the Land of Lightning. And also, to make sure your safety is guaranteed, I will be going to the Land of Lightning with you. Hearing the meaning behind Asuma's words laid bare at last, Tsukumo Hatake suddenly lifted his head and opened his mouth to stop him. But before he could say even the first word, his eyes met Asuma's still burning gaze, the remnants of his anger not yet extinguished. His mouth opened, then slowly closed again. Tsukumo Hatake let out a deep sigh. With an emotion that was hard to tell whether it was guilt or gratitude, he gave a heavy nod to the junior in front of him who was showing such concern for him. Asuma withdrew his hand from Tsukumo Hatake's shoulder, then turned around and faced away from him. His voice still carried anger that had yet to fully fade. But beneath that anger was a gentleness that could only come after being tempered again and again by time and parting. Ko once told me that casually throwing away your life is the kind of choice only a coward who likes running away from problems would make. In the world of ninja, those who abandon a mission are called trash. Those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. And those who casually throw away their own lives. Asuma turned his head slightly and looked at Tsukumo Hatake, who was standing frozen behind him, then said solemnly, "Are the worst kind of person someone utterly irresponsible to themselves and to the people who cherish them. At least trash can still return to the people who care about them." Tsukumo Hatake listened to those words in a daze. Deep within those weathered eyes, it seemed as if something was silently shattering, while something else was beginning to grow again from those cracks. Asuma withdrew his gaze from Tsukumo Hatake's face and said seriously, "If you truly care about Kakashi, then please cherish your own life. Don't make this kind of irresponsible decision again. Your life is far heavier than you think it is." After saying that, Asuma did not look back. He strode toward the doorway. His figure gradually turned into a resolute silhouette within the vast white glow of snow at the entrance, then vanished outside. The forge fell silent. By the furnace, only Tsukumo Hatake remained. He lowered his head. On the anvil, the katana that had not fully cooled yet still gave off a dark red warmth, casting flickering light and shadow across the side of his lowered face. In his mind, scenes from long ago rose uncontrollably. That was many years ago in Konoha, during that bleak period when many people in the village accused him, when those comrades he had once protected pointed fingers behind his back and said he was unworthy of being a ninja. During that dark time, aside from Kakashi, there was almost no one in the village who stood by his side. And just as he had gradually begun to think of leaving this world, the figure of a black-haired child broke into that gray world of his. "Why are you sad because of what those people say? Do you care that much about their opinion? More than Kakashi's opinion of you? Even though I'm just a kid and don't understand any big truths, there is one thing I do know. Compared to the opinions of strangers, your family's opinion should matter more, right? Kakashi really cares about you. He cares about you 10,000 times more than that bunch of annoying villagers in Konoha. You said people always need a reason to live. Then if you're going to live for someone, why do you have to live for those people who mean nothing? Why can't you live for yourself? Or for the people who cherish you?" That childish voice from many years ago echoed again and again inside this small forge, inside his mind, accompanied by the crackling of the furnace in the present. It was as if it had never left. After a long while, Tsukumo Hatake slowly opened his eyes. In those weathered eyes, there was no longer the despair and guilt from before. What remained was only the clarity that seemed to have finally settled after being tempered over and over by time. "I really am immature." He gave a bitter smile, shook his head, and muttered in a low voice, "Even after all these years, I still haven't let everything go. I still lack the courage to face sincerity. Even though I know very well that all these years, I've been running away." Tsukumo Hatake lifted his eyes and looked at the silver-white katana on the anvil. The blade reflected his face. Compared to how he had looked when he left Konoha back then, that face now bore far more wrinkles and had clearly aged a great deal. But what was in those eyes seemed to finally be starting to change at this moment. "But now I won't run anymore." Tsukumo Hatake picked up the newly forged katana from the table and steadily slid it into the sheath at his waist. Sha! The sheath and blade made an extremely soft scraping sound as they met, like a reply that had arrived far too late. He fastened the sword belt, then turned around and stepped forward without hesitation. "Though it's already a little too late, for the rest of my life, I want to live according to my own will. I'll save that blacksmith, settle the grudges of the past, then find that child Ko and help him resolve the troubles in front of him, and repay that child for his kindness." Tsukumo Hatake murmured in a firm voice. In his mind, the figure of that silver-haired person wearing a mask rose uncontrollably. The corners of his mouth lifted into a gentle smile. This is probably what Kakashi would want to see too. Outside, Asuma was leaning against a stone wall with his arms loosely crossed over his chest. The drifting heavy snow fell from the sky, landing on his shoulders and on his messy black hair, piling into a thin layer of white. He seemed unable to feel the cold at all. He only stared blankly in the direction of the land of lightning. Asuma's eyes were full of deep thought. Sasori of the Red Sand. He silently repeated the name in his heart. An icy killing intent surged within him, though it was thanks to that guy that they had learned Ko's exact whereabouts. That man had used information about Ko as bait. Without question, that behavior had already threatened Ko's safety. Thinking of this, Asuma could not help clenching his fists. Even if we can't bring Ko back this time, we still have to get rid of this hidden danger threatening his safety. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from behind him. Those footsteps were steady and powerful, stepping onto the snow with soft rustling sounds. Asuma suddenly turned around, as if realizing something. What entered his sight was a figure dressed in dark combat clothes, with a katana hanging at his waist. That head of iconic silver-white long hair was neatly tied behind his back, revealing sharp and distinct brow lines. Fine wrinkles had already appeared at the corners of his eyes, but the light in those eyes was clearer and sharper than Asuma had ever seen. Tsukumo Hatake stood in the heavy snow, his left hand hanging naturally at his side, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, looking solemnly at Asuma in front of him. Compared to a ninja, the Tsukumo Hatake before him was clearly more like a true samurai. Asuma looked at the katana at Tsukumo Hatake's waist and felt the sharp aura radiating from him, completely different from how he had been in the forge just moments ago. He could not help freezing for a moment. Looking at that face that still held traces of anger, he slowly broke into a relieved smile tinged with happiness. Tsukumo Hatake looked at this junior in front of him, who was more than half a head taller than him and had waited for him in the heavy snow for a long time, and said seriously, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Asuma." Asuma lowered his arms from his chest and stood up straight. Snowflakes were still falling without end, landing on the patch of snow between them that had been dyed gray-blue by the dusk. He gave Tsukumo Hatake a heavy nod. That smile was still on his lips, but his eyes had already turned incomparably solemn. Tsukumo Hatake showed him a faint smile. Then his gaze turned solemn as he looked toward the land of lightning and said in a deep voice, "Let's go. We're heading to the land of lightning." The Yunlei mountain range was the largest mountain range within the land of lightning. It sat in the center of the nation and was regarded by its people as the birthplace of their civilization. In the land of lightning, countless ancient legends and folktales that had been passed down to this day, including the origin record of Yunlei, which had been included in the Ninja World's historical and cultural heritage archives, had stories that were more or less connected to this mountain range. But unlike what was recorded in those widely spread folktales, the Yunlei mountain range of today had long since lost the prosperity described in legend. Nearly vertical cliffs, deep valleys layered over with airtight primeval forests, and the poisonous insects and miasma that had quietly bred over hundreds of years, had together turned this region into a forbidden zone rarely touched by human traces. As for those legends that had been passed down to the present, people now only saw them as the awe and imagination their ancestors had toward the unknown forces of nature. These days, very few people set foot in this vast stretch of mountains forgotten by time. And deep within these mountains and forests, forgotten by the world, a hunched figure stood silently, as if waiting for someone's arrival. That figure was wrapped in a loose black robe patterned with red clouds. Short and bloated in shape, it looked at first glance like an elderly man with limited mobility. But if one looked closer, they would find an extremely unnatural mechanical feel at the joints of that body. That was Hiriko, Sasori of the Red Sands puppet shell. A mobile fortress that tightly wrapped his real body within it, equipped with terrifying firepower enough to suppress several Jonin head-on. At this moment, Sasori was controlling Hiriko's hunched body, pacing back and forth through the forest. His heavy footsteps crushed the dead branches and fallen leaves on the ground to pieces, as if venting the irritation building up inside him. He was waiting for someone, and the thing he hated most in his life was waiting for people. A moment later, a breeze suddenly swept through the woods without warning. Sasori's footsteps stopped abruptly, and a cold light instantly flashed through Hiriko's eyes. "Yo, old scorpion, I'm not late, am I?" Along with that overly familiar greeting, Ko's figure appeared beside Sasori without any warning. At the moment, he was wearing the Akatsuki's black robe with red clouds. Under it was a black high-collared Uchiha long shirt, the collar neatly overlapping just above his collarbone. A playful grin hung on that handsome, unruly face as he waved at Sasori. Sasori slowly turned around, and a dull sound came from within Hiriko's heavy body. No expression could be seen on the face hidden by the puppet shell, but the hoarse voice coming from inside it clearly carried thick displeasure. "You're too slow, Uchiha Tō. Hey, old scorpion, don't wrong me like that, okay? I obviously came here as fast as I could." Ko covered his mouth in an exaggerated way, his tone full of the grievance of being falsely accused. "The second I got the leader's mission, I rushed all the way over here as fast as possible. Do you know how much I've suffered on the road just to get here as quickly as I could? To keep you from waiting too long. I didn't dare waste even a single moment. I even painfully turned down more than a dozen blonde, blue-eyed girls from the land of lightning who came up to flirt with me on the way." As Ko wiped away tears that didn't exist, he continued his output in a wrong tone. "I paid such a huge price, and yet the very first thing you do when we meet is pressure me, humph. Do you know how much damage that does to a 22-year-old child like me? Humph, humph." Looking at Sasori in front of him, he accused him with full emotion. "My young heart has suffered irreversible trauma. I'm reporting this to management. I'm reporting this to Pain. If you don't compensate me for emotional damages, this absolutely isn't over." "Sasori, cut the crap. Don't think I don't know. With your speed, you could have gotten here much faster." Sasori ground his teeth and said in a low voice, "Don't think I can't tell. You definitely found a place to eat halfway here, then took a slow stroll around, and only set out again after you finished digesting. Came as fast as possible? Can even one sentence out of your mouth be true? Holy crap, you could even tell that. After his lie was exposed, not only did Ko show no guilt at all, he instead widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief, I specifically waited until I was completely done digesting before coming over. How the hell did you figure that out? Ko paused, then said suspiciously, you didn't somehow get a Byakugan and turn on X-ray vision cheats, did you? Sasori, who had dissected thousands upon thousands of human bodies, developed the human puppet technique, and could practically be called the ninja world's PhD in human anatomy, let out a mocking scoff as he looked at the fussing idiot in front of him. Feeling the dissatisfaction in Sasori's gaze, Ko shrugged and replied in an easygoing tone, don't be so mad, old scorpion. I couldn't exactly go fight that stinking snake Orochimaru on an empty stomach, right? If I went in hungry and wasn't in top condition, and I slipped up and let Orochimaru get away, wouldn't that be even worse? I'm doing this for the sake of the mission afterward. Stop staring at tiny sesame seed-sized issues like this. You need to think bigger. Then, as if he had suddenly remembered something, he said righteously, besides, isn't there still someone even slower than me? Uchiha Tō. Cough, isn't that guy Itachi still not here? Actually, I came late on purpose out of the spirit of unity and friendship in our Akatsuki team. I just didn't want the new junior member to lose too much face. As a senior, you should understand my painstaking good intentions. Sensing the killing intent on Sasori growing harder and harder to hide, Ko stopped while he was ahead. He immediately waved his hand and said with a placating smile, all right, I was just joking to liven up the atmosphere. Don't take it so seriously. Worst case, I'll treat you to a meal next time. Order whatever you want. My treat. Before he even finished speaking, he seemed to suddenly remember something and said in sudden realization, oh right, looks like you don't eat food. Then how about I get you some lubricant oil instead? Shut up. Looking at Ko in front of him, Sasori finally couldn't endure it anymore and roared in fury. Got it. Looking at Ko's infuriatingly handsome face, the anger that had been building inside Sasori's chest for a long time not only failed to disperse, it instead became even stronger. To begin with, he had never felt even the slightest guilt about using Ko's intel as bait in order to lure out Konoha's white fang. And now, looking at this infuriating bastard in front of him, the thought that had just surfaced in his mind instantly became incomparably firm. Might as well just kill this guy together with Konoha's white fang and Orochimaru. When the time comes, I'll just say he died in the chaotic battle. Pain and the others won't be able to say much about it. Sasori thought viciously to himself, anyway, that new guy Uchiha Itachi doesn't have a good relationship with this brat. Even if this guy dies here, the one who slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan won't say much. He might even stand on my side, a human puppet with the Sharingan. Just thinking about it feels interesting. Ko instantly sensed the faint chill hidden in Sasori's gaze and couldn't help shivering. This life-sized figurine is way too petty. It was just a few jokes. Was it really necessary to jump straight to murderous intent? Ko watched Sasori out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help complaining inwardly. In the original timeline, didn't he get along just fine with that idiot Deidara? So why was he being this double standard with him? Just as Ko was about to use his silver tongue to cool down this volatile, explosive figurine, a familiar chakra suddenly entered his sensory range. The playful grin on his face vanished instantly, and his gaze darkened. Did I come at a bad time? The steady, restrained voice came from the other side of the forest. Uchiha Itachi slowly stepped out from the shadows of the trees. He looked very young, but his eyes carried a deep sense of age. Sasori looked at the one who had arrived last, and a clear trace of displeasure flashed through his eyes. Before he could say anything, Ko, standing beside him, was the first to turn cold. You're too late, Uchiha Itachi. Ko's voice suddenly dropped. The expression that had been joking around with Sasori just moments ago instantly turned gloomy. He looked at Itachi, his eyes surging with undisguised hostility. I hate waiting for people, and I also don't like making other people wait. Sasori? No, those are my lines, aren't they? Ko paid no attention to Sasori beside him. He stared coldly at Itachi and scolded him in a low, angry voice. You made us wait here for so long. Are you not taking the mission assigned by the organization seriously? Or are you just not putting me and Senior Sasori in your eyes? Itachi, clearly experiencing workplace bullying for the first time, obviously hadn't reacted yet. On his usually calm face, an extremely brief moment of blankness rarely appeared. Ko gave him no time to respond. He turned to Sasori, and his tone became grave and sincere again. Brother Sasori, I'm not the type to stir up trouble, but this newcomer clearly doesn't respect the two of us. How about you and I team up and teach him a lesson? We can treat it as a warm-up before going after Orochimaru. What do you think? The corner of Sasori's true body's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He controlled Hiriko to silently turn away, using his actions to clearly express his refusal to take part in this farce. Itachi selectively ignored Ko, who was still trying to fan the flames, and turned his gaze towards Sasori, who held the mission intel. Since everyone was here, he said calmly, then we should carry out the leader's mission as soon as possible. Looking at Sasori, Itachi asked probingly, where is Orochimaru now? A low hum came from the amplification device in Hiriko's throat. Just as Sasori was about to speak, Ko's voice rang out again, cutting him off. We probably can't leave immediately for the mission to hunt down Orochimaru right now. Ko didn't look at Itachi's face, which only irritated him. Instead, he stared coldly at Sasori beside him, raised a hand, and casually pointed around at the surrounding forest as he asked meaningfully, you arranged so many traps and puppets around here. That shouldn't be for dealing with Orochimaru, right? Hearing Ko's words, Sasori slowly turned around and looked at him with a grave expression, as if ready to strike at any moment. Aren't you going to tell me your teammate? As if he hadn't noticed Sasori's movement at all, Ko said with a smile, who exactly did you prepare these traps for? Almost the instant Ko finished speaking, Itachi's expression changed sharply. His 3 Tomo Sharingan silently appeared in his eyes. Itachi quickly swept his gaze around, and his heart immediately tightened. 10 fine chakra threads crisscrossed through the area, weaving an almost dead angle-free killing net around them. And the source of those chakra threads was Sasori, who had remained silent this whole time. Orochimaru isn't nearby right now. Itachi's voice sank as his eyes locked firmly onto Sasori. His tone was clearly heavier than before. What are you trying to do? Sasori did not answer Itachi's question, nor did he pay any attention to Ko beside him. He merely stared coldly and motionlessly at the pitch-black forest ahead. In the dark, enclosed space of the puppet's abdomen, the corner of his true body's mouth slowly curled into a cruel, expectant arc. They're here. Before the words had fully fallen, Hiriko's arms suddenly swung under Sasori's control. 10 puppets of different shapes burst out from the dark corners of the forest, carrying countless senbon coated in deadly poison and hidden mechanism weapons as they poured down toward the depths of the forest ahead like a storm. The moment Sasori made his move, Ko had already drawn Inazuma and Homusubi from his waist. The crimson flame blade and the silver-white lightning blade seemed to be aimed at Hiriko's thick, short neck, but in reality, they were shifted upward by the slightest fraction. That tiny fraction was just enough to let him, at a crucial moment, drive the blades into Hiriko's interior at top speed and strike directly at Sasori's core. At the same time, Itachi's figure appeared on Sasori's other side. Several shuriken had silently filled the space between his fingers, and the sharp edges of every one of them glinted with cold light in the dim forest glow. The 3 Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly in his scarlet irises, reflecting every subtle change in the joints of Sasori's puppet shell, as well as the ideal throwing angle for each shuriken in his hand. He did not look at Ko, and Ko did not look at him either. There was no verbal exchange between them, not even one extra glance. But their positioning angles, the coverage of their attack ranges, and the sealing of Sasori's escape routes all matched with perfect tacit understanding. Itachi suppressed the complicated emotions surging up in his heart and refocused his attention on the situation before him. Looking at Hiriko, which still had not moved an inch, he asked in a low voice, what exactly are you trying to do? Sasori still did not answer. Without even turning his head, he simply stared fixedly at the forest ahead where his puppet swarm had rushed in. Ko forcefully suppressed the instinctive disgust rising in his heart from coordinating so smoothly with Itachi, then followed Sasori's gaze and spread his senses forward. In the next instant, his expression changed sharply. Deep within that forest, 2 massive bursts of chakra erupted at once. He was extremely familiar with both of those chakra signatures. Hataki sword art, draw slash. A steady male voice slowly came from the depths of the forest. As that voice fell, all 10 of Sasori's chakra threads connected to his puppets were severed in the same instant. The puppet swarm, having lost control, was like a flock of birds with their spines ripped out. They abruptly lost direction in midair and crashed one after another into the depths of the forest. Right after that, a deep young man's voice exploded across the entire forest canopy. Wind release. Gale wind cloudbreaker triple strike. 3 giant wind blades carrying terrifying cutting power suddenly slashed out from the depths of the forest. Each one was several zhang wide, their edges so sharp they dragged visible white trails through the air. They advanced side by side, flattening the entire forest ahead and all the layers of traps Sasori had so carefully arranged with unstoppable force. Tree trunks were cut clean through at the waist, vines were shredded into scraps, and even the earth on the ground was blasted up in great sheets by the aftershock of the wind blades. After the wind blades swept through, everything had been cut cleanly apart, leaving behind nothing but wreckage across the ground. The once impenetrable primeval jungle had actually been forcibly cleared into a fan-shaped open area by that single strike. Dust and wood chips billowed slowly in the sunlight like a spreading mist. Within the dust, 2 tall and powerfully built figures strode out side by side with steady steps. The man on the left wore a dark combat outfit, His silver-white long hair was neatly tied behind his head, and in his hand was a samurai sword flashing with silver light. His gentle eyes looked extremely calm, but beneath that calm, something seemed to be burning soundlessly. The young man beside him was half a head taller than him. He wore a black open-chest leather vest, and the muscles on his bare arms were knotted and firm. His bronze skin reflected a rugged, healthy sheen under the sunlight. In his hands, he held a pair of chakra blades wrapped layer upon layer in wind-release chakra. The remaining wind chakra on the blades had yet to fully disperse, letting out a faint buzzing sound in the air. The moment Ko saw those two figures clearly, his pupils suddenly contracted. Uncle Tsukumo, Asuma. He silently read out those two names. Along with the shock, a deep confusion rose uncontrollably in his heart. Why were they here? Just as Ko was still caught in shock, Tsukumo Hitaki and Asuma had already walked out of the dust. They stood at the edge of the open ground torn out by piercing wind-breaking clouds. Beneath their feet were shattered puppet remains and severed chakra strings, while overhead, sunlight finally poured down directly. With the view ahead suddenly opening up, they naturally also saw the three figures dressed in black cloaks patterned with red clouds. But from the very first moment, neither Tsukumo Hitaki nor Asuma let their eyes fall on Hiriko, which was overflowing with killing intent. From the instant they stepped out of the dust, they had instinctively ignored Sasori and Itachi at the side, locking their attention firmly onto one person, onto Ko. The hands gripping Asuma's chakra blades began trembling uncontrollably. He looked at Ko's face, that face now more mature and more handsome than in his memories. Compared to 5 years ago, there was less of the youthful boldness and freedom between his brows, and more of the cold sharpness tempered by time. But those eyes, those deep black pupils currently resting on him, were exactly the same as they had been 5 years ago. Looking at the close friend he had not seen for many years, Asuma forcefully suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and shouted hoarsely, "Ko, I finally found you." Hearing Asuma's trembling call, Ko's gaze became incomparably complicated in that instant. In his eyes, there was both the emotion of reunion after a long separation and the bitterness of being moved by this bond that had persisted stubbornly for a full 5 years. But even more than that, there was helplessness at this completely unexpected reunion disrupting his plans. Looking at these two old acquaintances who should not have appeared here at all, Ko instinctively pulled at the corner of his mouth and revealed as relaxed a smile as he could. "It's really been a long time, Asuma, Uncle Tsukumo. I didn't expect I'd actually reunite with you in a place like this." Putting on an exaggerated look, Ko let out a loud sigh of emotion, while the corner of his eye quietly observed the two of them across from him. "This really is unexpected." Seeing that familiar smile, Asuma opened his mouth, seemingly unable to hold back what he wanted to say. But before he could speak, one hand steadily stopped him in front of his chest. Asuma instinctively turned his head and looked at Tsukumo Hitaki beside him. The excitement of reunion was still churning in his eyes, and there was an urgency in his voice he had yet to rein in. "Uncle Tsukumo, calm down a little first, Asuma." Tsukumo Hitaki forcefully suppressed the emotions surging in his heart and looked gravely at Sasori, who was coldly watching them. Now isn't the time to catch up with Ko. Following Tsukumo Hitaki's gaze, Asuma saw the two figures standing beside Ko. Uchiha Itachi was coldly staring at them with those scarlet three-tomo Sharingan eyes, his face showing no extra expression at all. But merely being looked at by him was enough to make Asuma feel extreme danger. And at Itachi's side, Hiriko, crouched on the ground, was also staring coldly at them with eyes full of killing intent. From the hidden gaps in the puppet shell, the cold gleam of senbon still flickered faintly. The excitement and eagerness in Asuma's eyes were replaced in that instant by a surge of unwillingness. He stared fixedly at the two figures beside Ko, his teeth grinding audibly. But after years of traveling the ninja world alone, Asuma had long since been worn free of the impulsiveness and recklessness he once had. The current him was no longer that hot-headed fool from back then, the one who, after learning Ko had left Konoha, had charged into the Hokage's office in a fury and angrily questioned his father, the third Hokage, and Hokage advisor Shimura Danzo. He knew Uncle Tsukumo was right. Now truly was not the time to catch up with Ko. Asuma took a deep breath, forcibly pressed the turmoil still surging in his chest back down into his heart, then nodded to Tsukumo Hitaki. He said nothing, only continued looking deeply at Ko with those still burning eyes. Seeing that Asuma had steadied his emotions, Tsukumo Hitaki silently let out a breath of relief in his heart. Seeing Asuma steady his emotions, Tsukumo Hitaki silently let out a breath of relief in his heart. He turned his gaze back to Ko, and a faint layer of reminiscence surfaced in those calm eyes. The last time he had seen this child was when Kakashi had brought several friends, including him, to the Land of Iron to visit him. Back then, Ko had not even grown this tall yet. He had still been a child in the truest sense of the word. And now, he had already grown into a tall young man who stood even slightly taller than Tsukumo himself. Without realizing it, so many years had already passed. Sighing inwardly, Tsukumo Hatake spoke with sincere nostalgia in his voice. It's really been a long time, Ko. Ko had already been feeling uncomfortable all over from Asuma's burning gaze. Hearing Tsukumo Hatake speak at last, he finally found a direction to shift his attention. He met Tsukumo Hatake's gentle eyes, but for a moment, he found himself not knowing what to say. In the end, he only tugged at the corner of his mouth and revealed a smile that could hardly be called sincere. Though both I and Asuma have a lot we want to say to you, now really isn't the time. Tsukumo Hatake spoke regretfully, then slowly withdrew that gaze full of remembrance from Ko. When he shifted his eyes away, there was no longer any extra emotion left in those gentle eyes. He coldly stared at Sasori beside Ko, and his voice sank. I already came here as agreed. According to our agreement, you should now release that blacksmith Yoshimura Masao. Almost the instant Tsukumo Hatake's words fell, Ko and Itachi both turned their gazes towards Sasori beside them. Sasori paid no attention at all to those two gazes that nearly seemed ready to pierce straight through him. He merely coldly stared at Tsukumo Hatake, the murderer who had killed his parents. A moment later, Sasori slowly shifted his gaze and looked toward Asuma at Tsukumo Hatake's side, then said with full mockery, I didn't expect the famous Konoha White Fang to actually bring a helper with him. Heh, what a surprise. There was not the slightest trace of anger on Tsukumo Hatake's face. He only stared at Sasori, as if through that cold puppet shell, looking straight at the soul buried in the deepest part of it, the soul that had been consumed by hatred. Answer my question. Where is Masao now? Don't worry. Yes, very safe. At the very least, safer than you are. Sasori looked at Tsukumo Hatake, and the corner of the mouth hidden deep inside Hiriko's abdomen slowly curled into a cruel arc. After I kill you and this brat you brought with you, I'll naturally let him go. Hearing Sasori's words, Tsukumo Hatake's pupils shrank slightly. He said nothing more, but the force of his grip on the sword hilt tightened by several degrees. In those eyes that were usually gentle and calm, there now appeared a completely different kind of intent, deep, frigid killing intent. At the same time, Itachi and Ko, standing at Sasori's side, each fell into brief thought. Was it Sasori who lured them here? Itachi stared at Sasori's profile, thick suspicion rising in his heart. Leaking Akatsuki mission intel without permission was an absolute taboo in any organization. What Sasori had done was, in effect, already a betrayal of the Akatsuki. To a certain extent, this act of selling internal organizational information to an outside force and using it to set up a trap was even worse than Orochimaru's direct defection. Why would he do this? Itachi's gaze repeatedly swept over Sasori, and a bold guess slowly surfaced in his mind. Could it be that Sasori, like him, was also an undercover agent planted inside the Akatsuki? At that possibility, Itachi's pupils contracted slightly. Though his expression did not change in the slightest, the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes was spinning rapidly across his irises. The reason why Sasori of the Red Sand defected from Sunagakure was still unknown. And as the grandson of Chiyo, an elder of Sunagakure, and a once-in-a-century genius in the field of puppetry, he truly had no real reason to defect. If he had never been a true missing nin from the very beginning, if he had been an undercover agent planted by Sunagakure in the Akatsuki from the start, then all of his actions would make perfect sense. Itachi looked at Sasori beside him, and a sharp glint flashed through his eyes. He had already understood everything. Sasori, no. Sunagakure wanted to use Sasori, a so-called missing nin, to eliminate elite ninja from other villages who posed a threat to Sunagakure, then conveniently throw the blame onto the Akatsuki. At that thought, Itachi's gaze suddenly darkened. If this guess was correct, then Sasori's existence could very likely become a real threat to Konoha and to Sasuke in the future. He looked at the side of Hiriko's shell, and in his eyes, which were normally calm and self-controlled, there rarely appeared a trace of deep killing intent. Perhaps, under the pretext of eliminating a traitor for the Akatsuki, he could join forces with Asuma and Konoha's White Fang across from him and get rid of Sasori first, before this hidden danger grew any further. Itachi temporarily pressed this gradually forming resolve into the bottom of his heart, then quietly observed Ko beside him from the corner of his eye. What was Ko thinking? In a sense, the current situation was also an opportunity to pry into what Ko truly thought in the deepest part of his heart. Itachi murmured inwardly, his peripheral vision drifting toward Ko. If he was willing to help Tsukumo Hatake and Asuma, then perhaps that would prove that Konoha still held some place in his heart. But if he ultimately still chose to stand on Sasori's side, or chose to remain a bystander, at that possibility, an extremely brief flicker of hesitation flashed through Itachi's eyes, only to be immediately replaced by concealed killing intent. Perhaps he really had to make up his mind. Naturally, Ko had no idea about the complicated thoughts running through Itachi's mind at that moment. He only stared coldly at Sasori in front of him, his eyes full of killing intent. The moment he heard Tsukumo Hatake say the name Yoshimura Masao, he had already understood the full cause and effect. So that was what this was about. He glanced at Tsukumo Hatake ahead of him, then at the Hiriko beside him that was still radiating cold killing intent. Using the life of a blacksmith connected to Uncle Tsukumo as leverage, then adding my intel as bait to lure Uncle Tsukumo here. As for the purpose, naturally it was to avenge his dead parents. Ko looked at Sasori in front of him, a bit of surprise flashing through his eyes. He actually went this far. Even at the risk of being held accountable by them and offending me, a colleague he originally got along with pretty well. This guy Sasori is actually pretty filial. Ko muttered inwardly, the corner of his eye shifting toward Asuma, who was staring at him with reddened eyes. As for Asuma, he probably found out about this by accident while asking Uncle Tsukumo about my whereabouts, then stubbornly insisted on tagging along. Thinking of this, Ko suddenly felt an indescribable headache. If it was only Uncle Tsukumo, that would still be manageable. Based on his understanding of Uncle Tsukumo, as long as he communicated properly, he could absolutely reason with him and stabilize him for the time being. But the problem was it wasn't just him now. There was an extra Asuma too. Feeling Asuma's burning gaze, Ko could not help but feel another wave of headache. That guy was, in a certain sense, even more troublesome than Guy. Thinking back to all kinds of past events in Konoha, Ko let out a weary sigh. Back then, when he first approached Asuma, to put it bluntly, he had been acting with a very practical goal in mind. He wanted to use the second Hokage generation Kid-S network to climb upward a bit, and at the same time get the third Hokage to notice him, the then unknown nobody inside the Uchiha clan. If one day he got targeted by that scheming old bastard Danzo, then at least he'd have the identity of I'm your son's best friend as a buffer. Maybe he could even get the third Hokage to put on a classic Hokage little drama for him, something like I became Hokage while you regretted everything. But who would have thought that, as the years passed, the way he and Asuma got along seemed to become more and more off. Actually, he didn't even do much, right? Wasn't it just that, as a friend and longtime deskmate, he often helped him with his studies, occasionally listened to him complain about the troubles in his family, spent a little time helping him reorganize his training path whenever he fell into self-doubt because of his lack of talent, and then casually fed him a few bowls of chicken soup for the soul when he was feeling down. Weren't those all things friends were supposed to do? So how did it end up becoming the kind of thing where Asuma couldn't go 3 sentences without mentioning him, and even left his girlfriend in Konoha behind to chase him all over the ninja world? Ko could not help muttering inwardly, and in his mind appeared that figure of Uchiha Kenji, the one who had ruined his reputation in the education world. Come to think of it, back then, I cared way more about that idiot Obito than I ever did about Asuma. So how come that dumbass didn't change this much? Ko let out an extremely weary sigh in his heart, forcibly dragging these wandering thoughts back and refocusing on the situation in front of him. He looked at Sasori beside him, and an unnamed anger rose in his chest. It was all because of this damned red-haired brat. If you want to be a dutiful son and avenge your parents, I've got no problem with that. Anyway, it's not like you can definitely beat Uncle Tsukumo. You're basically just throwing your life away. But don't drag me into this shit too. He glared at Sasori and roared in his heart. Innately evil red-haired brat, you already have the path to death before you. Sasori had clearly sensed the killing intent surging in from all directions. But on the face hidden inside Hiriko, not the slightest trace of surprise or panic appeared. Scorpion merely shifted his gaze away from Tsukumo Hatake with a faint sense of annoyance, then swept it over the 2 comrades at his sides who were boxing him in from left and right. In a hoarse voice he said, "Those 2 are my prey. You 2 stay out of this." Ko and Itachi looked at him coldly. Neither of them retreated even half a step. Scorpion seemed to have expected their reaction long ago, and said in a certain tone, "Don't say I didn't warn you. Those 2 are from Konoha, and you 2 are both Konoha defectors." Feeling the killing intent in Itachi and Ko's eyes, he said coldly, "Leaving aside the fact that you can't kill me at all, if you make a move against me here, right in front of these 2 from Konoha, guess what the leader will think? You don't have any solid proof that I leaked the intel." Scorpion looked at the 2 comrades before him and said meaningfully, "You don't want the leader to suspect that you're Konoha spies planted inside the Akatsuki, do you, Itachi?" Ko stared coldly at Scorpion, who looked as if everything was under his control, and slowly said, "You think I'd accept your threat? Don't forget we're both members of the Akatsuki. Nobody staying in this organization is normal." He tilted his head slightly. In those deep black eyes, surging killing intent filled them completely. "Right now, I only know one thing. I'm very, very unhappy about you selling my intel to someone else." Ko looked at Scorpion and shouted in a deep voice, "Don't think so highly of yourself, Sasori of the Red Sand. As long as I feel like it, that's enough for me to take your life." "Humph." Scorpion let out a disdainful snort and moved his gaze away from Ko's face full of killing intent. He did not bother refuting the arrogant little Uchiha in front of him. In his view, there was absolutely no need to waste words on someone who could neither see his own level clearly nor break his immortal body. He simply turned his gaze back toward Tsukumo Hatake and said in a hoarse low voice, "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you anytime. But don't forget, we still have the organization's mission on us. He raised Hiriko's rough wooden arm and pointed toward the southeast of the Cloud and Lightning Mountain range. The terrain in that direction was even steeper. Layer upon layer of dense forest spread from the mountainside all the way to the end of sight, looking especially deep and shadowy under the midday sun. According to the intel, Orochimaru's trail is in that area. If we fight here, that stinking snake will most likely notice the disturbance and quietly slip away while we're in the middle of a melee. When that happens, this mission of ours will be a complete failure. Don't forget, as ninja, the mission always comes first. He withdrew his arm. The eyes hidden beneath the puppet shell slowly swept from Itachi to Ko, then finally settled once more in Tsukumo Hataki's direction. Why not leave this place to me? You two can go carry out the mission to hunt down Orochimaru first. After killing that stinking snake, wouldn't it be better to come back and deal with me then? Scorpion looked at Tsukumo Hataki ahead. In Hiriko's tiny eyes was naked killing intent and anticipation. Though I hate waiting for people, and I don't like making others wait either. Still, after killing this man, handling his corpse while waiting for you to come back does sound pretty interesting. Arrogant idiot. Ko coldly spat out those words, then turned around and cast his gaze toward the southeast of the Cloud and Lightning Mountain range. Within those deep mountains layered one after another lay the true core of his plan this time. The tomb of the previous reincarnation of Indra, hidden deep within the primordial forest. His original plan had been to use this mission as an opportunity to lead Uchiha Itachi near that tomb and observe his reaction, thereby confirming whether that tomb had any connection to clues about the Totsuka blade. If he got tied down here by Uncle Tsukumo and Asuma, that would be no different from giving up on the mission to hunt Orochimaru, and his entire plan would be thrown into chaos. Letting Uncle Tsukumo and Asuma hold Scorpion here while Itachi and I move alone might actually be an even better arrangement. Ko muttered to himself inwardly, quietly spreading out his perception and swiftly sweeping it over Tsukumo Hataki and Asuma ahead. Sensing the strength inside them that was in no way inferior to Scorpion's, he quickly came to a judgment in his heart. If Uncle Tsukumo and Asuma join forces, then with their strength, Scorpion definitely won't be their match. It's just that this guy's a gimmick monster. If they want to deal with him, Uncle Tsukumo and the others really do need to know some key intel first. Ko made his decision in his heart, then put on a look as if he had completely lost interest in the farce before him and casually waved toward Itachi. Itachi stood there blankly, staring at Ko's familiar waving gesture. At that instant, a dull pain suddenly came from his heart, which had long since been sealed beneath layer after layer of ice. Ko, you really... He spoke softly in his heart, and in those scarlet eyes, it seemed as if something was silently going out. Hey, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and keep up. Don't delay the mission. Ko's urging voice came from not far away, thick with impatience. Itachi slowly raised his head and looked at the black-haired young man who had his back to him and was already stepping toward the Cloud and Lightning Mountain range. As if he had finally made up his mind, the last trace of hesitation in his eyes was completely suppressed at this moment. With an extremely heavy heart, Itachi stepped toward Ko. Wait, Ko! Just before Ko was about to leave, Asuma's thunderous shout suddenly exploded through the forest. That voice was hoarse and trembling, as if he had used every ounce of strength in his body just to force it out from deep in his throat. Ko's footsteps abruptly stopped the instant he heard Asuma call his name. Seeing Ko stop, a faint glimmer of hope lit up in Itachi's eyes. Ko slowly turned around and looked at Asuma in the distance, who was anxiously staring at him, his eyes already reddening. He let out a long sigh, then looked at Asuma's face, flushed red from urgency. The relaxed smile Ko had been pretending to wear earlier was already gone from his face. Looking at Asuma, he gently advised, Asuma, you should try to accept a life without me. Feeling the reluctance and unwillingness in Asuma's eyes, Ko said solemnly, I can no longer return to Konoha. After saying that, Ko no longer looked at Asuma's eyes, which had suddenly lost all their light. Instead, he slowly shifted his gaze toward Tsukumo Hataki. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at Scorpion beside him, who was staring fixedly at Tsukumo Hataki as if he wanted to pierce straight through him with his gaze. Then, as naturally as if he were merely adjusting his collar, he lightly tapped the left side of his chest twice. Tsukumo Hataki's eyes, which had dimmed somewhat because of Ko's resolute words, seemed to understand something the moment they caught that gesture. A faint glint of light immediately flashed through them. But the next moment, he noticed the gaze Scorpion was casting toward him, and instantly forced that rising delight back down into his heart, keeping the same heavy expression on the surface. After confirming that Tsukumo Hataki had received his signal, Ko silently let out a breath of relief in his heart. In the end, he took one deep look at Asuma, who seemed to have been hit hard, and a trace of barely noticeable worry flashed through his eyes. Ko then shook his head and resolutely turned around. The next moment, his figure vanished from where he stood. In the air, only a few strands of lightning still lingered. Itachi stood there blankly, staring in the direction Ko had disappeared, silent for a long while. He let out a tired sigh and looked deeply toward the direction Ko had vanished. There was no more hesitation left in those scarlet eyes. Then Itachi followed after him and disappeared from the spot as well. Asuma looked urgently in the direction Ko had left, suddenly stepping forward and preparing to charge after him without the slightest hesitation. After finally seeing Ko again, he absolutely could not miss this chance. Wait a second. Asuma. Tsukumo Hatake instantly sensed that Asuma's emotions were already on the verge of losing control. He grabbed Asuma's shoulder, trying to stop his impulsive action. Ko just now. Shut up. Asuma violently flung off Tsukumo Hatake's hand. On that usually steadfast and rugged face, there was now pain he could no longer suppress. Tsukumo Hatake looked at Asuma's intense reaction and was stunned for a moment. In his impression, Asuma had always been a steady child. Even if he was usually a little stubborn, and sometimes carried a bit of youthful impulsiveness and recklessness, his years of traveling the ninja world alone had already taught him how to restrain his emotions well. He had grown into a mature ninja. This was the first time Tsukumo Hatake had ever seen him so unable to control himself. Tsukumo Hatake forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, adjusted his tone, and spoke again as gently as he could. Asuma, I understand how you feel right now, but Ko just now. Please stop talking. Asuma roared angrily, his body trembling. He lowered his head in pain. That resolute face was now filled with pain and unwillingness with nowhere to go. Even the chakra blade in his hand gave off a faint trembling sound from how tightly he was gripping it. Seeing that something was becoming more and more wrong with Asuma's state, the ominous feeling in Tsukumo Hatake's heart grew stronger and stronger. He stepped half a pace forward, firmly pressed both hands onto Asuma's trembling shoulders, and said in a low, solemn voice, Asuma, calm down first. Ko just now. But before he could finish speaking, Asuma's next shocking words exploded out and cut him off completely. How could you possibly understand how I feel? Asuma suddenly raised his head and looked at Tsukumo Hatake in front of him. Then he finally shouted out the words he had held in his heart for far too long, words he had never said to anyone before. Ko is someone who could have become my father. The air in the forest seemed to freeze for a moment. Sasori's arm, which had been secretly manipulating chakra threads, stiffened instinctively in midair. In the eyes of his true body hidden inside Hiriko, an unprecedented trace of deep confusion appeared. Tsukumo Hatake's expression completely froze at that moment. The hand he had on Asuma's shoulder uncontrollably slipped down. Tsukumo Hatake stood there in a daze, as if his entire worldview had just been rewritten. While struggling to process words so shocking they had far exceeded what he could mentally handle, he let out an utterly stunned sound from deep in his throat. Eh? In the dense forest of the Kumo-Rai Mountains, a few strands of sunlight barely squeezed through the branches and leaves of the towering ancient trees. From time to time, a few cries of unknown birds came from afar, only to be swallowed by the layers upon layers of foliage. Ko and Itachi moved one after the other at high speed through this sunless forest, heading in the direction Sasori had pointed out as Orochimaru's area of activity. Their movements were extremely swift, without a single unnecessary motion. The hems of their black cloaks with red clouds were whipped by the airflow as they passed through the woods, fluttering loudly. From the moment they entered the forest until now, neither of them had spoken a single word. Itachi followed behind Ko, keeping a neither too far nor too close distance. His gaze remained fixed on the back of that black-haired young man ahead of him. On that usually cold face, some incredibly complicated emotion was surging, something even he himself might not have been able to fully understand. After hesitating for a long time, Itachi slowly spoke. You really don't want to say anything more to Mr. Asuma? Ko's originally steady pace slowed by half a beat when he heard that. He turned his head, and those deep black eyes landed on Itachi's face. His gaze was filled with nearly indifferent coldness. I have no reason to answer that question. Itachi showed no sign of backing down despite Ko's merciless refusal, and stubbornly continued, although back when we were in Konoha, I didn't have much contact with Mr. Asuma. But in my impression, your relationship with him always seemed to be very good. He lowered his eyelids slightly, and his gaze involuntarily fell on the silver-white lightning blade at Ko's waist. And as for the origin of that blade, he had once heard Ko mention it. That blade had been a gift custom-made for Ko by Asuma and Kakashi to celebrate his promotion to Jonin. Facing an old friend. You. Stop acting like you understand me. Ko coldly cut Itachi off. Whether it's me or Asuma, you know nothing about either of us. He turned his head away and stopped looking at Itachi. His voice returned to the calmness from before. When your standpoints are different, then naturally what you see and what you have to do are also different. I should have told you and Shursui this long ago. But now it seems those words were just like everything else I ever told you before. You forgot all of it completely. Ko paused, then said with a voice full of mockery, then again that makes sense. How could geniuses like you, with your Hokage way of thinking, Ever listen to the words of an ordinary person like me? Itachi froze and blankly stared at Ko's back, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he said nothing. No matter what he said now, it all seemed too late already. Ko clearly had no intention of listening to any reply from Itachi either. Without turning back to look at him even once, he simply kept moving forward and said calmly, "Since our standpoints are different, there's nothing more to say. No matter what Asuma says, I won't have any REA." Before he could finish, a roar that shook through the entire forest suddenly exploded from the direction they had just left. "Ko is someone who could have become my father." The voice crazily echoed through the woods, shaking nearby leaves loose until they rained down. Hearing those thunderous words, a look of shock, rare almost to the point of impossibility, instantly appeared on Itachi's usually unreadable face. He subconsciously looked toward Ko ahead of him, his eyes filled with pure confusion. The instant Ko heard those words, his body stiffened slightly, his footing slipped, and he uncontrollably fell off the tree branch. "Baman!" With a huge crashing sound, Ko crashed to the ground. His black cloak with red clouds spread out across the pile of fallen leaves in an extremely undignified fan shape. Ko lay flat on his back on the ground, staring blankly at the sky above. Only after a long while did he slowly come back to his senses. Then he clenched his fist and slammed it hard into the pile of leaves beside him, shouting angrily in exasperation, "Asuma, you hopeless idiot!" On the other side of the battlefield, that earth-shaking roar was still echoing through the air. Hatake Tsukumo looked at the young man in front of him, whose face was full of pain, as if he still hadn't fully recovered from that thunderous statement just now. A line explosive enough to rival the true sister-in-law Uchiha Madara and the evil sister-in-law Senju Tobarama's 100 Secret Affairs in Konoha Wild History. His hand was still frozen in the position it had been flung away from, hanging halfway in the air, his lips slightly parted. Clearly, this poor middle-aged man's worldview reconstruction was still in progress. "I will never give up." Asuma gave Hatake Tsukumo no time at all to process the information. He raised those reddened eyes, his voice heavy and firm. "No matter what, I have to bring Ko back. When Ko left Konoha back then, he definitely had his reasons. I believe Ko still has everyone in Konoha in his heart. As long as I can ask him clearly why he really left, the current me will definitely be able to help him. And if that happens, I'll definitely be able to bring him back." Asuma looked at Hatake Tsukumo. That rugged face of his was filled with almost stubborn sincerity. "We absolutely can't let this chance slip by. With Ko's current strength, it's way too easy for him to avoid us. An opportunity like today will never come a second time. Right now we have to—" "Asuma!" Hatake Tsukumo shouted loudly, cutting off Asuma before he could continue. Asuma stared at him blankly. His eyes were still red, but that nearly out-of-control emotion finally seemed to pause for the moment. Hatake Tsukumo took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the muddled mess in his mind that had been stirred up by Asuma's thunderous words just now. He raised his head again and looked at Asuma with those calm eyes, lowering his voice as he said, "There is one thing you said that's true. Ko really does still have us comrades in his heart." Asuma's red-rimmed eyes widened instantly, and he anxiously wanted to say something, but Hatake Tsukumo didn't give him the chance to ask further. He turned his head slightly and swept the corner of his eye toward the hunched figure in the distance that was coldly watching them, then lowered his voice to a level only the two of them could hear. "Just now, Ko gave us some information. That information seems to be related to Sasori's weakness." Asuma's pupils contracted sharply at that instant, but before he could speak, a hoarse voice slowly rang out from not far away. "What a farce." Sasori coldly looked at the two Konoha shinobi still talking in low voices before him. The brief confusion and astonishment in his eyes had already been replaced by pure killing intent. "Though I did want to keep watching, I hate waiting for people, and I hate making others wait too. I've already waited long enough for you. Your last words should be about finished by now, right?" As Sasori spoke coldly, he pulled a dark red scroll out from Hiriko's sleeve. He pressed that puppet hand steadily onto the sealing mark at the center of the scroll, then gave a hoarse low shout. "Release!" Thick white smoke burst out from the scroll with a bang, instantly covering the entire open area in overwhelming clouds of dust and smoke. Asuma and Hatake Tsukumo both stopped all conversation at the same time, their grave gazes turning toward the slowly dispersing smoke. Their hands had already silently tightened around their respective ninja tools in the same instant, their centers of gravity sinking, their breathing dropping to the lowest point. As the dust slowly settled bit by bit, the outline of that puppet finally became gradually clear within the churning white smoke. It was something completely different from all the puppets Sasori had released before. Its entire body was covered in black robes that swayed slightly in the wind. Beneath the dark blue hair was a face that could even be called handsome. The puppet's face still retained the final expression from before death, its brows faintly furrowed, its lips tightly pressed, as if even at the very moment death descended, he still had not understood why he had died. The instant Hatake Tsukumo clearly saw that puppet's face, His pupils widened slightly. That is the third Kazekage. The third Kazekage. Asuma looked at the puppet that had appeared beside Sasori, and his pupils shrank violently in an instant. He subconsciously turned his head and said to Hatake Tsukumo in shock, "The third Kazekage isn't that the one, yeah." Hatake Tsukumo's eyes were locked tightly on the puppet beside Sasori as he slowly nodded, his voice growing heavier. The strongest Kazekage, famous throughout the world for possessing the magnet release Kekkei Genkai and fighting by controlling Iron Sand, the one who mysteriously disappeared more than 10 years ago. He paused, then looked at that lifeless puppet and continued in a complicated tone, to cover up the fact that their supreme leader had been assassinated. Sunigakure shifted its internal conflict outward and took the lead in declaring war on Konoha. The entire opening of the Third Great Ninja War began with his death. Hatake Tsukumo looked at Sasori, and in his eyes, aside from killing intent, there was now several more layers of deep vigilance. "I never thought that the Kazekage known as the strongest in Sunigakure's history had actually died silently at your hands." The fuse of the Third Great Ninja War. Asuma lowered his head and muttered those words. In his mind, the figures of the comrades who had died in the Third Great Ninja War uncontrollably surfaced. Uchiha Obito, who was always following beside Ko, a little slow in the head, always noisily shouting that he wanted to become Hokage, but was genuinely a good person. And that chestnut-haired girl, Noera Rin, who was very close with Kurenai and always smiled gently while taking care of everyone around her. Those familiar faces, those people who should still have been alive, still smiling, all of them had died in that war. And the starting point of all of it was standing right in front of him. Asuma suddenly raised his head, his eyes surging with anger so intense it was almost spilling out. "So it was all because of you." He glared at Sasori and growled through gritted teeth. "Do you even know how many people were sacrificed because of what you did? Don't pin that kind of blame on me." Sasori slowly turned his gaze toward Asuma, as if he were looking at some unimportant background decoration. There was no anger in his tone, not even the slightest extra emotional fluctuation. "Long before I killed the third Kazekage, the situation in the ninja world had already begun drifting toward war. The third Kazekage's disappearance merely sped up that process by a few steps at most." He paused, then said with complete mockery, "In a sense, you should be thanking me instead. Because I killed the third Kazekage, Konoha was spared one of its most troublesome powerful enemies. After losing the Kazekage, Sunigakure declared war in a rush and never completed all of its pre-war plans. If Sunigakure had followed its original plan, finished allying with the other three great nations, and only then attacked Konoha at the same time, the ninja world wouldn't have lost just that few people." "You!" Asuma roared angrily, gripping the chakra blade in his hand so tightly it creaked. "Yes, not wrong." Hatake Tsukumo spoke in a deep voice. Asuma suddenly turned his head, looking at Hatake Tsukumo beside him with complete disbelief. Feeling Asuma's gaze on him, Tsukumo Hatake continued in a heavy voice. "The Third Great Ninja War was, to begin with, just a continuation of the Second Great Ninja War. The unresolved contradictions between the five great nations, the imbalance in resource distribution among the hidden villages, and the long-accumulated territorial disputes along every nation's borders. All of that had already piled up across the entire ninja world long before the third Kazekage disappeared. Even without his disappearance, war would have broken out sooner or later." Hearing Tsukumo Hatake's calm words, a trace of surprise flashed through Sasori's eyes. He fell silent for a moment, as if reassessing the man who had killed his parents. "But that does not mean you were right." Tsukumo Hatake suddenly raised his eyes. In those eyes that were usually gentle and composed, there was now only deep fury and killing intent. "Do you really think Konoha had no expectations for the coming war? Long before the third Kazekage went missing, the friction at the borders had already been escalating, and Konoha's higher-ups had been preparing for war all along. And it was precisely because of the third Kazekage's disappearance that this war was pushed forward by at least 3 years ahead of schedule. And because of those 3 years, we had no choice but to send those children, who should still have been in the rear, onto battlefields they should never have been sent to in the first place." Tsukumo Hatake looked into Sasori's still indifferent eyes, his voice filled with pain and rage that had been suppressed for far too long. "You disregard the sacrifices of war, and turn living people into puppets. What exactly do you take life for? Life?" Sasori's tone remained calm, so calm it was like he was answering a boring question, not even worth thinking about. "If it is not eternal life, then it had no value to begin with. Their shells, brief and fleeting as they were transformed in my hands into eternal art. No one will ever forget what they looked like again, and no one will ever destroy their existence again. In my hands, they became eternal." As Sasori spoke calmly, he looked coldly at the furious Tsukumo Hatake, and there was even a trace of sincere confusion in his voice. "No matter how you look at it, that should be their good fortune." Tsukumo Hatake silently looked at the Sasori before him. In that heavy, deathly silence, he slowly raised the silver-glinting katana in his hand. "I am now completely certain of one thing. A being like you should never be allowed to continue living in this ninja world. White Fang stared at Sasori coldly, his words filled with deep resolve. I will eliminate this scourge right here. Hearing Tsukumo Hataki's righteous declaration, not only did Sasori's voice show no ripples at all, it instead carried a hint of mocking amusement. The great Konoha's White Fang still hasn't seen the situation in front of him clearly? The instant Sasori's words fell, the third Kazekage puppet dressed in black robes slowly opened its mouth. Countless streams of pitch-black iron sand surged out at once. The iron sand floated in the air, spreading into an ever-growing black cloud. The fine metal particles rubbed against one another in the air, producing a faint buzzing hum. Since you recognized the third Kazekage, then you should also know very well about the magnet release ability he was famous for. Sasori raised Hiriko's thick arm and gently clenched his 5 fingers in the air. At that exact same moment, the black cloud of iron sand floating in the air responded to his will. Countless iron sand feather blades rapidly took shape, every tip aimed straight at the two below. The third Kazekage, who possessed the magnet release Kekei Genkai, is the natural enemy of ninjas like you who fight with swords in your hands. Sasori coldly looked down at Asuma and Tsukumo Hataki opposite him, then suddenly brought his arm down. Iron sand drizzle. As his words fell, countless feather blades formed from iron sand poured down from midair at the same time, blotting out the sky, dense beyond measure. Looking at the iron sand feather blades filling the sky, Asuma's heart tightened instantly, and almost by instinct, he poured chakra into the chakra blades in his hands. But the blades, which should have been wrapped layer upon layer in wind-released chakra and glowing with a pale blue-white light, gave no response at all at this moment. The instant his chakra flowed into the blades, it was disrupted by some invisible force. He could not even gather the slightest edge. Asuma subconsciously looked up at the iron sand rain pouring down from the sky and instantly understood everything. It was the iron sand. The third Kazekage's magnet release had interfered with the conduction ability of his chakra blades. The iron sand floating in the air was not merely creating an attack. Without a sound, it had also laid out a magnetic field that affected the ability of iron ninja tools to conduct chakra. His chakra blades, Uncle Tsukumo's katana. In this battle, they had all turned into useless scrap metal. Asuma completed the judgment in his heart at top speed, and his hands did not stop for even a moment. He decisively put away the now useless chakra blades, and his hands began forming seals at high speed, preparing to use wind-release ninjutsu to counter the rapidly approaching iron sand rain. But just as Asuma was about to complete the final hand seal, the corner of his eye caught Tsukumo Hataki's movement beside him. His hand seal movements involuntarily slowed. Facing the iron sand filling the sky, White Fang did not retreat even half a step. His expression remained calm. In those steady eyes of his, there was not even the slightest extra ripple because of the iron sand rain about to descend. White Fang did not put away the katana in his hand, the blade still gleaming with cold silver-white light under the sun. He simply reversed his grip on the katana and, at incredible speed, swung it toward a thick pine tree nearby. A flash of blade light. A section of pine branch as thick as a thumb snapped off at the sound, and before it could fall to the ground, he had already caught it firmly in his left hand. Unhurriedly, White Fang returned the silver-glinting katana to the sheath at his waist. Then he raised the section of branch in his hand, still carrying the fresh scent of pine resin, and pointed it toward the iron sand rain pouring down from above. Seeing Tsukumo Hataki's completely unexpected action, Asuma's eyes widened instantly, and even the speed of his hand seals slowed by half a beat. Deep within Hiriko, even Sasori's true eyes could not help but flash with profound confusion. Tsukumo Hataki did not look at either of them. He merely held that slender pine branch in his hand and calmly watched the iron sand rain rushing toward him at terrifying speed. At the same instant, thick blue chakra surged from his palm, wrapping around that utterly ordinary pine branch from end to end. That layer of chakra was not dazzling, nor did it contain any profound nature transformation. It simply adhered steadily and purely to the branch's surface, dyeing every line of bark and every tiny knot with a faint blue hue. White Fang calmly stared at the iron sand feather blades ahead, then moved and vanished from where he stood in an instant. The next moment, he had already appeared in midair, facing the overwhelming iron sand rain head-on. The pine branch wrapped in blue chakra traced one simple, almost plain arc after another in his hand. Yet in his hand, that utterly ordinary pine branch displayed power no less than any famous blade. The iron sand fragments struck by it instantly lost the control of magnet release chakra. One after another, they veered off their original trajectories, colliding with each other and exploding apart around him. From the air all the way down, he cut through the dense iron sand rain in a straight path. As his clothes fluttered, not a single feather blade was able to touch his body. When the last fragment of iron sand shattered in front of him with a crisp crack, Tsukumo Hataki calmly landed back where he had started. He stood in front of Asuma, and the blue chakra wrapped around that short pine branch in his hand slowly faded away. The branch itself did not even have a single patch of bark scraped off. Only a few drops of clear pine resin seeped from the cut end, glimmering faintly under the sunlight. Asuma stared blankly at Tsukumo Hataki's back, his mouth slightly open. For a moment, he even forgot that his hands were still locked in a hand seal. Sasori remained motionless where he crouched, staring fixedly at the pine branch still stained with resin in Tsukumo Hataki's hand. The frivolity and pride in his eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by deep wariness. Tsukumo Hataki shifted his gaze away from Hiriko, whose expressionless shell revealed nothing, and let it fall on Asuma's face, which was filled with shock. Looking at the young man in front of him, he spoke in a steady tone, like he was teaching a junior a real truth. A true strong man does not need a sword. Hearing Tsukumo Hataki's calm words, spoken as though they were only natural, Asuma subconsciously nodded. But the shock in his eyes had clearly not fully faded. He had always known that Uncle Tsukumo was strong, but only after seeing with his own eyes how this legendary Konoha White Fang fought did he truly understand just how terrifying the strength of this top-tier expert, once as famous as the legendary Sannin of Konoha, really was. Inside Hiriko's shell, the initial shock in Sasori's eyes had already faded. He looked at the ordinary branch in Tsukumo Hataki's hand, and a thoughtful look flashed through his eyes. He infused chakra into the branch, then formed a thin, high-speed flowing membrane of chakra along its surface. That layer of chakra circulated along the grain of the branch at an extremely high frequency. The moment the branch touched the iron sand, the rapidly flowing chakra instantly adhered to the surface of the iron sand particles through the point of contact, then invaded the iron sand and interfered with my control over it. It sounded simple when put into a few sentences, but just making that branch bear chakra of that density without shattering already required incredible chakra control. To pull off what White Fang just did, not only did he need to maintain precise chakra control at all times while moving at high speed. At the instant the branch touched each iron sand feather blade, he also had to calculate the amount of magnet release chakra contained in that blade, then output a proportional amount of chakra in the shortest possible time. Even Sasori, who was always extremely critical of others, had to admit at this moment that even he, a genius puppet master with top-tier chakra control, could not do it as perfectly as Tsukumo Hataki. Konoha White Fang. Sasori muttered the title in a low voice, feeling a trace of frustration he had not felt in a long time. So I'm just not as skilled, huh? That feeling. It's really been a long time since I've had it. Sasori said mockingly to himself, and the look in his eyes toward Tsukumo Hataki grew even more solemn. He quickly suppressed that trace of frustration, then madly poured chakra out from his core and into the third Kazekage human puppet beside him. A massive amount of iron sand gathered in the air again, and within a few breaths, it formed into a gigantic cube. The cube was pitch black from top to bottom, its surface completely sealed, its enormous shadow cast over the entire battlefield, covering everything in its oppressive presence. Asuma and Tsukumo Hataki noticed the disturbance ahead almost at the same time, their gazes turning grave as they looked toward the ever-expanding iron sand cube. Can you still deal with this move using that branch? Sasori stared fixedly at Tsukumo Hataki as he spoke coldly, while at the same time controlling Hiriko's arm to swing down sharply. Iron Sand World Method. As Sasori's words fell, the gigantic iron sand cube shot toward Tsukumo Hataki and Asuma at a speed completely mismatched with its size. The trees on both sides were snapped in half the instant it passed. Before the shattered trunks could even hit the ground, they were corroded into charred fragments by the poison attached to the surface of the iron sand. Sensing that terrifying pressure, Tsukumo Hataki's eyes sharpened, and almost by instinct, he moved to step in front of Asuma. But Asuma was one step faster than him. That tall, sturdy figure flashed forward and appeared right in front of him, shielding him completely behind his back. Looking at Asuma's broad back, Tsukumo Hataki subconsciously called out, "Asuma, you, Uncle Tsukumo, go deal with that guy first." Asuma stared grimly at the rapidly approaching iron sand cube ahead, and spoke to Tsukumo Hataki behind him without turning his head. "Leave this to me." Before Tsukumo Hataki could reply, Asuma continued in a deep voice. "During all these years of searching for Ko, I've also been investigating the Akatsuki's intelligence. I know a little about Sasori of the Red Sand too. As far as I know, this guy isn't just good with puppets. He's also good with poison. Poison." Tsukumo Hataki repeated the word in a low voice, and another figure involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The Sand Elder from the Second Great Ninja War who had caused massive casualties to Konoha with all kinds of strange and vicious toxins. "Lady Chiyo." "Yeah." Asuma answered in a deep voice, his gaze never leaving the ever-nearing iron sand cube. "According to the intelligence I've gathered, Sasori's specially made poison is extremely potent. Touch it and you die. Even if his weapon only breaks a layer of skin, you absolutely won't survive more than 3 days. The mechanisms in his puppets, and the iron sand he controls with magnet release, are probably all coated with this kind of poison. At this point, Asuma's tone grew even more serious. We absolutely cannot fight a battle of attrition against this guy. For the sake of the battle, and to catch up with Ko as soon as possible. We have to end this fast. He turned his head and looked at Tsukumo Hatake behind him. On his grave face, a confident smile appeared. So just leave this to me, Uncle Tsukumo. I'm really strong now. Tsukumo Hatake looked at Asuma's confident smile and froze slightly. Then a gratified smile appeared on his face. This kid Asuma. He really has grown. He said nothing more and only nodded heavily. Then I'll leave this place to you, Asuma. Yeah. Asuma turned back again to face the overwhelming sea of iron sand and answered confidently. Tsukumo Hatake then shifted his gaze away from Asuma and looked gravely at Sasori in the distance. His eyes instantly turned cold and sharp. With a flash, his figure shot through the air towards Sasori at extreme speed. Not far away, Sasori sensed the movement on the other side immediately. Looking at the silver-haired figure charging straight at him with a speed so fast it made one's scalp tingle, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He abandoned that brat and wants to close the distance with me, a puppet master? He muttered in a low voice, and then the light in those small eyes suddenly turned savage. Using the methods meant for dealing with those trash puppet masters against me. I've really been looked down on. He coldly glanced at Asuma, who was facing the iron sand cube alone, and a cruel gleam flashed through his eyes. I'll use that brat's life to teach you a lesson, Konoha Whitefang. He suddenly swung his arm down, and at that same instant, the giant iron sand cube moving at high speed accelerated again, crushing toward Asuma with a thunderous roar. Asuma looked expressionlessly at the rapidly incoming iron sand cube ahead of him and slowly let out a breath. His fists slowly tightened. One was set forward and one back in front of his chest, taking up a standard taijutsu opening stance. At this moment, all the chakra inside his body was completely restrained. Even a sensory-type ninja would find it hard to detect the slightest fluctuation. Sasori sensed Asuma's state and couldn't help narrowing his eyes slightly. A bad feeling rose in his heart, but he clearly had no time to think about it now. Watching that silver-haired figure rapidly closing in on him, he clicked his tongue in annoyance, then controlled the remaining iron sand to launch a high-speed attack at Tsukumo Hatake. Asuma calmly watched the iron sand cube rushing toward him at high speed. The wind roared past his ears. The sharp scream of the iron sand tearing through the air was already close at hand. But the scene in his eyes was no longer this battlefield filled with killing intent and danger. What appeared before him was a spacious courtyard. That was the home from many years ago, inside the Uchiha clan compound. A ninjutsu developed based on the third Raikage's lightning release armor? The young Asuma sat inside that room piled full of books and manuscripts, looking at the friend in front of him who looked mentally worn out and had two heavy dark circles under his eyes. His tone was full of concern and surprise. Yeah, the black-haired boy who had just finished a week of secluded research couldn't help yawning. He rubbed his eyes hard. It's a high-speed movement ninjutsu developed from the principle of using lightning release armor to strengthen the body for rapid movement. Compared to the original lightning release armor, this jutsu doesn't have such absurd physical requirements for the user, but it demands extremely high chakra control and mastery over the nature transformation of lightning release chakra. In terms of difficulty, it's probably even harder. As he spoke, he let out an even longer yawn. To the point tears were squeezed out at the corners of his eyes. That's already amazing. Asuma looked at his close friend in front of him and praised him from the bottom of his heart. You actually developed such an incredible ninjutsu all on your own just by observing the third Raikage's lightning release armor. Even Kakashi probably couldn't do that. Ko, you're seriously amazing. Hearing Asuma's words, the black-haired boy seemed to recall something. A faint trace of gloom passed through those tired eyes. I just got some use out of these eyes. Ko's voice suddenly lowered, as if he were talking to himself, or as if he were rejecting Asuma's praise. In the end, this is only a second-best jutsu. The original plan was to keep pushing this line of thought and expand the jutsu's coverage from local areas to the entire surface of the body, just like lightning release armor. But no matter how I calculate it, I can't break through that bottleneck. Ko buried his face in his arms, his voice growing softer and softer. If it were Big Brother Minato, Kakashi, or even you in that state, all of you would do better than me. Me? Young Asuma looked at his clearly abnormal friend in surprise and subconsciously pointed at himself. The black-haired boy seemed to have finally reached his limit. His whole body slid downward as he collapsed onto the desk covered in papers, his eyes already closed. His breathing gradually became even. Before completely sinking into sleep, he muttered one final sentence indistinctly. Ah well. You're a genius too. Asuma looked at the rapidly incoming iron sand cube in front of him. What echoed in his ears were those words Ko had unintentionally spoken in his sleep all those years ago. No, that's not it, Ko. He responded silently in his heart as green wind began to emerge from every inch of skin across his body. But that wind did not flow. It simply quietly wrapped around his body. You, with talent no one else can compare to, are the real genius among us. A trace of green light flashed through Asuma's black pupils. His gaze seemed to pierce through the black iron sand blotting out the sky before him and see that tall figure who had turned and left not long ago. If it weren't for your guidance, if it weren't for the notes you left me, I never could have completed this jutsu. The moment those words fell, his figure silently vanished from where he stood. From start to finish, there wasn't the slightest sound. There was no sharp air-splitting noise of the body flicker technique. No roar of erupting chakra. Not even the dirt beneath his feet left any extra trace from being stepped on. He didn't even stir a single strand of wind. Asuma appeared there quietly, almost eerily, directly in front of the high-speed iron sand cube. Sasori looked at Asuma, who had instantly appeared in front of the iron sand cube, and his gaze tightened slightly. Even Tsukumo Hatake, who had been watching Asuma's side from the corner of his eye the whole time, widened his eyes a little at that instant. This jutsu. Just what is it? A strong sense of danger instantly rose in Sasori's heart, and a sharp killing intent flashed through his eyes. Without hesitation, he controlled the iron sand cube and split countless sharp iron sand spikes from its surface, sending them toward every possible direction Asuma could be in at the same time. The black rain of spikes tore through the air, letting out a piercing shriek. Asuma did not try to dodge those iron sand spikes. The layer of green wind surrounding him began to flow the instant the iron sand spikes were about to touch his body. It was as if the wind had a will of its own. It precisely caught the attack trajectory of every single iron sand spike, then guided Asuma's body to silently slip through the gaps between the countless spikes. Every iron sand spike brushed past the edges of his clothes and the tips of his hair, yet not a single one touched his skin. That wasn't evasion through reaction speed. It was the wind itself making the judgment for him. Wind release secret art. Calmless. Asuma softly intoned the name of the jutsu. Then, under the shocked gazes of both Sasori and Tsukumo Hatake, he raised his fists. The green currents that had originally been quietly swirling around him suddenly surged wildly toward his fists at this moment, gathering and compressing. They were no longer wind without ripples, but hurricanes wrapped around his fists, letting out sharp shrieks. Asuma's right foot slammed into the ground. A shallow crater exploded open beneath his foot as he used the force to leap up, then smashed down toward the very center of the massive iron sand cube. Wind release. Mountain breaking strike. That punch landed solidly on the front face of the iron sand cube. The dull impact one would expect from metal colliding with flesh never came. What followed instead was a roar from inside the iron sand cube itself. Like mountains collapsing and the earth splitting apart, the wind was poured into the inside of the cube the instant it touched the iron sand, then expanded madly, tearing apart every single grain of iron sand from within. Cracks began spreading wildly in every direction from the point where Asuma's fist landed, and green windlight burst out from every single crack. The next moment, that massive iron sand cube exploded apart from the inside. Countless iron sand fragments were swept by wind pressure and blasted outward in every direction, punching dense holes into the tree trunks. Sasori looked at this scene in disbelief, and within his always arrogant eyes, shock that could no longer be hidden finally appeared. That attack just now wasn't some complicated ninjutsu. He had simply compressed all of his massive wind release chakra into a single punch, then driven that power into the inside of the iron sand cube and detonated it from within. But the difficulty of doing something like that was something Sasori understood better than anyone. Sasori looked at Asuma in the distance, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart as he muttered in a low voice, "This brat. How does he have this level of Uncle Tsukumo now?" Asuma's gaze pierced through the countless scattered fragments of iron sand and locked precisely onto Sasori's position. He suddenly raised his head and shouted in a deep voice towards Sasori. At the exact moment Asuma's words rang out, Tsukumo Hatake had already appeared soundlessly at Sasori's side. Without wasting even a single breath, the section of pine branch in his hand, wrapped in blue chakra, thrust straight toward the third Kazekage puppet beside Sasori. Seeing the white fang appear at his side, Sasori inwardly cursed. He almost instinctively controlled the third Kazekage puppet to retreat at high speed, while at the same time trying to mobilize all the remaining iron sand to form a defense in front of himself. But it was already too late. At such close range, Konoha's white fang was clearly faster in pursuit than the iron sand. The ordinary-looking tree branch in Tsukumo Hatake's hand had already slipped past the iron sand before it could fully gather, striking directly toward the third Kazekage puppet's head. Sasori inwardly cried out in alarm. Almost purely on instinct, he controlled the third Kazekage puppet to withdraw rapidly while summoning all the remaining iron sand before him, trying to build one final line of defense. But before that iron sand could even finish taking shape in the air, the branch in Tsukumo Hatake's hand had already stabbed right up to the puppet's face. At that same instant, the metal scorpion tail at Hiriko's rear, soaked in deadly poison, shot out from the flank and blocked directly in front of the third Kazekage puppet. Clang! Crack! The tip of the branch collided head-on with the metal scorpion tail. That pine branch, which looked so fragile it should have shattered on impact, actually pierced straight through the steel tail under the enhancement of Tsukumo Hataki's chakra. Clang! Broken metal fragments flew everywhere, and the mechanisms inside the scorpion tail were exposed to the air. Relying on the fleeting instant bought by the scorpion tail, the third Kazekage puppet finally managed to shift aside by half a hair, barely avoiding the fatal strike that would have pierced its core. But the branch still grazed past its mouth, smashing apart the puppet mechanism used to release iron sand. Countless bits of iron sand that had yet to fully form lost control and scattered down from midair. Seeing that the third Kazekage puppet had temporarily lost its ability to attack with iron sand, Sasori's heart sank. Just as he was about to withdraw this now-disabled puppet back into a scroll, that silver-haired figure had already arrived in front of him. Sasori abruptly turned his gaze, only to meet Tsukumo Hataki's eyes, cold and sharp, without even a trace of warmth. Hataki sword art. Draw slash. A sharp silver flash burst from the sheath in an instant. The strike was so fast that the blade's outline was nearly impossible to see. Only a silver-white arc cut through the air, slashing straight toward the left side of Hiriko's chest. The moment Sasori saw where Tsukumo Hataki was aiming, the expression on the true body hidden inside Hiriko changed drastically. In that instant, he didn't even have time to think about how White Fang knew his vital point. Just before the silver blade touched Hiriko's shell, Sasori broke out of the puppet casing in an almost disgraceful manner. With a crisp cutting sound, the Hiriko puppet that had accompanied Sasori for years was split cleanly in half down the middle. The two halves toppled to either side, kicking up a cloud of dust when they hit the ground. But Tsukumo Hataki's expression did not relax in the slightest. He didn't look at the collapsing puppet wreckage at all. Instead, he quickly shifted his gaze, coldly staring at the short figure that had already escaped the shell just before the sword light touched Hiriko and landed steadily in an open area in the distance. Sasori's true body had now landed firmly several zhang away, his expression dark as he looked at the two in front of him. Asuma's gaze followed Sasori's figure, and the moment he saw him clearly, his eyes widened abruptly. Standing before him was a red-haired boy who looked far younger than he was. He wore the Akatsuki's black robe with red clouds, had a slender frame, handsome features, and pale skin. No matter how anyone looked at it, he was just a boy of 15 or 16. That old man just now was actually only his puppet? This is his real body? Asuma muttered in disbelief. But how is that possible? He looks even younger than me. Sasori obviously had no intention of answering Asuma's questions. He was staring darkly at Tsukumo Hataki, and in those eyes surged deep wariness and confusion. White Fang's attack just now had been aimed directly at the core in the left side of his chest, the only weakness on this eternal body of his. No one should have known that secret. So how did he know? Sasori stared fixedly at Tsukumo Hataki and demanded in a hoarse voice, "You, where exactly did you learn that from?" Tsukumo Hataki did not answer him. He merely watched Sasori's young and handsome face in silence, his brows slightly furrowed, as if examining some strange object beyond all common sense. After a long while, Tsukumo Hataki finally spoke slowly in a grave tone. "According to the intelligence I have, you should already be 27 years old by now, but your face still looks like that of a teenage boy." He paused, then questioned in a solemn voice, "What exactly are you now?" Meeting Tsukumo Hataki's scrutinizing gaze, the last trace of patience in Sasori's eyes finally ran out. Looking at this man who had killed his parents, and who somehow knew the secret of his true body, the killing intent in Sasori's eyes had already grown so intense it was almost tangible. Not answering. Fine. It doesn't matter. Because no matter what, you're going to die here today. As Sasori spoke coldly, he reached up and grabbed the collar of the black robe with red clouds on his shoulders, then flung it off with force. As that loose Akatsuki robe was torn away, a puppet body covered in intricate mechanisms was revealed before the two of them. Looking at that body, which should not have existed on any living human, Asuma's voice was filled with deep shock. "That's a puppet." He instinctively looked toward Tsukumo Hataki ahead of him and asked in a low voice, "Then, could this also not be his real body?" Tsukumo Hataki shook his head heavily, forcing down the turmoil in his heart. He replied in a low voice, "No. The one standing before us is unquestionably his true body." His gaze moved away from Sasori's core, sweeping over every mechanism on his body, before finally settling once more on Sasori's still young face, one that no longer held any human warmth. This monster turned himself into a puppet too. Facing the shock-filled stares of both Tsukumo Hataki and Asuma, Sasori showed no emotion at all. He merely spoke in an almost disdainful tone. "A monster? My current form is the very embodiment of true art, eternal and undying." Looking at these two mediocre fools still trapped in flesh and blood bodies, Sasori's voice even carried a trace of genuine superiority. "After this battle, you two will become part of the eternal art in my hands." As he spoke coldly, he drew out a dark red scroll from behind his waist. Sasori spread the scroll open, then raised his head and stared gloomily at Tsukumo Hatake and Asuma in front of him as he shouted in a low voice, "Release!" As his words fell, hundreds of puppets burst out from the scrolls at the exact same instant. They hovered in midair, packed together so densely that they looked like an entire undead army summoned straight out of the depths of hell. The outer shell of every single puppet had been polished to extreme precision. Their joints were fitted with sunban coated in deadly poison and hidden mechanisms, flashing with scalp-numbing cold light under the sun. And among those puppets were quite a few experts whose names had once echoed through the ninja world. Some were elite shinobi from hidden villages who had vanished during the Third Great Ninja War. Others were missing nin who had disappeared after defecting. All of them had been turned by Sasoriya's skillful hands from living, breathing humans into art pieces that would never grow old again, embodiments of eternal beauty. Red's secret technique, performance of 100 puppets. Sasori raised his head and violently swung his arm down toward Tsukumo Hatake and Asuma. The hundreds of puppets suspended in the air all dove down at the same moment, surging toward the two of them at terrifying speed. He stared coldly at the two men facing him with grave expressions and muttered in a voice full of killing intent, "Die under this technique." In the dense forest, Itachi and Ko were rushing at top speed toward the southeastern part of the Komori mountain range. The dead leaves and dirt that had gotten stuck to Ko when he fell from the tree earlier had already been cleaned off, but his expression was still extremely gloomy. Clearly, he still had not recovered from Asuma's explosive words. Following behind Ko, Itachi's gaze unconsciously fell on Ko's back. His eyes were complicated, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly rang out from afar, startling unknown birds in the forest into scattering in all directions. The moment they heard that loud blast, Ko and Itachi almost simultaneously stopped in their tracks, turned around together, and looked toward the direction the sound had come from. That direction was exactly the battlefield they had just left. And at this moment, above that battlefield, hundreds of densely packed black dots were floating in midair, almost covering half the sky. That is, looking at those black dots in the distance, Itachi's pupils unconsciously contracted slightly. Red's secret technique, performance of 100 puppets. Ko muttered in a low voice, and a strange crimson flashed through those deep black eyes of his. Under the powerful insight of the three-tomo Sharingan, Ko could clearly see the outline of every single puppet in that densely packed mass. He could also see that silver-white figure constantly weaving through the puppet swarm, upheld by the wind field created by wind release. Looking at the battle in the distance, which was completely within his expectations, Ko could not help but curl his lips into a faint smile and said in schadenfreude. He actually pulled out even his ultimate trump card. Is Sasori under that much pressure? At the same time, Itachi also activated his three-tomo Sharingan and seriously observed the battle from afar. Seeing the calm expression on Konoha's white fang's face, Itachi silently let out a breath of relief in his heart. But immediately after that, his attention was drawn to the puppet army itself, the one that nearly covered half the sky, and intense shock and confusion instantly rose in his heart. The highest realm of a puppeteer is controlling 10 puppets alone. This was a consensus throughout the ninja world. And yet what was displayed before his eyes now was hundreds of puppets, far beyond that limit. How exactly did Sasori do it? Sasori of the Red Sand. Itachi softly spoke that name, and deep wariness filled those usually calm eyes. Before this, his understanding of Sasori had been nothing more than an S-rank missing nin who had defected from Sunagakure many years ago, a genius with extremely high attainments in the field of puppetry. But only now, after witnessing this sky-blotting puppet army with his own eyes, did he truly feel how terrifying this man really was. If he appeared on a battlefield, Sasori alone would be a horrifying army capable of affecting the tide of an entire front. Thinking to himself, Itachi silently rejected his earlier speculation that Sasori was a spy sent by Sunagakure, sending out a terrifying existence capable of changing the direction of a battlefield by himself on an undercover mission. No matter how stupid Sunagakure's higher-ups were, they would never make that kind of judgment. At that thought, Itachi could not help but let out a long breath in his heart. Thankfully, Sasori of the Red Sand had already defected from Sunagakure. With the level of domination Sasori had displayed on a large-scale battlefield, if he were still in Sunagakure, the threat he posed to Konoha would be simply unimaginable. Itachi murmured inwardly, his gaze unconsciously falling onto Ko, and a trace of contemplation flashed through his eyes. Did Ko already predict this long ago? Did he already know Sasori's true background and trust that White Fang and Asuma-sensei could handle it, which was why he chose to leave without any hesitation? Looking at Ko's calm side profile, a complicated emotion flashed through Itachi's eyes. Ko, what exactly are you thinking? Uchiha bump, what the hell are you dawdling around for? Thinking about going to the Pure Land to cook for the dead parents you killed with your own hands? Hearing Ko's aggressively sharp words, Itachi's body unconsciously froze. He mechanically turned his head, and what entered his vision was Ko's eyes staring at him full of contempt. What churned in those 3 Tomo Sharingan was not killing intent, nor hostility, but a pure disgust that Itachi found hard to deal with. "You're really getting worse the longer you live, Uchiha Itachi." Looking at the somewhat at a loss expression in Itachi's eyes, Ko pulled the corner of his mouth into a mocking curve and sneered mercilessly. "Looks like after getting those eyes, you didn't just ruin your own body. You completely wrecked that already messed up brain of yours too." As he spoke, Ko shifted his gaze away from Itachi and vigilantly looked toward a patch of shadow in the dense forest not far away. He quickly put away that look of disgust on his face, replaced it with a grave expression, and his voice also sank. "Looks like that stinking snake has already noticed us 2 uninvited guests." Hearing Ko's words, Itachi's expression did not change in the slightest. As for the figure hidden in the shadows, he had naturally already sensed it before Ko even spoke. Since he took the initiative to approach us, that means he currently has no intention of fleeing. Itachi looked calmly toward the depths of that shadow and said with certainty, "Though saying this may sound a bit overconfident, I can say for sure that Orochimaru absolutely would not dare face me head-on again for quite a long period of time. Since that's the case, we might as well first hear what this guy wants to say to us." Looking at that patch of shadow, the intelligence he had learned not long ago about Danzo's defection could not help but surface in Itachi's mind. At that thought, Itachi's gaze toward the shadows also grew a bit heavier. "And besides, I also have a few questions I want to ask face-to-face. Ninja art. Hidden shadow snake hands." Before Itachi could finish speaking, Orochimaru's shadow clone, who was hiding in the shadows of the dense forest, under Ko's command, unleashed a sky-covering swarm of snakes toward Ko and Itachi. Hundreds upon thousands of venomous snakes surged out at the same time from the forest shadows, and in the blink of an eye, they flooded the entire clearing around Ko and Itachi. And the instant he released that jutsu, Orochimaru's shadow clone did not hesitate at all and fled at high speed deeper into the dense forest. From start to finish, Itachi did not even get to see Orochimaru's face clearly. Watching Orochimaru's rapidly retreating figure, Itachi opened his mouth. But before he could finish the rest of his words, they were already completely drowned out by the hissing sounds of the writhing snake swarm. Recalling the certainty in his own words just now, a brief trace of confusion flashed through his eyes. On that face that was always calm and self-controlled, an extremely rare look of astonishment and embarrassment appeared. Ko turned his head and looked at the complex expression on Itachi's face, somewhere between awkwardness and confusion. The corners of his lips couldn't help but curl into a pleased smile. Itachi looked at Orochimaru's retreating figure and couldn't help falling into a brief daze. But he instantly realized the current situation, immediately reined in all those ill-timed thoughts, and focused all his attention on the swarm of snakes rushing toward them at high speed. In less than a moment, those venomous snakes had surged in from all directions, completely cutting off every path of retreat for him and Ko. But Itachi's expression remained calm. He didn't even spare the dangerous snake swarm an extra glance. He only turned his head instinctively and cast his gaze toward Ko beside him. Feeling Itachi's gaze, Ko's mood, which had still been delighted from seeing Itachi get shut down, instantly sank. Though he was very annoyed, he had to admit it. Between him and this irritating bastard, there really was that damn tacit understanding where a single glance was enough to understand what the other was thinking. Ko unhappily looked away, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Itachi. Itachi watched Ko turn his head away, silently withdrew his gaze, and said nothing more. At the same instant, chakra gathered beneath both of their feet. They leaped into the air together, briefly hanging in midair. 2 pairs of scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan looked down at the dense sea of snakes below at the same time, while their hands began forming seals at high speed in the same instant. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. 2 blazing fireballs erupted from Ko and Itachi's mouths at the same time. The moment the snakes came into contact with the flames, they were burned into charcoal by the terrifying heat. Countless venomous snakes didn't even have time to struggle before they turned into twisted black shadows within that crimson sea of fire. Yet the flames did not spread outward even the slightest bit. After burning the last snake to ashes, the 2 masses of fire instantly went out at the same time. At this moment, the 2 of them fully displayed their superb mastery of fire release. Itachi and Ko landed on that patch of charred black ground at the same time. Before the hems of their clothes had even fully settled, their stances had already returned to their usual steadiness. If an uninformed outsider saw this scene, they would probably naturally mistake these 2 equally handsome black-haired young men, with their equally perfect coordination, for a pair of brothers with a good relationship who had fought side by side for many years. Itachi subconsciously looked toward Ko beside him. The instant his gaze touched Ko's cold side profile, memories uncontrollably surfaced in his mind from long ago, when Big Brother Ko had temporarily served as the Jonin leader of his squad and carried out missions with him and his 2 teammates. Thinking back on all those past events, even Itachi, who believed he had excellent control over his emotions, couldn't help falling into a brief trance. Uchiha Itachi, what have you done? As that low shout full of fury rang out, Itachi instantly snapped awake from that momentary daze. He came back to his senses at once and saw that Ko had already turned around and was looking at him coldly. Those scarlet Sharingan eyes were filled with deep anger and disgust. Itachi opened his mouth. That big brother Ko, which should have slipped out so naturally, rolled in his throat once, but in the end, he forcibly swallowed it back down. He lowered his head, and a trace of dimness flashed through his eyes before he pressed it back into the deepest part of his heart. He had long understood this. From the moment he made up his mind, everything from the past, the present, and even the future had already been buried by his own hands. And he, Uchiha Itachi, had already prepared himself to bear all of this the moment he made that decision. Naturally, Ko had no idea about the complicated emotions in Itachi's heart right now. He put on a dark expression and looked down at Itachi from above, speaking coldly. You should know what you did, right? Itachi was silent for a moment, then raised his head and looked at Ko with those Sharingan eyes that had already regained their calm. His tone was steady and frank. It was my misjudgment. I missed the best chance to capture Orochimaru. Sorry. Hearing Itachi's honest response, a trace of surprise flashed through Ko's eyes. He had originally prepared a whole string of mocking lines in his head, but Itachi admitted it so cleanly and directly that Ko suddenly didn't know where to start. Ko went silent for 2 seconds, then clicked his tongue in annoyance. After this mission is over, I will personally report the course of the mission to the leader and accept the punishment I deserve. Itachi looked at Ko and spoke in a calm tone. I don't accept after-the-fact apologies. Ko looked at him coldly. As for punishment, there's no need for that. Just commit seppuku instead. That would be a lot more sincere. If the leader finds out, he'll definitely be very happy too. Obito, yes. Itachi lowered his head in silence and said nothing more. Looking at Itachi's suddenly wilted appearance, a trace of confusion couldn't help but rise in Ko's heart. Why did this murderer suddenly go emo? Could it be that Izumi's ghost climbed onto his bed while he was asleep? Ko muttered to himself inwardly and couldn't help feeling a headache coming on. In the script he had originally designed, Orochimaru was supposed to draw Itachi's attention and deliberately lead him into thinking it was his own misjudgment that let Orochimaru escape. Then, while Itachi was lost in thought, Ko would use his silver tongue to pile on the pressure like crazy and interrupt his train of thought, stopping this guy with an overly sharp brain from noticing anything from tiny clues. Then, under the excuse of hunting down Orochimaru, he would naturally lure him near that mausoleum and see if he could find any clues about the Totsuka blade. But looking at it now, it seemed like before he had even started pressuring him, this guy had already gone into emo mode? Since when had this treasure-skinned rat's mental endurance become this bad? Could it be that when he gave his little brother the deluxe Tsukuyomi package, he had already transferred his stress resistance over to Sasuke in advance? Ko suspiciously swept Itachi a glance and temporarily pressed that not-so-important question back into his heart. This should count as a good thing, right? He put away all those messy thoughts in his mind, put on that cold and severe expression again, and said to Itachi in a deep voice, "There's no point saying any of this now. Catch up as soon as possible. We absolutely can't let Orochimaru get away like this." Ko looked in the direction Orochimaru had fled and said meaningfully, "There won't be a second chance like this." Before his words had even fully fallen, his figure had already disappeared soundlessly from where he stood. Only a few strands of lightning that had yet to fully disperse remained in the air, giving off extremely faint hissing sounds as they shot at high speed in the direction Orochimaru had vanished. Looking at Ko's nearly impossible-to-see figure ahead, Itachi also temporarily suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his heart, gathered chakra beneath his feet, and chased after him at top speed. The two of them continuously darted through the dense forest at nearly their maximum speed. Ancient tree branches rapidly flew backward on both sides, yet they became denser and denser, as if they had reached the deepest part of the forest. Under this kind of high-intensity pursuit at extreme speed, that familiar figure finally appeared in their field of vision once again. Orochimaru's shadow clone was fleeing at full speed ahead of them, that black long hair trailing in the wind like a straight line of ink. The instant Itachi saw Orochimaru's figure, he reacted. His hands began forming seals at high speed, preparing to launch a jutsu as quickly as possible to stop that snake. But Ko reacted even faster. The instant Itachi was about to form hand seals, he had already given Orochimaru's shadow clone the command to accelerate. Orochimaru's speed surged sharply in an instant, and he twisted direction through the forest at an almost bizarre angle. At the exact moment Itachi was about to make his move, Orochimaru vanished into a cave entrance ahead, one completely concealed by vines and scattered rocks. Itachi's gaze changed abruptly the moment Orochimaru entered the cave. His steps slowed, and in the end he stopped in front of that pitch-black entrance. Noticing that Itachi had stopped behind him, Ko's heart sank slightly. He temporarily halted as well, turned around, and put on an extremely displeased expression. Looking at Itachi, who stood motionless outside the cave entrance, he spoke with clear impatience in his voice. Why did you stop? Itachi did not answer immediately. He only stared at the bottomless cave for a moment, thought in silence, then replied cautiously, Orochimaru most likely led us here on purpose. Inside this cave, there is a high chance he already prepared a trap in advance. We should perhaps, so what? Ko cut him off with merciless sarcasm. Who exactly do you think forced us to chase him all the way here in the first place? Itachi's words caught in his throat at once. Ko interrupted him again, pretending to be impatient as he said in a low voice, so what if there are traps inside? Are we supposed to give up the mission because of that? Let that stinking snake slip away right under our noses? Stop saying this useless crap here. My time is valuable. I can't afford to waste it like this with you. As he spoke, he acted as if he had no intention of paying Itachi any more attention and walked straight toward the cave. Wait, almost instinctively Itachi reached out, his hand moving toward Ko's shoulder. But just as his fingertips were about to touch Ko, he suddenly realized what their relationship was at this moment. His hand froze in midair and did not fall. A flash of obscure emotion, so quick it was almost impossible to detect, passed through Itachi's eyes. Then he slowly withdrew that hand, trying only to stop Ko with his voice. Ko turned his head and asked coldly, "What else do you want to say?" Itachi sorted through his thoughts, and his voice returned to its usual calmness and order. Orochimaru most likely designed this on purpose to lure us into this cave. He wants to use the cave's complex terrain and dark environment to fight us. I've fought him head-on once before, so he knows very clearly that against me, with my Mangekyo Sharingan, he has no chance of winning. He paused, then looked again toward the bottomless cave, his tone grave. But once we enter the cave, in that dark environment it will be hard for my vision to precisely track him. Using Sharingan Genjutsu on him will also become extremely difficult. And the exact opposite is true for Orochimaru. With the heat-sensing ability of snakes, even in complete darkness, he can still accurately capture our every move. On top of that, he is far more familiar with the terrain of this cave than we are. Fighting here gives him a natural advantage that cannot be ignored. As Itachi spoke in a solemn tone, deep wariness flashed through those Sharingan eyes. If I can't quickly subdue him with Mangekyo Sharingan Genjutsu, Orochimaru will absolutely not be easy to deal with. So, enough! Ko's voice suddenly rose sharply, forcibly cutting off the rest of Itachi's words. Seeing Ko's sudden intense outburst, a trace of surprise flashed through Itachi's eyes. From beginning to end, everything you've said has only been about your own situation. Ko looked at Itachi coldly, pretending to be enraged. You seem to have forgotten something. While I am an Uchiha with a 3-tomo Sharingan, I am also a sensory ninja. Even without using the Sharingan, I can still track Orochimaru's movements. But, Itachi opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say more, but after hesitating for a moment, he swallowed all the unspoken words back down. Looking at Itachi's expression, as if he wanted to speak but could not, Ko said everything for him. You want to say that with my sensory ability, I most likely won't be able to keep track of Orochimaru at all times in this kind of environment. Am I right? Itachi looked at Ko in silence. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something more tactful, something easier to accept. But in the end, he said nothing. Silence was already the best answer. Heh, heh, heh. Ha ha ha. Ko suddenly burst into laughter. The sound echoed at the empty cave entrance, especially grating to the ears. Looking at Ko as he was now, a rare trace of helplessness flashed through Itachi's eyes. Ko's laughter came to an abrupt stop. He lowered his head, and through a few strands of black hair hanging down, those 3-tomo Sharingan eyes locked coldly onto Itachi's. You really haven't changed at all. Ko's voice turned icy. As always, your arrogance is disgusting. Itachi's body stiffened violently in that instant. He stared blankly at Ko, as if he had never expected him to say such words. Ko paid no attention at all to the shock written all over Itachi's face and continued in a cold tone. From beginning to end, you've been judging this upcoming battle from your own point of view, by your own standards. You completely excluded me from your calculations, because deep down in your subconscious, to you, I am someone who has always been beneath you, just because I only have a 3-tomo Sharingan. My opinion, my ability, my judgment, before you, the so-called genius who possesses those Mangekyo Sharingan eyes, they aren't even worth taking seriously. Ko tilted his head slightly and stared directly into Itachi's eyes, as if trying to peer through that crimson iris and into the deepest part of his soul. Even though you know absolutely nothing about who I am now. After saying all this, Ko no longer looked at Itachi's face, which had completely frozen over. He turned around and left behind the boy who still stood stiffly in place, as if that string of words had struck something in him so deep that even he himself did not want to acknowledge it. Ko stepped forward and walked toward the bottomless cave without looking back. As he walked in a casual tone, as though he were only mentioning some trivial little matter in passing, he tossed one final sentence at the person behind him who was still silent. Oh right, there's one thing I have to thank you for. Ko slowly shifted his gaze and swept coldly across Itachi's stunned face from the corner of his eye. You made me realize once again just how damn irritating you really are. After saying that, Ko stepped into the pitch-black cave without looking back. The echo of his final words still lingered slowly in the air. Itachi stood there in silence, motionless. His hands hung at his sides. His left hand still maintained that awkward posture from before, suspended in midair, his fingertips slightly curled, yet grasping nothing. After a moment of silence, he slowly pulled at the corner of his mouth. That curve could barely be called a smile, but there was not the slightest hint of amusement in his eyes. A moment later, Itachi looked once more toward the darkness that had already completely swallowed Ko's figure. Within those crimson Sharingan eyes, the bitterness and daze in his heart had already been forced back into the deepest part of himself. He no longer hesitated. He stepped forward, followed behind Ko, and entered the lava cave. Deep inside the cave, Ko listened to the footsteps finally catching up behind him. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up in the darkness, revealing a smile of perfect success. Finally took the bait. "Huh, weasel." Big Brother Ko's taunting strategy. Total victory. Ko forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked into the darkness ahead. That place was the tomb from the Warring States period, the burial place of the direct ancestor of the Uchiha Itachi behind him. Sorry about this, old ancestor of the Uchiha. Ko stared ahead and sincerely apologized in his heart. I'm bringing your family's most filial son to dig up your grave. The pitch-black cave was utterly silent. So silent that they could hear the faint drip of water falling from the tip of a stalactite. Ko and Itachi walked one after the other, silently moving through this cave tunnel whose end was unknown. They had no idea how long they had been walking. The faint light from the cave entrance behind them had long since vanished, and all that remained around them was endless darkness. Itachi calmly sensed his surroundings, doing his best to search for Orochimaru's trace. But no matter how he searched, he found nothing suspicious at all. After confirming that reality, Itachi couldn't help but fall into thought. This whole way had been far too quiet. Ever since Orochimaru entered this cave, he had never appeared again. Along the way, they hadn't even encountered a single obstacle that could be called a trap. Everything had gone so smoothly that it was nearly eerie. What exactly was Orochimaru trying to do? While Itachi was deep in thought, Ko, walking in front, was also observing him without showing it. Ko's perception silently spread through the darkness, taking in Itachi's current state in full. From what he sensed, Itachi was cautiously searching for Orochimaru's trace. It was obvious that he was quite unfamiliar with this place. Looks like Itachi didn't have any prior intel on the exact location of this tomb. Ko silently confirmed this judgment in his heart, and a sharp gleam flashed through his eyes. If that's the case, then my next dirty trick, no operation, will be much easier. Thinking that to himself, he cast a dark gaze toward the deeper darkness ahead. Not far away at the end of this pitch-black path, stood a tall stone wall that had perfectly blended into this natural cave. And behind that stone wall was one of the most important goals of his trip to the Land of Lightning. The resting place of that Uchiha ancestor from the middle of the Warring States period, the first powerhouse in official Uchiha clan history to awaken Susanoo. Orochimaru's shadow clone was currently lurking quietly in the shadows near that stone wall, having waited there for a long time already. Sensing Orochimaru's current position, Ko's lips silently curved again in the darkness. They had arrived. The next step of the plan could begin. A hidden gleam flashed through Ko's eyes, and then he slowly stopped walking. Hearing the footsteps ahead come to a halt, Itachi temporarily pressed down the doubts in his heart and instinctively wanted to ask something. But before he could speak, a sharp tearing sound suddenly broke the silence in the darkness. Mixed into that sound was the faint hiss of snakes. It was Orochimaru's hidden shadow snake hands. At the exact same moment, Ko's voice entered Itachi's ears, thoughtfully passing along the intel he had sensed. That guy's on your right. Don't let him get you. While judging the direction the sound had come from, Itachi subconsciously nodded. Even without relying on vision, just with his hearing alone, he could accurately judge the direction of Orochimaru's attack from the sound of the snakes slicing through the air. And with Ko beside him providing position intel, locking onto Orochimaru's location was indeed much easier. Itachi thought rapidly, and both hands swiftly pulled several shuriken from his ninja pouch. The instant the shuriken left his hands, he took a deep breath. His hands flew through seals at high speed, gathering refined fire release chakra in his throat, before suddenly spewing it toward the direction of the sound. Fire release. Phoenix Sage Fire Claw Crimson. Countless thin streams of flame burst from Itachi's mouth, precisely attaching themselves to every shuriken spinning at high speed in midair. Wrapped in flames, those shuriken cut into the snake swarm from multiple angles at once, instantly lighting up that stretch of darkness. Under the illumination of the firelight, the several venomous snakes lunging toward him were cleanly sliced into multiple segments by the flaming shuriken. Before their charred bodies even hit the ground, all life had already left them. and at the same instant the shuriken pierced through the snakes. Itachi had already shifted his gaze by the fading light of the fire release, passing over the flames that were beginning to dissipate and locking onto that pale figure with its back to him, quickly retreating away from the light source. Itachi stared at Orochimaru's back. The three tomo in his eyes spun at high speed, instantly transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Looking at Orochimaru's panicked fleeing figure, faint killing intent flashed through his eyes. However, at the exact moment the Mangekyo pattern formed in Itachi's eyes, that pale figure which had only just entered his vision immediately sped up without hesitation, rapidly breaking free from his line of sight and disappearing into the darkness again. Watching Orochimaru's retreating back move so fast it was practically like Zhang Shuigao. Itachi's brows furrowed slightly, but there wasn't much surprise in his eyes. After all, this was Orochimaru. It was extremely difficult to use the same move on that man a second time. Once bitten by a snake, you'd fear ropes for 10 years. Not to mention, not long ago, Orochimaru had just suffered a defeat before these very eyes of his. A defeat shameful enough to go down in history. Itachi's ears caught the tearing sound Orochimaru made as he fled at top speed. He quickly calculated Orochimaru's approximate current position in his mind, and a trace of thought flashed through his eyes. Should he use Amaterasu here and completely leave Orochimaru behind for good? The moment that thought surfaced, Itachi hesitated for a brief instant. Of his two Mangekyo dojutsu, the only one he had ever revealed to the world so far was Tsukuyomi. As for the other one, Amaterasu, the inextinguishable black flames known as the strongest physical attack, he had never used it in battle before. In other words, aside from himself, no one in the ninja world currently knew about Amaterasu. Using Amaterasu here would indeed give him a very high chance of eliminating Orochimaru, a hidden danger who might set his sights on Sasuke in the future. But it would also mean exposing this important trump card in front of Ko. Thinking of that, Itachi glanced at Ko ahead of him out of the corner of his eye. A trace of complicated emotion flashed through his eyes before he instantly suppressed it again. When he was alone with Ko, he deliberately avoided thinking in that direction. But in his heart, he knew more clearly than anyone. Ko was currently Madara's man. That point was certain. If Ko passed on the intelligence about his Amaterasu to Madara, allowing that dangerous man to prepare for it in advance, that would definitely not be good news for him. Uchiha style, Halo dance. Just within this half-breath of time while Itachi was still weighing the pros and cons, a blazing firelight like the sunrise breaking through dawn suddenly erupted from in front of him. A scorching flame blade shot out from the fire-forged blade in Ko's hand, carving a sharp arc through the darkness and accurately striking Orochimaru's figure as he fled at high speed in the depths of the dark. The flaming blade did not dissipate after hitting its target. Instead, it kept surging forward with terrifying force and slammed heavily into the stone wall beside Orochimaru. Boom! With a deafening roar, the wall suddenly collapsed under the massive impact of the fire slash. Broken chunks of rock showered down from the wall, kicking up thick dust and smoke that shrouded the entire area in a choking gray haze. Itachi's pupils suddenly shrank the moment he saw this scene. Just before the crash of the shattered wall reached his ears, he had heard a faint pop hidden beneath the thunderous collapse. That was the sound made when a shadow clone was struck and dispelled. So it was a shadow clone. Itachi murmured inwardly, his eyes narrowing slightly. Since the one in front of us was just a shadow clone, then where exactly is Orochimaru's real body? Was he lurking nearby, waiting for a chance to move? Had he already left this cave long ago? Or was it? Itachi rapidly analyzed every possibility in his mind, his gaze instinctively shifting toward the direction the firelight had come from. The first thing that entered his sight was Ko, gripping Homusubi tightly in his hand and staring ahead with a grave expression. At this moment, Ko had completely cast off his usual relaxed and casual look. His face was extremely serious, and those scarlet pupils were fixed solemnly on the spot where Orochimaru had been hit. Flames still clung to the Homusubi in his hand, and the crimson blade flickered in the darkness. Under the illumination of the only light source in this darkness, Ko's handsome face glimmered with a focused chill. Ko shifted his gaze and glanced sideways at Itachi behind him, then said expressionlessly, "Uchiha Itachi, you fumbled. Sorry." Knowing full well that he had failed to act decisively at the first moment, Itachi apologized without hesitation. H. Ko clicked his tongue softly, putting on a deeply irritated look. He turned his gaze back toward the collapsed wall where bits of rubble were still trickling down, and said coldly, "Though I still want to curse you out a couple more times. That wasn't Orochimaru's real body anyway, just a shadow clone, so there's no point in going on about it." Hearing the regret in Ko's tone, a rare trace of surprise flashed through Itachi's eyes. Based on what he knew about Ko, he should have never missed any chance to point at his nose and scold him a few more times, right? Don't get the wrong idea. I still really want to curse you out right now. Looking at Itachi's slightly surprised expression, Ko had clearly read his thoughts with perfect accuracy. The corners of his mouth dipped slightly, and the irritation and disdain in his tone practically overflowed. It's just that right now is obviously not the time. As Ko spoke, he shifted his gaze back to the wall he had shattered, and his expression turned grave as well. He raised a finger and pointed at the ruins still lit by the lingering glow of the flames, his voice carrying just the right amount of feigned shock. Looks like we just happened to find something pretty incredible. Following where Ko pointed, Itachi instinctively turned his eyes over. And the scene that came into view in the next instant made his pupils contract to the limit. The stone wall shattered by Ko's flaming slash still held the lingering embers of that sun halo dance strike. Crimson flames burned quietly in the cracks of the shattered rock, lighting up the deepest part of the dark cave, and also illuminating what had been hidden behind that wall. It was a secret chamber. At the center of that chamber sat a coffin, one that had been eroded by time for who knew how many centuries. The entire coffin was dark in color, though the lid was covered in a thick layer of dust. One could still tell it had once been carefully polished with great solemnity when it was buried. Even the dullest person could probably tell at a glance that this was not some secret chamber at all. This was a tomb. But what truly shook Itachi to the core was not the fact that they had discovered an ancient tomb deep within this deserted cave. What truly stunned him was the fan-shaped emblem on the stone wall directly behind the coffin, flickering in and out of view in the firelight. Itachi, that is. Staring at the dim clan crest in the flames, Itachi's eyes widened abruptly. The Uchiha clan crest. In the pitch-black cave, Itachi gazed at that fan-shaped emblem, slightly faded after the wear of endless years, by the light of the few flames still flickering on the broken wall. A trace of astonishment could not help appearing in his eyes. He had clearly never expected to see the symbol, one he had been familiar with since childhood, in the deep mountains of a foreign land, far from Konoha and far from Uchiha territory. But Itachi quickly suppressed the shock in his heart, and calm returned to his eyes. He reorganized his thoughts and forced himself to think through the situation before him. First of all, there was no doubt that what stood before them was the tomb of an ancestor of the Uchiha clan. As for the fact that this tomb was located in a remote part of the Land of Lightning, Itachi did not find it particularly difficult to accept beyond his initial moment of surprise. After all, the Uchiha clan's place of origin had always been the Land of Lightning. What truly concerned him was another question brought by this tomb before them. Why did Orochimaru lure us here? Itachi murmured inwardly, his brows knitting slightly as all the strange things about Orochimaru along the way surfaced in his mind. And just as Itachi sank into thought, a sound from ahead interrupted him. He instinctively looked up, and what entered his sight was Ko's back as he walked straight toward the wooden coffin ahead. The firelight danced on the homusubi in Ko's hand, casting his shadow long across the cave floor. Itachi opened his mouth, almost instinctively wanting to stop him. In a place this eerie, rashly approaching that coffin was obviously not a wise move. But after a moment of silence, he ultimately chose to swallow the words at the tip of his tongue, let out a helpless sigh, and followed after Ko. Though this was very likely Orochimaru's scheme, they truly had no other leads related to him now. Hearing the footsteps coming after him, the corners of Ko's mouth lifted into an extremely faint arc in the darkness where Itachi could not see. Just like that, the two of them walked one after the other into this untouched tomb. The burial chamber was not large. Its four walls had been carved directly from rough mountain rock, without any extra decoration. The only things that drew attention were the Uchiha clan crest carved into the stone wall behind the coffin, and the densely packed lines of text on the walls to either side of the chamber, as if they had been engraved stroke by stroke with a sharp weapon. Itachi walked closer to the stone wall on the left and carefully examined the writing. The words carved into the stone wall could barely still be considered intact. Judging from the degree of wear and the style of engraving, they were likely from the mid-Warring States period, more than 300 years ago. He quickly analyzed this in his mind, but his eyes never stopped searching the tomb chamber for any trace of Orochimaru. Yet no matter how he searched, he could not find even the slightest trace connected to Orochimaru. After making that judgment, Itachi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Orochimaru went through so much trouble to lure us into this Warring States era tomb, yet he didn't leave behind a single trace of himself here. Why exactly did he do this? What was his real goal? Just as Itachi was lost in thought, Ko had already walked straight up to the wooden coffin. His gaze fell on a line of words carved into the coffin lid, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The tomb of Uchiha Tō, 12th generation clan head of the Uchiha clan. Itachi, who had been standing by the stone wall in deep thought, had his train of thought abruptly cut off the instant he heard that name. He almost subconsciously turned around and looked toward the wooden coffin beside Ko. In those eyes that were always calm and steady, a trace of unconcealable shock actually appeared. Uchiha Tō. This is the tomb of that Warring States Susanoo? Seeing Itachi's stunned expression, exactly as he had expected, Ko deliberately mocked him in a sarcastic tone. Oh my, what a surprise. I didn't think a great filial son like you would still remember the name of our Uchiha clan's old ancestor. Ko put on an exaggerated expression and couldn't help sighing with emotion. After all these years, there's actually still an Uchiha Jr. like you, one of the top figures in the ninja world, who remembers his name. If that ancestor knows this in the underworld, he'll definitely feel deeply gratified. Itachi did not respond to Ko's taunting words. He only looked at the wooden coffin beside Ko with a complicated gaze. The only thing surging in his eyes was deep pain. In Itachi's mind, memories from many years ago uncontrollably surfaced. Back in the Uchiha district, beside the stream upstream from the Nakano River, his father, Fugaku Uchiha, held his hand and stood on the land that belonged to the Uchiha clan, telling him the story behind his name. Itachi, do you know why I gave you that name? In our Uchiha clan's history, there was a genius who is still worshipped by the clan even now. Your name was taken from the pronunciation of that ancestor's name. Itachi, I hope you can become like that ancestor, a great ninja praised by the descendants of the Uchiha clan. His father's words, filled with expectation, seemed to still linger in his ears even now. But at this moment, when he recalled all those warm memories from the past, the only thing churning in Itachi's heart was deep bitterness. Itachi lowered his head a little more. In those scarlet eyes, the look his father gave him before dying by his blade involuntarily surfaced once more. There was not the slightest hatred in that gaze. Only a father's gentleness, something he had rarely seen on that stern face ever since he could remember. Looking at Itachi's face growing dimmer and dimmer in the firelight, Ko showed not the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. Then again, how could you not know that ancestor's name? Brother Fugaku probably brought him up to you all the time. He looked at Itachi in front of him and continued coldly. That legendary man from the Middle Warring States era, who tried to lead the entire Uchiha clan from the Land of Lightning to the Land of Fire, who nearly unified all the ninja clans of the Land of Fire ahead of schedule, and who in the end regrettably lost by a hair in the Battle of Chingbi against the combined forces of the Senju clan and the Hyuga clan. Ko narrowed his eyes slightly, taking in every tiny change in Itachi's expression, and continued at an unhurried pace. Uchiha Shirchi, the man once called the Warring States Susanoo, was not only the publicly acknowledged strongest of the Uchiha clan before Uchiha Madara was born, he was also the direct ancestor of your bloodline and Brother Fugaku's bloodline. Ko looked at the wooden coffin with fake regret and said coldly, if this old ancestor who devoted his whole life to the Uchiha clan knew that among his direct descendants, someone like you came out, I wonder what he would think. Tatsuka Blade. The silent Itachi suddenly spoke, cutting off Ko's unfinished mockery. The moment he heard those words from Itachi, the smile at the corner of Ko's mouth froze instantly. He slowly raised his head, his gaze instantly moving away from the wooden coffin and landing on Itachi's face, which had somehow already pulled itself free from those memories. Itachi seemed not to notice Ko's suddenly deepened gaze at all, as if he had figured something out. He looked at Ko calmly and stated the answer he had just arrived at in a firm tone. Orochimaru's target is the Tatsuka Blade. The Tatsuka Blade. Ko looked at the firm-faced Itachi before him, and a subtle glint flashed through his eyes. As expected, this guy Itachi definitely knows something. Ko silently confirmed that guess in his heart, but on the surface he put on a puzzled look and raised an eyebrow slightly. The Tatsuka Blade? One of the 3 Kusanagi swords of legend in the ninja world? That's right. Itachi nodded firmly and turned his gaze back to the wooden coffin beside Ko. According to the records in the Uchiha clan's history, that legendary Kusanagi sword was precisely the companion divine weapon of Warring States Susanoo Uchiha Shirchi's Susanoo. Unlike the Uchiha clansman recorded in the clan's history who awakened Susanoo after him, the companion divine weapon of Uchiha Shirchi's Susanoo was a special existence that could separate from his Susanoo, exist independently in the outside world, and could even be used by others. At this point he paused. It was precisely because of this trait that this only divine weapon not forged by human hands was placed among the ranks of the Kusanagi swords. Ko nodded thoughtfully, putting on the appearance of listening seriously. He frowned slightly, and his tone turned heavier as well. So, you think Orochimaru found this tomb after going to great lengths because he was searching for the Tatsuka Blade? And because he didn't find any useful clues here, he deliberately led us here, as Uchiha clansmen, hoping to find a breakthrough from us? Very likely. Itachi nodded, then shifted his gaze away from Ko and slowly swept it across the silent burial chamber. Even before defecting from Konoha, Orochimaru already possessed 1 Kusanagi sword. If he spent all these years searching across the ninja world for clues about the other Kusanagi swords, then with his abilities, finding the exact location of this tomb wouldn't be difficult. But clearly, Orochimaru's scheme came up empty, didn't it? Ko put on a disdainful expression and turned sideways to look at the wooden coffin beside him, speaking flatly. According to the historical records of the Uchiha clan, the last time the Tatsuka Blade appeared before the world was during the Battle of Chingbi, the battle that decided the Uchiha clan's foundation in the Land of Fire. As he spoke, he quietly used the corner of his eye to catch every subtle change in Itachi's expression. In that battle, praised as the largest war of the Warring States era, the strongest man in the ninja world, Warring States Susanoo Uchiha Shirchi, wielding the Totsuka blade, perished together with the clan heads of the Senju clan and the Hyuga clan. When the Uchiha clan brought back his body, they did not find any trace of the Totsuka blade. As Ko spoke, his tone carried a bit of deliberate emotion. That sword probably became impossible to separate from the Susanoo after its master's death in that battle, and disappeared completely along with him. At this point, he deliberately paused for a moment and, intentionally or not, turned his gaze toward Itachi. It was as if he was bringing it up casually, yet also probing for something. Though there have always been rumors in the ninja world that the Totsuka blade was never truly lost. That the Warring States era Susanoo user, before dying, exhausted the last of his ocular power to separate the Totsuka blade from his Susanoo, but rumors are just rumors in the end. Ko's voice gradually sank here, and the way he looked at Itachi became increasingly meaningful. After all, if the Totsuka blade had really been passed down and remained in the hands of the Uchiha clan all this time, then how could a guy like you possibly still be alive today? Hearing Ko's words, Itachi fell into a brief silence. He neither refuted nor explained anything. He simply stood there quietly, as if hesitating over something. Ko put on an indifferent look, but his gaze never once left Itachi. He could feel it. This guy Itachi definitely knew something he didn't. After a short silence, Itachi seemed to finally make up his mind. He looked at Ko with a grave expression. The records about that war are actually wrong. Ko's heart tightened at once. As expected. He muttered inwardly, but his face immediately switched to one of complete surprise. His brows lifted slightly, and his voice carried genuine shock and confusion. Wrong? What do you mean? Itachi clearly had no intention of dragging things out, and continued in a firm tone. Uchiha Shirchi did not actually die the moment he was discovered by his clansmen. After he was brought back to the clan, his injuries were too severe, and on top of that, the burden caused by overusing the Mangekyo Sharingan was too much. That was why he ultimately passed away. As Ko listened to Itachi, the expression on his face visibly darkened. You mean before Uchiha Shirchi died, he left the Totsuka blade to the Uchiha clan? Unfortunately, no. Itachi shook his head and denied Ko's guess without hesitation. Ko. Sensing the impatience in Ko's gaze, Itachi's expression remained calm. He merely lowered his voice a little further and said steadily, Uchiha Shirchi truly did not leave the Totsuka blade to the Uchiha clan. He believed that, after his death, no one in the Uchiha clan would be worthy of that sword, nor would they be able to protect it after his death, surrounded as they were by countless enemies. Itachi shifted his gaze away from Ko and let it fall on the silent yet magnificent wooden coffin beside him. His voice grew heavier and heavier. So, he decided to take that sword into his grave, and wait for a descendant of the Uchiha clan who could withstand the trial he set before dying to come and claim it. Hearing Itachi's words, Ko seemed to realize something. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the wooden coffin beside him with a grave expression. A trial? You mean that's right? Itachi nodded, looking at the ancient coffin flickering under the firelight as he said in a low voice, before dying, Uchiha Shirchi used the last of his ocular power to separate the Totsuka blade from the Susanoo, then used a Mangekyo Sharingan dojutsu on it and sealed it inside his own wooden coffin. Only Uchiha clan members who have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan are qualified to undergo the trial he left behind. Only they have a chance to obtain that divine weapon. His voice paused slightly here, and he continued in a stiff tone. He hoped that the Uchiha descendant who obtained this divine weapon would lead the Uchiha clan back onto the lands of the Land of Fire, and complete the unfinished cause from back then. Itachi looked at the coffin with a complicated gaze and said softly, It's just that what he never expected was that the Uchiha clan ultimately did not complete their migration through war. Instead, at the invitation of the Fire Daimyo, and while the Senju clan was in a weakened state, the entire clan moved into the Land of Fire. And over the long years, aside from the successive heads of the Uchiha clan and those powerful enough to awaken the Mangekyo, no one else has known about this tomb and the Totsuka blade. By now, the location of this tomb, and even this story itself, have both become little more than an uncertain rumor. Itachi looked around the tomb with a complicated expression and murmured softly, I never thought that this story, which is now only used to encourage the next generation of Uchiha clansmen, was actually real. The successive heads of the Uchiha clan Ko silently repeated those words in his heart. Then, as if understanding something, he slowly turned his gaze toward Itachi. Fugaku I told you all this, didn't he? Itachi lowered his head and said nothing. Looking at Itachi's silence, Ko's voice instantly turned cold, striking precisely at the wound Itachi least wanted touched. Fugaku I was a man who followed the rules to the letter. The fact that he told you this means, without question, that he wanted to groom you to become the next head of the Uchiha clan. Ko spoke as if sighing with emotion, but his words were filled with deep mockery and anger. But what you went and did, I truly disappointed father. Itachi was silent for quite a while before finally murmuring in a low voice. His voice was so soft that it was almost drowned out by the crackling of the flames. Father was wrong. I was never suited to become the head of the Uchiha clan. Itachi muttered bitterly, then looked straight at Ko with a complicated gaze and said in an equally complicated tone, "But was I really the only one father misjudged?" Ko said nothing. He merely stood there coldly, motionless, meeting Itachi's deep gaze head-on. "The other person father misjudged was you." Looking at Ko's cold expression, the question that had troubled Itachi for far too long finally broke through every restraint called reason. "You carried the hopes of the Uchiha clan truly integrating into the village. You should have become Hokage. So why did you defect from Konoha?" He looked into Ko's eyes, which still did not ripple in the slightest, and the agitation in his voice gradually gave way to deep confusion. Itachi looked at Ko with a complicated expression and softly spoke the truth he had never told anyone. "You should have become an outstanding Hokage." Feeling the surprised look in Ko's eyes, Itachi silently completed in his heart the words he ultimately lacked the courage to say aloud. "I had even once thought about becoming the head of the Uchiha clan and assisting you, as Hokage." Itachi took a deep breath and forced all those surging emotions back into his eyes, locking them away forever in the deepest part of his heart along with all his bitterness and regret. He merely looked at Ko with a grave expression, forcibly calmed himself, and observed Ko's next reaction. As Ko listened to Itachi's complicated words, the initial surprise in his eyes had already slowly faded. He looked at Itachi, who was staring at him with eyes full of confusion and unwillingness, and all that rose in his heart was coldness. If it were anyone else from Konoha standing here asking him this question, then depending on the situation, he might have selectively given some answers. "But you, Uchiha Itachi?" Looking into Itachi's eyes, Ko could not help but recall the night he was reunited with this guy. The blade he wore on that wooden boat crossing the waterways of Kirigakure still had traces of dark red blood on it. What stained it was the blood of those innocent Uchiha clansmen. The blood of ordinary people who had never taken part in any coup plot, and only wanted to live their lives in peace. It was the blood of people he had known, people he had spent more than 10 years with. Ko forcibly suppressed the killing intent in his chest that was almost bursting out of his body, and coldly looked at Itachi in front of him. His voice slowly echoed through the silent tomb chamber. "At this point, what meaning is there in asking any of this?" Ko stared coldly at Itachi with his three-tomo Sharingan. "I have nothing left to say to you anymore." Hearing Ko's words that left no room at all, the faint trace of expectation that had still remained in Itachi's eyes visibly dimmed at a speed the naked eye could see. Yet, there was already nothing left to say between them. Itachi thought bitterly to himself, then fell silent and did not speak again. Ko looked at Itachi as he returned to silence, and forcefully suppressed the anger and killing intent still surging inside him. Without changing expression, he quietly took a deep breath, then shifted his gaze toward the exit of the lava cave, a faint cold light flashing through his eyes. Since he had already confirmed the clue about the Totsuka blade, then the plan should move to the next step as well. Ko muttered inwardly, slightly stirring the ocular power in his eyes as he sent out an order to the figure that had long been waiting outside the cave. At this moment, outside the lava cave, atop a towering cliff, a pale-faced, sinister figure with long black hair stood at the edge of the cliff. The wind blew up from the valley, brushing past Orochimaru's black hair hanging over his shoulders. A faint glimmer instantly flashed through his hollow golden snake eyes. He had already received the order from deep within the tomb. Orochimaru's hands began forming seals at high speed, and then he slammed his palm heavily onto the rock beneath his feet. Summoning Jutsu. As Orochimaru's hoarse, low voice fell, the earth began to tremble violently. Cracks burst open across the rock surface and spread madly in all directions, while shattered stones rolled down from the edge of the cliff one after another. After the massive cloud of smoke brought by the summoning Jutsu dispersed, the silhouette of an enormous colossal creature that towered into the sky was suddenly standing upon the earth. Rumble! At the same time, the tomb deep inside the lava cave also began to tremble slightly from the violent shock. Loose stones on the walls teetered and fell one after another, while the few remaining flames on the broken walls shook violently with the tremors, making the tomb chamber flicker between light and dark. Itachi, who had still been immersed in the lingering sorrow from before, felt the trembling beneath his feet, and the dimness in his eyes instantly returned to their usual calm. He abruptly raised his head, frowned tightly, and looked toward the cave entrance, his voice full of vigilance. "That is, looks like that guy Orochimaru finally couldn't hold himself back and is ready to make a move." Ko picked up where Itachi left off, also putting on a grave expression as he looked deeply toward the cave entrance. He pointed Homusubi toward the entrance. Crimson flames burned along the blade, casting shifting light and shadow across his deliberately serious face. A moment later, as if he had come to some judgment, Ko withdrew his gaze from the entrance and casually turned it toward Itachi. "I'll hold this place for now. You go outside first and check the situation." Hearing Ko's calm words, Itachi's brows furrowed slightly. He did not respond immediately. He simply stood where he was and stared motionlessly at Ko beside the wooden coffin with those scarlet three-tomo Sharingan. Feeling that scrutinizing gaze from Itachi, Ko instantly understood the concern in his heart. Splitting up is the best solution right now. Ko spoke in a calm tone as he turned his eyes toward the wooden coffin beside him. That guy Orochimaru probably used some method to eavesdrop on our conversation just now. His target is very likely this wooden coffin sealed with the Totsuka blade. If both of us go out to check the situation together, he'll very likely take advantage of the opening. As Ko spoke, he shifted his gaze back to Itachi and said meaningfully, "That is a result neither of us wants to see." Am I wrong? Itachi still said nothing. He only slowly moved his gaze away from Ko's face and let it fall onto the wooden coffin beside him. After a long silence, Itachi finally spoke. "How can I be sure you're not deliberately trying to lure me away so you can take this wooden coffin yourself? TCH. This guy really isn't easy to deal with." Ko cursed inwardly, but his face instantly switched to one of disdain. Feeling Itachi's wary stare, Ko coldly said in an almost self-mocking tone, "Didn't you say it yourself just now? Only a member of the Uchiha clan who has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan is qualified to obtain the Totsuka blade. Even if I wanted to take the Totsuka blade, I don't have that ability right now. Besides," he paused. Under the firelight, his three-tomo Sharingan gleamed with a cold, sharp light. "Even without that guy Orochimaru interfering, with only the two of us here, I still would never let you obtain the Totsuka blade." Hearing Ko's resolute words, Itachi's gaze darkened a few degrees. Ko completely ignored Itachi's reaction and said flatly, "I, who haven't awakened the Mangekyo, stay here. You, who have awakened the Mangekyo and can deal with Orochimaru the fastest, go hunt him down. For the two of us who are both wary of each other, this is the most suitable arrangement." Itachi silently listened to Ko's words, and his eyes churned with deep thought. He stayed silent for quite a while. Then the three-tomo in his eyes slowly began to spin, eventually transforming into a pitch-black shuriken shape. The Mangekyo Sharingan, activate. A formless pressure silently spread out from Itachi's body. Under that pressure, even the flames that had still been flickering in the tomb chamber seemed to be pressed lower by several degrees. Feeling the oppressive force coming from Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, Ko's eyes instantly turned cold. He immediately burst out with the chakra inside his body and met it head-on without giving an inch. Ko coldly stared at Itachi with his three-tomo Sharingan. There was no expression on his face. He only tightened his grip on Homusubi and shifted the tip of the blade a little more toward Itachi. "I understand." A moment later, the Mangekyo in Itachi's eyes slowly faded and returned to those deep black pupils. He spoke in a low voice, then turned around, presenting his back to Ko as his voice regained its earlier steadiness. "I'll leave this place to you for now." Seeing how quickly Itachi had compromised, Ko's brows unconsciously furrowed slightly. Why did this guy agree so cleanly? Could it be he already noticed something? But how is that possible? My acting should been practically perfect. While thinking this inwardly, Ko quietly kept his eyes locked on Itachi's back without showing anything on his face. Wasn't this development going a little too smoothly? Just as Ko was thinking to himself, Itachi, who had just taken half a step forward, suddenly stopped. Ko instantly noticed Itachi's movement, and his heart sank at once. Without changing expression, he silently circulated the chakra within his body, ready to strike at any moment. Itachi still faced away from Ko and did not turn back. After a long silence, he finally spoke slowly, almost as if talking to himself. "Actually, even if you take this wooden coffin away, it doesn't matter." Huh? Ko looked at the figure in front of him with surprise. For a moment, he could not process the meaning of those words at all. Itachi still had his back to Ko, so his expression couldn't be seen. He only lowered his head slightly and continued, "Compared to me, you were always more qualified to inherit this legacy." Ko seemed to understand the deeper meaning behind Itachi's words. In those scarlet three-tomo Sharingan, beyond the deep wariness and coldness, there was suddenly a trace of indescribable complexity. Before that, I hope you can listen to one more thing." Itachi interrupted Ko's words. It was as if, from the very beginning, he had never expected Ko to give him any response. Itachi slowly turned his head and looked at Ko behind him with a complicated gaze. In a soft voice, using a pleading tone he should no longer have had, he said, "Although I don't know why you joined the Akatsuki, or why you chose to stand by that guy Madara's side." He paused, and his voice carried a rare sincerity. "But please trust me one last time. Akatsuki is not a place you should stay. Unlike me, you can still turn back." After saying that, Itachi shifted his gaze away and never looked at Ko behind him again. He looked toward that black opening, which was still trembling faintly. Then his figure flashed, and he dashed toward it at extreme speed. The way he left was clean and decisive, without the slightest hesitation, as if the one who had stopped to say those words just now had never been him. Inside the tomb, only Ko remained. He stood beside the wooden coffin, quietly turning over Itachi's final words in his mind. Looking in the direction Itachi had left, his eyes revealed extremely complicated emotions, ones that couldn't be clearly described. Ko stood there in silence for a long time. TCH. A moment later, Ko let out a low click of his tongue. Then he coldly stared at the wooden coffin beside him and muttered inwardly, using the existence of the Totsuka blade as leverage. Leaving yourself a final card that could make that guy Obito grow suspicious of me? Uchiha Itachi. You're as troublesome as ever. Ko thought this with full vigilance, as if he wanted to use that judgment to suppress the things he didn't want to think about. He let out a deep sigh, expelling all the distracting thoughts from his chest. His eyes then returned to their usual calm. Ko looked darkly toward the black opening, then put away the homusubi in his hand and rapidly formed hand seals with both hands. Shadow Clone Jutsu. As his words fell, 2 shadow clones identical to him silently appeared within white smoke. The 2 shadow clones guarded the passageways on the left and right sides of the tomb, staying alert to the surroundings. Meanwhile, Ko's original body slowly turned around and looked solemnly at the silent yet luxurious wooden coffin beside him. The 3 tomo in his eyes began to slowly rotate, dragging out long, twisted trails before finally transforming into a strange Mangekyo pattern. The eerie glow of the Mangekyo Sharingan silently lit up within the dim burial chamber. And what that eerie light was staring at was this ancient wooden coffin that sealed the Totsuka blade. At the same time, on Sasori's battlefield, the surrounding forest no longer looked anything like it originally had. The ground was covered in craters and trenches of every size, and puppet wreckage was scattered everywhere. From the cracked openings in those destroyed puppet shells, their precise and horrifying internal mechanisms were exposed. Poison-coated senbon were still stuck in their launch slots before they could be fired. Poison mist devices hidden in their abdominal cavities had been split clean in 2 by blades, and dark green poison was slowly seeping out from the broken sections. Sasori's gloomy gaze swept across the battlefield, and he felt like his heart was bleeding. Every one of those puppets had been personally modified by him, masterpieces in which he had transformed the ninja he killed from flesh and blood bodies into eternal works of art with his own hands. And now, they had all been reduced to a pile of scrap. There was barely even any value left in recycling them. In a heavy mood, he shifted his gaze away and looked ahead at the 2 culprits who had caused all of this, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Asuma was breathing slightly hard. Sweat slid down from his forehead and dripped onto the cratered ground below. He stared solemnly at the red-haired youth ahead, and at the puppet army above him that still had about half its numbers left. His heart immediately sank. There were still this many left? Can you still keep going? Asuma? Standing in front of Asuma, Tsukumo Hatake watched every subtle movement Sasori made while quietly speaking to Asuma behind him. Yeah, I'm fine for now, Asuma answered almost instinctively, feeling that nearly half the chakra in his body had already been consumed, and looking at the still densely packed puppet army above Sasori's head. He finally added in a troubled tone, it's just that this guy has way too many puppets. Tsukumo Hatake responded with deep agreement. Looking at the gloomy-faced red-haired youth ahead, even his calm eyes rarely showed a trace of sincere amazement. To be able to maintain this level of control while manipulating so many puppets at the same time. Sasori of the Red Sand truly is the finest puppet master in the history of the ninja world. Tsukumo Hatake slightly turned his head and cast the corner of his eye toward Asuma behind him. With a gratified tone, he said, to think you could push him this far in such a short time, Asuma. You've really grown stronger. You should know. Even among all the ninja I've ever met, his strength definitely ranks near the top. Hearing Tsukumo Hatake's praise, Asuma only shook his head heavily. I'm still far from it. You were the one who dealt with most of the puppets, Uncle Tsukumo. If I had to face him alone, there's no way I could have done this much in such a short time. Tsukumo Hatake heard the urgency hidden in Asuma's words. He slowly shook his head and said gently, there's no need to be so anxious. The current battle situation is in our favor. As long as we maintain this rhythm, defeating him is only a matter of time. He paused, briefly shifting his gaze away from Sasori and toward the direction Ko had left not long ago. His voice also softened slightly. Once we deal with this guy, we can set out immediately and go find Ko. At the mention of Ko's name, the eyes that had still been filled with exhaustion and gravity a moment ago instantly ignited with blazing spirit. He tightly gripped the chakra blades in his hands and nodded hard. Yeah. Sasori watched the 2 in front of him whispering to each other as if he didn't even exist. His expression was dark, and the killing intent in his eyes was almost solid. In nearly 30 years of his life, this was the first time he had ever been looked down on so blatantly. Sasori raised his head and looked upward. The puppet army that had once covered half the sky had now been reduced to less than half. I have to admit, I underestimated you. Looking at the blade marks and wind-slashed cuts left on those puppets, Sasori muttered inwardly, to push me into such a miserable state. Konoha's White Fang, and that brat beside you who uses wind release. I have to admit you really are strong, but this is the end. Sasori stared at the two ahead of him and said in a low voice full of killing intent, enjoy your final moments. Let me send you on your way with this ultimate art. As he spoke, he reached his left hand behind him and grabbed the final sealing scroll. At the same time, Tsukumo Hatake and Asuma almost instantly noticed Sasori's movement. They tightened their grips on their weapons at the same time, ready to strike as fast as possible and stop Sasori from using that final scroll. However, in the instant before either side could make a move, a thunderous roar that echoed through the entire mountain forest suddenly exploded from the distant deep mountains. Boom! A wild shockwave swept over from the direction of the blast. The moment that roar rang out, all three of them almost simultaneously stopped what they were doing. They turned their heads at the same time and looked toward where the sound had come from. A gigantic purple figure stood towering in the distant forest. It was a massive serpent, deep purple from head to tail. Its head was raised high, while its tail coiled among the mountains. Every breath it took stirred up airwaves fierce enough to whip up a gale. That is, looking at the giant snake that had suddenly appeared in the distance. A clear trace of surprise appeared on Sasori's usually cold and indifferent youthful face. That damn snake-s summon? As he stared at Manda's enormous figure, his expression kept shifting. As if he had remembered something, Sasori's gaze rapidly moved back and forth between Manda and the two troublesome opponents in front of him who still hadn't been dealt with. For the first time ever, a hint of struggle appeared in those always icy eyes of his. That's Manda? Looking at that familiar massive silhouette in the distance, Tsukumo Hatake subconsciously spoke the giant snake's name. He muttered in a low voice, his tone growing heavier. Looks like Ko has already run into Orochimaru over there. Asuma's expression changed instantly. He almost instinctively stepped forward half a pace and said urgently, Ko might be in danger. Uncle Tsukumo, we can't drag this out any longer. We have to deal with this guy as fast as possible. Then get to Ko's side. Tsukumo Hatake fell silent for a moment. Looking into Asuma's eyes full of anxiety, he slowly shook his head. No, Asuma. We should leave. Asuma stared blankly at Tsukumo Hatake, unable to react for a moment. White Fang is right. A hoarse voice came from not far away. At some point, Sasori had already put away the still unsealed scroll behind his back and was collecting the remaining puppets, as well as the scattered wreckage around the area, back into his scrolls one by one. He put on that black robe patterned with red clouds again and coldly swept his gaze across Tsukumo Hatake and Asuma's faces. The heavy killing intent from earlier was already gone from Sasori's voice. What remained was only deep irritation and unwillingness at failing to achieve his goal. Be grateful. You just got your lives back. After saying that, Sasori forcefully suppressed the killing intent in his heart that was still stirring, stopped looking at Konoha's White Fang in front of him, and immediately turned to leave. Asuma stood there dumbfounded, staring at the now empty forest clearing. That monster who had been overflowing with killing intent just moments ago and was about to strike had actually left just like that? He could not help but turn around and look in shock at Tsukumo Hatake, who had not tried to stop Sasori from leaving from beginning to end. Uncle Tsukumo, what exactly is going on? Tsukumo Hatake looked grimly in the direction Sasori had vanished, then let out a heavy sigh. Unfortunately, Asuma, even though neither of us has achieved our goal yet, we have to leave now. Meeting Asuma's puzzled gaze, he said meaningfully, don't forget. We're in the land of lightning right now. Hearing White Fang's reminder, Asuma instantly understood. He had already traveled the ninja world alone for many years, so with just that one sentence from Tsukumo Hatake, he immediately grasped the reason. Tsukumo Hatake shifted his gaze away from Asuma's face and looked deeply toward Kumogakure. Within those mountain ranges shrouded in clouds and mist, an extremely powerful chakra was approaching this way at astonishing speed. A summoned beast that huge suddenly appearing in the Yunlei Mountains. That one from Kumogakure will probably be here very soon. Tsukumo Hatake spoke in a low voice, then looked back at Asuma. There was a little more helplessness in his tone. Though it's regrettable to avoid unnecessary diplomatic conflict, we have to leave immediately. Asuma clenched his teeth and unwillingly looked in the direction Ko had gone. Of course he understood everything Tsukumo Hatake was saying. They were Konoha shinobi. More precisely, one of them was an active Konoha shinobi, while the other, though already retired, was still regarded by the entire ninja world as a legendary symbol of Konoha. If they ran into the wreckage of Kumogakure head-on in the heart of the land of lightning, then no matter whether they had a reason to fight or not, it would be interpreted as Konoha provoking Kumogakure. No matter how unwilling he was to leave, for the sake of everyone far away in Konoha, he had to go. Asuma took a deep breath and forced all the reluctance and impulse in his heart back down. Then he said in a low, steady voice to Tsukumo Hatake beside him, Uncle Tsukumo, let us go. Tsukumo Hatake looked at the junior before him with relief. He gently patted Asuma's broad shoulder twice and softly comforted him. Don't be so upset. Asuma. One day we'll definitely meet Ko again. Asuma gave one last look in the direction Ko had left, then nodded lightly. Ko, one day, I'll definitely bring you back. He made that silent vow in his heart. A vow he had no idea how many times he had already made. Then turned around heavily, and strode away in the direction they had first entered this battlefield from. Tsukumo Hitaki first looked at Asuma's broad back, then worriedly looked toward the direction Ko had left earlier. He let out a heavy sigh, then quickened his pace, caught up to Asuma, and vanished together with him into the depths of the dense forest. Not long after they left this mountain forest torn apart by war, a fierce and blazing bolt of lightning tore through layer after layer of dense woods at astonishing speed. Wherever that lightning passed, scorched black cracks were seared into the nearby ground. But he did not stop for even a moment. With an almost violent momentum, he sped straight toward the direction of that enormous purple figure. Itachi stepped out from the entrance of the lava cave, leaving the darkness inside behind him as he solemnly observed the abnormal scene outside. The first thing that entered his sight was the purple giant serpent. Manda's enormous body coiled between the mountain ridges, its head raised high. Every breath it took stirred up airwaves powerful enough to overturn the forest, and every impatient swing of its tail made the mountains beneath it let out a dull groan. Its pair of green snake eyes swept irritably through the clouds and mist over the mountains, scanning the surroundings. The instant Itachi's gaze touched that purple giant serpent, it froze. That's Manda. He spoke the name in a lowered voice. Feeling the violent trembling of the earth, his heart immediately sank. So all the commotion around here was caused by it? If Manda had been summoned, then that meant Orochimaru was nearby as well. At that thought, Itachi's gaze instantly turned vigilant. His scarlet Sharingan rapidly swept over every corner around him, carefully searching for Orochimaru's trace. Hey, Orochimaru, why the hell did you summon me out to this godforsaken place? Where are my 100 live human sacrifices? Through the surging clouds and mist between the mountains, Manda's green snake eyes savagely looked down at the figure standing on a nearby cliff. Its thick snake tail violently slammed against the mountain ridge beside it. Every impact made the entire mountain let out a heavy groan. You'd better hurry up and put out the sacrifice for me. Otherwise, I'll eat you first. Hey, Orochimaru, are you deaf? Did you hear me or not? On the cliff, Orochimaru stood at the very edge of the summit, his long black hair whipping wildly in the wind. Listening to Manda's furious roars, he gave no response at all. He simply stared hollow-eyed at the cave entrance in the distance, most of it covered by vines, as if waiting for something. And at the exact moment Itachi stepped out of the cave, the emptiness in Orochimaru's snake-like eyes suddenly sharpened. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and used the body flicker technique. His figure instantly vanished from the spot. Manda blankly stared at the now empty cliff that had become deserted in the blink of an eye. On its ferocious face, an unprecedented trace of deep confusion actually appeared. A moment later, it finally reacted and suddenly roared furiously at that long empty cliff. Orochimaru, what the hell are you playing at? Not far away, Itachi naturally heard Manda's furious roar echoing through the mountains and forests. His figure disappeared from where he stood in the next instant. When he appeared again, he was already standing atop a towering mountain peak near Manda. Itachi raised his head and coldly stared at the massive creature that rivaled a mountain. Where is Orochimaru now? Manda's vicious snake eyes followed the voice downward. It looked for quite a while before finally noticing that tiny black dot that was so small it could almost be ignored. Lowly human. Who gave you the nerve to call my name directly? As if provoked, Manda opened its huge mouth and let out a deafening roar at Itachi. Roar! The pressure of the roar even blew Itachi's soft black bangs straight back. Expressionless, Itachi looked up at the enraged beast. In his scarlet eyes, the three tomo slowly connected together, transforming into a Mangekyo pattern shaped like a shuriken. That was the Mangekyo Sharingan. The moment Manda saw Itachi's eyes, its green snake pupils abruptly shrank. Clearly, it was the one looking down on this brat, but under the gaze of those eyes, it actually felt like it was the one in the lower position. This human was not someone it could afford to provoke. The arrogance and killing intent in Manda's eyes vanished cleanly the instant that thought appeared in its mind. Answer my question. Where exactly is Orochimaru? That guy just ran southwest. Looking at the three slowly rotating tomo in Itachi's eyes, Manda answered without any hesitation. It was arrogant, not stupid. For Orochimaru, who had abandoned it here without a word before even delivering 100 sacrifices, it was supposed to go head-on against a strong enemy who could actually threaten its life. How could there be such a profitable deal in this world? That damn snake had to learn the price of daring to neglect it like this. Thinking that, the look in Manda's eyes toward Itachi immediately became much gentler. Itachi had already been a little surprised by Manda's immediate answer. Now, feeling that oddly gentle gaze, He could not help but feel a strange sense of discomfort. He could tell Manda was telling the truth, suppressing the confusion and incongruity in his heart. Itachi's gaze subconsciously swept toward the cave entrance. After a brief moment of thought, he locked his eyes onto Manda again and ordered in a tone that allowed no refusal. "Follow me. We're going after Orochimaru together." The anger that had just calmed in Manda's green snake eyes flared up again in an instant. "Huh? Are you joking? How could I possibly listen to a human like you? You're not going anywhere." Before Manda could finish speaking, a powerful roar filled with fury crossed the mountains and entered both Manda's and Itachi's ears. A manic and violent lightning release chakra was rapidly closing in on them at an astonishing speed. The moment Itachi heard that roar, his expression instantly changed. This chakra. Could it be? Boom! A savage bolt of lightning crashed down from the distant sky and slammed heavily into the cliff across from Itachi. Manda out! The instant the lightning struck, the cliff was shattered into pieces by that terrifying force. Countless rocks broke away from the mountainside and came crashing down with heavy booms. A burly man with bronze skin and lightning wrapped all around his body strode out from the rubble and smoke. The fourth rampage. The moment Itachi saw that towering figure, his heart sank. Did the commotion caused by Manda get too big and alert Kumogakure? If Kumogakure's attention had been drawn here, then what came next would become troublesome. As Itachi thought that, his gaze subconsciously turned toward the direction where Ko was, looking toward the tomb hidden behind the mountain mass. He silently murmured in his heart, "I hope things on Koa's side can finish soon. Even though the mission still isn't complete, we have to leave as soon as possible." At this moment, inside the tomb deep within the cave, inside the burial chamber, it was so quiet that only the faint crackling of the flames remained. The two shadow clones that had originally guarded the cave entrance had already been dispelled. Now, Ko was the only one left in the tomb. Ko had his head lowered, one hand braced against the ancient wooden coffin, his body trembling uncontrollably. Sweat silently slid down from the corner of his forehead, ran along his slightly trembling jaw, and dripped one drop at a time onto the cold stone floor beneath his feet. In this deathly silent burial chamber, that sound was so clear it was almost grating. How is this possible? Ko muttered hoarsely in a low voice. In his Mangekyo Sharingan, what surged now was nothing but deep shock and confusion. There was nothing at all. Forcing down the turmoil in his heart, he aimed his right eye once more at the silent wooden coffin beside him. In his vision, inside the coffin, there was still an extremely faint fluctuation of ocular power left behind. But that aura was like smoke that had already dispersed long ago. Only the lightest, thinnest final wisp still lingered faintly deep within the coffin. There was no mistake. Just as Itachi had said, the Totsuka blade had indeed been sealed inside this wooden coffin. But to be more precise, that was in the past. Koa's hand slowly tightened along the edge of the coffin lid. A terrifying speculation he did not dare think too deeply about uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. Did someone take the Totsuka blade before Itachi and I got here? Ko stared fixedly at the wooden coffin in front of him and muttered in disbelief. What the hell is going on here? Inside the tomb, Ko looked gravely at the coffin beside him. On the stone wall at the entrance, the remaining flames still flickered slightly, casting shifting light and shadow across his handsome profile. Ko forcefully suppressed the doubts in his heart, and a deep thought flashed through his eyes. Based on the remnant ocular power on the coffin, he could fully confirm that the Totsuka blade had indeed once been sealed here. But this seal had clearly already been undone, and it definitely was not something that happened recently. Although he could not determine the exact time, he could at least be sure that it had been years already. Could it be that, in the original timeline, Itachi didn't get the Totsuka blade here at all, but obtained it somewhere else? Could it be that, as far back as the Warring States era, someone had already come here and inherited the Totsuka blade? Thinking of that possibility, Ko couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After all, it had already been 300 to 400 years since the middle of the Warring States era, the period when Uchiha Shochi with Susanoo had lived. Over those long years, quite a few Uchiha had awakened the Mangekyo. Those Uchiha ancestors who had lived closer to the middle of the Warring States era could only have known more about this tomb than he and Itachi did. In those 300 to 400 years, the possibility that an Uchiha had found this tomb and taken away the Totsuka blade was indeed not small. But if that were the case, then why had there been no rumors at all about the Totsuka blade over the past 300 to 400 years? Ko murmured in a low voice, a trace of doubt rising in his heart. After being an Uchiha for 22 years, he knew the temperament of the Uchiha clan all too well. If some Uchiha had really gotten the Totsuka blade back in the Warring States era, wouldn't he have puffed up to the heavens like some Uchiha Harasuke or something? And the moment he saw some Senju brat he didn't like by the roadside, he'd pull out the Totsuka blade and stab him with it? Holding something that big and not using it? How was that possible? It would have set the entire ninja world on fire, especially the Senju, no question about it. Sigh. I just hope Itachi in the original timeline didn't get the Totsuka blade here to begin with. Ko let out a deep sigh and muttered heavily, if something really changed because of me, then everything in the future could completely fall into chaos. If even my advantage as a transmigrator who knows the plot is gone, then my future really can only be called pitch black. Ko stood in front of that silent wooden coffin and thought for a while. In the end, he still shook his head and temporarily pressed this unanswerable question back into the bottom of his heart. He then shifted his gaze toward the cave entrance, and his expression turned serious. Ever since just now, he had already sensed that violent and manic lightning release chakra outside the cave. At that level of lightning release, there weren't many people in the entire ninja world who could pull it off. Looks like Big Bro Thunderbow cough the fourth rankage has arrived. Ko spoke in a flat tone, not the least bit surprised by the arrival of that uninvited guest. After all, the fourth rankage was someone he had deliberately lured here. The Yunlei mountain range was indeed remote, but no matter what, it was still territory of the Land of Lightning. In Kumogakure's territory, if a summoned beast the size of Manda suddenly appeared, there was no way the fourth rankage, who sat in command of Kumogakure, would remain indifferent. That man, publicly known as the fastest person in the ninja world at present, would definitely arrive here at the highest speed possible. Thinking of this, Ko couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Originally, he had wanted to lure him here to hold Itachi down for a while, so he could calmly loot in peace. But who would have thought it would turn out to be an empty drop? Now he had really picked up a rock only to smash his own foot. Ko shook his head and sighed softly. He then took out the storage scroll he had prepared long ago from his clothes, looked toward the wooden coffin beside him, and spoke a little more seriously. Sorry for disturbing your rest. Even though the plan didn't go too smoothly, I still damaged your tomb no matter what. I'll take responsibility and get you a new home. Ko spread open the scroll. Of course, moving fees still can't be waived. If necessary in the future, I might wake you up to pay off the debt. If you don't answer, I'll take that as consent. As he shamelessly said that, he sealed the wooden coffin into the scroll. After the entire wooden coffin was absorbed, Ko looked at the big character coffin that appeared at the center of the sealing script and nodded in satisfaction. He then put the scroll away again and calmly looked toward the direction outside the cave entrance. Alright, time to wrap up this farce. With that, Ko stepped forward and walked toward the cave entrance. The next instant, his figure had already disappeared from where he stood. At the same time, outside on the mountain cliff, the fourth rankage had already stepped out from that pile of shattered rocks. He first swept his eyes over Manda's massive body that blotted out the sky, then shifted his gaze and fixed it on Itachi. A's eyes paused for a moment on that young and cold face, and then a hint of surprise flashed through his wide, furious stare. You're Uchiha Itachi, the one who killed his entire clan? Itachi wasn't surprised at all that the fourth rankage recognized him instantly. After all, some time had already passed since the night of the massacre, and the Kage of the 5 great ninja villages had long since obtained the relevant intelligence through various channels. As the leader of Kumogakure, it was only natural for the fourth rankage to know about him. Itachi merely looked calmly at the burly man before him, whose entire body was wrapped in lightning, quietly searching for flaws on the fourth rankage's body and preparing to strike at any moment. Seeing that Itachi said nothing, the anger that had already been burning fiercely in the fourth rankage's heart rose another notch. In the ninja world, no one had ever dared to treat him with such disregard. If this were the battlefield, he would have attacked immediately and taught this brat who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a proper lesson with a full-power elbow strike. But at this moment, the duty of being the rankage ultimately suppressed the restless killing intent in his chest. His gaze fell on Itachi's black cloak with red clouds, his rough brows furrowing slightly as his voice sank. I see. So you joined that mercenary organization called Akatsuki. If I remember correctly, that guy Orochimaru is one of Akatsuki too. Where is that sneaky bastard now? And what exactly is your purpose in coming to the Land of Lightning? As he spoke, he turned his eyes toward Manda's enormous body. In those eyes shining under the reflection of lightning was intense scrutiny and pressure. Feeling the violent chakra within the fourth rankage, Manda instantly realized things were bad. He had only been summoned here for no reason by that bastard Orochimaru in the first place. He hadn't even gotten the sacrifice he was owed and had already swallowed a bellyful of frustration. He had no intention of leaving his life here too. With a thought, Manda instantly mobilized the chakra in his body, preparing to dispel the summoning jutsu himself and return to Ryuchi Cave. Don't even think about running. I instantly noticed the abnormality on Manda's body and roared furiously. With a terrifying speed completely mismatched with that robust physique, he charged straight at Manda. Violent lightning released chakra wrapped around his muscular body, dragging a dazzling blue afterimage through the air. He stomped and shattered the boulder beneath his feet, one as tall as half a man, then used the force to leap upward, appearing directly above Manda's vicious snake head in an instant. Under Manda's shocked gaze, the fourth rankage raised his arm high, Lightning release chakra gathered along the edge of his hand into a sharp lightning blade, then hacked down toward Manda's head. Lariat of 1,000 lightning oppressions. In Manda's green snake pupils, the fourth Raikage's figure radiating lightning drew closer and closer. Feeling the terrifying force contained within that hand chop, a sense of danger that he had rarely experienced since reaching adulthood crawled densely across his entire body in that instant. And just before the fourth Raikage's hand chop touched the top of his head, Manda dispelled the summoning jutsu at the fastest speed of his life. Yet even though Manda's move was already nearly at the limit, the huge horn on the right side of his snake head was still severed cleanly at the root by the fourth Raikage's hand. Aya! You bastard! Manda endured the intense pain coming from the spot where his horn had been severed, and glared viciously at the burly man still holding his downward slash in midair. Human! Remember this! Damn you! Boom! As Manda's unwilling roar fell, his massive body instantly vanished from where it stood. The section of broken snake horn then dropped from the sky and slammed heavily into the mountainside below, smashing a giant pit several feet deep into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Itachi watched this scene with a grave expression. The instant the dust spread toward his side, he prepared to move, planning to use the smoke as cover to widen the distance between himself and the fourth Raikage. However, at the very moment he was about to act, the fourth Raikage had already forcefully shifted direction in midair and charged straight at him at terrifying speed. Itachi stared at the fourth Raikage in the air, and his heart suddenly sank. Fast. Far too fast. Even with the visual insight of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could only barely make out a lightning-wreathed afterimage. At this distance, there was no way he could dodge the attack. Looks like I can only use that. Itachi made the decision in an instant and rapidly concentrated his ocular power into his right eye. Driven by that power, the Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye began spinning at high speed. At the same time, the fourth Raikage had already rushed right in front of Itachi. His elbow, wrapped in lightning release chakra, suddenly swung out and blasted toward Itachi's face. Lariat crush. Feeling the violent pressure crashing toward him, Itachi's face remained calm to the point of coldness. He simply adjusted the focus of the Mangekyo in his right eye and locked it precisely onto the fourth Raikage's legs. Amaterasu. As long as those black flames touched the fourth Raikage's legs, his speed advantage would collapse in an instant. Once he lost his balance, not only would the Raikage be unable to continue the pursuit, he would also have to sever both his legs before Amaterasu spread across his entire body. Under that sudden agony and impact of losing balance, even if the opponent was the fourth Raikage, it would be absolutely impossible for him to maintain lightning release chakra mode. That way, not only could he use that opening to escape, he could also gain some unexpected benefits. First, Kumogakure, which had always been eyeing Konoha like a tiger watching its prey, would lose a top-tier combat force of critical importance. For a while, they would no longer have the strength to deal with Konoha. Second, Kumogakure would definitely launch a series of retaliatory actions against Akatsuki afterward. And since the direct cause of this clash with the fourth Raikage was Orochimaru's summoned beast, Pain most likely would not suspect him. Although after this, he would face the full-force pursuit of all Kumogakure. Compared to those solid benefits, it was nothing more than a trivial little nuisance. Itachi's thoughts raced. And then he fixed his gaze firmly on the fourth Raikage's legs and softly uttered the ultimate dojutsu said to possess the heat of the sun. The strongest physical attack. Ama. Block. Just before Itachi could release Amaterasu, a long blade wrapped in blue lightning firmly intercepted the fourth Raikage's violent elbow strike. Seeing the black-haired figure that had suddenly appeared in front of him, Itachi's eyes instinctively widened. Ko completely ignored the stunned gaze from behind him. He simply held Inazuma steady in his hand and coldly stared into the pair of eyes right in front of him. Seeing Ko's icy, scarlet eyes, a trace of surprise unconsciously flashed through the fourth Raikage's rough features. He quickly withdrew the force from his elbow and leaped sharply backward. Lightning exploded beneath his feet as he instantly pulled away from Ko. AI stood atop the rock that had been scorched black by his own lightning release chakra and cautiously watched the handsome young man who had suddenly appeared before him. Then he slowly shifted his gaze to Uchiha Itachi behind Ko, and his brow could not help but furrow slightly. Was that just my imagination? Looking at Itachi behind Ko, the fourth Raikage could not help muttering to himself inwardly. Just now, he had indeed sensed a deadly danger from that boy named Uchiha Itachi. As AI looked at Itachi behind Ko, deep wariness instantly rose in his heart. Looks like the report that the Uchiha clan was wiped out by a mere 13-year-old brat wasn't fake news after all. He then turned his gaze back to Ko, and a trace of thoughtfulness flashed through his eyes, something entirely at odds with his burly build. A moment later, the lightning wrapped around the fourth Raikage's body began to slowly fade. After exiting lightning release chakra mode, his golden hair that had been standing on end also fell back down, restoring his usual rough yet steady appearance. When Ko saw that the fourth Raikage had taken the lead in putting away his battle stance, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. That was close. Yellow Weasel here almost pulled it off with his dirty scheme. Ko could not help grumbling inwardly, while viciously glaring from the corner of his eye at the evil person behind him who was currently staring blankly at his back. Disable this notebook rakeage at a time like this? What kind of joke is that?
If I want to be, hold it by yourself.
I don't want to fight a perfect Jinchuriki in a berserk state. Joining Akatsuki is dangerous enough already. If you pull something like this too, my situation's just going to get even worse. While grumbling irritably in his heart, Ko discreetly shook the hand that had gone numb from the impact, then calmly slid Inazuma back into its sheath. Only after doing all that did he shift his gaze back and look at the fourth rakeage with eyes that had already returned to black, a half-smiling curve rising at his lips. It really has been a long time, Lord Fourth Rakeage. Under Itachi's stunned gaze, the fourth rakeage slowly spoke. His voice was still rough and deep, but the fury from when he had faced Itachi earlier was already gone. Yeah. Since the day Kumogakure and Konoha signed the ceasefire agreement, we really haven't seen each other again. AI looked at Ko. In those rough eyes, there actually appeared a trace of emotion completely out of place with the current atmosphere. When I first heard that you had defected from Konoha, I was genuinely shocked. Hearing the fourth rakeage's calm words, Ko's brow could not help twitching slightly. Seriously? Why does everyone who sees him have to bring up the whole defecting from Konoha thing? Was his defection from Konoha really that surprising? Naturally, AI had no idea what Ko was thinking right now. He merely looked at the handsome black-haired young man before him and slowly said in a meaningful tone, "After all, for you, the one who stopped Kumogakure's plan to seize the Byakugan 5 years ago, I've always been very curious why not long after that you defected from Konoha." The fourth rakeage looked at Ko and slowly spoke the title he still remembered to this day, Konoha's Black Lightning, Uchiha Tō.